Yihan was in fact just an ordinary young man, with nothing remarkable about his appearance. Even so, he had a pretty and gentle older sister, who sold watermelons at the market. On that very day, his sister unfortunately ran into a few hooligans. He deliberately claimed her watermelons were not sweet enough. In truth, they only wanted to make things difficult for the weak girl. The people around who witnessed it all felt displeased. But the troublemaker was a well-known lackey in the market. He also belonged to the faction of Feng Tam Jia. No one dared to get involved. Therefore, no matter how upset they were, everyone could only watch as Yihan's sister was bullied. Fortunately, Yihan appeared just in time. He had also prepared a self-defense item in advance. With just one unexpected move, he made that man so hurt he could not stand steadily. His entrance looked extremely imposing, like a true expert. At first, that man's subordinates were somewhat intimidated by Yihan. But after regaining their composure, they immediately joined forces to attack him. Only then was it revealed that Yihan was merely good at putting on a front. His real strength was insignificant. He mainly relied on intimidation. He was not skilled in fighting. The result was a chaotic brawl right in front of the watermelon stall. Calling it a fight was not accurate, because Yihan was almost taking hits from beginning to end. It was only when the sound of police sirens rang out that those men dispersed. Before leaving, the leader even threatened that he would not let it go next time. At that moment, Yihan was already exhausted. Only the two siblings remained amid the mess. His sister hugged her injured brother, crying and begging him to wake up, while he lay motionless. Then he suddenly opened his eyes in a completely unfamiliar space. That space seemed to be created from the yin-yang jade piece he always carried. Yihan's body became extremely light, as if floating. The jade piece also floated before him, slowly rotating. Continuously emitted a mysterious golden light. Then two streams of red and blue energy shot straight into his eye. The invading sensation caused him pain. He could only clutch his face, curl up, and cry out. After that, Yihan woke up. The first thing he felt was something soft and warm in front of him. Looking closely, he realized it was the full chest of the nurse caring for him, making both of them embarrassed. She immediately let go of him, stepped back, and blushed as she loudly asked what he was doing. Yihan hurriedly explained that he had just woken up and could not control himself. Only then did he realize he was in a hospital. After observing, the nurse also understood he did not do it intentionally, otherwise she would have called security. Even so, Yihan still found her too attractive, almost making him lose his composure. He even felt she was dressed quite revealingly, but thought it might be because he was still dizzy. Until his sister came in to visit after finishing the procedure. The moment he saw her, Yihan noticed a clear scene again. A layer of dark clothing appeared inside. He quickly covered his eyes, urging her to adjust her clothes. His sister was surprised, saying she was fully dressed and stepped closer to check on him. Seeing no fever, she thought her brother had been beaten into confusion. The more Yihan looked, the more he believed he was not mistaken. He seemed able to see through clothing. This left him extremely bewildered. Before he could understand what was happening, a strange voice sounded in his mind. Yin on the left, Yang on the right, Yin sees the nether, Yang pierces all things. Yihan was astonished, even though the words sounded unbelievable. But if it were true, would that not mean he had the ability to see through everything? Thinking that, he decided to test it. Of course, he did not choose his sister or the nurse as test subject. This time, he tried to see through the wall. He truly saw the scene outside the hospital room clearly. He continued focusing to see farther. He even saw inside the head doctor's office. The elderly doctor was engaging in an intimate act with a young nurse. That scene made anyone watching feel embarrassed. Yihan immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere. He saw a beautiful nurse preparing to give an injection to a patient. Her alluring figure drew his attention. The new ability made him excited. His eyes kept moving as he observed everywhere. In his heart, he hoped that girl would turn around, so he could see her face clearly. When that person turned her head, her face carried clearly masculine features. It seemed like a recent change in appearance. This left Yihan extremely disappointed. After overusing his eyes, he felt tired and lay down, still not fully understanding his ability. A voice calling his name to pay the hospital fees pulled him back to reality. Of course, his sister was the one who went to pay for him. After she left the room and closed the door, Yihan immediately used his new ability to observe outside. He saw his sister worried while paying, afraid it would not be enough. Fortunately, she managed. Her hardship made his heart ache, and he resolved to use this ability to help her live better. After being discharged, he found an excuse to go out alone. His sister did not suspect anything, only told him to come back early. Walking alone through the crowded streets, Yihan began thinking of ways to make money from his special ability. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. At a street corner, several men were surrounding a young girl. In her hand was a black cup containing 3 dice. The game they were playing was a simple bet with 2 options, small and big. A large crowd gathered around. Each person only needed to put in a few hundred yuan, but the total bet had become extremely large. The girl looked extremely pleased as she shook the dice cup, thinking to herself that these people were just handing money to her. At that moment, Yi Han was drawn to the Tianqiu betting table and stopped to watch. He quickly realized this could be an ideal opportunity to make money. Therefore, Yi Han immediately used his new ability to check whether the result inside the cup was big or small. According to the rules, a total from 4 to 10 was small, from 11 to 17 was big, and the 3 dice showed 2, 3, and 4, totaling 9, signaling the house was about to win big. After the girl opened the dice cup, the result completely matched what Yi Han had seen earlier. Several consecutive rounds of small caused many people to lose all their money. Some wanted to leave, but others stubbornly continued betting. The girl quickly gathered all the winnings toward herself. At the same time, her gaze swept through the crowd and noticed Yi Han, a new face. Immediately, she used her looks to lure him into joining a round. Yi Han lightly reminded her that she was exposing herself, believing this time he was attracted by her rather than his ability. In truth, it was just a seduction trick. The girl retorted cunningly and continued provoking him. She confidently asked whether Yi Han dared to join, thinking she had another new prey. Yi Han agreed without hesitation, thinking that it was not yet certain who would lose. The new round quickly began, with many people choosing small. Some others chose big purely based on luck. Only Yi Han remained calm, observing without rushing to place a bet. After the girl shook and placed the cup down, he used clairvoyant eye to see through it successfully. The 3 dice clearly showed the face 4, 5, and 6 points, totaling 15 points corresponding to big. Meanwhile, most players still chose small out of habit. Seeing Yi Han had not placed a bet, the girl smiled and urged him to choose quickly. Yi Han stepped forward and placed 10 yuan on big with confidence. Noticing the bet was too small, the girl looked dissatisfied. When the cup was opened, the result was indeed big. She had no choice but to reluctantly pay out the winning. At the same time, she gave Yi Han his share because he had bet correctly. Although the amount was not large, for Yi Han, earning money so easily was something he had never experienced. In that moment, a bold idea formed in his mind. He was determined to win all of the girl's money today. The two began an intense battle of wits. The other players gradually became spectators, contributing money to their game. After an hour, Yi Han kept winning continuously, leaving everyone astonished. Some thought he was lucky, others believed he was a master at listening to dice, but no one knew he possessed clairvoyant ability. Holding the money he had just won, Yi Han was extremely excited because in just 1 hour he had earned a considerable amount effortlessly. In contrast, the girl became increasingly irritated as her efforts were about to be lost completely. When she intended to stop the game, Yi Han deliberately provoked her again, making her angry. Provoked, the girl immediately fell into his psychological trap. She proposed a special round between just the two of them with a larger scale. Seeing her anger, Yi Han originally intended to stop, but she held him back. He no longer intended to keep pressing her. However, the girl was unwilling to let him leave after losing so much money. In the end, Yi Han accepted the challenge and asked for the rules. She proposed a decisive round using all of his money. Yi Han asked what the condition would be if she lost. She confidently replied that everything would be up to him then. This bold proposal made the atmosphere more tense than ever. To increase the drama, she even demanded that if Yi Han lost, he had to remove all his clothes. With the advantage of clairvoyance, Yi Han was not worried at all and agreed immediately. The two looked at each other challengingly before starting. The decisive round officially began. In this final turn, the girl displayed a series of skillful dice-shaking techniques. Her movements were fast and complex to disorient Yi Han. The goal was to make him unable to predict the result. The surrounding crowd kept exclaiming in admiration at the performance. They believed this skill was enough to make Yi Han fail. Many praised her overwhelming momentum and thought he no longer had a chance. After the performance, she confidently asked whether Yi Han was scared. However, Yi Han paid no attention at all. He even calmly counted the money in his hand. This action made the girl extremely uncomfortable, and she demanded he focus. Yi Han bluntly criticized her skills without giving any face. He thought her ability was only mediocre. The girl's anger erupted like a volcano about to explode. Finally, she slammed the cup down onto the table. Her showy act made Yi Han feel extremely irritated. He asked whether he chose big or small with absolute confidence. Because the dice inside were still moving, she believed that no matter what Yi Han chose, she could change the result to win. Yi Han was even more skilled. He suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her hand tightly, preventing her from using tricks. Then he decisively declared the choice of 3 sixes. While the dealer was still in confusion, Yi Han had already opened the cup in front of everyone. Those 3 dice truly totaled exactly 18. This scene left everyone astonished. He guessed perfectly every time without a single mistake. They had never seen anyone with such formidable capability. Some even considered asking Yi Han to accept them as disciples. As the lively crowd surrounded Yi Han, the girl intended to slip away quietly after losing, but he would not let her escape so easily. She had clearly promised that if she lost, she would let him handle everything. Pulled back, she had no choice but to turn around and shyly ask how he intended to deal with her. "How about we negotiate a bit?" Yi Han replied playfully. In truth, he had not thought of any specific solution. Suddenly, the girl did not answer, and instead shouted that there was a strange object in the sky. By reflex, both Yi Han and the surrounding people looked up, taking advantage of everyone's lapse in attention. He quickly slipped away. Yi Han was the first to realize he had been tricked. He immediately sped up in pursuit. Other matters could be ignored, but the money she lost had to be reclaimed. At this moment, Yi Han was determined to chase her to the end. There was nowhere for her to escape. When he stopped at an alley, he was surprised to find that she had disappeared. He confidently said, "Do you think I cannot find you just because you hid?" At the same time, Zhao Yaoyu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she had shaken that guy off. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the window and froze. He cried out in panic, "It is over, there is something there." Without hesitation, Yi Han immediately jumped inside. He said irritably that she was talking nonsense in broad daylight and demanded she return the money, but she stubbornly refused, claiming it was her hard-earned effort. Yi Han angrily accused her of going back on her word. If she did not pay, he would, at that very moment. A calm voice interrupted, telling them to wait. He was startled and turned around. A man in a wheelchair entered, surrounded by a chilling aura. Thien asked curiously what was going on. Had Du caused trouble again? Yi Han released her in surprise, saying he had almost been frightened. He asked cautiously who the man was. He silently assessed that this person felt terrifying, as if he had endured many heavy experiences. The man calmly introduced himself as Zhao Yaoyu's brother and asked what trouble she had caused this time. She hurriedly defended herself, saying she was not the one causing trouble. It was that guy who did not follow the rules. Han objected, saying she had lost and was still playing tricks, and demanded she pay up. Zhao Yaoyu smiled provocatively and said she would not pay, daring him to do anything to her. Yi Han gritted his teeth and warned her not to think that being a girl meant he would not touch her. She responded with open defiance. The two argued back and forth without yielding. Thien watched and did not know what to say. Unable to bear the noise, he slammed his hand down and shouted for them to stop. She cheerfully said that her brother was angry now and that he was finished. Thien angrily tapped her on the head and told her to be quiet. She asked aggrievedly what she had done to deserve being hit. He sternly reminded her how many times he had told her not to play such games. Asked with pain whether she had forgotten why his legs had ended up like this. She sadly explained that she only wanted to earn money to treat his legs and did not want him to live like this forever. After hearing this, he fell silent. Yi Han wondered in surprise what had happened had his legs been injured. Immediately afterward, he activated his special ability. Looking deep inside, he discovered that something was lodged there. He thoughtfully concluded that the leg tendons were severely damaged and that a foreign object remained inside. Hearing this, the siblings were both extremely shocked. Thien hurriedly asked if he could truly see his condition. Yi Han confidently brushed his hair and said it was a small matter, he could tell at a glance. Zhao Yaoyu stepped forward and asked if he already knew, could it be cured? Hearing the way she addressed him, Yi Han felt slightly displeased. She immediately softened her tone, making him feel secretly pleased. Zhao Yaoyu alluringly promised that if he healed her brother's legs, she would belong to him. But inwardly, she thought it would be easy to control him. At that moment, he pushed her away without hesitation. Yi Han shook his head and said sorry, he could not help with this matter. He turned away, thinking that helping strangers might expose his secret, and was not worth it. Thien quickly stopped him and proposed that if he could heal him, they could make a trade. Yi Han stopped and asked what kind of deal it was. He said in a low voice that he had once been renowned for his unique secret skill. Yi Han was astonished as he realized the man's identity. The man nodded, confirming that it was indeed him. Yi Han wondered why such a figure had fallen into this situation. Zhao Yaoyu hesitated, wanting to recount the past. He immediately stopped her and would not let her speak. Thien sincerely asked for Yi Han's opinion. He hesitated because although he could see the problem, he was not certain he knew how to cure it. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He realized they were two secret manuals that had once appeared among his treasures. Yahello anxiously asked whether it could be cured or not. He sighed and said it would be very difficult. Even many renowned doctors had been helpless before. Before he could finish, Yihan declared firmly that he could cure it. Hon Thien asked in astonishment if it was true. Yahello joyfully asked for confirmation once again. Yihan cautiously proposed a condition that he needed more time to prepare in order to ensure absolute success. The other person agreed without hesitation. If you truly cure the illness, I am willing to work for you for 3 years. Yahello emotionally embraced him, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Yihan happily returned the embrace, gently saying that there was no need to be so polite. After leaving, he fell into deep thought. Helping people cure their illnesses while also receiving payment made him feel somewhat embarrassed. In his heart, he mocked himself. Why pretend to be noble? Accepting compensation was only fair. The scene shifted to the antique street. A vendor enthusiastically shouted about a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase for only 3,000 yuan. Hearing this, Yihan was immediately surprised. A blue and white porcelain vase. He approached with interest, wanting to take a look. Perhaps he might discover a valuable item. Inside, Old Lin spoke at length, introducing items such as Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, Song Dynasty landscape painting, and Warring States period bronzes at very cheap prices. Han observed with sarcasm, and then heard Tuan curiously ask about the price of the Warring States period bronze. Old Lin stroked his beard and enthusiastically quoted a price of 320 yuan, while encouraging them to look at other items. After careful examination, Yihan concluded that this place had almost no items of real value. He frankly pointed out the signs of forgery, from artificial jade and still fresh calligraphy in paintings to a bronze item that was actually made of plastic. Yihan angrily questioned, "Do you truly take us for people who are easily deceived?" Not wanting to argue further, he irritably turned and left. At that moment, the crowd stirred when they recognized the appearance of Yan Mingxian and Chu Yuner, making everyone curious whether there was some treasure here. Chu Yuner wondered why they did not go to Minju Pavilion, but Yan Mingxian explained that treasure hunting in the flea market was truly interesting. He calmly requested to see the blue and white porcelain vase. Seeing this, Yihan also curiously turned his gaze toward it. Old Lin respectfully presented the vase and invited Yan Mingxian to appraise it. After careful observation, he discovered an unusual water stain on the body of the vase. Chu Yuner frankly remarked that it was a fake. Even if it were genuine, the crack would greatly reduce its value, and Yan Mingxian nodded in agreement. Afterwards, he returned the vase with little interest. The crowd left in disappointment, believing that if there had been any genuine item it would have been bought long ago, leaving Old Lin awkwardly trying to retain customers. Yan Mingxian turned around signaling to leave, and Chu Yuner softly responded in agreement. Unexpectedly, Yihan spoke up and declared that he would buy that blue and white porcelain vase. Hearing this, the grandfather and granddaughter were shocked and turned back, unable to believe their ears. Yihan confidently repeated his decision, affirming that he would purchase the vase. Old Lin was overjoyed and flattered him, saying that he truly had a discerning eye, and quoted the price of 3,000 yuan. Yihan calmly agreed and asked him to wait a moment while he made the payment. Old Lin was endlessly grateful, continuously thanking him for his support. In their hearts, both secretly mocked the other as a fool. The surrounding people whispered mockingly, believing that Yihan was too foolish to buy an item that had already been identified as fake. Chu Yuner also curled her lips in pity, thinking that he had wasted 3,000 yuan. Yihan firmly refuted that they were the ones who lacked understanding. Chu Yuner immediately became furious, scolding him for calling her ignorant. Yan Mingxian maintained a gentle demeanor and asked whether he believed that the supposedly broken vase was genuine. Yihan calmly replied that there were 2 points he needed to clarify with him. He firmly asserted that the vase was not broken at all and that it was indeed a genuine masterpiece. The surrounding crowd burst into mocking laughter, believing this was merely an act of self-consolation, suspecting that Yihan was boasting and treating everyone as fools. Girls sneered coldly at his assertion, while Yan Mingxian calmly advised that young people should not be impatient and that appraising treasures required time to cultivate keen eyesight. Yihan casually poured water over the vase and asked everyone to open their eyes wide and observe. In just a moment, the layer of mud on the outside dissolved, revealing exquisite patterns on the body of the vase. 2 witnesses were astonished and exclaimed in disbelief at what they saw. Yihan smiled mysteriously and explained that what appeared to be damage was actually just patterns concealed by clay. Yan Mingxian immediately praised him, acknowledging that Yi Han's eyesight was exceptionally outstanding and expressing his admiration. The crowd buzzed with excitement, estimating that if it were genuine its value would reach millions, while also blaming themselves for their earlier misjudgment. Yi Han secretly felt pleased for possessing the yin-yang dharma eyes, which gave him a clear advantage in observation. However, Chu Yuner remained skeptical and believed that this alone was not enough to prove the item was genuine. Yi Han cheerfully proposed a wager to determine the authenticity of the blue and white porcelain. She immediately responded that if it were genuine she would buy it at twice the market price, but if it were fake there would be another condition. Yi Han generously accepted, and Chu Yuner demanded that if he lost he must work for her for 1 year. The two happily sealed the bet with a clap of their hands, officially establishing the agreement. Yan Mingxian secretly held Yi Han's abilities in high regard and believed that if he were valued by Chu Yuner, he would become a powerful assistant. He suggested that everyone go to Minju Pavilion nearby to conduct a professional appraisal. The scene shifted to a renowned antique shop. The three of them leisurely entered Minju Pavilion with confident expressions. Lin Beimo warmly came forward to greet them and expressed his apology for not welcoming them from afar. He greeted Chu Yuner familiarly and invited everyone inside. Afterward, the group proceeded into the reception room to discuss matters. Yan Mingxian directly stated that the purpose of their visit was to request the appraisal of an antique. Chu Yuner proudly pointed at the vase and explained that her grandfather considered it a fake, but Yi Han disagreed, so the two had made a wager. Lin Beimo believed that since the old master had already made a conclusion, there was no need for further appraisal. Yi Han objected indignantly, arguing that making a conclusion without even examining it was far too arbitrary. Lin Beimo questioned suspiciously whether this was Yi Han's first time in the antique world. Yi Han replied arrogantly that it was not important. Lin Beimo sneered, mocking those who wished to rely on minor talents to squeeze into the upper class. Insulted, Yi Han stood up intending to leave and find another appraiser. Yan Mingxian hurriedly advised him to remain calm and suggested that he should at least take a look before making a decision. Lin Beimo pondered for a moment and then changed his mind, deciding to give Yi Han a chance out of respect for Yan Mingxian. Yi Han asked in confusion what his true intention was. The scene shifted to an exhibition room filled with rare and precious treasures. Lin Beimo presented a challenge, stating that among the items here there were 3 fakes, and as long as Yi Han could identify one, he would appraise the vase for free and purchase it at a high price. Yi Han remarked that the challenge sounded difficult, but was actually simple for him. Lin Beimo continued to provoke him in order to stimulate his confidence. Yi Han confidently accepted, declaring that he would open everyone's eyes. Yan Mingxian gently asked how much time he needed and whether 1 hour would be sufficient. Yi Han calmly replied that he did not need an hour. He raised one finger and asserted that 1 minute was enough. After that, he turned his head to observe the reactions of everyone around him. Lin Beimo let out a mocking laugh, showing his disdain for my Min and Gaiet Heen. In just 1 minute he had not even finished looking at everything. He spoke in surprise to advise the boy to act cautiously. Chu Yuner fell silent in thought. That man was indeed far too reckless. In just a moment, Yi Han excitedly placed the items on the table. Everything had been found. Exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe it. It was discovered so quickly. Yan Mingxian widened his eyes in shock. What was there to laugh about? She was also stunned with admiration. Could it be that he was truly that talented? He calmly revealed the truth. Half of this vase had been reassembled. The bead necklace actually only contained sand, and the Buddha statue on the lotus pedestal was glued together. Lin Beimo wondered in doubt. In such a short time, even a top expert would find it difficult. How exactly did that man do it? Yi Han continued analyzing. Moreover, in reality, it was not just 3 but 4 antiques that were fake. He dropped a sphere onto the ground. He panicked and tried to stop him. That was the night luminous pearl, the treasured heirloom of Min and Gaiet Heen. He should not speak nonsense. Yi Han firmly asserted, then he should take a closer look. Seeing him about to throw it down, Lin Beimo shouted in fear, "Do not do that." When the sphere shattered, a small marble inside was revealed. Yan Mingxian was shocked to discover that inside the night luminous pearl was actually a copper core. This was unbelievable. Han crossed his arms and asked in return, "Do you still think I was relying on tricks now?" He clasped his hands and bowed an apology. This junior was disrespectful. "Please be magnanimous and forgive me, master." He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I originally did not want to expose it, but talent is like fragrance that spreads on its own. Sooner or later it will be discovered. I am truly outstanding." Grandfather and grandson mocked helplessly, letting him perform on his own while they had not even said a word. Afterwards, Lin Beimo solemnly invited him, "Master, please come inside. I will immediately arrange for someone to appraise your items." At this moment, everyone sat properly, waiting for the person to bring the results. Just then Lao Ban slowly carried the vase and walked in. He respectfully reported, "Young master, this blue and white porcelain vase is genuine. Its market price is about 1 million. He nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you may leave." At this moment Lin Beimo solemnly confirmed, "Master, your blue and white porcelain is indeed authentic." Han revealed a proud and satisfied smile. He confidently declared, "It seems I have won." Chu Yuner snorted in annoyance, "Winning is winning. There is no need to act like that." He shyly handed over a card. "There are 2 million inside. The password is 88s. Yan cheered inwardly with joy. "Wonderful, 2 million just like that in his hands." Yan Mingxian excitedly remarked, "Exchanging 3,000 for 2 million. This deal is an enormous profit." Just then, he suddenly clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground in front of everyone's astonished eyes, his chest struggling to breathe. Chu Yuner rushed over in panic and asked, "Grandpa, what is wrong? Please do not scare me." Lin Beimo also urgently shouted, "Someone come, prepare a car to go to the hospital." Yan Mingxian weakly called out Chu Yuner's name. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately lost consciousness. She sobbed and pleaded, "Grandpa, you must not leave me." He worriedly thought, if old Chu has an incident here, it will be impossible to explain no matter what. Yihan calmly considered, "What exactly happened? Let me check." Immediately after, he activated his special ability, Yin-Yang Mystic Eyes. After a quick observation, he made a firm conclusion. Old Chu's cardiovascular system had been invaded by negative energy, and this condition had lasted for several days. At the same time, Lao Trin hurriedly reported, "Young master, the car is ready." Lin Beimo anxiously lifted Yan Mingxian quickly to the hospital. Old Chu must not be in danger. Han firmly stopped him. Taking him to the hospital now would already be too late. He angrily demanded, "Move aside. If old Chu suffers any harm, can you bear the responsibility?" Yihan calmly revealed, "I have studied medicine. Let me try. Perhaps I can save the old gentleman." Lin Beimo sarcastically criticized, "At a time like this, are you still joking?" Chu Yuner suddenly trusted him and ordered, "Wait, let him save Grandpa." He exclaimed in confusion, "What, Don Nhi sister, this concerns old Chu's life, you must think carefully." She replied decisively, "I trust him. Even if we take Grandpa to the hospital, it will be too late." Han reassured confidently, "Do not worry, leave everything to me." He resolutely used the medical techniques from the Ghost Valley Medical Classic, performing the 6-element needle. Han skillfully inserted needles into the acupoints on his body such as Lin Hu, Thin Dot, and Tone Ko. The two people who witnessed this could not help but admire such superb medical skill. May Yihan surely save Grandpa. He raised 2 fingers, preparing to strike the Thin Trung acupoint. After finishing, Yihan leaned back into the chair in exhaustion. Everything was done. Time quietly passed over the next few minutes. Chu Yuner anxiously asked Yihan, "Will my grandpa wake up?" He answered cautiously, "I have done everything within my ability. Whether he wakes up or not depends on the old master's will." She called softly in confusion, "Grandpa." At that moment, Yan Mingxian gradually regained consciousness and spoke weakly, "Don Nhi, why are you crying?" The three were so astonished they could not speak. He had woken up. Chu Yuner emotionally hugged him. "This is wonderful. Grandpa has finally woken up." Yan Mingxian sincerely expressed gratitude. "Little friend Yi, thank you. My body no longer hurts and breathing is much easier." Yihan humbly reminded, "It is nothing, but from now on the old master should pay more attention to health preservation." Seeing this, Lin Beimo secretly calculated, old Chu's illness had left many famous doctors at home and abroad helpless, yet Yihan cured it. If that man becomes a threat to the Lin family, precautions must be taken. He lowered his head and pleaded, "Brother Yi, I have a matter to request. I hope you will agree." Yihan responded generously, "Brother Lin need not be so polite. If it is within my ability, I will certainly help. Forming ties with the Chu and Lin families is also beneficial for me." Lin Beimo explained sorrowfully, "My father suffers from an incurable illness. We have invited many famous doctors but all were ineffective. I hope Brother Yi can take action to treat him." He frowned and thought, "My Ghost Valley Medical Classic is still incomplete. Last time was merely luck, but this is a good opportunity to build a relationship with the Lin family." Yihan agreed, "Brother Lin, please give me 1 month to prepare. I will do my utmost to help." He happily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yi, whether he is cured or not, you are still a friend of the Lin family." Yihan smiled and waved his hand. "Brother Lin is too courteous, just call me Yihan." Lin Beimo enthusiastically proposed, "Today is such a rare joyful occasion. How about I host and we all raise our glasses to celebrate?" Chu Yuner also happily agreed. She excitedly calculated, taking this opportunity to draw closer to Yi Han and gradually attract him to her side. The scene shifted to nighttime at a luxurious hotel in the city center. Inside, exquisite dishes had already been arranged across the table. Everyone was immersed in a joyful and relaxed atmosphere. He raised his hand to excuse himself. "I will step out for a moment." Afterwards, Yi Han walked out into the hotel lobby. He worriedly sent a message. It is already late. He needed to inform his sister to avoid making her concerned. At that moment, Yi Han suddenly noticed a familiar figure ahead. At this time, Luo Fei was standing by the corner of the wall flirting with her, gently praising, "You look very beautiful today." Chu Yuner replied in annoyance, "Luo Fei, are you not tired of this? I have already made it clear that I have a boyfriend." That man still stubbornly insisted Chu Yuner should stop deceiving him. He had already sent people to investigate and knew she absolutely did not have a boyfriend. Luo Fei secretly calculated with a feigned, infatuated gaze. Her figure was too alluring. If he could possess her, he would certainly enjoy it. Yet outwardly he appeared sincere and hoping she would accept his feeling. At that moment, Yi Han rushed in to stop him, loudly demanding that he stop, causing Luo Fei to irritably ask who he was and whether he was a bodyguard. Yi Han responded in surprise. What did he just say? Anger surged. He used force to tightly grip Luo Fei's wrist. Luo Fei cried out in pain. "Quickly let go, it hurts too much." Yi Han coldly flung that man against the wall before releasing his hand, causing Luo Fei to curse in fury. Chu Yuner seized the opportunity and came up with the idea of drawing closer to Yi Han. He pretended to reproach him for arriving late, saying that his girlfriend had almost been bullied by someone else. This action caused the other two men to exclaim in astonishment. Chu Yuner called out coquettishly, "Yi Han ka, help me." Yi Han secretly felt delighted, realizing that she was proactively creating an opportunity for him. He immediately played along, teasing that they had only been apart for a short while and she already missed him. Luo Fei shouted angrily, "That brat dared to steal my woman." That man aggressively charged forward, intending to attack Yi Han. Chu Yuner anxiously reminded him, "Yi Han, be careful." Yi Han swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick, shouting for that man to get lost. Chu Yuner admired and praised him, "You are truly formidable." Luo Fei was defeated with only a single move. Yi Han felt confident after his cultivation. Dandies like that were no longer his opponents. Chu Yuner intended to say something but hesitated. He gently placed his hand on her waist. Yi Han decisively led her away, unwilling to remain in a place filled with such rude people. Luo Fei roared with hatred, swearing to make Yi Han pay a heavy price. The two of them slowly walked out together. Chu Yuner lightly tugged at Yi Han's sleeve. She pouted and asked whether he wanted to date her. Yi Han laughed loudly, thinking that what had just happened was merely acting, yet it felt too real. Chu Yuner turned away in feigned anger, complaining that he was truly detestable. Yi Han watched her departing figure, secretly feeling pleased. Suddenly she turned back and called his name, causing Yi Han to be startled as he asked what was the matter. She mischievously suggested that tomorrow she would take him to experience a very interesting activity. Next day the two appeared at a bustling commercial district. They stopped in front of a crowded antique market. Yi Han felt disappointed upon learning that the stimulating place she mentioned was actually the antique market, while Chu Yuner excitedly introduced jadeite and precious items. He pulled his hand and led him inside, saying that a new batch of rough stones had just arrived. Yi Han secretly regretted last night's training, as he had thought there would be a major battle. Upon stepping inside, both of them suddenly paused to observe. Yi Han was astonished by the enormous quantity of rough stone. Hao Yu happily approached to greet Chu Yuner. Madame Bai praised her previous achievement, while Hao Yu hinted at wanting to share the profits. Chu Yuner responded modestly, while Yi Han realized that she had brought him here to test his ability. At that moment, Master Wang appeared with an unpleasant attitude, believing that if he had been present last time, Chu Yuner would not have been able to win. The crowd buzzed at the appearance of Master Wang, a renowned expert on par with the king of antiques. Yi Han sensed the tense atmosphere, and Chu Yuner explained that he was a competitor of her company's business. Master Wang arrogantly proposed a stone selection contest to determine the winner. Chu Yuner felt worried because she knew her own ability was inferior to her opponent and considered calling her grandfather for assistance. Master Wang disdainfully provoked her, saying that if she did not dare then she should withdraw early. Yi Han confidently stepped forward to accept the challenge on behalf of Chu Yuner. Everyone discussed animatedly about Yi Han's identity and doubted the young man's ability. Master Wang contemptuously asked what qualifications Yi Han had to dare represent her. Yi Han awkwardly prepared to introduce himself. Chu Yuner immediately held his hand and declared that he was her boyfriend, fully qualified to represent her. Those who admired her felt disappointed upon hearing the news and grew jealous of Yi Han. Master Wang agreed but demanded that there be a wager for the match. Chu Yuner straightforwardly asked what the betting condition was. He greedily set his sights on her family's jade shop located at the center of the market. The crowd was astonished because it was a valuable asset, believing that Master Wang was taking advantage of the opportunity. Yi Han calmly asked about the condition if Master Wang were to lose. He sneered, firmly believing that he could not possibly fail, leading the spectators to also mock Yi Han. Master Wang declared that if he lost, he would endure humiliation before the crowd and compensate with assets of equivalent value. Chu Yuner worriedly asked Yi Han about his chances of victory, and he confidently affirmed his ability. Hearing this, she decisively accepted the match. Master Wang requested everyone around to serve as witnesses to the agreement. Yi Han enthusiastically suggested beginning the selection of rough stone. Seeing him choose randomly, Chu Yuner seriously instructed him on how to observe the crystallization and external pattern. Yi Han innocently confirmed the information again. He continued to ask which color of jadeite was the most valuable, causing her to be surprised. The crowd mocked Yi Han for his lack of knowledge and believed that he would certainly fail. Chu Yuner irritably reproached him for having no knowledge yet still daring to compete, while Yi Han reassured her. She had no choice but to explain that jadeite, which was transparent like crystal, was the most valuable. Yi Han silently memorized this information. Chu Yuner, feeling disappointed, intended to choose herself, but Yi Han had already quickly decided on his stone. He asked in surprise whether he had finished choosing and moved closer to inspect it. After examining it, she remarked that the stone had no crystallization and its surface was full of cracks. When she saw the price was only 500, she became even more astonished, while Yi Han remained confident that it was a bargain. Chu Yuner angrily tapped his head and criticized this unreasonable choice. The crowd also mocked him because the stone had been in stock for many years without anyone buying it, firmly believing that Yi Han would lose. Master Wang smugly urged them to begin cutting the stone. Chu Yuner panicked and wanted to change the selection at the last moment. Yi Han held her hand and gently affirmed that she should trust him. If he lost, he would take responsibility. Chu Yuner blushed and gently nodded in agreement, leaving the decision to him. Even if they lost, it would not matter. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt both envy and bitterness. They truly admired him. Wondering why that young man received such favor from the young lady, their jealousy was overwhelming. Master Wang displayed clear disdain. No matter what you do, you are bound to lose. There is no need to waste time and effort. Yi Han calmly replied with confidence, "The one who will fail is not me, but you." The surrounding people whispered in doubt, wondering where this young man got such confidence. Just by looking at the two rough stones, the outcome seemed obvious. It appeared he was being overly arrogant. At that moment, Lai Tran respectfully reported, "Master Wang, all the tools have been fully prepared." He sternly reminded everyone to be extremely careful as there might be jade worth millions inside. He nodded reassuringly, "Please rest assured, Master, we are using the most professional equipment available." Shortly after, Lai Tran brought out the high-pressure water cutting devices one by one. Along with them were plasma metal cutting tools and modern portable grinders. The three of them began working slowly and carefully. At this moment, Chu Yuner gestured with her hand, "This side also needs to be cut." Uncle Lai, standing nearby, immediately responded cheerfully, "All right, I will handle it right away." When she saw the tools they brought, she angrily shouted, "Are you planning to use these to cut?" They replied indifferently that there was nothing inside the stone anyway, so they might as well smash it casually. Yi Han calmly stepped forward and said, "Leave those tools, we will handle it ourselves," causing Chu Yuner to mutter irritably, "How annoying." He threw the tools to the ground in frustration, saying that unless they were at the end of their rope they would not give up. What a waste of time. Seeing Yi Han struggling slightly with the task, she worried silently, "This is bad, should I call my grandfather to help?" Suddenly everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "It is revealed, it is second-grade ice jade, this is a huge win." Master Wang aggressively ordered them to continue cutting. "This round is firmly in our grasp." Lai Tran suddenly announced excitedly, "It is out." As the item inside was revealed, the audience immediately competed to bid. This stone is estimated to produce 4 jade bracelets. Many people began offering prices one after another, 2 million, 3 million, then 3.5 million, but Master Wang smugly stopped them. "Do not rush." He leisurely suggested, Wait until the other side finishes cutting, then you can continue choosing. Crowd mocked with disdain, they are only using hammers and axes to break the stone. It is ridiculous and utterly embarrassing. Chu Yuner urged anxiously, Yi Han, they have already finished over there, what are you hesitating for? Calmly raised the axe and said he was finding the right position to avoid damaging the jade inside. Master Wang laughed mockingly, speaking as if you can see through the inside of the stone. Han smiled inwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed because he truly could see it. Immediately after, he decisively swung the axe and shattered the rock. Seeing this, the old man snorted coldly in ridicule, rushing like that is useless. There might not be anything inside at all. When he clearly saw the item that appeared, Master Wang was completely stunned. Audience shielded their eyes from the dazzling light, unable to tell what kind of treasure it was. Chu Yuner pointed in astonishment, it is green. Yi Han held the shimmering jade in his hand and smiled as he declared, I am sorry, but it seems I have one. Crowd marveled in admiration. This jade is enormous and of the highest glass grade, completely surpassing Master Wang. Master Wang refused to accept it and loudly accused, impossible, how could that worthless stone produce such a treasure, you must have cheated. Yi Han shook his head and challenged him, you say I cheated, then how exactly did I cheat? He forcefully swung the axe in front of the two large stones for everyone to witness. Yi Han shouted excitedly, come out now. He continuously struck the stone without any hesitation. Another patch of green appeared, the audience shouted excitedly, there is green again. Yi Han continued to strike decisively. Noticing that all the exposed parts shared the same color, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, another piece of green jade. Finally, he excitedly broke apart the remaining stone, determined to reveal everything. Seeing that everything was uniformly green, everyone stood in shock with mouths agape, all of it was jade. Master Wang could not believe it, his hands and feet trembling, while Chu Yuner cheered joyfully, Yi Han, you are amazing. Many people respectfully knelt to request apprenticeship, honoring Yi Han as a true master, believing that Master Wang was utterly incomparable, as it was rare for all rough stones to yield jade. Yi Han smiled modestly in response, you flatter me, please wait until Master Wang and I settle the outcome before continuing, which made the old man furious inside. An elderly man asked curiously, how much was Master Wang's jade worth earlier? Chu Yuner happily replied, it seemed to be 3.5 million. Soon after, the business owners began bidding one after another, from 5 million to 10 million, then 20 million for all the jade, with someone even boldly raising it to 25 million. Master Wang tried to appear friendly and asked Chu Yuner to help negotiate, promising to take only half to preserve his dignity. Yi Han coldly responded with a punch, demanding that he leave. Chu Yuner's elder mocked him, you still dare to cause trouble for Master Yi, and warned that if he offended Yi Han, he would find it difficult to survive in the industry. Master Wang lowered his head in anger, grinding his teeth and cursing silently. Realizing the unfavorable situation, he panicked and attempted to slip away quietly. Before leaving, Master Wang gritted his teeth and threatened that he would find an opportunity to take revenge. Seeing his sneaky behavior, Yi Han frowned and recognized his intention to escape. Without hesitation, he threw the axe to block the path, forcing the old man to stop. Yi Han said with satisfaction, since you have lost, you must accept it. Where is that barking voice now? Master Wang reluctantly bowed his head and complied. He bent over in flattery, trying to please Master Yi after fulfilling his promise. Yi Han sternly warned, if you dare to bully my family again, I will not spare you, now get lost. Master Wang hurriedly left amid the crowd's mocking laughter. Everyone remarked that his performance was truly disgraceful. At that moment, Yi Han suddenly remembered something important, but Chu Yuner gently reassured him that no one would dare to trouble her. He asked curiously, what about your uncle? Yi Han teased playfully, so I have become part of your family now, should we consider marriage first? When will you introduce me to your parents? Chu Yuner blushed and protested fiercely, stop talking nonsense. Some customers enthusiastically surrounded them, offering 25 million to buy the jade, with some even eagerly inviting Yi Han to special gatherings. However, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him that sent shivers through his body. Yi Han quickly decided to sell all the jade to everyone, except for the precious glass-grade piece which he had reserved for Chu Yuner, leaving her extremely surprised. The others reluctantly left, admitting that Chu Yuner was the most deserving person to possess that treasure. Chu Yuner smiled brightly with emotion and softly thanked Yi Han. Without hesitation, she gently kissed his cheek, making Yi Han feel extremely proud. Surrounding people covered their eyes and joked, wishing they too could be favored by a wealthy young lady, but everyone admitted that Yi Han's strength was the decisive factor. After calculating, Yihan happily realized he had gained 30 million, finally able to provide a better life for his loved ones. Chu Yuner urged quickly, "Do not stand there in a daze, let us leave this place at once." She carefully reminded him that if they delayed, they might encounter danger on the road, causing Yihan to ask in surprise. During this, he immediately grabbed Chu Yuner's hand and ran, while she nervously asked him to slow down. The scene shifted to a deserted road, where a red car was speeding forward. Inside the car, Yihan cautiously asked whether he should call her family to pick her up, but Chu Yuner calmly replied that this road was very safe. However, just as she finished speaking, they suddenly noticed a black car rushing straight toward them. That car abruptly blocked the front of their vehicle. Yihan shouted in alarm, "Be careful." Thanks to her steady driving skills, she skillfully maneuvered through and escaped the pursuit of those people. Yihan then opened the car door and stepped out, speaking irritably, "Do you people even know how to drive?" He frowned and warned, "I think something is not right, be careful." As soon as the words fell, a young man with an arrogant expression slowly stepped forward. Tuan Lang declared aggressively, "This road is blocked, you there, get down here and talk to me." Seeing the situation ahead, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the number of people was not too large. He gently reminded with concern, "Do not underestimate them, that is the famous SGMW in the circle." Suddenly, another large group of people crowded out from inside the vehicle. Yihan gaped in astonishment, just how many people were packed inside that. Immediately afterward, a leisurely figure appeared. Ju Lao Tam Vin greeted, "Kid, long time no see." Recognizing the other party, he immediately glared with annoyance, so it was Lao Tam. Lone Nhi asked in confusion, "Do you know this person?" Yihan replied with a half-smile, "Not only do I know him, we also have quite a deep connection." He curled his lips in mockery, "Lao Tam, has your chrysanthemum been well lately?" That man flew into a rage and shouted, "Bastard, you dare to be disrespectful to me." The underlings were also stunned and thought to themselves, could it be that third brother Tam has some strange hobby? Yu Lao Tam threatened sternly, "Stop your nonsense. Will you get into the car yourself or should I have someone invite you?" The underlings arrogantly evaluated, looking at how skinny this guy is, he probably cannot withstand a single move, and the girl beside him is quite pretty. "Follow me. I have plenty of money, beauty, would you like to come with me?" She looked at him uneasily. "Yihan, they do not seem simple." He smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry, I am here." After saying that, Yihan calmly stepped forward. That man threw the cigarette to the ground and ordered, "Brothers, teach him a lesson." The whole group charged forward fiercely. "You dare to touch third brother Tam, today you will not have an easy time." One of them shouted, "Taste this move of mine. If you know what is good for you, then kneel down and apologize while there is still time." Hearing those words, he only gave a cold and disdainful smile. Yihan curled his lips with interest, just in time to use you as test dummies for the chi refining art. He gently circulated his strength, his gaze sharp, "Open your eyes and watch." Before that powerful move, the underlings cried out miserably in unison. Someone screamed in panic, "Oh my god, there is a monster here." After finishing everything, Yihan leisurely rotated his wrist and returned to his original spot. Don Nhi looked at him with admiration, "You are truly too formidable." He smiled modestly, "It is just a small matter." But in his heart, Yihan secretly lamented, "I just used too much force." At that moment, Ju Lao Tam seized the chance to slip away, his figure nowhere to be seen. That man was so frightened that he fell to the ground and scrambled away. Yihan leisurely pushed the car aside to clear the path. He laughed and called out, "Lao Tam, where are you hurrying off to?" Seeing that inscrutable gaze, that man turned pale with fear. Ju Lao Tam knelt down and begged, "Brother Deep, I know I was wrong, please spare me, I will not dare again." Yihan grabbed his collar and asked sternly, "Tell me the truth, who sent you here?" Ju Lao Tam replied tremblingly, "It was the people of the Feng family." That man hurriedly confessed, "We were ordered to bring you and the young lady back. I know nothing about the other matters." Chu Yuner immediately reminded upon hearing this, the Feng family is a major force in Sun Hai, involved in both the light and dark worlds, not easy to provoke. Ju Lao Tam said anxiously, "I have told you everything, can you spare me now?" He replied coldly and concisely, "Go." After saying that, Yihan casually kicked him flying away, "Consider it helping you move faster." Don Nhi asked curiously, "Yihan, what do you plan to do next?" He smiled faintly, "Since they have come looking for me, I should return the courtesy." Shifting to the front of Hon Thien's house, Yihan pondered, "At present I can only deal with a few ordinary people." He concluded to himself, to confront reckless forces like the Feng family, this strength is still not enough. Without further hesitation, Yihan opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing him, he greeted politely, "Zhao Hongshan." At that moment, Yihan suddenly sensed a strange aura. He was astonished by the energy surrounding Hone Thien. Could this be inner force? Hone Thien slowly opened his eyes. You have arrived. Han said honestly, I want to learn boxing techniques from you, and also ask you to take a look at your leg. Unexpectedly, Hone Thien exclaimed in surprise, you already have inner power within you, and it has only been a few days. Han smiled awkwardly and explained half seriously and half jokingly, yesterday I met an old beggar. He said I was a martial arts prodigy and gave me a pill, saying I must keep world peace. Hone Thien looked at him helplessly. Stop making things up. He said seriously, I will not ask about your secrets, but having inner power without knowing techniques makes it difficult to unleash your strength. Yihan smiled ingratiatingly. That is why I came to you. Hone Thien said no more and raised his hand to demonstrate. Watch this movement carefully. He began to explain, today I will pass on to you the 5 elements fist. Yihan immediately focused on observing every movement. Hone Thien closed his eyes and circulated his strength, gathering energy in both hands. With just one punch, the wooden log in front of him instantly shattered. Witnessing this scene, Yihan could not help but marvel, truly incredible. Hone Thien cleared his throat lightly. When I was healthy, I was several times stronger than this. Just then, Zhao Yaoyu walked out of the kitchen angrily. Where is the tree I just planted? Hone Thien hurriedly ended the lesson. That is roughly it, try it yourself. Yihan responded eagerly, all right. Watching him wave his arms and legs, Hone Thien thought to himself, back then it took me 3 years of hard training to succeed, let me see how long he can endure. However, in just a short moment, Yihan knocked down the wall, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. He exclaimed excitedly, I did it. Hone Thien was stunned and cursed inwardly. What on earth is this? Yihan smiled and asked, is my practice like this acceptable? Hone Thien frowned and nodded, it is barely passable. After that, Hone Thien took out a book. This is my boxing manual. If there is anything you do not understand, then ask. Yihan happily accepted it. Thank you. He read attentively, so this is how it should be practiced. Just then Zhao Yaoyu shouted loudly, where is my wall? While engrossed in his research, Yihan suddenly sensed killing intent approaching. Before he could react, he was given a memorable beating by her. Zhao Yaoyu sternly drove him outside, fixed the wall before coming back. 6 days later at the Tam Bat Thai bar. Inside, the MC enthusiastically announced, welcome everyone, tonight young Master Zhao is paying for everything. The crowd below danced wildly. My stage has no place for those who get in the way. At this moment, Yihan sat at the bar in deep thought. According to Chu Yuner, this was the lair of the Feng family. He placed the glass down and remained secretly vigilant. The Feng family is indeed insidious. Yihan picked up another bottle of wine, his heart full of uncertainty as he had not yet found a direction. Chu Yuner was also unable to trace his whereabouts. Perhaps there was another way. He decisively threw the wine bottle forward, intending to force that man to reveal himself. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion echoed from inside, accompanied by the sound of shattering. Everyone cried out in panic, what is happening? A fight has broken out, hurry and run. In an instant, a group of fierce thugs surrounded them, daring to cause trouble on the territory of the Feng family. Are you tired of living? Obediently come with us. If you resist, do not blame us. Han crossed his arms, his gaze icy. Do you think these few people are enough to capture me? Call the Feng family out here. They angrily cursed, you think you are worthy of meeting the Feng family. Charge, teach him a lesson. Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. At that moment, he secretly felt satisfied with his progress. After several days of study, he had begun to grasp the essence of the 5 elements fist. Yihan eagerly dodged the attacks, treating these men as training targets. He skillfully unleashed a series of techniques such as crushing fist, drilling fist, splitting fist, cannon fist, and horizontal fist. In just a short moment, all the opponents were defeated. Yihan casually brushed off his hands, showing that no one could rival him. Witnessing this scene, everyone discussed in astonishment. 1 man against 10 and defeating them in the blink of an eye, truly a master. Yet some believed that once the Feng family appeared, he would find it difficult to escape. At that moment from upstairs, Feng Tao arrogantly spoke, commenting that this young man's skills were indeed impressive. He sternly warned, but daring to cause trouble on my territory cannot be overlooked. Feng Tao coldly demanded that if a satisfactory explanation was not given, today he should not even think of leaving this place. Han frankly asked in return, 3 days ago you sent people to block my path, who was the one behind it? Hearing this, he suddenly realized, so it was you, and immediately ordered an attack because he was the person Bai Xiao was searching for. The surrounding crowd became terrified upon hearing this, not expecting that he would dare offend Bai Xiao. Without hesitation, they fiercely charged down to attack, while Yihan arrogantly replied that they did not know their own limits. Afterward, Yihan unleashed his full strength in counterattack, continuously defeating each opponent. He powerfully broke through the obstacles and quickly advanced straight to the second floor. Witnessing this, Feng Tao exclaimed in shock that this was indeed an inner strength master. Yihan confidently faced him. "If you do not wish to suffer losses, then honestly answer my question." Feng Tao took a deep breath, released his cane, and said that it had been a long time since he had used his full strength. Immediately afterward, his body transformed, his muscles becoming firm and filled with power. He excitedly declared that he was also an inner strength master and wished to determine superiority with Yihan. Faced with this situation, Yihan could only utter a disappointed remark. He revealed a provocative smile, indicating whether the opponent had the ability to make him take the fight seriously. With a confident expression, he urged the opponent to make a move and test his strength. Immediately afterward, both simultaneously unleashed a powerful aura that enveloped the space. The onlookers whispered fearfully. The aura of both sides was astonishing. No one knew who this young man was to be able to stand on equal footing with the Feng family. Feng Tao decisively unleashed a mighty punch named Tiger Killing. Yihan was no less formidable, as he powerfully executed the move Cannon Fist in response. The two rushed straight at each other without hesitation in a fierce confrontation. A violent shockwave erupted between them like a raging storm. The crowd panicked and cried out. The pressure was too terrifying, causing them to fearfully want to leave this place immediately. After exchanging blows, both took the initiative to step back to stabilize the situation. Numerous traces of battle appeared on their bodies as they looked at each other with vigilance. Surrounding spectators anxiously speculated about who would be the victor, many believing that Feng Tao with his profound inner strength would have the advantage. Suddenly Yihan paused and then knelt down on one knee. He slightly curled his lips, his smile revealing clear interest. The old man said disdainfully that a brat like you was still far inferior. Suddenly Feng Tao felt that something was wrong. He became dizzy and then collapsed to the ground. Yihan smiled smugly, his expression full of satisfaction. Feng Tao trembled in disbelief. How could this be? How could I possibly lose? He said coldly that he had long seen through the opponent's move. Thanks to the yin-yang dharma eyes, he grasped the flow of energy and thus struck with precision. Everyone retreated in terror. The Feng family had lost again. This man was truly frightening. Seized the chance while he was distracted and attacked. The old man gritted his teeth in hatred. How could I be defeated by a brat not yet fully grown? Immediately afterward, Feng Tao hastily grabbed the gun hidden behind his back. Han leisurely stepped forward and asked, "Bai Hiu, earlier you mentioned Luke Fai, did you not?" He frowned and bargained, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" He replied decisively, "Your life can be spared, but for harming others I will cripple your martial arts." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Tao raised the gun, causing Yihan to be startled. The situation was dangerous. He had a gun in his hand. That tense moment, a gunshot rang out, breaking the atmosphere. Yan Lingqiao appeared and coldly ordered, "Put down the weapon. Everyone raise your hands." Feng Tao clutched his hand and screamed in pain, while Yihan was surprised by the appearance of the police. The police quickly took control of the scene, ordering everyone to remain still and follow them for investigation. One of the men in the group fearfully begged, "Officer, we were wrong." Yan Lingqiao slowly walked toward Yihan. She placed her foot on the chair with a powerful aura, causing him to glance over unconsciously. He coldly asked whether he would handcuff himself or let her help. The scene shifted to the interrogation room, the atmosphere heavy. Yihan leaned back in the chair, yawning calmly. Yan Lingqiao read the file, confirming his identity and background. He replied confidently, "With such a clear record, you know I am a good person, release me quickly." He dismissed it. "If you are a good person, then how do you explain the fight with those people?" In front of him was a series of photographic evidence laid out. Yihan calmly said that they sought trouble with him first, and he merely acted in self-defense. She questioned, "More than 30 people were knocked down and the leader was seriously injured, and you call that self-defense?" He helplessly said, "Was I supposed to stand still and let them beat me?" Yan Lingqiao grabbed his collar and pressed, "From weak to strong like this, who stands behind you, which organization?" Yihan cast a distracted glance, causing his gaze to lose focus slightly. Yan Lingqiao immediately became furious and shouted loudly. She angrily prepared to make a move, asking where he was looking. Quickly realized that her intention was to take action. Yihan reflexively grabbed her hand and nimbly evaded. After that, he bent down to avoid the next kick. Yan Lingqiao lost her patience and raised her leg, launching a decisive attack. Yihan barely managed to react and dodge. It was truly too dangerous. He let out a mocking laugh. The police. If you want to test my abilities, then do not choose this place. Yan Lingqiao was both embarrassed and angry. You hateful man, let go of me at once, and you even dare to close your eyes, do not look. When she threw a punch, Yihan accidentally saw something strange. It was a fleeting glimpse hidden beneath the hem of Yan Lingqiao's skirt. He suddenly had a nosebleed and fell backward. Yihan hesitantly spoke with hidden meaning. It seems I just glimpsed a secret corner of the world. She became so furious that she shouted loudly, "Bastard, I will definitely not spare you." He hurriedly explained, "Beauty, do not be angry. Actually, I have not even seen the pink color clearly." Yan Lingqiao grew even more furious and rushed forward to strike. "Stand still right there." At that moment, another police officer rushed in anxiously. "Captain, Deputy Director Chu Yuner has arrived. He is releasing the people of the Feng family." She turned her head and asked in astonishment, "What did you say?" Yan Lingqiao immediately decided, "I will go check the situation." Yihan breathed a sigh of relief at escaping danger. Right after that she gave a firm order, "Bring this man along." The police officer nodded and replied, "Understood, Captain." He pulled Yihan along and urged, "Hurry up." The scene shifted to the outer hall. Feng Tao smiled and shook hands. "Thank you, Deputy Director Chu Yuner, for your help this time. I will send some local gifts to your home later." Cheng Dong laughed loudly and added, "No need to be so polite, we are all acquaintances." Yan Lingqiao expressed her dissatisfaction. "We discovered firearms in the bar and suspect illegal activities. We cannot release them so casually." He retorted unhappily, "Xiao Yan, do not speak recklessly without evidence. Mr. Feng is a legitimate businessman. The guns belong to the security guards and are fully licensed." Then Cheng Dong pointed at Yihan. "He is the one who should be the focus, understand." He continued to flatter, "The director is truly wise. With your guidance our unit will continue to develop." Then humbly responded, "I do not deserve such praise." She firmly opposed, "Even so we must investigate clearly before releasing anyone. Releasing them now is unreasonable." Cheng Dong angrily shouted, "Am I the deputy director or are you the deputy director? Follow my orders. Put Yihan into the detention room immediately." Immediately, many police officers surrounded the two of them. Yihan warned coldly, "Deputy Director Chu Yuner, you had better think carefully." Next he took out his phone and sent a message, "I am at the police station, come quickly." He sneered disdainfully, "Someone like you still dares to act arrogant, arrest him for me. I will personally interrogate him later." The police officers responded in unison, "Understood." At that moment Yan Lingqiao spoke sternly, "Stop." She declared clearly, "I have received direct orders from the higher authorities. This case is under my responsibility." Everyone stepped back. Cheng Dong angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are talking to? Do you still consider me your superior?" Yan Lingqiao said decisively, "This is an order from the government. Everyone obey my command, arrest Feng Tao." The police officers below hesitated and whispered among themselves, unsure whom to obey, but seeing the government directive it was likely true. He roared, "What kind of work attitude is this? Do you believe a mere message?" Cheng Dong further threatened, "I will remove you from your position as captain." Just then Hai Bin stepped in and coldly asked, "On what grounds do you think you can remove her?" Hearing the familiar voice, everyone immediately turned to look. The person who had just spoken with imposing presence was Hai Bin. Seeing his friends arrive, Yihan happily called out, "Don Nhai, Brother Lam." The two of them responded joyfully. The people around were horrified and whispered, "Why are so many important figures appearing? None of them are easy to provoke." Feng Tao and Cheng Dong secretly felt uneasy. Could it be that they came because of Yihan? Impossible. Was it not said that he had no background? Bin stepped forward and asked mockingly, "I heard someone was bullying my brother. I came to see who is so bold." Cheng Dong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Do not misunderstand. We are only acting according to the law." Lin Beimo said coldly, "You do not arrest those with problems but instead arrest an innocent person. Is that what you call fairness?" He frowned and replied, "Accusations require evidence. Slander carries responsibility." Hai Bin smiled faintly and warned, "There are things you think are hidden but in reality everyone knows." Cheng Dong stammered, "I have always acted openly and uprightly." Hai Bin said decisively, "Fine, if you want evidence then I will show it to you." He made a phone call, "Old Zhao, come in." A voice on the other end replied, "I am already outside. I have been waiting for a long time." As he stepped in, Old Zhao shouted loudly, "Cheng Dong, you want evidence, right? I have brought it here." Cheng Dong panicked, "Director Zhao, why are you here?" He threw the stack of documents down. Under orders from the higher authorities, Cheng Dong colluded with underground forces and is temporarily suspended for investigation. He murmured in shock, "Being investigated, being dismissed." Feng Tao quietly reminded, "You should take a closer look. do not misunderstand. Ding Dong angrily shouted, "Shut up, this is all because of you." He lost control and rushed forward to cause trouble. "Beng Tao, you have ruined me." The other hurriedly defended himself. "I know nothing, do not go too far." Old Zhao ordered, "Take both of them away," and the police immediately carried out the command. Han laughed with satisfaction. "Serves you right. Who told you to enjoy bullying the weak?" The other three could only remain speechless upon hearing this. "You are the weak one, you have so many powerful people supporting you." The scene shifted to night at the luxurious restaurant Virgin Pub. The four of them happily raised their glasses in celebration. Han said sincerely, "Thank you to both of you and to Don Nhai for helping me this time." Hai Bin replied with a smile, "It was just a small matter. I had already heard Lin Beimo mention you before." He added, "We should thank Don Nhai for using her connections, which is why the directive came so quickly." Yihan smiled meaningfully. "There is no need for formality between her and me." He blushed and pushed him away. "Who is close to you?" All four of them burst into cheerful laughter. Hai Bin called out, "Come on, let us continue drinking." Everyone continued chatting and raising their glasses without pause. Before long, more than a dozen bottles of wine had been emptied on the table. Han said enthusiastically, "Come on, let us drink more." Seeing everyone already drunk, he asked in surprise, "You are already like this after drinking just a little?" Lin Beimo muttered in praise, "Your alcohol tolerance is truly impressive." Yihan proudly thought, "Perhaps practicing martial arts has greatly increased my tolerance." Two of them understood each other, and each helped one person to stand up. He murmured, "It is time to head back," and the other nodded in agreement. Lin Beimo winked meaningfully, "We will go first. Don Nhai is entrusted to you." Yihan was bewildered and did not understand. Hai Bin smiled and encouraged, "Do your best." He replied irritably, "What nonsense are you thinking?" That moment Chu Yuner suddenly stirred, drawing Yihan's attention. She leaned close to him, breathing rapidly and softly complaining that she felt very uncomfortable. Yihan was startled and hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, we are still out on the street, my lady." As soon as Chu Yuner finished speaking, she vomited, and he cried out in panic, "Hey, do not do that." The scene shifted to Hu Engai Hotel, room number 305. At this moment, Yihan stepped out of the bathroom looking relieved, finally clean. He leisurely put on his clothes and walked toward the bed. Meanwhile, the girl was still deeply asleep. Yihan mocked himself inwardly. Who said that dealing with a drunk person is easy? That was complete nonsense. Suddenly, Chu Yuner shifted slightly and murmured that she felt hot. She tiredly kicked her legs around. He stared intently, and a bold thought arose: with someone this beautiful, could it be that tonight he would escape his loneliness? Chu Yuner suddenly turned over. At that very moment, her leg accidentally struck Yihan in a sensitive spot. The impact caused him to stiffen in pain. His face turned pale as he stood frozen for a long moment. He clutched the sore spot and groaned, "I was wrong. I should not have thought such improper thoughts." Just then the phone rang, surprising him who would call at this hour. The screen showed Grandpa. Yihan suddenly understood. It was that old man. He must be worried because he could not find Chu Yuner. "I should explain a little." He quickly answered, "Hello Grandpa, this is Yihan." Yan Mingshan replied cheerfully, "Yihan, in a few days I have something I would like to discuss with you." He asked curiously, "What do you need me for?" The old man calmly said, "It will be clearer when we meet in person." Suddenly he grew suspicious. "Why are you holding Don Nhai's phone so late at night? Explain it clearly." Yihan awkwardly reassured him, "Do not worry, she is already asleep." Yan Mingshan asked in surprise, "Asleep already?" He hurriedly explained, "It is not what you think, there is nothing between us." The old man sighed and said, "Fine, I will not interfere in your relationship, but you will have to handle her family yourself." He ended the call saying it was late and that was enough for now. Han stood there bewildered. What exactly do I have to overcome? Time quickly passed to the next day. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. Both of them were still fast asleep. In his dream, Yihan softly called out affectionately, "Don Nhai." He was startled awake, thinking something had happened, and screamed. Yihan woke up in alarm. "What happened? Is there a fire or an earthquake?" Without another word, Chu Yuner angrily slapped him. "You jerk." He looked confused. "What did I even do?" He scolded him in embarrassment. "You scoundrel, how dare you take advantage of me when I was not conscious? I cannot live with this." Yihan forced a smile and explained, "I did not do anything, I only helped you change your clothes." She remained suspicious. "Even if you did nothing, you must have seen everything and you even touched me." He said seriously, "I turned off the lights while helping you change. I did nothing inappropriate." She scrutinized him. "Really, you are not lying to me?" He affirmed firmly, "Really, I am not that kind of person." He asked one last time, "You are sure you did not look or do anything beyond the limit?" He replied, "I guarantee it." She sighed regretfully, such a good opportunity and you still let it pass. You are truly disappointing. Yihan was struck again and slammed into the wall. He could only lament silently. The hearts of women are truly hard to understand. At this moment, Chu Yuner made a phone call. I am in room 303 of Hu Engai Hotel. Bring clothes immediately. Yihan stealthily tried to slip away step by step. His trembling hand reached for the doorknob. Suddenly a sharp object flew past his face. Broke out in a cold sweat that was close, she asked coldly, trying to run away. Yihan turned pale and asked, then what do you want? Chu Yuner sat on the bed and smiled. I have not decided yet, but whenever I call in the future, you must come immediately. He quickly agreed and hurriedly left. All right, just call me whenever you need. She watched him with confidence. You cannot escape from me. Once outside, Yihan sighed. It seems this time she has me completely under control. At that moment, he ran into a familiar person. Ban waved and called out, Yihan. He asked in surprise, why are you here? The man smiled meaningfully. How was last night? I even brought you some tonic. Yihan sighed, it is a long story. Then he asked where his brother Lam. Ban said he had something to attend to and left earlier. I was free so I came to find you. Where are we going now? Yihan suggested visiting his sister, and he immediately agreed. The scene shifted to Textile Factory, number 30. The two of them drove to the location. Oiken reminded everyone, stand properly, a leader is coming for inspection. Everyone greeted in unison. Yihan smiled and replied, everyone has worked hard. Someone questioned, is the person in that car Yihan? Another denied it, saying he had been absent for several days. Arriving at the gate, he cheerfully said they had arrived. As soon as he entered, colleagues asked why they had not seen him for days. They said Director Wang would not grant leave and even planned to fire him. His sister was pleading on his behalf. Han remained calm. It is fine, this time I came to resign. He explained his situation, and Hai Ban comforted him after listening. Standing in front of the director's office, they heard a scream of distress. Recognizing the familiar voice, Yihan called out in panic, sister. Inside, his sister was curled up in the corner. She was terrified and kept begging. Director Wang threatened that if she screamed, he would fire both of them. Sister angrily cursed him as shameless and threatened to report him. He sneered and said that seeking help would be useless. It was best for her to obey. The young woman cried out for help in despair, repeatedly begging him not to do that. At that moment, Yihan forcefully kicked the door open and shouted, stop right there. How dare you bully my sister? I will not let you off. Yihan quickly removed his coat. He then gently draped the coat over his sister and asked with concern, are you all right? Yijing choked back tears and replied that she was fine. She worriedly exclaimed, Yihan, how could you dare to lay hands on Director Wang? He will surely fire you. Yihan confidently explained, sister, this time I came to help you resign. I have earned a large sum of money so you will not have to suffer anymore. Director Wang roared angrily, you bastard, you dare to hit me, men, bring this brat to my office immediately. That man laughed sinisterly and provoked, this kid is truly courting death. Yijing panicked and urged Yihan, leave quickly. I will try to hold them back, but he calmly reassured her that she should not worry. No matter how many of them came, he was not afraid. At this moment, Hai Bin added in a deep voice that even the famous young master Feng was no match for Yihan, let alone a few insignificant men like these. He still asked with doubt, is Yihan really as formidable as they say? As soon as her words fell, a group of fierce men rushed in and loudly announced that their boss had arrived. Io Kwang glared fiercely and shouted, who dares to cause trouble for Brother Wang? Today he will surely learn his lesson. Director Wang pointed at Yihan with delight. It is this man, teach him a lesson at once. That man immediately ordered his subordinates to attack and threatened that if he knelt and begged for mercy now, he might be shown leniency. Outside, several workers curiously asked each other what was happening to cause such a commotion inside. They quickly spread the news that Yihan had struck Director Wang, forcing him to call people for retaliation. Many even felt pleased because this lecher often harassed female workers. However, some were worried for Yihan, believing that he alone could hardly withstand so many people. But soon after, Yihan easily knocked the henchmen out of the doorway, coldly ordering them to get lost and showing clear disdain. Everyone who witnessed this was astonished and disgusted excitedly, unable to believe that Yihan alone had defeated the entire group, transforming from a thin young man into someone as powerful as a superhero. Yijing asked her brother in astonishment why he had become so formidable. He modestly replied that he had apprenticed under a master and learned a few techniques, prompting Hai Bin to proudly remark that he had nothing more to teach. Amid the chaos, Director Wang secretly tried to escape after realizing that the situation was unfavorable. However, Yihan quickly blocked his path, leaving him no chance to flee. Seeing Yihan easily create a dent in the wall, Director Wang turned pale and cried out in fear. Yihan coldly asked, "Where do you think you are going? Did you not just say you would cripple me?" Facing his icy gaze, that man trembled with tears welling in his eyes. Director Wang hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. "Yihan, sir, I know I was wrong. Please spare me this time." The crowd was astonished to see the usually arrogant Director Wang kneeling for mercy. Many even gleefully demanded that he kowtow and apologize. Yi Jing, with her kind heart, advised her brother to let the matter go, saying that one should be tolerant, and Yihan reluctantly agreed. Then coldly warned that if it happened again, he would not be spared so easily, and ordered him to leave immediately. Director Wang hastily bowed in gratitude and continued to flatter them before departing. At that moment, Manager Lin suddenly appeared at the scene. He loudly demanded to know what was causing such a disturbance. Everyone whispered anxiously that the workshop manager was Director Wang's brother-in-law, fearing that Yihan would face serious trouble this time. Director Wang immediately ran over crying for help, hoping his brother-in-law would stand up for him. Manager Lin angrily asked who dared to cause trouble for his people, and Director Wang resentfully pointed straight at Yihan. That man further incited his brother-in-law to contact the police chief he knew to arrest Yihan. Unexpectedly, Yi Jing bravely stepped forward to take all responsibility, asserting that the matter had nothing to do with her brother. Director Wang sinisterly threatened that neither sibling would escape this matter, and that he would settle the score after capturing Yihan. Haibin laughed and challenged him, asking whether he truly believed he could cover the sky with one hand. Suddenly, a shoe flew from somewhere and struck Director Wang on the head. That man turned around in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. He picked up the shoe and examined it with a puzzled expression. After smelling the unpleasant odor, Director Wang angrily shouted, demanding to know who had thrown it. When he turned back, he discovered the workers staring at him with fury and began to sense that the situation was not favorable. The workers collectively hurled objects at him and angrily accused him of his oppressive actions over the years. Director Wang fled in panic, continuously calling for his brother-in-law to help him. Manager Lin angrily shouted, threatening the troublemakers by asking if they no longer wished to continue working. Yihan indignantly questioned why the workshop manager continued to shield Director Wang despite the widespread resentment he had caused. Manager Lin pondered silently, knowing that although his brother-in-law had caused many problems, failing to protect him would lead to reproach from his wife at home. Director Wang tearfully begged his brother-in-law to help resolve the situation. Just as Manager Lin was about to order a suppression, Secretary Li hurriedly spoke up to stop him. He asked in confusion why Secretary Li appeared so alarmed. Secretary Li, pale-faced, reported that Yihan had arrived in a vehicle belonging to a high-ranking leader, and that the person accompanying him seemed to be the mayor's son, leaving the workshop manager utterly shocked. Hearing this news, Manager Lin instinctively turned his head to look toward Yihan. He began to feel fearful, suspecting that they had come for an internal investigation and imagining the prospect of being scrutinized by disciplinary authorities. Meanwhile, Yihan cheerfully asked Haibin where they should go for a meal later and was recommended a famous nearby restaurant. After careful consideration, Manager Lin decided that the only way to save himself was to change his attitude and quickly step forward. At this moment, Director Wang was still complacent, believing that Yihan would certainly face serious trouble. Unexpectedly, Manager Lin slapped Director Wang across the face, leaving everyone stunned. Director Wang asked resentfully why his brother-in-law had struck him. Manager Lin angrily scolded him, stating that he had tarnished his reputation and nearly caused a major disaster, and declared that the matter would be thoroughly investigated. The curious crowd discussed the workshop manager's change in attitude, suspecting that he feared the power behind Yihan. After punishing Director Wang, Manager Lin breathed heavily in exhaustion. He then announced to everyone that Director Wang was dismissed immediately for severely affecting the collective. Manager Lin then humbly asked Yihan whether this decision had satisfied him. Haibin smiled and reminded him that what mattered was Yihan's opinion, not anyone else's. Manager Lin awkwardly wondered whether he truly had to humble himself and beg this young man. Haibin coldly threatened that the entire incident had been recorded, and that if it were handed over to the investigative authorities, the consequences would be severe. Hearing this, Manager Lin hurriedly pleaded with them not to do so. He knelt down and sincerely apologized, hoping Yihan would be magnanimous and forgive him since he had previously provided job opportunities for the sibling. The crowd was astonished to witness the workshop manager kneeling in apology, and realized that the person accompanying Yi Han was indeed the mayor's son. Jing gently advised her brother to let the matter go as she was no longer angry, and Yi Han nodded in agreement. Manager Lin emotionally thanked the siblings for their generosity. Yi Han firmly declared that from today onward, both siblings would resign and never return. Afterward, the three of them quickly left the workshop and headed toward the car. Manager Lin reluctantly stood watching and waved goodbye. As they departed, everyone in the workshop breathed a sigh of relief and discussed how Yi Han had transformed from a poor young man into someone who astonished all. In the car, Yi Jing worriedly asked Yi Han what their lives would be like after resigning. Confidently assured her not to worry. Recently he sold a top-grade jadeite and earned a considerable sum. If she did not believe it, she could ask Brother Duan. Iban nodded firmly. That is right, I know this clearly. Yi Han's money is enough to take care of you for a lifetime without shortage. Jing curiously pressed further. Yi Han, how much did you sell that jadeite for? He replied calmly, not too much, only tens of millions. Hearing this, she froze and quickly turned to stare at him. Yi Jing was so shocked that she grabbed his collar. Tens of millions, really. Yi Han cried out in alarm, sister, let go of me first, I am about to suffocate. The scene shifted to a bustling urban district, the three of them strolling leisurely along the street. As soon as they entered the shopping mall, he urged his sister to pick out some new clothes, saying she had not shopped properly for many years. Yi Han smiled proudly, this time let me pay for you. Their eyes swept across the sky-high price tags displayed everywhere. She said softly with concern, Yi Han, the clothes here are too expensive, maybe we should go somewhere else. Iban reassured her generously, do not worry, this little money for clothes is just spare change to Yi Han. He enthusiastically encouraged her, that is right sister, pick whatever you like. With that, Yi Han gently led her into the store. After changing clothes for a while, Yi Jing asked shyly, Yi Han, does this outfit look alright? He hesitated again, is it too revealing to wear like this? Yi Jing admired herself in the mirror with delight, this dress looks really beautiful. He smiled and affirmed, you look beautiful in anything you wear. Iban joked admiringly, your sister is so beautiful. How about letting me be your brother-in-law? Yi Han replied playfully, that depends on my sister's opinion, I always respect her choice. Hearing this, Iban unconsciously glanced down at his round belly. He stammered awkwardly, well then. Iban muttered irritably as he walked away. Such a beauty ending up with me would feel like a jasmine flower placed in the wrong spot. Yi Han laughed and encouraged him, Brother Duong should be more confident. That moment, Luo Fei walked over with a disdainful expression. What a coincidence, a poor guy like Yi Han dares to come here too. Arrogantly held the girl beside him, lifting his chin with pride. Yi Han frowned in displeasure, Luo Fei. He said coldly, you still dare to appear in front of me. The man quickly pulled the girl in front of him as a shield. There are police patrolling here. Try causing trouble if you dare. Yi Han silently assessed the situation. With police around, it was not wise to cause trouble. Iban asked quietly with concern, do you need me to call someone to deal with them? Yi Han smiled and shook his head, no need Brother Duong, I want to see what tricks he plans to play. Luo Fei said arrogantly, move aside, I am here to shop, are you trying to block my way? Yi Han replied sarcastically, I am here to shop as well, take another path. He mocked, a pauper like you can afford anything here, stop putting on a show. Fan Nha beside him chimed in, looking at you like that, even buying underwear would be difficult. Two siblings could only shake their heads, truly a problem with their mind. At that moment Yi Jing stepped out shyly, Yi Han, I have finished choosing. She smiled brightly and spun around, what do you think of me? All three men praised in unison, very beautiful. Fan Nha clung to Luo Fei in jealousy, what is so beautiful about her, I am much prettier. Luo Fei hurriedly flattered her, that is right, you are the most beautiful. That man felt secretly irritated, that poor fellow is quite fortunate, but sooner or later he will fall into my hands. Yi Han calmly took out his black card and said clearly, please process the payment for me. The staff politely informed, the total is 254,321 yuan. Luo Fei snorted in disdain, pretending quite convincingly. Fan Nha mocked, if you do not have money then do not put on airs. Immediately afterward the staff cheerfully announced, payment successful. The two of them widened their eyes, it was really paid, was he not supposed to be very poor? Yi Jing gently held his arm, Yi Han, let us go. Yi Han suddenly remembered that he had not yet bought a necklace. Fan Nha coquettishly said, young master buy, I like that necklace, buy it for me. Luo Fei acted generously, all right I will buy it. Fan Nha happily praised, you are truly the best. That man smugly brushed his hair, what is a few sets of clothes, someone like me gives a diamond necklace. Han casually remarked, "That necklace looks quite beautiful." The staff politely quoted the price. "This necklace costs 1,500,000 yuan. Thank you, dear customer." Luo Fei instinctively sneered. "It is only 1.5 million. Then he froze and shouted in shock, "What, really 1.5 million? Nha urged impatiently. "Hurry and pay," Luo Fei muttered irritably. "We have only known each other for one evening and she already wants me to spend that much money." Luo Fei awkwardly searched for an excuse to evade, pointing toward another direction. "That man forced a smile to coax her, my dear. I think that item suits you very well." Suddenly, someone turned to look toward a toy magic wand. Xiao Ling angrily waved the wand and loudly chanted, magic spell turning dry into a pig. Everyone in the shop froze, not knowing what to say. Than Nha stomped her foot angrily. "Do you take me for a child? I want the diamond necklace." Staff suspiciously reminded him, "Sir, you just said you wanted to buy it." Luo Fei shouted angrily, "Do you think you are worthy of a 1.5 million necklace? Do not even dream of it." Yihan stepped in irritably. "Everyone move aside from me." He declared decisively, "I will buy this necklace." The staff could not help but exclaim that he was truly generous. Luo Fei was astonished. How could this man be so wealthy? Than Nha was also jealous. He was far better than the person beside her. Yihan smiled and said to his sister, "Try it on." Jing worriedly said that he had already spent too much. Yihan gently replied that this necklace suited her very well. Luo Fei gritted his teeth in anger. "Let him be proud for now, there will come a day." That man angrily said, "Let us go." Than Nha irritably kicked his leg. "Go where? Are you pretending to be rich with me?" Instantly, everything between the two of them seemed to shatter. Than Nha quickly placed her hand on Yihan's shoulder. She seductively whispered that as long as he bought her the diamond necklace, he could have anything he wanted tonight. Yijing angrily rushed forward. "Do not try to seduce my brother." Yijing clenched her fists, trembling with anger. Yihan and Haibin secretly admired her. Indeed, the sister of Yihan, her aura was truly formidable. She smiled and said, "That is enough. We have finished shopping. Let us go home." Scene shifted to the home of the two siblings. In the room, Yihan thought that since he had learned martial arts from Hon Thien, he should begin helping him treat his leg. Focused and called out, Gui Kok Medical Classic appeared. He concentrated on studying the upper gate acupuncture, treating difficult illnesses from the upper body and above. Everything can be treated. The lower gate 3 needles specifically handle illnesses from the danchan downward, needling until complete recovery. After comprehending it, Yihan nodded confidently. "Good, with these 2 sets of medical techniques, Hon Thien's legs have hope of recovery." He closed his eyes to continue cultivating. After a period of practice, he let out a light breath, feeling that he had gained much deeper understanding. Outside, Yi Jing stood waiting with a troubled mind, recalling her father's words that when her younger brother matured she would be married to him. She remembered her father's final moments. "Xiao Jing, you are not Yihan's biological sister, but I hope you will take good care of him," and at that time she had solemnly promised to do so. Quietly watched Yihan concentrating on his cultivation inside the room. Now that he had grown into a steady and reliable man, perhaps it was time to fulfill the promise of the past. Time passed. The next morning Yihan stretched lazily as he woke up. He said excitedly, "After a night of study, I have mastered the use of the 9 needles of the upper gate and the 3 needles of the lower gate." Meanwhile, Yi Jing had been unable to sleep all night, stepping out with a worried expression, wondering what to do about that promise. Yihan greeted cheerfully, "Sister, good morning." The moment she saw him, she was startled and stepped back. Immediately afterward, Yi Jing slammed the door shut, leaving Yihan bewildered. Wondered in confusion, "Am I really that frightening?" Yihan did not think much of it and turned away. "Forget it, I should go treat Hon Thien's legs first." She stood behind and secretly watched him leave, feeling guilty. "Yihan, I hope you will not blame me." The scene shifted to Hon Thien's house, where the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Yihan asked directly, "Are you ready?" Hon Thien replied firmly, "I am ready." He took out the acupuncture needles and reminded him beforehand, "Then I will begin." Hon Thien said seriously, "Just do it." But right after that, he stabbed the needle into a chicken thigh. Hon Thien exclaimed in surprise, "It smells great." Yihan continued, "Add a little more seasoning and it will be perfect." Zhao Yaoyu felt secretly annoyed. He said he would treat the legs but instead sat there eating grilled food. Unable to hold back, she gave each of them a light punch. Yihan hurriedly explained that he only wanted to help her brother relax. Hon Thien also added, "I only intended to eat a little." Afterward, Hon Thien asked seriously, "Brother Yi, you did not come just to eat. Have you finished your preparation?" Yihan nodded, "That is right. I have already found a method to treat your legs." Hon Thien asked in astonishment, "Really?" Zhao Yaoyu cheered joyfully, Finally my brother's legs have hope. Yihan said confidently, I will use acupuncture. In theory there should be no problem. He observed carefully and then said, however, due to the prolonged illness, the blood vessels have become blocked, if not handled carefully then. Yihan said in a deep voice, it could lead to permanent disability. She was stunned and did not know what to say. Zhao Yaoyu worriedly suggested trying another method, saying she had heard of foreign experts, but Hone Thien firmly refused. If there were another way, I would not have waited until today. He recounted, 3 years ago I was harmed by my enemies, causing my legs to become unable to walk. Many of the brothers who followed me fell, and now I can only hide and live day by day, she said painfully. Perhaps we should stop. One could not help but sigh. Hone Thien was once a man respected by many, yet now he had become like this. He said firmly, I will not give up. These 3 years have been spent waiting for this very day. He declared resolutely, I want to reclaim everything, not to prove how capable I am, but to take back what I have lost. Yihan responded passionately, good, rest assured, I will do my utmost to treat you. She lowered her head and pleaded, Yihan, we are relying on you. Hone Thien gently said, you should not feel pressured. If it fails, then it is my fate. Zhao Yaoyu encouraged happily, brother, I firmly believe you will soon stand up again. Yihan took a deep breath and declared, then let us begin. Although this set of needles was purchased from a medical shop and is of ordinary quality, it is still sufficient to perform acupuncture. Hone Thien calmly cooperated. Just tell me what I need to do, brother Yi. Yihan instructed seriously, brother Zhao. In a moment I will use the needles to guide the circulation of blood and energy in your legs and then reconnect the tendons. It will be somewhat painful, so please endure it. Hone Thien replied resolutely, brother Yi, please begin. Immediately afterward, he concentrated all his energy into his wrist. Yihan opened his eyes and activated the yin-yang dharma eyes. He precisely executed the lower heart needle of the Ghost Gate medical scripture, successively acting on the acupoints Zhangdu, Lu Gu, and Dai Jai. Hone Thien endured the pain while gritting his teeth. Yihan urgently requested, the stagnant blood has gathered, quickly bring a knife and cloth here. Zhao Yaoyu immediately handed over the tools, here, use these. He quickly took them and signaled that he was ready to drain the stagnant blood. Yihan carefully made a small incision to remove the stagnant blood. Zhao Yaoyu frowned worriedly, it looks frightening. Yihan calmly explained that the stagnant blood had accumulated for many years, so it was not easy to handle. He affirmed that after removing the stagnant blood, brother Zhao's leg condition would improve by half, causing her to cheer with joy. Zhao Yaoyu hurriedly asked, how do you feel now? Hone Thien replied excitedly, my legs have begun to feel numb, it seems I can sense them again. Yihan reminded that this was only the first step, next he would reconnect the leg tendons. Zhao Yaoyu enthusiastically encouraged while Hone Thien placed absolute trust in him. After that he firmly grasped Hone Thien's ankle. Yihan focused all his strength on performing the tendon reconnection process. Hone Thien was secretly astonished by Yihan's internal energy. Although still weak, within the same realm it was difficult for him to compare. Yihan stated in a deep voice, it is almost complete. He swiftly acted on Hone Thien's knee and shouted, stand up. Hone Thien immediately moved. Zhao Yaoyu excitedly cried out upon seeing his legs twitch. Yihan let out a tired sigh of relief. It is finally complete, truly exhausting. He gently instructed, brother Zhao, try standing up and see. Hone Thien slowly stood up. Zhao Yaoyu shed tears of joy. Hone Thien proudly declared, Hone Thien has returned. Yihan assured, within at most 3 more days brother Zhao will be able to walk like a normal person. Hone Thien sincerely thanked him, I do not know how to repay this great kindness, from now on my life is entrusted to you. Yihan responded warmly, brother Zhao, you are too polite, since we are friends there is no need for such formality. Hone Thien happily agreed, immediately regarding him as a sworn brother. After that he presented a valuable gift, this is the book recording my heavenly arts, I hope it will be useful to you. Yihan smiled as he accepted it and expressed his gratitude. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa. Yihan excitedly showed his sister that this was the new house he had just purchased. After touring around, Yi Jing could not help but sigh in admiration and praise her younger brother for being truly capable. She shyly joked that she would rely on him to support her in the future, then felt embarrassed by her own words. Yihan reassured confidently, just leave everything to me, I am very reliable. He informed his sister that Uncle Lao, Brother Lan and Brother Duong would arrive shortly, so he would go to the gate to welcome them. Jing smiled and nodded in confirmation. As he stepped outside, Yihan accidentally bumped into Yan Lingqiu. Two collided forcefully, causing their belongings to scatter everywhere. He fell to the ground in pain with a purple bra tangled on his head, while she also fell to the side and cried out in shock. Yan Lingqiao angrily held her head and complained, "This hurts so much, who walks without watching the road?" When they saw each other clearly, both exclaimed in surprise, it is you, we meet again." Yihan took the initiative to wave and greet her. "Officer Yan, hello, I did not expect you to live here as well." He pulled the bra off his head in confusion and asked what it was, causing Yan Lingqiao to blush as she realized it was hers. She immediately flew into a rage and slapped him, calling him a pervert and a rogue. Han indignantly explained that she was the one who had bumped into him first, yet he was still hit, but Yan Lingqiao continued to scold him. He angrily charged at him again, declaring that she would teach him a proper lesson. Yihan dodged her attacks while complaining about why she was so aggressive. He warned that if she continued he would fight back, because he was not someone who could be easily bullied. Yan Lingqiao glared with fiery eyes, ready to fight to the end without yielding. The two fought and argued at the same time, neither willing to give in. That moment, two luxury cars stopped in front of Yihan's house. Haibin curiously asked if this was Yihan's new home. Lin Beimo nodded in confirmation and wondered why no one was outside. He narrowed his eyes to observe and suspected who the two people wrestling on the ground were. Yan Lingqiao hurriedly told Yihan to let go because someone had arrived, but both demanded that the other release first. The four people standing outside watched the scene in confusion and whispered among themselves. Yan Lingqiao finally relented and resentfully said that she would spare him for today since many people were watching. Haibin was astonished to recognize her as the hot-tempered young lady of the Yan family, someone even he did not dare to offend, and wondered why Yihan had provoked her. Yihan replied tiredly that the matter was difficult to explain, then invited everyone to enter the house first. Inside, Yi Jing greeted the guests with a warm smile and inquired about them. Yihan warmly invited everyone to sit down and not to stand on ceremony. Yan Mingxian teased that in such a short time Yihan had already won over his granddaughter, causing Chu Yuner to blush and protest. Yihan hurriedly explained that it was only a misunderstanding and asked Lin Beimo to testify for him. Haibin awkwardly changed the subject to praise the interior of the house. Lin Beimo also echoed the compliment, making Yihan secretly blame the two for their lack of loyalty. Yan Mingxian generously ended the topic, believing that matters of the younger generation should be left for them to resolve. He then seriously stated the purpose of the visit, first to congratulate Yihan on his housewarming and to present a congratulatory gift. Yihan gladly accepted the gift and expressed his thanks, saying there was no need for formalities. He curiously asked about the other purpose of the visit. Yan Mingxian unexpectedly proposed that he wished to take Yihan as his disciple. Everyone was stunned with shock upon hearing this. Chu Yuner asked in astonishment, and Yan Mingxian affirmed that Yihan possessed exceptional talent after opening a top-grade jade and that he was searching for a successor. He also added with a smile that given the close relationship between the two young people, this matter held even greater meaning. Chu Yuner flushed with embarrassment and called out to her grandfather. Han thought that Yan Mingxian's experience was something the yin-yang Dharma eyes could not replace, making this a valuable opportunity. Without hesitation, he immediately knelt down. Han respectfully performed the disciple ceremony, hoping to be accepted as a student. Yan Mingxian kindly stopped him, saying that he needed to pass a test before formally becoming a disciple. Yihan asked in surprise what the test would involve. Yan Mingxian required him to participate in the stone gambling event with Chu Yuner on the 15th of the following month to establish his reputation. He secretly advised that the path had already been prepared, and success or failure would depend on Yihan's own efforts. Yihan responded firmly that he would not disappoint him. At that moment, Hon Thien cheerfully walked in and called out to Yihan. Zhao Yaoyu marveled at the spacious new house. Yihan happily inquired about Zhao Yaoyu's health, and she, now recovered, brought a gift to congratulate him on the housewarming. When he opened the gift box, Yihan was astonished to discover that it was the dragon scale dagger. Yan Mingxian immediately stood up in shock, explaining that this dagger was incredibly sharp, forged by O Yezi and regarded as a national treasure. Hon Thien smiled, expressing his admiration and stating that Chu Yuner was indeed knowledgeable, making him feel deeply respectful. He slightly frowned in thought, feeling that this person was strangely familiar, as if he had met him somewhere before. Wait. In an instant, Yan Mingxian realized that the person before him was Zhao Hongshan, the figure who had disappeared for 3 years. Everyone in the room was stunned, their eyes wide in shock upon learning that he was Hon Thien. Chu Yuner respectfully remarked that her father had always praised Zhao Hongshan, while Haibin added in a deep voice that in the past, he had seized an entire region with his extraordinary strength. Lin Beimo admiringly commented that Zhao Hongshan's reputation resounded everywhere, and almost no one was unaware of him. He humbly replied that it was all empty fame and not worth mentioning. She curiously asked further, having heard that he had once been harmed and left with crippling aftereffects, wondering whether that was true. Hon Thien sincerely explained that his ability to stand again was entirely thanks to Yi Han, and from now on Yi Han's matters would also be his. Yi Han smiled lightly to dispel the solemn atmosphere, saying that everyone did not need to be so serious. He warmly invited everyone to sit down and chat, leaving them secretly astonished at Yi Han's prowess in winning Zhao Hongshan's wholehearted admiration and becoming his confidant. He concluded with reassurance that even without his help, Yi Han would sooner or later establish his own reputation. After that, everyone sat together, chatting in an intimate atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Beimo calmly picked up the phone and answered hello. He nodded to confirm that the person would arrive tomorrow and promised to personally go to receive him, making everyone curious and prompting them to ask what had happened. Lin Beimo guiltily shared that although he had previously asked Yi Han to examine his father, the family had secretly invited the Northwest Divine Doctor's disciple to come tomorrow, leaving him extremely embarrassed. Yi Han generously reassured that it was fine, considering that tomorrow he would visit the Lin family and take the opportunity to admire that famous disciple's medical skill. Hai Ban excitedly interjected, expressing his desire to go along because lively places always excited him. Yi Han smiled and agreed, saying that Hai Ban's participation was an honor. The scene shifted to the next evening at the luxurious hall of the Lin family villa. Everyone buzzed with discussion that the Northwest Divine Doctor's disciple, Shen Tianao, would appear, specially invited by the Lin family to treat the strange illness of the patriarch that many famous doctors had previously failed to cure. Han wondered why there were so many guests for treating just one person, and Hai Ban explained that the wealthy often wanted to build connections in case they needed them later. Yi Han sighed softly, admitting that it was a familiar reality in society. At that moment, he noticed a prominent group of people standing ahead. The leader was Jian Yi, the father of Luo Fei. Yi Han frowned upon recognizing that Luo Fei was also present, while Hai Ban showed disdain, saying that man relied only on his father's power and that merely mentioning him was unpleasant. Just then, Ziokai hurriedly ran in to announce that Shen Tianao had arrived. Everyone immediately excitedly poured outside to witness the appearance of the renowned guest. Shen Tianao, with a proud demeanor and head held high, walked in, followed by Lin Beimo, who was helping carry the luggage. Many powerful figures quickly stepped forward to introduce themselves and warmly welcome Shen Tianao, viewing his presence as an honor for Sun Hai City. Ban felt displeased seeing Shen Tianao act arrogantly and have Lin Beimo serve like a servant, but Yi Han gently advised him to remain calm and wait to see this disciple's true ability. Shen Tianao arrogantly thanked the reception and frankly declared that his medical consultations would be tied to appropriate remuneration, implying that without payment it would be difficult to be accepted. Yi Han frowned slightly, believing that accepting remuneration was reasonable, but that the way he spoke placed too much emphasis on money and made others uncomfortable. The crowd immediately flattered him, lavishly praising Shen Tianao's talent and bearing, believing that in the future he would surpass even the Northwest Divine Doctor, while he only humbly responded to the compliments. Behind them, Luo Fei revealed a provocative smile, secretly thinking that he would use this opportunity to make Yi Han lose face. Yi Han turned back vigilantly, wondering what Luo Fei was plotting. Luo Fei immediately criticized, insinuating that although everyone trusted Shen Tianao, Lin Beimo had previously invited an unknown person to treat the illness. Those words caused an uproar, with everyone continuously asking questions to confirm the authenticity of the information. Yi Han clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger as he looked toward Luo Fei. Jian Yi sneered that Yi Han had only picked up a few medical skills and gone around deceiving people, completely incomparable to Shen Tianao, and that Lin Beimo had almost been fooled. The crowd joined in the mockery, regarding Yi Han as the disgrace of the medical field and asserting that he was unworthy of being placed beside Shen Tianao. Yi Han was so furious that his entire body trembled. However, he tried to suppress his emotions, reminding himself that he could not let it affect Lin Beimo's important matter. In contrast, Hai Ban could not endure it, loudly defending Yi Han and warning those who were uttering insults. The crowd mocked Hai Ban, demanding that he apologize, and at the same time realized that the person standing beside him was the one they had just mentioned. Hai Ban angrily intended to retaliate, but Yi Han hurriedly stopped him, advising him not to act impulsively. Even so, Ban still firmly declared that he had restrained himself greatly by not taking action against them. One person turned to request Lin Beimo as the host to speak up, believing that these two were not suitable to appear at the banquet. Lin Beimo was so embarrassed that he did not know what to say for a moment. The crowd continued to apply pressure, demanding that Yihan and Ban be driven out because they believed the two were affecting Shen Tiano's image. Seeing this situation, Luo Fei secretly felt pleased, waiting to see how Yihan would handle it. At that moment, Lin Beimo stepped forward with a serious expression. He coldly declared that anyone who was dissatisfied could leave, because the Lin family had never sent them an official invitation. Those decisive words immediately silenced the crowd, and no one dared to voice any opposition. Although resentful, they had no choice but to leave reluctantly, while secretly resolving not to create conflicts with the Lin family in the future. Han thought to himself that these people were all major businessmen who might cooperate in the future, so he did not want them to leave in discord. At that moment, Shen Tiano spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. He put on an air of nobility, stating that it was not worth disputing over a minor figure, and emphasized that the path of traditional medicine valued both talent and virtue. The crowd immediately echoed his words, looking down on Yihan and believing that becoming angry over him would only diminish their own value. Ban was enraged and removed his shoe as an act of defiance. In his indignation, he hurled the shoe toward Shen Tiano to defend Yihan's honor. Everyone was horrified at this bold act, as the shoe left Shen Tiano in an extremely embarrassing situation. Someone hurried over to inquire about his condition, worried about whether Shen Tiano had been affected. Shen Tiano angrily shouted in fury, unable to conceal his rage. Ban burst into laughter and mocked him, stating that such an appearance suited the other party's arrogance even more. Shen Tiano gritted his teeth and demanded that Ban kneel down to apologize, but he bluntly refused with a contemptuous attitude. Enraged, Shen Tiano declared that if the matter was not resolved satisfactorily, he would leave immediately, placing the host in a difficult position. Lin Beimo had no choice but to lower himself and apologize on behalf of his friends in order to retain the important guest. Faced with this scene, Yihan slightly frowned in dissatisfaction. He stepped forward, gently placing his hand to stop Lin Beimo and said, "Wait." Yihan confidently proposed that Lin Beimo did not need to apologize, as he could directly cure the illness of the Lin family patriarch. This declaration left the crowd stunned before they burst into mocking laughter, believing that someone with such limited knowledge dared to speak so boldly. Shen Tiano looked at Yihan with suspicion and contempt, questioning him in a challenging tone. He sneered and declared that if Yihan truly cured the illness, he would abandon the medical profession and withdraw from the field of traditional medicine. Yihan curled his lips slightly and calmly asked whether the other party dared to keep his promise. Shen Tiano arrogantly affirmed that there was nothing to fear, and Yihan accepted the challenge as a way to eliminate a harmful influence within the medical field. The crowd angrily criticized Yihan as an arrogant fool, believing that at his young age he was completely unworthy of being compared with Shen Tiano. Luo Fei continued to mock him, emphasizing that Shen Tiano was the outstanding disciple of the divine physician of the Northwest, while Yihan was merely deluding himself. Ban coldly warned Luo Fei that the previous debt had not yet been settled, and if he continued to provoke, the consequences would be unpredictable. Luo Fei immediately became wary, retreating behind his father and challenging that he should prove his ability by defeating Shen Tiano instead of targeting him. Shen Tiano arrogantly accepted the challenge and declared that if Yihan lost, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. He set a harsh condition that Yihan must crawl between his legs in front of everyone. Lin Beimo anxiously asked in a low voice about the level of certainty, fearing that if he failed the consequences would be unpredictable. Yihan confidently reassured that as long as it was a real illness, he had an 80% chance of curing it, making Lin Beimo nod in trust. He indignantly recounted how Shen Tiano not only treated him like a servant, but also demanded 10% of the Lin family's assets. Ban patted his shoulder and encouraged him that he would help him regain justice. Ban gleefully provoked the other party, making him furious as he declared his agreement to the bet and demanded that Yihan display his ability. Lin Beimo solemnly invited everyone inside to witness and serve as witnesses. The crowd eagerly followed, some wanting to see Shen Tiano's medical skills, while others simply waited to watch Yihan be humiliated and even planned to record a video to post online. Ban gritted his teeth in anger at their malice, but Yihan calmly advised him to wait and see the result. Afterwards, everyone entered the private room, where 2 doctors were standing by the patient. Seeing Lin Guodong gaunt and weak, everyone could not help but feel sympathy and concluded that this illness was extremely strange, yet they still believed Yi Han could handle it. Yi Han carefully observed and realized that the illness could not be detected through external symptoms, forcing him to use the yin-yang dharma eye. Without hesitation, he softly chanted an incantation and activated the ability. Immediately, Yi Han discovered that Lin Guodong's body was completely normal, showing no signs of illness. However, he sensed a strange aura and frowned in attention. Yi Han focused his observation deeper to determine the source of the abnormality. When he recognized the massive stream of black aura, he was utterly astonished. Yi Han's face turned pale as he realized the nature of this phenomenon. He stepped back in shock and exclaimed that it was an evil spirit. The crowd immediately mocked him, believing that he had been frightened by the patient. They continued to ridicule him and demanded that Yi Han leave because it was too embarrassing. Luo Fei sarcastically remarked that he was unworthy of being compared with Shen Tianao and should admit defeat early. Shen Tianao put on the airs of an expert, criticizing the younger generation for their arrogance and ignorance of the vastness of the world. Hai Ban hurriedly helped Yi Han up and asked about his condition, while Lin Beimo was also surprised by his reaction. Yi Han glanced around and realized that the spirit had disappeared. He suddenly understood the mystery of the yin-yang dharma eye. The yang eye saw the material world while the yin eye could perceive the spirit realm. Yi Han nodded to confirm that his speculation was correct. He determined that what he had just seen was the malicious soul causing the trouble. Shen Tianao grew impatient and waved him away, demanding that Yi Han leave if he could not provide treatment. Luo Fei respectfully invited Shen Tianao to proceed with the treatment. Lin Beimo was furious, but Yi Han reassured that only he could cure the illness. During this, Lin Beimo was overjoyed and asked again, and Yi Han affirmed that he would definitely save his father. Afterwards, Yi Han closed his eyes and focused his mind in preparation for action. He employed the yin-yang dharma eye with its ability to exorcise and purify spirit entity. Luo Fei impatiently asked whether Shen Tianao had discovered the cause of the illness. Shen Tianao appeared confident on the surface, but was inwardly bewildered as he could not detect any symptom. Yi Han calmly requested that he clearly state the cause of the illness if he had already diagnosed it. Shen Tianao stammered that the illness was due to physical weakness and prolonged psychological depression. Lin Beimo strongly objected because the family had conducted many examinations without finding such a simple cause. Yi Han firmly asserted that this condition was not caused by an ordinary illness. The crowd murmured in confusion about the true cause behind Lin Guodong's condition. Shen Tianao arrogantly challenged Yi Han to explain clearly. Lin Beimo anxiously asked Yi Han, and he reassured that he would treat the patient first and explain later. Shen Tianao mocked him, believing that Yi Han was daydreaming when even he himself had not found the cause. Yi Han retorted sarcastically that the other party had finally admitted his helplessness. He confidently asked everyone to observe and learn. Afterwards, Yi Han transmitted his power into Lin Guodong's body. At that moment, the black aura erupted violently once again. Yi Han angrily chanted an incantation, rebuking the spirit for disturbing the mortal world even after death. He unleashed a spell to purge the evil spirit. The spirit let out a painful cry before being destroyed. In a single move, it completely dissipated without a trace. Yi Han brushed off his hands and announced that the treatment was complete. Lin Beimo asked in astonishment, and Hai Ban was also stunned because everything had happened so quickly. Shen Tianao doubted him, believing that Yi Han was deceiving everyone since the patient had not yet shown clear signs of recovery. Luo Fei echoed the sentiment, claiming that Yi Han was treating everyone with contempt. The crowd immediately joined in the criticism and demanded that Yi Han leave Sun Hai. At that moment, Lin Guodong coughed lightly and asked everyone to keep quiet. Everyone was stunned to realize that he had awakened and began to suspect that a miracle had just occurred. Lin Beimo emotionally inquired about his condition, and Lin Guodong gently replied that he was fine. He looked around and realized that the spirit had completely disappeared. Lin Beimo asked in confusion about the thing his father had mentioned. Yi Han smiled reassuringly, stating that the spirit had been destroyed and would no longer cause disturbances. Lin Guodong sat up gratefully and affirmed that Yi Han was the divine physician who had saved his life. Everyone acknowledged Yi Han's talent in amazement and compared him with other renowned doctors. The crowd angrily turned to criticize Luo Fei for nearly driving the divine physician away and even intended to teach him a lesson. They rushed forward to punish Luo Fei, causing him to panic and cry out for help. His father fled in terror, while Luo Fei hurriedly begged for help and accused his own father. The crowd stopped and looked toward the father with furious gazes. He could only force an awkward smile. Everyone furiously cursed and continued to chase the father and son. Luo Fei clutched his injuries and lamented his misfortune for always being the one who suffered. Han proudly declared that opposing him would lead to no good outcome. Shen Tianao was still unwilling to accept defeat, believing that Yi Han could not have cured the illness when he did not even know its cause. Yi Han smiled mysteriously and asked whether he wanted to know the truth. He pulled Shen Tianao closer so that he could witness it with his own eye. Shen Tianao cried out in shock when he saw the bizarre sight. He sensed a terrifying, gloomy aura. Overwhelmed with fear, he screamed loudly and fled in panic. Lin Beimo was astonished by that reaction, while Yi Han and Hai Ban merely laughed at his cowardice. After a while, he curiously asked his father what had truly happened, wondering whether his father and Yi Han were hiding something from everyone. Yu Dong sternly ordered everyone present to temporarily leave the room. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and quietly stepped outside. He awkwardly explained that the Lin family ancestors had once grown wealthy from antiques taken from ancient tombs, then asked if his son knew about it. Lin Beimo replied that he had heard of it but did not fully understand its significance. Hai Bin exclaimed in shock that it was essentially grave robbing. Unable to hide his astonishment, Lin Beimo calmly stated that it was no secret. The elders of Sun Hai all knew, and their family had long abandoned that line of work. Lin Guodong sadly recounted that a few months ago, while sorting through ancestral relics, he accidentally broke an ancient vase and had since been afflicted with a strange illness. He sighed in relief, saying that without Yi Han's timely help, he would likely not have survived. He sincerely expressed his deep gratitude to Yi Han, but Yi Han humbly replied that it was simply his duty and there was no need for courtesy. At that moment, Chen Zhai rushed in breathlessly, reporting that many people outside wanted to meet Dr. D. Yi Han was surprised and wondered if those people were looking for him. Immediately, the crowd outside pushed forward eagerly, one claiming to be a corporate CEO inviting him to dinner, another inviting him to tour a factory, and others earnestly begging for medical treatment. They argued noisily over who had arrived first, nearly coming to blows. Yi Han gently advised everyone to remain calm and proceed one by one. Suddenly, Secretary Lam stepped forward politely and gently asked everyone to make way. The crowd instantly fell silent and curiously turned to ask who had just appeared. Hai Bin was stunned, pointed, and said that was Secretary Lam. Everyone was astonished, speculating that he was the provincial party secretary's aide and wondering if the secretary also wanted to invite Yi Han for treatment. Secretary Lam greeted them respectfully and conveyed the provincial party secretary's invitation, hoping Dr. Deep would arrange time for a medical consultation. Yi Han agreed without hesitation. Secretary Lam courteously gestured, inviting him to get into the car. The crowd marveled and discussed that even the provincial party secretary sought Yi Han, proving his medical skills were extraordinary and his reputation in Sun Hai would surely spread far and wide. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa, where the television was broadcasting news about Yi Han, the newly rising miracle doctor with astonishing healing abilities. Even the provincial party secretary had sought him out. Luo Fei Cam angrily hurled the remote control at the TV screen. He roared furiously that Yi Han must be eliminated. Jian Yi trembled with determination for revenge, but worried because Yi Han now had strong connections with many powerful forces in Sun Hai. Scheming father reassured him that he already had a solution. Afterwards, Jian Yi coldly called assassins from the Golden Triangle, declaring he was willing to pay any price to eliminate the target. The scene shifted to a warm home, where the provincial party secretary gratefully thanked Yi Han for curing his back pain and saving his family from the brink of collapse. Yi Han humbly replied that it was simply a physician's responsibility. The secretary's wife gently walked out, inviting her husband to enjoy the nourishing soup she had just prepared. He responded cheerfully, while Yi Han silently marveled that despite his age, the man's spirit remained vigorous. Soon after, a classic-style car stopped in front of him. Hai Bin smiled and urged Yi Han to get in quickly because Old Lam was waiting. Yi Han decisively got into the car and settled into his seat. At the same time, Luo Hao quietly hid in another vehicle to follow them. Han Enhat reported through a communication device that the target had departed and the assassination plan was ready to proceed. In the car, Hai Bin asked with concern whether visiting homes daily for medical treatment was exhausting and suggested opening a private clinic soon. Han enthusiastically shared this plan and asked Hai Bin to help find a suitable location, and he immediately promised to handle it. Suddenly, Yihan noticed a red dot on Hai Bin's chest and instantly realized it was a laser sight from a sniper rifle. He panicked, grabbed the steering wheel, and shouted a warning to be careful. The car immediately swerved sharply to the right to avoid danger. Thanks to that, the bullet grazed past without causing injury. Hai Bin asked in panic who had fired. Yihan urgently signaled for them to get out of the car quickly. Yihan shouted for help, demanded that the police be called, and urged everyone to leave the dangerous area immediately. He calmly concluded that this was not a random act but clearly someone targeting him. Hai Bin suggested contacting the family for support. Yihan secretly breathed a sigh of relief because the yin-yang insight eyes had warned him in time, allowing him to avoid disaster. The scene shifted to the rooftop of a tall building where the sniper was hiding and observing. He noticed that the target had found a safe hiding position. Irritated, he reported that he could not take the shot due to a blind spot and assigned his accomplices to continue the operation. He confidently declared that this time the target would surely not escape. Meanwhile, Hai Bin anxiously asked what to do. Yihan reassured him that their current position was out of the sniper's range and they only needed to wait for the police. Just then, another car suddenly sped toward them at high speed. Luo Hao slammed on the brakes, raised his gun, and coldly declared that he had found the target. Yihan and Hai Bin were horrified, realizing the situation was extremely critical. Luo Hao viciously prepared to open fire to take down his opponent. Yihan did not retreat, firmly declaring that defeating him would not be easy. He channeled his inner power and summoned the Sun Bumi Flame for defense. With overwhelming momentum, Yihan protected himself while remaining ready to counterattack. Luo Hao sneered with contempt, mocking that using a blade to block bullets was pure fantasy. However, the flame-wreathed blade split the bullet in midair. Witnessing this, Luo Hao was terrified, while Hai Bin cheered excitedly in admiration. After the impressive defense, Yihan calmly returned to a composed state. Luo Hao was bewildered and could not believe what had just happened. Nearby pedestrians discussed in astonishment, saying the scene looked like something from a movie and was hard to believe. Furious, Luo Hao jumped out of the car and charged forward to attack. He fired continuously in rapid succession to overwhelm his opponent. Yihan focused his mind and activated the yin-yang insight eyes to observe. Because of this, he clearly grasped the trajectory of each bullet. He realized that by striking them accurately, he could neutralize all danger. With extraordinary agility, Yihan handled the situation with masterful precision. Luo Hao trembled in fear and demanded to know his true identity. Carrying an overwhelming aura, Yihan charged straight at his opponent, determined to end the battle. Luo Hao gritted his teeth, drew a knife, and declared that he was not someone easily defeated. The two quickly clashed in a fierce confrontation. During the clash, Luo Hao was shocked to realize that Yihan's strength far exceeded his imagination. Yihan was confident because he had cultivated the Qi refinement art and was in no way inferior to his opponent. From afar, the sniper once again precisely aimed at Yihan. He excitedly announced that he had locked onto the target. Without hesitation, the assassin immediately pulled the trigger and fired. Yihan sensed the danger from the sneak attack and frowned slightly in vigilance. The assassin coldly growled, determined to finish off the target. He curled his lips provocatively and coldly declared that the one who would lose his life would certainly not be him. When La H letter 1EA10 saw Yihan suddenly lean backward, he was momentarily surprised, unable to understand why his opponent would deliberately evade like that. He suddenly realized that danger was approaching, but before he could react, the bullet had already pierced through his body. Falling to the ground, he could only mutter a few resentful words, while Yihan smiled and teasingly pointed out that the shot had been extremely accurate. L letter 1EF D letter 1EA1 was furious to the extreme and roared with hatred that he would definitely make Yihan pay the price. In response, Yihan looked pleased and raised a provocative finger toward his opponent. Yihan smugly remarked that his opponent had inadvertently taken down his own accomplice and must now be furious. Hai Bin also praised the move and considered the counterattack exceptionally brilliant. Not long afterward, several police cars quickly arrived at the scene. Yan Lingqiao and the police officers stepped out of the vehicles with urgency. He sternly ordered the entire area to be sealed off and demanded that the surrounding buildings be inspected without missing any suspicious individual. Yan Lingqiao thoughtfully deduced that the appearance of two professional assassins indicated that Yihan was in extremely dangerous circumstances. Noticing that the police had arrived, L letter 1EF D letter 1EA1 decided to retreat, thinking that he needed to leave this place quickly. Before departing, he gritted his teeth in resentment and swore that he would never let Yihan go. Yan Lingqiao aimed her gun at the car in front and loudly warned the person inside to step out with their hands raised. Han calmly stepped out and explained that he was merely an innocent citizen, while also expressing relief at the arrival of the police and stating that he had already subdued one assassin. Hearing this, Yan Lingqiao could not help but exclaim in surprise. Haibin proudly pointed at the assassin's corpse, affirming that it was Yi Han's achievement, while he modestly claimed that everything had been due to luck. The police officers were extremely astonished upon realizing that this was an level wanted criminal who had been pursued by many countries yet had managed to escape, only to be taken down here. Yan Lingqiao looked at Yi Han with curiosity, wondering what secrets he was hiding, but Yi Han shyly denied it and insisted that everything was simply due to luck. At this moment, she noticed the wound on Yi Han's arm. Yan Lingqiao kindly offered to bandage his injury, and Yi Han sincerely thanked her for her concern. Seeing this, Haibin teased them by pretending that he was also injured and hoped to receive care from the beauty. Without hesitation, Yan Lingqiao immediately responded with a light knock on Haibin's head. Haibin could only mutter that she was still as strong and violent as ever. Surrounding officers whispered among themselves when they saw their captain personally bandaging Yi Han, considering it a rare sight and speculating about a special relationship between the two. At that moment, a car suddenly sped toward them and braked sharply in front of everyone. Chu Yuner hurriedly stepped out of the vehicle and anxiously inquired about Yi Han's condition after hearing that he had been attacked by assassins. Immediately afterward, she witnessed Yi Han and Yan Lingqiao standing close together with an intimate distance. Before Chu Yuner was the scene of Yan Lingqiao gently asking Yi Han whether he was in pain, and he softly replying that he was fine, creating an emotionally charged atmosphere. Witnessing this, Chu Yuner immediately felt a surge of jealousy and secretly cursed Yi Han. Noticing her arrival, Yi Han gave an awkward smile and asked why Chu Yuner had come. Chu Yuner responded with an insinuating tone, asking whether her presence was disturbing the two of them. Yi Han hurriedly waved his hands in denial, yet he began to feel uneasy about the situation. Chu Yuner's gaze then settled on the knot of the bandage on Yi Han's hand, observing it intently. She suddenly realized that it was tied in the shape of a bow, causing the jealousy within her to intensify. Despite the emotions surging within her, Chu Yuner still displayed a sweet smile and offered to replace Yan Lingqiao in bandaging Yi Han's wound. After speaking, she gently stepped forward, skillfully nudged Yan Lingqiao aside, and removed the old bandage to wrap it again for Yi Han. In just a moment, the knot was transformed into an exquisite flower shape, leaving Yi Han extremely surprised, while Chu Yuner proudly sought Captain Yan's opinion. Yan Lingqiao was unwilling to concede, secretly thinking that Chu Yuner was deliberately provoking her and that she would certainly not yield. The atmosphere became tense as the roll of bandage was suddenly tossed into the air. Yi Han hurriedly tried to stop them, but the two women simultaneously raised their hands with determination, and Chu Yuner boldly declared that she was not afraid. As soon as her words ended, both women immediately rushed toward Yi Han, continuously shouting the names of martial techniques such as 18 dragon subduing palms and 9 yin white bone claw. The result was that he was tightly bound like a cocoon, shedding tears, as he pleaded for help in despair. Chu Yuner calmly crossed her arms and declared that everything was over. Yan Lingqiao also casually brushed off her hands, considering the task completed. Witnessing the scene, Haibin trembled and hid behind a car, silently lamenting that the two women were truly terrifying. Chu Yuner arrogantly issued a challenge that she would continue next time, then turned away angrily, believing that her opponent had merely been lucky this time. At the same time, at a secret agency in Yanjing, the video of Yi Han's battle was being analyzed. Suddenly, the boss decisively pressed the pause button on the video. He stood up solemnly and asked everyone for their opinions regarding the footage sent from Shanghai City. The members commented one after another that the ability to slash bullets with a blade could only be achieved by a master at the Rendu realm, while also expressing doubts because Yi Han was still very young and the video might be fake. Amid the debates, the boss tapped the table demanding silence and affirmed that the video had been verified as authentic. He decisively stated that such a talent was greatly needed for the security bureau and asked who would go to Shanghai to recruit him. During this, the members quickly found excuses to decline, some claiming to be busy with previous missions while others cited health reasons, making the boss even more displeased. He angrily crushed the pen in his hand, silently cursing his subordinates for always avoiding seemingly simple tasks. At that moment, the large door was kicked open, and a figure with alluring long legs stepped inside. Everyone looked toward the door in astonishment, and the boss sternly asked for the identity of the newcomer. Yu Feng leaned casually against the doorway and asked whether there was a new mission. Seeing her, the boss was stunned for a few seconds before stammering to ask why she had returned earlier than her scheduled leave. She calmly extinguished the cigarette on the table with her finger. Then, while yawning, Huo Feng revealed that she had accidentally caused a major incident in Country L and was being wanted, forcing her to return early. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this, thinking that every time she took leave it became a disaster for somewhere else, and wondering why the boss had ever recruited her into the organization. Huo Feng walked toward the screen, pointed at Yi Han's image, and asked whether he was the target of this mission. The boss immediately became tense and stammered that the mission had already been assigned, fearing that Huo Feng would seize it. He hurriedly pointed randomly downward and asked whoever had accepted the mission to step forward, secretly hoping that someone would rescue him. The members awkwardly looked at one another, some saying that someone had taken it while others could not remember who it was. Huo Feng's gaze turned icy, and her smile carried killing intent that sent shivers through everyone. She suddenly stepped onto the table, clenched her fist, and loudly demanded whether they were treating her as a fool. Faced with her imposing aura, the members panicked and repeatedly apologized, even shifting the blame to the boss. Huo Feng coldly asked once more who this mission belonged to. Everyone immediately answered in unison that the mission belonged to her. Right afterward, she turned back with a sweet smile and winked, satisfied with the response. After accepting the mission, Huo Feng skipped away, saying she would go to Shanghai to have fun, leaving the members worried about Yi Han's fate. The boss could only sigh in resignation, believing that once Huo Feng took action, recruiting Yi Han would become extremely difficult. A few days later, Yi Han bid farewell to Hon Thien and thanked Brother Zhao before leaving. Brother Zhao waved his hand, reminding him to stay safe on the journey. On the way back, Yi Han reflected that his strength was still limited after the recent ambush and resolved to continue improving. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Yi Han looked at the screen and saw a call from Yi Jing, recognizing it as his sister's number. He quickly answered the call and happily informed that he would be returning soon. However, from the other end of the line came the voice of a strange man, causing Yi Han to panic and ask about the man's identity and his sister's condition. The man sneered coldly, "Last time you were lucky to escape, but now he issued an ultimatum, giving you exactly 1 hour to come to the abandoned buildings in the southern outskirts. If you are late, your beloved sister will be hard to keep safe." Yi Han was both worried and furious, blurting out a curse in frustration. A heavy atmosphere filled the air. He clenched his teeth and swore that if anything happened to his sister, he would never let that man go. At that moment, inside an abandoned factory, Yi Jing was tightly bound to a chair with a dangerous device attached to her body. She panicked, asking for his identity and begging to be released. Lu De snapped his fingers, his voice full of malice, telling her to stay calm. Her younger brother would arrive soon, and the two of them would reunite then. Not long after, Yi Han rushed in and loudly called out to his sister. He was tense, sweat pouring down, anxiously asking where she was. Hearing his familiar voice, Yi Jing immediately responded, informing him of her location. Lu De laughed sinisterly, looked at Yi Han, and said he had arrived at the perfect time. Yi Han was enraged, pointed straight at him, and demanded that he stop involving his sister and release her immediately. Lu De remained unfazed, raising the control device as a warning for him to stop. He tightened his grip on the device, revealing a dangerous smile, threatening that if he took another step, he would detonate the object on his sister's body. Seeing the device, Yi Han could not help but exclaim in shock. He took a deep breath and asked for the condition to exchange for his sister's release. Lu De had been waiting. He drew his gun and said he would release her if Yi Han played a game with him. Yi Han frowned and coldly asked what kind of game. He pointed the gun at Yi Han and asked if only one of the two could live, who would he choose? Without hesitation, Yi Han firmly chose for his sister to live, accepting all consequences for himself. Hearing this, Yi Jing immediately objected, telling him to leave and live well, making Lu De laugh with delight at their deep bond. Yi Han was already prepared, gripping the knife behind his back, determined not to remain passive. His gaze was icy and sharp as he stared intently at his opponent. Suddenly, laughter echoed from above, as if someone was toying with them. Both of them looked up to find the source of the sound, wondering who had just spoken. It turned out to be Huo Fuang, sitting above, casually asking whether she should prepare snacks to watch the show. Lu De immediately pointed his gun at her, shouting for her to leave or face danger. She merely smiled, seemingly unafraid of the threat. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped down and declared she would deal with him first, leaving both men below stunned. Lu De did not hesitate, and immediately fired at her. Bullets were fired continuously, but she nimbly dodged every shot without being hit. Finally, she landed lightly and even mocked his poor skill. Both witnesses were astonished. Yihan silently marveled while Luda found it hard to believe. He threw away the empty gun, tightened his grip on the control device, and threatened to activate it if forced. At that moment, Yihan swiftly threw a knife, knocking the device out of his hand. The device fell and shattered. He clutched his hand and cried out in pain. Fuang looked at Yihan and smiled, praising his knife skill. After speaking, she immediately charged forward. Fuang advanced and delivered a powerful kick toward Luda. The strike caused him to lose his balance completely. He was sent flying backward, red streaks spilling from his mouth. After finishing, she brushed off her hands as if nothing had happened. Yihan ran to his sister and anxiously asked about her condition. Yijing shook her head, reassuring him and saying that fortunately it was thanks to that girl. Hearing this, Yihan turned to thank Huofeng. However, she was busy searching L letter 1EF D letter 1EA1's body and complained that she could not find anything valuable. Yihan looked at the scene, speechless, only feeling that she was far too whimsical. Huofeng stood up and told Yihan that she did not have a place to stay. She then bluntly decided that she would stay at his house tonight. Yihan was stunned and asked why she had chosen his home. She did not answer, merely patted his shoulder and walked away as if the decision had already been made. Protested in frustration, saying that he had not agreed. Yijing advised him that since she had helped them, letting her stay for a few days would not be a problem. Huofeng walked ahead and waved her hand for them to lead the way, making Yihan even more displeased. As time passed, night gradually fell, and the three of them returned home. That night, Yihan secretly climbed outside, thinking about her mysterious nature. He gently jumped down to the balcony below. He was determined to uncover her true identity. He stood outside the door, carefully observing before letting out a sigh of relief that he had not been discovered. At this moment, Huofeng was in the bathroom, so no one was around. He stood beneath the shower, seemingly already aware of his presence. A glint flashed in her eyes as if she were thinking of an amusing prank. Outside, Yihan guessed that she might be taking a bath. Suddenly, a pair of fair legs appeared, startling him. Wrapped in a towel, Huofeng stepped out comfortably, feeling relaxed. Yihan felt embarrassed and intended to retreat, while she casually thought that the mission was far too easy. Upon hearing the word mission, he immediately became attentive. He suspected that she had another purpose and was determined to find out, while she deliberately prolonged her mention of the mission. Yihan pressed closer to the door, curious about what the mission was. Suddenly she rushed out and grabbed him, causing him to panic. He lost his footing and fell from the balcony. Hitting the ground, he cried out in pain. Hearing the noise, Yijing ran out and asked what had happened. He endured the pain and lied that he was practicing. He rubbed his head, feeling irritated inside. In the room, Huofeng brushed her hair, while Yihan became determined to uncover her identity. Thinking this, he jumped back onto the balcony and directly asked who she was, while she merely repeated the question. She smiled meaningfully, inwardly wanting to tease him further. Immediately afterward, she attacked playfully, forcing Yihan to hastily evade. He took a defensive stance and asked why she wanted to make a move against him. Huofeng stopped and repeated the question as if pondering it. After thinking for a moment, she snapped her fingers and laughed, because I have already taken a liking to your beautiful sister. After dealing with you, I can take her for myself. Yihan flushed with anger, pointing at her as he questioned, "You are clearly a woman, why do you want to take my sister?" Huofeng glared and rushed forward scolding, "Cut the nonsense, so what if I like women?" Yihan nimbly dodged the punch, sneering, "The tiger has not even roared and you already think I am a sick cat." After speaking, he circulated his energy, causing his eyes to flash as he murmured, "Yin-yang Dharma Eye." With this ability, Yihan easily saw through all of Huofeng's movements and criticized them as full of opening. When she launched a kick to attack, he only needed to tilt his body to evade it with ease. Huofeng widened her eyes in shock, not expecting her technique to be seen through. Yihan immediately counterattacked, clenching his fist and unleashing cannon fist. Huofeng hurriedly raised her arms to defend, secretly realizing that his strength was too great to confront head-on. Yihan unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks, while Huofeng stubbornly resisted. After fighting for a while, she secretly wondered why Yihan had become so powerful. There must be many hidden secrets. Yihan maintained a defensive stance, seriously declaring that he would not let her touch his sister, making Huofeng sigh as she thought her joke had been misunderstood. At this moment, from below the courtyard, Yijing called out asking what Yihan was doing up there. Hearing his sister's voice, Yihan was startled and looked down to respond. Yijing only saw him standing alone on the balcony, so she worriedly reminded him and told him to come down quickly because it was dangerous. Yihan hurriedly explained that he had discovered a suspicious girl. When he turned back, Huo Feng had already disappeared, leaving him surprised and wondering where she had gone. Just as he finished speaking, Huo Feng suddenly poked her head out and asked what he was doing in the middle of the night, making Yihan irritably question when she had appeared. Huo Feng pretended to be shy, accusing him of peeking when she had just finished bathing, leaving Yihan stunned in disbelief. He blushed and denied it, affirming that he had not peeked at all, and secretly cursed her for being such a good actress. However, Yi Jing below misunderstood and angrily scolded Yihan. Yihan frantically tried to explain, but was interrupted before he could finish. Yi Jing threw a brick straight at his face and demanded that he come down immediately. Yihan was struck by the brick and fell to the ground in pain. With tears welling in his eyes, he muttered that things were not as she thought. But Yi Jing did not listen to his explanation, dragging him into the house and forcing him to sleep, making Yihan fearfully lament that women were truly terrifying. Huo Feng stood above witnessing the entire scene, covering her mouth as she laughed in delight and grew curious about Yihan's secrets. A noisy night passed. The next morning Yihan yawned as he walked downstairs after losing sleep from being scolded by his sister, silently blaming Huo Feng. As soon as he went downstairs, he halted when he saw something unexpected. Yihan asked in surprise why Chu Yuner and Tang Haibin were here. Tang Haibin stepped forward and patted his shoulder, teasing him about bringing a beauty home, leaving Yihan with only an awkward smile. He pulled him aside to ask the reason for their visit and wondered why Chu Yuner seemed angry. Huo Feng suddenly appeared, acting coquettishly as she called Yihan baby and hinted at what happened last night, making Chu Yuner even more furious. Yihan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Huo Feng burst into laughter upon seeing Chu Yuner angrily approach and scold Yihan. Chu Yuner threw something at his face and informed him that he had to go to Dean Nam by himself. Looking at the plane ticket in his hand, Yihan wondered. Tang Haibin explained that Chu Yuner had come to deliver the ticket and remind him not to forget the trip, but she misunderstood when she saw Huo Feng in the house. Yihan realized the seriousness of the situation and grew worried because a misunderstanding had occurred. He immediately ran after Chu Yuner to explain, while Tang Haibin behind him also wanted to ask to go along to Dean Nam. Yihan quickly caught up and called for Chu Yuner to stop. He sincerely explained that he had no relationship with Huo Feng, only letting her stay because she had saved his sister. Chu Yuner finally stopped and asked again whether that was the truth. Yihan raised 3 fingers to swear that every word he said was true, if not he would bear the consequences. Chu Yuner smiled in trust, allowing Yihan to breathe a sigh of relief and feel joyful. Just then Huo Feng's coquettish voice rang out calling Yihan, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Huo Feng leaned out from the window acting spoiled, reminding Yihan of his promise to help her with a massage, making the situation even more troublesome. Yihan shook his head in panic, feeling that the situation was extremely critical. He angrily denied her words and asserted that he had never made such a promise. Huo Feng calmly fabricated a story that last night Yihan had begged outside her window. Yihan furiously refuted, but suddenly realized that he had inadvertently admitted to clinging to her window. Hearing this, Chu Yuner behind him became furious and scolded Yihan as a pervert. Yihan turned around trying to explain but was too late. Chu Yuner delivered a punch to him and angrily left. He departed in a rage, leaving behind words of bitter disappointment. Huo Feng stood upstairs witnessing everything, bursting into delighted laughter at Yihan's predicament. Yihan stood up, muttering curses in anger. He shouted asking Huo Feng why she always tried to harm him, while she only stuck out her tongue to tease him. Yihan stomped his foot in anger and threatened to take action. Huo Feng nonchalantly shrugged and provoked him to come up and face her. Provoked, Yihan clenched his fists warning that his blows were very heavy, but Huo Feng still looked down on him and challenged him. Two continued to argue fiercely. Finally, Yihan erupted, throwing his head back and shouting that he could no longer endure. He stomped his foot to gain momentum and assumed an attacking stance. In the blink of an eye, Yihan had leapt to Huo Feng's position. Huo Feng was astonished to realize that his speed was far greater than the day before. Immediately afterward, Yihan closed in on his opponent. He angrily hurled a fierce punch toward Huo Feng. Huo Feng hurriedly raised her hands to defend, realizing the unfavorable situation. Yihan's fist drove straight forward, forcing her to use all her strength to defend. She was horrified to realize that both his speed and strength had surged dramatically. Huo Feng wondered what Yihan's true identity was and resolved to force him to reveal it. She secretly told herself that today she must make him expose his true nature. Finally, Yihan knocked Huo Feng back into the room, causing her to fall to the floor. He gripped her hand tightly and coldly asked whether she was satisfied after being beat. Yihan grabbed Huo Feng by the collar and questioned her identity and purpose, but she still smiled mysteriously. Huo Feng whispered with amusement that she had originally intended to play with him for a few more days. Yihan grew even angrier, clenching his fists as he warned her not to continue pretending. Immediately afterward, Huo Feng threw an object toward him. Yihan picked up the piece of paper in surprise and wondered what it was. Hoa Fuang casually flicked her red hair, stood up, then turned and sat down on the chair, crossing her arms as she coldly reminded him to open his eyes and look carefully. Yihan stared wide-eyed at the three-word security bureau on the notebook, stammering in disbelief, wondering if this was truly the security bureau. Hoa Fuang chuckled softly to herself, reached out to pick up a bottle of water and asked gently, "So, are you starting to feel afraid yet?" She slowly drank some water, clicked her tongue and said, "If you kneel and apologize now, I might still be generous," while Yihan remained sitting on the floor, muttering security bureau. His next sentence almost made Hoa Fuang spit out her water. Security bureau, what is that? A security company. Yihan narrowed his eyes and continued seriously, or maybe a delivery company. Hoa Fuang became furious, pointed straight at him and shouted, "Have you never watched movies? Do you not know agents like Seven?" Yihan pouted, rubbed his chin and shook his head. "No matter how I look, you do not seem like one." Hearing that, Hoa Fuang put her hands on her hips and laughed, "Kid, let me broaden your knowledge." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and shot out a beam of light, loudly shouting, "A cloud-piercing signal arrow, summon reinforcement." Glowing arrow shot out of the room and flew straight into the sky. Yihan hurried outside to look and saw it explode like fireworks, forming the image of Hoa Fuang's face. "What is this?" He sneered and pointed at the sky. "This is supposed to be a communication signal. What era are we in to still use something like this?" Before he could finish speaking, a series of deep and strange sounds made Yihan freeze. Immediately after, his eyes widened in shock at the scene that appeared. "What is going on here?" A man wearing sunglasses spoke into a walkie-talkie. "Hurry up, all missile systems move into position." The man continued giving orders to hold formation. "Position 3, long-range missiles prepare." Yihan watched helicopters and tanks arrive and shouted, "Is this a war?" Inside the room, Hoa Fuang remained calm as she sat and asked, "Do you believe it now?" With a thud, Yihan immediately knelt down. He clasped his hands and bowed his head to beg for forgiveness. "I was wrong. Please withdraw your divine powers, my lord." Hearing that, Hoa Fuang took out her phone and gave the order, "Threat neutralized, all units withdraw." Yihan quickly looked outside. Seeing everything retreat, he exclaimed in delight. They disappeared. At this moment he was stunned, his mind blank, not knowing who he was or where he came from. Hoa Fuang stood up and softly called out, "Now then." She stretched and yawned, complaining that she felt a bit tired. With a swish, Yihan immediately rushed to her side. He knelt beside the bed, massaging her legs, respectfully asking, "Boss, is there anything you need me to do?" Hoa Fuang enjoyed it comfortably and softly praised him, "Your skills are quite good." Yihan lowered his head, blushing as he humbly replied, "I just practice for fun, thank you for the compliment." Hoa Fuang nodded proudly, "Your family background has been checked, it is very clean." He smiled lightly and replied, "Of course, my family has been law-abiding citizens for 8 generations." He looked at him with satisfaction. "Good, tomorrow follow me to work at the security bureau." Hearing that, Yihan's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed, "All right, tomorrow I will." But before finishing, he jumped up. "What, work at the security bureau?" Hoa Fuang curled her lips and pointed at him. "That is right, we need someone like you." Under her surprised gaze, Yihan stepped back and said bluntly, "Sorry, I refuse." He turned to leave but was shouted at, "Stop right there." Yihan was briefly startled and then asked coldly, "What are you trying to do? You are not forcing people, are you?" She tried to stay calm and explained, "Not at all, we have 6 types of insurance here. High salary and bonuses, paid leave, extremely good benefit." After hearing this, he frowned and thought, "Many insurance plans, high salary, paid leave, that sounds quite good." Seeing his hesitation, Hoa Fuang trembled with anger, feeling annoyed inside. "People have always begged me before, I have never had to lower myself like this." After a moment, Yihan said decisively, "Forget it." That sentence made her furious, while he calmly said, "I prefer a peaceful life." Yihan landed lightly on the ground, his movements decisive. Watching his departing figure, Hoa Fuang was stunned, her heart feeling heavy. She blushed as she evaluated him. "His skills are not bad, his potential is high, I must bring him in, he will be useful against troublesome opponents in the future." Feeling the gaze behind him, Yihan muttered, "I am not stupid, a job that dangerous is not worth risking my life." As he reached the door, the sound of a rolling suitcase was heard. Jing came out holding a suitcase, worried as she said, I heard you are going to Thailand, I have prepared your thing. He scratched his head awkwardly, thank you sis, I will be back soon. She placed a hand on her chest and reminded him, be careful over there, do not let anything happen. He held her hand to reassure her, I am just attending a jade gambling convention, it is not dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, Hoa Fuang's cold laughter echoed, that may not be the case. She walked down the stairs and said slowly, this year's convention in Dien Nam is a bit different. Han looked at her coldly and asked, what do you mean? Hoa Fuang smiled mysteriously, you will understand when you get there. After speaking, she threw an object out, catch it. The red and white sphere flew swiftly through the air, emitting a sharp sound. He hurriedly reached out and caught it. Looking at the object in his hand, he felt a hint of confusion. Han stepped forward and asked urgently, wait, what is this? Hoa Fuang said calmly, a small item that helps your weapon pass security checks. Hearing that, he thought to himself, she still wants me to bring it along, it seems this trip is not simple. Seeing his thoughtful expression, she thought confidently, kid, remember to come back safely. Next morning, under the sunlight, a large airplane soared across the sky. At Dien Nam Airport, the three of them, including Yihan, stood there full of spirit. An and Hi cheered happily, we have finally arrived. Iban put an arm around him and whispered, I heard the services here are very special, want to try? Yihan gave a sly smile and avoided the topic. It is not convenient, Chu Yuner is still here, causing her to turn back angrily. In an instant, Chu Yuner angrily stomped on each of them once. Seeing her anger, he quickly apologized, I was wrong, please forgive me. Another person followed behind and said irritably, you two stop it, when will the person picking us up arrive? At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, well, if it is not you. Nin Fong walked over waving his hand, I did not expect to meet you here. He lowered his sunglasses and said with a smile, what a coincidence. Chu Yuner mocked him, so it is the young master of the Nin family, you are also attending this convention. Nin Fong kept smiling, pushed the other two aside and replied, of course. Under the displeased gazes, he took her hand and invited her, since we have met, why not ride in my car together? Everyone stared at the eye-catching pink supercar. The provocative images plastered on the car's body made everyone's expressions change. Chu Yuner forced a smile for a few seconds before tactfully withdrawing her hand, gently declining and saying that the person coming to pick her up would arrive soon. However, Nin Fong still ignored it, his eyes revealing clear indecent intentions, sweetly telling her not to be polite and to join him for a meal before visiting his 800-square-meter villa to discuss life ideal. Sensing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Deep Ha immediately grabbed his hand tightly. He strode forward and coldly questioned, where exactly does that filthy hand of yours think it is going to touch? Overwhelmed by the imposing aura, Nin Fong stepped back in panic and shouted a threat. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Let go at once or do not blame me. Yihan said nothing more, forcefully flinging his hand and sending him staggering away, uttering a single word of contempt, yet lost. Before Nin Fong could react, he fell headlong, his face slamming hard into the body of the supercar behind him. Yihan stepped forward, confidently wrapping an arm around her shoulders and declaring, I am Chu Yuner's boyfriend, so this matter naturally concerns me. Chu Yuner blushed deeply, stammering in both embarrassment and curiosity, Yihan, since when did you become that? He smiled and asked in return, what is it? Do you not agree with what I just said? As soon as he finished speaking, Yihan paused slightly before leaning in to give her a gentle kiss, enough to make her heart race. Chu Yuner immediately regained her composure, pushed him away and exclaimed in a huff, you are truly too much. Iban behind them could not help but raise his thumb in admiration, truly impressive Yihan, I must learn this domineering CEO move. Nin Fong angrily pointed straight at them and shouted, you two dare to flirt in front of me, do you treat me as if I do not exist? Yihan turned back with a faint smile and mocked, a talented man and a beautiful woman are destined to be a pair, do you have any objections? Provoked, that man ground his teeth and spat out two furious words, despicable. Nin Fong turned and shouted loudly to the two bodyguards, a bao a ho, get them, make them kneel down and admit their mistake. Two men did not hesitate and replied in unison, understood. Seeing the tense situation, Haiban hurriedly retreated and shouted, Yihan, I am counting on you. A bao and a ho immediately rushed forward, launching vicious attacks while growling for them to kneel and beg for mercy. Facing the two swift punches, Yihan curled his lips in mockery, the ones who should be begging are you. After only two dull thuds, both of them had collapsed to their knees before him, stammering apologies, leaving Nin Fong stunned in disbelief. At that moment, Yihan suddenly pulled out a folding knife that gleamed with a cold light. Under the horrified gazes of the two men, he coldly said, "Next it is your turn." Fang stepped back one step at a time, his voice trembling though he tried to appear tough. "What are you planning to do?" Yihan let out a soft laugh and asked in return, "What do I want to do?" Immediately afterward, the blade swept past, tearing Fang's clothes apart, and he calmly told him to change into another outfit. After finishing, Yihan dusted off his hands as if nothing had happened and muttered, "That should do it." Fang stood in the cold wind, bewildered as he wondered why he suddenly felt so chilly. Ban was so shocked that he choked on his drink, while Chu Yuner hurriedly covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my, what a shameless rogue." Realizing his miserable state, he frantically tried to cover himself and screamed for help. Immediately afterward, Fang bolted away, running while shouting that he wanted to go home. Three watched him leave, shaking their heads in exasperation and muttering that tastes these days were truly strange. A man wearing women's clothes was indeed hard to accept. After saying that, all three simultaneously lowered their heads to avoid looking any further. While they were still grimacing, someone behind them suddenly asked in a gentle voice, "May I ask if you are Miss Chu?" Hearing this, the three turned around in suspicion. "Who is it? Could it be the person who came to pick us up?" The man smiled politely and introduced himself as Liu Zhaiming, sent by Elder Chu to pick everyone up, then invited them to get into the car. Yihan happily held Chu Yuner's hand and followed, while Ban dragged his suitcase and complained for them to help him. A moment later, inside the crowded restaurant, laughter and conversation blended with the rich aroma of food spreading everywhere. Yihan bit into a chicken drumstick and praised its delicious taste, and the girl beside him nodded, telling him to eat more. While eating, Chu Yuner suddenly turned to ask, causing him to pause, "Where did Ban go?" He recalled that the man seemed to have gone to look for a local specialty, and had just asked Liu Zhaiming where there was a special service. Suddenly, a harsh shout rang out in the restaurant, complaining that the food was hard to swallow, making Chu Yuner frown, and after hearing it, Yihan suspected it was a Japanese person. Dang Nguyen loudly mocked the cuisine here as far inferior to his homeland, while an Ao Jun standing beside him echoed with disdain. Those words angered the diners, and someone shouted back that this was China, and if they did not like it, they should go elsewhere. Ao Jun flew into a rage and swung his sword in a horizontal slash as a warning, his voice full of menace. Everyone fearfully dodged the path of the razor-sharp blade. They retreated backward, angrily demanding that the police be called because of such outrageous behavior. Dang Nguyen merely let out a disdainful laugh. That man sarcastically declared that the people here were far too timid. Chu Yuner recognized that the man in the suit was the director of the Fujiwara group, with a bodyguard beside him, and she did not expect Japan to be involved in this stone gambling event. Yihan angrily stood up, clenching his fists and shouting. Before he could act, a figure flashed past his eyes, leaving him stunned. Han Tang rushed forward, swinging his arm powerfully in preparation to counterattack, his voice filled with fury. With just a single strike, Dang Nguyen was sent flying into the distance, blood spurting from his mouth along with a groan. Han widened his eyes in astonishment, thinking to himself that this person was even faster than him. Dang Nguyen clutched his face in pain and shouted for Ao Jun to take action, and he immediately responded. Ao Jun gathered strength in his legs and leaped forward. He swung his sword, producing a thunderous whistling sound as he confidently unleashed his ultimate technique. Han Tang grew worried because he was unarmed and would find it difficult to withstand the attack. From a distance, Dang Nguyen viciously ground his teeth and muttered a curse. In that critical moment, Yihan dashed forward to shield Han Tang at a speed that dazzled everyone. A powerful surge of energy like a fire dragon erupted, shattering Ao Jun's sword energy. He was blasted into the wall, and his sword shattered into two pieces. Ao Jun lay sprawled on the ground, weakly groaning in pain. The diners cheered excitedly, demanding that the arrogant group be driven out of China. Chu Yuner held her cheeks and praised Yihan with admiration for being so outstanding. Jun trembled in disbelief that he, a grand martial artist, had been defeated so quickly. Han Tang cracked his knuckles and coldly declared that anyone who dared to act arrogantly on Chinese soil must pay the price. Yihan echoed his sentiment, and sensing the killing intent behind him, Dang Nguyen began to panic. Immediately afterward, two violent impacts resounded, causing the entire room to tremble. After finishing the matter, the two draped their arms over each other's shoulders and left, leaving him lying unconscious. They exchanged names and brief thanks before laughing heartily. Returning to the table, Han Tang subtly reminded them that the current period was unstable and that turmoil might soon occur here. Chu Yuner asked in confusion whether it was because of the stone gambling event. He confirmed in a serious tone that this year's reward was extremely attractive. So many major forces such as the Quach family, the Nin family, the Lu family, and even the Japanese group had joined. Yihan pondered thoughtfully, wondering whether this was a test arranged by Elder Chu. Han Tang raised his glass and laughed heartily, saying that since today was to their liking, they should drink until they were drunk. All three set aside their worries and happily clinked their glasses in agreement. Next morning, the sound of temple bells rang out, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. Amid the thick curling incense smoke, the three slowly stood before the rows of Buddha statues, feeling the solemnity that filled the entire space. He observed the surrounding scenery for a while and then slowly spoke. Finally they had arrived. This was the reclining Buddha temple. Chu Yuner also exclaimed excitedly upon seeing its magnificent scale. Seeing the astonishment of the two, he smiled and pointed to the large plaque behind, introducing that this was the most famous scenic site, and it was said that inside resided the Grandmaster of Buddhist law Zhen. At that moment, Hai Ban came running over while panting, both exhausted and complaining about being left behind. Suddenly, the wooden door of the Buddha hall slowly opened, emitting a creaking sound within the tranquil space. The Grandmaster led Ching Cheng out, fingers moving along a string of prayer beads, softly chanting Amitabha. He stepped forward and gently pushed the little girl toward Yihan, solemnly stating that he had finally been able to wait for him and asking him to take the child away. The three people behind were astonished and looked at one another, while Yihan stood frozen and exclaimed in confusion. Ching Cheng's next words left Yihan stunned when she asked whether he was her father. Hai Ban immediately gave a thumbs up in teasing, asking when Yihan had gained a daughter and where the child's mother was, leaving Kun Zeng sighing helplessly in curiosity. Hearing this, Chu Yuner frowned, clenched her fists, and blurted out angrily. Yihan held his head and cried out in grievance, asserting that he had been single for more than 20 years and could not possibly have a daughter appear out of nowhere. Chu Yuner immediately grabbed his collar and loudly demanded a clear explanation of everything. She angrily threatened that if he did not explain clearly he would regret it, causing Yihan to break into a cold sweat as he hurriedly clarified that this was merely a misunderstanding. Seeing the tense situation, the Grandmaster spoke to stop them, affirming that Yihan was not Ching Cheng's father, and only then was he released in a miserable state. Ching Cheng stood beside them and hesitantly asked in a pitiful manner that if he was not her father then why she felt extremely close to him. Yihan's eyes welled with tears as he cried out in grievance, emphasizing that the little girl was truly not his daughter. Chu Yuner turned away, still muttering reproachfully that he had not explained earlier, while Yihan weakly defended himself that he had already tried to speak but she had refused to listen. After calming down, he asked the Grandmaster with suspicion about what was truly happening. The Grandmaster stroked his long beard and slowly explained that only Yihan could help Ching Cheng continue to live. Hearing this, Yihan frowned and speculated that the girl might be ill, deciding to use the yin-yang Dharma eye to examine her. No sooner thought than done, he quickly activated the ability, and his eyes were immediately covered with a strange light. When he saw Ching Cheng with a sorrowful expression, Yihan was suddenly shocked and terrified by the scene that appeared. Behind the little girl appeared the image of a massive and imposing red dragon. He stepped back several paces in astonishment and could not help but exclaim what exactly it was. The Grandmaster calmly explained that only those possessing special spiritual energy like Yihan could see it, and if not suppressed, it would not only threaten Ching Cheng's life but also bring calamity to Jiang City. Without letting Yihan finish speaking, the Grandmaster gently pushed Ching Cheng toward him as a form of entrustment. He stated that he had exhausted all his efforts over many years to suppress it, but time was running out, hoping that Yihan would accept, causing the little girl to cling to him and call him master with reluctance. Chu Yuner smiled encouragingly, praising Ching Cheng's cuteness and advising Yihan to agree, while Hai Ban also patted his shoulder in approval, saying that gaining such an adorable daughter was not a loss. Ching Cheng ran over and hugged Yihan's leg, coquettishly expressing her affection, which left Chu Yuner somewhat surprised. Faced with such innocence, Yihan shyly scratched his head and finally accepted the proposal. The Grandmaster clasped his hands in gratitude, a brilliant golden light radiating from behind him as he stated that he also had a gift to present to Yihan. Immediately afterward, he thrust out his palm to transmit his power, causing Yihan to be pushed back while he astonishingly sensed the source of strength being infused into his body. Seeing Yihan enveloped in a stream of golden spiritual energy, Hai Ban and Chu Yuner could not help but worry as they repeatedly called his name. Kun Zeng quickly stepped forward to block the front, reassuring them that the Grandmaster was transmitting his cultivation to Yihan and that it must absolutely not be interrupted to avoid severe consequences. As the transmission process continued, 4 figures silently appeared behind them with ill intention. Sensing the killing intent, Kun Zeng immediately turned back vigilantly and loudly demanded the identities of those who had just appeared. Zhu showed no fear, revealing a sinister smile and declaring that Yihan had caused his organization heavy losses and that today he must pay the price. Hai Ban recognized them as the same people who had previously attempted to assassinate Yihan, while Chu Yuner grew anxious upon seeing that he was in a state where he could not move. Without hesitation, Hai Ban drew his dagger and resolutely declared that he would not allow anyone to harm Yihan, his brother. Chu Yuner also stepped forward firmly to protect him, asserting that anyone who wished to touch Yihan would have to get past her first, as the 3 of them stood on guard facing the group of assassins. That man suddenly burst into laughter, the smile filled with clear contempt and arrogance. Immediately afterward, Dai Tru revealed a mocking expression and forcefully ordered his subordinates that since they sought a dead end, he would grant their wish and they should immediately rush forward to deal with them. The entire group shouted in unison and quickly charged toward Yihan with fierce momentum. Amid the dense hail of bullets, Kun Tang showed no hesitation and bravely rushed into battle, determined to fight to the end. At that moment, the sharp sound of a sword leaving its sheath rang out with great power. Yihan immediately stepped forward to stand in front of his companion, his expression solemn and resolute. After observing the situation, he coldly swept his gaze around and issued a deep-voiced command, demanding that the opponents withdraw at once. Giving the enemies no chance to escape, Yihan unleashed his full pressure, sending the entire group flying as the ground cracked beneath the terrifying force. Witnessing this magnificent scene, Hai Bin and the others joyfully shouted Yihan's name in excitement. On the opposite side, Yihan coldly swung the Tian Q blade, golden spiritual energy radiating around his body, each word resounding like thunder, as he warned that anyone who dared to touch his friends would pay the price. Seeing that the situation was under control, the Grandmaster breathed a sigh of relief, while everyone looked on in astonishment at their timely fortune. However, Dai Tru showed no fear and instead displayed a mocking smile, declaring that even though Yihan had awakened, his fate today would not change. As soon as his words ended, that man suddenly froze when he felt pain at his neck at the very moment Yihan flashed past like lightning. With Yihan at the center, a surge of golden spiritual energy enveloped Dai Tru's men, and identical cuts appeared across their necks. Yihan raised the blade to eye level, his voice cold and decisive as he uttered a single word, N. Immediately afterward, the entire opposing group collapsed one after another without having time to react. Dai Tru lay sprawled on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate as he muttered that he had only just entered the game and it had already ended. Hearing these words, Yihan merely cast a contemptuous glance and coldly remarked that in his eyes they were nothing more than weaklings. After regaining their senses, everyone enthusiastically praised Yihan, continuously commending his exceptional skills and overwhelming strength. Faced with the compliments, Yihan scratched his head shyly and humbly stated that this achievement was thanks to the Grandmaster's transmission of power, while secretly resolving to soon break through to the Foundation cultivation realm. At that moment, the Grandmaster's weak cough sounded, breaking the cheerful atmosphere. King Cheng immediately ran to his side with worried eyes, hurriedly asking about her master's condition. Yihan also quickly approached and offered to transfer spiritual energy to help the Grandmaster recover. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and circulated the brilliant golden spiritual energy to begin the treatment. However, the Grandmaster gently stopped him and stated that his time had come, entrusting Qing Cheng to Yihan and asking him to pass on a message if he ever met an old acquaintance. Amid the solemn chanting, a pure aura of light gradually separated from the Grandmaster's body to the astonishment of everyone. His figure slowly dissipated into the air, leaving only the echoing chants and Qing Cheng's sob. Unable to restrain her emotions, Qing Cheng burst into tears calling for her master, while Yihan placed a hand on her shoulder and solemnly promised to take care of her on his behalf. The following day at the bustling square, people excitedly discussed the stone gambling event, which involved many major enterprises and offered a precious gemstone vein as the prize. Yihan stood with his hands on his hips observing the surroundings and exclaimed in surprise at the number of participants. Chu Yuner then explained that this was only the first round. This moment, Hai Bin was busy pursuing a beautiful girl, smiling foolishly as he invited her to join him, only to receive an annoyed glare and words of reproach. Witnessing this scene, Yi Han and Chu Yuner could only shake their heads in exasperation at Hai Bin's carefree behavior. Unable to endure it any longer, Yi Han pulled Hai Bin away to avoid drawing attention, yet he still did not forget to loudly invite the girl to visit Sun Hai City. The golden lights illuminated the exhibition area, highlighting the stones neatly placed on the shelves with clearly marked prices. Some stones remained intact, while others displayed faint watermarks, arousing curiosity about the hidden value within. Alongside the expensive stones, the organizers also prepared many lower-priced options so that everyone would have a chance to participate. Han observed with shining eyes and enthusiastically expressed his determination to obtain great reward, prompting Chu Yuner to curiously ask which stone he had set his sights on. Without hesitation, he pointed to a black stone and confidently asserted that it certainly contained high-quality jadeite with an estimated value of hundreds of millions. Hearing this, Hai Bin asked with some doubt, and Yi Han smiled as he affirmed that he should trust in his observational ability. Afterward, Yi Han stepped forward decisively to purchase the stone, prompting the sales staff to immediately bow politely to confirm the transaction. An arm suddenly blocked his path, forcing Yi Han to stop, surprised as he heard someone tell him to halt. With an arrogant expression, Nin Fong spoke provocatively, declaring that he had also set his sights on this stone. As soon as she heard that, she clenched her fists in anger and loudly demanded to know what Nin Fong intended to do. Seeing his smug half-smile, Hai Ban could not contain his anger, rolling up his sleeves and warning that he seemed to have forgotten the lesson from last time. Nin Fong remained calm, pointing toward the security personnel and reminding them that if anyone dared to make a move, they would be escorted out immediately. He shrugged arrogantly, asserting that fair competition was completely legitimate, leaving Hai Ban furious but unable to refute. Han stepped forward to shield Hai Ban and calmly declared that he accepted fair competition. Nin Fong eagerly offered 3 million for the stone. Yi Han immediately raised the bid by 1 yuan, making the atmosphere tense. The increase of just 1 yuan enraged Nin Fong, but Yi Han responded playfully that it was simply normal competition. Hai Ban and Chu Yuner cheered excitedly, praising Yi Han and making the atmosphere even more lively. Nin Fong flushed with anger, declaring he would see it through and raising the bid to 4 million. In the intense bidding war, Yi Han remained calm, consistently increasing the price by 1 yuan each time Nin Fong bid higher, pushing the amount up to 7 million. Elsewhere, Min Veen recognized Nin Fong's identity and grew curious about the situation. En Huoc Lan explained that the two were competing to buy a stone, while Han Tran mocked the audacity of bidding against someone as wealthy as him. Unable to bear the pressure, Nin Fong shouted and raised the price to 10 million. Chu Yuner worriedly grabbed Yi Han's hand, advising that the price was too high and could lead to losses. Yi Han smiled confidently to reassure everyone, affirming his ability, which prompted Nin Fong to mock him for running out of money. With a composed demeanor, Yi Han continued to raise the bid to 10 million and 1 yuan. Nin Fong was about to continue bidding, but Tran Viet hurriedly stopped him and advised him to quit. Tran Viet whispered that the stone's value had already far exceeded reality, and letting Yi Han bear the consequences would be more advantageous. Hearing this, Nin Fong agreed with satisfaction to stop, while Tran Viet also let out a sigh of relief. Nin Fong announced that he would no longer bid, and mocked Yi Han for spending a huge sum on what seemed to be a worthless stone. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, believing that Yi Han had been tricked and had bought an overpriced stone. Nin Fong continued to sneer, looking pleased as he secretly calculated how to restore his reputation. In contrast, Yi Han calmly uttered a single word, fool, which only made Nin Fong even more furious. As if recalling something, Yi Han turned back and proposed a new wager to determine the true value of the stone. Tran Viet immediately asserted that the stone was worth at most 5 million, further boosting Nin Fong's confidence. Strengthened by this assurance, Nin Fong decisively agreed to participate in the wager. The crowd behind them buzzed with discussion, many believing that Yi Han was being overly reckless. Nin Fong arrogantly produced a check for 100 million to demonstrate his financial strength. Chu Yuner refused to be outdone, asserting that her boyfriend was not short of money, which deeply moved Yi Han. Yi Han gently thanked and praised her, while Chu Yuner shyly looked away. The intimate scene made Nin Fong grind his teeth in anger, seething inwardly. Uncle Lai stepped forward politely to ask Yi Han how he wanted the stone to be cut. Yi Han placed the stone down and calmly asked them to wait a moment. A blue glint flashed in his eyes, revealing that he was using a special ability to observe the interior. After careful consideration, Yihan precisely indicated the cutting position with confidence. Uncle Lai nodded and began cutting the stone according to the instructions. Nin Fang sneered, claiming that Yihan was merely pretending to be knowledgeable. Yihan did not respond, only silently gazing at him with a meaningful look. While Uncle Lai cut the stone, Hai Ban nervously kept asking about the progress, while Chu Yuner reminded him to be patient and wait. Many people around began discussing, believing that Yihan did not dare to look because he feared failure. Immediately afterward, a green glow appeared, making Chu Yuner and Hai Ban happily announce that jadeite had emerged. Even so, Nin Fang still mocked that it was merely an insignificant fragment and reminded everyone of the betting conditions. Yihan smiled confidently, affirming that the value of the jadeite block did not stop at 10 million. Before long, a large block of ice-type jadeite appeared, astonishing everyone and drawing endless praise. Nin Fang turned pale, unable to believe the result before his eyes. The brilliant green light attracted the attention of the entire hall, causing everyone to rush over to observe. Uncle Lai wiped his sweat and happily announced that the stone cutting had been a complete success. The top-grade jadeite block left everyone astonished, with many estimating its value could reach hundreds of millions. Nin Fang stammered, completely unable to believe this reality. He turned to scold Tran Viet for his earlier misjudgment, causing the man to hurriedly explain in panic. Yihan stepped forward, took the check, and smiled in gratitude to Nin Fang for the generous support. Hai Ban and Chu Yuner also took the opportunity to mock him, making Nin Fang even more furious. In his rage, Nin Fang shoved Tran Viet aside and accused Yihan of deliberately setting a trap. Yihan burst into laughter and admitted it, while the surrounding crowd also mocked him, causing Nin Fang to lose all face. Unwilling to accept defeat, Nin Fang threatened to use his family's influence to prevent the jadeite block from being sold on the market. During this, everyone began to hesitate and worry about the influence of the Nin family. Chu Yuner angrily objected, but Nin Fang arrogantly declared that he would stop anyone from purchasing the stone. At that moment, a calm and steady voice rang out, declaring the intention to buy this jadeite block. Everyone turned their heads, curious about the person who dared to confront Nin Fang and the power behind him. Nin Fang angrily demanded the identity of the person who had just spoken. Guangzong appeared, coldly mocking Nin Fang's arrogance. Nin Fang recognized that the other party was the chairman of the Lu Corporation and made sarcastic remarks about his health condition. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the two major forces confronted each other, promising an engaging showdown. Chu Yuner was astonished to recognize Guangzong's identity, while Yihan observed the situation with interest. Guangzong ignored Nin Fang, stepped forward to propose buying the jadeite block, and asked Yihan to name a price. The crowd continued to murmur, estimating that the jadeite block could be worth between 200 and 300 million. Nin Fang stood behind, seething with anger but forced to accept the unfavorable situation. Yihan considered carefully and realized that selling to Guangzong was a reasonable choice. Guangzong awaited the answer, making Nin Fang even more tense. Yihan smiled and decided to sell the jadeite block for 200 million, even though Chu Yuner believed the price could be higher. He gently explained that the amount earned was already sufficient, which made Guangzong happily express his appreciation. Guangzong clasped his hands in gratitude, but at that moment Nin Fang spoke up again to stop the transaction. He stepped in front of Guangzong and declared that he also wanted to purchase the jadeite block. Both Yihan and Chu Yuner were surprised by Nin Fang's sudden change in attitude. The crowd discussed among themselves, believing that his actions were confusing and full of contradiction. However, Nin Fang was secretly calculating to prevent the Lu Corporation from obtaining the valuable jadeite resource. Guangzong angrily questioned him, while Nin Fang justified that his family also had the right to participate in the bidding. Without waiting for a response, Nin Fang offered 250 million and expressed his intention to buy the jadeite block. In contrast, Yihan firmly refused the transaction, leaving Nin Fang stunned and bewildered. Nin Fang quickly calmed down, his face filled with indignation as he repeatedly questioned why he had raised the price by another 50 million yet was still refused. Did he not know how to calculate? Annoyed by the disturbance, Yihan cast him a cold and disgusted glance before decisively replying that he would rather speak of loyalty with a dog than cooperate in business with someone unworthy. These words immediately caused Nin Fang to erupt in anger, his entire body trembling with rage. Hearing this, the three people including Guangzong burst into hearty laughter and continuously praised Yi Han, believing his words were sharp and his comparison extremely vivid. The surrounding ridicule caused Nin Fang's expression to change repeatedly. He bitterly retorted that if he was likened to a dog then Yi Han was no better, since humans and dogs could never discuss cooperation. Nin Fang was so furious that he clutched his chest, his face turning pale as he stammered Yi Han's name in resentment. Yi Han smiled mockingly, dug his ear with his finger, and challenged that he had no bone to throw to someone who loved to snatch things like him. With just one sentence, Nin Fang was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring with deep hatred. Seeing Nin Fang collapse to the floor, Tran Viet cried out in panic, worried about the young master's condition. Nin Fang's subordinates also anxiously expressed their concern, recalling the romantic travel plans he had once promised and hoping that the young master would not suffer any misfortune. Witnessing this scene, the three people including Yi Han could only shake their heads helplessly. Hai Bin even covered his eyes because he felt extremely uncomfortable with such absurdity. Immediately afterward, Guangzong decisively produced a check worth 200 million and invited Yi Han to accept it. He cheerfully stated that this jadeite had helped him resolve a major matter, while Yi Han humbly replied that it was merely mutual assistance. He added that he had never liked Nin Fang from the beginning, so this outcome was only natural. Not stopping there, Guangzong continued to show goodwill by handing over his business card and inviting Yi Han to come to Luthai to develop his career at any time. Hearing this proposal, Yi Han was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuner stepped forward and firmly declared that Yi Han would not be going anywhere. Guangzong smiled in satisfaction, recognizing the implication and praising Chu Yuner as a filial granddaughter who could see far ahead. Understanding the meaning, Yi Han scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, while Chu Yuner still appeared somewhat embarrassed. Before leaving, Guangzong affirmed that with Yi Han's discerning eye, he would sooner or later become a grandmaster. At that moment, a voice filled with jealousy rang out, mocking that he was not worthy of the title of grandmaster. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked around searching for the speaker. Hai Bin also angrily asked who dared to insult his brother. Guangzong felt that the voice was extremely familiar and suspected that it belonged to the person he had in mind. Soon after, Guo Yunxeo and Master Huang appeared simultaneously, attracting all attention. Their appearance caused a commotion among the crowd, recognizing Guo Yunxeo as the young master of the Huangjiang group, while the person accompanying him was the renowned master Huang, famous throughout Southeast Asia. Facing the two, Yi Han calmly asked their identities and affirmed that he did not remember ever offending them. Master Huang immediately pointed at Yi Han, accusing him of causing his junior brother, Master Wang, to fall into misery. Yi Han pondered for a moment but still could not recall, yet Chu Yuner was startled to realize that it was the person they had previously exposed. Hearing these words, Master Huang angrily smashed the objects around him, claiming that the incident had caused his junior brother to be ridiculed and fall seriously ill. Chu Yuner immediately refuted, asserting that it was the consequence of Master Wang's own actions when he deliberately deceived them. However, Master Huang refused to listen to any explanation and decisively stated that any further words were useless. Immediately afterward, he issued a challenge to Yi Han, promising that if he lost he would withdraw from the field and accept punishment in front of everyone. Hai Bin immediately asked in return what the conditions would be if Yi Han lost. Master Huang coldly replied that if he failed, Yi Han must cripple the meridians of his hands and feet, becoming a cripple like his junior brother. Hearing the unfair condition, Chu Yuner immediately objected and advised Yi Han to leave, believing that only a fool would accept this challenge. However, the situation became complicated when Guo Yunxeo's subordinate stepped forward to block their path. He smirked and asked provocatively whether they had been permitted to leave. Hai Bin crossed his arms and responded firmly, declaring that he was not afraid if the other side wanted to cause trouble. Guangzong attempted to mediate, reminding Guo Yunxeo that this was Din Nam rather than Huangjiang and that he should consider the consequences of his action. But Yunxeo merely sneered and asked about these so-called consequences. He confidently believed that with the reputation of his family, the Stone Gambling Association would show respect and not interfere, while also revealing that he participated only because Master Huang had promised to serve him for free for 1 year. Hearing these words, Guangzong was so angry that he was left speechless. However, Yi Han proactively raised his hand to reassure everyone that he could rest assured. With a confident tone, he declared that he accepted the challenge because it was merely a normal contest. This decision caused the onlookers to stir, believing that Yi Han was too reckless to dare confront Master Huang. Chu Yuner worriedly advised him not to agree, because this was clearly a trap that had been arranged in advance. Ai Bin also opposed, emphasizing that the competition conditions were far too unfair and there was no need to accept them. Even Guangzong spoke up to advise Yi Han to think carefully before taking action. However, Yi Han remained confident, asserting that he might lose in other fields but in stone gambling he would certainly win. Hearing this, Master Huang sneered coldly, believing that Yi Han would regret his decision. Yi Han calmly replied that he would absolutely not regret it, while also proposing an additional condition. He pointed toward Gu Yongxiao, demanding that if Master Huang lost, he must also kneel down and accept the same punishment. This proposal left everyone present astonished. The crowd buzzed with discussion, believing that Yi Han was too reckless to dare challenge the young master of the Guo family, a force with great influence in both worlds. Yi Han clenched his fists, his eyes resolute as he declared that anyone who dared to touch his people would have to pay the price. These imposing words made the surrounding atmosphere more tense than ever. Noticing Gu Yongxiao's hesitation, Master Huang leaned over to reassure him that Yi Han was merely bluffing, and that everything had been arranged to guarantee victory. Nevertheless, Gu Yongxiao still appeared worried about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. To reinforce his confidence, Master Huang pledged to serve the Guo family for an additional year as a guarantee. Hearing this, Gu Yongxiao immediately agreed to the condition, and smugly declared that Yi Han had no chance of winning. Seeing his pragmatic attitude, Master Huang merely frowned slightly, showing his dissatisfaction. At the stone warehouse, Master Huang led Yi Han's group inside. As soon as they entered, Chu Yuner hurriedly covered her nose because of the unpleasant smell and wondered where this place was. Master Huang explained that this was the area where the leftover waste stones from previous stone gambling events were gathered, and that they were almost worthless. He continued to announce that the content of the competition was to find the most valuable jadeite among these waste stones within 1 hour. Hearing this condition, Yi Han slightly frowned, appearing surprised by the competition method. Those following could not help but discuss that this task was nearly impossible, because the number of stones was too large, and the chance of finding jadeite was extremely low. Yi Han also pondered and realized that without the yin-yang dharma eyes, searching for jadeite in this pile of waste stones would be impossible, while also suspecting that Master Huang had arranged a conspiracy. Master Huang urged them to begin, while his subordinates secretly reported that everything had been prepared according to the plan. The old man smiled with satisfaction, secretly convinced that Yi Han would not be able to win this contest. Chu Yuner worriedly whispered to Yi Han that these stones were almost worthless, and suggested changing the competition method. Yi Han turned to reassure her, confidently asserting that many treasures were still hidden within the pile of stone. Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately mocked him, believing that if truly valuable jadeite existed it would have been discovered long ago. They concluded that Yi Han's experience was still too limited, and that this time he had certainly fallen into the opponent's trap. Master Huang continued to pretend to examine the stones and shook his head, judging that they were all worthless. He stopped before another stone that appeared somewhat better, but still asserted that it was not worth selecting. The old man continued his act, pointing to another stone and claiming that it was too ordinary to contain jadeite. Yi Han slightly curled his lips, realizing that the opponent was merely putting on a show, and decided to observe what the real scheme was. Immediately, he activated the special ability in his right eye to begin the observation process. Energy swirled around his body as the yin-yang dharma eyes were activated, allowing him to see through all things. Thanks to this, Yi Han easily recognized jadeite of various sizes hidden deep within the stones, and silently waited to see what trick the opponent would use next. The old man secretly revealed a calculating smile. This is indeed the one, the counterfeit jade gambling stone I prepared in advance to swap in. Master Hong stepped close to the jade hiding stone, his expression firm as if victory was already in his grasp. Yi Han also quietly waited for the right moment to act. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Hiding the greedy gleam in his eyes behind his hunched back, the old man told himself that as long as he obtained this piece, victory in this round would be assured. He felt extremely pleased, thinking that this time Yi Han would find it impossible to turn the situation around. Before Master Hong could even touch the stone, Yi Han suddenly threw a small pebble from behind, knocking the stone block away. The stone shot straight into the wall, startling the old man into shouting that it was his stone. Yihan casually tossed the stone in his hand and pretended to apologize for slipping, which made Master Hong furious as he scolded him for deliberately causing trouble. He crossed his arms, raised his eyebrows, and replied that he had not taken the stone, it was still lying over there. Yihan further mocked that merely changing its position slightly was enough for the master to fail to recognize the stone he had personally chosen. The surrounding crowd began to murmur and apply pressure, saying that if he had chosen it himself, he should be able to find it, and with Master Hong's reputation, it should not be difficult. Master Hong broke out in a cold sweat, flustered and unable to understand why he could not recognize it, suspicion rising that Yihan had seen through his scheme. Yihan laughed provocatively and told him to hurry and find it because less than an hour remained. Master Hong had no choice but to kneel among the scattered stones, gritting his teeth as he replied that they should just wait and see. Yihan turned his back and walked to another area, calmly saying he would wait for good news. He stopped in front of a large, towering stone that stood out prominently in the yard. Looking up at it, he softly marveled that among stones that seemed like mere scrap, a treasure was hidden. Yihan placed his hand on the rough surface of the boulder, a sense of excitement rising within him at the unexpected discovery. When he finally found the stone he wanted, Master Hong was so overjoyed that his eyes reddened, heaved a sigh of relief as his lifelong reputation had nearly been ruined. He looked over with a puzzled expression, wondering what this person was doing. Chu Yuner felt that Master Huang was clearly showing off excessively. He had only found a stone, was there really a need to be so ostentatious? Hai Bindu was also speechless, he was celebrating far too early. The old man was overjoyed as if he had found a treasure. Yihan, I have finished choosing the stone, this time you will definitely lose. Yihan let out a long, bored yawn. You merely found a piece of rough jadeite, yet you already think you have beaten me. What a foolish fantasy. The smug face of Master Huang Fuck Truck briefly showed a hint of worry. How did you know rough jadeite is already top tier? I do not believe you can find anything in this pile of scraps that surpasses me. The curious onlookers immediately chimed in. Master Huang being able to find jadeite in a pile of scraps is truly impressive, while Yihan only knows how to boast without any real ability. He decided to choose the tall stone from earlier again. It is this one, it will definitely defeat you. As soon as he finished speaking, mocking laughter erupted everywhere. Is this kid crazy? That stone is already cracked. How could there be jade inside? It seems Yihan is making a desperate gamble. Chu Yuner asked with uncertainty, Yihan, is there really rough jadeite inside the stone? Hai Bin also thought he chose randomly. Yihan, do not be hasty, perhaps we should change to another stone. Master Huang laughed loudly in delight. Yihan, I advise you to admit defeat early, perhaps I might even be a little generous. He slowly exerted force on the stone, causing it to crack into small fissures, from which a brilliant emerald light radiated. The one who should admit defeat is you. The dazzling jade light made the old man squint. Hai Bin hid behind Chu Yuner and exclaimed in shock, what is that? Yihan truly split the stone in half with astonishing strength, leaving everyone stunned. He took out a toad statue carved entirely from jadeite, causing those who had mocked him to gasp in admiration. This is extremely rare natural jadeite, every piece is immensely valuable. Everyone was overwhelmed by its immense value. This jade toad is worth at least tens of billions. There is no need to compare further. Yihan has undoubtedly won. This is an invaluable treasure. Master Huang gaped in astonishment, unable to believe it. This brat Yihan actually found natural jadeite from this pile of scraps. Unzio gritted his teeth in anger. How hateful, this guy's luck is truly immense. Seeing their side achieve complete victory, everyone was extremely excited. This is wonderful, our Yihan has won. Hai Bin laughed heartily. You are truly amazing, from now on you are my idol. Yihan did not hesitate to hand the toad statue to him for safekeeping. Hold this for me. He looked straight at the old man. Victory and defeat are clear. You should fulfill your previous promise. Master Huang tried to find excuses. I do not believe it, you must have cheated. How could natural jadeite appear from this pile of scraps? Crowd no longer showed him any respect. Just because you cannot do it does not mean others cannot. Losing without admitting it is truly despicable. And you still dare to call yourself a master. Hurry and fulfill your promise. I have already recorded everything. Hearing those words, Yihan laughed, cheating. Quickly grabbed the old man's wrist. I think the one who cheated is you. Master Huang retorted nervously. What nonsense are you talking about? I do not understand. Yihan gently twisted the old man's wrist, and the stone in his hand immediately fell. Everyone take a good look. Master Huang stared wide-eyed at the treasure stone falling to the ground, panic rising in his heart. This is bad. The stone rolled lightly and split into two, revealing an exquisite jadeite piece that had been pre-placed inside. He exposed the old man in front of everyone. This stone was clearly glued back together. There are still traces of adhesive on the surface, and the jade inside was pre-arranged. The crowd's anger quickly erupted. How despicable! Master Huang claimed it was a fair competition yet cheated. Is he treating us like fools? The reputation of the Stone Gambling Association has been ruined. Master Huang, drenched in sweat, asked anxiously, what do you want to do? Several burly youths cracked their knuckles and approached. What else? Of course we will teach you a lesson. Everyone rushed forward together to punish this fraud. Crowd surged forward, leaving the old man struggling. He continuously begged, please stop, I was wrong, please spare me. Amid the chaos, Yun Zio intended to sneak away. This fool still lost despite cheating. It is best for me to withdraw first. However, he was quickly blocked by Yi Han's group. He asked, where do you think you are going? Chu Yuner continued, Master Huang has lost. You should also fulfill your promise. Hai Bin added, Master Huang has received his consequences. Next it is your turn. Yun Zio tried to remain calm despite his trembling shoulders. What do you want? I am the heir of the Xiangjiang group. Even the organizers must show me respect. Yihan stepped forward and delivered several warning blows. How dare you act arrogant before me? Today I will teach you a lesson, regardless of your status. Insulting my brothers means you must bear responsibility. Fulfill your promise now, otherwise the consequences will be severe. Under pressure, Yun Zio became obedient and reluctantly fulfilled his promise. Cameras pointed at him amid mocking laughter. The acting is quite realistic. I have recorded everything. Posting it online will surely go viral. He used to bully others with his power. This time Yihan handled him perfectly. Guangzong asked in a gentle tone, young Master Han, may I ask if you intend to sell this natural jadeite? He replied cheerfully, Uncle Liu, you are here as well. Calmly offered an attractive price. Our Liu group is willing to pay 30 billion to acquire this treasure. Hearing that price, Yihan could not help but be astonished. 30 billion. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted, Master Yihan, our group offers 31 billion. Zia Jewelry Company is willing to pay 35 billion. Please sell it to us. The Golden Triangle Jewelry Company is also determined to obtain it. The price is up to you. Another person mocked, with your group on the verge of bankruptcy you still want to buy it. Do not compete with me, this jade should belong to us. The fierce argument nearly escalated into a physical fight. Hai Bin looked at the chaotic scene and sighed, this is too much, all for a single piece of jadeite. You do not understand. This treasure not only has material value but also brings immense prestige to a company. Yihan shook his head and sighed before calling out, Chu Yuner. From afar she reached out to touch him. He hugged Yihan's arm tightly and said coquettishly, Yihan, I want it too. Seeing Chu Yuner he blushed and smiled, all right, no problem. With one arm embracing the beauty and the other raised high, he loudly declared, everyone stop competing. I have decided not to sell this natural jadeite. The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. Some were surprised. Are you joking, not selling it anymore? Others were indignant. Why, we have already offered very high prices. Yihan replied with a smile, because we intend to keep this natural jadeite for our own use. Guangzong sighed as he watched them leave. Young people are truly impulsive. You have no idea how much trouble this treasure can bring. At the Ning Jewelry Group, the arrogant young master ordered, everyone gather manpower immediately. Whether Yihan lives or dies, tonight I must obtain that natural jadeite. The bodyguards responded in unison, understood. After being beaten, Yun Zio also secretly planned his revenge. The Xiangjiang group will take advantage of the night to attack Yihan's villa. As long as we obtain the jade, any amount of money will be provided. A bald man said confidently, do not worry young Master Guo, that brat will not escape, we will complete the mission. He revealed a sinister smile, secretly feeling smug, Yihan daring to offend me, tonight is when you will pay the price. At the same time at the Dang Nguyen Financial Group, the leader declared, only our empire is worthy of possessing this natural jadeite, we must seize it. The entire group shouted in unison, for the glory of the empire. At Yihan's villa at that moment, Liu Zhaiming quickly reported, according to the information we have gathered. The Ning Group, the Xiangjiang Group, the Dang Nguyen Group along with many local families will act simultaneously tonight to seize the jadeite. His voice was solemn as he looked toward Yihan. Chu Yuner held his hand with a guilty expression. I am sorry Yihan, it is all because I was too willful. Perhaps we should sell the jade, I do not want you to be in danger. Gently comforted her, do not worry Chu Yuner, since I promised to give you this jadeite, I will definitely keep my word. Suddenly a voice rang out, Brother Yi, I have come to help you. Chu Yuner turned curiously and asked, who is it? Hai Bin hesitated, could it be Kun Zheng and his brothers appeared. He said, "Brother Yi, I know you need support, so I brought all the brothers. Tonight we will definitely protect this place to the end." Seeing Kun Zheng, Yihan was extremely surprised. He stepped forward to shake hands and pat his shoulder. "Thank you, brothers." Kun Zheng replied, "No need to be polite. Since we are brothers, we share the burden together." Haibin also put his arms around them and laughed. "That is right. Brothers must stand side by side." He pursed his lips and revealed a confident smile. Yihan and everyone were filled with soaring momentum as he loudly declared, "No matter how many enemies come tonight, we will defend to the end." Yihan's villa remained brightly lit in the silent night. On the side of the Ning group, a group carrying weapons confidently discussed, "Young Master Ning has overestimated this brat. The villa is full of loopholes. I alone can infiltrate it. He is probably still sound asleep. We will act with complete surprise." The Gyut group also lay in ambush outside, laughing as they said, "The defense system is too lax. Infiltration will be extremely easy. Do not worry, boss. We will definitely bring the Jadeite back." At the Fujiwara group, the leader sternly instructed, "Although the mission seems simple, you must not be careless." The subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, we will not disappoint for the glory of our lord." Immediately afterward, all three forces shouted in unison, determined to act. The Gyut group's team charged forward with great momentum, confident that this time they would certainly succeed. The Ning group also quickly advanced, shouting loudly, "Charge! We cannot let others gain the advantage first." A member of the Fujiwara group excitedly ran forward, declaring, "The first achievement will belong to me." At that moment, a soft explosion sounded as a bullet was suddenly fired. In the blink of an eye, the shot rendered 3 people incapacitated. This scene left everyone stunned and terrified. What is happening? Witnessing this situation, everyone exclaimed in fear, "This is truly unbelievable." Immediately afterward, they realized that there must be an expert guarding inside the villa. The 5 shots that had just been fired were still releasing thick smoke into the air. Yihan held the gun, his eyes filled with confidence, as he warned that anyone who dared to step one more foot into the villa. He coldly uttered a single word, "Die." This situation caused the people in front to tremble in panic, cold sweat pouring down as they realized their 3 best marksmen had been taken down in an instant, and marveled at Yihan's abilities in both marksmanship and stone gambling. Yihan sneered in mockery, saying that a useless bunch like them still dreamed of seizing the treasure, while secretly thinking that the ambush plan had been prepared in advance thanks to the yin-yang Dharma eye. After speaking, he raised a finger in provocation, challenging them to come forward if they had the courage. This action enraged the opponents, who reassured themselves that Yihan only had a single gun and that their numbers would allow them to overwhelm him and claim the glory. Immediately afterward, all of them shouted and charged forward to attack with fierce momentum. Members of the Ning Corporation lay scattered on the ground begging for their lives, confessing that other forces were also targeting the jade treasure. Yihan suddenly became suspicious when he did not see the 3 leaders appear. At that moment, he heard Chu Yuner cry out for help in panic. Yihan immediately understood that those 3 had shifted their target to her. Mercenaries climbed over the wall and stormed in, shouting that the priceless jade treasure was here and urging each other to eliminate Yihan to seize it. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, blades and gunfire resounding chaotically as smoke and flames engulfed the surrounding. Yihan gritted his teeth in anger as enemies kept appearing at such critical moments. Kun Zheng fought while shouting that he would hold off the enemy and urged Yihan to quickly go and rescue Chu Yuner. Yihan immediately agreed and leaped to the 2nd floor to rescue her. He loudly called into the room, asking about Chu Yuner's condition. Upon entering, Yihan discovered the 3 individuals Wu Fu, Yan Jai, and Yamoto. They were preparing to seize the treasure inside the glass case and immediately became alert when they were discovered. Chu Yuner was lying unconscious on the floor at this moment. 3 revealed their ferocious expressions. Yan Jai proposed killing Yihan first before taking the jade treasure. Wu Fu agreed, and Yamoto declared that he was acting for the empire. Yihan tightened his grip on the dagger, stepped forward with fury, and questioned what they had done to Chu Yuner. Yan Jai replied that she had merely been knocked unconscious. That man continued to utter threats toward Yihan. Immediately afterward, Yan Jai charged forward and launched a fierce attack. Yihan's gaze turned icy upon hearing that Chu Yuner had been injured. He immediately counterattacked, swinging his dagger in a relentless assault. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. The 2 sides fought evenly, with no victor yet decided. Yan Jai delightedly praised Yihan's strength. Meanwhile, Yihan secretly felt concerned about the formidable power of his opponent. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, Wu Fu launched a stealthy sneak attack from behind. He quickly subdued Yi Han and pressed his weapon against Yi Han's neck. Wu Fu proudly declared that Yi Han's head belonged to him. Yi Han reacted instantly, using his leg as a pivot to spin and counterattack, causing Wu Fu to hastily defend in shock. Yamato shouted that whoever defeated Yi Han first would own the jade treasure, prompting the other two to eagerly agree. All three attacked simultaneously, with Yamato taking the lead using a powerful technique. Yi Han assumed a defensive stance, gripping his dagger with both hands and ready to confront them. Both sides continuously exchanged moves, fiercely and without mercy. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the room. Upon landing, Yi Han realized that it would be difficult for him to withstand three opponents at once. He decided to change his strategy and use the special power that had been passed down to him. Suddenly, Huo Feng appeared behind him and asked whether he needed assistance. Yi Han was startled by her sudden appearance, while Huo Feng calmly stated that she had come to carry out a mission. She offered to help deal with the three assassins on the condition that Yi Han agree to one request. Yi Han bluntly refused, believing he could handle it himself, but Huo Feng reminded him that these three were all S-class wanted criminals. She asserted that even she would have to expend considerable effort to deal with them. Yi Han closed his eyes in thought and requested a few more minutes to prepare. Three assassins made crude remarks about Huo Feng, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Huo Feng angrily prepared to take action and punish them. However, Yi Han raised his hand to stop her, firmly declared that these three must be dealt with by his own hands, causing them to realize in shock that he had achieved a breakthrough in strength. Growing impatient, Yi Han provoked all three to attack together to save time. Wu Fu mocked that even with a breakthrough, Yi Han still could not resist the three of them, and all three immediately prepared to unleash their full power. They charged forward simultaneously with overwhelming killing intent, launching deadly attacks. Facing this situation, Yi Han closed his eyes and smiled with confidence. Energy within his body erupted powerfully, radiating an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, Yi Han unleashed a decisive strike, defeating all three assassins before they could react. He contemptuously remarked that their strength was far too weak. Those around exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that three experts had been defeated so easily. Huo Feng was also stunned, secretly amazed by Yi Han's superior strength. She realized that even ancient martial arts geniuses would find it difficult to match him, while Yi Han regarded it as nothing more than a trivial matter. Huo Feng excitedly rushed forward to invite Yi Han to join the security bureau, but he bluntly refused. She refused to give up and continued to cling to him, causing Yi Han to cry out for help due to her excessive enthusiasm. At that moment, Chu Yuner regained consciousness and complained about the noise. Seeing Huo Feng clinging to Yi Han, she asked in confusion what the two of them were doing. A short while later in the living room, Yi Han explained the entire situation to everyone. Huo Feng proposed using the security bureau's forces to escort everyone away safely, on the condition that Yi Han remain behind to assist. Chu Yuner immediately objected, unwilling to leave Yi Han or let him stay behind with Huo Feng. Ai Bin and Kun Zheng also agreed, believing that danger would still remain if the jadeite had not been completely dealt with. Yi Han spoke up and asked everyone to stop arguing. He decided that Chu Yuner and Hai Bin would take the jadeite and leave first, while he would stay behind. Hearing this, the two of them called out his name in unison with concern. Huo Feng received a call and announced that the support forces had arrived at the gate, asking whether Yi Han had made his decision. But at that moment, Chu Yuner rushed forward and tightly embraced Yi Han, unwilling to part from him. She choked with emotion as she expressed her fear of him being in danger. Yi Han gently patted her head, reassuring her that he would certainly remain safe. At that moment, the group led by Sun Qi entered and teased the emotional scene before them. That man pointed at Yi Han and mockingly asked Huo Feng whether this was the assistant she had mentioned. She crossed her arms and calmly warned Sun Qi not to blame her for not saying it beforehand. This person was not easy to deal with, but he dismissed it and kept provoking. This guy, I can take down 5 men with one move. Hoa boss, stop teasing me. In just an instant, a flash of light swept past the top of Sun Qi's head. He froze on the spot. Yi Han held the knife with impatience. Talking is useless. Let me teach you a lesson in place of your boss. Sun Qi was bewildered and did not understand. Hoa Fuang pointed at his head, then bent over laughing. Only then did Sun Qi realize his hair had been shaved clean. Where is my hair? Witnessing that scene, Feng Kao, Hak Ma, and De Hao widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming again and again that the speed was too fast. I did not even see when he drew the willow blade, a top-tier expert, even surpassing Hoa Boss. Sun Qi lifted the few remaining strands of hair, eyes brimming with tears. My hair. Meanwhile, Yihan cheerfully spun the knife and joked, "How do you like the hairstyle I made for you? Want to change to another style?" At this moment Sun Qi was no longer aggressive. He only forced a smile and waved his hand. "It looks great, I am very satisfied. The situation is tense now, no need to change the style." Just then Hoa Fuang cut in, "Alright, stop talking, Sun Qi, Da Hao, Fang Kao, Hack Ma along with me and you. Everyone has gathered for this mission." Yihan spoke up and asked who the target of this mission was. He crossed her arms and introduced the target, reminding everyone, "This time we must capture the one nicknamed Mad Grenade Rat. He is extremely skilled with explosives, very dangerous. Everyone must be cautious." Yihan agreed decisively. "Fine, send the two of them away first. Only then can I be at ease carrying out the mission with you." Hearing that, Chu Yuner immediately objected. "No, you are taking such a risk for us, I do not agree moreover." Right after that she changed her tone and raised her hand in warning, "If I leave, you definitely will not be able to resist the temptation of that woman." Yihan immediately denied loudly, "That is not true." Hoa Fuang stepped forward and placed her hand on Yihan's shoulder. Then she hugged him tightly, ignoring the shocked and angry gaze of Chu Yuner. Blushing as she said, "Such a good man makes it hard for me to restrain myself. If you cannot keep him, then I will not yield either." Without hesitation, Yihan immediately brushed her hand away. He stammered and shouted, "Damn it, Hoa Fuang, what are you doing?" Sensing the danger, Chu Yuner darkened her face and hooked her arm around Yihan, warning Hoa Fuang, "Stay away from my man." She did not care and grabbed his other hand. "Why, what is your relationship with Yihan? On what grounds do you control me?" Chu Yuner immediately retorted, "I am his girlfriend." Hoa Fuang refused to back down, "I am his teammate. Besides, you two are not married yet. Who knows what tomorrow brings?" Followed was an endless war of words. "I once shared a room with Yihan. He even secretly looked at me, once kissed me, once got intimate with me. When he returns to Sun Hai, I will live with him tomorrow as well." Seeing this scene, the group of Sun Qi could not believe it. Hoa Boss was actually fighting over a man with someone else. Was this still the Hoa Fuang who made the special agents wary? This guy was too formidable. Ban bit on a handkerchief, jealous to the point of tears. "Yihan receives such favor, I want that too." Kan Tang poured cold water on him. "Stop dreaming, earn money to fix your looks, then maybe you will have a chance." Just then a shrill voice sounded from outside the door, "No need to argue, tonight no one is going anywhere." Yihan immediately became alert, his cold gaze turning back. Chu Yuner panicked and stammered this voice. Hoa Fuang frowned, her eyes filled with danger. Could it be him? Mad Grenade Rat stood at the door laughing strangely, grenades hanging all over his body. "Greetings everyone, I heard you were looking for me, so I came myself and conveniently brought some gifts." Seeing him clearly, Hoa Fuang shouted, "Not good. There are grenades, lie down quickly." Yihan was startled and asked, "What?" At that moment, Mad Grenade Rat threw an explosive down at everyone's feet. Yihan immediately cursed inwardly, "Damn it." He quickly pulled Chu Yuner hand close, and hugged her and turned his body to shield her. "Be careful." But Mad Grenade Rat laughed gleefully. Too late, then pressed the button. An explosion rang out, Yihan holding Chu Yuner, and Ban was thrown away by the blast. The scene turned chaotic, objects flying everywhere, smoke and dust filling the air. Yihan quickly took cover behind a table to avoid it. His head was bleeding from the shockwave, coughing violently in the thick smoke. Seeing the two fall, Yihan called anxiously, "Chu Yuner, Ban, are you two all right?" Ban and Chu Yuner sat up still dizzy, coughing as they said, "Luckily Yihan shielded us, so we are fine." Granin Huok Nhai saw Yihan face. She asked in panic, "You are injured?" Yihan held her hand to reassure her, "I am fine, we must find cover first. This situation is troublesome," inwardly worrying about Hoa Fuang and the others. This time Hoa Fuang group was hiding behind a nearby wall. She called out, "Yihan." Hoa Fuang hugged her injured arm and apologetically said she had dragged him into this. "Later I will draw him away, you take your friends and leave first." Mad Grenade Rat swaggered forward, one hand holding a gun, the other holding the detonator, laughing threateningly, "Do not even think of running. The villa is surrounded by traps. As long as you step out, I will trigger them immediately." Bang Kao warned, "The bombs he makes are both powerful and well hidden, hard to detect. Under normal circumstances we could handle them, but now everyone is injured." The house said irritably, "If only we knew the locations there would still be a chance." Hoa Fuang said, "For now we can only hold him back and wait for reinforcements." Thanks to his special observation ability, Yihan clearly saw the dangerous spots such as the steps in front of the door, as if confirming Da Hao's speculation. Listed them silently, beside the swimming pool. Even on the floor. Yihan said with certainty, "I know now." He smiled with full confidence, then asked Hoa Fuang to assist. "Everyone help me distract him, I will deal with those dangerous points." Hoa Fuang asked in surprise, how do you know the location? Dahao advised not to rush and to stay calm. Bong Kao was also worried. It is best to wait for reinforcements. Reckless action will only make things worse. Hoa Fuang signaled for silence and firmly said, stop talking. I trust Yihan, let him do it. Hai Ban wiped the blood and said, you must be careful. This time I will try my best to support you. Chu Yuner also encouraged him, remember to stay safe, do not push yourself too hard. In contrast, Yihan calmly replied, fine. Before leaving, he told everyone to be careful. As Yihan quietly withdrew, Hai Ban hurriedly said, Chu Yuner, give me all your jewelry. Today I must rush outside. She asked suspiciously, what are you planning to do? Mad Grenade Rat held the detonator, arrogantly provoking, you cowards, do you not want to capture me? Come out. Suddenly from behind the wall, a leg wearing a black high heel appeared, posing attractively. Mad Grenade Rat frowned in confusion. What is going on? Hai Ban appeared in a strange appearance, wearing a tight dress and walking coquettishly, approaching as he said, big boss, let us have some fun. Seeing that scene, Mad Grenade Rat immediately felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Hai Ban maintained the flirtatious look and even blew a kiss, making the other side even more uncomfortable. Others were also startled by that sight. Hoa Fuang sighed that this method was truly unusual. Dahao was surprised as well. Chu Yuner could not stand it. This guy makes people even more uncomfortable. Hai Ban continued to distract him, pretending familiarity. Do you not remember me? That day you even called me little sweet. But inwardly he was anxious. Yihan, hurry up. My little life is counting on you. Mad Grenade Rat grew angry and shouted, what the hell is this? He lost patience and pressed the activation button. Everyone did not dare to look. Some covered their eyes, others held their breath, all thinking the situation was dire. Hai Ban closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, secretly regretting his decision just now. But contrary to expectations, nothing happened. Hoa Fuang was astonished. It did not explode. Bong Kao found it hard to believe. Could his device be broken? Dean Chao suspected perhaps Yihan had already succeeded. Mad Grenade Rat panicked and kept pressing the button. What is going on? Activate now. At that moment, Yihan appeared behind him and calmly said, stop wasting your effort. He threw the devices he had just removed onto the ground. And he said coldly, I have already taken care of all of those things. Chu Yuner exclaimed joyfully, Yihan, this is wonderful, you did it. At this moment, Hai Bin laughed and cried in relief. Oh my, Yihan has finally arrived. If you had been any later, this several 100 pounds of flesh of mine would have been finished. Everyone around looked at Yihan in astonishment. Dahao stammered, he really did it. All of Mad Rat's bombs have been neutralized. Bong Kao exclaimed in disbelief. How could he find them so quickly with this eyesight and speed? If he joined the security bureau, he would definitely become a trump card. Hoa Fuang revealed a meaningful and satisfied smile. Yihan, you truly did not disappoint me. No matter the cost, I must have you. Hearing this, Mad Rat gaped in horror. Impossible. No, this cannot be happening. My explosives were hidden extremely carefully. How could you have discovered them? Yihan cracked his knuckles and approached with a cold voice. Stop talking nonsense. Surrender voluntarily or let my fists help you decide. Hai Bin spoke with gloating satisfaction. He cannot be let off easily. No matter what, we must make this man taste utter humiliation. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterward, Mad Rat became furious and shouted an order in rage. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled the detonation pin in his hand. At the same time, Mad Rat snarled threateningly, want to capture me? Do not even dream of it. At worst, we will all share the same fate. The scene made everyone cry out in panic. Yihan, this is bad. However, Yihan remained calm and quickly drew a knife. The blade flashed as he hurled it straight toward the hand holding the bomb. Mad Rat clutched his injured hand in pain and screamed, my hand. Without stopping, Yihan swiftly moved behind him. He smiled confidently and asked, you really enjoy playing self-destruction, do you not? Mad Rat spun around in shock, gritting his teeth in astonishment. What? Immediately afterward, Yihan delivered a powerful kick to his weak point, causing him to collapse in agony. The sudden strike left him dazed. Yihan shouted for him to get away and followed with another kick that sent him flying. In midair, Mad Rat clutched his wound and howled with resentment, Yihan, this is not over. Below, Yihan curled his lips, still holding another bomb in his hand, and said calculatingly, there is still one more. Immediately afterward, he kicked the bomb toward the target and said coldly, your belongings should be received by you. Seeing this, Mad Rat widened his eyes in terror. Soon after, a thunderous explosion shattered the stillness. Everyone below joyfully looked up at the sky and marveled. This scene was no different from a brilliant fireworks display. Switching to the Stone Gambling Convention Hall, people gathered and discussed animatedly. It was said that a major clash occurred in the city last night involving many forces, all to seize the natural jadeite that had just appeared. That young man must have faced considerable danger. At that moment the hall doors slowly opened. Han and Kun Zeng entered while chatting under everyone's gaze. Early in the morning they had sent Chu Yuner and her brother home, fortunately arriving in time for the final day of the Stone Gambling Convention, the decisive moment for the ownership of the mining vein. Seeing him appear, everyone was astonished. What, that brat is still safe? Does that mean the three major forces all failed? It seems this young man is far from simple. Ling Fong looked at Yi Han with hatred in his eyes, thinking angrily, hateful Yi Han, just wait. Yun Zio also gritted his teeth in fury. You caused me heavy losses. I will definitely not let him go. Dang Nguyen was no exception. That man stared coldly at Yi Han and silently cursed. Anyone who obstructs the Empire's grand cause must be eliminated. Meanwhile, Yi Han calmly walked step by step to the display table of the rough stone. He quietly observed and calculated in his mind. People behind began to discuss enthusiastically. From 9 rough stones one must choose the most valuable. This is a great challenge for the masters, testing eyesight and decisiveness. The winner will receive 100 million USD along with the right to exploit a mining vein, therefore everyone wants to give their all. Seeing Yi Han observing intently, Kun Zeng curiously asked, Brother Yi, which rough stone do you think has the greatest potential to increase in value? After some thought, he replied, among these there is indeed a treasure. It is the ice-type violet jadeite, an extremely rare item. At this moment, Ning Fong and his companions secretly observed from behind, smugly thinking that as long as they purchased the stones Yi Han focused on it would be enough. There was no need to examine them personally. Truly a perfect plan. However, everything was within Yi Han's expectations. He smiled inwardly, trying to take advantage of me. It seems this fool has not yet learned his lesson. Hearing this, Kun Zeng urged excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Since Brother Yi has chosen a rough stone, quickly tell us. Immediately afterward, he excitedly pointed straight at the stone and deliberately spoke loudly for Nin Fong to hear. The surface of this rough stone was as black as ink, with faint white glimmers, subtle patterns appearing. The exterior was coarse, yet a distinct mist could be seen within. It surely contained a supreme-grade treasure. Hearing this, Kun Zeng observed the stone with interest and nodded in agreement, remarking that the assessment was completely reasonable. Next, at the auction table, Yi Han quickly filled in the bid of 80 million on the tender form. However, Nin Fong suddenly appeared behind him, smugly submitting a bid of 100 million into the box, and declaring that this rough stone belonged to him. Yi Han immediately pretended to be furious, while Nin Fong arrogantly challenged that no matter how much he bid, that man would double it and asked if he dared to try. Knowing that the opponent had taken the bait, Yi Han deliberately raised the price, declaring that this rough stone was worth as much as a mineral mine and bidding 200 million. Without any hesitation, Nin Fong raised 4 fingers and boldly increased the price to 400 million. Tran Viet immediately submitted the bid on his behalf, his face filled with disdain as he compared Yi Han's financial strength with that of young Master Nin. Seeing the opponent's smugness, Yi Han pretended to be enraged and declared that he had only brought 300 million with him and had no choice but to give up the rough stone. After successfully luring the opponent into the trap, he shifted his target elsewhere, leaving Kun Zeng bewildered and offering to lend money. But Yi Han seriously refused as this was a personal challenge. Yi Han coldly explained that he could not rely on others for assistance in this challenge. Nin Fong laughed triumphantly, believing that he had finally surpassed Yi Han once. Sensing something unusual, Tran Viet grew suspicious and reminded Nin Fong to look toward another direction, causing him to begin feeling uneasy. At another stone table, Yi Han repeated his earlier assessment of a rough stone, making Kun Zeng even more confused. Not long after, Duong Nguyen was also lured into raising the price to 400 million, while Yi Han continued to feign anger before giving up due to a lack of funds. Afterward, he and Kun Zeng left, while Nin Fong gradually realized that he had been deceived. Not stopping there, at the next table, Yi Han continued using the same tactic, leaving Kun Zeng stunned and unable to understand what was happening. Van Tiuhong also fell into the trap, bidding a high price and mocking Yi Han before he once again pretended to withdraw as in the previous 2 instances. Witnessing the entire sequence of events, Kun Zeng could not help but ask in confusion what exactly was going on. Duong Nguyen gradually recognized the familiar words. Tran Viet panicked and informed Nin Fong that they had been deceived, driving him into furious madness. Only Van Tiuhong had yet to realize it, while Yi Han turned away with a sly smile, allowing Kun Zeng to understand the plan to deceive their opponents and secretly admire him. While the two were enjoying themselves, a man approached to greet them, recognizing Kun Zeng. That person was Nguyen Hong, the young master of one of the four great families, asking Kun Zeng why he still had the leisure to participate in stone gambling. Kun Zeng angrily retorted that if Nguyen Hong could come, then he could come as well. Nguyen Hong laughed arrogantly, recalling the wager between the two families and declaring that if the Kun family lost, the mineral mine would belong to the Nguyen family. Pham Thang, a master of stone gambling, stepped forward to guarantee victory for Nguyen Hong, leaving Kun Zeng furious yet unable to refute. Nguyen Hong and Pham Thang laughed loudly with great smugness at the current situation. Han quietly asked Kun Zeng about Nguyen Hong's identity and was given an explanation about the power of the four great families in the rough stone industry. Kun Zeng further recounted the conflict between the two families and how the opponent's sabotage had prevented them from inviting a master to participate in the wager. Hearing this, Yihan confidently agreed to help Kun Zeng, determined to secure victory in return for the favor previously received. Nguyen Hong laughed mockingly upon hearing this, believing that Yihan was not qualified to participate, and Pham Thang also ridiculed his confidence. Yihan, full of challenge, proposed an immediate wager of 300 million to see who would win the final prize. Nguyen Hong accepted with contempt, confident that he would certainly emerge victorious. That man further mocked Kun Zeng and boasted about his own knowledge of stone gambling. In his heart, Nguyen Hong calculated how to take advantage of the secret bidding rules to always surpass Yihan's price and secure victory. After finalizing the bet, the two looked at each other with tension. Yihan silently determined to make Nguyen Hong suffer a crushing defeat. The crowd discussed that with the secret bidding format, the advantage leaned toward Nguyen Hong due to his superior financial strength compared to Yihan. Nguyen Hong pointed at Yihan, reminding him that only 10 minutes remained to choose a rough stone, asking whether he had finished selecting, while Yihan pretended to be flustered. Immediately afterward, he turned around and excitedly pointed at a rough stone, repeating the familiar assessment about the signs of containing a supreme-grade treasure. Yihan's swift selection left everyone around utterly astonished. Nguyen Hong shouted angrily, "This afternoon you have used this move 3 times already. Do you think I am a fool? I will absolutely not fall into the trap again." Hearing him call them fools, Nin Fong, Dang Nguyen and Van Tiu simultaneously narrowed their eyes and pointed at themselves asking, "Who is he talking about? Could it be us? We are the elites of the empire." Yihan crossed his arms, his face full of confidence as he spoke, "Do not doubt it, this truly is jadeite." Everyone continued to show disbelief. One person stuck out his tongue saying, "Do you take us for fools?" Another glared and said only a madman would believe it. Anyone who bids would be just like those foolish Nin Fong and the others. Some even raised their fingers in disdain, declaring they would never bid on this stone even in death. Yihan turned around and shrugged regretfully, yet no one took the bait. "What a pity, Kun Zeng, let us go look at another rough stone." However, in his heart he secretly felt pleased. A bunch of fools. The jadeite inside that stone has the highest value here and is already firmly in my grasp. Nguyen Hong coldly looked at the two, determined to compete to the end. "Go, follow that brat closely. No matter which stone he bids on, we must go higher." Pham Thang clenched his fists, his voice full of confidence mixed with arrogance. "Once Nguyen Shao makes a move, that kid will definitely lose." A while later at the auction hall, Luang Bang raised the microphone high and announced the opening. "Ladies and gentlemen, after the trimming and appraisal process, the most valuable rough stone tonight has appeared." He raised his voice to stir the atmosphere. "Are you all feeling excited?" The crowd below responded in unison. "The top position will definitely be mine. No, I will be the winner with the highest bid. This time I am certain to win." Nguyen Hong asked Pham Thang, "Have you tracked Yihan?" He gestured in confirmation and said, "Rest assured, Nguyen Shao, whichever rough stone Yihan targets we will follow and bid higher. We absolutely cannot lose." Hearing this, Nguyen Hong turned his head to look at Yihan with a sinister smile. "Want to compete with me? Let us see how you end up this time." Yihan paid no attention, picking his nose while teasing, "What are you looking at, you white-robed turtle? Have you prepared the 300 million check?" Nguyen Hong immediately glared and roared, "Prepare what?" He aggressively asserted that the one who would lose was definitely him, so what would he need to prepare? Han secretly laughed in his heart, wanting to see what expression Nguyen Hong would have when the result was announced. But on the surface he remained calm and said, "Then just keep your eyes wide open and wait to see." People around looked at him with disdain and mock. Even now Yihan is still pretending to hold on. I think his 300 million will definitely be lost. How can a brat with no backing compete with Nguyen Shao? At this moment, Liu Wangbang lifted the covering cloth and announced, the most valuable rough stone this time is the ice-type purple orchid jadeite. Beneath the red cloth was the cut rough stone, inside revealing the ice-type purple orchid jadeite shining brilliantly. Crowd exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes shining, my heavens, ice-type purple orchid jadeite. This is a rare treasure, truly admirable. I wonder who is so fortunate. A single piece can sell for tens of millions. The one on stage must be worth at least hundreds of millions. Liu Wangbang walked to the ballot box, drew the paper inside and said, let us see who is the fortunate top bidder this time. After reading the content, he exclaimed in surprise, how strange, there is only one bidder in this box. Everyone felt as if struck by lightning, only one bidder. What kind of joke is this, could it be? Liu Wangbang raised the paper high and announced, that is right, this fortunate person is Mr. Yi Han. On the paper it was clearly written that the bidder was Yi Han, with a price of 10,000. Nguyen Hong was shocked and held his head, unable to restrain his frustrated outburst. Thang also could not believe it and shouted loudly, how could this be? In contrast, Kun Zeng laughed joyfully, as expected brother Yi chose correctly. At this moment, Yi Han stepped onto the stage and waved in thanks. Thank you everyone and the host, I am truly very fortunate. The crowd below furiously shouted and threw objects onto the stage. Yi Han, you despicable man, you deceived all of us. Do you still have any conscience? While everyone continued to curse and demand that he get off the stage, Nguyen Hong pulled Pham Thang intending to slip away quietly. Damn it, let us go. At that moment, Kun Zeng and Dai Jai along with their group aggressively blocked them. Kun Zeng asked, young Master Nguyen, where are you going? Dai Jai tensed and reminded, the 300 million of my brother Yi Han has not yet been paid by you. Nguyen Hong turned pale but still tried to threaten. What do you want to do? I am the young master of the Nguyen family. Do you dare to threaten me? Do you want to invite disaster? Dai Jai's group showed no fear and shouted, no matter who you are, if you dare to default on a debt you must bear responsibility, then ordered their subordinates to move forward and deal with the two. Dai Jai's group acted simultaneously. Kun Zeng angrily urged, still putting on airs, teach him a lesson. Nguyen Hong repeatedly begged, stop hitting, I will pay. Beside him Pham Thang also cried out, this has nothing to do with me, why are you hitting me as well? In just a moment, both were completely subdued. Afterwards, Kun Zeng walked to Yi Han and reported, Brother Yi, here is your 300 million check, I have helped you retrieve it. He accepted it and thanked him. Many thanks, Brother Kun Zeng. Seeing this scene, Nguyen Hong became even more resentful and secretly swore that in tomorrow night's bet he would make Yi Han and Kun Zeng pay a heavy price. The scene shifted to the VIP room of the casino. The two factions sat facing each other in a tense atmosphere. The head of the Nguyen family, Ryuan Shanha, curled his lips smugly and said, Kun Xian, the master your Kun family invited to participate has still not arrived. Could it be that you could not find a suitable person? The head of the Kun family immediately retorted strongly, Shan, do not think that using a few underhanded tricks will bring you victory. The foundation of our Kun family will absolutely not lose to yours. Chuan he sneered with sinister eyes and confidently said, what a big tone, the masters of gambling arts in Southeast Asia have already been subdued by me. The Kun family simply has no one left to use. After speaking he pointed to the man beside him. We have invited Mr. Vin, one of the 7 great gambling kings of Southeast Asia. I want to see who among you can still win. Pham Thang smiled calmly. Mr. Nguyen, please rest assured, I will definitely win this match. At that moment, a resonant voice sounded from outside the door causing everyone to turn their heads. I can defeat him. Firm footsteps entered the room. Yi Han walked in confidently under the lights. Behind him, subordinates scattered flower petals and played grand music as if welcoming victory. His aura erupted, becoming the focal point of the entire room. Ryuan Shan gritted his teeth in anger. Where did this gambling king come from? Kun Xian was also astonished and asked, is this the master of gambling arts that Kun Zeng invited? Nguyen Hong frowned in confusion. Is that not Yi Han? What is he trying to do? As for Pham Thang, he was so shocked that he was left speechless. Yi Han pointed forward and declared firmly, today you will definitely lose. Ryuan Shan came to his senses and became furious. Do you think we are fools? Just by changing clothes, playing some music and scattering a few petals you think you are divine. At that moment, the speaker on Yun Chi's shoulder suddenly played a junk-buying advertisement, leaving him embarrassed as he muttered, why did the background music change? Could it be broken? Yun Chi calmly explained, boss, the flower petals were not enough so an additional fee had to be paid. Xing crossed his arms and mocked, Kun Zeng, Is this the master you found here to amuse us? Kun Peng also chimed in. Gambling concerns the fate of the family. Do not joke around. Quickly take this person away. At this moment, Kun Xian's face turned gloomy as he gritted his teeth and asked, Kun Zeng, what exactly is going on? Yuan Shan laughed loudly with disdain and slowly stood up. He exhaled smoke and mocked. It seems your Kun family has reached a dead end. Actually finding someone like this, I think this bet does not need to continue. Yihan merely smiled calmly and asked in return, why does it not need to continue? As soon as the words fell, he slammed his hand heavily onto the table. Immediately the playing cards spiraled into the air, Yihan's gaze becoming sharp and cold. He lightly waved his hand, successively catching each of the scattered flying cards. Finally, he raised the 4 aces he had just gathered and continued, or have you already prepared to admit defeat? The entire room instantly fell silent, as if struck by lightning. The observers could not help but be astonished. He was able to catch all 4 aces from the falling deck. Xiao Ling further commented that he did not even need to look at the other cards. Even Hao Bo had to admire that this young man truly had ability. Kun Zeng stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands toward his father. Please trust me. Yihan will certainly represent us to achieve victory. Kun Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding in trust. Very well. Afterwards he clasped his hands and said, Young friend Yi, the Kun family's assets are entrusted to you. Yihan placed his hand over Kun Xian's in reassurance. Uncle, please do not be so polite. Kun Zeng and I are good brothers. His matter is also my matter. I will definitely give my all to win this match. Hearing this, Pham Thang snorted coldly and mocked, boasting without shame. He sneered, do you think knowing a few gambling tricks makes you formidable? When I dominated the gambling tables, you had not even appeared yet. Yihan replied coldly, stop speaking nonsense. Show your true ability at the gambling table. Pham Thang shrugged leisurely and provoked, what do you want to bet? I am familiar with all forms you may choose. Yihan did not say much, calmly placing the black card on the table as a challenge. Then let us bet on big or small dice, but that is still not dramatic enough. There is 1 billion in my card, I bet it all. 1 round to decide victory or defeat. Do you dare to follow? Pham Thang paused for a moment, then quickly calculated. With 3 dice, even if both sides roll 3 sixes, it would at most be a draw. I cannot lose. Moreover, I still have my own advantage. Thinking this, he decisively threw his card onto the table and replied, agreed. Pham Thang curled his lips confidently. If you want to give away money, then I am happy to accept. If you want to gamble, then let us gamble. Immediately after, the referee's voice rang out loudly announcing that the first round had officially begun. On one side was the renowned gambling legend of South Asia. On the other was the killer from the retirement home. When the signal ready go sounded, Pham Thang immediately swung his arm and shook the dice cup with overwhelming momentum, executing the 18 forms of the heavenly demon hand. Cup in his hand spun like a demon lord descending upon the world, creating a mighty spectacle. That imposing momentum excited Yuan Shan's group into loud cheers, firmly believing that Yihan could not withstand it and that victory was already in their hands. In complete contrast, Yihan merely lifted the cup calmly, gathered strength in an instant and softly mocked, the 18 forms of the heavenly demon hand are already outdated, watch my move. As his words fell, Yihan shook the dice cup with graceful movements like a dance, his actions so fast that he resembled the 1,000-hand Guanyin. The audience was utterly astonished. No one could follow the motion. Only countless afterimages like divine miracles appeared. The two simultaneously placed their cups on the table, their gazes colliding with sparks. Pham Thang confidently said, with 3 dice, the maximum you can achieve is only 18 points, while I deliberately paused before opening the cup and smiling triumphantly. I can reach 19 points. Victory belongs to me. Yuan Shan's group immediately cheered. The ability to shatter dice was extremely rare. Pham Thang deserved the title of gambling king, and Yihan was certain to be defeated. On the Kun family's side, they were almost in despair, believing that Yihan could not win and that their ancestral legacy was about to be lost. However, Yihan merely curled his lips provocatively. 19 points, and you still dare to boast in front of me. He lifted the lid of the cup. A flash of light appeared, challenging the opponent to open his eyes wide and witness his result. Nguyen Hong was speechless, while Pham Thang was stunned as if struck by lightning, unable to believe it. Sun Heen exclaimed excitedly, this is truly a miracle. On the table remained only fragments of shattered dice, each face showing the number 5. Yihan smiled victoriously, my total score is 33, far surpassing your 19 points. Pham Thang opened his mouth wide, but could not utter a single word. A few seconds later, he seemed to have all his strength drained and collapsed into the chair. He trembled and muttered, "I have lost." The referee declared Yihan the winner, causing him to laugh heartily. Yihan gently pulled the valuable card toward himself. He even blew a teasing kiss. "Thank you for your 1 billion. Am Thang fainted on the chair, while the Nguyen family members were furious and unable to accept the defeat. In contrast, the Kun family was overjoyed, believing that Yi Han was the benefactor who saved their ancestral legacy. Suddenly, Nguyen Hong rushed forward like a man out of control, accusing Yi Han of cheating and demanding a rematch. However, before he could approach, he was sent flying by a powerful slap. Yi Han contemptuously delivered another slap, scolding the opponent directly to his face. The force of the blow sent Nguyen Hong flying, and he crashed to the ground. The Nguyen family members immediately reacted, claiming this was an insult and refusing to accept the match result. Yihan remained standing still, his overwhelming aura spreading as he coldly warned that they were not qualified to confront him. As the atmosphere became tense, Ryuan Shan loudly shouted for everyone to stop. He gritted his teeth and declared that the Nguyen family accepted defeat and would transfer the mineral vein to the Kun family. Kun Heen immediately clasped his hands in gratitude toward Ryuan Shan. Afterward, Ryuan Shan led his people away in heavy anger. The entire group quietly left the room without saying another word. Nguyen Hong held his swollen cheek and asked his father whether they would let this matter go, as the mineral vein was the family's ancestral legacy. Ryuan Shan laughed coldly, revealing that the mineral vein was nearly depleted and asserting that Yi Han would certainly have to pay the price. In the room, Kun Heen respectfully thanked Yi Han for helping them preserve their family legacy. The people behind him also bowed in unison to express their gratitude. Yi Han scratched his head and humbly replied that it was simply what he should do. Remembering something, Kun Heen took out an old map and handed it to him, the reward for the winner. Yi Han opened the map and realized that it was a map of the mineral vein. The winding lines on the map led to the demonic dense forest. Kun Heen explained that they had explored this place many times but encountered countless dangers and suffered heavy losses. It's only made Yi Han more interested, determined to explore the mineral vein and secure the future with Chu Yuner. Kun Tang tightly grasped his hand, affirming that they would move forward together. The two shouted their determination together, displaying the spirit of brotherhood united in purpose. The scene shifted to a luxurious living room where Nin Fang, Van Tiu, and Dang Nguyen were meeting. Van Tiu sipped his wine and announced that there was news of Yi Han possessing the mineral vein map. Nin Fang calmly stated that he had secretly copied the map earlier, so there was no concern. Dang Nguyen proposed that the three families join forces to enter the forest, seize the mineral vein, and eliminate Yi Han. Van Tiu and Nin Fang both agreed with this plan. The three clasped hands, their eyes filled with killing intent, determined to destroy Yi Han and seize the mineral vein. The scene shifted to the demonic dense forest, where Kun Tang led a team carrying weapons deep into the woods. He cleared the path while complaining about the difficult terrain. Han calmly observed and reassured him, as long as they followed the map's route, they would reach the canyon containing the mineral vein. Kun Tang still worried and asked whether setting up defenses was necessary. Han confidently replied that if there was no danger then all the better, but if there was, the yin-yang Dharma eyes would detect it in time. He displayed a confident smile, affirming that nothing could escape his notice. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the forest to tremble and breaking the silence. People behind panicked, fearing they might encounter something strange in the demonic forest. Yi Han raised his hand to signal calm, asserting that there were no ghosts here. However, immediately afterward a voice rang out in challenge, denying his words. Nin Fang and his companions appeared with weapons in hand and arrogant smiles. That man declared that their purpose in coming here was to send Yi Han's group out of this world. Kun Tang angrily asked how they had obtained the mineral vein map. Nin Fang replied proudly that they had possessed the map long ago and that he was not the only participant. Van Tiu and Dang Nguyen stepped forward, confirming the alliance of the three families. Yi Han calmly asked whether they had joined forces. Van Tiu pointed directly at him, declaring that today would be the end of Yi Han. Dang Nguyen raised his weapon threateningly, demanding that he hand over the treasure for a more merciful end. Nin Fang laughed disdainfully, demanding that Yi Han kneel and beg for mercy to be spared. Faced with the threats, Yi Han remained composed and retorted that they were the ones who should kneel and beg for mercy. He coldly added that if they did so, he might grant them a more comfortable end. Hearing this, Van Tiu mocked him, believing that Yi Han had been frightened to the point of speaking madness. Fong merely curled his lip in disdain, clearly surrounded yet still loudly demanding that we kneel and beg for mercy. Dang Nguyen revealed a vicious smile, secretly thinking that he would teach that man a lesson later to vent his anger. Immediately after, Nin Fong raised his gun and aimed straight at Yi Han, his voice dripping with mockery. "Is your brain broken? We have so many people. What makes you think you can force us to kneel and beg?" Yi Han only frowned faintly and snapped his fingers, the corner of his lips curling meaningfully, relying on them. "Hoa Fuang, everyone, show yourselves." At once, a series of figures slid down from the tall treetops on ropes, clearly having lain in ambush for a long time. "It is finally our turn to act, Yi Han, we are here." Sun Qi and Hoa Fuang landed on the ground, their eyes brimming with battle intent. After hiding in the trees for so long, they finally had the chance to move. They stared at their opponents with icy eyes, like predators observing their prey. Seeing those who had just appeared, Nin Fong instantly turned pale and Van Tiu's expression also changed, so they were from the security bureau. At the same time, cold sweat streamed down Dang Nguyen's face. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, our plan has failed." Yi Han slowly stepped forward, his voice calm yet commanding. Ever since learning that the mineral vein map was kept by the Luan Fiend family, he had guessed that you would copy another version and lie in ambush in this forest, and now. He paused for a beat and then pointed at them, coldly declaring, "You should kneel and beg for forgiveness." Van Tiu roared angrily, spittle flying everywhere. "You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Do not even dream of it." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely gave the order, "Whoever takes down Yi Han will be rewarded with 10 million. Dang Nguyen and Nin Fong immediately echoed him, their voices full of excitement. "Whoever kills Yi Han, we will also reward 10 million. Hearing that, the subordinates felt as if injected with strength and opened fire in unison. "Kill Yi Han and you will get 30 million, charge, complete this mission, and you can live comfortably for the rest of your life." On the opposite side, Yi Han gripped his dagger and charged straight ahead, coldly declaring, "If you want to kill me, you are not qualified." Kan Tang ran close behind with a gun, shouting loudly, "If you want to touch young Master Deep, you must step over my corpse first." Hoa Fuang also drew her twin swords and rushed after him, affirming that Yi Han was a reserve member of the security bureau and could not fall here. As soon as the words ended, the two sides clashed in a fierce battle. As if tearing the forest apart, the strong would survive. Yi Han moved swiftly, delivering a precise slash that sent several men in front of him flying backward, unable to utter a sound. Hoa Fuang spun gracefully, her twin blades sweeping lightly yet powerfully. "Accept the punishment from me." Kan Tang continuously pulled the trigger at the enemies, fiercely suppressing them. The chaotic battle lasted only a short time. Before long, the opposing side could not hold on and panicked as they fled, realizing that life was more important than money. Seeing this, Nin Fong and Van Tiu angrily shouted, cursing and ordering that no one was allowed to retreat. Dang Nguyen stood outside, pulling out a strange flute, grinding his teeth as he watched the chaos before him and calculating inwardly, while Nin Fong still tried to hold back those who were fleeing. He raised the flute and muttered that there was only this final method left. Then Dang Nguyen blew with all his strength, producing a piercing sound that echoed throughout the forest. Han had just subdued an enemy when he had to halt upon hearing that strange sound. He turned his head to look behind and immediately revealed a look of shock. Yihan discovered that behind him appeared enormous ferocious beasts with blazing red eyes, and wondered what kind of creatures they were. Dang Nguyen laughed loudly in triumph, revealing that he had long known this forest contained many mutated beasts, and that the flute was a summoning artifact crafted by a Nanyang Gu master, forcing Yi Han and his companions to face danger from them. An Tiu widened his eyes in excitement, not expecting Dang Nguyen to have hidden such a powerful trump card. Kan Tang's expression changed at the terrifying sight, recalling that many people previously sent by the four great families had died under the fangs and claws of these beasts. Hoa Fuang was also wary because they had mutated and were extremely difficult to deal with. However, Yihan remained calm, carefully observing each one and realizing that spiritual energy existed within their bodies. To verify his guess, he focused spiritual energy at his fingertips, wondering what would happen if he disrupted the flow of spiritual energy within their body. Immediately, the beasts howled madly as if violently struck from within. Noticing the clear effect, Yihan felt delighted at having found a method to control them. Meanwhile, Dang Nguyen still did not notice anything unusual and continued to aggressively order the beasts to attack. However, he quickly panicked when he saw the monsters not charging toward Yihan, but instead turning directly toward him. In fear, his eyes bloodshot, Dang Nguyen still tried to shout orders for them to attack Yihan. Despite his screams, the beasts continued to rush forward and surround the prey before them. Tang Nguyen struggled in despair, repeatedly denying that he was not their target. In the blink of an eye, he was violently attacked by the beasts. His cries for help rang out and then quickly faded, while Van Tiu and Nin Fong stood frozen, unable to believe what was happening. Ferocious beasts seemed to be controlled, suddenly turning to attack the very one who had summoned them. Wu Yongxiao turned in panic and fled, shouting loudly for everyone to retreat at once. He ran while desperately calling for help, realizing that the number of beasts was too great for them to withstand. Yihan stood observing the situation with confidence, thinking that relying on these people alone was not enough to harm him. Suddenly, Kan Tang and Hoa Fuang warned in unison, telling Yihan to pay attention to his back immediately. He asked in confusion what was happening behind him. Only a few seconds later, Yihan's eyes instantly changed as he realized the dangerous situation. Hoa Fuang quickly pulled him up, urging him not to hesitate and to retreat at once. She kept urging, telling Yihan to quickly think of a way because they could not escape the beast pack, while Kan Tang also admitted that he was nearly exhausted. Kan Tang cried out in pain after being bitten by a rat. Yihan pointed forward and instructed everyone to follow that path, because according to the map, the beasts would not leave the forest's boundaries. He loudly signaled for everyone to follow and quickly leave the dangerous place. After a period of exhausted fleeing, they finally escaped the forest, everyone letting out a sigh of relief. Kan Tang swore that no matter what, he would never return to that terrifying forest again. Yihan also let out a soft sigh of relief after escaping danger. He thought to himself that fortunately the information on the map was accurate. The beasts indeed did not leave the forest. Suddenly, Yihan loudly warned Kan Tang to be careful. Kan Tang was dragged away in panic and cried for help, hoping Yihan would save him. Immediately after, Yihan rushed forward and delivered a slash to rescue his companion. After making his move, he landed lightly with steady composure. Beasts with red eyes began to emit threatening growls. Yihan spoke to encourage them. No matter what kind of beasts they were, everyone should join forces to confront them. Kan Tang agreed, saying that even if they had to risk their lives, they should not be afraid and were determined to fight to the end. At that moment, a beast's paw lightly stepped out from the darkness. It was a small white leopard that had not yet matured. Hoa Fuang became excited by its adorable appearance, while everyone was astonished to learn that it was the creature at the top of the food chain in this area. Kan Tang realized that this was the location of the mineral vein marked on the map, and was surprised that the little beast had led them here. Hoa Fuang felt unconvinced when she saw the beast being close to Yihan, believing that she herself was also very beautiful and adorable. Yihan smiled, thinking it was fate, and decided to name it Tiu Ba, also speculating that it was attracted by the spiritual energy within his body. He suggested going inside to check the mineral vein, but Hoa Fuang felt uncomfortable with the aura in the cave and decided to stay outside to stand guard. The others agreed because when approaching the cave entrance, they all felt their bodies become unstable, so they advised Yihan to enter alone to investigate. In his heart, Yihan wondered why only he and Tiu Bak were unaffected, speculating that this mineral vein was related to spiritual energy. He announced that he would enter the cave and told everyone that if anything happened they should shout immediately, and was reminded to be extremely careful and protect Tiu Bak. As he went deeper inside, Yihan clearly sensed an extremely abundant source of spiritual energy. He could not help but wonder what exactly was hidden in this place. Yihan called out to Tiu Bak, telling it to wait for him so they could move forward together. He immediately rushed after Xiao Bai's footprints. Yihan could not help but marvel. This place turned out to be a precious source stone vein. Upon closer inspection, this was clearly a rare spirit stone vein. Truly fortunate in this era of scarce spiritual energy that has slowed cultivation. With this spirit mind to support him, he would certainly advance another step. Yihan was drawn to the object on the stone platform. It turned out to be a sword accompanied by a small round box. Kan Tang complained irritably that he had previously been chased to exhaustion by mutated beasts in the forest, which allowed that Nguyen man to gain the upper hand. Yu Feng added that it was useless to talk about it now, and they could only rely on Yihan. At that moment, someone brought over a chair. Nguyen's son Hang calmly sat down and said that Yihan had surely gone deep into the mineral vein. It was fine to simply wait for him to come out. Nguyen Hong excitedly shouted for everyone to hold their weapons and guard the cave entrance tightly, not allowing that cunning Yihan to escape. The subordinates simultaneously drew their weapons and responded, acknowledging the order. At that time, Yihan was calmly cultivating inside the cave. After a while, he opened his eyes upon sensing that his spiritual power was fully replenished. Yihan smiled in satisfaction. He had reached half a step into the nourishing origin realm. It was a pity that the spiritual energy within this vein had been almost entirely absorbed by him, and it would likely take a long time to recover. It was time to go out. The people of the Nguyen family were probably waiting anxiously. Outside the cave, the gentle moonlight spread down. Tiu Hao sighed and asked to put down his weapon because he had been holding it for nearly a day and truly could not endure it any longer. Someone angrily cursed that Yihan still had not come out and that nearly a day had passed. Perhaps he had encountered trouble inside the cave. Another replied that they did not know, and if he wanted to find out, he should go in himself. Ryuan Shan coldly said, did they think they were so easy to trick? He declared that every 10 minutes he would deal with one person to see whether Yihan would show himself, starting with that girl. That man laughed and replied that the beauty should pray for Yihan to arrive quickly, otherwise her life would be hard to keep. Yihan appeared and shouted loudly, Nguyen Hong, dare to make a move and the one who will suffer misfortune will be you. Nguyen Hong sneered, all of your people have been subdued. What do you have to oppose them with, or are you relying on that chipped sword? Yihan replied succinctly, that is right, this sword alone is enough. Immediately, a stream of sword energy tore through the air and swept across his neck. Nguyen Hong fell down in disbelief, his mouth stammering as he struggled to accept it. Yihan calmly said that he had forgotten to mention that it was not a chipped sword, but the divine sword Long Time. Ryuan Shan cried out in panic, calling for his son. He became enraged and ordered all his subordinates to charge, and they responded in unison, acknowledging the command. At that instant, Xiao Bai erupted into a berserk state. The crowd panicked, not understanding where that fox had appeared from, and continuously cried out for help. Yihan praised Xiao Bai for doing very well. He told Huo Feng and Kun Tang to rescue the remaining people. Huo Feng asked about him. Yihan advanced while saying that he would settle accounts with Ryuan Shan. Ryuan Shan urgently called for people to stop Yihan, declaring that whoever killed him would be rewarded with 1 billion. The subordinates shouted and rushed forward for the reward, believing that he was alone and could not withstand them. Yihan disdainfully remarked that this group was far too weak. To him, they were not worth any concern. When he saw Yihan closing in, Ryuan Shan panicked, not understanding what was happening. Yihan swung his sword decisively, forcing the opponent to pay the price. Ryuan Shan could only let out a terrified scream. Even after being defeated, he remained unwilling to accept it. Afterward, he collapsed to the ground, his vitality dissipating. Yihan declared that the father and son of Ryuan Shan had been defeated, and anyone still resisting should lay down their weapons. Subordinates trembled as they realized that both the family head and the young master were gone. Knowing they were no match, they begged to surrender. In the night sky, the moon quietly illuminated the scene. Kun Tang sighed that Yihan seemed far stronger, single-handedly causing the Nguyen family to nearly collapse. Yihan scratched his head and said that he had been fortunate to break through in the mineral cave. Huo Feng called his name. Huo Feng said that they had once helped him, and now that he had helped them in return it was considered even, and it was time for them to leave. He mentioned that the doors of the security bureau were always open to welcome him. Yihan replied with thanks and said he would consider it. Kun Tang curiously asked how he planned to handle this mineral vein. Yihan thought that with Xiao Bai guarding it, the forest beasts would not dare to approach. He proposed handing the mineral vein to the Kun family for exploitation with profits split equally, secretly thinking that the spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted, but the remaining stones were still fine jade, making cooperation a reasonable choice. Kun Tang gratefully thanked him, saying that their family's vein was about to run dry, and his father would surely be delighted upon hearing the news, immediately agreeing. Yihan said he would return to Shanghai City lest Chu Yuner worry, and Kun Tang wished him a safe journey. Next morning, the airplane took off into the sky. On the plane, Yihan happily thought that this trip to Dean Nam had yielded great gains, having passed the assessment, gained additional finances, and increased his strength. He wondered whether Chu Yuner would remain the same when they met again. At that moment, the flight attendant pushed a cart over and asked the passengers if they would like any drinks. Huang Din raised his hand to call her over. Yihan secretly observed and felt that there was something unusual about that man. Zhu Nhai politely asked the passenger whether he would like cola, mineral water, or coffee. Suddenly, her eyes filled with terror when she saw him. He drew a weapon and threatened that he wanted to take her life. Yi Liang sprang to his feet and shouted that there was a robber. That man shouted for everyone to remain seated. Anyone who moved would face trouble. The passengers panicked and pleaded for help, begging him not to harm them and expressing their willingness to comply. Duongdin pressed the weapon against Zhu Nhi and warned that anyone causing a disturbance would suffer the consequences. Only Yihan maintained an unusually calm demeanor. In his heart, he felt annoyed that such misfortune had occurred on his way home. Duongdin pushed Zhu Nhi aside, appearing satisfied. Yihan sensed footsteps and wondered whether they were targeting him. He suspected that it might be the assassin organization that had once pursued him. That man loudly called for Miss Nangong, saying that they had spent great effort searching for her, and asked whether she would come out herself or be taken out by him. Ai Zun removed her glasses and coldly replied that it was unnecessary. She then gently removed her hat. She stood up with displeasure and said that she would go by herself. The crowd was abuzz upon recognizing that it was Zai Zun, the top star of Asia and the goddess of their dreams, unable to understand why she had become the target of the kidnappers. Yihan thought to himself that it turned out they were not targeting him, but what kind of figure Zai Zun really was. Zai Zun angrily shouted, "Who hired you to capture me? However much that person paid, I can pay double," but Duongdin immediately rejected it. That man sneered and replied that her offer was very tempting, but in this line of work the most important thing was trust, therefore she still had to come with them. Liang stepped forward and said, "Big brother, since this girl is already in our hands, why not let the brothers have some fun, as long as her life is not in danger?" Yihan looked at those people with furious eyes, silently cursing these scum as truly detestable. He shouted loudly, telling the subordinate to stay away. If he could not control himself, then he should find someone else, and if he dared touch this girl he would show no mercy, causing the man to hurriedly agree. After that, Yi Liang grabbed Tyat Enhai's shoulder and called her closer, making her cry in fear and continuously beg him not to do so. That man grabbed her by the collar and threatened to drag her into the restroom. Tyat Nhi panicked and pleaded for mercy, promising to give money in exchange for being released. At that moment, Zai Zun loudly intervened, saying that the person they needed to capture was her, and that they should not harm an innocent person. Duongdin mocked her and asked whether she wanted to take Tyat Enhai's place. Zai Zun angrily pointed at him and scolded him as shameless and cruel. The surrounding passengers whispered among themselves, sympathizing with the flight attendant and only hoping they would not become the next target. Some even blamed her beautiful appearance. Tyat Nhi broke down in despair, crying loudly and repeatedly calling for help in terror. At this moment, Yihan stood up and spoke, reminding them that bullying a girl in front of everyone like this was unacceptable. The leader pointed his knife threateningly, scolding him for meddling in others' affairs, and asking whether he wanted to play the hero saving the beauty if he was not afraid of losing his life. The other passengers worriedly discussed, believing that this young man was too reckless, perhaps only trying to impress Zai Zun and fearing that they themselves would be implicated. Liang loudly suggested to his boss that there was no need for further words, they only needed to deal with him. Yihan's eyes shone with determination as he coldly stated that they would certainly regret this. Hearing this, the thugs immediately rushed forward, believing that he had brought trouble upon himself. Yihan swiftly drew his knife and calmly declared that it was still uncertain who would be at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, each of them was subdued by his precise attack. He exclaimed in terror, unable to believe that his speed was so astonishing, almost beyond human capability. Zai Zun covered her mouth, her eyes filled with admiration for Yi Han's extraordinary ability. While Duongdin was still holding the knife against Zai Zun, Yihan approached and mocked that their methods were not bad if they could bring weapons onto the plane. Hearing this, Duongdin collapsed to his knees in fear, trembling as he begged Yihan to spare his life. An excited passenger shouted loudly, urging everyone to work together to subdue this robber. Even though that man had surrendered, the crowd still rushed in to beat him relentlessly, leaving Yihan helpless, while they loudly called for punishment of the one who dared threaten the plane and insult the goddess Zai Zun. Yihan turned and walked away, calmly remarking that when danger arose everyone remained silent, and only after everything had been resolved did they begin to take action. Returning to his seat, he let out a sigh of relief after the situation was brought under control. At that moment, Zai Zun approached hesitantly, greeting him and offering her sincere thanks for his help. Yihan turned his face away and responded indifferently that it was only a small matter. Zai Zun was secretly surprised to realize that this man was not affected by her appearance like the other. Yihan tried to restrain himself despite being unintentionally captivated, reminding himself that he had promised Chu Yuner and therefore could not become close to another woman. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached them, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Yihan glanced at the approaching group with a puzzled expression. Several passengers stepped forward to flatter, claiming that they were the ones who had subdued the robber and repeatedly reassuring and promising to protect Zai Zun. Witnessing this scene, Yihan could not help feeling annoyed, thinking that he was the one who had dealt with the robbers. Zai Zun awkwardly waved her hand, politely asking everyone to step aside so that she could have some quiet space. However, those people continued to enthusiastically show their concern and refused to leave. Suddenly, a voice rang out demanding that everyone return to their seats. These words caused everyone to turn their heads back with displeased expression. The one who had spoken was Tycoon, but she was met with contemptuous looks and reproachful words, as they claimed she had no right to interfere and even asserted that they had saved her from danger. The flight attendant angrily shouted, silencing everyone, "Be quiet immediately. After working in this profession for so many years, I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. It was clearly Yihan who subdued the robbers. What right do you have to claim the credit?" She pointed directly at them and firmly continued, "When the robbers were running rampant, where were you? Only when they were defeated did you appear to play the hero. Your actions are no different from theirs." After that, the two sides exchanged words and argued fiercely without end. Yihan silently observed and remarked to himself that this girl was truly interesting. The scene shifted to the airport area. Zai Zun hurriedly ran after him and held him back. "I still do not know your name." As he walked, Yihan thought to himself that he was about to meet Chu Yuner and absolutely could not let her misunderstand the presence of another woman. Tycoon smiled gratefully and softly said, "Thank you, Yihan." Upon exiting, Yihan saw Chu Yuner already waiting and called out, "Chu Yuner." She responded radiantly, "Yihan." Immediately afterward, Chu Yuner ran toward him and jumped into his embrace. Yihan smiled affectionately and said, "Chu Yuner, I miss you so much." She shyly replied, "I also miss you very much." He suddenly gave her a kiss, causing her to softly exclaim in embarrassment. Yihan wrapped his arms around her waist and they shared a deep kiss, their affection becoming increasingly passionate. Chu Yuner softly whispered, "Tonight my grandfather is not at home." Before Yihan could understand her meaning, she shyly ran away. Realizing the implication of her words, Yihan displayed a mischievous smile, wondering if Chu Yuner wanted him to visit her tonight. The car quickly stopped in front of the gate of a house. Seeing that she was still sitting in the car, Yihan curiously asked, "Chu Yuner, are you not going inside?" Chu Yuner removed her glasses, her face flushed with shyness, and gently reminded him, "Do not forget about tonight." After saying this, she immediately drove away. Yihan smiled with excitement, thinking that tonight he must conserve his strength to live up to her expectations. Afterward, he opened the door and stepped into the house. Yihan cheerfully called out, "I am back." However, the only response was an unusual silence, making him wonder why the house was so quiet. Just then, the sound of red high heels echoed from inside. Yu Fuang gently appeared and informed him that his sister had been taken to the riverside by Qing Cheng to practice martial arts. Yihan asked in surprise whether Qing Cheng was teaching his sister martial arts. Hearing this, she pointed at him and warned that he should never underestimate the girl he had adopted. Although she herself did not cultivate, under her guidance his sister had reached the early stage of qi refining, which made Yihan even more astonished. Afterward, Hu Fuang turned and walked away, waving her hand and saying that he should not stand there any longer and should go inside. Yihan gritted his teeth in annoyance upon seeing her act like the mistress of the house. "This is my home." Time quietly passed minute by minute. Yihan sat waiting impatiently. It was only 3 in the afternoon, yet the time until evening seemed endless. After a while, the chime of the clock sounded. Ting tong, the clock pointed to 6 in the evening. The excitement in his heart immediately surged. At last it was time to meet Chu Yuner. Without hesitation, Yihan quickly rushed out of the door. At that moment, Hu Fuang brought out food and called Yihan, but he hurriedly brushed past her. Seeing this, she could not help but be surprised. Where is he rushing off to? Did he not say he would stay home waiting for his sister? A short while later, the car sped along the crowded streets. The car made a sharp turn and stopped right in front of the gate of Chu Yuner's house. Yihan excitedly opened the car door, stepped out, and called loudly, "Chu Yuner, I am here." Immediately afterward, he landed on the ground neatly and gracefully. At this moment, Yihan stood in front of Chu Yuner's house. Finally arriving, he let out a soft breath and slowly straightened his posture. Yihan looked at his hand to calm himself, reminding himself that when meeting Chu Yuner he must remain composed and not get overly excited. The door opened, she smiled gently, "You have arrived." The moment he saw her, Yihan lost control to the point of a nosebleed. Chu Yuner wore a nightgown and waited for him. Seeing him still standing there blankly, she urged him to come inside. As soon as she finished speaking, she blushed and ran into the room. Yihan's face turned red, wiping his nosebleed as he stammered that he would come in right away. Next, his arm pressed firmly against the wall beside Chu Yuner's hair. She softly called Yihan. Chu Yuner reminded him to always treat her well. Yihan gently lifted her chin and called her name affectionately. The two shared a deep kiss, along with his promise that he would always cherish her. While later the room became quiet, suddenly the sound of the front door opening was heard. Yihan sat up and whispered, "What was that sound?" Still drowsy, Chu Yuner rubbed her eyes and guessed that it was probably her grandfather returning. Yihan softly repeated, "Your grandfather is back." Realizing the situation, he was startled and panicked. "Your grandfather is really back," she nodded to confirm. Yihan frantically searched for his clothes around the room. "Where are my pants? Where are my socks? Why are my things all missing like this?" Seeing his panic, Chu Yuner gently reassured him that her grandfather rarely went to the second floor, telling him to stay calm and keep looking. While he was hurriedly getting dressed, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. That person softly called his name, causing Yihan to turn around in shock. Yan Mingxian had been standing there at some point. Yihan was stunned, thinking that he rarely went upstairs. He scratched his head and made an excuse that his clothes were accidentally dirty, so he intended to change and take a bath. Yan Mingxian pointed straight at him and scolded, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Look at your appearance." Yihan cried out inwardly, "This time I am finished." He reproached that the clothes were clearly still wet, yet he hurriedly put them on. Hearing this, Yihan was stunned. It turned out the old master had not suspected anything else. Yan Mingxian put his arm around him and said that he returned to the country without saying a word, rushing over before his clothes were even dry and even intending to create a surprise. Yihan awkwardly asked if he had startled him. Chu Yuner blushed, thinking that her grandfather surely understood everything but did not want to embarrass him. After that, the bedroom door opened and then gently closed. Outside, Yan Mingxian patted Yihan's shoulder and said his performance this time was very good, so he decided to accept him as a disciple, leaving him astonished. Yihan's eyes lit up because the old master was a top expert in jade and antique appraisal in the country. If he were taught by him, his future would be even broader. Chu Yuner nudged his shoulder, reminding him not to stand there in a daze. Yihan immediately knelt down to pay respect, declaring himself a disciple paying homage to his master. Yan Mingxian waved his hand and said it was not necessary for now. In a few days, a formal ceremony would be held to officially announce him as the successor. Yihan blushed and hesitated as he intended to say something. The old master told him to speak directly. He nodded and replied that it was fine. Then he took out the green stone and said that grandfather had promised if he performed well in Yunnan, he would not oppose their relationship. He raised the jade as a betrothal gift, hoping the old master would accept it. Chu Yuner covered her mouth in surprise because Yihan was formally discussing marriage. Yan Mingxian stroked his beard and said that an engagement could not be made casually with just a piece of jade. But then his eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. He held the stone in astonishment because it was even more precious than the previous one, with superior quality. Yihan affirmed that he only kept the best item for Chu Yuner. She was moved and called his name. He praised him for being so good, causing him to blush and have another nosebleed. Yan Mingxian intended to leave to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony, but Yihan hurriedly stopped him, saying he had another proposal. He proposed to display the previous rough stone at the ceremony to promote the Chu family's reputation before selling it for great profit. Yan Mingxian praised the idea as not bad. He reminded that these two stones were worth tens of billions, making them public would attract much attention. He said the Chu family was not yet the strongest. Yihan immediately replied that he was mistaken on 2 points. He raised 2 fingers and said first, it was not to be placed with the Chu family but to be gifted to them. Second, although they were not the strongest now, with him he would bring the Chu family to the pinnacle. Hearing this, Yan Mingxian laughed loudly in satisfaction and praised his ambition. Chu Yuner looked at the harmonious scene between the two in disbelief. She silently gave thanks for having Yihan by her side. The night had grown late, the moon hung high in the sky. The house was brightly lit amid the hazy night. Chu Yuner happily waved her hand, asking him to remember to visit tomorrow. Yihan left in a tired state, needing a few days of rest. As he walked, he thought about the old master preparing invitation cards all day and Chu Yuner's initiative. Under the star-filled sky, Yihan quietly walked along the empty road. Inside the car, a voice reminded that there was a curve ahead and to slow down. Yan Lingqiao suddenly turned her head back. Yihan shouted a warning to be careful. His foot immediately slammed on the brake. The tires screeched against the road before coming to a stop. Fortunately, the car did not collide with Yan Lingqiao. She closed her eyes in fright, not daring to look. Yan let out a sigh of relief. Nearly an accident had occurred. Thanks to his increased strength, his reaction was swift and timely. However, Yan Linqiao sat down holding her waist and groaned in pain. He got out of the car and asked if she was all right and whether she needed help. Upon seeing clearly, the two recognized each other. Han intended to help her up and asked why she was outside so late, but she stepped back saying it was unnecessary. The cold aura surrounding her left him puzzled. Yan asked worriedly if she felt unwell. Yan Linqiao gritted her teeth against the pain and said it had nothing to do with him before attempting to leave. Yan suspected the yin energy around her was too heavy. He immediately used the yin-yang eye technique to observe. Two streams of sinister energy appeared around her, shocking him. Yan stepped back in alarm. Yan Linqiao asked what he was afraid of. Was he not daring to go home? He pointed out that she was experiencing waist pain similar to menstrual cramps but far more severe. Yan Linqiao asked in astonishment how he knew. Han seriously asked whether today she had visited any place filled with heavy yin energy such as a cemetery or a similar area. She immediately confirmed that during her patrol she had inspected a corpse, which was completely normal, and wondered if there was any problem. Han's expression became solemn as he thought. He did not want her to know that a spirit entity was following her for fear of leaving psychological trauma. Seeing him remain silent, Yan Linqiao grew even more worried and pressed him, asking whether something unclean was clinging to her. He quickly waved his hand in denial, saying that nothing serious was happening. Heavy yin energy was quite common. In addition, her body had been affected by cold, which caused the stomach pain, and he would help resolve it. Although still somewhat doubtful, Yan Linqiao stepped closer according to his words, and jokingly asked whether he also understood women's ailments. Yan smiled and replied that he only knew a little. After that, he quickly supported her toward the car, reminding her that standing outside on the road was very dangerous, and suggesting that she get into the car so he could help ease the pain before taking her home. Once inside the car, Yan gently loosened Yan Linqiao's clothing at the waist to facilitate the treatment. He took out a needle and prepared to perform acupuncture. Yan Linqiao blushed and warned that his hands must remain proper, or he would be considered someone taking advantage. Yan reassured her that in the eyes of a physician all patients were equal, and there was no distinction of gender. Afterward, he skillfully inserted another needle into the area of her waist. The two evil spirits following her also began to sense the unusual fluctuation. Yan broke into a sweat as he concentrated intensely to complete the final needle. The moment the needle was placed, the stream of yin energy was immediately dispersed. Yan Linqiao was not accustomed to this sensation, and could not help but cry out because it felt extremely hot. Yan explained that he had used the pure yang energy to dispel the yin energy at her waist. The feeling of heat was normal, and she could loosen her clothing to feel more comfortable. Immediately afterward, she suddenly slapped him, causing Yan's face to hit the car window, scolding that she had known he harbored intentions toward her body. Yan held his face in grievance, explaining that he only wanted to help her reduce the heat and had absolutely no ill intention. The scene shifted to Yan Linqiao's villa. After bringing her home, Yan instructed that she only needed to drink warm water mixed with honey and she would be fine. Yan Linqiao could not hide her gratitude and expressed her sincere thanks. This caused Yan to suddenly recall an important matter. He seriously reminded her that if she continued to visit places with such heavy yin energy, the consequences would not merely be a simple cold, therefore she needed to be especially cautious. Yan Linqiao happily nodded in response, saying that she understood. In her heart, she secretly thought that Yan's reminder likely implied that someone wanted to harm her, and she sensed his concern. Next morning at home, Yan woke up still feeling drowsy. Looking at his phone, he was startled to see it was already 7 o'clock, and remembered that after returning he had not yet visited his elder brother Zhao Hongshan, so he decided to go immediately. With that thought, he quickly changed his clothes, unable to suppress his worry about Zhao Hongshan's recovery. Not long after, Yan arrived at Hongshan's house and knocked on the door, calling out loudly, "Brother Zhao, Zhao Yaoyu, I have arrived." However, his gaze suddenly darkened when he discovered something unusual. Inside the house, the furniture was smashed and scattered, with tables and chairs in disarray. A still wet bloodstain remained on the edge of the table, making Yan realize that something had certainly happened. He immediately used yin-yang dharma eyes to observe the situation. The scene from yesterday gradually appeared, recreating the moment Hongshan was attacked. He was struck and knocked against the table, blood gushing from his mouth. Yan silently deduced that the siblings Zhao Hongshan and Zhao Yaoyu had encountered danger. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and called Huo Feng. On the other end of the line, a plate of fruit sat on the table and gentle music played. Huo Feng reclined comfortably on a chair, teasing that a busy man like him was not accompanying his girlfriend, yet still had time to call her. Yihan, with a serious tone, went straight to the point and asked her to help investigate the whereabouts of a person. Huo Feng immediately replied that if he wanted her assistance, he only needed to join the security bureau. He requested that within 1 hour there must be information about Zhao Hongshan and promised to join the security bureau if the investigation succeeded. Otherwise, it would prove that their capabilities were still limited. Hearing this, Huo Feng was astonished and asked again to confirm that he was searching for Zhao Hongshan. He seriously advised that Zhao Hongshan's past enmities exceeded his current abilities, but Yihan did not listen and immediately hung up. Unable to persuade him, Huo Feng could only sigh helplessly and hope that he would not regret it later. After a while, she picked up a dossier and left the house. When they met again, she reported that Zhao Hongshan's whereabouts had not yet been found, but she had gathered information about his younger sister Zhao Yaoyu. Yihan accepted the dossier and praised her efficiency before expressing his gratitude. Huo Feng remained worried and reminded him that Zhao Hongshan's enemies from the past were extremely powerful. Even the security bureau found it difficult to intervene, and Yihan's current strength was still too weak. However, Yihan firmly asserted that his principle in life was never to abandon friends when they were in danger. Knowing that she could not change his decision, Huo Feng could only helplessly accept it. Afterward, Yihan drove away and did not forget to ask her to help look after his house. The next scene took place in Lam Ha village of Zhejiang province. On the way, Yihan could not help but feel worried, silently hoping that Zhao Yaoyu was still safe. Upon arrival, a group of villagers gathered around the car and discussed the appearance of luxury vehicles rarely seen in such a small village. From the conversation, Yihan quickly learned that the previous day 4 people in luxury cars had also arrived and visited Old Sun's house at the entrance of the village. Without saying another word, he picked up the sword placed on the car seat. Before leaving, Yihan politely expressed his gratitude to the villagers for providing the information. The woman was astonished when she saw the sword. Meanwhile, at Old Sun's house, Cao Chang loudly mocked that since Sun Bumi had withdrawn from the martial world, he should not invite trouble because of Zhao Hongshan and should hand Zhao Yaoyu over to them. Sun Bumi stood in front of Zhao Yaoyu, affirming that Zhao Hongshan had once saved his life so he would certainly protect his sister, while also ridiculing the fact that Cao Chang had to rely on the Tianzun Association. Hearing this, Cao Chang merely let out a contemptuous laugh. He pointed at the two of them, claiming that those who understood the times were the wise ones and warning Sun Bumi not to interfere if he still wished to live peacefully. Sun Bumi tightened his grip on his weapon, his voice lowering as he declared that if they wanted to take her away, they should prove it with their strength. Cao Chang watched him display his martial arts and mocked that, when he withdrew from the martial world, he had only been ranked 29th on the leaderboard. He unleashed his power, challenging him to see whether Sun Bumi's strength after so many years remained as it once was. With superior strength, Cao Chang gradually gained the upper hand, forcing Sun Bumi to struggle in defense. The subordinates also took advantage of their numbers and charged forward simultaneously to attack. Immediately afterward, a fierce battle erupted, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. Sun Bumi could not withstand the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yaoyu hurriedly ran over to support him and anxiously asked about his condition. As the dust settled, Cao Chang stepped closer to the two of them. He raised his sword high and contemptuously declared that those who did not know their own limits would have to pay the price. Watching the blade approaching, Sun Bumi secretly worried about the critical situation. At that moment, Zhao Yaoyu suddenly rushed out to shield him, causing him to panic and urge her to leave immediately. Just as the blade descended, another sword suddenly flew in to block the attack. Cao Chang was startled and turned his head, loudly demanding to know who had just intervened. Yihan appeared, making him ask in annoyance about his identity and feel astonished upon recognizing the long Tian sword in his hand. Yihan calmly replied that his target was him. Cao Chang immediately rushed into battle, disdainfully believing that such minor cultivation was not worth boasting about. Not long after, Yihan was forced backward. Cao Chang then ordered his subordinates to deal with Yihan and seize the sword, while he himself would continue to confront Sun Bumi. Sun Bumi struggled to stand up, asserting that if the opponent had not relied on numbers to bully him, he would not have been injured, and declaring that Cao Chang was not yet qualified to defeat him. Cao Chang laughed arrogantly before charging forward, challenging that they should try and see the outcome. Yihan silently stood watching the duel between the two before him. He blamed himself. It seemed his current strength was still too weak. He could not even withstand a single move from the opponent. Just as he was distracted, several enemies rushed forward, snarling, "Brat, this is not the time to daydream, prepare to suffer." Immediately after, Yi Han's eyes flared brightly as he activated the yin-yang Dharma eye. In the dangerous situation, Yi Han calculated inwardly, "The yin-yang Dharma eye can enhance my perception. Your speed will no longer be a threat." He swiftly slipped past the three men with practiced ease. "In my eyes right now, your speed is as slow as turtle." In the blink of an eye, all three were defeated. They stared in shock, unable to understand what had happened. When did he even draw his sword? His sword speed was even faster than Cao Chang. After that, Yi Han strode past the crowd and moved forward. In his heart, he could not help but worry about the situation on the other side. At this moment, Sun Bumi was still fighting Cao Chang. That man appeared extremely excited by the battle and loudly provoked his opponent. Sun Bumi and Cao Chang continued to charge at each other in an exceptionally fierce fight. He turned to remind Yi Han, "Brat, quickly take Zhao Yaoyu away from here. I will stay and hold him back." Cao Chang let out a mocking laugh. "Old man, you should worry about yourself first." Sun Bumi immediately assumed a defensive stance, preparing to receive the next attack. At that moment, Yi Han rushed forward to block in front, reassuring him, "Senior, rest assured, I have a way to deal with him." Cao Chang leapt over him to continue attacking Sun Bumi, his eyes filled with contempt. That man reveled as he struck at the old man. "I will deal with you first, then talk." In the critical situation, Sun Bumi still tried to remind Yi Han, "Leave quickly, you cannot dodge his sword." At that instant, Cao Chang's aura surged violently as that man charged straight at Yi Han with extreme arrogance. Yi Han's eyes blazed as he immediately used the yin-yang Dharma eye. A crimson force swiftly enveloped Yi Han's entire body, causing his aura to soar. He moved like lightning and thrust his sword into Cao Chang's vital point, making that man cry out in shock, "You actually managed to dodge my sword." Seeing this, Sun Bumi regained his spirit and praised, "Brat, well done. Let us join forces to subdue him." Cao Chang struggled to resist and snarled, "You want to take me down? It will not be that easy." Immediately after, Yi Han was forced back by the recoil from that man's strike. Cao Chang promptly retreated and issued a threat, "Dare to oppose the Heavenly Venerable Society, you will sooner or later pay the price." Seeing the opponent leave, Sun Bumi let out a sigh of relief. "Little brother, thank you. What is your name and why have you come here?" Yi Han gently replied, "My name is Yi Han." Zhao Yaoyu happily called out, "Big brother Deep." Sun Bumi asked in surprise, "Do you two know each other?" Before she could explain, she threw herself into Yi Han's arms and burst into tears. "Big brother Deep, I was so scared." He gently comforted her, "Do not worry, everything has passed." After a while, the atmosphere inside the house gradually became quiet. Outside, the sky displayed drifting clouds in peaceful calm. Rows of towering buildings stood close together, forming a modern urban scene. Zhao Yaoyu was carefully bandaging Sun Bumi's wound. He smiled and said, "So you are a friend of Zhao Hongshan?" He anxiously asked, "Big brother Deep, my brother has vanished without any news. What should we do next?" Yi Han held her hand to reassure her, "No news is not necessarily bad. We cannot find Hon Thien and neither can the Heavenly Venerable Society. That man should still be safe. What matters now is our own safety." Sun Bumi also affirmed, "That is right, this place has been exposed. We must leave quickly. If the Heavenly Venerable Society arrives, it will be very hard to escape." Han lightly pinched her cheek and instructed, "Zhao Yaoyu, quickly pack your things and follow me to Sunhai City. I have some connections there so it will be safer." She blushed and softly replied, "All right." After that, Yi Han turned to ask Sun Bumi, "Senior, would you like to come with us?" He confidently answered, "I promised Zhao Hongshan that I would protect Zhao Yaoyu completely. I will never break my word." Yi Han understood and said, "Then let us set off at once." Not long after, the three of them began their journey to leave. Yi Han thought to himself, "Senior Sun Bumi is the second-ranked master on the power list. His presence will be an enormous support for me." Zhao Yaoyu curiously asked, "Big brother Deep, when we reach Sunhai City, where will we stay?" He smiled and replied, "Of course at my home. It is very dangerous outside now, so we need to stay close." Sun Bumi laughed cheerfully and asked further, "Little friend Yi Han, I wonder if your home has good wine." He joked, "An old man like me has decided to return to the martial world. After 30 years without touching wine, it is time to break the rule." Yi Han turned back and smiled. "Of course there will be fine wine to entertain Senior." After hearing that, Bat Diet felt slightly embarrassed. He had planned to go into seclusion to cultivate but now wanted to return to the martial world. The thought was hard to suppress, showing his mindset was still not stable. In the end, the group left in a cheerful atmosphere and temporarily went to stay at Yi Han's house. Not long after, Yi Han's car stopped right in front of the gate. He led the two inside and introduced, "This is my house." At that moment, Hoa Fuang stood at the door teasing, "Just went out for a bit and already brought back a pretty girl." Zhao Yaoyu quickly greeted, "Hello, I am Zhao Yaoyu," while Sun Bumi silently stayed alert, realizing this girl was not simple. Hoa Fuang did not say much, only invited them in, "Come inside." She leaned close and whispered, "Do not say I did not warn you, Chu Yuner is inside." Yi Han was startled and asked again, "Don Nhai has already arrived." Then he hurried away, not forgetting to tell Hoa Fuang to arrange rooms for Senior Tun and Zhao Yao. Seeing that, Hoa Fuang remarked, "There are not many good men in this world. You must be careful in the future." She gently replied, "Yes." Bat Diet beside them coughed softly a few times. Hoa Fuang corrected herself, "I was not talking about you." Only then did he nod. Scene changed. Chu Yuner stood with hands on hips and called out loudly, "Yi Han." He pointed and scolded, "You playboy, I think about you every day yet you go find someone else." Explained clearly, Yi Han inwardly blamed Hoa Fuang. He held her hand and said gently, "Take it slow, calm down and listen to my explanation." Don Nhai turned away sulking, "I will not listen." He coaxed her saying he had no choice. He had just gone to save someone and was injured. He pretended to clutch his chest in pain, saying he needed to return to his room to change clothes. Don Nhai immediately worried and asked if he was hurt. She supported him and asked, "Let me see." He immediately stopped her, "We will talk in the room." Yi Jing saw this and asked if he was injured. Hoa Fuang sneered, "He looks that healthy, how could anything be wrong?" Even so, she was still a bit worried. Hoa Fuang reassured, "This is when he is at his most vigorous, you do not need to worry." Yi Jing finally felt relief. Ying Cheng curiously asked what vigorous energy meant. Hoa Fuang paused for a few seconds then said, "You are still young, you would not understand." At this moment upstairs, the outside gradually grew quiet. Yi Han and Don Nhai lay talking. She asked if it was really as he said. He affirmed he would take good care of Du. Don Nhai was understanding, saying if needed just tell her. She blushed, "I can also help." Suddenly she was startled, "Why are you taking off your shirt?" Yi Han signaled her to be quiet. Right after that, he pulled her onto the bed. He reminded her to speak softly, "There are people outside." She resisted lightly, "It is daytime now." But he just smiled, "It is fine." A few hours later they went downstairs. Don Nhai said tomorrow there would be a disciple ceremony, telling him to prepare. She told him he must take charge of the event. He would be the main character. Yi Han confidently agreed. Hoa Fuang looked at them and sighed, "Truly youth, it has been several hours." Yi Han calmly said he was seriously injured. Don Nhai blushed and asked to leave. He said a few words then hurriedly left, leaving Yi Han standing there. The next morning, fireworks were brilliant. Yi Han had also arrived. He exclaimed that the ceremony was truly grand. At this moment someone approached. She asked if he was Yi Han. He confirmed. She introduced herself as Chu Yuner's secretary sent to pick him up. Yi Han nodded and followed. Mo Shu secretly evaluated him, not understanding why he was so valued. Inside the hall the lights shone brightly. Chu Yuner was busy directing everyone to prepare. Yi Han waved to call her. She scolded him for dressing sloppily, ordering someone to bring a suit. He held his hand and told him to perform well on stage. He reassured her, "Do you still not trust me?" She shyly reminded him not to be touchy in front of everyone. Mo Shu quickly brought clothes for him to change. Not long after the lights shone brightly, the guests were all present. Yi Han stepped up to speak, but was interrupted as soon as he began. The crowd made noise, demanding to see the jade immediately. Don Nhai backstage felt worried. He calmly replied, "Before starting, let us look at a small item." The crowd was dissatisfied, only wanting to see the main item. He continued introducing, "The starting price is 15 million. Anyone who does not want to watch can leave." His voice was decisive, "The group does not care." The entire hall instantly fell silent. Mo Shu was amazed at his ability to control the situation. Don Nhai's eyes lit up. Mo Shu whispered to herself that this girl was truly infatuated. He wondered what the staff would think if they saw this expression. The first item brought out was a special pair of bracelets. Everyone asked clearly what their function was. He explained in a humorous way that made everyone laugh. He winked and said the effect would be even clearer. Backstage burst into laughter. Someone eagerly wanted to buy immediately. Han joked that too much and even mountains could not endure. Everyone began bidding enthusiastically. One person raised a sign offering 100 million. He laughed awkwardly, saying he would buy it for his wife to try. Yi Han struck the gavel to finalize the price. Mo Shu was shocked that such a cheap item sold for such a high price. Don Nhai continued praising. Mo Shu also admitted he was very capable. After that, Yi Han stabilized the atmosphere, preparing to present the main item. He signaled, "Next is the toad jade piece. Everyone please admire." Two beauties quickly stepped forward and brought the item before everyone. Yihan gently used his hand to lift the red cloth covering the top. Immediately, a green jade toad statue appeared before their eyes. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment and could not stop praising its beauty. Yihan silently evaluated it. The piece was exquisitely carved. The old craftsman's skill was truly extraordinary. Even he felt a hint of regret at having to sell it. Right after that, he coughed lightly twice to draw attention. Yihan smiled as he introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the jade toad treasure is now before you. Each of you surely has your own valuation in mind, so this item will have no starting price." This decision stirred the entire hall. Many were surprised as they had never seen such an auction format, yet they also admitted that this was a priceless treasure, making it difficult to set an initial price. A person suddenly raised his bidding paddle and joked that since there was no starting price, he would offer 1,000 first. The entire hall immediately burst into laughter at this teasing bid. Soon after, many people voiced their criticism, believing he was causing trouble and that the price of 1,000 was utterly unreasonable. At that moment, an elderly man raised his paddle and bid 2 billion, suggesting that anyone interested could offer a higher price. This figure left everyone stunned and astonished. However, some people appeared dissatisfied because they had only brought about 200 million, believing that the 2 billion bid had taken away others' opportunities and made the auction tense. On the upper private floor, two people were quietly observing the entire situation. Nin Fong irritably bit his fingernail, angry because he had previously been schemed against by Yi Han and thus could not possess this jade piece. Thiet Thur stood behind and gently comforted him, believing that the treasure would sooner or later belong to them. Nin Fong revealed a sinister smile and ordered that the price be raised to 5 billion first to create pressure. The subordinate immediately complied, also believing that obtaining this treasure would be a great contribution to Thiet Thur Duong, while Nin Fong reassured that even if they failed to purchase it, there were still other plans. In another private room, a man gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. Michelle sat comfortably on the chair, affirming to Alice that the Dania group must acquire this jade piece, and Alice confidently replied that they had prepared sufficient financial resources. Down in the hall, Yihan silently observed Nin Fong upstairs. The corner of his lips slightly curved upward, revealing a calculating expression. Yihan struck the gavel announcing that Nin Jewelry Group had bid 5 billion and asked whether anyone would offer a higher price. He began the confirmation process with the call of 5 billion for the first time. This was followed by 5 billion for the second time, along with the sound of the gavel. As Yihan prepared to declare the third time, the atmosphere became tense. At that moment, the curtain of Alice's private room was drawn aside. Alice firmly announced a bid of 100 billion, representing the Dania group. The entire hall was shaken by this enormous figure. Many believed it was a brand promotion strategy because the media value gained could far exceed conventional advertising costs. On the auction stage, Yihan maintained a calm demeanor and asked if anyone would offer a higher price. He then sequentially called 100 billion for the first time, 100 billion for the second time, 100 billion for the third time. With no further bids, Yihan struck the gavel to confirm the successful transaction. He happily congratulated the Dania group for acquiring the jade piece at the price of 100 billion. Everyone could not help but be astonished, as this might be the most expensive jade ever to appear in the gemstone world. After the auction, the reputation of Chu Yuner's jewelry group spread internationally, and many people became curious about the background of the talented host. Alice smiled and stepped forward, affirming the value of the treasure and expressing her desire to admire another signature item of the store. Yihan maintained a professional demeanor and clapped his hands to signal his agreement. He directed his gaze toward the two girls standing in the corner of the room and signaled them to bring out the next item. Following the order, they carefully placed a large tray covered with a red cloth onto the display table. Yihan loudly drew everyone's attention, respectfully introducing that this was the store's signature treasure. Having said that, he decisively pulled down the red cloth covering the front. Immediately, the image of a crimson phoenix spreading its wings with exquisitely carved details appeared before everyone. The crowd marveled at the outstanding beauty of the treasure, believing that its value far exceeded the previous jade and that if it were auctioned, it would certainly reach an extremely high price. From the private room above, Nin Fong could not hide his astonishment as he exclaimed that this was truly a rare item. He let out a cold laugh, determined to possess both jade pieces, and ordered his subordinate to arrange the plan. Ninfang secretly swore that he would reclaim everything he had lost in Dean Nam this time. Chu Yuner excitedly hugged Yihan, thanking him for helping the auction achieve brilliant success. Yihan smiled teasingly and asked how she would reward him, causing her to shyly reply that she would grant whatever he desired. Mo Shu lightly coughed, reminding them that Mr. Michel from the Dania group had arrived and requested that the transaction be conducted publicly. Chu Yuner was momentarily embarrassed, while Alice smiled reassuringly, saying that such public displays of affection were very normal in the West. Yihan calmly stated that he would have the jade brought over for the two guests to inspect before proceeding with the transaction. Unexpectedly, Michel shyly took Yihan's hand and requested a private conversation. He blushed as he mentioned having a personal matter to ask for help with, causing Yihan to feel slightly suspicious with a humorous thought. He quickly stepped back, explaining that he was quite traditional and had no special intention. Michel burst into laughter, reassuring that Yihan had misunderstood his intention. He moved closer and softly explained the real problem he was facing. After listening, Yihan suddenly understood and happily confirmed that it was indeed that matter. He confidently patted his chest, assuring that he would thoroughly resolve it the next day. Immediately afterward, Yihan pulled Michel into the room and told him to wait a few minutes, making Michel anxious because everything was happening too quickly. Inside the room, Yihan closed the door and carefully drew the curtains to ensure privacy. He reassured that the matter would be completed very quickly, while Michel nervously hoped that he would be gentle. Outside, everyone heard the ambiguous dialogue and blushed with misunderstanding, while inside Michel still worried due to the slight pain during the treatment. Shortly after, the room door was quickly opened. Yihan stepped out calmly, explaining that he had only performed acupuncture. Everyone outside felt embarrassed and disappointed because of their earlier misunderstanding, sensing that everything had happened too quickly. Yihan turned back and waved for Michel to come out. Everyone fell silent, attentively looking toward the door. A strong hand appeared, firmly grasping the doorframe. Michel stepped out with a confident demeanor, declaring that he had recovered and was full of vitality. Alice excitedly walked around him with surprise and joy. She noticed that in such a short time, Michel seemed to have become a completely different person. Michel emotionally hugged Yihan, thanking him for helping him regain his confidence and feel full of energy. Yihan smiled gently and suggested that if everything was settled, they should begin the transaction. Michel happily agreed and decided to expand long-term cooperation with Chu Yuner's gemstone company to repay the favor. Chu Yuner proudly ran over, continuously praising Yihan. Suddenly, Mo Shu panicked as he reported that an urgent incident had occurred. Yihan and Chu Yuner immediately turned back with worried expressions, asking what had happened. Mo Shu hurriedly announced that the phoenix spreading wings statue and the jade toad had been swapped. Upon hearing the news, everyone including Michel and Alice was stunned with shock. She pressed for details about how the incident had unfolded. It was clear they had locked the item in the safe, yet the letter had vanished, the guard on duty had been drugged, and the camera system had been destroyed. I am truly sorry, team leader. Michel spoke up, Yihan, I am very sorry. If that is the case, this transaction will be difficult to continue. Alice added that the cooperation between the two companies would also have to be suspended, because if even a precious jadeite block could not be safeguarded, other matters would be even harder to guarantee. Chu Yuner asked firmly, Yihan, what should we do now? Yihan took a deep breath, trying to steady his mind. He said to Bison, please give me 1 hour. After that time, the jadeite block known as Jade Toad holding Pearl that you auctioned will definitely be recovered, and then we will proceed with the transaction. He replied seriously, very well, for the sake of our friendship, I will wait another hour. After that deadline we will leave. Yihan turned around coldly, thank you, no matter who is behind this trick, he will definitely find him. Police were still conducting their investigation. The surrounding scene had been severely damaged. During the inspection, Yan Lingqiao suddenly noticed Yihan rushing inside. She shouted angrily, Yihan, stop, do not disturb the clues at the scene. He calmly replied that he could immediately identify the thief. He only needed a pen and a sheet of paper, and requested that everyone refrain from disturbing him. The police murmured in disbelief, believing it was impossible since they had searched for a long time just to find a few footprints, strands of hair, and fingerprints awaiting examination. Identifying the suspect was far from simple. When the pen and paper were brought over, he said calmly, Captain Yan, please have everyone leave temporarily to avoid affecting our work. Yan Lingqiao thought that ever since he had treated her illness, she had always felt that he carried unfathomable mysteries, so she decided to let him try. Therefore she waved her hand to dismiss the crowd, leaving everyone astonished and questioning whether this decision was appropriate. She sternly ordered them not to argue and quickly leave, and the entire team immediately obeyed. Han tilted his head in concentration, lightly spinning the pen in his hand. He silently chanted, activating the yin-yang mystic eye to recreate the scene for a brief moment, believing that through it he could identify the culprit. Images flashed, revealing the face of a man wearing a smug expression, and he immediately grasped the clue. Yihan quickly memorized it and skillfully sketched that man's face onto the paper. After a while he held up the drawing and asked decisively, "Yan Ling Kyo, who is this man?" She took it and exclaimed in shock that this was Thiet Thur, an internationally wanted a-level criminal, who was believed to have fled to Huangjiang. At that very moment, a police officer rushed in to report that the test results confirmed the suspect was indeed Thiet Thur. The entire police force was stunned when the results matched Yihan's deduction. They could not help but admire him and suspect that he possessed special ability. During this, Yihan nodded slightly at Yan Ling Kyo and expressed his thanks. She immediately said, "Sun Hai City is so vast, how can you possibly find Thiet Thur? Leave this matter to us to handle." He gently refused, thanking her for her goodwill, but he had his own sources of information and time was extremely urgent. Yan Ling Kyo observed quietly, feeling that the secrets surrounding Yihan were growing beyond her understanding. After leaving the headquarters, Yihan immediately called Hoa Fuang, demanding that within 3 minutes she determine Thiet Thur's location, with any conditions she wished. The person on the other end took a deep breath and replied that 3 minutes was too long, 1 minute would suffice. Yihan smiled in satisfaction, thinking that Thiet Thur should enjoy his final moments. At the same time on the highway, Thiet Thur excitedly told Nin Fong that Yihan was now nothing more than a fly that had lost its direction. Thiet Thur drove at high speed and thanked Nin Fong for his assistance. Suddenly another car rushed out from nowhere and violently collided with their vehicle. Thiet Thur frowned, realizing the situation was not good, causing Nin Fong to panic and ask what was happening. He swiftly turned the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the collision. Nin Fong nodded in praise, saying that this time Thiet Thur had handled it very well. Felt extremely satisfied, believing that not only could he make Yihan suffer losses, but he could also seize Zhou Baozhou Shi, after which everything would fall into his hand. However, before the joy could last, that car accelerated again and continued the pursuit. This time the opponent pressed in relentlessly, giving them no chance to escape. A loud crash echoed as Nin Fong's car was forced against the cliff wall and could no longer move. On the road, tire marks were deeply etched as the two vehicles smashed through the safety barrier. Nin Fong struggled out of the car, angrily cursing the one who had rammed him, while Thiet Thur gritted his teeth and declared that he would make the other party pay. The car door slowly opened, and a figure stepped out calmly. Han appeared with an arrogant bearing, and coldly said that those words should be reserved for themselves. Nin Fong cried out in shock, "Yihan, how did you appear here?" Han coldly drew a small knife, reminding him that if one did not want others to know, one should not commit wrong deeds, and declared that Nin Fong had no way out. Nin Fong immediately ordered Thiet Thur to block him and then turned to flee, terrified that Yihan had so quickly uncovered his scheme. Thiet Thur confidently reassured him that a single punch would be enough to defeat Yihan. However, before he could react, Yihan launched a lightning-fast attack, leaving Thiet Thur unable to respond. He was shocked as he felt intense pain, realizing that the opponent's speed exceeded imagination. Thiet Thur's body lost control and collapsed to the ground. Yihan emanated killing intent, coldly declaring that Thiet Thur's fate had come to an end. Nin Fong fled in fear, terrified of Yihan's strength and only wishing to escape quickly. As he ran, he suddenly sensed something approaching. In the blink of an eye, Yihan appeared in front of him and stated that Nin Fong could not escape. Nin Fong struggled and shouted in desperate resistance. Yihan showed disdain, delivering a kick that sent the opponent sprawling and left him unable to resist. Nin Fong cried out in pain, clutching his body in despair. Yihan let out a cold laugh, temporarily sparing Nin Fong because of his special status, though many calculations still lingered in his mind. Back at the headquarters, Chu Yuner was still waiting anxiously. She lowered her head when she saw Michelle and Alice both silent with contemplative expression. She reminded everyone that only 1 minute remained before the 1-hour deadline, and worried that Yihan might not be able to bring back the 2 jadeite blocks, suggesting they prepare to leave. Michelle also stood up, politely expressing that they had no reason to continue waiting, since retrieving the 2 jadeite blocks in such a short time was nearly impossible. Chu Yuner sincerely begged everyone to be patient a little longer, affirming that Yi Han would surely fulfill his promise and hoping they would trust him. Mao Third gently supported her, believing that this time they were truly at a dead end, yet Chu Yuner remained resolute in her trust in Yi Han. Michelle turned and walked toward the door, preparing to leave, while Alice lowered her head and apologized. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone who had just arrived. Michelle and Alice stared in astonishment at the person entering, while Chu Yuner joyfully called out, Yi Han. Yi Han quickly stepped forward and placed the suitcase in front of everyone. When the suitcase was opened, 2 precious jadeite blocks shimmered into view, proving that he had not disappointed expectations. Chu Yuner ran over in delight, and Michelle excitedly exclaimed that Yi Han was truly the James Bond of China. Yi Han calmly asked whether the transaction could now continue. Alice smiled in agreement and affirmed that the cooperation between the two sides would proceed, because his capability inspired absolute trust. Not long after, the final contract signing proceeded smoothly and successfully. Yi Han and Chu Yuner escorted Michelle and Alice to their car as they departed. He stretched in relief, saying that handling cooperation was even more exhausting than confronting enemies, and Chu Yuner reminded him that tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony had been carefully prepared. Yi Han blushed and suggested that since it was already late, they could spend time together. Chu Yuner shyly said that in her office there was a small room for resting. During this, Yi Han immediately lifted her eagerly and quickly walked inside. The next morning at Truong Diet Dat Hotel, Yi Han, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda, appeared holding Chu Yuner's hand. Wearily complained that everything was because she had kept him last night, but Chu Yuner immediately interrupted with impatience, urging Yi Han to hurry since the apprenticeship ceremony was about to begin and not allowing him to continue making excuses. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was already extremely lively as guests gathered in large numbers and chatted enthusiastically. As soon as Lin Beimo saw Yi Han, he quickly approached to ask the reason for his lateness and urged him to join the banquet, while Hai Bin jokingly remarked that he should learn moderation, as romantic affairs had always drained men of their strength. During this, Chu Yuner angrily scolded Hai Bin, calling him a fat man who spoke nonsense and warning that if he continued, he would not have it easy. At that moment, Yan Mingxian slowly approached, smiling as he greeted Yi Han and Chu Yuner. Chu Yuner politely addressed him as grandfather, while Yi Han slightly embarrassedly bowed to greet his master and apologized for arriving late. He smiled and gestured for the two to come closer, joking that once a daughter grew up it became difficult to keep her by his side. The host's voice echoed as he introduced the distinguished guests one by one, including Lam Kwok Dong presenting a 100-year-old ginseng, Duong Keen Kuk offering a piece of calligraphy personally written, and Mr. Michel gifting a pair of rare jade stones. Everyone gathered to congratulate Yan Mingxian for accepting an outstanding disciple, prompting him to express his gratitude repeatedly. Suddenly, a man calmly walked in, attracting the attention of everyone present. This man spoke in a provocative tone, claiming that Yan Mingxian had been overly ostentatious in today's event. Recognizing the identity of the visitor, Yan Mingxian slightly inclined his head, his gaze turning solemn as he called out the name Nin Zhang Heash. The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion about the appearance of the king of Northern Jade, who had long-standing conflicts with Yan Mingxian, predicting a dramatic confrontation between the two masters. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as Yan Mingxian faced him coldly, while Zhang Heashan displayed a challenging smile. Immediately afterward, Zhang Heashan pretended to be cordial, clasping his hands in congratulations and saying that if he had not kept up with the news, he might have missed this significant event. In his heart, he was filled with contempt and had actually come to cause trouble, challenging whether Yan Mingxian would dare to drive him away. On the surface, Yan Mingxian maintained a courteous demeanor, expressing concern for Nin's health if he had hurried here, yet inwardly he was extremely enraged. His inner anger surged, wishing only for the other party to leave soon to avoid further trouble. The atmosphere between the two was shrouded in artificial politeness and veiled social exchanges. Zhang Heashan suddenly shifted his icy gaze toward Yi Han and gritted his teeth as he asked whether this was the newly accepted disciple of Yan Mingxian. Yi Han, puzzled, leaned toward Chu Yuner and quietly asked why that old man was looking at him with such hostility. Chu Yuner laughed and explained that he was the father of Nin Fong, making everything clear. Yi Han helplessly realized the reason, as he had once caused the old man's son to suffer, so it was not surprising that he harbored resentment. Yan Mingxian stepped forward to shield his disciple and calmly asked Nin Zhang Heashan what guidance he wished to offer. Zhang Heishan smirked and feigned humility, stating that he could not compare with the younger generation nowadays, but he still had a proposal. He proposed that he had also recently accepted a disciple named Leng Fan, and wished for the two to compete in jade carving to determine superiority. The crowd once again buzzed with excitement, as gemstone appraisal was closely linked with the art of carving, and a contest between the disciples of two masters was certain to be captivating. However, many were concerned because Yihan had only just entered the field and had not been taught carving skills, speculating that Zhang Heishan intended to use his disciple's victory to humiliate Yan Mingxian. Yan Mingxian appeared hesitant and uneasy in the face of this unexpected proposal. Yihan voluntarily stepped forward and asked his master for permission to accept the challenge, hoping to broaden his horizons and test the strength of the king of Northern Jade. Yan Mingxian anxiously tried to stop him, reminding him that he had never studied carving and would find it difficult to compete with the opponent. Han persistently persuaded him, believing that they could not avoid the challenge when the opponent had come to provoke them, while also expressing confidence in himself and affirming that he would have no regrets even if he lost. Hearing this, Yan Mingxian sighed and agreed, advising him that regardless of the outcome, he must not be afraid. After making the decision, he waved his hand to order the tools and jade materials to be brought forward in preparation for the competition. All necessary items for both sides were quickly arranged, ready for the contest. Zhang Heishan coldly signaled his disciple to demonstrate his skill, and Leng Fan respectfully nodded in response. Leng Fan stepped forward and confidently introduced himself, declaring that from today he would become a formidable opponent and asserting that Yi Han's carving skills could not surpass his own. Ai Bin was irritated by this arrogance, while Lin Beimo felt anxious because Leng Fan's reputation in the jade carving world was extremely prominent. Chu Yuner looked at Yihan with concern, but still gently encouraged him to do his best. Yihan calmly observed Leng Fan as he meticulously crafted his work, secretly smiling because with the yin-yang mystic eyes, he could memorize and learn everything simply by watching. He quickly activated his eye technique, carefully memorizing every movement of his opponent. Leng Fan leisurely withdrew his hands and said, "Please enjoy." Everyone was astonished to recognize that it was a plum blossom-shaped jade pendant. The blade technique had indeed reached a superb level. The initial flaws of the jade had been perfectly concealed, clearly attaining the rank of a master. Hearing this, Zhang Heishan became smug, stating that it was merely a casual display for everyone's appreciation. The crowd looked at Leng Fan with admiration and praised Zhang Heishan as worthy of the title King of Northern Jade, believing that Yi Han would have little chance of victory this time. Chu Yuner anxiously asked Yi Han what he should do, and he held her hand to reassure her that there was no need to worry. The corner of Yi Han's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with confidence. He was determined to win. Leng Fan arrogantly said, "Yi Han, it is your turn," while Chu Yuner felt uneasy due to her concern about his lack of carving experience. Yi Han calmly stepped forward and replied that he was eager to end this match. He touched the jade block and contemplated what form he should create. After a brief moment of consideration, he announced that he would carve the figure of a beauty, surprising everyone. Chu Yuner became even more worried, believing that carving a human figure was the most difficult task, and even masters could only ensure partial success. Han calmly sat down and reassured her that he had his own plan. He picked up the small knife, his gaze fully focused on the jade before him. The sharp blade glided downward, and small fragments of stone scattered around. The crowd expressed doubt, believing that carving a human figure was too unrealistic, and that Yi Han would surely fail due to his lack of foundation. Yan Mingxian, observing from behind, suddenly noticed something familiar. He analyzed that this was the suck-dung technique that Leng Fan had just used, a secret method of Zhang Heishan that was never passed on to outsiders. Yan Mingxian was astonished to realize that Yi Han might have learned this technique merely through observation. His talent was truly rare. He stepped forward to offer guidance. Use only 3 parts of strength out of 10. The remaining 7 should be flexibility. Feel the knife with your heart. Yi Han pondered the instruction and murmured the principle to himself. After a moment, he seemed enlightened and understood its true meaning. Everyone was astonished to see Yi Han's technique suddenly become proficient and praised Yan Mingxian for helping his disciple achieve remarkable progress. Zhang Heishan observed thoughtfully, realizing that Yi Han had learned his secret technique and secretly formed the intention to eliminate this potential rival. Leng Fan gritted his teeth, admitting that Yi Han's technique was somewhat superior, but still believing that carving a human figure would lead to his failure. He believed that even a slight flaw in the figure would secure victory for himself. As the work neared completion, everyone watched with anticipation for the final result. When Yihan suddenly paused, the crowd wondered, as capturing the spirit of the figure was the most difficult stage. Unexpectedly, Yihan turned and smiled at Chu Yuner. She softly called his name, while Yihan merely smiled as if he had already found the answer. The small knife continued to glide gently, and each exquisite detail gradually emerged. Yihan took a deep breath and gently blew away the dust from the surface of the jade. A statue of a little fairy with a radiant smile gradually appeared. With his skillful hands and refined technique, the jade fairy sculpture was completed flawlessly. Everyone marveled in admiration, considering it a masterpiece of master level and believing that Yihan fully deserved this title. Haibin stepped closer to observe and noticed that the figure looked extremely familiar. Yihan approached and told Chu Yuner that the statue had been created especially for her, and everyone realized that the model was Chu Yuner herself with an identical demeanor. Chu Yuner was deeply moved, her eyes shimmering with happiness as she sincerely thanked Yihan. Unable to restrain her emotions, she ran forward to embrace him and expressed her heartfelt gratitude for his affection. Yan Mingxian revealed a proud smile, asking what he thought of his disciple. Zhang Heishan did not hesitate to utter two words, genius. Leng Fan awkwardly tried to explain, Master I, but the old man sternly interrupted, no need to say more, you have lost, accept the truth. Afterward, Zhang Heishan cupped his hands in farewell, saying that his disciple still had much to learn and would return another day for guidance. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing Zhang Heishan to become furious. The man mocked that even with 10 more years of training, his disciple would hardly match the disciple of the old gentleman's junior. Old man Hu Kai cast his gaze toward the man slowly walking into the hall. Leng Fan angrily rushed forward, shouting who he was to dare judge him. Leng Wufei merely glanced at him and coldly questioned being called a bastard. As soon as his words ended, he immediately drew his sword, his figure soaring with imposing might. In the blink of an eye, Leng Wufei's cold sharp blade was already pressed against Leng Fan's neck. Leng Fan was so frightened that his entire body trembled, stammering incoherently, I. Seeing the tense situation, Yan Mingxian hurried forward to mediate, calling out, Mr. Leng Wufei. During this, he sheathed his sword and said that for the sake of the old gentleman's junior, he would spare the boy today, but if it happened again, he would not let it go easily. Leng Wufei coldly turned around, grinding his teeth as he uttered a single word filled with killing intent, kill. The entire hall was in an uproar, everyone was horrified by this man's powerful aura, some even felt their limbs go weak, unable to stand steadily. Zhang Heishan quickly admitted fault, believing his discipline had been insufficient and hoping Leng Wufei would be magnanimous and spare the juniors, while apologizing on behalf of his disciple. Afterward, the master and disciple quietly left amid whispers and ridicule. Everyone believed Zhang Heishan had completely lost face this time, when his disciple not only lost but nearly faced danger, and they were curious about the identity of the man in black who even made the northern sculpture King Yi. Calmly spoke an apology for arriving late, while Yan Mingxian smiled and replied that Leng Wufei's presence was already a great honor, and the previous incident was merely a small matter. Leng Wufei looked at the old gentleman's junior with an appreciative gaze, remarking that his disciple was far from ordinary, young yet outstanding, and would surely become renowned in the martial world in the future. Yihan stepped forward to pay his respects, humbly responding to the praise and asking whether he was the expert ranked 11th on the Earth ranking with the unique skill 100 steps 1 sword. Leng Wufei nodded, believing Yihan had begun to come into contact with this world, but also warned that his current strength was not yet sufficient to venture into it, as geniuses often die young and he hoped Yihan would not be among them. Yihan lowered his head in gratitude, sincerely accepting Leng Wufei's reminder. Yan Mingxian laughed heartily, announcing that everyone had gathered and the apprenticeship banquet could begin. Leng Wufei also nodded in agreement. However, Yihan suddenly spoke up asking to wait a moment, causing Leng Wufei to look at him curiously. With a cautious attitude, Yihan asked permission to say that Leng Wufei's body seemed to have a problem, leaving him stunned. Yu Yuner was also shocked upon hearing this, startled as she called Yihan's name. Leng Wufei silently observed the young man before him, secretly wondering how he could have perceived this. Yihan suggested that the two of them step outside to speak privately for convenience. Yan Mingxian was about to speak, but Leng Wufei signaled that he had a private matter to discuss with Yihan and asked the old gentleman's junior to wait a moment. Chu Yuner anxiously watched, wondering what Yihan had said to make Leng Wufei appear displeased. Yan Mingxian smiled meaningfully, believing that after this incident, Yihan might receive another great source of assistance. After a while, when the door opened, Leng Wufei asked in a deep voice how Yihan had been able to perceive his condition. He lightly drew his sword, worried that if his enemies learned of his injury, the consequences would be unpredictable, even giving rise to the intention to silence the one who knew. Yihan smiled reassuringly, saying that if he had intended to reveal it, he would have spoken in front of everyone in the hall. Leng Wufei maintained his cold demeanor, clearly asking why Yihan could recognize that he was injured. Yihan explained that when he walked past, he noticed that his sword-holding posture was somewhat unusual. Leng Wufei snorted coldly, expressing doubt about concluding solely based on sword posture, while also considering whether someone had leaked his secret, but ultimately did not believe it, and Yihan merely shrugged, saying that such deduction was never easy. He calmly added that thanks to certain knowledge of the sword path and medical arts, combined with observation when he acted against Leng Fan, he dared to make the assessment of the injury. Hearing this, Leng Wufei could not help but ask in surprise whether Yihan understood medical arts. Yihan slowly replied that his main profession was healing, and he had about 10 years of experience in this field. Leng Wufei smiled slightly, admitting that he had underestimated him and was astonished by the keen perception of such a young person. He impliedly asked that since Yihan had recognized his injury, whether he had a method of treatment, and Yihan replied that the simplest way was to stop practicing 100 steps one sword so his right arm could recover. Yihan quickly added that asking a senior to abandon the life's dedication would certainly be even harder to accept than losing an arm. Leng Wufei frankly admitted that this injury was indeed a sequela left by the process of sword training. He expressed hope that Yihan could offer guidance, but Yihan modestly waved his hand, affirming that he would do his utmost to treat the senior. Leng Wufei cupped his hands in admiration of Yihan's talent, believing that heroes emerge from youth and deciding to treat him as an equal friend. Yihan gently invited him to sit down to begin the treatment. Leng Wufei nodded in agreement, accepting the equal form of address as mentioned. Yihan felt a bit embarrassed but still invited him to sit, preparing to perform acupuncture to regulate the meridians. Leng Wufei quickly took a deep breath and settled onto the chair. His right arm was extended and gently placed on the table. Yihan held the acupuncture needle in his hand, his eyes intensely focused as he observed. He secretly activated the yin-yang dharma eyes to examine Leng Wufei's meridian system. Energy from Yihan's body surged, coiling around his hand in preparation for the treatment. He skillfully mobilized spiritual power, gradually clearing and regulating the blocked meridians. Leng Wufei was astonished by the exquisite acupuncture technique. With just one needle, it could guide his own inner force to break through the obstructed points. Before long, the blood vessels in his body were almost completely unblocked. Yihan panted, sweat pouring like rain after the expenditure of strength. He slowly announced that the meridians had been cleared, and in the short term could help the senior increase his strength, causing Leng Wufei to marvel at its effectiveness. He excitedly stated that his right arm, once numb, had now completely regained sensation. Yihan humbly said that due to limited mental power, he could not eliminate all obstructions in a single treatment. However, he reassured that if the senior came for treatment once a year, sooner or later, the meridians would be completely unblocked. Leng Wufei laughed heartily, promising to support Yihan when necessary and inviting him to go outside together as everyone had been waiting for quite a while. After adjusting his attire, Yihan and Leng Wufei quickly walked outside. Outside, Chu Yuner anxiously asked her grandfather whether Leng Wufei had made things difficult for Yihan and why they had not yet come out. At that moment, the door opened, the two of them stepping out while chatting happily. Leng Wufei smiled and declared to Chu Yuner that he had agreed to treat Yihan as an equal friend, leaving everyone astonished. Surrounding people could not help but be stunned, wondering why Leng Wufei's attitude had changed so quickly, and becoming even more admiring upon learning that even Zhang Heishan feared him, thus believing that Yihan's future in Sun Han City would be extremely brilliant. Yan Mingxian was surrounded by people offering congratulations for having accepted an outstanding disciple. Everyone hoped Chu Yuner would care for and assist Yihan more and regard him as a rare treasure. Chu Yuner softly asked Yihan about the reason Leng Wufei had changed his attitude like that. Yihan merely smiled mysteriously and looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Then he joked that of course it was thanks to the charisma and talent of her future husband that had conquered that expert. Chu Yuner blushed, lightly punched him and asked him to speak seriously. In her heart she understood that there were matters Yihan was not yet able to reveal. When the banquet ended, Yihan politely escorted each guest to their cars. He breathed a sigh of relief, lamenting that he had finally finished seeing off the guests and felt extremely exhausted. Yan Mingxian reminded that Yihan should maintain contact with those who had just attended, as he had many enemies, so expanding relationships would help increase protection. Yihan bowed his head to remember the teaching, expressing understanding of his master's concern, and Yan Mingxian nodded in satisfaction, seeing that it was already late. Yan Mingxian turned to his granddaughter, saying that since he had drunk alcohol she must take him home instead of going with Yihan, causing Chu Yuner some embarrassment. He laughed and urged them to set off, while Chu Yuner awkwardly said goodbye before leaving. Yihan regretfully watched her departing figure, softly calling Chu Yuner. Realizing that nothing could be changed, he had no choice but to accept reality. He scratched his head in regret, thinking that he had intended to have a memorable night on this joyous occasion, had the old master already seen through his intention. Yihan sighed in frustration. It was already late, he should head back. He suddenly sensed that someone was secretly watching him. Immediately, Yihan used yin-yang dharma eyes to observe his surroundings. He frowned, seeing no one. Could it just be an illusion? At that moment a shadow swiftly brushed past him. Yihan instantly gathered his strength and threw a punch, shouting, "Who is there?" Two figures rushed toward each other at the same time, their fists colliding head-on. The opponent's strength seemed to be slightly superior. Yihan was forced to step backward. He silently assessed that with just one strike he had been pushed back. This person's strength was higher, yet his aura was unstable. Yihan remained highly vigilant and loudly asked, "Who are you?" The other person slowly approached. A familiar voice sounded. "In just a few months your strength has improved considerably." Recognizing the voice and figure, Yihan joyfully called out, "Brother Zhao." He hurried forward to inquire about his condition. Brother Zhao smiled reassuringly and told him to get in the car to talk. Yihan worried about his injuries, insisting that acupuncture was needed immediately to prevent affecting his cultivation. A few hours later at Sun Bumi's villa, he was practicing boxing in the courtyard. Suddenly he sensed someone approaching, and his eyes immediately became vigilant. The gate opened. Yihan supported Zhao Hongshan, whose body was covered in injuries, as they walked inside. Sun Bumi asked in shock who had caused Zhao Hongshan to be so severely injured. Zhao Hongshan reassured him that he was still fine, while Yihan earnestly requested permission to treat him immediately. Sun Bumi nodded in agreement and stood outside to keep watch. Yihan quickly brought Zhao Hongshan into the treatment room. Sun Bumi secretly worried that their enemies might follow their trail and arrive. Inside the room, Yihan infused spiritual energy into each acupuncture needle. The needles were precisely inserted into the acupoints on Zhao Hongshan's back. Yihan explained that acupuncture could only stabilize the injuries, and full recovery would require additional spiritual energy. Zhao Hongshan gritted his teeth to endure the pain, trusting everything to Yihan. Yihan concentrated intensely, pouring all his energy into the treatment process. Outside, Sun Bumi stood guard silently with a solemn expression. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of killing intent approaching. Sun Bumi tightened his grip on the staff, ready to face the battle. They had arrived. A young woman approached, the sound of her high heels echoing coldly. Ngim Fi sneered, showing disdain at Sun Bumi's appearance. She mocked, not expecting that the one protecting Zhao Hongshan would be him. Sun Bumi recognized the opponent as Ngim Fi, the expert ranked 7th on the leaderboard. Ngim Fi slowly drew her weapon, recalling Sun Bumi's once glorious reputation. He scoffed, doubting his current strength. Sun Bumi calmly replied that today he also wished to test himself against the 7th-ranked expert. Without another word, Ngim Fi immediately charged forward to attack. Sun Bumi tightened his grip on the wooden staff, ready to receive the blow. Two unleashed punches that collided fiercely, their force erupting violently. Inside, Yihan sensed the commotion outside. Zhao Hongshan reminded him to focus on the treatment, and Yihan nodded and continued. He thought to himself that the opponent certainly would not come alone, and that he needed to finish the treatment quickly. The final needles were completed by Yihan in great haste. Outside, the gleam of weapons flashed as the intensity of the battle grew fiercer. Ngim Fi swung her trident, launching relentless attacks towards Sun Bumi. Both sides were evenly matched, continuously neutralizing each other's moves. Ngim Fi leaped up and delivered a powerful kick at Sun Bumi. He sneered coldly, mocking that Ngim Fi's reputation was not as impressive as rumor. Ngim Fi admitted that he had improved, yet she still maintained her confidence. She signaled, summoning additional accomplices to appear. 3 other men immediately jumped out behind Sun Bumi. The sound of their landing echoed repeatedly in the night. 3 tall figures stood firmly, their eyes cold and filled with killing intent. Sun Bumi realized that all 3 were unfamiliar experts. Game Fi proudly stated that the martial world had changed, and the old rankings were no longer important. She demanded that Zhao Hongshan be handed over, promising to leave his body intact. Sun Bumi firmly refused, declaring that anyone who wanted to take him must step over his corpse. Game Fi immediately gave the order to attack. Sun Bumi charged forward, swinging his staff in a powerful counterattack. The three accomplices attacked him simultaneously. In the critical situation, Sun Bumi seemed unable to withstand the assault. Suddenly, a powerful force blasted all four people away. In the blink of an eye, they all collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Hongshan appeared, his fists clenched, thanking his brother. He coldly looked at the opponents, declaring that the battle was not yet over. Behind him, Yihan breathed a sigh of relief for arriving in time. Sun Bumi stood up and asked about his condition. Zhao Hongshan replied that he would handle the rest. Sun Bumi nodded and stepped back to rest. Yihan anxiously asked about Sun Bumi's condition. He was astonished by Zhao Hongshan's recovery speed, while Yihan humbly said it was thanks to luck. Sun Bumi secretly realized that Yihan harbored many extraordinary secrets. He patted Yihan on the shoulder, praising the younger generation as formidable. Yihan eagerly wanted to watch Zhao Hongshan take action, and the two decided to stand and observe. Ingim Fi exclaimed in shock upon seeing that Zhao Hongshan had recovered. He was doubtful, unable to believe that his injuries had healed so quickly. Zhao Hongshan sneered, challenging her to verify it herself. Ingim Fi tightened her grip on the weapon, her gaze becoming sharp and cold. She confidently declared that she clearly understood the state of his injury. Ingim Fi signaled for all her accomplices to charge forward together, determined not to let Zhao Hongshan intimidate them. Hearing those words, Hon Thien burst into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with confidence and delight. "Since I am here today, I never intended to let you leave safely." Ingim Fi immediately lunged forward to attack, yet Hon Thien merely waved his hand lightly and effortlessly neutralized it. She let out a cold, mocking laugh, believing that even Zhao Hongshan at his peak could barely withstand fighting barehanded, let alone now. The overwhelming spiritual power radiating from Hon Thien made Dinba unable to advance another step. He clenched his fists, spiritual energy erupting violently in an instant. The cord behind Engim Fi's trident suddenly shattered, leaving her momentarily panicked. She was horrified to see her own weapon slicing through the air as it flew back toward her. Under her stunned gaze, the powerful trident drove straight into her chest. The three subordinates accompanying her were also gravely injured at the same time, collapsing to the ground. Hon Thien calmly observed them screaming in panic. He descended gently beside those who lay unconscious all around. Engim Fi struggled to speak, asking in shock whether he had regained the strength of his peak period. She widened her eyes and screamed in disbelief, unable to accept that such a thing could happen. Hon Thien merely cast a glance, and replied that it was all thanks to a good brother. After speaking, he gritted his teeth and slowly pulled the trident from her body, then looked down coldly. In a low voice, Hon Thien declared that in her next life she should live righteously and stop serving as someone else's pawn. At once, hot blood poured endlessly from the wound. The sudden pain struck, twisting her face as she screamed in despair. Hon Thien casually tossed the trident beside her corpse. Sun Bumi asked meaningfully whether Yihan had noticed the formidable aspect of Zhao Hongshan's move just now, and Yihan guessed that the power of the punch was enough to send 4 people flying. He shook his head in denial and stated that the punch had in fact activated 4 layers of force simultaneously. Sun Bumi explained that the first layer used overwhelming strength to neutralize Engim Fi's attack, while the second relied on pure force to precisely break the trident in her hand. He added slowly that the third layer used the fist wind to carry the fragments of the trident to attack the remaining 4, and the fourth was the pressure from the fist wind that blasted them away. Hearing this, Yihan could not help but be astonished, realizing that a single punch concealed such terrifying power. Sun Bumi coughed softly and said that aside from the first layer, the other 3 demanded extremely precise control of force, and even the slightest mistake would ruin the perfect result. He sighed regretfully, admitting that to this day, he had yet to comprehend this dual-layered combat technique. At this moment, Hon Thien slowly stepped forward and called out to Sun Bumi with concern. He smiled and gently patted his shoulder, advising him to go inside and rest because his meridians had just been injured. Sun Bumi chuckled and replied that since the 2 brothers had reunited after so long, they surely had much to talk about, so he would excuse himself and head inside first. Before leaving, he turned back and sighed that in this lifetime he feared he would never catch up to Hon Thien. Hon Thien then gently told Yihan that he could not remain here for too long. Yihan asked in surprise whether Brother Zhao had any plans for the future. Hone Thien pondered and explained that this return was to heal his injuries and visit his younger sister. But because he was being hunted by Thien Tun Hoi, he could not stay to avoid implicating everyone. Yihan angrily clenched his fist, disagreeing with his thinking. He affirmed their brotherhood and said that if he feared implication, he would not have risked saving Zhao Yaoyu. But Hone Thien raised his hand to interrupt because he had more to say. Hone Thien recounted that the one who had severely injured him was not Zhao Hongshan but Tian Wang, that man's top subordinate whose strength far surpassed the others. So if he stayed, he would endanger everyone, and he encouraged Yihan to continue cultivating and become an invincible powerhouse. Hearing this, Yihan widened his eyes, utterly shocked by the truth. He gritted his teeth and retorted, asserting that brother Zhao was wrong in his thinking. Yihan declared that a powerhouse must be tempered through harsh battles. Moreover, he had already clashed with Thien Tun Hoi and Hyatt Third Duong, so there was no way to avoid it. Hone Thien was stunned for a moment after hearing what Yihan had revealed. Yihan calmly advised him to stay, because no matter the reason they should not choose to flee. He continued persuading that difficulties had to be resolved, and if the enemy came, the two of them would face it together. Hone Thien laughed heartily and agreed to stay and fight side by side with Yihan. Yihan happily slung an arm over his shoulder and suggested going for a drink to celebrate their reunion. Not long after, the two of them were at the tavern and raised their first cups of wine together. The table was soon filled with lavish dishes. They silently looked at each other and drained their cups. Hone Thien believed that to deal with Thien Tun Hoi, they needed to prepare quickly and build a force of experts, because relying on just the two of them would not last long. He shared that losing the title of Zhao Hongshan and falling to the bottom of society in the past was due to always fighting alone. Yihan thought for a moment and admitted he lacked experience in this matter and wished to hear brother Zhao's opinion. Hone Thien looked at him mysteriously and said that the method was actually very simple. He flashed a sly smile and revealed that as long as they had sufficient funds, the plan could be carried out. During this, Yihan stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in shock. He declared excitedly that although he lacked many things, money was not one of them. Hone Thien proposed establishing a security company, taking on missions to protect businessmen or celebrities while also training members through real combat. Yihan nodded in agreement, because cultivating experts in a short time was indeed not easy. Hone Thien took out a stack of documents and pushed them toward Yihan, telling him to take a look. Yihan was astonished as he flipped through them and realized they were an alchemy method. Hone Thien confirmed that he had once been expelled from Hinwai Mon because of this precious alchemy manual. He stated that for many years they had relentlessly hunted him to seize it, and asked Yihan, who was proficient in medicine, whether this material was useful. Yihan's expression lit up with excitement as he understood everything. He joyfully concluded that with this manual combined with his acupuncture technique, within 1 year he could train many experts of the Boi Nuyen realm and fear no force. Suddenly remembering something, Yihan abruptly stood up. He anxiously reminded that if Engim Phi had chased here, Hone Thien's whereabouts might already be exposed, so they needed to quickly find a safe hiding place. However, Hone Thien calmly believed that for now it was unnecessary, because Engim Phi wanted to claim merit and would not reveal his information to others. Han thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, deciding to work with him on the proposed plan. The dawn light shone upon the magnificent white castle, making the scene brilliant and dazzling. Van Lao stood solemnly in the main hall of the headquarters of Hyatt Third Duong. He sternly announced that Thiat Thur had died in Sun Hai City and demanded someone step forward to investigate. Huang Tu snorted coldly, saying that an arrogant man like Thiat Thur had finally encountered a true expert and met a fitting end. Brandin added that anyone daring to act against Hyatt Third Duong must not be forgiven. He volunteered to go to Sun Hai, prompting other subordinates to eagerly offer to join in order to train or travel along the way. At that moment, Jiang Tiu Fang stepped in and spoke up to stop everyone from competing. Everyone immediately turned in shock upon recognizing that the deputy hall master had appeared. A cold smile flashed across his face as he declared that anyone daring to oppose Hyatt Third Duong would certainly pay the price. A peaceful week quietly passed at Yihan's home. During that time, he focused on studying the documents left by Hone Thien. He thought to himself that some medicinal herbs in the alchemy method were quite rare. Perhaps he would need to ask the old master or the Lin family of Lin Lin Beimo for help in finding them. His train of thought was interrupted by a call from Duong Hai Ban, making him wonder why he did not come directly but called instead. Without thinking much, Yihan quickly picked up the phone and greeted him. "Hello, fat brother, did you call me for something?" On the other end of the line, Ban cried out in panic to Yihan, "I have been beaten. Hurry to the familiar cafe and save me." Yihan immediately sprang to his feet. "Hold on a little longer, I will be there right away." He frowned. Why was Ban attacked? Could it be that the people of Blood Hand Hall had secretly made a move? An hour later, Yihan quickly arrived at the city center. Inside the cafe, Shen Tianao viciously kicked Ban. "You fat man, you still dared to throw a shoe at me. Today I will definitely cripple you." With his face bruised and swollen, Ban still gritted his teeth. "Shen Tianao, Yihan is about to arrive. By then it will be too late for you to regret it." Shen Tianao tilted his head and sneered. "Even if Yihan comes, he will only share the same fate." Pointed boastfully, "See that? Here is the 9th young master of the Murong family from the south." In his eyes, Yihan is nothing more than an ant that can be crushed at any time. The young man spoke indifferently. "It is only out of respect for your master, the Northwest Medical King, that I am helping, but Yihan has still not appeared, which makes me very dissatisfied." Shen Tianao immediately lowered his head respectfully. "Yes, 9th young master, I understand." Turned to vent his anger on Ban. "If you want to blame someone, then blame Yihan for arriving too late and making the 9th young master unhappy, and you still dare to put on an attitude." He raised his foot, preparing to continue the assault. At that moment the door was forcefully pushed open, and a familiar figure appeared. "Stop." Seeing who had arrived, Ban shouted joyfully, "Yihan." Shen Tianao was also startled, his face turning pale as he looked back. Yihan. Without giving him time to react, Yihan rushed forward. "You dare to touch my brother? Are you looking for trouble?" He clenched his fist and threw a straight punch at Shen Tianao's face. The force of the punch was so strong that it sent him flying several meters away. His body slammed heavily into the wall, cracking a large section around it. Yihan quickly helped Ban to his feet. "Are you all right?" Ban shook his head. "I am fine." Ban reminded him, "The person sitting over there is the young master of the Murong family from the south. His power is immense. He is likely here to help Shen Tianao seek revenge. You must be careful." Yihan looked at the man leisurely drinking tea and let out a cold smile. "Do not worry." He spoke loudly. "Shanghai City is my territory. Even a dragon must bow its head. Even a tiger must submit." With a bruised and swollen face, Shen Tianao cried out, "9th young master, please help me seek justice." Murong Jiu calmly said, "When beating a dog, one must also look at its owner." He said coldly, "You dare to beat Shen Tianao in front of me. Clearly you do not take me seriously." Yihan glanced at him. "Who are you that I should show you respect?" Hearing the contemptuous tone, Murong Jiu immediately became furious. The subordinates were also enraged. Wei San exclaimed in shock, "Is this man insane to dare provoke the 9th young master?" Wei Yi sneered, "He is only famous in Shanghai and thinks himself invincible." Wei said, "Does he not know how influential the Murong family is? It is the leading martial force in the south that has existed for generations." After speaking, Murong Jiu angrily smashed the table in front of him. He coldly ordered Lao Zhan, "Kill that brat for me." Lao Zhan bowed his head. "As you command, young master." Andao stepped forward, his voice deep. "Young man, you are far too arrogant." He sneered coldly. "Today I will let you know the consequences of offending someone you should not offend." Yihan's eyes flashed. Could he be? He asked, "Are you the assassin ranked 17th on the Hoboard of years past?" Zhan Dao laughed proudly. "That is correct, it is me." Zhan Dao said, "Since you know my identity, then stop struggling. I will grant you a painless death." Three subordinates were excited, with Lao Zhan taking action. "This man will surely be defeated. He is a master of the Hoboard. This person cannot withstand even a single move. Anyone who dares to look down on the Murong family must pay the price." Yihan spun the blade in his hand. "You are now merely a flatterer, no longer the renowned assassin of the past." He said calmly, "Your martial spirit has already been lost. I can shatter your blade with a single move." Zhan Dao immediately charged forward. "You are seeking your own defeat." Killing intent erupted around him like a predatory beast. Yihan gritted his teeth and swung his blade downward with the momentum of a golden dragon surging through the waves. The collision of the two powerful forces produced a deep, muffled sound that shook the space. In just an instant, the air trembled and energy erupted violently. The subordinates were horrified. "This man is too strong. He can actually match Lao Zhan." Immediately afterward, the blade in Lao Zhan's hand shattered into pieces. Zhan Dao's entire body stiffened under Yihan's pressure. His eyes widened and blood continuously spilled from his mouth. How could this be possible? Yihan said coldly, "The waves behind push the waves ahead. The martial world always has people more talented. Your era has already passed." Subordinates retreated in terror. Is this a dream? Lao Zhan was defeated with just one move. If even he is not a match, we are nothing. Since when did such a terrifying expert appear in Shanghai? Murongjiu was also astonished. A hoboard expert like Lao Zhan was actually defeated by an unknown figure. Shen Tianao thought in horror, "It is over, even Murongjiu cannot do anything to Yi Han, it is best for me to pretend to faint." Before he could do anything, a powerful kick from Hai Ban landed on him along with loud laughter. Hai Ban said with satisfaction, "Shen Tianao, Murongjiu, were you not very imposing? Why are you now speechless as soon as Yi Han arrived?" Shen Tianao turned pale and trembled. "Ah." Yi Han looked at him coldly. "Just now you wanted to deal with me, did you not?" Murongjiu stammered, "What do you want to do? I am the young master of the Murong family." He said in panic, "If you dare to touch me, the consequences will be very serious." Yi Han immediately stepped forward and slapped him. "So what if you are the young master of the Murong family?" Then he delivered another punch to his abdomen, "And you still dare to act arrogantly in front of me." Finally, he channeled spiritual power and blasted him into the wall. "This is the price for your arrogance." Yi Han scratched his head. "It is all done." He put his arm around Hai Ban's shoulder. "Let us go, my friend." Hai Ban smiled. "Thank you, I have a few tickets to a concert. Tomorrow let us bring Chu Yuner along." Two leisurely left. "The Nangong concert sounds familiar." Hai Ban explained that she is the most famous female singer at present. "Do you not know?" Murongjiu lay on the floor trembling with rage. Yi Han gritted his teeth and swore, "I will absolutely not let you go." A few days later at the dazzling music stage, the crowd cheered loudly, "Zai Zun, I love you. Zai Zun, I want to have children with you. Zai Zun, I love you for 1,000 years." Yi Han was jostled until he felt dizzy. "There are too many people." Chu Yuner laughed and said, "Of course, Zai Zun is the hottest star right now. Her tickets sell out in an instant. I admire her greatly," another person added. "She is also as beautiful as a goddess. If one could pursue her, they would smile even in their dream." Yi Han thought to himself, "If I told them that I once saved her, they would surely admire me." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated continuously. Yi Han looked at the screen, surprised to see that the caller was Huo Feng. He answered the call. "Huo Feng, what is the matter? I am at Zai Zun's concert." Her voice was urgent. "There is an emergency, I will be brief." Huo Feng informed him, "The Security Bureau has received intelligence that someone intends to cause trouble at Nangong Zai Zun's performance, but Shanghai currently lacks manpower. Can you protect her?" Yi Han pondered, "What exactly do I need to do?" thinking to himself, "She has helped me many times, this time I must support her." Huo Feng said, "Our people are on their way. Before they arrive, you must protect her absolutely without leaving her side." Yi Han replied, "Do not worry." Yi Han said firmly, "As long as I am here, she will be safe." He observed the surrounding. "With such a large crowd, how can I approach Zai Zun?" On the stage, she began introducing the next song. Zai Zun displayed a radiant smile. "I will sing while interacting with everyone below the stage." The mischievous girl stirred up the atmosphere and excitedly asked everyone whether they agreed. Immediately, the audience below erupted in enthusiastic cheers, everyone hoping to stand close to Zai Zun, constantly calling for her to choose them, and claiming to know all of their idol's songs by heart. Hearing this, Yi Han suddenly came up with an idea, thinking this was the perfect opportunity. Chu Yuner hurriedly urged Yi Han to raise his hand quickly, as he might be chosen. He merely shrugged calmly, asserting there was no need because Zai Zun would definitely choose him, making Chu Yuner doubtful while Hai Bin burst into laughter, saying he was getting better at boasting. Facing such skepticism, Yi Han immediately raised his arm high, confidently telling everyone to just wait and see. He waved vigorously and called out loudly, "Zai Zun, I am here." The stage lights suddenly swept across and stopped right at Yi Han's position. Zai Zun smiled playfully and invited this lucky audience member onto the stage to sing a duet with her. Hai Bin's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that Yi Han had truly been chosen. Chu Yuner also gaped, wondering whether Yi Han had known Zai Zun beforehand. Yi Han gave a smug smile and asked everyone if he had been wrong. He leisurely walked toward the stage, considering the first step of approaching Zai Zun a success. However, under the stage, quite a few complaints arose, claiming that Zai Zun choosing him had tarnished her image. Some audience members even showed disdain, remarking that it was obvious he could not sing yet still boldly stepped onto the stage. Yi Han smiled and waved in greeting, politely speaking, expressing that it had been a long time since he last met Miss Nam Kung while introducing his name. Zai Zun blushed slightly, saying that learning Yi Han's real name had indeed not been easy. He took the microphone and apologized for having urgent matters previously and being unable to stay. Zai Zun smiled in response, saying she had specially chosen a song suitable for him and hoped he would enthusiastically sing the duet. Yi Han narrowed his eyes suspiciously upon hearing that the song had been prepared specifically for him. She raised her voice to introduce to the audience that the next song was a special one, dedicated to everyone. With excitement, Zai Zun announced the song title "What Kind of Man Are You?", causing the entire hall to fall silent for a moment. Yi Han was bewildered, wondering whether the song was hinting at himself. After the moment of shock, the audience burst into laughter, many speculating about the relationship between the two, as Zai Zun was not someone who usually made things difficult for others. Hai Bin laughed heartily, saying Yi Han was truly unlucky to face such a challenging song right after being chosen. He continued teasing, remarking that Yi Han was indeed extremely unfortunate in this situation. Chu Yuner, however, acted perceptive like a detective, suspecting there must be something suspicious between the two that Yi Han was hiding from her. Hearing this, Hai Bin could not help but shiver, inwardly marveling at how frightening this girl's intuition was. On stage, Zai Zun began singing the song with lyrics filled with emotions about a heartless man. Her sweet and profound voice quickly touched the hearts of thousands of fans. The audience below continuously cheered, praising Zai Zun's talent and expressing their fervent affection for her. Yi Han's eyes flashed slightly, as if he had realized something from the melody and lyrics of the song. He smiled meaningfully, as though he understood the reason behind this choice. When she finished her part, Zai Zun signaled that it was Yi Han's turn, and teased that he should not say he could not sing. She was surprised to see Yi Han standing still, without any movement. The audience began to lose patience, continuously shouting for him to leave the stage if he could not sing so as not to disrupt the program. Zai Zun gently reassured everyone, asking them to give Yi Han a little more time to adapt to the stage atmosphere. She softly asked whether he truly could not sing and suggested changing to another song, but Yi Han calmly refused. Looking straight at her, he said that at first he did not know, but now he could sing. Zai Zun widened her eyes in surprise, not understanding what Yi Han's words implied. He slowly began, "Are you still worthy of being a man, loving someone yet not daring to tell her to wait for you?" His warm and gentle voice echoed throughout the vast hall. The audience was astonished and applauded endlessly. This singing was outstanding, even comparable to Nam Kung Zai Zun, truly a hidden master. Hai Bin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe this was Yi Han's voice, while Chu Yuner was annoyed that his first duet was with another girl. Zai Zun looked at him in amazement. Yi Han's breath control and tonal handling were almost identical to hers, despite her years of rigorous training. Yi Han smiled and extended his hand, inviting her to harmonize with him. Zai Zun blushed, flustered, but still agreed to continue the duet. The two gently held hands, creating a romantic and emotional scene on stage. The audience excitedly cheered, believing this was the best duet they had ever heard. The entire hall shouted in unison, cheering for the two to be together. Chu Yuner was so angry that she snapped the light she was holding in her hand. She gritted her teeth in fury, while Hai Bin could only silently pray that Yi Han would avoid trouble after the performance. When the performance ended, backstage, Zai Zun asked Yi Han to wait another half hour. She shyly said she had not yet had the chance to properly thank him for what happened before. Yi Han smiled and agreed, while taking the opportunity to observe the surroundings to ensure safety. Suddenly a woman approached and called out to Zai Zun. Sister Mai reminded her that it was Zai Zun's turn to go on stage and asked her to quickly change outfits. Zai Zun nodded, introduced Yi Han as her friend and asked Sister Mai to look after him. Sister Mai pushed her glasses lightly, her cold gaze falling on Yi Han as she replied that she would keep an eye on him. She emphasized each word with a meaningful tone that she would take very good care of him. Yi Han politely extended his hand in greeting and introduced his name. Sister Mai acted arrogantly, introducing herself as Zai Zun's manager before asking him to follow her. Yi Han noticed the clear disdain in Sister Mai's attitude. The two walked through the corridor to an office, while a janitor nearby silently observed. The janitor revealed a sinister smile, believing the opportunity had arrived. Sister Mai entered the room and spoke directly to Yi Han. He coldly warned that Zai Zun was not someone he could dream of, advising him to keep his distance. Yi Han calmly explained that she had misunderstood. He had no intentions toward Zai Zun. Sister Mai sneered, believing he was only pretending, and that his true purpose was money. She walked to the desk and took out a thick stack of cash. She then threw the money at Yi Han, ordering him to take it and leave immediately. Yi Han tried to restrain his anger, explaining that he came to protect Zai Zun because she might be in danger. Sister Mai shouted loudly, claiming it was a fabrication that no one would believe. She turned and quickly walked toward the door, the sound of her high heels echoing rapidly. As she opened the door, Sister Mai mocked that next he would probably claim to be a security agent. At that moment, Deep 2 suddenly appeared, pressing a knife against her neck and ordering her to stay silent if she did not want to be harmed. Sister Mai closed her eyes in terror, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Han immediately recognized the situation and coldly uttered, "Assassin." Deep 2 laughed coldly, warning Yihan not to act rashly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Yihan frowned thoughtfully, understanding that he needed to remain calm to avoid endangering Sister Mai and wait for the right opportunity. That man roughly kicked Sister Mai to the ground and shouted, "Get inside now." After speaking, he turned around, slammed the door shut, and conveniently locked the safety latch. Deep 2 coldly ordered, "I know you are Zai Zun's manager. When her performance ends, immediately call and ask her to come here alone." Sister Mai loudly resisted. "What are you planning to do to Zai Zun? I will never let this go," inwardly regretting as she realized that Yi Han's earlier warning had been true. That man glared fiercely, "If you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then do not blame me for being ruthless." She turned pale with terror, hurriedly closing her eyes in despair while continuously crying out. At the critical moment, a powerful force tore through the air, knocking the small knife from that man's hand. No one was surprised to realize that it was the flying dagger thrown by Yi Han. Deep 2 clutched his bleeding hand and cried out in pain, "My hand." Sister Mai widened her eyes in astonishment, completely unable to understand what was happening. Yi Han sternly warned, "Trying to harm someone in front of me is not so easy." He stared in shock at the man who had just appeared, stammering his name, Deep Yi Han. Sister Mai felt a moment of confusion and embarrassment upon realizing that the person she once doubted was actually her lifesaver. That man angrily picked up the knife again, gritting his teeth and cursing as his plan was ruined. He immediately waved his hand and charged forward aggressively, threatening his opponent in a low voice. Han appeared indifferent, coldly replying that the one courting danger was him. With a precise kick, he struck Deep 2 directly on the chin, leaving him no time to react. That man screamed in pain, tears streaming involuntarily due to the powerful blow. Deep 2's body was sent flying and then crashed heavily onto the cold ground. He lay sprawled out, several teeth scattered beside him, mumbling pleas for forgiveness. Hearing this, Yihan angrily delivered several more warning blows and even boldly claimed that he always maintained cleanliness, leaving Sister Mai astonished by his strength. Sister Mai hurriedly asked, "Mr. Deep, how should we handle this situation now?" He glanced at her and asked whether she now believed his words. She lowered her head apologetically, admitting her previous mistake and hoping to be forgiven by Yi Han. Yi Han calmly replied that there was no need to worry, while reminding her to quickly call the police because his accomplices were still inside the hall. He further instructed that after the performance ended, he would take Zai Zun out through the back door, while the others should leave through the front, and Sister Mai immediately agreed. He earnestly pleaded, hoping that Yi Han would definitely ensure Zai Zun's safety. Yi Han reassured her, affirming with his honor that he would not allow Zai Zun to face any danger. A few hours later, when the performance concluded, the audience gradually left until nearly everyone was gone. At the underground parking lot, Yi Han and several bodyguards were escorting Zai Zun as they prepared to leave. Zai Zun curiously asked Yi Han why they had to leave through the back door and whether something unusual had happened. He turned back and gently patted her head, reassuring her that as long as he was here, she would always be safe. Suddenly, Zai Zun noticed a spear tearing through the air straight toward them from behind. Her face turned pale as she cried out in panic, warning Yi Han to be careful. Yi Han's gaze flickered slightly as he immediately turned around in suspicion to observe the situation. He swiftly swung his blade to block the incoming spear and loudly warned the bodyguards of the ambush. However, the attack did not stop as two more spears simultaneously shot toward them from different directions. Yi Han immediately spun around and loudly reminded everyone to be careful. Nevertheless, everything happened too quickly, and two bodyguards were still struck down, crying out for help in despair. Mayan Lao slowly stepped forward with a smug expression, remarking that being able to block his flying dagger proved that Yi Han had some ability, but unfortunately it was only enough to protect himself and not others. At that moment, a rope suddenly shot forward, tightly strangling one of the bodyguards around the neck. He was violently dragged backward, shouting in panic, "Save me." Yi Han gritted his teeth, realizing there were still others, certainly his accomplices. Bala sat sneered with interest, "Where do you think you are going?" Hai Tian suddenly appeared and said coldly, "This brat is my prey, no one is allowed to interfere." In the blink of an eye, Yi Han fell into a situation where he was surrounded from three sides. Zai Zun stammered in fear, "Yi Han, what should we do now?" He reassured her, do not worry, with me here you will be safe, inwardly calculating that with 3 opponents, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be, so it had to be resolved quickly. Al-Assad appeared bored, that muscle-bound man, did you not want to handle him alone? Hurry up, once it is over I still need to go back and rest. Hearing this, Hai Tian immediately charged forward, waving his hand provocatively, brat, come and fight me for a satisfying battle. Han's eyes flashed as he revealed a confident smile. The opportunity had arrived. Two rushed toward each other, their powers colliding and creating a shockwave around them. Balasat laughed smugly. With this strong but simple-minded man, I can save quite a bit of effort. Mayan Lao nodded in agreement that Brat would certainly lose, and the remaining bodyguards were nothing to worry about. This mission was truly easy. However, immediately afterward, Hai Tian was suddenly blasted backward, his body crashing heavily into an iron pillar. He grimaced in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. The two who had just been smug now widened their eyes in shock. What just happened? Han withdrew his fist, his cold voice sounding, next it is your turn. Balasat frowned, the situation was not good. Attack together and take down this brat. In the blink of an eye, Balasat's rope was cut into pieces by his blade. Such trivial tricks still dare to be used in front of me. Balasat cried out in shock, this is bad. She gritted her teeth and shouted, old man, what are you still standing there for? Why have you not made a move yet? Turning her head, she saw Mayan Lao already fleeing in panic, and she screamed, hold him back, I will go seek reinforcements. Mayan Lao turned pale. With just one move he had defeated Hai Tian. This brat was at least a mid-stage foundation establishment expert. Even if the three of them joined forces they might not win. Balasat's face lost all color. You damned old man. Ihan spoke coldly, now it is your turn. Chilling aura spread as Balasat slowly turned her head and trembled, saying, wait, do not. Without giving her time to react, Ihan threw a straight punch at her face. The blow sent her flying several meters before she collapsed unconscious on the spot. Mayan Lao's face turned deathly pale. Balasat had also been defeated. He had to flee immediately or he would surely die. Ihan immediately closed in and warned coldly, you cannot escape. Another powerful force erupted and surged forward. Mayan Lao's eyes widened in horror as he spat out blood. Impossible. Ihan silently watched as the old man collapsed in front of him and lost consciousness. He observed the surroundings, confirming that there was no longer any danger before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Zai Zun rushed over in panic and tightly embraced him, Yihan. He sobbed, I was terrified, fortunately you are still safe. Yihan smiled and gently patted her head. It is all right, everything is over, do not cry anymore. The subordinates struggled to stand up. 3 experts were defeated in such a short time, truly astonishing. With you here we are completely at ease. We did not expect Miss Nam Kung to invite such an expert. Yihan held Zai Zun's hand, let us go. Sister Mai is probably waiting for you outside. Zai Zun nodded, wiped away her tears and smiled, yes. Behind them, Hai Tian used the little strength he had left to rummage through his pocket. He pulled the pin of the bomb in his hand, laughed arrogantly, then shouted, let us go to hell together. Han immediately held Zai Zun tightly and rushed out quickly, be careful. Returning to 30 minutes earlier, outside the scene, the police force had set up a tight ambush. Mr. Mai anxiously said, Comrade police officer, you have finally arrived. Panicked, my young lady is in the parking lot, please hurry and save her. Yan Lingkeo reassured, do not worry, we have sent people in for rescue. We believe there will be good news soon. Suddenly, a shocking explosion resounded from inside the parking lot. Fierce red flames erupted, forcing everyone to retreat to ensure safety. Yan Lingkeo exclaimed in shock, where did the explosion come from? Sister Mai burst into tears, Zai Zun. Subordinate reported, Captain, a major explosion has just occurred in the parking area. The cause is still unknown. No signs of survival have been detected yet. She signaled, understood, stand down. Yan Lingkeo supported Sister Mai, sorry, we have tried our best, Miss Nam Kung Mei. He immediately stood up in protest, no, he promised to bring Zai Zun out safely. Right after that, Sister Mai choked with emotion, I believe him. Yan Lingkeo gently comforted Secretary Mai, I understand your feeling, but with such a massive explosion, the chance of survival is extremely slim. She advised, please restrain your grief. A police officer suddenly spoke up, wait, am I mistaken? Someone is walking out from inside. He widened his eyes, how is that possible? After such a huge explosion someone is still alive. Is this truly human? Another person hurriedly shouted, where is the doctor? Come quickly, someone is injured. Upon seeing this, Sister Mai was overjoyed and immediately ran over. Han looked at her and said, I did not betray your trust, I have brought Zai Zun out safely. Yan Lingkeo exclaimed in astonishment, Yihan, I did not expect it to be you. Sister Mai nodded while wiping her tears. That is wonderful. I knew you would definitely succeed. The scene shifted to Yi Han's luxurious villa. He stood before the door and sighed in relief. Finally, he had safely handed Zai Zun over to the police. Now she would be protected. As Yi Han prepared to open the door, it suddenly swung open from the inside. Chu Yuner stood silently with her head lowered. Yi Han broke the silence. It is so late and you are still waiting for me. He pretended to be moved. I am so touched that I might cry. She gently pushed him away and said coldly, Yi Han. She angrily reproached him. Tomorrow is the opening day of the clinic. I have been busy preparing everything, yet you stayed with Zai Zun until late at night before returning. Yi Han trembled slightly and stepped back instinctively. Wait, don't Nhi, listen to my explanation. She grabbed his collar tightly. Someone wanted to harm Zai Zun. He was only carrying out the task of protecting her. Chu Yuner was furious like thunder. I would be foolish to believe you. She took a stick and struck him several times. Accept the lesson from this young lady. Yi Han cried out, I am telling the truth. The next day, in front of the clinic, the sound of celebratory firecrackers filled the air for the grand opening. Guests arrived one after another to congratulate the clinic. Meng Jiao warmly welcomed them. The department head of the Lamb Corporation came to congratulate. The city chairman's secretary sent greetings. The Northern Business Alliance also sent gifts wishing prosperity. Behind them, many people discussed who is the owner of this clinic to attract so many important figures. With such influence, even top companies would find it hard to compare. We must establish connection. The sky was clear, and the sunlight shone upon the clinic building. Inside the clinic, Chu Yuner smiled brightly. Thank you everyone, your presence is already an honor. There is no need to bring gifts. Please visit again next time. Ban mischievously smiled. Yi Han, is there trouble in your family? Do you need me to say a few good words for you? Lin Beimo patted his shoulder. The hardest thing is facing the affection of a beauty. The future is long, take it slowly. Han raised his finger in protest. You two are only good at adding fuel to the fire. One day you will face the same situation as me. Tin Nha walked in from outside and announced, the superstar Zai Zun has come to congratulate the Yi Clinic on its grand opening. Zai Zun walked in and waved warmly. Yi Han, you opened a clinic without informing me. Fortunately, Sister Mai knew about it. Yi Han widened his eyes in astonishment. Zai Zun, why have you come here? He hurriedly covered his face, leaving only one eye exposed. This is bad. Don Nhi will definitely misunderstand. Chu Yuner looked at him with a sharp gaze. What exactly is the relationship between you two? Yi Han quickly waved his hands in denial. It is nothing, we are not close at all. We only met last night. Chu Yuner was still not appeased. I will settle accounts with you later. Turning to Zai Zun, she immediately changed to a cheerful attitude. You are Zai Zun, right? Chu Yuner shook hands warmly. I like you very much. I am Yi Han's girlfriend, Chu Yuner. Thank you for caring about him yesterday. Zai Zun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Was this a declaration of her position? Chu Yuner smiled. That is right. Yi Han is my man. You should clearly understand this relationship. Zai Zun quickly regained her composure. Sister Don Nhi truly knows how to joke. How would I dare to take care of him? It was he who looked after me. The two held hands, but their eyes sparked with tension. Chu Yuner gritted her teeth. Yi Han is indeed reliable. You are truly fortunate. Let us not talk about this anymore. I know of a very good skincare cosmetic. Let me introduce it to you. Exchange became tense. There is no need. There are wrinkles at the corners of your eyes already. You should rest more. I sleep very early. While a superstar like you must be very busy, your skin seems to have darkened. Ban looked at the scene and whispered Yi Han. He patted Yi Han's shoulder. Now I truly understand your situation. Take care of yourself. Yi Han knelt down and spread his arms, lamenting, my fate is truly miserable. At that moment, someone announced, Shen Tiano, disciple of the Northwest Divine Physician, has arrived to present congratulatory gift. Everyone immediately fell silent, their eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing the arrival, Yi Han's expression darkened. The Northwest Divine Physician has also come. He gritted his teeth. This Shen Tiano still dares to appear. It seems he harbors ill intention. The person who arrived was the Northwest Divine Physician, Jiu Zhen. His appearance caused a stir. Shen Tiano had once lost to Yi Han. Had Jiu Zhen come to reclaim his honor, his reputation resounded throughout Hua Qua. Someone spoke up, not necessarily. I have witnessed Yi Han's medical skill. The outcome is still difficult to predict. Yi Han frowned, his voice displeased. What guidance do you have for coming here today? Jiu Zhen stroked his beard and smiled calmly. I would not dare to offer guidance. He said, I heard that my disciple was defeated by you, so I wish to personally witness how profound your medical skills are. Shen Tianao laughed loudly. Today with my master here, Yi Han, you will find it hard to escape. Ban angrily prepared to remove his shoe to throw. Shen Tianao, do you want to be taught another lesson? Jiu Zhen frowned, his expression darkening. Yi Han, is this how you treat your guests? Yi Han sneered, how I treat guests is none of your concern. Friends are warmly welcomed, but those with malicious intent receive no courtesy. Yi Han's patience gradually wore thin. Jiu Zhen, use whatever move you have, I am ready. Jiu Zhen withdrew his expression and nodded, very well. He turned and called out, Chu Lai, come here. A person emitting an unpleasant odor stepped forward. Yes. Foul smell made everyone cover their noses. What kind of stench is this? I can hardly endure it. Everyone discussed, this person is clearly ill. Why did Jiu Zhen bring him here? Chu Lai's entire body appeared listless, emitting an unpleasant odor that made everyone avoid him. Jiu Zhen smiled and introduced, this person has been poisoned by the rare toxin soul-severing powder. If not treated within 7 days it will be life-threatening. Can you save him? Yi Han's expression darkened, his eyes fixed intently on the other party. After hearing those words, the three men turned pale, hurriedly covering their mouths, their expressions frantic as if their souls had left their body. Crowd instantly broke into murmurs. The smell on his body was clearly the sign of being poisoned by soul-severing powder. Within 7 days without treatment he would lose his life. This poison had no antidote, so those afflicted were almost certainly doomed. Could it be that Ku Kam intended to hand this impossible task to Yi Han? Ban quickly regained his composure and shouted loudly, that old man was clearly making things difficult for Yi Han on purpose. If he had the ability, then he should treat him himself. He raised 3 fingers and calmly replied that he could cure this poison. 3 days would be enough. Ku Kam grew even more smug, saying that even if the life could be saved, Chu Lai's cultivation would certainly not be preserved. Hearing this, Chu Lai was so frightened that he lost his senses and collapsed to the ground. He turned toward the master and begged to preserve his cultivation. Otherwise, when his enemies came, he would have no path but death. Shen Tianao pointed at Chu Lai with contempt, saying that being able to keep his life was already fortunate, and only his own master could cure this kind of poison. At this moment, Yi Han let out a cold laugh and said that might not necessarily be true. Yi Han confidently raised 3 fingers, declaring that Ku Kam could not preserve Chu Lai's cultivation, but he could. Moreover, that man needed 3 days while he only needed 3 minutes. Chu Lai turned around in shock, unable to believe his own ears. That declaration stirred heated discussion among the onlookers, believing that although Yi Han's medical skills were superb, claiming he could cure soul-severing powder in 3 minutes was truly hard to believe. Ku Kam laughed mockingly and said that if Yi Han could do it, he would immediately kowtow 3 times right there in the clinic. Yi Han folded his arms confidently, accepted the challenge and reminded him not to regret it. Ku Kam smiled sinisterly and warned that if Chu Lai was not cured, he would personally smash the clinic's signboard. His voice grew increasingly harsh, clearly intending to make Yi Han unable to raise his head in the medical world. Yi Han nodded calmly without showing the slightest fear, taking it as the agreement had been set. With his weakened body, Chu Lai struggled to stand and asked whether Yi Han could truly save him and preserve his cultivation. Yi Han reassured him, telling him to rest assured because saving people was not for polishing his reputation. Moved, Chu Lai knelt and clasped his fists, promising that if he were saved, he would not refuse even if he had to enter dangerous places. Behind them, Shen Tianao sneered disdainfully, saying Chu Lai was truly foolish to trust a quack. Yu Yuner and Zai Zun spoke in unison to cheer, expressing absolute faith in Yi Han's ability. Their gazes met, revealing a subtle rivalry. The 2 snorted coldly and turned their faces away. Yi Han stepped forward and asked Chu Lai to remove his shirt to begin the acupuncture. Chu Lai immediately nodded in agreement. When the shirt was removed, countless terrifying purple marks were clearly visible across his body. Everyone was horrified to see the toxin had spread deep into the blood vessel, making the situation extremely dangerous. His emaciated body like a skeleton made everyone believe detoxifying him in 3 minutes was impossible. Ku Kam secretly felt pleased, certain that Yi Han would fail this time. Yi Han held the silver needles and observed carefully, concluding that as long as he focused the blood vessels he could neutralize the toxin. The aura around him surged powerfully, his eyes becoming intensely focused. Yi Han's acupuncture movements were swift and precise, performing the ultimate technique 13 needles of returning yang. The first 3 needles were placed at the legs, then 2 needles were inserted into the upper arm. Finally, 2 needles were pierced into the wrist. Yi Han exhaled softly and declared that the treatment was complete. Immediately, Chu Lai spat out a mouthful of blood. A pool of blood on the ground emitted a strange green smoke. Yihan braced himself and asked about his condition. Chu Lai replied that he felt much lighter. His complexion gradually turned rosy again, and the cultivation that had been suppressed by the toxin was restored. Shen Tianao and Ku Kam were so shocked that their mouths hung open, unable to believe Yihan's medical skills far surpassed his master. Chu Lai was overjoyed, repeatedly shouting that he had recovered. He stepped in front of Ku Kam and mocked him, asserting that Yihan was the true medical king. Ku Kam was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood from frustration. Shen Tianao hurriedly supported his master, anxiously calling out when he saw him collapse. The crowd kept praising Yihan, regarding him as Hua Chu reborn and deciding to come to his clinic in the future when they needed treatment. Shen Tianao helped Ku Kam to his feet, his eyes full of resentment as he declared that this matter was not over. Han stood there calmly, with Lin Beimo and Hai Ban beside him with an imposing presence, speaking to stop them. He coldly reminded them that they must fulfill the promise to kowtow 3 times before everyone. Shen Tianao trembled and made the excuse that his master had fainted and could not carry it out. Yihan did not accept it and demanded that he fulfill the promise in his master's place. The crowd immediately shouted for them to keep their word, leaving Shen Tianao terrified and unsure what to do. In the end, he had no choice but to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Shen Tianao sincerely apologized and admitted defeat wholeheartedly before Yihan. Yihan turned and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Shen Tianao hurriedly supported his master and left in panic. He quickly ran far away from the clinic. After going some distance, Ku Kam secretly opened his eyes to look around. Immediately after, he slapped Shen Tianao and scolded him for losing all face. Shen Tianao sat down on the ground in shock and asked why his master had pretended to faint. Ku Kam berated him that otherwise he would have had to kowtow before Yihan and blamed his disciple for being too foolish. Shen Tianao anxiously asked whether they should let this matter go. Ku Kam, with a sinister expression, asserted that he already had a plan for revenge. He ordered that Hyat Thur Dang be informed that Thiat Thur had died at Yihan's hands, intending to borrow another's hand for revenge. Ku Kam clenched his fists, believing that no matter how high Yihan's medical skills were, when he died he would still retain the title of Medical King of the Northwest. Back at the clinic, the evening sunlight covered the roof. Yihan stretched tiredly after a busy day and planned to return home for dinner with everyone. Suddenly from behind, a man holding a blade rushed forward to attack. He swung the blade fiercely and shouted for Yihan to prepare to die. Yihan immediately sensed the danger, his expression turning serious. He quickly dodged to the side to avoid the attack. Then he stepped back to maintain a safe distance. With cold eyes, Yihan asked where the attacker came from. The man replied in a deep voice that he belonged to Hyat Thur Dang. Yihan brushed the dust from his clothes and realized the other party already knew he had taken down Thiat Thur. He glanced behind and discovered 2 more figures appearing. Yu Fang and Truong Vu stepped forward to confirm it. The 3 quickly surrounded Yihan, declaring that today would be his end. The leader said coldly that this debt must be repaid accordingly. Yihan curled his lips slightly and drew his weapon, showing he was ready to face them. Without showing any fear, he challenged that with only 3 people it was probably still not enough to defeat him. After hearing this, Tiu Fang clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and arrogance. He immediately threw a punch forward, loudly scoffing that he alone was enough to deal with someone like Yihan. Yihan's eyes gleamed with coldness. He swung his blade and advanced to counter. If that is the case, then try it. 2 charged at the same time, blade and fist colliding head-on. A powerful surge of energy erupted, spreading throughout the space. Huan Fai frowned slightly and remarked that the young master was indeed a rare genius. The white jade hand had been trained to perfection. Even if he exerted his full strength with a weapon, it would be difficult to injure him. Truong Vu laughed loudly and said there was no need for them to interfere in this battle, because that opponent would sooner or later fall beneath the young master's iron fist. However, before his words ended, Tiu Fang was already sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind him in shock. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips, leaving him dizzy. Huan Fai and Truong Vu widened their eyes, their mouths agape in disbelief, never expecting the young master to end up in such a state. 2 hurried over and asked with concern. Tiu Fang stammered that his hand had been injured. When they saw blood seeping from his hand, both were horrified to realize that the white jade hand had been broken. They could not believe Yihan was so strong. Yihan slowly approached with a cold smile, mocking that with such little skill he dared to seek his life. He emphasized each word with a sharp tone, calling the opponent a mere nobody. Tiu Fang raised his head and roared in anger at the insult, swearing he would not let Yihan off. Yihan gently shook his head and stepped forward, calmly saying that the other party had misunderstood his meaning. He raised his hand in a gesture, and coldly declared that not only Tiu Fang but the three of them together were insignificant. Those words enraged Quan Fai and Truong Vu. They ground their teeth in fury and said Yihan was courting disaster. Tiu Fang took out 3 pills from his pocket, his eyes filled with calculation. He handed one to each of them and ordered them to take the explosive chi pill to join forces, determined not to give Yihan any chance to escape. The two took the pills, nodded in agreement, and quickly swallowed them. Seeing this, Yihan frowned slightly and wondered about the medicine called explosive chi pill. After using it, the three clearly felt the power in their bodies rapidly increasing. They clenched their fists tightly, wearing confident smiles. Yihan observed thoughtfully, realizing that the opponent's aura had multiplied several times, understanding that to leave safely he would have to exert his full strength. Tiu Fang laughed coldly and said that forcing him to use the explosive chi pill was a great honor for Yihan. In response, Yihan took out 3 acupuncture needles, stating that they were not the only ones capable of unleashing power. He swiftly executed the meridian sealing divine needle technique, his eyes gradually turning a powerful shade of red. Tiu Fang immediately charged forward, believing Yihan was merely struggling in desperation. Quan Fai and Truong Vu also rushed in to assist, determined to end the battle. Behind Yihan, the phantom of a green dragon gradually appeared, creating an overwhelming presence. A thunderous explosion resounded, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. In the center of the shockwave, Yihan stepped back and declared that he would give Tiu Fang an unforgettable lesson. He revealed a mischievous smile and said farewell, hinting that there was still a gift waiting for them behind. Without hesitation, Yihan immediately leaped into the river to retreat. The spear in Quan Fai's hand was shaken so violently that it snapped in two. Quan Fai's eyes widened, his body severely injured before he collapsed. Truong Vu panicked and reported to Tiu Fang that Quan Fai had not survived. Standing on the bridge, Tiu Fang stared intently at the rushing water below. He ground his teeth in anger, believing Yihan must have been seriously injured, and immediately ordered a search, determined to see either the person or his trace. At Yihan's villa, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Chu Yuner paced back and forth anxiously, because everyone had prepared a surprise party to celebrate the opening of Yihan's clinic, yet he still had not returned. Impatience made her unable to stay calm, her heart burning with worry. Yi Jing smiled and reassured her, saying that Yihan was probably busy and had returned late, suggesting they reheat the food. Ai Ban moved closer to Lin Beimo and joked that perhaps Yihan had gone to look for Zai Zun. Lin Beimo immediately covered Hai Ban's mouth, reminding him not to speak nonsense while Chu Yuner was angry. Chu Yuner could not suppress her anger and declared that she would personally go find Yihan, warning that if she discovered him beside another woman she would not let it go. At that moment the door was suddenly pushed open, and a gust of cold wind swept into the room. Yan Lingqiao slowly walked in with a meaningful gaze, and asked who among them was Yihan's family. Anxiety was evident on her face when she heard the reply, "I am Yihan's sister, what happened to him?" Yan Lingqiao lowered her head to avoid everyone's gaze. According to the information I gathered, tonight in front of the Yi clinic, Yihan was suddenly ambushed by a group of people, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Everyone's faces turned pale, no one dared to believe this. What exactly is happening? The remaining 3 also revealed heavy and worried expressions. Yi Jing lost her balance and collapsed in shock. She covered her face with her hands and cried out in pain, how could this happen? After delivering the news, she turned and left, saying that all personnel had been mobilized to search, and that there would surely be news soon. The room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere becoming suffocating. Ai Bin and Lin Beimo quickly regained their composure and hurried away. One went to find his father to mobilize connections. The other asked the Lin family to deploy all forces to search for Yihan. She burst into tears, unable to hold back her sobs. "I will go find grandfather." Chu Yuner muttered as she walked, "Yihan, you must be safe and sound." On Thien clenched his fists and gritted his teeth tensely. "If Yihan truly encounters misfortune, even at the cost of my life I will avenge him." Qing Cheng approached and gently comforted her. "Please do not worry, brother Yihan will definitely be fine." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Yi Jing nodded softly, believing that Yihan would return safely. If anything happens to him, I would have no desire to live either. Elsewhere, he was lying in the forest with his wounds carefully bandaged. Yihan frowned slightly, his face revealing clear pain. In his daze, he heard a voice calling in his mind, Yihan, wake up quickly. It turned out the two beauties in the dream were Chu Yuner and Zai Zun. They smiled and said breakfast was ready. Did he want to eat or stay with them? With a longing expression, he raised his hand in response. Does that even need to be asked? Of course I want both. Turning to reality, Yihan suddenly bumped his face into the muscular wall in front of him. He rubbed his head and slowly sat up, realizing it was all just a dream. The person beside him scratched his head in confusion and asked, Yihan, why are you hugging me? Uncle Hack leaned on his cane and walked into the room, asking Tuan Bon, has he woken up yet? Tuan Bon turned around with joyful eyes and replied, Uncle Hack, he has just woken up. He slightly raised his head, stared at him intently, then nodded lightly. Yihan was still sleeping with his eyes closed, completely unaware. The Emperor has manifested, surviving disaster will bring fortune. It seems the person Tuan Bon sought has finally appeared. Yihan drowsily opened his eyes, scratched his head and asked, may I ask where this is? Did you save me? Uncle Hack stroked his beard and laughed heartily. It was not I who saved you but fate that brought you here. Everything is arranged by destiny, making Yihan even more confused and feeling this place was truly strange. Without answering further, he simply said, open your mouth. Yihan asked again in confusion, what did you just say? Seeing his hesitation, Uncle Hack lightly tapped his stomach with the cane as a reminder. He presented a red pill before him and said, swallow this. Without waiting for Yihan's consent, Uncle Hack quickly flicked the pill into his mouth. Yihan clutched his stomach and bent down coughing violently. He felt his whole body burning, clutching his throat in pain as he asked, old man, what did you make me drink? Uncle Hack stroked his beard proudly, introducing it as a treasure from his days wandering the martial world, capable of treating many ailments, while Tuan Bon beside him echoed its miraculous effects. One hand clutching his throat, the other pointing at the two, Yihan angrily said, why do you sound like quack doctors selling medicine on the street? Ignoring the complaint, Uncle Hack laughed loudly and affirmed it was a genuine medicinal pill with guaranteed effects. Tuan Bon even raised a banner to assure it. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, making him tremble in fear. Could this be some strange medicine? However, Yihan quickly realized that the pain had completely disappeared. He raised both hands to feel the surge of power within his body, wondering what was happening as his internal energy seemed to increase significantly. Seeing his expression, Uncle Hack laughed and said the medicine had begun to take effect, then left with Tuan Bon, allowing him to rest. At this moment, Yihan showed respect, clasping his hands to thank the senior for the precious pill and apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Uncle Hack leaned on his cane, turned back and waved, saying there was no need to thank him because it was what he deserved. The door opened and closed, the power within Yihan spread. His wounds nearly healed and he even broke through to another minor realm. Truly fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. He quickly put on his clothes and thought it was time to return, as his disappearance must have made Chu Yuner and his sister extremely worried. Yihan slowly stepped out of the room. Outside, Uncle Hack was leisurely basking in the sun when someone approached. He calmly crossed his legs and fanned himself with the fan in his hand. Uncle Lick entered holding a photo of Yihan. He walked over to Uncle Hack, held up the photo and asked if he had ever seen this person. His name is Yihan. Uncle Hack squinted at the photo and pretended not to know, repeatedly asking the name, making the other party confused. Chu Lai appeared annoyed, unwilling to ask further, so he put away the photo and left, letting the old man continue resting. As he walked, he muttered that he had followed the river here and believed the divine Dr. Yi must be nearby. Just then Yihan appeared, shocking him. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Lai turned back and exclaimed joyfully, Divine Dr. Yi, it is great that you are still safe. However, immediately after, Chu Lai reproached him for his prolonged disappearance that drove Chu Yuner nearly mad with worry and had people searching everywhere. Yihan then suggested returning immediately. As they were about to leave, Uncle Hack called out and suggested that Tuan Bon accompany them, as his combat ability was no less than Yihan and he could assist when necessary. Yihan clasped his hands in agreement, promising to take good care of Tuan Bon to repay the kindness, while also realizing that Uncle Hack had previously only pretended to be hard of hearing. Uncle Hack smiled and explained that he had only been cautious because he did not know whether the other party was friend or foe, making Chu Lai unable to hold back his complaints. The scene shifted to another location, inside a building. In front of the door, two people stood guard strictly. Xiao Feng and his subordinates appeared there. He angrily declared that Yihan had caused the Blood Hand Hall to lose two great generals. If he was not eliminated, this hatred would be hard to quell. The scene continued to shift to in front of Yihan's villa. Yi Jing anxiously held Yan Lingqiao's hand and asked if there was any news about Yi Han. Yan Lingqiao lowered her head and shook it lightly, replying guiltily that they had tried their best but still had no clues. Tears welled up. Yi Jing pleaded with the police to find Yi Han no matter what. Chu Yun'er's eyes were still wet with tears, but her gaze was resolute. She declared she would never give up searching for Yi Han no matter his condition. Zhao Yaoyu gently patted her shoulder in comfort, saying her brother had mobilized many forces in the underworld to join the search and believed good news would come soon. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's laughter rang out from behind. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, mocking that he did not expect Yi Han to have so many women caring about him, making him somewhat jealous. With horrified eyes, someone asked whether he was the one who had harmed Yi Han. Xiao Feng revealed a cold smile, admitting it and threatening to send them on their way soon to reunite with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered his subordinates to charge forward and attack. The group rushed forward fiercely like a pack of hunting wolves. Hon Thien and Bat Dean quickly appeared to confront them, coldly declaring they had been waiting for them for a long time. After only a few moves, the two easily ended the confrontation. Witnessing that scene, Xiao Feng's subordinates cried out in terror. Xiao Feng angrily pointed and shouted, mentioning that Hon Thien was being hunted by Thien Tun, yet still dared to oppose his Black Hand gang. Hon Thien immediately counterattacked and responded that even Thien Tun did not frighten him, let alone them, and declared that today he would not let anyone leave to avenge Yi Han. At that moment from behind, Tian Wang slowly stepped forward and spoke, asking whether they truly did not fear Thien Tun. That man laughed, his eyes cold and full of provocation. Hon Thien, your courage is not small. Looked at the opponent with a sharp gaze and gritted his teeth as he said, Tian Wang the top expert under the command of Tian Tun of the Thien Tun Hoi, I did not expect you to appear here as well. That man stood there with his arms crossed, wearing an arrogant smile. Last time you were lucky enough to escape, but today do not even think about having that chance again. Provoked by his words, Tiu Fang immediately spoke up. Hon Thien is yours to deal with, the rest will be handled by us. Tian Wang nodded slightly in agreement, showing that he had no objection. Immediately after, the two shouted in unison, attack. The subordinates' morale surged as they charged forward together with resounding shouts, determined to eliminate all their opponents. As he launched his attack, he instructed, Zhao Yaoyu, you must leave quickly, I will stay behind to hold them off. Sun Bumi swung his long spear and struck down 3 enemies in succession, loudly declaring that as long as he remained standing, no one could harm them. Chu Yun'er quickly grabbed Zhao Yaoyu's wrist and urged, we must leave here immediately. But after taking only a few steps, Tiu Fang appeared to block their path and said coldly, trying to leave. She stood in fear in front of Zhao Yaoyu and Yi Jing, her voice trembling as she asked, what are you planning to do? That man raised his claw and lunged forward with killing intent, of course to send you away from this place. On the other side, Hon Thien was beaten and covered in injuries, and upon seeing them in danger, he shouted desperately no. He was also tightly surrounded by the enemy and unable to escape, and could only shout in anger, stop immediately. Chu Yun'er burst into tears and closed her eyes tightly, praying in despair, Yi Han, I am coming to find you. That very moment, Yi Han suddenly appeared from behind, launching a strike that left Tiu Fang stunned and coldly said, do you truly not wish to live anymore? Everyone was stunned with astonishment upon seeing him, Yi Han. Hon Thien and Sun Bumi's eyes lit up with hope when they saw who had arrived. Yi Han cracked his knuckles and smiled confidently, I have returned, prepare to face the consequences. Tiu Fang was knocked down but quickly got back on his feet, staring at Yi Han as he said, so you are indeed still alive. That man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, that is good, today I will settle all of you in one go. Tiu Fang stood up and ordered his subordinates along with Truong Vu, everyone attack, immediately take down Yi Han, and received a response of obedience. Suddenly a nearby tree was uprooted from the ground, startling everyone with shock. Tuan Bon appeared, holding the tree trunk and sweeping it horizontally, sending the crowd flying, laughing as he said, you might as well have some fun with me, leaving everyone wondering about his strength. Truong Vu widened his eyes in anger and gritted his teeth as he asked, who exactly are you? Tuan Bon remained calm while holding the tree trunk and smiled as he replied, I thought that blow earlier would have left you unable to stand. I did not expect a few of you to still remain. Truong Vu became furious, grabbed his weapon and charged forward while shouting, how arrogant, face the consequences, while Tuan Bon merely sneered and replied that he was very much looking forward to the fight. Without any hesitation, the two immediately rushed into a fierce battle. Yu Fong frowned and gritted his teeth in anger as he realized that Yihan now had another formidable ally. Chu Lai charged straight toward Tiu Fong and said coldly, instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourself first. The fists of the two collided, creating a violent surge of power that spread in all directions. Tiu Fong was enraged, the corner of his mouth twitching as he cursed Chu Lai for being nothing more than a useless person who dared to call his name directly. Chu Lai immediately delivered a powerful kick toward Tiu Fong and replied coldly, enough talk, take this. Tiu Fong clenched his fists, his entire body tensed as he roared in fury. Both sides continuously launched attacks and counterattacks, creating an extremely fierce battle. At that moment, Cao Chong appeared with a sword in hand and charged straight toward Yihan, declaring that last time he had helped Sun Bumi escape and injured him, so today he would have to pay the price. Yihan frowned slightly, his eyes turning cold as he replied that the one who would suffer the consequences was him. Having said that, Cao Chong immediately swung his sword and slashed directly toward Yihan. After only a few brief exchanges, Yihan quickly subdued and defeated Cao Chong. Blood sprayed from his body in all directions as Cao Chong fell to the ground with unwilling eyes, trembling as he said that he could not believe Yihan possessed such terrifying strength. He lay motionless in a pool of blood, his breathing weak, recalling their previous encounter when Yihan had still been unable to surpass him. As Cao Chong breathed his last, Yihan raised his blade and shouted loudly, "Who else dares to step forward?" He swept his gaze toward the two remaining people and coldly ordered everyone to advance together. Yan Wang pushed Hon Thien behind him, astonished to see that Yihan had truly defeated Cao Chong. Yihan responded with a cold smile, affirming that he had indeed taken action and challenging the opponent to come forward if he sought revenge. Provoked, that man became enraged and charged straight toward Yihan. While resisting the subordinates, Hon Thien still loudly reminded that Yihan was not a match for the first Tian Wang and should avoid direct confrontation. Sun Bumi also fought while offering advice, emphasizing the status of the first Tian Wang as a top expert and suggesting that everyone join forces instead of letting Yihan face him alone. First Tian Wang revealed a pleased expression and mocked that Yihan was too foolish to challenge him alone and would sooner or later lose his life. The three girls standing outside were filled with worry, repeatedly reminding Yihan to be careful of the dangerous opponent. Yihan looked at everyone with a reassuring gaze, affirming that the opponent could do nothing to him. The first Tian Wang launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Yihan. Yihan gently tilted his body and easily dodged. Seeing his attack neutralized, that man roared in anger and declared that he would help Yihan fulfill his wish if he sought a tragic end. Two streams of hot and cold energy collided, creating terrifying power as he unleashed his ultimate technique toward Yihan. The first Tian Wang continuously unleashed fierce punches, but still could not touch Yihan. Yihan's eyes flashed as he discovered the opponent's flaw. That man glared in horror, but it was already too late to evade the counterattack. Yihan spun around and swung his blade, delivering a precise slash that severely wounded the opponent. Hon Thien, Chu Yuner, and the others were astonished to see the first Tian Wang injured by Yihan, and could not help but exclaim at his true strength. Everyone realized that Yihan's strength had reached a terrifying level. Chu Yuner, Yi Jing, and Zhao Yaoyu had radiant eyes as they continuously praised and trusted Yihan. Yihan slightly bent his body as he landed, his face still maintaining a cold expression. First Tian Wang clutched his wound in pain, unable to believe that Yihan had seen through his weakness. Yihan stepped forward, pointing the blade directly at the opponent, and declared that this day next year would be his Memorial Day. Tiu Fong was stunned and could not believe the scene before him, realizing that in such a short time Yihan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Taking advantage of Tiu Fong's moment of distraction, Chu Lai immediately rushed forward to seize the opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick to Tiu Fong's leg, leaving him unable to react in time. Tiu Fong's leg immediately throbbed with pain as the bone cracked, causing him to lose the ability to stand firmly. Tiu Fong collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in agony. Truong Vu and the subordinates shouted in panic as they called out to the young master. Tuan Buong and Sun Bumi immediately blocked the path, declaring that anyone who wished to save him would have to get past them first. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, the first Tian Wang quickly found an opportunity to retreat. Hon Thien watched the fleeing enemy and informed Yihan. Yihan calmly shook his head, believing that he would spare his life for the time being. His gaze suddenly turned cold as it shifted to the remaining members of the Hack Thur gang. Without saying another word, Yihan immediately took action and wiped out all the enemies. Sun Bumi and Chu Lai simultaneously gave orders, determined not to let any of them leave alive. The three quickly coordinated and eliminated all the remaining forces of the opponent. He lay sprawled on the ground, dragging his broken leg, his eyes filled with confusion as he could not understand how things had come to this point. Yihan held the knife and walked closer, his gaze icy as he looked at Tiu Fang and calmly said that now it was his turn. Tiu Fang trembled and collapsed, his mouth constantly begging, "No, you cannot touch me, I am the young master of Hyatt Third Duong. If you dare lay a hand on me, Hyatt Third Duong will surely hunt you down to the end. Your family and friends will not escape involvement." Hon Thien spoke up at this moment with a hesitant tone, believing that now was not yet the right time for Yihan to deal with Tiu Fang. Hearing that, he withdrew his weapon and coldly uttered in disdain, "I will spare you for now, keep your life a little longer." Tiu Fang let out a breath of relief when he realized he had just escaped disaster. In his heart, he secretly felt smug, believing that no matter how formidable Yihan was, in the end he still did not dare truly touch him. Suddenly Yihan turned around and declared, startling Tiu Fang, "Death can be spared, but living punishment is hard to escape." Seeing Yihan raise his leg, Tiu Fang panicked, raised his hands to shield himself and anxiously asked, "Wait, what are you going to do?" A fierce kick came down on his thigh, causing Tiu Fang to collapse onto the ground, clutching his leg in agony with a twisted expression. He screamed miserably, "My leg." Meanwhile, Yihan remained calm and ordered that he be taken to the holding place. When returning to the main hall, as soon as Chu Yuner saw Yihan, she joyfully opened her arms and ran toward him. "This is wonderful, Yihan." She hugged him tightly and said emotionally that she had known he would return safely. Beside them, Yijing wiped her tears and choked up. "It is good that you are back, Yihan, you worried me to death." He smiled to reassure her that he was fine. After that, Yihan pointed to the young man beside him and introduced, "This is Tuan Bon. Thanks to him I was able to return safely and even improve my strength." Tuan Bon scratched his head shyly and greeted everyone. Everyone warmly responded, treating Tuan Bon like family, praising his strength and inviting him to stay without worry. Yihan stepped forward to draw attention, and seriously said that this time they had eliminated members of Thien Tun Hoi and captured Tiu Fang, which meant they had formed a feud with Hyatt Third Duong. Therefore, he intended in a short time to quickly raise the strength of everyone. Hearing this, Sun Bumi and Chu Lai both exclaimed in shock, not expecting that their strength could be advanced so quickly. Sun Bumi became serious and agreed that their current strength was still insufficient, and if Yihan had not returned in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, everyone understood the urgency of the situation, but increasing strength was not something that could be accomplished immediately. With a worried look, he advised Yihan not to act rashly and cause regrettable mistakes. Yihan calmly explained that if he used acupuncture combined with spiritual power, he could help the two of them directly break through to the Ren Du realm. Although the process would be quite painful, the results would come quickly. Sun Bumi asked again in astonishment, while Chu Lai was stunned upon realizing that this was equivalent to saving decades of arduous cultivation. Yihan exuded a confident aura and asserted that as long as he was here, everything could be accomplished. He invited the two to follow him, and both immediately agreed with excitement. In the room, Yihan began channeling power for Sun Bumi, explaining that he had already broken through the Ren meridian and would now use acupuncture to assist him toward the Du meridian, asking him to sense the internal force with each needle. The acupoints spread from the center throughout his body, requiring absolute precision at every step. Sweat poured over his body. Sun Bumi firmly reassured that Yihan could proceed without worry. The stream of power transmitted into his body began to create violent reactions. Yihan focused all his energy, pouring his full effort into carrying out the acupuncture process. Sun Bumi clenched his teeth to endure, determined to persist so as not to fail Yihan efforts. As Yihan operated, he announced that he would guide the internal energy to the Du meridian, though painful. This was a necessary step for him to become a master of this realm. Hearing that, Sun Bumi responded resolutely, asking Yihan to continue. All the internal force gathered into a ring of energy surrounding his body. Afterwards, Sun Bumi actively absorbed that source of power into his own body. Seeing the process succeed, Yihan joyfully congratulated Sun Bumi on officially stepping into the Du meridian realm. He looked at his body with emotion and sincerely thanked Yihan. Next, Yihan turned and called Chu Lai to prepare, and he immediately appeared ready. The two quickly sat in position to begin the next process of channeling power. From outside, everyone heard strange sounds coming from the room, making their curiosity grow. The group gathered in front of the door, attentively listening to what was happening inside. Own Nhai blushed as she imagined the scene inside, wondering whether Yi Han was truly helping them break through. Hearing that, Yi Jing covered her mouth and hesitantly said that Yi Han would certainly not do such strange thing. Own Thien let out a relieved sigh, secretly lamenting that he had already reached the Ren Du realm. Only Tuan Bon remained confused and asked what everyone was talking about, and Quin Than gently reminded that it was an adult matter and he should not be curious. Suddenly, a strange surge of energy erupted, causing everyone to be startled. Tuan Bon immediately sensed the change and exclaimed in astonishment that the process had succeeded faster than expected, and that Chu Lai had also broken through the Ren Du realm. Source of power spread forcefully through the space, making everyone wary. Tuan Bon widened his eyes in shock, admiring the extraordinary ability of Yi Han. Own Thien pondered and assessed that creating 2 Ren Du masters in such a short time made Yi Han increasingly unfathomable. Suddenly, the door of the room swung open after a few seconds of silence. Sun Bumi and Chu Lai stepped out with powerful momentum, joyfully declaring that they had officially become masters of the Ren Du realm. Everyone immediately clasped their hands and congratulated the two with respect. When Yi Han stepped out, Tuan Bon could not hide his admiration and praised him endlessly. Yi Han declared boldly that if Hyatt Third Duong or Thien Tun Hoi dared to come, they would surely be terrified. Next morning, a peaceful scene enveloped Yi Han's spacious villa. Hoa Fuang appeared and loudly called out in an urgent tone, asking Yi Han to quickly come outside to see her. Yi Han stuck his head out looking sleepy, rubbing his eyes as he asked in surprise why Hoa Fuang had come. Hoa Fuang angrily informed that the white-faced strategist of Hak Third Dang had led many masters to Sun Hai City, and that the Northwest Medical King had also used his influence to gather forces to seek an opportunity to deal with him. Hearing this, Yi Han still calmly replied that there was no need to worry because Tiu Fang was in his hands, and he was not afraid of that 9 needles either. Before she could finish speaking, Hoa Fuang interrupted, saying she had requested the Security Bureau to send people for support and advising Yi Han to quickly prepare to leave to avoid danger. However, Yi Han calmly affirmed that he had never thought of fleeing and everything was already within his plan. Hoa Fuang was still worried, believing that currently only Hon Thien had reached the Ren Du realm. Confronting Hak Third Dang head-on was extremely risky. Stepping inside, Yi Han clapped his hands as a signal and called for everyone to appear. In the blink of an eye, Tuan Bon, Sun Bumi, Hon Thien and Chu Lai all appeared before her. Each of them emitted a powerful aura and was brimming with energy. Hoa Fuang was stunned and stammered as she realized that before her stood 4 Ren Du masters. Yi Han slowly recounted everything from the previous night, saying that with his assistants Sun Bumi and Chu Lai had successfully broken through, leaving Hoa Fuang utterly astonished. He clenched his fist and confidently asserted that as long as he wished, nothing was impossible. Hoa Fuang was both surprised and worried, realizing that Yi Han was becoming increasingly profound and unpredictable. At Jiangdin Park with its fresh air, a tense confrontation was about to unfold. The atmosphere here signaled that a battle of wits and strength was drawing near. Go Tin and his allies were sitting and waiting when they suddenly heard a voice announcing the arrival of Yi Han. The white-faced scholar smiled with a hint of disdain and remarked that he had not expected Yi Han to be brave enough to bring a sword alone to face them. Yi Han calmly sat down and replied that bearing comes from character. With character there will naturally be bearing. Go Tin pointed at the chessboard and suggested that the two finish the game, and Yi Han immediately agreed. He stared at Yi Han and evaluated that he was a rare talent, proposing that if he released the young branch master then he could become the second figure of Hak Third Dang. He promised a status equal to his own, but Yi Han made his first move and coldly replied that such a thing could never happen. Go Tin held a chess piece with a gloomy expression and said bluntly that if Yi Han was willing to release the young branch master, then Hyatt Third Duong would not pursue the matter. Otherwise, if he refused then, he would have to bear the consequences himself. He maintained a resolute attitude, firmly responding that if Xiao Feng were released, he would have no way out, and he did not believe that the Blood Hand Hall were people who kept their promises. Wu Xing immediately frowned and coldly declared checkmate, while Yi Han showed great interest and calmly responded with the move Elephant advances. At the same time, fierce clashes between the two sides erupted simultaneously. Hong Tian directly confronted Shan Hai and issued a challenge, asking whether the opponent was the #1 expert of the Black Hand Party. He expressed that he had long heard of the opponent as a Ren Du realm powerhouse and wished to use this opportunity to determine superiority. while Shanhai was equally unyielding, declaring that he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The two experts quickly moved to another area to continue their intense duel. Observing the situation, Wu Xing mocked that Hong Tian, Yihan's trump card, still seemed insufficient to make a difference. In the second battle, Dai Qi appeared with a long blade, aiming straight at Yihan, and unleashing a move called Double Cannon Checkmate. However, just as the blade was launched, it was blocked by a metal staff, leaving Dai Qi stunned. Yihan calmly issued an order, advancing the guard piece in the ongoing chess match. Sun Bumi immediately charged forward, his weapon moving as fast as lightning, astonishing Dai Qi, and he introduced himself as the second war general while requesting guidance. Wu Xing and Yihan both turned their gazes to observe the two men engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, Wu Xing noticed something unusual when he discovered that Sun Bumi had also reached the Ren Du realm. Yihan did not respond and continued his move, calmly remarking that the opponent's strategist had already been cornered before declaring another checkmate. As soon as the move was executed, another figure unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield. The person stepped forward with a humble attitude and introduced himself. At Ziachu Lai, I seek your guidance. Wu Xing cried out in shock upon realizing that this was the third expert to reach the Ren Du realm, unable to believe that Yihan possessed such formidable forces. Yihan stood up with imposing momentum, firmly placing a chess piece on the table and stating that there was no need to hurry, as he still had other cards to play. Immediately afterward, Junban appeared behind Yihan, even lifting a large tree trunk and enthusiastically declaring that he would also join the battle. This powerful appearance was accompanied by a tremendous rumble that caused many nearby to change their expression. Wu Xing's faction charged forward in unison, shouting battle cries for the honor of the Black Hand Party and vowing to annihilate their opponents. On Yihan's side, Sun Bumi's group also surged with momentum, declaring that they would show no mercy and were determined to hold the enemy here. Two sides quickly split into pairs and rushed into combat with the determination to decide victory and defeat. Wu Xing's expression turned gloomy as he coldly questioned whether this was Yihan's attitude in daring to confront the Blood Hand Hall directly. Holding his sword, Yihan replied with a challenging gaze that even so, the opponent could do nothing to him. Killing intent erupted violently from Wu Xing as he coldly declared that he would send Yihan down a path of no return. Immediately afterward, his hand shot forward like lightning toward Yihan, launching a powerful attack. Yihan reacted agilely, instantly tilting his body to narrowly evade the strike. He raised his sword, a faint flame surrounding its blade, his momentum surging as if heralding a powerful counterattack. Two stood facing each other in ready stances, immense energy continuously surging from each of them. When the two forces collided, a violent explosion resounded, shaking the surrounding space. The pressure from the collision sent Yihan flying backward. After stabilizing himself, Yihan slightly bent forward and looked at his opponent, acknowledging that Wu Xing was indeed extremely powerful. Wu Xing maintained the energy within his palm and arrogantly asserted that Yihan was completely no match for him. Yihan smiled, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and calmly stated that even if he could not win, the opponent would not be able to take his life today. Wu Xing immediately leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful technique with the intention of testing Yihan's words. At that moment, an opposing force suddenly appeared, restraining Wu Xing and forcing him to halt. He quickly evaded the unexpected attack, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, "What is happening?" An old man appeared, standing with hands on his hips and staring directly at Wu Xing with an imposing demeanor. Meanwhile, Yihan was promptly supported by Hu Feng, who affirmed that this was the final move he had prepared. Wu Xing was forced to restrain himself and reluctantly inquired about the identity of the person who dared to oppose the Blood Hand Hall. She swiftly replied in a decisive tone that her identity was none of his concern and that she had come today solely to protect Yihan. Hearing this, Wu Xing's expression changed drastically, and killing intent surged from his body as he asked what if he refused. Kong Lao slightly frowned, his tone tinged with helplessness, stating that although he was old, if the friends of the Black Hand Party would not grant this small request, he would have no choice but to exert his full strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately circulated his energy, and a powerful aura quickly spread to envelop the entire area. Wu Xing's body stiffened like stone, as he was horrified to think that only the Hall Master might be capable of matching such strength. Yihan then stepped forward and coldly warned by Mayan Shu Sheng, if you dare to set foot in Shanghai City again, not only Zio Feng but even your lives will be difficult to preserve. Upon hearing this, Wu Xing's face turned even paler as he thought that he might have to retreat empty-handed today, and would return to settle the score once the hall master emerged from seclusion. At that moment, several new figures suddenly appeared behind him. Jiu Zhen stepped forward with an indifferent expression, reproaching that he had provided complete information, yet they had repeatedly failed to eliminate Yihan, which greatly disappointed him. Wu Xing exclaimed in astonishment, the medical king of the Northwest. Yihan revealed a meaningful smile and said, Jiu Zhen, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Rong pointed at Yihan and loudly declared that this time they had brought many experts, so he would certainly find it difficult to escape, while Shen Tianao smugly believed that with his master's reputation, Yihan would surely meet a tragic end. Yihan slightly curled his lips, his expression unchanged, and asked whether they seemed very confident in taking his life today. Hearing this, the opponents became even more excited, admitting that although 4 Ren Du realm experts were by Yihan's side, they were currently occupied, making this the perfect opportunity to strike. Before taking action, Wu Xing confirmed Jiu Zhen's intention, and he did not hesitate to admit the plan to kill Yihan. He proposed that Bai Mayan Shu Sheng only needed to hold Kong Lao back for a short time, while they would handle Yihan. Hearing this, Wu Xing immediately agreed with delight, as restraining the opponent would not be difficult, and he also calculated that if the plan failed he could quickly retreat without suffering losses. Bo Feng worriedly tugged at Yihan's sleeve and advised retreating since Kong Lao was present and there was no need to take risks, but Yihan confidently believed that the opponents would not allow them to leave easily. After speaking, Yihan raised his sword high, and spiritual energy surged powerfully from it. He calmly asserted that the people before him were merely insignificant fish and shrimp, completely incapable of threatening him. Seeing that the moment had come, Jiu Zhen immediately waved his hand to order the experts to attack. Immediately afterward, those standing around him quickly disappeared, preparing to strike. They charged forward simultaneously with the intention of defeating Yihan, continuously issuing threats. Yihan remained calm, and responded that those people were the ones about to face defeat. He slightly bent his body, and in an instant created countless spiritual swords surrounding him. With just a wave of his hand, those spiritual swords immediately shot toward the opponent. Blades carrying immense power rushed straight into their formation. Immediately afterward, successive explosions resounded, shaking the surrounding space. The people on Jiu Zhen's side appeared smug, believing that Yihan would find it difficult to escape this time, thinking that he alone could not withstand 6 experts. Wu Xing, observing from the outside, also secretly mocked, believing that Yihan lacked the ability to face 6 people alone. Yu Feng watched the increasingly violent explosions with concern, silently praying that Yihan remained safe. Kong Lao gently closed his eyes to sense the situation, wishing to see the true extent of this young man's strength. Indeed, within the smoke and dust, the 6 experts who had just charged in were severely injured by Yihan's attack. They cried out in pain and shock, unable to believe that a Ren Meridian expert like Yihan possessed such power. After a brief and futile resistance, all 6 collapsed, leaving only regret and unwillingness. Seeing that Yihan remained unharmed, Yu Feng joyfully ran over to praise him, while Kong Lao nodded in admiration of his strength. Wu Xing's face gradually turned pale as he angrily cursed his useless subordinates, while Jiu Zhen's group could not believe that 6 experts had been defeated so quickly by Yihan alone. Yihan then turned to face them, and coldly declared that next it would be their turn. Shen Tianao fearfully turned to ask his master what to do next, but when he looked again, the man had already fled the scene. Jiu Zhen paid no attention to his image, hurriedly retreating and ordering his disciples to stay behind and block the opponent while he went to seek reinforcements. Seeing that scene, he angrily stomped his foot, silently cursing after being cruelly tricked by that bastard. Deng Ku also began to panic and retreat, urgently urging everyone not to hesitate and to withdraw quickly. However, before he could leave, Yihan gently stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and coldly asked where he thought he was running. Deng Ku was so frightened that he stammered, trembling as he said he was a member of the Murong family and begged Yihan not to take action. Yihan calmly replied that such an identity did not concern him. Yu Feng suddenly stepped forward to stop him, reminding that killing Deng Ku, a member of the Murong family, would make protecting Yihan difficult. Yet Yihan remained resolute, believing this man would bring trouble sooner or later. Terrified, Deng Ku knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, promising that if spared, he would never return to Shanghai City. After hearing the plea, Yihan appeared to consider it and walked past him, making Deng Ku think in surprise that he had been spared. But immediately after, Yihan delivered a kick that sent him flying, coldly shouting for him to get lost. After dealing with Deng Ku, Yihan turned to Shen Tianao, the other participant in the confrontation. He stood in front of him and sternly called his name, causing Shen Tianao to startle in fear. Shen Tianao immediately discarded his dignity, knelt down to beg for mercy, placing all the blame on his master Jiu Zhen and pleading for his life. Yihan casually set a condition: if he wanted to be spared, he had to help eliminate Jiu Zhen. Hearing this, Shen Tianao's face turned pale, as Jiu Zhen was after all his master. Yihan slightly frowned and asked again, taking it as a refusal of the offer. He coldly declared that if he did not accept, he would die in his place, while preparing to mobilize his spiritual power. Before Yihan could act, Shen Tianao hastily agreed to the request, accepting to help eliminate Jiu Zhen. Hearing the response, Yihan's hand stopped just inches from his face. He nodded in satisfaction, praising him for being someone who understood the situation. After the recent incident, Shen Tianao trembled all over, repeatedly expressing gratitude for being allowed to live. The fear even made him lose control of himself. Tianxia then knelt down and embraced Yihan, quickly explaining about the life-seizing needle, which would flare up once every half-month. When Shen Tianao vomited blood, Yihan calmly explained that using the needle to activate the acupoints would temporarily suppress the pain. Yihan sternly stated that the treatment method would be revealed after the mission was completed, then ordered him to leave. Shen Tianao immediately obeyed and promised to finish it soon. On the way out, he gritted his teeth and trembled, regretting ever offending Yihan. Now even his life was in the other's hands. Yihan calmly watched the hurried figure of Shen Tianao fleeing. In his heart, he already had his own plan. When Jiu Zhen was eliminated, it would also be the time Shen Tianao would pay the price, as anyone who intended to harm him could not escape. Hon Thien stepped forward to report that all members of the Blood Hand gang had been repelled, making Sun Bumi laugh loudly at the unexpected miserable defeat of the once-renowned force. Chu Lik and Tuan Bon also quickly appeared, excitedly commenting that the battle just now had truly been spectacular. Taking this opportunity, Yihan reminded everyone that it was not yet time to celebrate because the Blood Hand gang would certainly return. Therefore, it was necessary to build their own force for long-term resistance. This proposal surprised everyone and made them wonder how it could be implemented, as it was not a simple task. However, Yihan confidently stated that he had already sent people to investigate and learned that in Hangcheng there was a security company gathering many elites, and by acquiring it and combining it with his medical skills, he could quickly train many experts. Hon Thien immediately agreed, believing that with Yihan's medical skills, this company could even produce experts who reached the Ren Du realm. The others also voiced their support, praising Yihan's vision and expressing their willingness to protect the rear so he could act with peace of mind. Faced with the praise, Yihan shyly revealed that the original idea of the security company belonged to big brother Hon Thien. The story quickly shifted to Hangcheng City. On the bustling street, Yihan teased Tuan Bon, asking whether with so many beautiful girls here, he had considered finding a life partner. Tuan Bon shyly scratched his head, saying he lacked confidence for fear of rejection, but Yihan affirmed that his appearance was very appealing to women. As he spoke, Yihan patted Tuan Bon's shoulder and promised that after completing the recruitment of talents, he would introduce him to a suitable partner. Suddenly, the roar of an engine sounded, drawing the attention of both of them. A sports car sped toward them at a terrifying speed. Reckless driving angered those around, who cursed because he was speeding in the city and even ran a red light meant for pedestrians. Everyone was horrified when they realized a little girl was standing directly in the lane the car was about to pass through. The little girl burst into frightened tears and called for her mother in despair. Witnessing this, Yihan immediately recognized the child's critical situation. Without hesitation, he swiftly rushed toward the little girl to rescue her. Yihan embraced the little girl just before the car reached them. He immediately leaped to the roadside, bringing the girl out of danger in the nick of time. The car, having lost control, crashed violently into a nearby wall. Seeing the girl crying, Yihan gently comforted her, saying everything was fine and there was no need to be afraid. The onlookers rejoiced and continuously praised him, saying that without Yihan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Following everyone's words, the little girl politely thanked him by giving Yihan a light kiss on the cheek. At that moment, a crude curse rang out from behind. Triwang Huk stepped out with a ferocious expression, loudly blaming Yihan for suddenly running into the road. After letting the girl leave, Yihan calmly pointed out that Treewang-huk had been drunk, driving at high speed and running a red light, nearly causing a disaster. Treewang-huk arrogantly laughed, denying that he had nearly caused an accident and challenged anyone to prove it. Immediately, many people around spoke up, confirming that he had almost endangered the little girl. They collectively criticized him and suggested calling the police to handle this dangerous behavior. Pressed on all sides, Treewang-huk angrily shouted, demanding everyone remain silent. He proclaimed himself the young master of the Zhang group, declaring that even the police had to show him respect and threatening to have his bodyguards teach a lesson to anyone who dared interfere. Hearing this, many people hesitated and did not want to get involved, fearing the power of the corporation, though they remained furious at his behavior. Treewang-huk turned to challenge Yihan, threatening that if he did not offer a satisfactory apology, he would make him pay today. Yihan coldly retorted, warning that such arrogant words would sooner or later bring consequences. Faced with this firm attitude, Treewang-huk stepped back to gather momentum, sneering that Yihan truly did not know fear. Immediately after, a sound of impact rang out as he suddenly made his move. However, Yihan easily blocked the attack, asserting that it was Treewang-huk who had yet to realize the consequences. Yihan's hand gradually tightened, leaving the opponent unable to resist. Treewang-huk cried out in pain, begging to be released as it felt like his arm could no longer endure. Yihan sternly reminded him that if that little girl had met with an accident, how great the pain her family would have to bear. Unable to endure the pain, Treewang-huk burst into tears, begging for mercy and promising not to repeat his action. After that, Yihan raised his leg and delivered a decisive kick. The kick sent Treewang-huk flying toward his red car, while he was shouted at to leave the place. However, he remained stubborn, gritting his teeth and threatening to call people for revenge, declaring that he would not let Yihan go. Just as he took out his phone, a tall figure approached, leaving him stunned upon hearing the powerful question. Treewang-huk turned around and recognized Tuan-ban smiling at him. Tuan-ban's burly physique and overwhelming aura made him tremble, though he still tried to reiterate his identity as a young master. Ignoring the threat, Tuan-ban stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and suggested taking him to play a game called Airplane Sitting. After speaking, Tuan-ban easily lifted Treewang-huk into the air, causing him to panic and cry for help, asking everyone to call the police. Yihan pointed at Treewang-huk and coldly ordered Tuan-ban to use him to destroy his own car as a fitting lesson. He followed the order, easily lifting Treewang-huk up, causing him to cry out in panic for help. Without hesitation, Tuan-ban immediately hurled him away with great force. Treewang-huk slammed onto the hood of the car, his teeth scattering in all directions in pain. Yihan calmly slipped his hands into his pockets and told Tuan-ban to accompany him to the Black Dragon Security Company. The crowd behind whispered in terror, unable to understand where this young man came from to dare attack the young master of the Treewang family. The scene shifted to the imposing building of the Black Dragon Security Company. Van Dien stood ready to welcome them and introduced that all the staff would henceforth be under Yihan's management. Both sides quickly reached an agreement and shook hands in satisfaction. Before leaving, Van Dien reminded him that the bodyguards here were not easy to subdue. He looked at Yihan meaningfully. If he lacked the ability, he would be looked down upon by them. Yihan smiled confidently, affirming that making them wholeheartedly submit was merely a trivial matter. He and Tuan-ban opened the door and stepped into the training room. Inside, burly men were passionately training their physical strength. Yihan observed and concluded that they had potential, but first he needed to make them submit. Cao Ho's group discussed with disdain, believing that he was merely a weak young master unworthy of their obedience. Yihan stood in the middle of the room, declaring that from now on they would be under his management and would receive benefits if they showed absolute loyalty. Everyone fell silent, their probing gazes filled with suspicion. Some people voiced their opposition, claiming that he was not qualified to give orders. Yihan calmly asked whether they had any objections to his request. Lao Wang stepped forward to challenge him, displaying a contemptuous attitude toward Yihan. Yihan stepped down and proposed a match to prove his strength. Lao Wang laughed scornfully, believing that he would easily defeat him. The surrounding people discussed among themselves, seeing this as an opportunity to verify Yihan's capability. Tuan-ban stood at a distance laughing loudly, waiting to see Lao Wang taught a lesson. Lao Wang arrogantly believed that he had already given Yihan an advantage. Yihan shook his head and urged him to make his move quickly. Lao Wang became enraged and threw a punch with all his strength. Yihan merely said, "Too weak." With just one finger, he blocked Lao Wang's punch. Lao Wang was utterly astonished by this sight. Yihan flicked his finger, a surge of force sending his opponent flying. Lao Wang was blasted away, coughing up blood and staggering backward. He fell heavily to the floor, unable to resist. When he stood up, he looked at Yi Han with disbelief. The surrounding people were in an uproar, realizing that they had misjudged Yi Han's strength. Yi Han coldly declared that the weak and arrogant were unworthy of staying here. He demanded that Lao Wang leave the company, determined to eliminate troublemakers. Lao Wang angrily accepted to leave, displaying a disdainful attitude. He called on the others to leave with him. Many people successively raised their hands in response and departed. Yi Han allowed anyone who wished to leave to do so immediately. As Lao Wang walked away, he mocked those who remained. Yi Han calmly observed the group leaving. Afterward, he told the remaining people that now was the time for him to choose them. Everyone appeared confused by his words. Yi Han explained that only those with sufficient capability would be retained, demanding that all of them attack him together. The crowd was enraged, believing that he was too arrogant to face the entire group alone. Yi Han laughed provocatively and charged into battle. He leaped forward, attacking decisively and with immense power. Remaining people also rushed forward, but were quickly overwhelmed. The sounds of collisions echoed throughout the training room. In a short time, more than half had been knocked away. Yi Han used exquisite combat techniques, single-handedly confronting the entire crowd. Before long, the floor was filled with people lying defeated. Yi Han noticed a few individuals still trying to stand up behind him. 3 men, though injured, remained steadfast on their feet. He praised them for having potential and being worthy of cultivation. Yi Han presented a reward policy based on their ability to stand up within the specified time. Hearing the attractive salary, everyone immediately struggled to stand up to seize the opportunity. Yi Han smiled and congratulated those who passed the trial, requesting their absolute loyalty. All of them shouted in unison their oath of loyalty and submission. Yi Han instructed them to prepare to travel to Sun Hai City for advanced training. Everyone responded in unison that they understood. After that, he called the 3 outstanding individuals forward to report their names. The 3 stepped forward decisively to receive the order. They introduced themselves one by one, beginning with Cao Ho. Han Bin and Du Lang followed, and Yi Han announced that they would receive special training with higher benefits. He warned that this path had no turning back and asked whether they wished to withdraw. All 3 firmly declared that they would not withdraw. Yi Han was satisfied and rewarded each of them with 5 million as initial support. The 3 were immediately delighted, expressing their absolute determination to obey orders. The scene shifted to Hang Than City, where Yi Han and Tuan Bon were dining at a roadside restaurant. Yi Han enthusiastically introduced the dishes and encouraged Tuan Bon to eat more. While enjoying the seafood, he said that the bodyguards had already set off for Sun Hai, and now they could relax a little. Tuan Bon cheerfully agreed with the boss's word. Suddenly, a convoy of luxurious cars stopped near the restaurant. Surrounding people anxiously whispered, recognizing the arrival of a dangerous group. Tuan Bon recognized a familiar man who had previously been dealt with by them. Yi Han remained calm and continued eating, saying that they should finish their meal before making further plans. A group of men aggressively approached, shouting as they drove customers away and caused chaos in the area. Tu Than stepped forward with Dai Quan and Truong Huk, his voice cold as he demanded to know if he was the one who had attacked Truong Huk. He did not bother to respond, only letting out a calm breath. Seeing this, he flew into a rage. Tu Thiu shouted that was he blind, standing right in front yet pretending not to see. That man stared with a mocking smile, clearly displeased that his words were being ignored. Yi Han glanced at Tu Than, his gaze icy. Who are you that I should waste words on you? Truong Huk glared, grinding his teeth in anger, warning that with Dai Quan here, his arrogance would soon be repaid with humiliation. Yi Han curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, utterly dismissing the group they had brought. He raised one hand in ridicule, confident that it alone was enough to bring them all down. Tu Than narrowed his sharp eyes, admitting he had seen many arrogant people, but confidence like Yi Han was a first, hoping he could maintain that attitude later. After speaking, he straightened and signaled his subordinates, declaring that he would personally bear all consequences of today. The lackeys cheered excitedly, convinced Yi Han would meet a miserable end for daring to offend Tu Thiu. However, before they could even touch him, all of them were swiftly defeated by Yi Han in the blink of an eye. The others gaped in shock, never expecting him to be so powerful, finally understanding how he could remain calm while facing so many alone. One person trembled and stepped back, his face filled with fear as he stammered that his strength was terrifying. Tuan Bon sat in a corner leisurely snacking, casually remarking that these people were no match for Boss Yi Han. Tu Than showed no fear. even clapping in appreciation of the performance just now. He stepped forward with a smile, acknowledging Yihan had some ability but insisting his end today would be extremely miserable. Tu Than waved his hand ordering Dai Quan to step forward, announcing it was time for him to act. Dai Quan smiled confidently, reassuring Tu Thiu to rest assured. He cracked his knuckles and approached, saying that though unwilling, due to orders he had to offend Yihan. Ryuang Huk stood beside them gleefully, hoping Dai Quan would teach Yihan an unforgettable lesson. The subordinates also cheered, certain that with Dai Quan present, Yihan could not avoid defeat. Tu Than stood behind with confidence, as Dai Quan was famed for his superior strength, defeating Yihan would be simple. Yihan looked at them with disdain, believing they were merely a group who did not know their limits for daring to challenge him. Dai Quan roared and threw a powerful punch straight toward Yihan. Yihan immediately took a defensive stance, ready to face the attack. He frowned, his eyes filled with contempt, judging the opponent far too weak. With only one hand, Yihan easily blocked Dai Quan's punch. Dai Quan's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Lackeys turned pale in panic, never expecting Dai Quan to be at a disadvantage against Yihan, and began suspecting he was intentionally holding back. Tu Than angrily shouted, urging Dai Quan to quickly defeat his opponent. Failing to recognize the unfavorable situation, Tu Than continued demanding Dai Quan unleash all his ultimate techniques to punish Yihan. Losing patience, Yihan punched Dai Quan in the abdomen, knocking him down and rebuking a martial artist for bullying the innocent. Dai Quan fell to the ground, his injuries severe enough that he could not stand steady. Lackeys were horrified, unable to believe Dai Quan had truly been defeated. Ryuang Huk and Tu Than stood stunned, only able to curse Dai Quan as useless for failing to deal with Yihan. Dai Quan struggled to his feet, bowing as he said he would soon answer Tu Thiu's question. Touching his wound, he looked at Yihan with admiration, and asked the name of the person who had earned his complete respect. Yihan replied coldly that he was Yihan, and today would leave him with an unforgettable lesson. Hearing this name, Dai Quan asked in shock if he was Yihan from Shanghai City. Yihan smiled and nodded, indicating the other party knew quite a bit about him. Dai Quan immediately clasped his fists and respectfully apologized for his offense, hoping Yihan would forgive him. Yihan accepted the apology indifferently, reminding him not to act against innocent people in the future. Dai Quan nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude for Yihan's guidance. After that, he knelt down earnestly asking to follow and assist Yihan. Yihan raised an interested brow, asking if knowing his identity and enemies, he feared danger. Dai Quan answered firmly that his family had been killed by the Blood Hand sect, so he wished to follow Yihan to seek revenge together. Satisfaction flickered in Yihan's eyes, but he still gave Dai Quan time to consider, as the road ahead allowed no turning back. Dai Quan declared he needed no further thought, swearing to follow Yihan in life and death to destroy the Blood Hand sect. Hearing this, Tu Than roared angrily, displeased that Dai Quan had turned to support the person he regarded as an enemy. Dai Quan frowned coldly in response, advising Tu Than to watch his words because Yihan was not someone to offend casually. Tu Than's eyes widened in fury, refusing the warning and declaring he would teach Yihan a lesson. Dai Quan stepped forward with fists ready, causing Tu Than to retreat in fear upon realizing he truly intended to act. Before he could react, Tu Than took a full punch to the face, leaving him dazed. The powerful blow sent him flying backward, his mouth full of blood and unable to stand steady. Dai Quan sternly warned that out of respect for past ties he would spare Tu Than this time, but if he repeated it there would be no second chance. Tu Than opened his mouth in pain, as several teeth fell to the ground. With a bruised face, he turned and shouted for the lackeys to charge and attack Dai Quan. Lackeys reluctantly rushed forward, reminding Dai Quan of Tu Thiu's immense influence in Hang City. Dai Quan firmly declared that no matter how powerful the force, opposing Yihan was unacceptable because only he could help him avenge his family. With that said, Dai Quan immediately charged in and swiftly defeated all the lackeys. As he approached, Tu Than stammered in fear, reminding that he had paid to hire people to help. Dai Quan replied calmly that his greatest mistake was provoking Yihan. Just as he was knocked flying away, a car suddenly rushed over, making the scene even more chaotic. Ryuang Huk trembled and muttered, unable to believe even Dai Quan stood with Yihan and wondering about his true identity. After settling everything, Dai Quan bowed to report to Yihan and received praise from him. Yihan emphasized that he valued intelligent people, but did not accept being used, prompting Dai Quan to immediately swear absolute loyalty. Yihan stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him to remember the words promised today. That moment a phone ringtone suddenly rang out, breaking the atmosphere. The familiar melody surprised Tycoon slightly, not expecting someone as strong as Yihan to use such a simple ringtone. As soon as he answered, the voice on the other end urgently informed that Yan Lingqiao was injured and asked Yihan to return quickly. Hearing the news, Yihan's expression changed at once. He reassured that he would return immediately. After hanging up, Yihan loudly called Tuan Ban and Tycoon to prepare to return to Shanghai City. The group quickly moved to the People Hospital in Shanghai City. Standing outside the hospital room, Yihan asked Hu Fuang about the specific situation. Hu Fuang winked and gestured toward Zai Zun, saying to ask her directly. Zai Zun burst into tears, blaming herself that the assassin had targeted her, but Yan Lingqiao rushed out to shield her and was severely injured. Seeing her overwhelmed, Hu Fuang gently comforted her and said the culprit was from the Crescent Blade sect, believing that with Yan Lingqiao would overcome the danger. Yihan frowned slightly, repeating the name Crescent Blade sect in thought. Hu Fuang nodded in confirmation, explaining that it was a top-3 assassin organization specializing in hunting Miss Nam Kung, and it was while protecting her that Yan Lingqiao was seriously injured. Yihan frowned in confusion and asked whether she knew why they had sent assassins. Hu Feng gently shook her head, saying that the Lone Dao sect always kept absolute secrecy and no clues had ever been found. After hearing this, he angrily punched the wall and growled softly, "Damn it, one day I will wipe them all out." She quickly tried to calm him, gently advising Yihan do not lose heart. She lay on the bed. If she could not overcome this pain, that police officer would likely not survive today. His gaze became resolute as he reassured her, "Do not worry, since I have returned I will definitely save Yan Lingqiao. Take me there." From outside the door, someone pushed it open and walked in, speaking with a mocking tone, "Who dares to boast here?" Dr. Lam led a group of other doctors and coldly scolded, "Even experts like us do not dare guarantee a complete cure. Where do you get the confidence to say you can save her?" Yihan gritted his teeth and retorted, "Just because you cannot do it does not mean others are powerless." Pushed through the group of doctors and said coldly, "Move aside, a bunch of useless people." The man angrily shouted back that he was just a brat daring to cause trouble in the hospital. Dr. Lam turned to Hu Feng and loudly reprimanded, "Captain Hu Feng, why do you not manage your people? If anything happens to the patient, we will not take responsibility." She replied coldly, "There is no need for you to take responsibility now. We have invited a divine doctor." Gritted his teeth and warned, "A divine doctor, Captain Hu Feng. I will remind you once more. The patient only has a 10% chance of survival. We are preparing a surgical plan. If you act recklessly and endanger the patient, we will absolutely not take responsibility." Ignoring Dr. Lam's obstruction, Yihan decisively opened the door and walked into the room. He paused, glanced over, then coldly remarked, "Truly foolish." Stepping inside, Yihan raised 2 fingers toward Yan Lingqiao and employed his profound medical skill. Dr. Lam stood watching with a disdainful gaze. This brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth thinks he is Hua Chuo reborn, daring to be arrogant with just a few needles, truly ridiculous. Tian Qiu gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and softly said, "It is done." Zai Zun quickly stepped forward and anxiously asked, "Yihan, will Miss Yan truly be all right?" He nodded confidently, "Do not worry, with me here she will not be in danger." Dr. Lam stubbornly shouted, "That arrogant fellow, just waving a few movements beside the bed and you think you can save her. Are you treating us as a joke?" Yihan glanced at him with disdain and replied indifferently, "Sorry, I do not have time to argue with a fool and you are one of them." His words made the man tremble with anger. "What did you say? If you have the guts, repeat it again. Clearly you are harming the patient, yet you still dare to shout loudly." Yan Lingqiao slowly opened her eyes and asked hazily, "What is everyone doing here?" Her face gradually became rosy, her complexion clearly recovering. Everyone immediately gathered around in delight. "Yan Lingqiao is awake. She has finally awakened, Miss Yan. It is wonderful that you are truly fine." Dr. Lam widened his eyes in astonishment as if he could not believe what he was seeing. "Awake, truly awake." Yan stepped forward and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, asking softly, "Yan Lingqiao, how do you feel?" She smiled and replied, "I am fine, thank you, Yihan." He said confidently, "Your injuries have just recovered, so you should rest more. As for the Lone Dao sect, leave it to me to handle." Yan Lingqiao silently watched his departing figure, thinking to herself, "Yihan, it is a pity that you already have someone in your heart otherwise." Dr. Lam put on a friendly smile and asked, "Young man, may I ask who your master is? Where did you learn this acupuncture technique?" Secretly calculating that if he could learn it, his status in the medical field would surely rise. Yihan frowned and shouted loudly, "No, absolutely not, move aside." He spoke coldly like pouring a bucket of cold water, a quack like you could never learn it even if you knew. "Make way for me." The doctors behind began whispering in discussion. They did not expect this young man's medical skills to be so superb. It was a pity to have missed the opportunity to learn. Looking at the computer screen, he asked, "Yu Feng, have you found the whereabouts of those who injured Yan Lingke?" She quickly replied, "At an abandoned construction site on the outskirts. Yihan, do not act alone, they are all elite assassins. Let me call the security forces to assist and eliminate them together." He gritted his teeth, his voice icy. "I have never delayed my revenge. No matter how strong they are, today they must pay the price." Night fell at the abandoned construction site on the outskirts. A blazing aura ignited around Yihan as he held his sword and stepped in, loudly calling, "People of the Lone Dao sect, come out and face your fate." "You, the leader of the Lone Dao sect." The number one assassin appeared and sneered, "You want me to surrender? You are far too confident." Yihan spoke in a cold, deep voice, "You dared to cause chaos in Sun High City and even injured my people. Today none of you will be able to leave." He signaled his subordinates to attack and scoff. "Who lives and who dies is still unknown. All of you attack and take him down." The assassins immediately formed a formation and launched a powerful combined attack, rushing forward together. The assassin laughed sinisterly, confident in the unmatched joint technique of the Lone Dao sect, believing that no matter how strong the opponent was, he could not escape. Yihan swung his sword and a majestic golden dragon appeared. He said coldly, "Such petty tricks dare to be displayed before me. Witness the power of the heavenly dragon." Golden Dragon roared, shattering the offensive and knocking all the opponents away. The assassins collapsed to the ground and exclaimed in horror, "Impossible, our combined ultimate technique has been broken." The leading assassin revealed clear fear, unable to believe it. With just one move he had defeated two top experts. He said with a trembling voice, "This man's strength is truly terrifying." Yihan strode past them and advanced straight forward, saying coldly, "Next is you." The assassin took a deep breath to steady himself, drew his twin swords to counterattack and roared, "If you want my life you will pay a heavy price." As soon as his words ended, a sharp sword slash swept across his neck. The assassin clutched his neck and said tremblingly, "Impossible. I am the number one assassin of the Lone Dao sect." Yihan walked away without looking back and replied indifferently, "You are not qualified to say that." In the night wind, Yihan walked while making a phone call. "Ryunai, what is the matter? I am handling something outside." She cried out in panic for help. "Yihan, the people of the Blood Hand Hall have arrived. Return quickly." The signal suddenly cut off and he anxiously shouted, "Chu Yuner, can you hear me?" Yihan gritted his teeth and immediately left. "If the people of the Blood Hand Hall dare to touch my loved ones." His face was tense and his eyes icy. "I will certainly make you pay. Not a single one of you will escape." The scene shifted to the main gate of the villa. Sun Hai led the group in shouting, "Yihan has gone to deal with the Lone Dao sect. This is a perfect opportunity to strike. Seize the moment. Today will be the day of your end." Hong Thien group stood blocking the front and declared resolutely, "We must hold the line and wait for Yihan to return. Even if we must risk our lives, we will not retreat." Sun Hai laughed sinisterly. "The strategist's plan is truly brilliant. With Yihan not here, only a bunch of useless people remain. If you know what is good for you, hand over the young master. Otherwise today all of you will pay the price." Sun Bumi replied disdainfully, "You want us to hand him over? Keep dreaming. Even if I die, I will not let you achieve your goal." Sun Hai coldly waved his hand, "If you refuse to comply, do not blame me, kill them all." The subordinates shouted in unison, "Understood." Yuan's men responded resolutely, "If you have the guts then come, we are not afraid. It is better to fight to the end than bow our heads." The three girls behind cried while calling out, "Yihan, return quickly, we need you." Sun Hai stood observing and snorted coldly, "It seems I must take action myself." He laughed harshly, wielded his blade and charged forward, shouting, "Face your end." Hong Thien gritted his teeth as he observed the situation, inwardly sensing that things were not good. Seeing that he was about to be attacked, the girl panicked and shouted, "Be careful." Suddenly, an angry voice resounded from behind, "The one who must pay is you." A sword strike from behind slashed forward, sending Sun Hai flying away. Sun Hai was struck in the face by the sword and exclaimed in shock, "Yihan, I did not expect you to still be alive and return." Seeing him safe and sound, he gritted his teeth. Those useless members of the Lone Dao sect only managed to stall for this long. A person behind spoke anxiously, "Yihan, you have finally returned. We were almost unable to hold on any longer." Everyone beside Chu Yuner shouted loudly, "Yihan." Chu Yuner said emotionally, "You have finally come back. It is wonderful that you have returned." Yihan patted his chest to reassure them. Sorry for arriving late, leave the rest to me. Luo Feng stepped forward and said with relief, it is good that you returned in time. She smiled and replied, it is all right, as long as you have returned safely. Yihan turned around, his sword pointing straight at Sun Hai as he coldly declared, you dared to attack my loved ones while I was absent. Today you will not be able to leave here. He calmly stood up, brushed the dust off his body and sneered, believing that Yihan was being overly confident in thinking he could take his life, and reminded him that last time he escaped only because a master protected him, while today he brought 5 war generals and was certain victory belonged to him. Yihan maintained his cold demeanor without the slightest fluctuation, calmly replying that they could try if they wished. Immediately, both sides charged into battle at once, each unleashing ultimate techniques with blazing momentum such as Blazing Fire, Divine Eagle Claw. A series of powerful moves were unleashed such as Black Tiger Rips the Heart, Heart-Crushing Palm, Demonic Soul Claw and Fire Leaf Blade, making the atmosphere intensely tense. On Yihan's side, he also used his full strength, gripping the sword that emitted a mysterious aura and executing the Yin-Yang Infinity Sword. A ring of energy formed around his body as Yihan pointed the sword forward with overwhelming momentum. Thousands of sword shadows shot out simultaneously, leaving the opponents unable to react. Many cried out in terror upon realizing his overwhelming power. Those who witnessed the scene were utterly astonished to see Yihan single-handedly defeat the 5 renowned war generals, something they had never imagined. Witnessing this, Shanhai's fury erupted more violently than ever before. Hon Thien and his teammates also quickly advanced with blazing momentum, threatening the enemy and declaring that the time for counterattack had arrived. Yihan's face remained calm as he coldly made the decisive decision for the battle. Everyone charged forward with absolute determination, resolved not to let any member of the Blood Hand Hall escape. After a period of fierce combat, only the defeated members of Shanhai's faction and his subordinates remained on the ground. Hon Thien was both delighted and astonished, congratulating Yihan as all the war generals of the Blood Hand Hall had been defeated and predicting the furious reaction of the white-faced scholar. Yihan smiled and replied that this was still not enough. Since the enemy wanted to snatch Luo Feng, they should return the favor, making Hon Thien curiously ask about his intention. He enthusiastically suggested that Chu Lai prepare a piece of evidence from Luo Feng to send to the enemy as a warning that Yihan was not someone easily bullied. Chu Lai showed great approval, believing that retaliation should be truly worthy. The next day, in the fresh morning air, everyone went out to relax. Yihan recalled the tense days of battle and wanted to take Chu Yuner for a walk to reassure her. Suddenly, an old Taoist priest nearby called out offering fortune-telling, claiming to understand astronomy and geography and promising not to charge if it was inaccurate. Yihan appeared behind the old man with sharp eyes, coldly refusing and affirming that his fate was determined by himself. In contrast, Chu Yuner seemed interested and requested to have her fortune told. This unexpected request surprised Yihan. The old Taoist priest happily approached and declared that she possessed a good fate, enjoying a prosperous and fulfilling life. Though she had been sickly in childhood, she would live happily. However, upon closer observation, he suddenly froze as he realized something unusual. His voice trembled as he asserted that her destiny had transformed into the phoenix fate, symbolizing wealth, nobility, and a fulfilled life ahead. These words left Chu Yuner astonished and moved. He smiled cheerfully and handed over money in thanks, thinking the old Taoist priest was truly eloquent. Looking at the money in his hand, the old Taoist priest murmured in shock that the rare act of defying heaven to change fate had now appeared before him. The other 2 also eagerly stepped forward to have their fortunes told, leaving Yihan standing behind shaking his head helplessly. The old Taoist priest enthusiastically explained that their destinies were once full of hardships but had now changed for the better, from poverty to a life of wealth and ease, astonishing even himself. Hon Thien laughed and admitted that the old Taoist priest's predictions were indeed very accurate. Chu Lai was also intrigued, believing that without Yihan their fates might have turned tragic. Yihan quickly reminded everyone to leave as it was getting late and they should return. At this moment, the old Taoist priest looked toward Yihan with a horrified expression, realizing that he had just encountered 3 people whose destinies had been changed against heaven. To confirm his speculation, he seriously performed a spell, forming hand seals and creating a small flame in his palm. The old Taoist priest's eyes gradually glowed, revealing intense concentration. He brought his hands together, light spread around, and a magic formation appeared beneath his feet as he performed the technique opening the heavenly eye. Power erupted, revealing a vague shadow behind Yihan resembling the majestic image of an emperor. The old Taoist priest collapsed to his knees in terror, exclaiming that this was the fate of the Ziwei saint, bearing the rare destiny of an emperor. These unusual disturbances caused Yihan to turn around and observe the situation with curious eyes. Yihan's face was filled with astonishment, not understanding what was happening as the old Taoist priest suddenly knelt before him. He forced himself to stop trembling and gave an awkward smile, saying his legs were weak and asking for support. Yet inwardly he realized this was a once-in-a-millennium Ziwei saint and resolved to find a way to stay by Yihan's side. Yihan asked about his condition in confusion and suggested taking him to the hospital if necessary. Hearing this, the old Taoist priest hurried closer with excited eyes, saying he had just arrived in Shanghai, had nowhere to rely on and hoped for assistance. Before he could finish, Yihan immediately refused bluntly. Chu Yuner, standing beside him, angrily criticized that they had already paid for the fortune-telling, and he should not continue to extort them. The old Taoist priest proudly introduced himself as versatile in both household tasks and martial arts, healthy and reliable, affirming that taking him in would not be a loss. Yihan silently observed every gesture of his eyes flashing with calculation. The old Taoist priest smiled hopefully and asked whether he could reconsider. Yihan pondered, realizing the old Taoist priest was not simple and held no ill intent and could become a useful assistant. After consideration, he decided to agree to let him stay, treating it as adding another member to the household since there was still an empty room. The old Taoist priest was overjoyed and expressed heartfelt thanks, while Chu Yuner worriedly asked Yihan whether he feared the man might be bad. Yihan smiled reassuringly, saying he would not misjudge a person, making the old Taoist priest secretly delighted that his initial plan had succeeded. At the Blood Hand Hall's main hall, Yu Tang angrily scolded his subordinates. Wu Xing knelt trembling as he was reprimanded for allowing the hall master's son to lose an arm. Inside the box before them lay the severed arm neatly placed. Yu Tang grew even more furious, berating Wu Xing as useless and sparing his life only due to their many years of loyalty. Wu Xing hurriedly admitted his fault and requested another chance to go to Shanghai to deal with Yihan. Yu Tang roared, believing such an action would only cause further losses of Blood Hand Hall experts. Wu Xing hurriedly bowed his head in panic and accepted his mistake. Ning Yuan respectfully proposed mobilizing forces to surround and eliminate Yihan. Yu Tang coldly refused, stating that it was time for him to personally take action. His eyes turned icy as he declared that this emergence would serve as a warning. He decided to use the handling of Yihan to warn all of East China, affirming the prestige of the Blood Hand Hall. In a quiet garden, Yihan together with Chu Lai, Hon Thin and Sun Bumi were enjoying tea. Chu Lai worriedly informed that Yu Tang had emerged from seclusion and would surely come to avenge his son. Hon Thin added that Yu Tang was extremely powerful and ruthless, once single-handedly shaking East China. Sun Bumi suggested temporarily avoiding him, since the enemy was in the shadows while they were in the open. Yihan placed his teacup down and calmly affirmed that since confronting Xiao Feng, they no longer had a path of retreat. He confidently believed that even though Yu Tang was powerful, they were still capable of dealing with him. Suddenly a mocking voice rang out, ridiculing Yihan's arrogance. Yu Tang appeared with Wu Xing and Ning Yuan, signaling an unavoidable battle. The four immediately stood up in a stance ready to fight. Yu Tang laughed coldly with murderous intent, declaring that today would be the end of Yihan and his companions. The other three maintained cautious attitudes, not daring to be careless. Only Yihan remained calm and replied that many had wanted his life, yet he still lived well. He looked directly at Yu Tang, saying those people now lay in graves overgrown with weeds. Yu Tang's expression darkened as he demanded the release of his son in exchange for an intact corpse. Yihan smiled provocatively, saying he would take good care of his son and return him piece by piece. As his words ended, Yu Tang's killing intent surged violently, vowing to make Yihan pay a heavy price. Yihan drew his sword, his eyes filled with confidence as he coldly declared that anyone who wanted his life could try and see who would ultimately pay the price. Chu Lai, Hon Thin and Sun Bumi hurriedly tried to persuade him, emphasizing that Ngok Duong was no ordinary opponent and advising Yihan to be cautious, even to withdraw to preserve their strength. Yihan calmly replied that he had long looked forward to the title of the #1 expert of East China held by Ngok Duong. Ngok Duong flew into a rage and immediately summoned a terrifying army of white bones. He arrogantly unleashed his ultimate move Blood Sea Overwhelming Palm, boasting that countless souls defeated by his hand were gathered within this technique. Yihan remained calm, an 8 trigrams yin-yang formation appearing beneath his feet, as he composedly declared that he would leave his opponent disappointed. From the formation, 2 streams of energy transformed into yin-yang dragons that shot into the sky. 2 dragons quickly swept away the skeletal army that Ngok Duong had just summoned. Ngok Duong stared in horror, unable to believe that his technique had been so easily broken. Ngo Tin was also stunned to see the Hall Master's ultimate skill neutralized in an instant. Chu Lai and the other 2 cheered excitedly, believing that Yihan's strength had increased significantly. Yihan leisurely stepped forward, coldly mocking Ngok Duong as having only an empty reputation, certain that he would not leave here alive today. Ngok Duong retreated anxiously, secretly realizing that Yihan's power had exceeded his expectation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, mocking Ngok Duong for being unable to handle a mere young man. The person who appeared was the first Heavenly Venerable of the Heavenly Venerable Society. Ngok Duong responded with disdain, believing that even Lei Tianzun would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. First Heavenly Venerable calmly stated that his purpose was also to eliminate Yihan. Ngok Duong pondered silently, realizing that cooperating with the Heavenly Venerable Society would be beneficial for him. First Heavenly Venerable proposed joining forces, asserting that Yihan could not withstand the combined strength of the 2 of them. Ngo Tin immediately agreed, declaring that from now on the 2 sides would become allies to eliminate Yihan. Chu Lai and the other 2 stepped forward to protect Yihan. He resolutely stayed behind to block the enemy, asking Yihan to escort Chu Yuner and Zhao Yaoyu to safety. Yihan reassured them that even if the 2 forces joined hands, they still could not defeat him. First Heavenly Venerable sneered, asserting that no one would be able to save Yihan today. Yihan suddenly called out loudly, asking the old Taoist who had been watching to come out and help. A figure rushed out as the old Taoist appeared calmly, saying that he had arrived just in time. Seeing the old Taoist, Yihan's side grew more confident as they sensed his powerful aura. The first Heavenly Venerable showed contempt, believing that a mere old Taoist could not change the situation. He launched a powerful attack toward the old Taoist. The old Taoist smiled faintly, criticizing the opponent's technique as immature, gently raised his hand and easily blocked the attack. Afterward, the old Taoist counterattacked, leaving the first Heavenly Venerable astonished. In the blink of an eye, he threw a punch that left the opponent no time to react. The powerful blow sent the first Heavenly Venerable flying far away. Those around were horrified to see the Heavenly Venerable expert defeated with a single move. Ngok Duong secretly calculated a retreat upon realizing that the old Taoist was too powerful. The old Taoist clasped his hands and smiled, claiming that since he had not acted for a long time, he had still held back. Then turned to ask Yihan whether he should directly send these criminals on their way. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this peculiar form of kindness from the old Taoist. The first Heavenly Venerable angrily stood up, urging Ngok Duong to join forces or they would be in danger. Ngok Duong pretended that he needed time to unleash his ultimate move and asked the opponent to hold off the old Taoist. However, in his heart, he was only thinking of escaping to preserve his life. The first Heavenly Venerable unleashed his full power, declaring that he would show the old Taoist his true strength. However, he was once again struck by another blow from the old Taoist. The attack left him severely injured and sent him flying away in pain. Ngok Duong contemptuously cursed the opponent as useless. Afterward, he ordered the Blood Hand Hall to retreat immediately. Yihan immediately unleashed Sword Chi to pursue them, giving the opponent no chance to escape. Ngok Duong panicked, desperately trying to resist. He pulled Ngo Tin as a shield and used the smoke to make his escape. Thick smoke quickly enveloped the entire area. As he retreated, Ngok Duong threatened that he would return for revenge. Yihan coldly replied that there would be no next time. The old Taoist immediately appeared to block Ngok Duong's path. He disdainfully asked whether Ngok Duong thought he could retreat safely. The old Taoist unleashed a palm strike directly at the opponent. Yihan stepped forward, placing his sword at Ngok Duong's neck and asking if he had any last words. Ngok Duong panicked and begged for mercy, willing to surrender all his power and wealth. Yihan coldly slashed down, asserting that everything Ngok Duong valued was meaningless in his eyes. Ngok Duong glared with resentment before collapsing. A decisive sword strike ended everything. Yihan sheathed his sword, his cold gaze fixed on the enemy's corpse. Old Taoist appeared satisfied, praising Yihan for his decisiveness and the aura of someone destined for great achievement. Sun Bumi let out a sigh of relief, as the Blood Hand Hall was no longer a threat. Thien reminded everyone that although the Blood Hand Hall had been eliminated, the Heavenly Venerable Society remained a major danger. Yihan stated that supporting forces were on their way, but would need time for further training. The old Taoist enthusiastically claimed that he had experience in alchemy and could offer assistance. The others showed skepticism, believing that alchemy was far from simple. Yihan handed the alchemy method to the old Taoist for experimentation. The old Taoist happily accepted it and immediately left to study it. Everyone worried about this decision, but Yihan only smiled mysteriously. He said they should wait for the results, as there might be a surprise. Not long after, everyone gathered around the old Taoist, astonished to see that he had truly succeeded in refining the pill. However, Yihan quickly realized that there was a problem with the pill. The old Taoist paid no attention and immediately swallowed it to prove its safety. Yihan hurried to stop him, but it was already too late. The old Taoist praised its taste while eating. Suddenly, his expression changed as he felt abnormal signs within his body. The other three anxiously asked what had happened. Yihan immediately sensed the danger and shouted for everyone to leave at once. An unpleasant sound suddenly echoed throughout the room, leaving everyone stunned. Some hurriedly covered their noses, others felt nauseous on the spot. Complaints rang out telling others to move away because they were about to faint. It was truly unbearable. The old Taoist shouted angrily, his eyes blazing with fury. Thien, stop at once. Your alchemy method has side effects. Why did you not say so earlier? Fortunately, I was cautious, or I would have been harmed by you. He stepped forward and grabbed the old Taoist by the collar, insisting the method had been exchanged with life and could not be wrong, claiming it was the old man who did not understand alchemy, prompting the old Taoist to immediately retort about his top standing in Hoa. Yihan waved his hand to stop them, asking everyone to cease arguing and explaining that the problem lay neither in the method nor the old Taoist, but in the impurities within the pill that caused the side effects. The two turned their heads at the same time to look at him with doubtful eyes, wondering whether it was true. Yihan raised the pill in his hand for everyone to examine more closely. The crowd immediately gathered around and gasped upon discovering the impurities inside, admiring Yihan's keen observation and asking the old Taoist whether there was a remedy. The old Taoist adjusted his robe and calmly replied that the appearance of toxicity in medicine was hard to avoid. Even the one who wrote the prescription had not found a solution, so it was even more difficult for him to handle. Thien sighed in disappointment, thinking they had no choice but to accept it, while Chu Lai suggested that when others took the medicine they should stand far away to avoid the side effects. Yihan took out another prescription and stated that adding one more medicinal ingredient would solve the problem, recalling the principle of mutual generation and restraint in the Ghost Valley medical scripture. The old Taoist took the prescription with excited eyes, curious to know what the ingredient was. After reading it, he was so shocked his mouth hung open upon seeing the main component was horse manure, and Yihan nodded in confirmation. He explained that this was the familiar method of using poison to counter poison in medicine. The old Taoist immediately left to prepare the materials according to the instruction. The person assigned to the task kept lamenting, feeling the matter was far too unsanitary. After some time, the old Taoist happily announced he had successfully refined the new pill and prepared to test its effectiveness. The Han group immediately covered their noses and unanimously refused, none wishing to taste that special pill. Someone suggested they should not reveal the true ingredient of the medicine to future users, and the idea received agreement. Just then Yihan's phone rang, making him wonder what matter Hu Fuang sought him for. As soon as he answered, Yihan immediately asked whether the Security Bureau had a new mission. Hu Fuang quickly informed him that the Heavenly Venerable Society had entered Hoa Dong and attacked underground forces. If not stopped in time, the region would fall into chaos, and she asked Yihan to step in to resolve it. Hearing this, Yihan frowned with a grave expression and asked for the address so he could depart at once. Meanwhile, a man sat with legs crossed on a chair, arrogant in demeanor, shouting at the people before him for their hesitation. Looking at the injured bodies of Truongtho people, he mocked that they lacked the strength to resist yet refused to surrender, did they wish to share a tragic end. Back then, and his subordinates behind him laughed scornfully, threatening that if they did not surrender, the Heavenly Venerable Society would plunge Hoa Dong into chaos. Those old elders were no match for them. Kneeling on the ground, Truongtho angrily demanded whether the Heavenly Venerable Society was not afraid of retaliation from the Blood Hand sect for acting so brazenly. Heavenly Venerable stood up with icy eyes, showing displeasure and regarding those words as a threat. He swiftly struck, causing Truongtho to cry out in pain, and the atmosphere grew tense. Heavenly Venerable smiled calculatingly and revealed that Jade Hall of the Blood Hand sect was locked in a life and death battle with Yi Han. He declared that regardless of the outcome, from today the Blood Hand sect would cease to exist, and the Heavenly Venerable Society would become the overlord of Hoa Dong, leaving everyone horrified and despairing. Heavenly Venerable stepped closer, coldly delivering an ultimatum to Truong Tho: surrender and live, resist and face a tragic end. After hesitating for a while, Truong Tho gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and tremblingly declared his choice to surrender. At that moment, a noise from outside sounded, making everyone turn their heads at once. The door opened, Yi Han walked in with a bag in hand, and firmly declared that he would not allow it. Heavenly Venerable frowned angrily, asking in shock why Yi Han had appeared and where the first Tian Wang was. Yi Han threw the bag before them, and coldly announced that he had been defeated by him. Upon seeing what was inside, all were horrified to realize it was proof of the defeat of the first Tian Wang in Jade Hall, making them unable to believe Yi Han's strength. Truong Tho people were overjoyed upon learning the enemy had been defeated and hoped the Heavenly Venerable Society would soon collapse, expressing gratitude to Yi Han. Heavenly Venerable stepped back in panic, unable to believe Yi Han could defeat an opponent stronger than himself, claiming it was all false. Yi Han drew his sword with cold eyes, challenging Heavenly Venerable to verify the truth himself. Heavenly Venerable quickly drew his twin blades, confident that with his strength he could easily defeat Yi Han and expose the lie. Yi Han's sword emitted a brilliant golden light, displaying the power of the yin-yang duality sword. Heavenly Venerable calmly charged forward, unleashing the twin cold flame dance, believing a small sword could not withstand him. Yi Han raised his sword before him, countless sword shadows appeared, executing the mystery of duality, giving birth to 4 symbols transforming into 8 trigrams evolving into all things, then attacking all at once. Heavenly Venerable cried out in horror upon witnessing that overwhelming power. Sword energy pierced through, causing Heavenly Venerable to collapse in terror, admitting the superior strength of his opponent. Those in the room were stunned, never expecting a Ren Meridian Master to be defeated in a single move, even more astonished that Yi Han was still so young. Heavenly Venerable subordinates panicked and fled in all directions, realizing they were no match for Yi Han. Yi Han snorted coldly, his eyes sharp, declaring that escaping would not be easy. He swung his sword, creating immense pressure, leaving the opponent unable to resist. Back then stood frozen, watching his companions fall one by one before his eyes. In despair, he knelt and begged for mercy, citing his elderly mother and young child, and that he had only recently joined and committed no crimes. Han held his sword at his throat, coldly declaring he would spare his life on the condition he returned to deliver the message that the Heavenly Venerable Society was not allowed to cause chaos in Hoa Dong. Back then nodded repeatedly, promising to return to Hang Chao and convey Yi Han words to the Heavenly Venerable Society. Yi Han kicked him out the door and ordered him to leave immediately. Truong Tho stepped forward with clasped hands, thanking Yi Han for his help, and expressing his wish to offer all resources once contributed to the Blood Hand sect to show loyalty. However, Yi Han replied coldly that he saved them not for benefit, but to ask whether they wished to continue being ordered by others or join him in opposing the Heavenly Venerable Society. Truong Tho immediately knelt, expressing respect, declaring his willingness to follow Yi Han and drive the Heavenly Venerable Society out of Hoa Dong. Yi Han stepped forward to treat Truong Tho injuries, stating his decision was wise, and with the spiritual energy in his body, injuries not too severe could be healed. From his palm spread a gentle green aura that flowed through Truong Tho's body. Those around were astonished by the miraculous healing ability, believing that following Yi Han would free them from oppression. After finishing, Yi Han casually put his hands in his pockets and asked the others about their decision. All immediately knelt with clasped hands, voicing together their wish to follow Yi Han and oppose the Heavenly Venerable Society. Yi Han turned with a satisfied smile and declared that after 10 days they would head to Hang Chao to confront the Heavenly Venerable Society. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Heavenly Venerable Society, where Back then trembled while reporting the entire matter. The leader maintained a dignified demeanor, eyes cold upon hearing Yi Han had defeated the 3rd Tian Wang with a single move, and even declared he would come to Hang Chao for a decisive battle after 10 days. Angry Buddha Vajra stood beside him, listening solemnly to the report. Back then trembled as he admitted Yi Han's terrifying strength and stated only he had been fortunate enough to return alive. Angry Buddha asked coldly that if the others were all dead, why was he still alive? Back then cried out in fear, begging for mercy. He was struck flying in pain. At that moment, Black Widow spoke, advising Angry Buddha to remain calm and focus on the plan to seize the remaining territory of the Blood Hand sect. Angry Buddha gritted his teeth in anger, unwilling to watch Yihan act freely while the heavenly venerable society had to endure. Black Widow smiled cunningly, proposing that if Yihan came himself after 10 days, they should prepare a grand formation to eliminate the entire opposing side. Angry Buddha stepped closer, asking whether she already had a specific plan. Black Widow leaned close and whispered the scheme into his ear, filling the air with calculation. After hearing it, Angry Buddha laughed loudly, asserting that this time Yihan and the other leaders would certainly not escape. Black Widow covered her mouth with a meaningful smile, confident that Hoa Dong would soon become the territory of the Heavenly Venerable Society. Angry Buddha lifted Black Widow chin, suggesting they should celebrate before the coming victory. 3 days later, Yihan took Chu Yuner for a walk. She wondered why, with so many matters unresolved at home, he still wished to go to Hang Chao, unable to understand what was so urgent. Seeing that she was still pouting, he smiled gently and coaxed her not to be angry anymore. After all, they were once our colleagues, so we should show them some consideration. Mitchell quickly stepped forward with great enthusiasm and greeted, "Yihan, you have finally arrived." He approached to shake hands warmly and said that if Yihan had not come, he would have personally gone to Sun High City to invite him, then ushered him inside, while Yihan smiled and asked the reason for the urgent summit. While leading the way, Michelle Jack explained that a friend and also his boss, an influential figure in the financial world, had suddenly fallen ill, and due to his special identity the information could not be disclosed, so he had no choice but to seek Yihan's help. Yihan followed behind with the young woman and replied that since it was his friend's boss, he was willing to come and assess the situation. In the hospital room, the man lay on the bed with a weakened body, lamenting that he could not move at all and that his strength to speak was gradually fading, while the doctor could only reassure him that a treatment plan was being prepared. However, the doctor was filled with worry because the illness had not yet been identified, so he could only temporarily comfort the patient and seek a solution later. Michelle hurried in from outside and announced that he had invited Yihan, an outstanding traditional Chinese medicine physician from China. Upon hearing this, Dr. Duong immediately objected, claiming that traditional Chinese medicine was merely a deception and could not cure such a complex illness. Jack stepped to the bedside and clearly explained that Yihan was not a fraud, as he himself had once been cured with just a few acupuncture needles, hoping that Michelle would give it a try. However, Dr. Duong firmly refuted, asserting that Michelle's condition was far too complicated to be treated with acupuncture, and emphasizing that with his reputation, no one understood the situation better than he did. As soon as he entered and heard those words, Yihan put his arm around his companion's waist and prepared to leave, believing that he was not welcome here and asking permission to take his leave. Seeing this, Michelle immediately spoke up to stop him and asked him to stay. He turned to the patient with a serious tone, emphasizing that the situation was extremely urgent and that if recovery was not timely it could greatly affect all of Europe, therefore they must try Yihan's method. The weakened man nodded slightly in agreement, saying that out of respect for Jack he would accept Yihan's treatment. Dr. Duong was about to shake his head in protest, but had not yet spoken. Michelle immediately showed firmness, ordering him to remain silent and leave because the decision had already been made. Yihan stepped closer, carefully examined the patient's condition, and quickly recognized the cause. He pondered briefly before concluding that yin energy had invaded and blocked the meridians. This was a severe stage of the corpse rigidity syndrome, and if delayed for a few more days it could endanger his life. Dr. Duong held his cheek with a mocking expression, ridiculing that Yihan was fabricating stories like those in novels, since he had never heard of such a disease in medical literature. Yihan turned back with a faint smile and replied that those words only proved the man's ignorance. Enraged, Dr. Duong pointed at Yihan and declared that he would watch how he performed the treatment. Unperturbed, Yihan took out his set of acupuncture needles and executed the technique 3 yang returning to origin. 3 needles were swiftly and precisely inserted into the acupoints on Michelle's body. The reaction caused him to cry out in pain, feeling as if a powerful wave of heat was spreading throughout his body. Jack anxiously asked Yihan about the situation, while Dr. Duong continued to sneer that this acupuncture method must be problematic and was merely a deception. Yihan calmly reassured them that there was no need to worry because the patient was about to recover. Immediately afterward, Michelle suddenly sat up with a rosy complexion and joyfully realized that his body could move normally again. Jack quickly helped him stand and emotionally said that everything was thanks to Yi Han, while Michelle bowed in gratitude and praised traditional Chinese acupuncture as a miracle. Yi Han slightly frowned as he looked toward Dr. Duong, reminding him that he had previously claimed traditional Chinese medicine was merely a deception. Unable to believe what was happening, Dr. Duong knelt down clutching his head and admitted that despite examining the patient for a long time he could not find the illness, whereas Yi Han had easily cured it, something he could not accept. Michelle angrily expressed his dissatisfaction with the doctor's attitude and incompetence. He sternly reprimanded him for previously lying about having identified the illness and immediately announced his dismissal. Afterward, Michelle turned to Yi Han with a grateful smile, expressing that he did not know how to repay the life-saving favor and was willing to help him whenever needed. Yi Han smiled and shook hands with Michelle, hoping that the cooperative relationship between both sides would remain strong in the future, and Michelle generously agreed that they would support and assist each other. Michelle stepped forward with a respectful demeanor. Without needing any reminder, Michelle, the banquet held in your honor has lasted for 2 days and today is the final day. If you still do not appear, it may give rise to many unfavorable rumors. Now that your health has recovered, we should head there immediately. He nodded slightly and instructed his staff to prepare for Yi Han. Very well, take Mr. Yi there first. I will bathe and change clothes before arriving later. He then turned to the two with a hearty smile. Tonight I wish to introduce this extremely important guest to the business community of the South. The scene shifted to the evening banquet hall where a group of young ladies surrounded someone with praise. Miss Wu is truly enchanting and exceptionally intelligent. No one in the hall today can compare with her. No wonder young Master Murong Tian treasures her like a jewel. Even a woman like me cannot help but be captivated. Wu Jiayi raised her wine glass, gently swirled it and slightly lifted her chin as she modestly replied, "You flatter me. I came in a hurry today and did not have time to put on makeup. My beauty is only 3 parts at best." The noble young masters nearby all turned to look. It seems this banquet was organized especially for Jiayi. There is no other way since Michelle arrived late. When the main character has not appeared, someone else naturally becomes the center of attention. It is said Michelle was ill, which caused such a long delay. Today is already the final day. He probably will not appear anymore. Suddenly, Truong'an rushed in from outside with an excited expression and pushed the door open to announce, Michelle has arrived. The entire banquet hall immediately turned their gaze outside in astonishment. What, Michelle has arrived? Wonderful. We can finally witness his demeanor. Quickly go out to welcome him. As the words ended, a white luxury car stopped at the entrance and Michelle opened the door and stepped out. His appearance instantly stirred the crowd. My goodness, to think we can meet Michelle in person. The richest man in Europe has truly arrived. We thought he would be absent. If we can seize this opportunity to establish relations, business in Europe will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Michelle opened the side car door and said, everyone has waited long. I will enter shortly. These two are my honored guests, Mr. Yi Han and Miss Chu Yuner. When they stepped out, the crowd was extremely surprised, not understanding why 2 Chinese people appeared in Michelle's car and were treated as distinguished guests. All eyes followed their every movement. Being able to sit in Michelle's car and have the personal assistant open the door showed their status was far from ordinary. However, the most important thing for everyone was still to build relationships with them. The crowd quickly approached, introducing themselves and exchanging business cards, inviting the two to visit their shops or cooperate in the future. From suit businesses to feng shui services, all eagerly extended invitation. Yi Han could only smile awkwardly and raise his hand in reluctant greeting, continuously expressing thanks, while Chu Yuner thought to herself that this was the first time she had witnessed being surrounded by countless people seeking connection. Wu Jiayi angrily tightened her grip on the wine glass, silently cursing as her spotlight was stolen. She pushed into the crowd and loudly declared, everyone step aside, I want to speak with Miss Chu. The surrounding people frowned and whispered. It seemed Wu Jiayi was expressing dissatisfaction with Michelle's friend. Perhaps out of jealousy for losing attention, she deliberately sought trouble. Wu Jiayi raised her wine glass toward Chu Yuner and mocked that being able to sit in Michelle's car must be because she was merely a new plaything, while warning that countless women surrounded wealthy men and she could be replaced at any time. Hearing the insults, Chu Yuner frowned angrily and retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? Can you not see my boyfriend standing beside me? She laughed sarcastically, claiming that the so-called boyfriend was nothing more than a betrayed man. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Jiayi received a resounding slap. The one who struck her was none other than Yi Han. She covered her face, pointed at him and shouted angrily, you dare to strike me. Yihan looked at her coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion as he uttered two contemptuous words, "foolish woman." Leaving her behind, the two walked forward amid whispers. People discussed Yihan's identity and worried about Murong Tian's reaction when his girlfriend was humiliated, making the atmosphere tense and dramatic. Wu Jiayi gritted her teeth, struggled to stand, and screamed that no one had ever dared humiliate her in public like this. Seeing the two surrounded by flattering crowds, she grew even more furious and swore to make Yihan pay. Michelle worriedly reminded Yihan that the woman was Murong Tian's girlfriend, the chairman of the Southern Commerce Association, a man of immense power, so this matter would not be easy to resolve. Yihan remained indifferent, asserting that no matter who Murong Tian was, if he dared insult his girlfriend, he would certainly pay the price. At that moment, a burst of arrogant laughter echoed from the entrance. A cold voice rang out. He wanted to see who dared to disregard him so boldly. Murong Tian entered with a cigarette in hand, Wu Jiayi by his side. The crowd immediately whispered. Everyone knew Murong Tian valued face greatly. His girlfriend being struck publicly was something he could not ignore. Moreover, this could affect business cooperation with Michelle. Wu Jiayi pointed at Yihan and angrily accused that she had only spoken a few words but was beaten, demanding Murong Tian teach him a lesson to preserve her dignity. Chu Yuner intended to step forward to explain but was stopped by Yihan, who affirmed that Wu Jiayi had provoked first and everyone present could testify. Murong Tian held his cigarette, pinched his girlfriend's cheek and coldly declared he did not care about the reason. He only knew Yihan had touched his woman and that was unacceptable. Chu Yuner angrily wanted to argue further but Yihan gently stopped her, advising her to remain calm. Without allowing them to speak more, Murong Tian coldly demanded that Yihan cripple one of his own arms and kneel to apologize, then he would consider the matter settled. Yihan showed no fear, curling his lips into a smile and asking what would happen if he refused. Murong Tian snapped the cigarette in his hand, his eyes turning icy as he warned that if he personally acted, the consequences would not stop at just one arm. The two stared at each other in challenge. Yihan mentioned that Yu Tang of the Blood Hand Hall had once threatened him but was no longer around, implying Murong Tian could meet a similar end. These words shocked the crowd. They discussed Yihan's strength and Murong Tian's illustrious background, predicting a dramatic confrontation. Murong Tian sneered, stating Yu Tang was unworthy of comparison with the Murong family and believed Michelle, as a businessman, would surely choose economic benefits rather than stand with Yihan. As his name was mentioned, Michelle quickly stepped forward. He entered with formal etiquette, bowed and placed his hand on his chest, apologizing to everyone for his absence during the previous 2 days. Observing the tense situation, he appeared puzzled upon seeing Yihan and Murong Tian confronting each other. Murong Tian seized the opportunity to propose that he was willing to concede 1% of profits in the cooperation deal if Michelle did not protect Yihan. This proposal astonished the crowd, as 1% of profits amounted to tens of millions, demonstrating Murong Tian's wealth and determination. Wu Jiayi stood silently, biting her lip as she realized that in Murong Tian's eyes, she was merely a tool to display power before outsiders. Nevertheless, she could not hide her malicious joy seeing him willing to sacrifice profits to help her take revenge, believing this would help her advance deeper into Hangzhou's upper class. Michelle had not yet responded. Murong Tian continued to urge him, asking for his opinion on the proposal. Michelle calmly smiled and shook his head, stating Murong Tian had misunderstood because he had never stood out to protect Yihan. Hearing this, Murong Tian laughed triumphantly, believing the matter had become simple and prepared to punish Yihan. However, Michelle immediately interrupted, affirming that although he had never protected Yihan, he was instead indebted to him. These words caused Murong Tian's eyes to widen in shock, unable to believe what he heard. The surrounding crowd also became restless, surprised by this sudden reversal. They discussed animatedly as Michelle admitted that Yihan was the one who had protected him, forcing everyone to reassess his true identity. Murong Tian stammered as he asked Michelle again, suspecting he had misspoken. Michelle coldly affirmed there was no mistake and declared that the cooperation between the two companies likely did not need to continue. This decision stunned Murong Tian, unable to believe Michelle would abandon the opportunity to deeply enter the Huazia market because of Yihan. Michelle smiled and replied that the Murong family could not represent the entire market, stating Murong Tian's words were overly arrogant. He spread his arms and declared that all enterprises with investment from his company would not be permitted to cooperate with the Murong family. If violated, he would withdraw capital, leaving everyone astonished by this decisive move. Some enterprises immediately expressed that they had to terminate cooperation with the Murong family due to dependence on Michelle's capital. Yihan smiled and clasped his hands to thank Michelle, while thinking he should preserve his dignity for stepping forward to help. Michelle stepped forward and patted Yihan's shoulder warmly, affirming that between them there was no need for courtesy as he had promised to always support each other. He secretly held Yihan in high regard, realizing that his medical skills far surpassed ordinary physicians, and building a relationship with him would bring great benefits to his career in Huazia. Wu Jiayi still did not understand the situation, and worriedly asked Murong Tian what to do as partners successively terminated cooperation with the family. In a fit of rage, Murong Tian slapped her and shouted for her to get lost. Watching Wu Jiayi fall, Murong Tian angrily blamed her for causing everything, and challenged Yihan to a life-and-death duel in the martial world to determine superiority. Yihan crossed his arms and disdainfully replied that he was not qualified, while Michelle cheerfully suggested everyone continue enjoying the banquet and not let troublemakers spoil the mood. Murong Tian became the laughingstock of the crowd, humiliated for the first time as his power no longer held effect. Even Michelle stood with Yihan, causing him immense loss of face. Unable to swallow his anger, Murong Tian lunged forward to attack Yihan in fury. Yu Yuner turned in panic, covered her mouth, and shouted a warning for Yihan to be careful. However, Yihan needed only a light kick to send Murong Tian tumbling to the ground, coldly ordering him to disappear. Watching him roll away like a defeated beast, Yihan warned that if he dared repeat this, the consequences would be extremely severe. Murong Tian trembled with blood filling his mouth, horrified to realize his cultivation had been crippled. The scene shifted to nighttime by the riverside where two people were conversing in a quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a violent explosion shattered the silence, leaving everyone terrified. Wu Tin bowed respectfully to report, the whole matter was like this. Young Master Thien Du had now become a cripple. He clenched his fists, nodded coldly, and gave the order that it was understood, you may withdraw. As soon as the subordinate left, Tian Quang suddenly spoke, since you are already here, why bother hiding in the shadows? Before the words finished, two figures had already appeared behind him with ghost-like speed. Black Widow smiled seductively, praising that the sharp perception of young Master Murong truly lived up to being a top expert. Tian Quang cast a cold glance and cut her off rudely. Stop circling, speak directly. Seeing the disrespectful attitude, Wrath Buddha was about to get angry but was stopped by Black Widow, then she went straight to the main point. Black Widow placed a box on the table, stating that the Heavenly Venerable Society and the Murong family both had enmity with Yihan, so they wanted to cooperate and assist. Inside the box was the tenfold 10-flower night deadly poison, along with the blazing heat pill that could increase combat power for a short time. Tian Quang snorted coldly in disdain, saying that dealing with Yihan did not require these things, while Black Widow only smiled and said it was just additional support. After speaking, the two immediately left, leaving behind words to meet again, young Master Murong. Tian Quang placed his hand on the box, his gaze icy, swearing that he would definitely kill Yihan. Night fell, the scene shifted to the gloomy branch of the Heavenly Venerable Society. Black Widow lay on the bed in a seductive red dress, giving the order to continue. Wrath Buddha was drenched in sweat, panting and asking to stop, because dawn was approaching and he was exhausted. Black Widow stepped down from the bed dissatisfied, coldly scolding him as useless. Wrath Buddha asked whether Tian Quang could kill Yihan. Black Widow combed her hair while answering that if he could kill him then it was good, if not it did not matter. Their true goal was to seize all of East China, and when Triwangtho arrived in Hangzhou, as long as they established relations, Yihan would have no chance. Wrath Buddha raised his thumb in praise of the brilliant plan, and looked forward to the scene of Yihan failing. Black Widow approached seductively, hinting to continue, making Wrath Buddha panic and find an excuse to leave for a mission. Wrath Buddha hurriedly left to receive Triwangtho's group, while Black Widow snorted coldly in disdain. The scene shifted to Michelle's villa, where everyone was happily chatting and celebrating Yihan's victory over Murong Tian. The Han rushed in holding a letter, reporting to Yihan. He knelt down respectfully to present the letter, informing that Tian Quang wanted a life-and-death duel tomorrow afternoon in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked by this life-and-death challenge. Han placed his cup down, smiled with disdain and accepted the challenge, determined to completely destroy the Murong family. He ordered a reply letter to be written stating that he accepted the challenge. The Han received the order and quickly left to carry it out. Chu Yuner worriedly reminded that Tian Quang was the strongest young expert in the south, so he could not be underestimated. Michelle also warned about the powerful influence of the Murong family and their potential retaliation regardless of the battle's outcome. Yihan calmly replied that some things could not be avoided, it was better to face them directly, and he also believed reinforcements were on the way. Dawn broke, the scene shifted to the peaceful Dong Ho. A large crowd gathered, discussions echoed everywhere. Everyone was astonished at the duel between Tian Kuang and Yi Han. Most believed Tian Kuang had the advantage due to reaching the peak Rendu realm. The crowd of fans cheered wildly as Tian Kuang appeared, constantly praising and expressing admiration. Tian Kuang ignored the crowd, asked So and Gon about the preparations, and received a report that major forces had been invited. He clenched his fists in satisfaction, declaring that today he would show everyone the consequences of offending the Murong family. Yihan walked forward with his arms around Chu Yuner and Michelle, teasing that Tian Kuang was hosting a show for himself. Tian Kuang turned and shouted loudly, demanding Yihan to attack immediately without unnecessary words. He leaped and stood on a lotus leaf in the middle of the lake, causing an uproar among the crowd at his terrifying control of aura. Everyone was amazed at Tian Kuang's unique technique and believed that this move alone was enough to overwhelm Yihan. Yihan laughed coldly and rushed forward, declaring that he would show Tian Kuang he was only a man with an empty reputation. The crowd was stunned seeing Yihan calmly walk on the lake's surface without any support. He realized Yihan's control of aura was even superior to Tian Kuang, making the battle unpredictable. The scene shifted to Black Widow's residence. Black Widow sat on a chair, excited that the duel was about to begin and ordered preparations to act. She assigned Wrath Buddha the task of capturing Triwangdo's group and warned him not to ruin the plan. Wrath Buddha led his subordinates away, promising to complete the mission. Black Widow looked out the window, hoping Yihan would win only to face bad news about his allies being captured. Back to the battle, Yihan coldly remarked that this place was very suitable as a burial ground for his opponent. Tian Kuang immediately attacked, throwing a punch that splashed the lake water, challenging Yihan's strength. He unleashed the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant fist, his momentum erupting as a phantom of a fierce beast appeared behind him. The crowd cheered as Tian Kuang used his family's ultimate technique, believing Yihan would struggle to withstand it. Yihan sneered in response, unleashing Dragon Tiger dual form with equal power. The two techniques collided, creating a violent explosion of energy. After the exchange, Yihan landed calmly, showing disdain for his opponent. Tian Kuang collapsed, coughing up blood and shocked by Yihan's strength. The crowd was unsettled seeing Tian Kuang fall into a disadvantage, while some still tried to believe he could turn the situation around. Tian Kuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, admitting he had underestimated Yihan. He swallowed the blazing heat pill to enhance his strength, determined to eliminate his opponent. The power within Tian Kuang's body erupted violently, his aura surging. Spectators were shocked by this sudden change. Everyone realized he had used a secret medicine to boost combat power, making the battle more dangerous. Yihan frowned, recognizing the blazing heat pill of the Heavenly Venerable Society, deducing that Tian Kuang had colluded with them. Tian Kuang shouted loudly, demanding his sword be brought and declaring that killing Yihan was enough. Huanggan quickly threw the sword to the young master. Tian Kuang held the sword, his eyes crazed, declaring that even without poison he could still kill Yihan. Yihan laughed loudly in challenge, saying that 3 flowers gather at the crown was not the ultimate limit. Tian Kuang angrily refuted, asserting that this realm required unity of essence, energy, and spirit. No technique could surpass it. He spread his legs, closed his eyes, and activated the secret technique Ghost Valley Medical Scripture 9 Origins Return to 1. A massive stream of energy transformed into a tree rising straight into the sky, shocking everyone. Above Yihan's head appeared a glowing green flower, its power spreading toward Tian Kuang, leaving the crowd stunned. Xiao Huang gritted his teeth, praying for Tian Kuang to win to avoid his foolish oath. Yihan calculated silently that maintaining the secret technique for 1 minute would be enough to end the battle. Tian Kuang disregarded everything and rushed to attack, unwilling to accept defeat before Yihan. Yihan sighed coldly, thinking the opponent was too stubborn and unwilling to face reality. He raised 2 fingers forward, spiritual energy beginning to gather powerfully. Yihan raised his hand toward the sky, preparing to unleash the decisive strike to shatter Tian Kuang's illusion. 2 opposing forces surged and prepared to collide. Go, Great One Wondrous Heaven Sword, Yin-Yang Staff of Righteousness, myriad swords returned to the set. Yihan's sword shattered the opponent's attack and shot straight forward, making him cry out in shock, "What?" Tian Kuang immediately collapsed onto the water in a defeated state. In Kung lay motionless on the water, his eyes wide with despair. I refuse to accept this. Han slightly raised his brow in disdain. Tian Quang, it is over. Cheers erupted across the arena. Tian Quang had schemed layer upon layer yet still fell beneath Yi Han's hand. After this battle he became the strongest young martial artist in the southern martial world. It is truly unbelievable to witness a living legend with our own eyes. How fortunate! Tian Quang set up a sophisticated grand formation, yet ultimately pushed himself onto the path of destruction. Another corner, Xiao Huang cried while kneeling before the filthy pile, trembling as he admitted that he truly could not swallow it. Even so, everyone refused to let him off, forcing him to finish it all. Today nothing could be left behind. Once this pile was done, there would be another to taste every flavor. At this moment, Xiao Huang could only tremble, looking both pitiful and miserable. Chu Yuner hurried over and asked with concern, "Yi Han, are you all right?" He gently waved his hand and reassured her that he had only expended a bit of stamina. Michelle Philippe approached with a grave expression, worried that Yi Han killing Tian Quang would surely provoke Muron. Calmly replied in a firm tone, "Rest assured, I have already prepared everything." Suddenly a person stepped forward, drawing all eyes. That man praised that he had not expected Yi Han to kill Tian Quang, truly a hero born in youth. Yi Han slightly frowned in clear displeasure, recognizing him as someone from the heavenly venerable society. He stepped forward to shield the girl and said coldly that they had finally chosen to reveal themselves. She lightly licked her lips and smiled, admitting that Yi Han had destroyed the Blood Hand Hall and killed Tian Quang, proving his strength was exceedingly formidable. The woman moved closer with confidence, expressing her fondness for strong men and especially handsome ones like him. As long as he joined the heavenly venerable society, all grudges would be erased. She was even willing to personally serve. Bold proposal angered Chu Yuner, while even Yi Han grew cautious of her attitude. Yi Han bluntly brushed her hand aside and refused decisively without hesitation. He looked at her coldly with contempt and mocked that at her age she still wanted to flirt with young men, truly unpleasant. Chu Yuner stepped forward in agreement, affirming that Yi Han had no interest in women like her, yet this only made her more amused. The woman smugly took out her phone and told them not to rush to conclusions, but to look at the message, stating that the people of Triwangtho had been dealt with. Unwilling to be outdone, Yi Han also took out his phone and calmly said that he had information to share as well. He told her to read carefully, the message showing that Angry Buddha had been captured and all of Triwangtho's people were safe. Seeing this, her expression changed instantly, and she exclaimed in shock that this was impossible. Yi Han smiled in satisfaction, exposing the heavenly venerable society's scheme to annex Hoa Dong, and declaring that he had long anticipated this plan. Refusing to accept it, she hurriedly called Angry Buddha, repeatedly demanding that he answer and explain the situation. However, shortly after, Angry Buddha was escorted over by Hon Thien in a miserable state, making further calls unnecessary. He trembled as he apologized, admitting that the other side had prepared in advance, and that as soon as he brought his men they fell into an ambush by numerous and powerful forces, leaving him utterly defeated. Yi Han slowly walked forward and coldly declared that Tian Quang was dead, Angry Buddha had been captured, and she no longer had any cards to turn the situation around. He pointed at her confidently and asserted that she had completely failed. After her faction was subdued, Chu Yuner happily held Yi Han's arm and said that everything in Hoa Dong was settled and it was time to return to Sun Hai. Though tightly bound, she stubbornly denied defeat, believing that as long as Yi Han was killed, there would still be a chance to reverse the situation. Somehow she broke free from control and suddenly launched an attack, shouting with murderous intent. However, the strike had no effect. Yi Han clenched his fist and coldly remarked that she was merely struggling in desperation. He unleashed consecutive powerful punches, shattering her defense with the ultimate technique 18 consecutive explosive fists. The woman was horrified, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Immediately after, she was blasted backward a great distance. Yi Han looked at her lying on the ground and mocked that since she liked to fight she should try to feel this fist technique. He continued to taunt that he had only used a fraction of his strength and she could not endure it. Provoked, she trembled with rage yet could only grit her teeth and curse Yi Han. Yi Han pointed his sword at her and demanded that she immediately order her subordinates to withdraw from Hoa Dong, otherwise she would pay with her life. Angry Buddha then spoke up, advising that a gentleman's revenge could wait 10 years and that preserving life came first. Though unwilling, she had no choice but to accept and agree to issue the retreat order. She turned and shouted loudly, ordering all forces of the Heavenly Venerable Society to immediately leave Hoadong, leaving her subordinates stunned. Soon after, each person quickly made calls to relay the order, demanding an immediate withdrawal without question. Han calmly ordered Hon Thien to imprison angry Buddha and this woman, waiting until the Heavenly Venerable Society had completely withdrawn from Hoadong before dealing with them further. Hon Thien immediately commanded his men to bind her tightly and escort her to prison, everyone responding in unison. Tiu appeared excited, praising Yihan for killing Tian Quang and forcing the Heavenly Venerable Society to retreat in such a short time, his reputation resounding, from Bac Na Lan Nam Murong to now Bac Na Lan Nam Yihan. Van Heen added that the day Na Lan came to challenge Yihan was surely not far off, for few could achieve such accomplishments. The scene then shifted to a manor within a quiet villa district. On the way, Yihan asked Hon Thien about the training progress of those brought back from Hang Than. Hon Thien happily replied that they had taken the old Taoist's medicinal pills and were currently being led by Tu and Ban to train behind the mountain. During this, Yihan clenched his fist in satisfaction and remarked that once their strength was consolidated, they could build a force of their own. Suddenly, a shout rang out demanding someone be released, drawing his attention. Before them, Yan Lingqiao was surrounded by a group, firmly refusing to return to Yenkin. Yihan immediately called out her name. Yan Fai coldly announced that this was the family's decision, and that no matter what he must take her back today. Yan Lingqiao strongly objected, unwilling to be forced into marriage with Mai Tian, yet Yan Fai insisted that some matters were not hers to decide. After speaking, Yan Fai immediately lunged to restrain her and declared his offense. Terrified, Yan Lingqiao could only cover her face and cry out in despair. At that moment, Yihan appeared to block him and firmly demanded that he stop. Yan Fai was shocked to realize that the young man before him possessed terrifying strength. Seeing Yihan, Yan Lingqiao was overjoyed and called out his name. Yihan calmly stood before her, brushed Yan Fai's hand aside, and coldly asked his identity. Humiliated, Yan Fai angrily warned that Yihan should not interfere in the Yan family's affairs, or he would face severe consequences. Yan Lingqiao quickly explained that they wanted to take her back as a pawn for political marriage. She did not want to marry someone she did not love and begged Yihan for help. Yihan gently placed his hand over hers to reassure her, affirming that since they were friends, if she did not wish to go, then no one could force her. Seeing words were useless, Yan Fai immediately attacked, declaring that if Yihan stubbornly interfered, then he should not blame him for showing no mercy. Yan Tiu and Van Tao stood aside cheering, saying that although Elder Yen had not made a move for many years, his strength was formidable. Many famous fist techniques were founded by him, and he had surely reached true mastery. In contrast to everyone's worry, Yihan only showed disdain, saying those cheers were meaningless. Under everyone's gaze, he swiftly stepped forward and shouted for the opponent to make way. In the blink of an eye, Yihan unleashed a powerful strike, astonishing everyone with his terrifying speed. Yan Fai was immediately knocked backward and crashed into the car behind him. Van Tiu and Van Tao covered their mouths in shock, unable to believe that Elder Yen had been sent flying with a single move, proving that Yihan's strength far exceeded imagination. Though injured, Yan Fai struggled to stand and threatened that obstructing him from taking the young lady home meant opposing the Yen family. Yihan remained unfazed and frankly challenged that he truly wished to see how powerful the Yen family really was. Yan Fai quickly stood up and boasted that the Yen family possessed over 200 experts at the Ren and Du realm and more than 10 Pei Yuan masters, holding a firm position in the capital, and warned Yihan to kneel and apologize if he did not wish to suffer the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, his people arrived, otherwise the situation would have been different. Watch your words carefully, careless speech can bring disaster. Do you want to make a move? Jun Ban has been impatient for a long time. Yan Fei turned pale with fear. If 4 Rendu realm experts attacked together, how could he possibly compete? Yihan waved his hand again, signaling that it was not over yet. There were also experts of the Pei Yuan realm. Come out, all of you. Immediately, a group of people rushed out. Boss, what happened? Who dares to cause trouble? I am already itching for a fight. Let me go first. He stood frozen in place, as all those before him were Pei Yuan realm experts. How could such a thing be possible? He cracked his knuckles, his eyes icy as he warned, "Why are you still not leaving, or do you want me to personally send you on your way?" Just waiting for those words, Yan Fei immediately turned and fled. No need, I will leave right away. I will leave right away. The people accompanying him also hurriedly ran to the car. Hurry up, quick, old Yan, wait for us. Who would have thought that the young miss had found such formidable helpers? Before he could leave, Yan Lingqiao chased after him and questioned, "You just said the family assembly wanted me to return, then does my father not oppose it? Did he also agree?" Her heart was filled with doubt. Her father had always loved her the most and would never agree to such a matter. What exactly was going on? As he got into the car, he frankly said that the family head had suddenly fallen ill and remained unconscious until now. All affairs were currently controlled by the second master. "Young miss, whether you return to Yanjing or not is no longer your decision." Yan Lingqiao could only stand there watching the car disappear into the distance, murmuring that it was impossible. She stared after it in suspicion. "My father has always been healthy, how could he suddenly fall ill? And there has been no news reaching me. What exactly has happened?" Yihan quickly reassured her. "Calm down first. I will ask someone to investigate your father's situation." After speaking, he took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Huo Feng. Yes, it is Yan Lingqiao's father. Please help me inquire about his current condition, thank you." She looked at him worriedly. "Yihan, how is my father now?" He replied seriously that this matter was likely not simple. "Your father's illness probably concealed hidden circumstances. It seems I must accompany you to Yanjing." Yan Lingqiao suddenly threw herself into his arms. "Yihan, thank you. Without you I truly would not know what to do." He gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Do not be so polite, we are friends. Helping each other is only natural." The scene shifted to Yanjing Airport. Walking closely beside Yihan, she asked where they would go next and whether they would return directly to the Yan family. He calmly replied that there was no need to hurry. Yanjing was unfamiliar to him, and he needed to find some helpers to investigate first before making thorough preparations. He frowned in confusion. "Helpers." Suddenly a girl driving a sports car appeared and called out loudly, "Yihan, Yan Lingqiao." He happily opened the car door. "The helper has arrived, get in." She became even more puzzled. The helper was actually Huo Feng. What exactly was going on? Could it be that she had another identity? Quickly arrived in front of a courier company, and as she walked she instructed that she had arranged a hotel for Yan Lingqiao to stay in first and that the following matters should not be disclosed to her. This was the headquarters of the security bureau. "Come on, I will show you around." Hearing this, Yihan was astonished. "What, you are saying this is the headquarters of the security bureau? Are you joking? It looks so rundown from the outside." Yu Feng calmly entered a password. "Why the rush? The real headquarters is inside." Immediately afterward, the door suddenly opened, startling him. In contrast to the dilapidated exterior, the interior was bright and modern. Yihan could not help but exclaim, "There are so many people." She led him while introducing, "This is the documentation department responsible for processing data, gathering information and analyzing indicators. Further inside is the training room where our colleagues are located." Yu Feng happily pointed toward Yihan. "They have been waiting for you for a long time and everyone wants to meet and greet you." She led him into the training room. As soon as they entered, Huo Feng clapped her hands, asking everyone to maintain order. She turned to introduce him. "This is our new colleague Yihan." He regained his composure and said, "Hello everyone, I am Yihan, pleased to meet you." The crowd immediately gathered around whispering, "Is this the Yihan personally invited by the director? He looks just like a kid. With such thin limbs could he withstand a single punch from me?" Quietly asked Huo Feng whether he had done something to upset them and why everyone seemed eager to test him. She reassured him not to worry as it was only a small test. "The entire security bureau welcomes newcomers." Yihan nodded in agreement. "Fine." Huo Feng thought to herself that everyone here was arrogant, and only by defeating them would he truly gain their recognition and trust. He stood before the Dailong group and said that whatever competition they desired, he was ready. The crowd became noisy. "This kid is truly arrogant, daring to speak to us like that. Let us see if he remains so confident later, who will step up to teach him a lesson first." Finally, one person stepped forward. "Let me do it, I am Dailong." Dailong pointed to the measuring machine in front. "Kid, come here and compare our strength to see who is superior." The atmosphere instantly became heated. In terms of pure strength, Dailong was known as the strongest. If he took action, victory was assured. "Our average is 500 points, and this kid probably would not even reach 200. Dailong tested first, and with a single punch reached 950 points. Turned back with a smug smile. "If you reach 900 points, I will acknowledge you as a member of the security bureau." Yihan smiled and asked what would happen if he surpassed him. Everyone burst into laughter. "You want to defeat Dailong? In the bureau only 3 people have surpassed 900 points. You truly overestimate yourself. Later you will surely be deflated." Dailong crossed his arms and said that if Yihan won he would call him brother and obey any of his commands, but if he lost, he must leave immediately as this place did not accommodate the useless. Yihan immediately agreed. "Fine." Today you are destined to become my junior. Threw a powerful punch at the measuring machine. The number instantly jumped to 951 points. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Yihan turned back with a smile and asked if that counted as his victory. This should be sufficient to be considered a win. The crowd remained skeptical, surpassing by only 1 point. Could it be a coincidence or a malfunction of the machine? Dailong, however, recognized the true strength. I know you are not limited to 951. You deliberately restrained your power to avoid embarrassing me. Your control has reached another level. I sincerely admire you. Han waved his hand with a smile. You flatter me. There is no need for such formalities. Dailong bowed his head. From now on you are my elder brother, and I am willing to follow you. The others protested noisily. How could you admit defeat so quickly? Even Dailong has submitted. Someone analyzed that the punch had surpassed him by exactly 1 point, and such precise control of strength was entirely different, proving that appearances could not be relied upon for judgment. Han calmly asked if anyone else wished to challenge him. Suddenly the sound of high heels echoed. Your strength is indeed impressive. Wang Hua stepped forward. Strength is good, but what about speed? Possessing only power while being slow merely makes one a punching bag. Han calmly replied that if she wanted to know his speed, she only needed to try, and he would certainly not disappoint her. Crowd shouted excitedly, you dare to challenge Wang Hua, this will be interesting. Her movement technique in the bureau is second only to Hua Feng, and her speed is rarely matched. Wang Hua, do your best. Wang Hua tilted her body and said that she liked confident men, but excessive confidence became arrogance, and these legs would be difficult for him to keep up with. Yihan smiled. Whether he could keep up would only be known after trying. Tell me how you wish to compete. She pointed toward the dumbbell and said without hesitation that both would start together, and whoever picked it up first would win. Simple enough. He asked further what would happen if she lost. Wang Hua raised a room key and said that if she lost, the key would belong to him and he could come whenever he wished, but if he lost, he would wash her socks for a month. He secretly thought that judging from his gait it was clear what his internal strength was like, and that victory in this match was assured. Before Yihan could respond, the crowd became noisy. This round benefits him too much. Regardless of winning or losing he gains. Wang Hua, I am willing to wash your socks for a year. Let me compete with you instead. You people are truly ridiculous. Yihan waved his hand in refusal. Forget the key. I already have a family. If you lose, just treat me to a meal. After speaking, he turned around to warm up and said, let us begin. Since you are a woman, I will give you a 1-minute head start. Wang Hua snorted lightly. Whether you yield or not, I will still win. She curled her lips. Prepare to wash my socks. Dailong pondered. After the previous event, Yihan was clearly not all talk. Could he truly defeat Wang Hua? Dai Feng glanced at his watch and signaled that the competition had begun. Wang Hua dashed forward like lightning, her movement technique unfolding with extreme speed. She secretly felt pleased. He had not even moved yet, and it seemed he truly intended to give her a 1-minute advantage. Seeing the dumbbell right before her, Wang Hua arrogantly thought that he was indeed someone who did not know his own limits, and that victory was already in her grasp. In just an instant, a whirlwind-like surge of power shot forward, startling her in shock. What exactly is happening? As she turned her head, Wang Hua stared blankly at the empty floor. Where was her dumbbell? Why had it disappeared? Yihan curled his lips into a cold smile. No need to look any more. The dumbbell is with me, Lion Shao exclaimed. It seems that in this match Yihan has taken the victory. He was utterly astonished. How could this possibly happen? The surrounding crowd burst into discussion. What on earth is going on? Both dumbbells are in Yihan's hands. He clearly only stepped back once yet gained absolute advantage, snatching the weights right before Wang Hua's eyes. His speed was so fast that we could hardly see his movement. Dailong curiously stepped forward and asked, how long did Yihan take to finish? Dai Feng looked at the watch. His speed was too fast. I could not observe it clearly at all. After thinking for a moment, he estimated it could only be counted as a little over 1 minute, and Yihan even gave his opponent 1 minute, which means. Hearing this, he seemed to awaken and was extremely shocked. Less than 1 minute. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of caution and admiration. Yihan took less than 1 minute to complete the entire round trip. This speed truly terrified others. Wang Hua frowned and asked, why is your speed so fast? What movement technique have you trained? Yihan smiled faintly. Fast. It is only average. If they knew I only used half of my speed, they would probably be even more shocked. She stepped closer and admitted, I concede this match wholeheartedly, but even if your speed is fast, it still requires stamina to maintain. My previous promise still stands. He awkwardly waved his hand to push her away. About that. The crowd immediately cheered excitedly, hurry up. Otherwise, how can you be called a man? Yihan is truly impressive. He has just arrived and already caught Wang Hua's eye. It really makes others envious. Yu Feng stepped forward to interrupt. All right, stop the noise. The welcome for Yihan ends here. Next we will find a place to change the atmosphere and have an intimate meal together. As if relieved, he quickly turned and left. All right, it is settled then. I will go pick up Yan Lingqiao first. Send me the address later. Wang Hua shouted angrily, Yihan, are you even a man? A moment later, Yihan appeared at the Hai Hong Kim Beach Hotel. He thought to himself in confusion, are all the girls of the security bureau this formidable? Just like Huo Feng, indeed the captain shapes the team. I remember Yan Lingqiao's room is 506. Standing before the door, Yihan frowned. Something is wrong. Before leaving, Yan Lingqiao said she was tired and wanted to rest. Why is the door open? His eyes flashed. The yin-yang Dharma eyes were immediately activated to observe inside. Inside the room, Yan Lingqiao was still shouting loudly. Are you crazy? This is Yanjing. You dare to openly come and capture me in broad daylight. Han Zai Ocean curled his lips into a smile. We are borrowing the name of the Yan family to come pick you up. Even if discovered, it will not matter. Wu Fu stepped forward, Miss Yan. It is best for you to obediently return with us. What is wrong with becoming the young master's woman? The Nalan family is one of the largest forces in Yanjing. He waved his hand to give the order. Stop talking nonsense, seize her now. Receiving the order, they rushed forward excitedly like the wind. Yan Lingqiao screamed in panic, do not come closer. If you dare take another step, I will call for help. He laughed mockingly, go ahead and scream. The louder the better, Wu Fu echoed. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. As soon as his words ended, a powerful shock struck, causing the room door to shatter. Yihan rushed in immediately. The two men froze upon seeing the sudden intruder. He channeled strength into his arm, his aura surged, and he coldly shouted, get lost. Yihan threw a powerful punch. Wu Fu was sent flying several meters away and crashed to the ground. Han Zai Ocean was astonished, suspicion and vigilance appearing in his eye. Seeing who had arrived, Yan Lingqiao called out anxiously, Yihan. He pointed directly at the man. You are a subordinate of Nalan Tian, daring to abduct someone in the city center. Who gave you such courage? Han Zai Ocean replied smugly, of course the Nalan family, the #1 force here, let alone capturing a woman. Even if something bigger happened, as long as we handle it there will be no trace left. Even if someone saw it, they would only dare to turn a blind eye. Hearing this, Yihan sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. The arrogance of your Nalan family is truly not small. He sneered, I would very much like to see just how capable the one who dares challenge the young master, calling himself Northern Nalan Southern Yihan, really is. Yan Lingqiao hurriedly warned, Yihan, be careful. If I am not mistaken, he is one of the 3 great generals under Nalan. Han Zai Ocean is a famous assassin. It is said that 3 years ago he broke through the Ren Meridian realm. He reassured Yan Lingqiao, do not worry. Even experts of higher realms have been defeated by me, let alone a mere Han Zai Ocean. He is simply not qualified to be my opponent. Han Zai Ocean became furious. His aura erupted, arrogant brat. Today I will show you that there is always a higher mountain, and immediately charged forward. He roared and unleashed his ultimate move, Inch Force 8-fold chain, its power astonishing. Yihan remained calm as he circulated his spiritual power, unleashing the move sky-shattering burst to counter. The force he released was intercepted by Yihan midair. Han Zai Ocean was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Yihan's power surged, and a fierce punch struck straight at his opponent. Yan Lingqiao watched in shock as he was blasted away and slammed heavily onto the ground. She was dumbfounded, defeating the opponent with just one move. She never expected Yihan to be this powerful. Han Zai Ocean struggled to stand and asked in a deep voice, such formidable fist technique, who taught it to you? Yihan replied confidently, it was taught by my brother. He was shocked, Zhao Hongshan, the king of the Northwest, is your brother. I did not expect you to have such a powerful backing. He said calmly, admit defeat, you no longer have any chance. Han Zai Ocean's face darkened, he gritted his teeth with resentment, admit defeat. Suddenly, he viciously rushed toward Yan Lingqiao. The Nalan family never knows the word failure, come with me now. Yan Lingqiao cried out in panic, no. Yihan tilted his head and lowered his hand, his formidable power surging once more. When he was only inches away from Yan Lingqiao, a powerful force struck from behind. Han Zai Ocean lost momentum and was blasted forward, coughing blood as he murmured, young master, this old servant is incompetent. Yan Lingqiao hurried over and asked, Yihan, you killed Han Zai Ocean, what should we do now? He reassured, it is fine, he intended to kidnap you so I discovered him. During the resistance this outcome was reasonable. I will call Tian Qiu's people to handle it. Yan immediately made a call. Huo Feng, Nalan Tian's people attempted to kidnap Yan Lingqiao. I have already dealt with it. The other end was silent for a moment before shouting, "How long have you been in Yanjing and you have already caused such a big incident? Why should I clean up your mess?" He laughed awkwardly. "Please help with this matter. We still have a banquet to attend, that is all." Yan Lingqiao thought to herself, "This is Yanjing, yet Yihan can entrust the handling of Han Ziocean's death to Huo Feng as if it were trivial. Could it be that they have other special identity?" At the same time at the Nalan residence, a girl asked Zio Jianli about the progress of handling Yan Lingqiao. Juge reminded, "The young master of the Nalan family has just emerged from seclusion and needs Yan Lingqiao as assistance to break through his realm. This matter must be carried out discreetly, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Zio Jianli respectfully replied, reporting to the strategist, "Yan Lingqiao has returned to Yanjing. I have sent Han Ziocean to bring her back. We will likely meet her soon." Juge nodded and instructed, "Han Ziocean is a warrior of the true transformation realm, so capturing a weak girl like Yan Lingqiao will not require much effort. After she arrives, have people carefully guard the Yan family. Although they have submitted, they must still be thoroughly handled. The old Madame Yan Donglai is also a person of strength, so maintain some respect." Zio Jianli bowed to accept the order. At this moment, a subordinate outside hurriedly ran in to report, "Strategist, sir, something bad has happened." Juge shouted loudly, "What is with that panicked manner? Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? No matter what happens, you must remain calm." The subordinate quickly explained, "This subordinate knows his mistake. It is just that someone has just reported that Han Ziocean has been killed by Yihan." Juge immediately slammed the table. "What? That is absolutely impossible." Zio Jianli was also shocked. "Yihan, you mean the one who killed Murong Tianquan?" The subordinate stammered in confirmation. "Yes, moreover Han Ziocean died not long ago. People from the security bureau have already taken the body away." He continued hesitantly, "They also declared that Han Ziocean committed the crime of intentionally attacking others, while Yihan acted in self-defense, therefore." Jianli angrily swung his hand and shattered the table. "Damn it, how dare the security bureau do this?" Juge sternly reassured him, "Zio Jianli, remain calm." That man immediately bowed his head to admit his mistake for being too hot-tempered. He then respectfully requested the strategist to show him the way. Even if he had to climb mountains of blades and descend into seas of fire, he would never retreat. Juge declared resolutely that everything must prioritize the interests of young Master Nalan. If the secret plan had been exposed, they would switch to a direct attack, using the engagement to force the Yan family to hand her over. Zio Jianli nodded to accept the order, only worried about the intervention of the security bureau. Juge sneered coldly, asserting that anyone who ruined their grand plan would pay the price, while recalling the old feud between the Martial Alliance and the Security Bureau, signaling that the time for a counterattack had arrived. At the main gate of the Yan family, Yan Lingqiao cautiously asked Yihan. He felt apologetic because this was a family matter, afraid of troubling him. Yihan gently patted her head, affirming that they were friends and that he had come to help resolve the trouble. Yan Lingqiao blushed in gratitude and agreed to go inside with him. Yihan urged her to enter the house quickly, believing that her father was eager to see her again. She smiled as she mentioned his health condition. Suddenly, Van Jia rushed over in panic to report that the family head's heartbeat had stopped, requesting an urgent call for a doctor. Hearing the bad news, both of them were stunned and could not believe their ears. Yan Lingqiao immediately questioned him. Van Jia awkwardly explained that after taking the medicine, the family head had suddenly not awakened. Yihan reassured her, asking her to remain calm and go inside together to check the situation. She tightly held his hand, placing her complete trust in Yihan's medical skill. Yan Lingqiao silently prayed for her father's safety. Inside the room, everyone wept sorrowfully over the passing of the family head. Yan Minghai quietly asked his son about concealing the traces, receiving the reply that everything had been arranged to appear as a recurrence of heart disease. He was satisfied with the plan, then pretended to be grief-stricken, declaring that he would arrange his elder brother's funeral the following morning. Yan Minghe arranged the funeral and secretly planned to marry Yan Lingqiao into the Nalan family to consolidate his power. Yan Zitong obediently agreed to carry out the plan. He pretended to be anxious as he informed Yan Lingqiao of the bad news. Door opened. Yan Lingqiao rushed in, calling for her father in despair. She embraced his cold body, choking with sobs as she begged him to wake up. Yan Minghe pretended to console her, announcing that the family head had passed away. Yan Lingqiao brushed his hand aside, suspecting this to be a conspiracy to seize power. Yan Minghe angrily shouted, demanding that she show respect to her elder. Yihan quickly intervened, firmly gripping his hand, coldly reminded him, and asserted that he had come to treat the family head. Yihan introduced himself as Yan Lingqiao's friend and a physician who had come to assist. Yan Minghe immediately drove him out, believing that the dead did not need treatment. Yihan frowned and opened his Dharma eye to observe the condition of the family head. He sneered and asserted that the man still had a chance to survive, astonishing everyone. Yan Lingqiao nervously asked again. Yihan reassured her and confirmed with certainty that he could save him. Yan Minghe objected, claiming that once the heart had stopped, revival was impossible. Yan Zitong and the others mocked him, believing Yihan to be nothing more than a braggart. The crowd discussed with suspicion, convinced that no one could save a person who had already died. Yan Lingqiao firmly believed in him and pleaded with Yihan to save her father. Yihan took out his acupuncture needles, felt the pulse, and confirmed that the heart still had a faint fluctuation, so there was still a chance of survival. Yan Minghe felt uneasy, but still believed that saving him was impossible. Yihan circulated his energy to perform the 3-yuan life-restoring needle. Needles glowed as spiritual energy, enveloped Yan Mingshen's entire body. Yan Lingqiao waited anxiously for the result. Yan Zidong continued to mock, asserting that all efforts were futile. Yan Minghe pretended to advise her to accept the truth and prepare the funeral. Others also made sarcastic remarks, believing Yihan to be nothing more than a fraud. Yan Minghe smugly forced Yan Lingqiao to prepare the funeral and mentioned the engagement with the Na Lan family. Yihan laughed loudly, exposing his scheme to sell Yan Lingqiao. Yan Minghe justified that it was for the benefit of the family. Yihan waved his hand, stating that such consolation was not for him to decide. A surge of spiritual power flowed into Yan Mingshen's body, allowing him to speak for himself. Immediately afterward, Yan Mingshen coughed lightly and opened his eyes, leaving everyone stunned. Father and son Yan Minghe panicked, unable to believe that he had awakened. Yan Lingqiao emotionally embraced her father. Everyone was astonished by the miracle and revered Yihan as a divine physician. Yan Minghe trembled, unable to utter a single word. Yan Mingshen coldly called out his younger brother's name. Yan Lingqiao helped her father lie down and inquired about his health. He reassured his daughter and affirmed that he was still strong enough to protect her. He declared that as long as he was alive, he remained the head of the Yan family. Yan Minghe anxiously asked his son about the situation, but Yan Zidong reassured him that their scheme had not yet been exposed. Yihan exposed the method of using the ziyang flower combined with sedatives to create false symptoms of heart disease. Yan Lingqiao and everyone else were astonished by the truth. The crowd quickly recognized the flower vase brought by Yan Ming and condemned the cruelty of the father and son. Yan Lingqiao furiously demanded an explanation from them. Yan Minghe was flustered, but Yan Zidong reassured him and said they still had a backup plan. Yan Lingqiao coldly ordered them to be expelled from the house. Yan Zidong sneered, declaring that the ones who should leave were her and her father, and called Yan Fei inside. A man kicked the door open and stepped in aggressively. His subordinates followed with weapons, declaring they were ready to obey the second young master's orders. Yan Lingqiao was shocked upon seeing the butler's betrayal. Yan Mingshen angrily rebuked Yan Fei for his ingratitude. Yan Fei sneered, believing that one must know how to choose the strong to rely on. Yan Mingshen was so furious that he began to cough violently. Yan Lingqiao hurriedly supported her father, anxiously asking about his condition. Yan Zidong laughed loudly, forcing everyone to choose a side. Everyone fell into a dilemma, fearing they would lose everything if they left the Yan family. They wondered why the old master had not yet appeared to stop the situation. Tu Thong raised his voice and declared that if no one else had any objections, he would officially announce that the new head of the Yan family was. Yan stepped forward calmly, his voice resounding with authority. I object. Recognizing the person who had spoken, he ground his teeth in anger. Yihan tilted his head slightly and replied, that is right, it is me, Yan Fei. Last time I taught you a lesson and you still have not learned fear, yet you dare to act in front of me again. Yan Fei shouted provocatively, Yihan, this is the territory of the Yan family in Yan City, not your Shanghai, do not speak so arrogantly. Tu Thong lifted his chin and threatened, brat, for the sake of your superb medical skills. If you know what is good for you and serve the Yan family, I can spare your life, but if you remain stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yan Minghe advised with mockery, a wise man knows when to yield, do not trade your life for the sake of a woman. Yan stepped forward slowly, his gaze firm, my life is none of your concern, you should worry about whether you can continue to exist. Yan Fei turned respectfully and said, Yi Han, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me, master. This disciple is incompetent. Please personally deal with this brat. Chu Cheng burst into loud laughter. I did not expect that besides Yan Dong, the Yan family would invite an expert like me. I hope this brat will not disappoint this old man. Yan Fei said proudly, Yi Han, although I am not your opponent with Master Chu Cheng here, you will not escape today. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Was Chu Cheng not the renowned sword venerable of the martial world? His swordsmanship was said to be a once-in-a-century marvel. They did not expect Yan Minghe and his son to invite such a figure. Yan Zitong laughed loudly. The sword venerable was originally invited to deal with the old master. Who would have thought he would act in this situation? Yan Lingqiao said anxiously, Yi Han, you should leave first. We are not related by blood. You do not need to risk yourself for my father and me. Yan Mingshan also nodded in agreement. Brother, thank you for your kindness. But today is too dangerous. You should leave to avoid being implicated. Yi Han waved his hand firmly. Yan Lingqiao, do not worry, this so-called sword venerable. I need only one move to defeat him. During this, Chu Cheng tilted his head, his eyes icy cold. Brat, you are truly arrogant. I originally intended only a light punishment, but now I have changed my mind. He swung the sword in his hand, his voice majestic. A swordsman cannot be insulted. You will pay for your arrogance. Yi Han circulated his spiritual power and replied calmly, then today let us compete. I will show you what it means to win without a sword. Chu Cheng slashed his sword, his aura erupting as he formed the powerful formation known as the Long River Sword Formation. Yi Han gathered all his inner strength into his arm and unleashed the move dual polarity split with astonishing force. The two streams of power collided violently, a flash of light causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chu Cheng turned pale, his eyes wide with horror, unable to speak. What? Immediately after, a powerful punch struck him, causing his body to stagger and lose balance. Chu Cheng fell to the ground amid thick dust, the crowd discussing in shock and admiring Yi Han's strength. Yan Fei cried out in panic, Master, how are you? Have you defeated him? Has that Yi Han fallen? As the dust gradually settled, Yi Han stepped out calmly and said softly, I am sorry to disappoint you. I am still safe. Your master can no longer stand. Chu Cheng widened his eyes in terror, his entire body stiff, unable to believe this outcome. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Han defeated Chu Cheng with a single move, possessing superb medical skills and profound strength. What extraordinary figure was he? With Yi Han appearance, Yan Lingqiao almost secured victory. Yan Mingshan smiled meaningfully and teased his daughter about her relationship with Yi Han, making her blush and deny it because he already had a girlfriend. He laughed heartily, believing that even though Yi Han had a girlfriend, he was not married. With his daughter beauty and talent there was still a chance, and he fully supported it. Yan Lingqiao quietly watched Yi Han's figure, secretly hoping it could become reality. Yi Han walked coldly to stand before Yan Fei, his gaze sharp. Now it is your turn. Yan Fei pleaded in panic. Please do not act, Brother Yi, Grandfather Yi, Ancestor Yi, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to serve you in any way. Yi Han mobilized his spiritual power and said coldly that a traitor like him did not deserve forgiveness. A punch was thrown that sent Yan Fei flying. Yi Han said disdainfully that he was not even worthy to be his lackey. Yan Ming witnessed the scene in terror, realizing that both Chu Cheng and Yan Fei had fallen before Yi Han's terrifying strength. Yan Zitong hurriedly pulled his father, urging him to leave and seek refuge with the Nalan family, for only that clan could shelter them. But in the blink of an eye, Yi Han appeared before the two of them and asked coldly where they thought they were going. Yi Han said with emotion, you just said you would take her to the Nalan family, truly worthy descendants of the Yan family. He stood in front of Yan Ming and said in a deep voice that today they admitted defeat. Everything was arranged by him alone. Yi Han could deal with him as he wished, but he begged that his father not be harmed. Yan Ming pleaded awkwardly, Yi Han, after all we are Yan Lingqiao relatives, please show mercy this time. Yi Han sighed and nodded. For Yan Lingqiao's sake I will not take your lives, but your limbs will be crippled so you must lie in bed for life. At that moment a figure rushed into the room and shouted to stop. Yan Zitong cried out joyfully that grandfather had arrived and they were saved. Yan Minghe also hurriedly called for his father help. Yan Donglai stepped forward to mediate, saying this was an internal matter of the Yan family and hoping Yi Han would let them handle it themselves. Yi Han frowned as he recognized him as Yan Lingqiao grandfather. He said coldly that he did not wish to interfere in family affairs, but anyone who dared harm his friend must pay the price. Sparing their lives was already great leniency. Yan Donglai sighed in shame that an outsider had to seek justice for the Yan family, but because of kinship he was powerless. Yan Mingxian regained consciousness. Yan Lingqiao choked with tears as she called grandfather. Yan Ming hurriedly argued that everything was for the family interest. Only an alliance marriage with the Nalan family could make the Yan family prosper. Yan Zitong echoed in fear. Yan Donglai pondered and then nodded in agreement. He affirmed that family interests came first. Yan Lingqiao must accept marriage to Mai Tian. Yan Lingqiao burst into tears, realizing she was merely a pawn sacrificed for the clan benefit. The surrounding people murmured, believing Yi Han could hardly change the situation before Yan Donglai authority and pitying the girl fate. Yan Lingqiao sobbed and urged Yi Han to leave. She embraced him, accepting this as her fate and believing he could not help her. Yi Han held her hand and affirmed that destiny was decided by people, not by heaven. Yan Lingqiao blushed. Yi Han reassured her and told her to leave everything to him. Yi Han stepped forward and told Yan Donglai that Yan Lingqiao was his friend, and she did not want to marry someone she did not love. He proposed that if he defeated Mai Tian, Yan Lingqiao would be free and would not need to marry. Yan Donglai was shocked by this bold proposal. Yan Minghe and Yan Zitong immediately mocked him, saying Yi Han was not on the same level as Mai Tian, the #1 genius of the North. Yi Han suddenly rushed forward, twisting his body to strike before the opponent could react. The heavy blow resounded through the entire room like a hammer. Yan Minghe and his son were stunned and fell to the ground, unable to understand what had happened. They cried out in fear, unable to believe Yi Han dared to act while Yan Donglai was present. Yi Han warned coldly that if they spoke another word, no one would be able to save them. Yan Donglai realized in shock that Yi Han's speed was too fast. Even with preparation, it would be difficult to stop him. He could only lower his voice and beg Yi Han to show mercy for his sake. Everyone was stunned by these words, suspecting that even Yan Donglai was not Yi Han's opponent. A mocking laugh sounded from outside. Who dared claim to defeat young Master Nalan? Immediately after, a group of people entered with imposing momentum. The crowd was horrified to recognize Xiao Jianli. Mai Tian trusted aid and the top expert under him. Yan Donglai stepped forward and asked the purpose of Xiao Jianli's visit to the Yan family today. Xiao Jianli smiled coldly and replied that it was convenient he was also here to hear the announcement. He ordered that within 1 day Yan Lingqiao must be sent to the Nalan family if she had not arrived by the deadline. He warned coldly that the entire Yan family would bear severe consequences. Yan Mingxian and Yan Lingqiao immediately spoke up to refute upon hearing this. He roared in anger, Xiao Jianli, what do you take our Yan family for to dare speak of leveling us? As long as I am still standing here, do not even think of making a move. He sneered. Before coming the strategist even told me to show you some respect, but it seems your vitality has now declined far too much. Xiao Jianli's eyes flashed coldly. If that is the case, today I will crush the Yan family's last glimmer of hope. The corner of his lips curled slightly. A blazing red aura shot forth like lightning. The blood shadow sword erupted. Dong Lai immediately unleashed both palms. Waves of palm force surged forth. The 1000 Buddha palm was executed. His face turned pale as he felt his palm technique being shattered bit by bit. Dong Lai's eyes widened in alarm, his heart filled with panic. This time it was likely to end badly. He curled his lips arrogantly, his gaze icy, accept your death. At that moment, a sharp explosion sounded, the shockwaves spreading throughout the surrounding. Yan Mingxian stood stunned at the scene before him. No, father. Yan Lingqiao was also frozen. Grandfather, how could this happen? As the dust gradually settled, a figure stood there heroically, his strength truly extraordinary. Yi Han gently waved his hand. This is my friend's home. It is not your place to come here and flaunt your power. Xiao Jianli's mouth fell open as he stepped back, his entire body stiff with disbelief. Yan Lingqiao let out a sigh of relief. She raised her head and looked at him with gratitude. Yi Han, thank you for saving my grandfather. Dong Lai also hurriedly admitted his fault. Young Master Yi, this stubborn old man was previously disrespectful to you. He stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed. Yet you still did not dwell on past matters and even saved me. I am truly ashamed. Yi Han slightly raised his brows and replied, Elder Yan, there is no need for this. I only acted because you are Yan Lingqiao's grandfather. After speaking, he turned around intending to leave. Aside from that, this is the Yan family's matter. I do not wish to interfere. Suddenly Xiao Jianli appeared from nowhere and shouted loudly, you are Yi Han. He and 4 of his subordinates pointed straight at him and questioned, was Han Xiaoshan killed by you? Yi Han remained calm and admitted, that is right, I am Yi Han. Han Xiaoshan was indeed dealt with by me. He added coldly, he brought people to coerce Yan Lingqiao. That outcome was what he deserved. His words made Xiao Jianli tremble with rage. His eyes widened with determination. I was once a wanderer on the streets. It was old Han who brought me to the Nalan family and supported me beside the young master. I will never forget that life s a Ving Chinese letter. If today I do not seek justice, how would I be any different from a beast? After saying this, he shifted into a defensive stance. Han did not evade at all. If you want to avenge Han Ocean, then try, but the price you must pay will be your life. Hearing this, Zio giantly raised his head proudly. Since the age of 18 I have stepped into the Ren-Du realm. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. He declared resolutely, if I cannot defeat you today, I will write my name backward. Yan Ming stood aside and chuckled secretly. Yihan daring to confront Zio giantly was truly seeking his own demise. Yan Zidong whispered into his ear, once he is finished we will present Yan Lingqiao to the Nalan family and rely on Zio giantly's backing. The Yan family will belong to us. Seeing the unfavorable situation, she hurriedly pleaded, Grandfather, could you help Yihan? Zio giantly is one realm higher than him. I fear he will not be able to defeat him. Donglai frowned thoughtfully, not necessarily. He said with certainty, although my vitality is no longer what it once was, my judgment of people has never been wrong. I can still see through Zio giantly, but Yihan, despite being of a lower realm, I cannot perceive his limits. Perhaps there will be a surprise. On the other side, Yihan calmly said, this is my friend's home. If you want to settle the score, then choose another place. But he refused. Enough nonsense. If you dare to leave today, the entire Yan family except Yan Lingqiao will pay the price. Zio giantly gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates, seal the main gate. Not even a fly is allowed to escape. Subordinates immediately dispersed and surrounded all exits. Yan Lingqiao looked at him worriedly. Yihan. He replied softly, do not worry, everything is under my control. After speaking, Yihan strode forward calmly. Zio giantly, if you wish to bring disaster upon yourself, I will grant your wish. He immediately gathered his strength and launched an attack. The one who must fall is you. Yihan said nothing further and clenched his fist. He unleashed the move Dragon Tiger dual form, striking straight towards Zio giantly. He quickly countered with Blood Shadow over the heavens. Two streams of power collided, producing a thunderous explosion that shook the space. Zio giantly stared in horror. How could this be? Before he could recover, Yihan had already rushed forward. On my ground nothing is impossible. A punch descended and sent him coughing blood as he collapsed. Struck by the heavy blow, he could only fall backward. Yan Lingqiao looked at the scene with joy. Yihan has won. Dong Lai nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this young man has not disappointed me. Allowing Yan Lingqiao to follow him may be a wise choice. Zio giantly's subordinates panicked. Lord Zio has fallen. We are no match for Yihan. Retreat quickly. Someone said tremblingly that they must report to the strategist. I do not wish to lose my life yet. Yihan was determined not to let anyone escape. This group that relied on power to bully others must share the same fate. He swiftly moved past each of them, striking them down one by one. After receiving his blows, they fell to the ground groaning and begging for mercy. Yihan let out a cold smile, a bunch who only know how to rely on their master. Dong Lai then cautiously stepped forward. Young Master Yi, you even dared to strike both Han Ocean and Zio giantly. He said worriedly, once the Nalan family learns of this, they certainly will not let it go. You and Yan Lingqiao should prepare early. Yihan replied calmly, Elder Yan, rest assured, I will take Yan Lingqiao to the Security Bureau. No matter how powerful the Nalan family is, they would not dare to storm in and seize her. Hearing this, Dong Lai was astonished. The Security Bureau. I did not expect you to have connections there. Yihan said indifferently, what is so strange about that, because I am a member of the Security Bureau. These words left him even more stunned. So you are actually an officer of the Security Bureau. Dong Lai calculated silently. Zio giantly died here and the Nalan family will certainly exert pressure. Yihan has a strong backing. It seems we can only rely on him. He rubbed his hands and said, Young Master Yi, this time we must trouble you to take Yan Lingqiao to the Security Bureau. We are truly grateful. Yihan interrupted, not yet. Yan Lingqiao is my friend. My friend was bullied here and a clear explanation is required. Dong Lai became even more flustered. Young Master Yi, please calm your anger. I will handle it immediately. Turn to Yan Zidong and Yan Ming, second brother, Zidong. Hand over all the industries under your management to the eldest. He spoke sternly, from now on you are not to cause any more trouble. Remain in the residence and spend the rest of your lives there. The two turned pale upon hearing this. Staying here until the end of their lives was no different from being under house arrest. If not for Yihan, it would not have come to this. At the same time at the Nalan residence, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Suddenly the sound of a table being slammed shattered the silence. Jude shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Zio Jianli was defeated by Yi Han. Ai Wei reported tremblingly, "Lord Zio led people to the Yan residence and none returned. Afterward people from the security bureau came to take Yan Lingqiu away, and not long after news spread that Lord Yan had died." After hearing this, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Yi Han is detestable. Juge pondered silently. Zio Jianli is gone and Yan Lingqiu was not captured. If the young master learns of this after emerging from seclusion, the consequences will be unimaginable. Unable to remain idle, I must find a way to seize Yan Lingqiu back from the security bureau. Thinking this, she looked toward the telephone. Juge quickly picked up the receiver. She dialed the number, "Haitang, if you still want to avenge your brother, then make a deal with me." The scene shifted to the headquarters of the security bureau. Standing before her, Yi Han asked in a deep voice, "Huo Feng, is it truly safe to keep Yan Lingqiu here?" She leaned back in her chair and replied calmly that there would be no problem. At this point, Huo Feng half-jokingly and half-seriously suggested that if anything happened to that girl, she would be willing to use herself to compensate him. The remark left Yi Han stunned. He coughed lightly and waved his hand in refusal, saying it was completely unnecessary. Suddenly, Chen Li hurried in to report that members of the Ancient Martial Association were fighting with Dai Long at the Tang Long Martial Hall. Hearing this, Huo Feng immediately shouted angrily, clearly irritated by the provocation. She quickly stood up and urged Yi Han to go to the martial hall with her to see who dared to cause trouble so brazenly. Yi Han was slightly surprised and puzzled, wondering why the Ancient Martial Association chose this exact moment to appear. Before long, the three of them arrived at the Tang Long Martial Hall. Inside, Hai Tang used one hand to knock Dai Long aside and coldly ordered him to step away. Carried by the force, Dai Long was thrown backward, his body staggering. The followers accompanying Hai Tang immediately cheered excitedly. They continuously praised Hai Tang as the strongest young genius of the association and threatened that the opponent would pay the price. Meanwhile, members of the security bureau sighed as they recalled the long-standing grudge from years ago, originating from the accidental death of a genius of the association, leaving both sides in constant opposition. Looking at Dai Long lying on the ground, Hai Tang disdainfully remarked that the younger generation of the security bureau was far inferior to their predecessors. Despite his severe injuries, Dai Long still tried to respond, asserting that when Yi Han arrived, Hai Tang would surely have to bow in defeat. During this, Hai Tang lifted his foot with interest, intending to strike first to teach the opponent a lesson. However, before he could act, a voice rang out, forcing him to stop. Amid everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Han rushed forward and pushed Hai Tang back. Immediately afterward, a powerful shockwave spread throughout the space. Although he managed to evade in time, Hai Tang was still shocked by the opponent's incredible strength. Yi Han quickly helped Dai Long up and asked about his condition. He replied that he could still endure and thanked him for the timely rescue. Huo Feng stepped forward and reprimanded Hai Tang for striking too heavily in what should have been a normal sparring match. Hai Tang crossed his arms and coldly retorted that it was the security bureau that was truly inhumane. Angrily recalled the death of his brother on the arena caused by Huang Shu. Huo Feng sighed and explained that the incident back then was merely an accident and Huang Shu had already received appropriate punishment. However, Hai Tang firmly refused to accept this and declared that only when Huang Shu paid the price would his resentment subside. Huo Feng frowned and questioned his true purpose in bringing up the past again. Hai Tang immediately presented his condition. Either the security bureau would stop protecting Yan Lingqiu, or he would continue to come and challenge them. Yi Han quickly understood the implication, deducing that Hai Tang was being manipulated behind the scenes by the Nalan family. Hai Tang arrogantly denied being controlled, but admitted that the Nalan family had provided information about Huang Shu's whereabouts. Not wanting to prolong matters, Yi Han stepped forward and proposed a direct duel with Hai Tang. His decisive attitude worried Huo Feng, who reminded him that Hai Tang was a master of the Ren Du realm with extraordinary strength. Even Dai Long spoke up to dissuade him, believing it was unnecessary to heed the opponent's provocation. Nevertheless, Yi Han remained resolute, considering it his responsibility and stating that he had never regarded Hai Tang as a formidable opponent. Hai Tang's followers immediately mocked him, claiming Yi Han was merely arrogant and could not withstand a single strike from their leader. Hai Tang also showed contempt, stating that blocking one move earlier did not mean Yi Han could win. Confidently declared that his true strength had not yet been used and that a single strike would be enough to defeat the opponent. Yi Han calmly circulated his spiritual power in response, his expression completely fearless. He smiled confidently, asserting that his true strength far exceeded what he had shown. Without giving Hai Tang time to react, Yihan rushed forward with wind-like speed, shocking his opponent. He unleashed a powerful punch straight toward his opponent. Hai Tang quickly regained composure, raised his hand to block and showed disbelief in Yihan's strength. The collision of their fists produced astonishing force, making the space seem to tremble. In the end, Hai Tang could not withstand it. His arm was severely injured, and his body was blasted into the wall behind him. His followers were stunned in disbelief, unable to believe their leader had been defeated with a single move. Members of the security bureau cheered excitedly, praising Yihan as their pride and completely overwhelming the opponent. Seeing Hai Tang unconscious, his followers panicked, rushed to check on him and hurriedly called for a doctor. In the background, Wei Ji secretly sneered, believing his poisoning plan would lead Hai Tang to a tragic end and shift the blame onto Yihan. The scene shifted to Zhuge, who was calmly waiting for news and preparing to bring Yan Lingqiao back. Chenji respectfully reported that Yan Lingqiao's location had been confirmed, but the area was heavily guarded by the security bureau. Zhuge confidently believed there was no need for complicated action, only to strike at her psychological weakness to make her willingly follow. Chenji wondered whether that weakness was Yan Lingqiao's family. Zhuge smiled and replied that her true weakness was Yihan. He sent a long message advising Yan Lingqiao to stay away from Yihan to avoid implicating him, and emphasized that sometimes letting go was true love. Upon receiving the message, Yan Lingqiao began to waver and blamed herself for putting Yihan in danger. After some thought, she decided to leave, believing that letting go might be the best choice for both of them. Before departing, she left a short message on her phone for Yihan, sorry. At that moment, as Yihan noticed the message, he suddenly heard a cry that Hai Tang's heartbeat had stopped. Hai Tang's followers immediately erupted in chaos, accusing Yihan of intentionally harming him and refusing to let him leave. Members of the security bureau were also extremely worried, fearing the tragedy of the past would repeat and the responsibility would fall upon them. Sensing something unusual, Yihan asserted that his strike was not enough to cause such severe consequences and suspected someone was secretly framing him. He quickly sat down and asked everyone to step aside for examination, introducing himself as a doctor capable of saving Hai Tang. However, the others still looked at him with resentment and suspicion regarding his motive. They loudly threatened that the ancient martial association would not let this go and blocked Yihan from approaching. Not wishing to argue, Yihan gently pushed them aside to reach the patient. He shouted for everyone to move away so as not to hinder the rescue. Yihan angrily asserted that if he had wanted to harm Hai Tang, he would not need to conceal it or use underhanded methods. While taking the pulse, Yihan suddenly paused upon discovering something abnormal. He frowned and concluded that Hai Tang had been poisoned, also speculating that the incident years ago involving the security bureau might have been a similar conspiracy. At a distance, Wei Ji secretly felt pleased, believing that this colorless and odorless poison would be difficult to detect. Yu Feng hurried over and asked Yihan about the latest situation. Without hesitation, he firmly confirmed that Hai Tang had been poisoned. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion, demanding Yihan provide evidence and suspecting he was trying to evade responsibility. To prove it, Yihan swiftly launched 3 needles and instructed everyone to watch closely. The 3 needles precisely pierced 3 acupoints on Hai Tang's chest. Observing from the side, Yu Feng could not help but admire Yihan's increasingly exquisite acupuncture technique. After a while, Hai Duong struggled to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. He gritted his teeth in anger. What exactly was going on? How could the Na Lan family's hereditary poison be discovered so easily by Yihan? The subordinates were finally shocked. Was Big Brother Deep truly poisoned? Hai Duong had just fought Yihan and then the poison took effect. Could someone be deliberately driving a wedge between the Security Bureau and the Ancient Martial Association? Since Yihan already knew Big Brother was poisoned, please save him. If he cannot be saved, it will be difficult to convince everyone. Yihan slowly pushed himself up and said, "Earlier you all claimed I fabricated the poisoning, and now you beg me to save him. Do you really think I am so easily manipulated?" He folded his arms calmly and continued, "Moreover, Hai Duong is my opponent. What reason do I have to save him?" Those words left them speechless. No, Big Brother is in critical danger. They must make Yihan take action. He raised his hand and stated clearly, "I have already proven that he is poisoned. The rest has nothing to do with me. Whether he lives or dies is the business of your association." Hoa Fuang stepped forward to remind him not to let emotions dominate. If Hai Duong died here, the security bureau would face great trouble. Moreover, he was poisoned right after fighting you. Clearly there is a conspiracy. If he dies, would that not allow the mastermind to achieve his goal? Curled his lips. Do not be hasty. If we act too proactively, we will not be appreciated, making Hoa Fuang even more confused. Suddenly the subordinates knelt down with clasped hands to beg young Master Deep. We were foolish to offend you. Please save Big Brother. As long as you save him, we are willing to do anything. The entire association will remember this favor. Hoa Fuang was stunned to realize that Yi Han had already anticipated that they would seek his help. He put his hands into his pockets and replied, seeing that you know your mistakes, I will consider it an act of charity and help this once. Wei standing nearby clenched his fists. So what if the poisoning was discovered? Without the Na Lan family's antidote, it would still be useless. Yi Han, let me see how you end this later. Before taking action, he instructed, Hai Duong, I will suppress the poison. It will be very painful, but do not cry out. Inwardly he calculated that although this poison was complex, with the yin-yang dharma it was not difficult. The key was to force the mastermind to reveal himself. Despite his pale and trembling face, Hai Duong still gritted his teeth and said, this little pain is nothing. Yi Han, just save me. I will never forget this great kindness. Yi Han nodded, very well, dissipating origin finger. Immediately afterward, Hai Duong spat out another mouthful of blood, clutched his head, and rolled on the ground in agony. Yi Han looked on, not knowing whether to laugh or cry in thought, and he still calls himself a man. The surrounding people also shook their heads. His change in attitude was truly swift, but as long as he was cured, it was enough. Wei Ji was horrified to see that Yi Han had truly managed to neutralize the poison. Suddenly he spat out another mouthful of blood. Hai Duong abruptly collapsed to the ground, motionless. The subordinates panicked. What happened to Big Brother? His heart has stopped. Yi Han, what is going on? He sighed, I have done my best, but the poison is too strong. In truth, he had sealed Hai Duong's heart meridians to make him appear dead for a few minutes in order to lure out the mastermind. Everyone began to discuss loudly, had the rescue failed, after all it was not Yi Han who poisoned him. Perhaps Hai Duong was simply unlucky, but what if he died because of the treatment? Dia long discussed with Hoa Fuang, Captain, perhaps we should report to our superiors. She shook her head, not yet, let us observe a little longer. Hoa Fuang looked at his back in contemplation. With such superb medical skills, how could he possibly fail? He must certainly have other plans. Wei Ji secretly felt pleased. He had thought Yi Han was formidable, yet in the end he still could not save him. Now let me see how I will continue the act. Thinking this, he pointed at Yi Han and agitatedly accused, he never had good intentions. As a member of the security bureau, how could he wholeheartedly save one of us? Perhaps he deliberately caused Hai Duong's death. Yi Han calmly asked, who are you to say that I deliberately harmed him? Inwardly he thought the fish had taken the bait. Wei Ji replied brazenly, I am Hai Duong's nutrition expert and also understand some medicine. I have never seen your method of treatment. Even the poison could have been caused by the needle you used. Yi Han smiled faintly and applauded, excellent reasoning. Then let me guess further. You once served Hai Duong's elder brother as well, did you not? He was startled, how do you know? Yi Han stepped closer and seized his wrist. If not, then how could both brothers be poisoned with the same type of toxin? The subordinates reacted. Was Yi Han saying that Wei Ji had poisoned him? That was absurd. He had served the So family for more than 20 years, yet indeed he had the best opportunity to act. Wei Ji struggled free, you are talking nonsense. I have served the So family for many years. You killed Hai Duong and now you try to frame me. Yi Han said calmly, sorry, Hai Duong is not dead. Judging by the timing, he should be waking up soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Duong suddenly sat up in confusion. What happened to me? He was astonished, his chest no longer hurt, I feel fine now. Wei Ji was horrified, impossible. Without the Na Lan family's antidote, how could he be saved? Only after speaking did he realize that he had misspoken. Yi Han shook his head with a smile. Everyone heard it clearly, he has confessed himself. Hai Duong angrily pointed at him. Wei Ji, I trusted you, yet you dared to harm both me and my elder brother. He panicked and knelt down to confess. It was the Na Lan family's conspiracy. They forced me, fearing that the association and the security bureau would join forces. If I did not comply, I would lose my life. Please spare me. Hai Duong, filled with rage, struck him with a blow that sent him crashing to the ground. After that strike, Wei Ji lay motionless on the ground. Everyone was in an uproar. They had not expected him to be the one who poisoned them. It turned out Hai Duong's elder brother was also harmed by him. All these years they had wrongly blamed the security bureau. Fortunately, Yi Han exposed the truth, otherwise they would have remained deceived. The Na Lan family was truly vicious. Hai Duong clasped his hands and said, Big Brother Deep not only saved me but also found the culprit who harmed my brother. From now on our association is willing to follow your lead. Yihan shook his head, no need, I saved you out of respect for Hoa Fuang. Pointed toward the security bureau. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then apologize to them for the unjust accusations over the year. Hai Duong immediately bowed his head. Brothers of the security bureau, I was wrong. Please accept my apology. The others also apologized in unison. The members of the security bureau waved their hands. The misunderstanding was caused by the Na Lan family. It is good that it has been resolved. From now on they remain friends. Han patted Hai Duong on the shoulder. That punch of yours earlier was not bad. Hoa Fuang happily linked arms with him. You have resolved the enmity of many years. Bringing you into the bureau was the most correct decision. I will certainly repay you. He smiled, I do not mind. I only hope the bureau will protect Yan Lingqiao well. Hoa Fuang pouted, you truly care about her, I am even jealous. Yihan gently replied that if she encountered trouble he would help her just the same. She laughed and said, all right, I will take care of Yan Lingqiao. Suddenly Chen Li rushed in, Captain Yihan, this is bad, Yan Lingqiao has disappeared. Both of them were stunned at the same time, what? Yihan urgently asked, was she not inside the bureau, could she have been taken by the Na Lan family? Chen Li replied that there were no signs of coercion, it seemed she had left on her own. Hearing this he froze, left on her own, could that message be true? He opened his phone and saw the words, Yihan I am sorry. Hoa Fuang said she would dispatch everyone to search. Hai Duong also offered to help. Yihan calmly put away his phone, no need to search, I know where she has gone. Inwardly he reproached her for being too foolish. The scene shifted to the huge courtyard. A voice of laughter rang out, Yan Lingqiao, you have finally arrived. He slammed the table and shouted, I have come, will you release Yihan now? Zhuge folded his arms and replied, of course. Zhuge looked at her with satisfaction. As long as you obediently follow my instructions, Yihan will remain safe. He turned away and said, I hope you keep your word, otherwise I will not marry Mai Tian. Zhuge ordered whether the wedding preparations were complete, and to remember to send invitations to the security bureau. The more people at a joyful event, the livelier it would be. At the security bureau, Hoa Fuang threw the phone onto the table. The wedding invitation of Mai Tian and Yan Lingqiao. The ceremony will be held in 3 days. She asked, according to the message in Yan Lingqiao's phone, she was threatened by Zhuge. Do you want to see it? Yihan shook his head. She did not want to implicate me, so she went to the Na Lan family. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached and he sighed, this foolish girl. Hoa Fuang spoke gently. Her way of thinking is also understandable. She said seriously, Mai Tian is extremely strong, already at the peak of the Ren Du realm. He once fought a 3 flowers converging expert for over 100 moves without a decisive outcome, and is regarded as the #1 of the Ren Du realm. He calmly interrupted the other party, enough, I understand your intention. Yihan turned and left, instructing, prepare a cultivation room for me. I need to enter seclusion to make a breakthrough. Wake me after 3 days. Seeing this, she immediately became excited. Yihan, I knew you would not ignore Yan Lingqiao's matter, fine. Since you are also a member of the security bureau, this time I will risk everything with you. Yu Feng felt thrilled as it had been a long time since anything exciting had happened, considering this an opportunity to make life less dull. After thinking it over, she took out her phone and made a call. Hello, Hone Thien. Yihan is encountering some trouble in the capital. You may need to come and provide support. The scene then shifted back to the Nalan's residence. Mai Tian hurriedly stepped out from inside. He appeared satisfied, walking with confident strides. The moment was near. The golden aura surrounding his body was about to reach perfection. As soon as he appeared, Mai Tian saw several clan heads waiting to congratulate him on his divine skill breakthrough, but he asked directly, has Yan Lingqiao returned? Zhuge respectfully lowered his head and replied, young master, Yan Lingqiao is already in the residence. Additionally, the wedding has been scheduled for 3 days from now, and all major forces in the north have been invited. Only then did Mai Tian feel satisfied. Excellent, in 3 days under the name of this wedding, I will reorganize the entire northern martial world and restore the Nalan family to its peak position. During this, Zhuge immediately displayed a flattering smile. Young master is truly majestic. Before leaving, he did not forget to warn, the shadow guards have informed me about Yihan. I will personally deal with him. The deaths of Han Xiaoshan and Xiao Jianli were due to your negligence. Go and accept family punishment. If it happens again, jump into the Hanquin abyss yourself. Ban Enhan was immediately frightened by Mai Tian's aura and hurriedly thanked the young master for his leniency. Curled his lips with anticipation. Yihan being able to kill Tian Quang shows some ability. I wonder how many moves he can withstand from me. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. At the wedding ceremony, congratulatory voices rang endlessly. Wang Beiyan, Tian Qiu of the Northwest, the chairman of the Northern Plains Sword Association, and the chairman of the Changhe Martial Hall all appeared one after another. Ai Tang quietly asked with concern Captain Huo Feng, "When will Brother Yi arrive today?" She leaned against a pillar and replied, "Before leaving I informed him, but he is still in seclusion, so I do not know if he will make it in time." Dai Long laughed gleefully. Now the entire capital is discussing the matter between Yi Han and Yan Lingqiao. There are even rumors that Yi Han caused Yi Tian to lose face. Huo Feng tilted her head and reminded, "Enough, stop talking nonsense. This time the Nalan family invited many major forces and surely has ulterior motives. Instruct our people to remain on high alert." Not long after, the host loudly announced, "Please welcome the bride and groom to enter the ceremony hall." The guests happily offered congratulations. "Thank you all for attending the Nalan family's wedding. It is an honor to be present on the young master's important day. Wishing the couple a lifetime of happiness and an early noble son. The bride is beautiful and the young master is truly fortunate." She pursed her lips and looked around expectantly. Yihan still has not appeared, but if he does not come, that is also good. Is that not exactly what I hoped for? Juge with the scar on his face thought to himself, "It is good that Yihan did not come. This brat has been fortunate to escape a calamity." Tran Wei held the microphone and announced, "The auspicious time has arrived. The wedding ceremony officially begins." Suddenly a voice rang out, leaving everyone stunned. "Wait." Everyone turned their heads toward the main gate. He led several brothers inside to demand the bride. "Young Master Nalan, I have read the fortunes for you and Yan Lingqiao. Your destinies are incompatible. Today I have come here to perform a good deed." His appearance caused the guests to stir. Where did this man come from to dare disrupt young Master Nalan's wedding? So it is Yi Han, rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with Mai Tian's fiancée. It seems an exciting drama is about to unfold. Upon seeing him, Yan Lingqiao exclaimed in panic, "Yi Han, you have come." Mai Tian immediately stepped forward to block her. "So you are Yi Han, you came at the perfect time, saving me the trouble of searching for you." Mai Tian waved his hand and ordered, "Shadow guards seal the hall." Immediately the doors were slammed shut. An elite team of shadow guards swiftly drew their blades and surrounded the area. This was a force meticulously trained by the Nalan family for many years, all reaching high realms and proficient in numerous techniques, clearly showing Mai Tian's determination to deal with Yi Han. Everyone believed Yi Han was overestimating himself, risking his life for a woman. Hon Thien softly said to Yi Han, "Leave these shadow guards to us, you focus on your own task." Yi Han calmly replied, "No need to rush with such a grand formation. Mai Tian's target is likely not only us." Yan Tianqiu was the first to step forward and propose, "Young Master Nalan, your handling of Yi Han has nothing to do with us. Please allow us a path to leave and then do as you wish." Only then did Mai Tian reveal his intention. "Dealing with Yi Han is merely incidental. Today's true targets are all of you." The people in the hall were shocked, not understanding what young Master Nalan intended. Without further words, Mai Tian directly entered battle mode, declaring that today he would unify the northern martial world, and anyone who refused would face defeat. The surrounding crowd immediately became furious, realizing that inviting numerous guests to the wedding had been premeditated. However, with the presence of veteran masters, they believed Mai Tian would not easily achieve his goal and condemned his arrogance. Yet Mai Tian remained calm, placing his hands on his hips and provoking, "Yan Tianqiu, Northern Plains and Changhe, come at me together, this is your only chance." Immediately, a man wielding a spear rushed forward. "You arrogant junior, taste my ultimate technique." On the other side, another master joined the battle with the move 13 Swords of Whistling Wind. Changhe did not hesitate either, unleashing powerful fist techniques to coordinate the attack. Mai Tian activated the golden body of the Buddha to resist the three, causing them to be simultaneously shaken and cough up blood. The scene became chaotic. Everyone was horrified to realize that Mai Tian had cultivated the golden body of the Buddha to the indestructible realm. Even the three chairmen working together could not withstand him, causing many to fear submitting under his command. He pointed at the crowd and coldly declared, "From now on the northern martial world will be under my rule. Who agrees, who opposes?" The entire hall immediately fell into heavy silence. At that moment, Yi Han stepped forward from the crowd and declared loudly, "I oppose." Mai Tian showed displeasure. "Yi Han, I originally intended to deal with you last. I did not expect you to appear on your own, truly seeking your own defeat." Seeing the critical situation, Yan Lingqiao pleaded, "My Tian, I have agreed to marry you. Please show mercy and spare Yihan." Hearing this, he sneered disdainfully, "Yan Lingqiao, you overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are merely a tool for cultivation and have no other value." These words enraged her and she rushed forward, "My Tian, you are truly ruthless. I will fight you to the death." But before she could act, he shouted for her to step aside. However, before he could move, Yihan grasped Mai Tian's wrist tightly and said coldly, "The one who should step aside is you." Mai Tian frowned and challenged, "I did not expect you to have some strength, but relying on this to play the hero and save the beauty is far too arrogant." Before he could finish speaking, Mai Tian received a punch squarely to the face from Yihan, leaving him unable to react. With just a light punch, Yihan sent him flying backward. Yihan calmly rotated his wrist and smirked, "Only those who often fail talk too much. Do you not understand such a simple truth?" Yan Lingqiao was moved to tears as she called his name. The people in the hall were in an uproar, unable to believe Yihan had repelled Mai Tian with a single punch, proving he possessed the strength to confront him. Many began cheering for Yihan as they did not wish to submit to Mai Tian. Juge suddenly appeared and pointed as he ordered, "Yihan dares to ambush the young master. Shadow guards, what are you waiting for? Eliminate him immediately. I will bear all consequences." Juge had already calculated in his heart that as long as Yihan was killed and the young master's plan succeeded, he would regain trust. Receiving the order, the shadow guards immediately brandished their blades and charged forward. Yihan's companions showed no fear, immediately intercepting the shadow guards and declaring they would handle them so he could focus entirely on Mai Tian. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. The shadow guards were quickly pushed back, leaving many shocked and exclaiming in disbelief. Juge watched his subordinates fall one after another with great anxiety, not expecting Yihan's faction to be so powerful. At this moment, Yihan slowly approached Juge to settle accounts. "You have repeatedly schemed against me and used sweet words to deceive Yan Lingqiao. Today, I will not let you leave here peacefully." Juge cried out in terror, "No, young master, save me." But before he could finish, Yihan gripped his throat tightly and coldly declared that no one could save him. Despite struggling to breathe, Juge desperately pleaded, "Young master, save me." However, Mai Tian coldly replied, "You are useless and even dared to mobilize the shadow guards without my permission. That alone is enough for you to pay with your life." After speaking, Mai Tian kicked a blade fragment lying on the ground. The blade fragment shot forward like lightning and pierced directly into Juge's head. Juge immediately collapsed onto the cold ground, still unwilling as he uttered his final words. Yihan sneered and remarked, "Mai Tian, you are truly ruthless to so easily kill your own subordinate." He wiped the corner of his mouth and replied, "Yihan, your pride will not last. The next one to fall will be you." With that, Mai Tian circulated his spiritual power and activated the golden body of the Buddha. The surrounding crowd once again erupted in discussion. This very golden body of the Buddha had enabled Mai Tian to defeat 3 grandmasters earlier. Many doubted Yihan could only prolong the fight until the opponent weakened to have a chance of victory. Yihan suddenly took out a needle and said, "You have not cultivated the golden body of the Buddha to great completion, yet you dare to boast before me. This single needle is enough to break your defense." He had already discerned the weakness with the yin-yang divine eyes. The onlookers were stunned, unsure whether Yihan's words were true or merely a tactic to stall for time, as Mai Tian had cultivated the golden body of the Buddha for 10 years, and it seemed impossible to pierce it with just one needle. Mai Tian burst into loud laughter at the declaration. "Yihan, are you joking? Not to mention one needle. Even tens of thousands would not be able to injure me in the slightest." Mai Tian flew into a rage, clenched his fists and charged forward like lightning, shouting that Yihan should not even think about stalling for time and should accept death. Yihan stood still, raised his hand and sneered, truly seeking his own doom. "Come here." 2 streams of power immediately collided violently, creating a powerful shockwave. The crowd covered their mouths before the thick cloud of dust, worried when they saw that Yihan did not dodge and prayed for his safety. When the dust settled, Mai Tian's arm stopped in front of Yihan and trembled uncontrollably. Before he could understand what had happened, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was extremely shocked, speculating that Yihan's needle had broken Mai Tian's golden body and expressing their admiration. Mai Tian roared in disbelief, insisting that his pagoda golden body was invincible and could not be broken by a mere needle. Yihan withdrew his hand and smiled calmly, stating that there was no strongest cultivation technique in the world, only stronger or weaker users. He continued that Mai Tian's obsession with the ultimate technique had caused him to lose the true heart of a powerhouse, making his defeat inevitable. The crowd fell into contemplation before nodding in praise, recognizing the true demeanor of a powerhouse through Yi Han's words. Mai Tian struggled to stand, trembling as he retorted that his pagoda golden body was still the strongest, and that once it reached perfection, no one could defeat him. He laughed sinisterly and suddenly seized control of Yan Lingqiao behind him, declaring that his plan to use her as a furnace for a breakthrough was now too late to stop. Mai Tian executed a secret technique to absorb Yan Lingqiao's blood essence, causing her to cry out in pain to Yi Han. Yi Han was enraged, his aura erupting as he charged forward and shouted that Mai Tian was seeking death. Yi Han's punch struck straight into the opponent's abdomen, while simultaneously pulling Yan Lingqiao out of his grasp. Mai Tian was blasted into the wall behind him in a state of shock. Yi Han anxiously asked about Yan Lingqiao, and she choked with tears as she apologized for not listening to him. Her voice gradually weakened before she fainted in Yi Han's arms. The old Taoist examined her and said in a grave tone that her vital blood essence was depleted, and that it would be difficult for her to sustain life for long. Yu Feng consoled him that this was not Yi Han's fault. Yi Han gritted his teeth with determination, drew out 3 needles, and declared that he would not let Yan Lingqiao leave this world. He performed the 9 origin life-locking needles, a green aura surrounding Yan Lingqiao's body and stabilizing her life. The old Taoist was astonished to see her aura gradually stabilizing, realizing that Yi Han's medical skills had reached an extraordinary realm. After finishing the treatment, Yi Han entrusted Yan Lingqiao to Huo Feng and instructed her to take Yan Lingqiao to rest. His gaze shifted to Mai Tian as he declared that after dealing with him, he would find a way to completely cure Yan Lingqiao. Mai Tian sneered, a golden aura erupting as he confidently claimed that after absorbing the blood essence, his pagoda golden body had reached its peak. His power surged as he declared that Yi Han would no longer be able to break his defense again. Yi Han drew his dagger and coldly replied that this time he would not only break the defense but also end his life. Behind Mai Tian appeared a phantom of the Buddhist sect, launching a powerful attack toward Yi Han. Yi Han leaped forward to meet the attack, a roaring dragon phantom appearing behind him. 2 sources of power collided violently, creating a terrifying shockwave. Mai Tian once again clutched his chest and spat out blood, horrified and unable to believe the result. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Han charged forward with the decisive strike, the blade sweeping across the opponent's throat. Mai Tian collapsed, despairingly muttering that he could not die with so many unfinished matters. Yi Han disdainfully gave him a light kick and coldly declared that his only ending was death. Everyone was stunned as Mai Tian, the rising genius, was truly defeated by Yi Han, bringing an end to the legend of southern Murong and northern Nalan. Many believed that Yi Han was the new star of the martial world in East China and expressed their gratitude for saving the overall situation. 3 experts promised to support Yi Han in the future, providing information and resources when necessary. Yi Han cupped his fists in thanks and then asked about the blood essence Lingjai, the only medicinal herb that could save Yan Lingqiao according to the Ghost Valley medical scripture. Yan Tianqiu recalled information about this herb, believing that it appeared in the southwest, in places rich with spiritual energy such as Mount Emei. Upon receiving the information, Yi Han happily expressed his gratitude to the 3 seniors for their valuable assistance. He arranged the plan, setting off with Tuan toward the southwest, while the others remained behind to guard the rear. Yi Han thanked Huo Feng and asked her to help handle the issue with the Nalan family, and she affirmed that she would be a steadfast support. Yi Han carried Yan Lingqiao away with Tuan, silently vowing to find the blood essence Lingjai to save her at all costs. After many days of travel, they finally arrived at Mount Emei in the southwest. Yi Han settled Yan Lingqiao to rest in a small pavilion, realizing that her condition was worsening as her organs gradually weakened. He gritted his teeth and infused more true qi into her body, determined to quickly find the blood essence Lingjai. From afar came an angry shout, "Leng Wufei, you still dare to come to Mount Emei, truly not knowing the difference between life and death." Leng Wufei clutched his chest and earnestly pleaded to see Wu Yao, making Yi Han realize that he was the person he had treated before. After some thought, Yi Han instructed Tuan to take care of Yan Lingqiao before stepping forward to assess the situation. Wu Qing coldly reproached Leng Wufei for the past love affair that had turned Wu Yao into a cripple. She angrily demanded that he leave Mount Emei immediately, otherwise she would not be polite. Leng Wufei admitted his past mistakes, but affirmed that this time he had come up the mountain to find medicine to save Wu Yao. Wu Qing snorted coldly, believing that all previous remedies had been ineffective. Wu Rong suggested that there was no need for further words and that he should be directly driven away. As the conflict erupted, Leng Wufei drew his sword to respond, forced to defend himself. However, his sword was quickly entangled by the opponent's horsetail whisk. Wu Rong restrained him and signaled for Wu Qing to make a move. Wu Qing immediately launched an attack from behind. At the critical moment, Yihan appeared in time and shouted for them to stop. A cloud of dust rose to obscure the view, Yihan's figure already standing in front of Leng Wufei. Wu Qing was forced back and let out a soft groan of pain. Wu Rong hurriedly supported her junior sister and remained wary of Yihan's strength. She tightened her grip on the horsetail whisk, asserting that this was Mount Emei's territory and that no one could leave at will. Leng Wufei was delighted to meet Yihan and asked why he had appeared here. Yihan explained that he had come to find the blood essence Lingjai to save a friend and inquired about Leng Wufei's situation. Leng Wufei sadly stated that the woman he loved was gravely ill on the mountain and that he wished to find medicine to save her. He was angered at being obstructed by Emei from ascending the mountain, while the other side coldly believed that this was not a place for people to come and go freely. Wu Rong pointed and warned that neither of them was permitted to proceed, otherwise they would have to bear the consequences. Yihan stepped forward to refute this, stating that Mount Emei belonged to the nation and was not the private property of the sect. Wu Rong gave a faint smile, recalling the long history and status of Emei within the Chinese martial world. She asserted that this place had long implicitly fallen under Emei's management and did not permit outsiders to pass judgment. Han smiled mockingly, arguing that residing there for a long time did not equate to ownership and criticizing their unreasonable stance. Insulted, Wu Rong angrily scolded Yihan for being insolent and ignorant of life and death. Han ignored her and continued stepping forward, asserting that he would definitely ascend Mount Emei today. Wu Rong turned and swung her horsetail whisk to attack with intense killing intent. Yihan spun and counterattacked with his dagger, easily breaking the opponent's technique. His attacks shattered all the strands of the horsetail whisk. Wu Rong was knocked backward, spat out blood and stared in shock, unable to believe Yihan's strength. The moment she saw the perilous situation, she immediately rushed forward to assist. "Senior sister need not worry, I am here to help." However, he swiftly swung his sword to block her path and coldly said that her opponent was him. She flew into a rage, flicked her whisk to counterattack, shouting that Leng Wufei would not escape today. He let out a faint snort and glided forward, declaring that she alone was not qualified to be his opponent. Leng Wufei's sword pierced through the dense threads. The move 100 steps 1 kill carried unmatched power. Vo Tin was struck by the blow, severely injured and thrown backward, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Vo Dung hurriedly rushed over to support her and asked with concern. Vo Tin frowned and replied that she was fine, but admitted they were no match for the opponent. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, the two immediately retreated, deciding to return to the sect and request the elders to intervene. Seeing them leave, Leng Wufei approached Yihan with guilt and apologized for causing him to offend the Ngamai sect, making his journey to seek medicine even more arduous. Yihan merely smiled and shook his head, believing that with Ngamai arrogance, even without him this trip would still be fraught with turmoil. During this, Leng Wufei frowned slightly and asked in confusion about the meaning behind Yihan's words. Yihan looked straight at him and firmly declared that he must obtain the blood essence Ganoderma. Anyone who tried to stop him would pay the price. Upon hearing that, Leng Wufei hurriedly spoke up to request that Yihan pause and listen to one of his wishes. Yihan quickly helped him to his feet and sincerely said that there was no need for courtesy between them. He could speak frankly. Leng Wufei spoke in a low voice that the woman he loved had all her meridians severed. This time he climbed the mountain only hoping to see her again and find a chance to save her. Though the hope was slim, he completely trusted Yihan's medical skill. Yihan stroked his chin thoughtfully and said that severed meridians were extremely difficult to heal. He could only do his utmost to try once and could not guarantee the result. Seeing Yihan turn to leave, Leng Wufei clasped his fists in gratitude and declared that whether successful or not, he would remember this kindness for life. On the peak of Ngamai Mountain, Vo Yu sat in a wheelchair gazing into the distance, softly murmuring that 20 years had passed since she parted from Leng Wufei. At that moment, Vo Nga stepped in from outside. Vo Nga walked closer, her gaze resting on her as she asked whether after so many years she still could not let go, and reminded her that it was Leng Wufei who had once pushed her into tragedy. Vo Yu held her chest and sighed, gently affirming that what happened back then was not entirely Leng Wufei's fault. Tyne Nhi appeared with curiosity, asking whether that man was truly worth longing for when more than 20 years had passed and Vo Yu still had not forgot, contrary to the teaching that men were the root of all calamity. Hearing this, Vo Yu lowered her head slightly and gently said that Tyne Nhi was still young and could not yet understand such feeling. Manga stepped forward and lightly tapped Tyne Nhi head, scolding her for not studying in the scripture hall and warning that if she dared to seek men on her own, she would be severely punished. Tyne Nhi held her head crying and hurriedly ran away, repeatedly admitting her fault to her master. At that moment, Vo Dung and Vo Tin rushed over reporting that Leng Wufei had suddenly stormed up the mountain. Supported by Vo Dung, Vo Tin recounted that he had even brought an extremely powerful helper, leaving the disciples unable to stop them. Hearing the news, Vo Nga could not help but exclaim in shock. Upon hearing the name Leng Wufei, she gritted her teeth and ordered all disciples to assemble, immediately setting up the Jade Maiden's sword formation to meet the enemy. Vo Dung and Vo Tin clasped their fists in unison to receive the order, and respectfully replied that they would obey. As Vo Nga prepared to leave, a heartfelt voice called out from behind Master. Vo Yu sat in her wheelchair with worried eyes, pleading that her master spare Leng Wufei life. Vo Nga halted and turned back, gently reassuring her that she need not worry, she understood her feelings. Vo Yu fell silent and said nothing more, only watching her master departing figure with a heavy heart. Tyne Nhi stood beside her with a mischievous smile, asking whether the person just mentioned was Leng Wufei whom Vo Yu always missed, and suggesting they go see him together. Vo Yu looked down at her crippled legs shyly, saying that moving was difficult and her master would not permit her to see him. Before she could finish speaking, Tyne Nhi had already pushed the wheelchair away, confidently saying she would help them reunite, inwardly excited by the rare commotion within the sect. The scene shifted to the plaza before the main hall of Ngamai, where the disciples simultaneously held their swords and rose into the air. Leng Wufei led Yihan forward, and upon seeing the sight sighed, realizing that Ngamai had arranged the Jade Maiden sword formation to block him. Yihan folded his arms and frowned slightly, asking Leng Wufei how formidable this formation was. Leng Wufei explained in a deep voice that this was Ngamai Guardian Grand Formation, combining the strength of 49 people. If it could not be broken in one strike, one would be trapped until exhausted. As his words ended, Vo Nga and the elders appeared, declaring that if Leng Wufei could pass the Jade Maiden Sword formation, she would allow him to see Vo Yu. Leng Wufei released a burst of purple aura, gripping his sword hilt as he thanked her for the opportunity, and declared that even if he died within the formation, he would have no regrets. In a distant corner, Tyne Nhi pushed Vo Yu over to watch, and remarked that Leng Wufei did not look as outstanding as the young man standing beside him. Vo Yu clenched her hands tightly, her eyes fixed on him as she inwardly sighed that after 20 years Leng Wufei had aged greatly. Vo Nga swung her whisk and ordered the disciples to immediately launch the formation attack. Instantly the disciples charged forward with swords in hand, their momentum blazing. Leng Wufei showed no fear, swinging his sword and shouting loudly, demonstrating his resolve to fight. Vo Nga frowned and waved her hand to signal a change of mood, commanding them to execute dragon-trapping form. Disciples swiftly condensed immense spiritual power and shouted together to activate the sealing technique. Countless phantom swords appeared and shot straight toward Leng Wufei. He immediately leapt aside to evade, executing swift wind, sudden rain swords sweeping across the battlefield. His consecutive sword strikes shattered the sword phantoms and sent them crashing to the ground. After dissolving the attack, he descended and loudly called out to Vo Yu, declaring that he would soon see her again. Standing behind, Vo Nga coldly warned that she had just shown mercy out of regard for Vo Yu. If he persisted, she would show no mercy. With those words, she immediately ordered the disciples to exert full strength and execute 10,000 swords returned to origin. Tens of thousands of swords converged into a massive surge of power charging toward the target. Leng Wufei maintained his will, pointing his sword forward and unleashing his ultimate counterattack. However, before the overwhelming might of the formation, he gradually fell into a disadvantage alone. In the end, Leng Wufei was blasted backward, his body heavily crashing to the ground. Witnessing the scene, Vo Yu cried out in panic, unable to restrain herself from calling his name. Tyne Nhi stood behind and sighed, saying that everything had ended faster than expected and there was nothing more to watch. Vo Yu moved closer, looking at the injured Leng Wufei kneeling on the ground with eyes full of sorrow. Vo Nga coldly declared that he had lost. Out of regard for Vo Yu, she would spare his life and ordered him to leave Ngamai. Unwilling to accept it, Leng Wufei shook his head and declared that today there would only be a fight to the end, there would be no retreat. Hearing this, Vo Nga frowned in displeasure, saying he was seeking his own death. Leng Wufei stood up and patted his chest firmly, expressing that for Vo Yu even death was not frightening, and he would not give up after more than 20 years of waiting. Vo Nga angrily ordered Vo Dung and Vo Tin to immediately escort him down the mountain. The two accepted the order, the swords in their hands emitting blue light as they responded in unison. Leng Wufei abandoned his defense, closed his eyes to accept his fate, softly stating that in this life he had no regrets. Seeing this, Vo Yu cried out in fear, urging him to move aside quickly. At the critical moment, Yihan suddenly appeared, striking the opponent's back and shouting for them to stop. As the two landed on the ground, Vo Dung recognized Yihan and showed displeasure at his appearance. With a weary expression, Leng Wufei sighed and turned his gaze toward Yihan intending to speak. However, Yihan interrupted and apologized for being unable to stand by and watch him be forced into danger without intervening. After that, he stepped forward and told Leng Wufei to step back and rest, leaving him to break the Jade Maiden Sword formation. In his heart, Yihan was confident because he had used the Yin-Yang Dharma eye to see through the operating principles of the formation. Breaking it would not be difficult. Vo Nga pointed her whisk straight at Yihan, questioning his identity and warning that youthful arrogance would come at a heavy price. Energy surged around him as Yihan calmly announced his name, his bearing upright. He stood facing her, cupping his hands as he declared his willingness to break the Jade Maiden Sword formation for Leng Wu, and hoped the senior would offer guidance. He coldly reminded him, Benefactor Yi, you have only just stepped into the Ren Du realm, while Leng Wufei has already reached its peak. Even he was helpless. How dare you think you can succeed? I advise you to stop. Blades and swords are inherently merciless. The young man holding the blade replied, Senior, please do not worry about me. I only wish to ask whether I would be recognized if I break this sword formation in place of Brother Leng. Leng Wufei stepped forward to persuade him, Yihan, I understand your good intentions, but this is my personal matter. If you encounter any mishap because of me, I would never find peace in this lifetime. The young man smiled confidently. Brother Leng, rest assured, I can break this Jade Maiden Sword formation with a single move. Wu Nga angrily shouted, How arrogant! Since you seek trouble, I will grant your wish. Disciples immediately form the formation. Upon hearing the command, everyone raised their swords and shouted in unison, Win. From afar, Tyne Nhi whispered, Senior sister, do not worry, someone is already testing the formation in place of Leng Wufei. Vo Yu pondered silently. Who is this person that he could befriend the cold and arrogant Leng Wufei? She only hoped the young man would remain safe. Tyne Nhi sighed. He has only reached the early stage of the Ren Du realm yet dares to challenge the Jade Maiden Sword formation. No matter how one looks at it, it is far too reckless. Such a pity for such a handsome young man. Vo Dung mocked, even after seeing Leng Wufei suffer, he still dares to charge in, truly fearless. Vo Tin added that some people always believe they can change everything until they truly taste failure. Yihan circulated his energy and said, Senior, please act swiftly. I still have an important matter to discuss with you. Wu Nga waved her whisk and replied, Wait until you pass the sword formation. Disciples, deploy the 10,000 swords technique. Weapons in everyone's hands simultaneously shot into the air, 10,000 swords returning to origin. Yihan rushed forward, thinking that this was the moment. He had already identified the formation's core. Wu Nga hurriedly shouted, This is not good, quickly stop him. Disciples surged forward to block him. They could not allow him to reach the formation's core and had to maintain their formation. Yihan paused and smiled. I am afraid you will find it difficult to stop me. Immediately afterward, he leaped upward. My true target is here. A resounding crash echoed as countless weapons fell scattered from the sky. The disciples were stunned. How could this be? The sword formation has been broken. Nhi, Wu Nga, and Vo Dung exclaimed in unison, What? Leng Wufei joyfully exclaimed, Yihan has truly succeeded. Yihan landed and clasped his hands. Senior, please accept this bow from your junior. Vo Tin said resentfully that he was indeed calculating, distracting the disciples and striking when the formation was not yet complete. Vo Dung added that if the 10,000 swords technique had fully formed, he would not have won so easily. Yihan turned back. I merely did not wish to implicate innocent people. If it had been a true battle, it might have left irreconcilable resentment. The other party sneered, The formation has already been broken. You may say whatever you wish. Yihan's expression darkened, so you are still not convinced. Wu Nga spoke to stop them. Enough. Vo Tin and Vo Dung, say no more. She declared that the sword formation had been broken, and they admitted defeat. Lang Wufei rejoiced, Senior Vo Yu. Wu and Ga turned around. Vo Yu is in the rear hall. Go meet her yourself and then leave immediately. Lang Wufei felt a trace of disappointment. Is it only possible to meet her once? Vo Tin shouted that allowing him to meet her once was already a favor. The formation was not even broken by him. Vo Dung further warned him not to wander about lest he be expelled from the mountain. Yihan bowed and said, Senior, please wait. My friend is in critical condition and needs the blood essence Lingjai for treatment. I am willing to exchange it with an item of equal value and hope for your approval. Wu Nga shook her head, saying that she was not feeling well today and the matter would be discussed tomorrow. Inwardly thinking that he had only broken the formation by luck yet dared to request their sex treasured relic, she would never grant. Yihan continued, Senior, saving a life is as urgent as putting out a fire. I hope you can spare some time. Wu Nga showed disdain. This is Mount Amei, not a marketplace. The blood essence Lingjai is not something that can be exchanged so easily. Han grew angry. This concerns a human life. Amei is renowned as a righteous sect. Could it be that you are unwilling even to hear me out? Wu Nga ordered Vo Tin and Vo Dung escort the guest away, inwardly intending to force him to bow his head. The two responded that the blood essence Lingjai was a supreme treasure of Amei and could not be exchanged casually. Since their master would not receive guests, they requested that he leave the mountain. From afar, Tyne Nhi murmured that this young man's desire for the blood essence Lingjai was truly unrealistic, as their master kept it carefully hidden and she herself had never even seen it. She continued, Senior sister, let us return and wait for Lang Wufei. That young man will likely be expelled soon, and the drama will come to an end. Suddenly Vo Yu said in surprise, wait, I sense something unusual. Tyne Nhi look over there. Yihan's aura surged. I originally did not wish to cause trouble and only hoped to purchase the Lingjai at any price, but you have forced me into this. He raised 2 fingers. If so, I will have no choice but to use another method to obtain the blood essence Lingjai. Countless weapons were lifted from the ground by his energy. Everyone panicked. The swords are floating. It is Yihan. Quickly stop him. What is happening? Wu Nga turned around in astonishment. This is. Yihan rose into the air. I possess a single sword capable of shaking mountains and rivers. He waved his hand and a multitude of weapons surged forward. Swords advanced. Wu Nga angrily declared that Amei could not allow itself to be suppressed by a mere youth. Even if they had to sacrifice everything today, they would not let him succeed. Everyone attacked together. A massive green palm collided with the myriad sword energy. Cracks appeared shortly afterward, and the disciples cried out in alarm. They struggled to hold on. Yihan is so powerful, I can no longer endure. In the end, the formation still collapsed, and many were sent flying. Wu Nga gritted her teeth. Yihan, you. Sword stopped before her. Yihan said that he had wished to speak peacefully, but they had forced him to take action. He then asked where the blood essence Lingjai was located. Wu Nga trembled and stammered, unable to reply. An aged voice sounded, one should show mercy when possible. Yihan was startled while Wu Nga hurriedly called out, Ancestor. The disciples rejoiced. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Now we have someone to rely on. Yihan looked up. Amei, Ancestor, do you also wish to stop me? Yu Xin smiled. Young people are easily impulsive. I did not come here to fight. Wu Nga hurriedly accused him of attempting to seize the Lingjai. Vo Tin said he had injured the disciples, and Vo Dung lamented that Amei had never suffered such humiliation. Yu Xin laughed. Can you not restrain yourselves? Do you still wish to continue fighting? Must this old woman personally take action? Disciples awkwardly replied that they had tried to handle it themselves, but were no match. The ancestor seemed to be angered. She continued that she only had limited strength left and could help them only a few more times. If she were gone, who would stand to protect them? Everyone fell silent and bowed their heads in apology. Yu Xin struck her staff heavily and scolded that even allowing someone to ascend the mountain had become difficult. Amei was not the greatest sect under heaven and should not behave so arrogantly. Wu Nga, Vo Tin, and Vo Dung knelt down to apologize, begging the ancestor to quell her anger. Tyne Nhi asked in astonishment why the ancestor was siding with that young man. Vo Yu replied that the ancestor must have her own reasons, inwardly thinking that perhaps Yihan was so powerful that even the ancestor held him in esteem. Yihan pondered why this old woman carried a familiar aura, and decided to use the yin-yang Dharma eye to investigate. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as the yin-yang Dharma eye activated. He saw pure spiritual energy faintly surrounding her. Yu Xin spoke that not everyone could possess the dual energies of yin and yang. Yihan replied that he did not understand what she meant. inwardly wondering whether this old woman had discovered his secret. She smiled kindly, "Young man, there is no need for vigilance. We may be considered fellow practitioners and can address each other as friends." Yihan exhaled softly. "Indeed, that is the case." He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Yihan greeted the senior with reverence, inwardly thinking that he had not expected this old lady to also be a chi cultivator, absorbing spiritual energy like himself. It seemed that the great sects that had existed for thousands of years truly had their reason. Zhu Xin gently said there was no need for such courtesy. She was only a few years older than him and they could address each other as friends in the future. Inwardly she evaluated that at such a young age he possessed ancient chi cultivation. His background must be extraordinary, and it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with this young man. The surrounding disciples were in an uproar. They had not expected the ancestor to wish to befriend Yihan. They wondered what his background truly was to be valued so highly. It seemed they had inadvertently offended an important figure. She began to walk and told Deep Dao Hiu to wait a moment while she handled internal sect matters first. She then announced that Vo Tin and Vo Duck, for their insolent behavior, were punished with 3 years of confinement. Vo Nga, as the sect leader, could not evade responsibility and would temporarily step down. All sect affairs would be taken over by Vo Yu with her supervision. During this, everyone immediately broke into a cold sweat and respectfully replied that they would obey the ancestors' orders. Zhu Xin turned to ask Deep Dao Hiu whether this handling had satisfied him. Yihan clasped his hands and replied that such an impartial resolution filled him with admiration, only that it still involved the blood essence Ganoderma. She reassured him that Deep Dao Hiu need not worry. Although the blood essence Ganoderma was extremely rare, if he needed it the Amei sect would certainly not be stingy. She calmly stated that she would immediately send someone to retrieve it, while inwardly thinking that using a small treasure to gain the goodwill of a chi cultivator was more than worthwhile. Yihan happily expressed his gratitude to Dao Hiu. Witnessing this, Leng Wufei pondered that since the Amei ancestor valued Yihan so highly and even easily bestowed the blood essence Ganoderma, perhaps the matter between him and Vo Yu also had a chance of resolution. He stepped forward and quietly asked Yihan to help speak to the ancestor about his relationship with Vo Yu, as the two had only reunited after many years apart. Hearing this, Yihan mentioned the matter of Leng Wufei and Vo Yu. Zhu Xin replied that she had heard of it, and that past matters should be let go if possible. Out of respect for fellow Taoist Deep, as long as Vo Yu agreed, Lei Thai Chu Leng could come to Mount Amei to visit her at any time. Leng Wufei was overjoyed and thanked the senior, thinking that just one sentence from Yihan had resolved his wish of many years and that he must repay this kindness in the future. At that moment, a figure seated in a wheelchair was pushed forward, crying as she called Leng Wufei's name. He was startled, turned around and hurried over, emotionally calling out Vo Yu. He gently touched her cheek, choking with emotion that 20 years had passed, asking about her health and blaming himself for past mistakes, but she interrupted him and told him not to blame himself. With tearful eyes, Vo Yu gently said that she had never blamed him. Leng Wufei firmly declared that no matter the cost, he would find a way to cure her illness. He then clasped his hands and bowed, begging Yihan to save Vo Yu, promising to devote himself to repaying the favor in the future. Yihan quickly helped him up, saying there was no need for such courtesy. He continued, affirming that he would do his utmost to treat Vo Yu. A short while later, numerous disciples gathered outside the room where the treatment was taking place. Inside, Yihan was taking Vo Yu's pulse as she lay on the bed. She felt the energy flowing into her body. Her face tightened slightly and she let out a painful groan. Outside, the disciples discussed that Vo Yu's meridians had been severed for 20 years and wondered whether Yihan could heal her. Although he was young, his cultivation and medical skills were outstanding, yet many renowned doctors had previously failed, so they still harbored doubts. Leng Wufei anxiously asked about Vo Yu's condition. Yihan replied that the meridians in her body had been severed and that there was only one method to cure her. He explained that her meridians must be broken once more, because only by destroying the old could the new be rebuilt, allowing the treatment process to continue, which shocked everyone. Vo Nga asked in alarm whether he was joking, as breaking the meridians again would endanger Vo Yu's life. Disciples outside also became restless, having never heard of such a treatment method and suspecting Yihan was exaggerating. Yihan calmly affirmed that the method had been clearly stated and whether to proceed was their decision, while Leng Wufei declared that he completely trusted Yihan's ability. However, he still turned to look at Vo Yu with worried eyes. Vo Yu firmly stated that she trusted Leng Wufei's decision. She continued that even if there was only a sliver of hope, she was willing to try, as she did not wish to spend her life bedridden and hoped to explore the world outside with him. Hearing these words, Leng Wufei replied in a deep voice that he agreed. He turned to Yi Han and earnestly asked him to proceed with the treatment. All risks would be borne by the two of them. Vo and Ga anxiously cried out, asking the ancestor why she did not stop this risky action and believing they were being too reckless. Yu Xin replied gently that she was not proficient in medical arts, and therefore it was not convenient for her to intervene. She continued to explain that judging from Yi Han's manner, she believed he would only make a decision when he was certain of success, so everyone should calmly observe. Inside, the young man took out his set of acupuncture needles and informed Wu Yao that the process of reconnecting her meridians would be very painful, hoping she could endure it. Wu Yao gritted her teeth and replied that as long as she could stand again, she would accept any pain, urging Yi Han to begin. Behind him appeared the phantom of a silver-haired elder, performing the 12 heavenly origin needles with the meridian-breaking technique. Wu Yao screamed in agony as her entire body was enveloped by a powerful energy. Everyone was astonished by the terrifying fluctuations of power, comparable to the aura of the patriarch, causing them to begin believing that Yi Han could truly cure her. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as Yi Han announced that he would begin the stage of reconnecting the meridian. His fingers covered in green energy, he continued to perform the 12 heavenly origin needles to reconnect the meridians. Wu Yao suddenly sat up, raised her hand to cover her chest, and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Leng Wufei immediately stepped forward to support her, anxiously asking about her condition. Wu Wo and the others angrily questioned Yi Han, believing that he had caused danger when Wu Yao vomited blood and threatening that they would not forgive him if anything unexpected happened. Outside, the disciples continued to discuss that Yi Han had likely failed and that his method was too immature, worsening Wu Yao's condition. At that moment, the sound of a staff striking the ground rang out, demanding that everyone maintain order. Yu Xin spoke, stating that Wu Yao was not in danger, and there was no need for such panic. Wu Wo remained worried, pointing behind as he intended to say something about Wu Yao. But at that very moment, Wu Yao spoke to reassure everyone that she was fine. She raised both hands and stated that she could feel true qi flowing powerfully within her body. Afterward, Wu Yao did not hesitate and stepped down from the bed on her own. She exclaimed in astonishment that she was able to stand firmly again and that her meridians had been completely restored. Leng Wufei, deeply moved, stepped forward to embrace her, and the two shed tears of happiness as she had finally recovered. Everyone was stunned. Wu Wo cried out in astonishment, while Wu Qing realized they had misunderstood Yi Han, causing Wu Rong to feel ashamed. Yi Han explained that vomiting blood was merely the process of expelling the stagnant blood accumulated over many years, and that after sufficient rest, Wu Yao's health would be completely stable. Leng Wufei bowed in gratitude, affirming that he would never forget this kindness for the rest of his life and promising to be present whenever Yi Han needed him. Wu Yao also apologized to Yi Han on behalf of her master for their earlier impatience. Yi Han smiled and replied that it was unnecessary as long as Leng Wufei and Wu Yao trusted him. He did not mind the other words. A voice sounded, reproaching the three for causing trouble, when someone had kindly come to heal yet was met with suspicion and blame. Yu Xin sternly demanded that they immediately apologize to Yi Han. The three hurriedly bowed to admit their fault, acknowledging their mistake and expressing admiration for Yi Han's cultivation and medical skills, while also remembering the life-saving favor toward the Amei sect. Disciples outside cheered with joy, astonished to see their seniors bow in apology, and could not help but admire Yi Han's talent and demeanor. Xian Er's eyes sparkled, as she secretly thought that this was the charm of a man that martial Uncle Wu Yao had once mentioned. Yi Han sighed and said that there was no need to mention other matters. It would be better to lead him to obtain the blood essence Lingjia. Yu Xin invited Yi Han to follow her, stating that she would personally lead him to retrieve the treasure, while secretly calculating that his ability to win everyone's admiration would be very beneficial for future plans. A moment later, at the Amei Medicinal Garden, she introduced that this place had been established since the founding of the sect. She pointed ahead and stated that the blood essence Lingjia was being cultivated within that area. Han sat down to observe and noticed many precious medicinal herbs such as 7-star grass, 6 yang fruit, and 100 spirit Lingjia, all of which were rare treasures. Xian excitedly ran over, sensing the abundant spiritual energy and expressing surprise that the Amei sect possessed such a wonderful place. Ju Xin explained that this medicinal garden had been cultivated over thousands of years, and if the younger generations had known earlier, it might have been destroyed long ago. He advised Xian to focus on her cultivation instead of paying attention to the garden, but the girl smiled brightly and said that since she rarely had the chance to leave the sect, she wished to stay by her grandmaster's side and conveniently chat more with Yihan. Ju Xin teased that she did not truly wish to stay close to her but rather to be near someone else, causing the young girl to blush with embarrassment and awkwardly deny it. Hayat Tam smiled softly and said, "Very well, today I will indulge you, let us go inside," secretly thinking that if Yihan and Tyne Nhi were brought together, his relationship with the Amei sect would become even closer. After walking a little further, the three stopped before a magnificent waterfall. He spoke in introduction, "Deep little friend, this is the blood origin Lingjai. When harvesting, remember to keep the roots so it can regenerate after a few years." Yihan sat down and asked, "May Senior tell me how many years this Lingjai has grown?" Hayat Tam explained that she had previously harvested some to help Vo U stabilize his vital energy, and it had been more than 20 years since then. She then asked whether Yihan needed an older Lingjai. He replied that the medicinal potency was still slightly insufficient. He silently calculated that to completely cure Yan Ling Keo, a Lingjai at least 50 years old was required. Tyne Nhi anxiously urged her grandmaster to think of a way to help Yihan, but Hayat Tam sighed and said that the Lingjai was a gift of nature and difficult to interfere with. Yihan pointed down at the lake and concluded that there was a small spirit vein beneath it, which was the very source of spiritual energy nourishing the precious medicinal herbs. Hayat Tam nodded in praise of his keen perception, secretly guessing that Yihan possessed the yin-yang dharma eye. Yihan proposed channeling spiritual energy from the spirit vein to accelerate the Lingjai's growth, but warned that the spiritual energy of the medicinal garden would decline for several years. Hayat Tam pondered for a moment and then agreed. Although she had never heard of such a method, she was willing to try in order to draw Yihan closer to the Amei sect. During this, Yihan confidently drew his knife and said, "Senior, please observe." He continuously swung the knife, slicing the ground to form a long trench to guide the water. The stream of water quickly flowed into the spirit pool. Yihan's expression turned serious as he controlled his spiritual power and shouted, "Halt." Spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. The blood origin Lingjai radiated light and rapidly grew. Hayat Tam was astonished by the miraculous transformation and became even more determined to keep Yihan within the Amei sect. Tyne Nhi's eyes shone brightly as she exclaimed in admiration that Yihan was truly formidable. Yihan wiped the sweat from his brow and said that a little more time was needed for the Lingjai to reach 50 years. At that moment, a strange rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Yihan gripped his knife and shouted vigilantly, "Who is there?" A pack of red-eyed ferocious beasts charged toward them. Hayat Tam anxiously explained that the sudden surge of spiritual energy had attracted the demonic beast. Tyne Nhi, fearful of snakes and insects, asked how they should deal with them. Hayat Tam decided that they had to confront them directly to protect the Lingjai. Yihan stopped her, proposing to attempt negotiation to avoid damaging the Lingjai. Hayat Tam was astonished because demonic beasts were difficult to persuade, especially with such a rare Lingjai. Tyne Nhi also advised waiting for reinforcement instead of taking risks. Yihan explained that demonic beasts that had cultivated for many years possessed intelligence and could communicate. He sat down, intending to use a better spiritual item to exchange for their retreat. Hayat Tam and Tyne Nhi were both worried about his safety. Yihan took out a yellow pill and presented it before Hayat Lai to entice him. He threw the pill toward it. Hayat Lai could not resist and stepped forward to swallow the pill. Yihan smiled and proposed offering more pills if it led the beasts to withdraw. Hayat Lai patted its chest to signal agreement and emitted a threatening cry. It turned back to intimidate the beasts behind it. Finally, the pack of strange beasts retreated in fear into the depths of the forest. Hayat Tam was astonished by Yihan's ability to control demonic beasts. Nhi happily clapped and praised him. Yihan rewarded Hayat Lai with another pill for its contribution. He hugged the reward tightly with a satisfied expression. Yihan observed his surroundings and discovered that 2 demonic beasts had not yet left. He threw a pill toward the python in an attempt to persuade it. At the same time, he addressed the poisonous spider, proposing a similar reward if they withdrew. However, the python used its tail to knock the pill away. The poisonous spider also lunged toward Hayat Tam and Tyne Nhi. Tyne Nhi asked in terror why they were not attracted by the pill. Hayat Tam concluded that these 2 demonic beasts were ferocious predators whose targets were not only the Lingjai but also humans. As soon as she finished speaking, they simultaneously attacked the three of them. Yihan angrily declared that if negotiation failed, he would resort to force. Hayat Tam requested to handle the python, but Yihan immediately stopped her. He concluded that these demonic beasts all originated from Mount Ime. Hayat Tam confirmed that due to the abundant spiritual energy, the demonic beasts here were prone to mutation. Yihan was concerned that if not completely resolved, they would continue to return and damage the medicinal garden. Hayat Tam sighed and admitted that this had long been a difficult problem for Ime. Yihan proposed subduing them to protect the medicinal garden in the long term. Hayat Tam was astonished by this bold idea. Nhi was doubtful because the python and poisonous spider would not be as easy to subdue as Tayat Lai. Yihan confidently stepped forward and declared that he had a method to subdue demonic beasts. He loudly asked the two beasts whether they wished to become guardians for them. Python responded with a ferocious gaze and bared its fang. The poisonous spider also brandished its sharp legs in threat. Yihan laughed and decided to use a more forceful reasoning. He charged into battle, warning that if they did not submit, they would pay a heavy price. Hayat Tam and Tyne Nhi were astonished by this unique method of subjugation. Tayat Lai stood nearby trembling, secretly glad for having chosen the right side. Yihan explained that persuading with reason here meant using strength to subdue. After suppressing them, he asked whether the two beasts had submitted. Injured and trembling, they nodded in submission. Yihan assigned them, along with Tayat Lai, the task of guarding the medicinal garden and promised to provide cultivation pills. He turned back with a smile and informed Tayat Tam and Tyne Nhi that everything had been settled. Tyne Nhi blushed in admiration, secretly regarding Yihan as an ideal figure. Tayat Tam smiled in relief, silently grateful that Yihan had resolved a great calamity for Ime. The gathered spiritual energy erupted, and a blazing red light spread throughout the surrounding. Yihan excitedly announced that the blood origin Lingjai had matured. He carefully harvested it, confirming that the Lingjai had reached 50 years of age and that Yan Lingqiao now had a chance to be saved. Tayat Tam smiled faintly as she stood beside him. It seemed that all of Yihan's efforts had finally been rewarded as they deserved. Then an item appeared in her hand, a box exquisitely crafted from rare ice jade. Young Master Deep placed the blood origin Lingjai inside to preserve it. This box can maintain its spiritual power in perfect condition. He reached out to take it and expressed his thanks, then asked the senior to help bring up a friend at the foot of the mountain who was caring for Yan Lingqiao. He hoped the two of them could be brought up quickly for timely treatment. Tyne Nhi immediately volunteered, curious about what kind of girl would make Yihan risk coming to Ngami. She nodded in agreement and assigned Tyne Nhi to fetch Yihan's friend. The girl happily accepted and swiftly left. While later, upon returning to the room, Tuan Bon stepped forward eagerly and asked whether Yihan had obtained the blood origin Lingjai. Standing beside the sickbed, he nodded slightly and confirmed that he could now begin treating Yan Lingqiao. Tuan Bon was overjoyed, believing that as long as he acted, any difficulty could be resolved. Meanwhile, Tyne Nhi could not help but feel a surge of jealousy, wondering if this was the girl he always cared about, yet she remained confident that she was no less worthy. Tayat Tam asked aloud. The blood origin Lingjai contained powerful energy and could not be used directly. Did Yihan intend to refine pills or use another method? He took the spiritual herb from the box and replied calmly that there was no need for complication. Simply crushing it would suffice. Hearing this, Tayat Tam looked puzzled and asked about his true intention. He handed the box to Tuan Bon, who was full of confusion, and asked him to keep it safe. After that, he held the spiritual herb and activated the special ability Ghost Valley Art, Spirit Transformation Reversion. A brilliant azure radiance burst forth, dazzling to the point that those around had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. In just a moment, the object in his hand suddenly vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Tyne Nhi exclaimed in shock, unable to understand what had happened when the blood origin Lingjai suddenly disappeared. Tayat Tam calmly explained that the spiritual herb had not vanished but had been refined into another form, then turned to seek confirmation from him. He opened his palm and affirmed that the senior was indeed perceptive. He had used a secret method to remove impurities and transform the herb into pure essence. She could not help but marvel at the unheard of secret art, praising Yihan as a hidden master, making Tyne Nhi admire him even more. He stepped closer to the sickbed and said that everything was ready and that once Yan Lingqiao consumed the essence, she would recover. However, after speaking, he suddenly stood still, unsure how to proceed. He turned to Tayat Tam awkwardly and asked how to feed medicine to someone unconscious, as Yan Lingqiao could not open her mouth herself. Tuan Bon quickly said that he had seen in films that the male lead would often feed medicine mouth to mouth to the female lead. He even intended to describe the romantic scenes that followed, but he hastily covered his mouth and demanded he stop that fantasy immediately. Hearing this, Tyne Nhi blushed and quickly covered her mouth and turned away in embarrassment. She raised her hand in strong protest and firmly refused to accept that method. Tuan Bon asked in surprise for the reason, as it seemed to have nothing directly to do with her. Tyne Nhi was so flustered that she could not speak, while Tyat Tam merely smiled and remarked that youth was truly impulsive. Then offered to administer the medicine herself, and he immediately agreed, expressing his gratitude. After gently opening Yan Lingqiao's mouth and feeding the essence, he quietly sighed in relief, believing she would soon recover and fortunately did not need to use the mouth-to-mouth method. Yan Lingqiao's face gradually flushed, and a powerful healing energy spread around her body. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and weakly asked about her condition. He smiled in relief and happily informed her that she had finally awakened. Yan Lingqiao emotionally embraced him and anxiously asked what had happened, and he gently reassured her that all danger had passed and she was safe. Witnessing this scene, Tyne Nhi could not help but feel annoyed, jealousy surging within her heart. Tyat Tam sighed softly, thinking that regardless of the outcome, Tyne Nhi's feelings for Yihan needed to be clarified, and she also wished to find an opportunity to ask him for help with an important matter. She invited him to go with her for a private talk, and he immediately agreed. Before leaving, he told Yan Lingqiao to rest and promised to return soon. She gently replied that she would wait for him. In another corner, Tyne Nhi sulkily kicked away a pebble, blaming Yan Lingqiao for casually hugging Yihan, something she herself had never had the chance to do. Suddenly seeing Yihan and the Grandmaster walking away, she curiously wondered where they were going. Hiding behind a wall, Tyne Nhi decided to secretly follow and find out. Upon arriving, he took the initiative to ask Tyat Tam why she had called him out to speak privately. He glanced behind and then asked about his feelings toward Tyne Nhi. He was slightly embarrassed, yet he honestly praised Tyne Nhi as kind-hearted and without ill intent. He suddenly realized that Tyat Tam had already discovered Tyne Nhi eavesdropping, causing him to suspect her true purpose in asking that question. Tyat Tam frankly expressed her wish to match Yihan and Tyne Nhi, and promised to hand over the position of head of Mi after the two married. He was utterly astonished by this proposal, feeling that the condition offered by the senior was too great, making him hesitate. Hearing the conversation, Tyne Nhi blushed, hope rising in her heart upon learning that her grandmaster wished to bring them together. Tyat Tam continued to emphasize that Tyne Nhi was the most outstanding disciple of Mi. Her beauty and talent were exceptional, and their union would help the sect flourish. However, he quickly refused, stating that he already had a girlfriend and was not suited to assume the position of head of a sect. Tyat Tam smiled and said that a girlfriend was not yet a wife, and if he married Tyne Nhi, he would no longer be an outsider. Moreover, the entire Mi would become his support in dominating the martial world. Tyne Nhi listened secretly, thinking that Yihan might accept this tempting proposal. Yet he firmly refused, affirming that his feelings for his girlfriend were deep, and that everything he desired he would strive to obtain himself, without relying on others. During this, Tyne Nhi was stunned, wondering if he truly had no feelings for her at all. Tyat Tam sighed and accepted his decision, realizing she could only help Tyne Nhi this far. Unable to restrain her emotions, Tyne Nhi stepped out and choked with tears as she asked Yihan if there was anything lacking in her that made him refuse. Tyat Tam was also startled by Tyne Nhi's sudden appearance. He helplessly explained that it was not that Tyne Nhi was not good, but that his feelings already belonged to someone else. Tyne Nhi wiped her tears and asked whether that person was Yan Lingqiao, while comparing herself to her. He hurriedly clarified that Yan Lingqiao was only a friend, not his lover, yet he felt somewhat awkward about this explanation. During this, Tyne Nhi angrily questioned why he had done so much and even embraced Yan Lingqiao when she was not his girlfriend. He explained that he always treated female friends sincerely, and said that if Tyne Nhi wished to stay by his side she must accept that, secretly hoping these words would make her give up. After hearing this, Tyne Nhi angrily turned away, disappointed and believing that Yihan was no different from the men her master had once warned her about. When Tyne Nhi left, Tyat Tam spoke up to apologize for her childish behavior, hoping he would not take it to heart. He smiled in response and said it was fine. Tyne Nhi was still young and did not yet understand feeling. Once she matured, she would realize it herself. Hayat Tam grew serious and said that now that Tyne Nhi had left, she wished to discuss an important matter concerning Yihan I. Touched his eyes in surprise and wondered how she knew about the yin-yang dharma eyes, the ability he had comprehended after obtaining the mysterious jade pendant. She confirmed that the guess was correct and revealed that she knew quite a few secrets of the martial world, including the origin of these special eyes. Hearing this, he respectfully clasped his hands and asked the senior for guidance, hoping to find clues related to his missing parents. He recalled how his parents had suddenly disappeared, leaving only the jade behind, and believed that understanding the origin of the yin-yang dharma eyes might help uncover their whereabouts. Hayat Tam sighed and began her tale from the time of Zhuge Vo Hao during a turbulent period of history. He recounted that legends spoke of three treasures, the yin-yang jade pendant, the rebirth scripture, and the tomb inscription, which led many forces to compete and spark fierce conflicts, including those involving her own master. He was astonished to realize that Zhuge Vo Hao was none other than Zhuge Liang, and he speculated that the yin-yang jade pendant was closely connected to his yin-yang dharma eye. Hayat Tam affirmed this, stating that Zhuge Liang had relied on these three treasures to dominate a region, though she knew more about the yin-yang jade pendant only from her master account. He continued to inquire about the origin and whereabouts of the yin-yang jade pendant after the historical upheavals. Leaning on her staff, Hayat Tam spoke in a low and sorrowful voice, admitting that due to too many forces fighting over it, no one knew exactly whose hands the treasure had fallen into. Gazing at the water surface thoughtfully, she said that legend also claimed the yin-yang jade pendant had once been a protective heirloom of a great yin-yang clan of the Ghost Valley sect during the spring and autumn and warring states period. The jade pendant was engraved the words Emperor Sovereign Art, and it also concealed the mysterious inheritance of the yin-yang dharma eye. He raised his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. QU letter 1EF7, C letter 1ED1C, T letter 1ED sounded exceedingly mysterious, and he could not help but speculate whether this matter was related to the Ghost Valley medical scripture he possessed. Hayat Tam stepped forward to Yihan and spoke softly. It truly sounds hard to believe. In the past I also doubted it just like you. But ever since meeting you, I finally dared to believe that legend is not mere fabrication. He immediately clasped his hands in salute, many thanks to Senior for the guidance. Yihan was extremely grateful. If there is anything you need help with in the future, please feel free to instruct me. He thought to himself that this trip to Ngamai was truly worthwhile. Not only had he cured Yan Lingqiao, but he had also learned more about the jade pendant and gained some clues about his parents. She smiled and said, "There is no need to wait until the future. If you wish to repay me, you can do so right now." Yihan hurriedly waved his hands. "If Senior is referring to marrying Xian then please forgive me. I cannot agree. Other matters are acceptable but not that one." Hayat Tam immediately interrupted. "It is not about that. I want you to accept the position of Supreme Elder of Ngamai, with authority equal to the sect master. You will not need to manage daily affairs. But when the sect faces a crisis of survival, you must step forward." She secretly calculated that the rise and fall of Ngamai over the next century would depend on Yihan's ability. He revealed a troubled expression. "Asking me to be the Supreme Elder may not be appropriate. I am originally an outsider and Ngamai consists entirely of female disciples while I am a man. If I accept, would I not be bearing the life and death responsibility of the sect? This pressure is far too great." Hayat Tam smiled faintly and waved her hand. "There is no need to worry. I have a way to arrange it. Young Master Yi, come here." Although he did not understand her intention, Yihan still stepped forward. "Senior intends to." Before he could finish speaking, she had already circulated her palm and executed the 9-heart lotus seal. Immediately afterward, Hayat Tam thrust her palm straight into Yihan's chest. He staggered backward in shock and exclaimed, "Senior, what is this?" Bent over slightly, her voice growing weaker. "It is done." Yihan hurriedly asked, "Senior, why did you strike at me?" Hayat Tam spoke sternly, "Do not make a sound. Quickly focus on sensing the spiritual energy within your body." He looked again and discovered a faint green aura swirling around his body. Upon closer observation, he noticed a strange mark appearing on his abdomen, though he did not know when it had formed. She let out a light breath. "As expected, it has succeeded, young Master Yi, rest assured. This is a heritage seal condensed from my transformation of life cultivation power. After absorbing it, your strength will increase. It will absolutely cause no harm." Yihan sprang up in alarm. "Senior, why must you do this? That is the lifelong effort of your cultivation. If you wish to pass on the inheritance, it should have been given to a Nga, my disciple." Hayat Tam gently shook her head. "Do you think I have not considered that?" She frowned as she explained, only those with compatible spiritual energy can receive this inheritance, and such a person is exceedingly rare. I waited nearly 100 years at Ngamai before finally meeting you. Hearing her words, Yihan suddenly recalled several old friends. Although they were not from Ngamai, he was also close to Wu Yao and Wu Fei. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Senior, after transferring your spiritual energy to me, what will happen to your body?" She sighed, "This old body has expended too much for Ngamai, which is why I remained in seclusion to prolong my time. If I had not met you, I fear I would not have lasted much longer." Hayat Tam took out a golden token and handed it to him, her voice earnest. "I do not force you to handle all the affairs of Ngamai. I only hope that when the sect faces danger you will help for my sake." Understanding her hardship, Yihan could only nod. Holding the token, he immediately swore an oath. Yihan swears that if Ngamai encounters disaster he will certainly do his utmost to assist. Inwardly he sighed at the profound kindness of Tayat Tam. Seeing that everything was settled, she turned and left. With his promise she felt at ease. After guarding this place for so many years she could finally rest peacefully. Yihan clasped his hands and bowed, "Senior, please take care." He could not help but admire the woman who had lived her entire life for Ngamai. At Shanghai Airport, Yan Lingqiao peeked from behind him. "We have finally arrived, Yihan. Thank you for helping me so much." Blushing, she softly asked, "I would like to invite you to my home for a meal. Can you arrange some time?" He happily agreed, "Of course. I will also invite a few of my sisters to make it livelier. It has been a long time since everyone gathered." Yan Lingqiao awkwardly replied, "That is fine. It will be more joyful with many people." But in her heart she hoped to be alone with him. Suddenly, a red car sped over and stopped in front of them. Chu Yuner stepped out and called out brightly, "Yihan." Seeing her, he opened his arms and ran over. "Yuner, how did you know I would return today? I missed you so much." She also ran over and embraced him. "Yihan, I missed you terribly as well." But immediately afterward she pinched his ear and scolded, "You annoying man, you still remember the way home. Having so much fun outside that you even ignored my calls. I will not let you off today." Han grimaced and explained, "The signal at Ngamai was very poor. I did not intentionally ignore your calls, it hurts." Yan Lingqiao stood behind watching the scene and told herself that she was the true girlfriend, so what was the point of her own fantasy? Yihan suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, "Yan Lingqiao is still here. Do not make a scene." Only then did Chu Yuner realize in surprise that someone else was beside him. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat, finally escaping a dangerous situation. She snorted lightly, "Tonight I will settle the score with you." Han replied with a smile, "I will be waiting," while secretly thinking that with his greatly increased strength tonight he must regain his dignity. That night he hurriedly left the house. "Yuner, dawn is approaching and I must return." She stood at the door and shouted after him, "Yihan, you cannot escape. Tomorrow I will come to your house." He laughed awkwardly, "Tomorrow's matters can be dealt with tomorrow." Walking along the road, Yihan sighed. He had thought that with his increased cultivation he could turn the tables, yet he was still exhausted. The words of the ancients were indeed correct. Looking at the phone screen, he wondered that Huo Feng calling at this hour must mean something had happened. He answered the call. "Huo Feng, what do you need from me?" She lounged leisurely in the bathtub and teased, "Can I not call if there is nothing? Am I disturbing you and your girlfriend?" Yihan hurriedly interrupted, "If there is something, just say it directly. Do not beat around the bush." Huo Feng calmly said, "The Security Bureau has assigned you a new mission. The file has been sent. The location is Fudan University. You only need to protect the target for 1 month." Yihan said irritably, "Fudan, are you planning to make me take the college entrance exam? I have not even finished high school and now I am entering a university. Are you joking with me?" He replied casually, "The identity has already been prepared. Just go meet Principal Zhang. I am busy relaxing. Goodbye." Before he could object, he heard the call disconnect. "Hey, I have not agreed yet." Seeing the phone screen go dark, Yihan could only sigh and accept his fate, considering it repayment to Huo Feng for her help in Yanjing. A few days later, the scene shifted to Fudan University. He reviewed the information. The target was named Xin Ran, an exchange student from Zhangjiang University, and there was no additional data. It seemed that this girl's identity was far from ordinary. Lihan blocked his path and said, "Stop, who are you? Are you a student of our university? If so, then present your identification." Lihan smiled faintly, "Not yet, but soon I will be." That man sneered, "Do not talk nonsense. You must be here to admire the campus beauty. You should look at yourself to see if you are worthy. If you know what is good for you, then get lost." Yihan was about to refute. At that moment, Wang Xiao opened the car door and asked what was happening. Lihan immediately fawned. "Miss Wang has arrived." It is just a stranger harassing female students. I will drive him away immediately. Wang Xiao frowned and said coldly, such a person must absolutely not be allowed to enter the university. Lai Han responded seriously, rest assured, I will handle it. Being scolded without reason, Yi Han was annoyed, who said I was a toad. Lai Han shouted loudly, if you do not get lost now, do not blame me for taking action. Yi Han sneered and then made a call, you want to hit me? We will see who acts against whom later. Hello, is this Principal Zhang? I am Yi Han and I am being stopped outside the gate by the security guard. Lai Han laughed mockingly, you know the principal. Do you think that with a single call he will appear? You must be dreaming in broad daylight. The surrounding students also whispered, trying to enter the university and even dragging the principal into it. He is hardly ever seen throughout the year. That guy must have overheard the name and fabricated it. Let us stay and see how embarrassed he becomes. After a while, Wang Xiao stood there proudly and said that the honor of feuding must be protected. It cannot be tarnished by an uncouth person. I will propose strengthening security. At that moment, Principal Zhang hurriedly ran out from inside while calling out, wait a moment, I am coming right away. Wang Xiao looked at him in surprise as he rushed over. Where is Principal Zhang going in such a hurry? He explained, Miss Wang has arrived at the perfect time. There is a special student transferring into your class. Quickly follow me to welcome him. Wang Xiao frowned in confusion. We have to personally go out to welcome a student. Could the principal be mistaken? What exactly is his identity to warrant such importance? He gripped her hand and pulled her aside, lowering his voice to say this matter was hard to explain. She should just listen to him. That freshman had an extraordinary background. Vuong Tiu was still puzzled. An extraordinary background. Could he be a scientific genius or a winner of countless awards? Yet it should not be enough to make the principal come in person. At the gate of Fuckdan University, several students gathered to mock Yi Han. What was that guy standing there for? They heard he said he was waiting for Principal Trung Ditch then to come pick him up. The principal coming personally. Did he think he was some big figure, dressed so plainly he hardly looked like a rich heir, maybe just pretending to be a young master? Lai Han sneered, kid, stop being stubborn. You already made the call and no one came. If you are smart, leave now. If you keep standing here causing trouble, I will have someone escort you out of the gate. He calmly glanced at the clock on his phone. It was almost time, they should be appearing soon. At that moment, Principal Trung arrived with Vuong Tiu. He shouted loudly, what are you all gathering here for? Return to your classes at once. Lai Han was slightly stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. The principal was actually with teacher Vuong. Could it really be because of that guy? Seeing him still standing there, Vuong Tiu grew annoyed. Why have you not left yet? Where is the security? Why has he not been escorted out? Lai Han quickly replied, understood, I will handle it immediately. He shot Yi Han a mocking glance. If the principal had really come because of his call, then teacher Vuong would not have spoken like that. It seemed he had worried too much. The students looked down on him even more when they saw the principal appear. Someone muttered that they almost thought he had come for that guy. How could the fuck Dan principal know an unknown person like him? It must have been a coincidence passing by. Lai Han clenched his fist and threatened, if you do not leave, do not blame me for being rough. Principal Trung hurriedly spoke to stop him. Wait. Lai Han said anxiously, Principal, you need not worry. I will deal with this brat right away. Principal Trung immediately slapped Lai Han across the face. Deal with what? The onlookers gaped. The principal was usually gentle, yet today he acted, even striking a guard. What was happening? Could that young man truly have summoned him? Lai Han fell to the ground, clutching his swollen cheek, not understanding why he had been hit. He sighed, I called right in front of you and you still did not believe it. Now you can bear the consequences yourself. Vuong Tiu was shaken. Could the person the principal asked her to welcome be him? Principal Trung smiled at Yi Han. You are Yi Han, right? Miss Hoa Phuong informed me in advance. I am the principal of Fuck Dan. If you encounter any difficulty, come to me. I will give full support. He replied softly that he came for a mission, and it was inconvenient to reveal his identity. He hoped the principal would keep it confidential to avoid trouble. Principal laughed, I understand. He turned to the crowd and said, stop watching. Anyone not back in class should not expect high marks this semester. The students quickly dispersed, wondering which family young master received such a welcome. He looked simple yet quite handsome. Some even secretly admired him. Someone else curled their lips and said maybe they liked his money. I have a feeling Fuck Dan will no longer be peaceful from now on. Lai Han turned pale. Even the principal showed him respect. He had nearly offended him just now. This time he was in serious trouble. Principal turned back and said, young master Deep, the students have left. This guard dared to be disrespectful to you. I will dismiss him immediately. He waved his hand. No need. I have no documents to prove myself. He was only doing his duty and should not be punished. The principal nodded. Since you say so, I will let it go this time. Yihan stammered, you will spare me. He said seriously, young master, deep rest assured. From now on I will work diligently and maintain order better. The principal introduced, this is the history teacher Vuong Tiu. You will be in her class from now on. He leaned close to Vuong Tiu and whispered, this is Yihan, remember to take good care of him. Any of his requests must be handled promptly. Vuong Tiu quickly bowed her head and apologized, sorry young master deep for earlier. He replied gently that it was nothing. If she had time, please take him to class and treat him as an ordinary student. Vuong Tiu let out a breath of relief and invited him to follow her, inwardly thinking she was fortunate he was easygoing, yet even the principal respected him, so what was his true identity? Entering the history department office, he silently observed, this was the target he had to protect this time. He thought to himself that aside from fair skin and pleasing looks, she was not particularly special. Lu Mang behind him teased, buddy, do not stare at the campus beauty like that, your thoughts are written all over your face. He smiled and started a conversation. Are you a new student? Let us get acquainted, I am Liu Mang. Yihan replied, that is quite a name, I am Yihan, how did you know I just transferred here? Liu Mang winked, only freshmen look at Han En with such fascination. She arrived only a few days ago and has already become one of the most prominent campus beauties. With a long line of admirers, you hardly stand a chance. Yihan showed curiosity, is she that famous? Tell me more, while silently gathering information. Liu Mang leaned closer, I knew you would ask. He explained that Fudan previously had 4 campus beauties, but since Han En arrived there are now 5, all outstanding and pursued by countless admirers. Among them, the most persistent admirer of Han En is Wu Tiangsu, the young master of the Wu group, both wealthy and handsome. Suddenly Wang Xiao slammed the table. Liu Mang, what are you mumbling about? He was startled. Teacher Wang, I am still listening to the lecture. Wang Xiao said coldly, then repeat what I just taught. If you make a single mistake you will copy it 100 times. The whole class whispered, daring to talk during the cold-faced teacher's lesson means trouble. Liu Mang turned pale and stammered about a dictatorship war but could not recall the detail. Wang Xiao shouted, I knew you were not listening. Copy it 100 times for me. If you make another mistake you will copy more, and if you do not finish, do not expect to pass this course. Liu Mang trembled as he pleaded, 100 times is too much. I promise to pay more attention. The teacher replied coldly, stop arguing. Say another word and I will increase the punishment. Liu Mang sat down with a pale face. This time my hand will be crippled. Yihan thought that Liu Mang was punished because he helped him. Perhaps he should speak up. He stood up and said, Teacher Wang, the punishment seems rather heavy. Liu Mang was just explaining the lesson to me so he could not keep up. Wang Xiao looked up at him, and the class became restless. Many whispered that this transfer student was truly bold, daring to argue with the cold-faced teacher. The last person who did so had to transfer schools immediately. He would surely suffer soon. Liu Mang anxiously tugged at his sleeve, do not oppose her. The consequences are unpredictable. Yihan smiled reassuringly, it is fine, just watch. Wang Xiao walked toward the two of them. Liu Mang held his head, thinking that this time he was finished. However, she only gently placed her hand on Yihan's shoulder. Student Yihan is right, I punished Liu Mang a bit excessively. Liu Mang was stunned. The teacher did not punish Yihan and even agreed with him. The entire class was astonished. The cold-faced teacher was not angry but even supported him. Could it be that he had a powerful background? Han continued to ask about the copying punishment. Wang Xiao sighed softly. Since there is a valid reason it will be overlooked, but there will not be a next time. Liu Mang bowed his head in thanks, secretly admiring Yihan and resolving to follow him. Many people discussed that after 2 years they had never seen the teacher so lenient. Who exactly is Yihan? If they became close to him perhaps they would not have to worry about being punished. Suddenly a voice called out, Teacher Wang. Han En stood up and said that academic discipline is very important and that Liu Mang talking during class was wrong. Wang Xiao responded somewhat awkwardly, you are very serious about your study. She explained that everything should be considered based on its cause, and that Liu Mang helping a new student could be understood. She glanced back at Liu Mang with a cold expression. You were truly explaining the lesson and not chatting idly, while inwardly thinking of finding an opportunity to discipline him later. Yihan folded his arms and observed that although Han En appeared calm on the surface, her inner thoughts were calculating. Liu Mang lowered his head and stammered, unsure of how to respond. Wang Xiao concluded that the matter would be dealt with after class, and that they should now continue the lesson. She showed dissatisfaction and stated that as the representative of the student council, she believed this matter needed to be handled immediately to prevent other students from using chatting during class as an excuse like Lu Mang, affecting classroom order, while also seeking Teacher Vuong's opinion. Teacher Vuong sighed softly, admitting that the statement was reasonable, then recalled Principal Trung's instructions when Han En-heen enrolled that special attention should be given to both her and Yi Han, making her feel pressured as the teaching profession was already very demanding. Surrounding students began whispering, believing that Han En-heen was clearly targeting Lu Mang because he had previously gossiped about her, and this time she used a legitimate reason so Teacher Vuong could hardly defend him, leaving Lu Mang unlikely to escape punishment. Han En-heen turned to look at Lu Mang with a smug smile, saying that his inability to answer the question proved he had not been explaining the lesson to the new student, therefore requesting that he continue reciting the content of American Dictatorship War today. After that, Han En-heen turned to ask Teacher Vuong how this situation should be handled. With no other choice, Teacher Vuong nodded in agreement and asked Lu Mang to stand up and begin reciting the lesson. Lu Mang awkwardly stood up and stammered through the first sentences, feeling deep regret for having spoken ill of Han En-heen in the past and now having to bear the consequences himself. At that moment, Yi Han stood up and asked the teacher for permission, explaining that Lu Mang had been distracted by talking with him and therefore failed to pay attention to the lecture. So he wished to recite the lesson on his friend's behalf, while also taking this opportunity to help Lu Mang and become acquainted with Han En-heen. Although Teacher Vuong agreed, she still reminded him that the content of American Dictatorship War was very long and that Yi Han had just transferred, so he would face many difficulties. Yi Han confidently replied that reciting it would not be a problem, even stating that if he made a single mistake, he would willingly copy it 100 times, secretly trusting in his special ability. The other students were doubtful, believing that the book contained tens of thousands of words and that Yi Han had never read it before, making memorization impossible, and that the punishment of copying it 100 times would certainly be beyond his capability. Yi Han looked at Han En-heen and politely asked whether she had any further objections so that he could begin. Han En-heen smiled in response, saying that she would wait to see his ability and hoped that Yi Han truly knew the entire content, while secretly thinking of teaching the two of them a lesson. Yi Han placed the book on the desk, his gaze becoming sharp as he calmly announced the beginning of the recitation of American Dictatorship War. After 1 minute, Han En-heen began to show surprise as she realized that the earlier content was being recited accurately. 5 minutes passed, and her expression gradually became heavy as Yi Han still had not made a single mistake, although she believed that the most difficult part was approaching and that he would not be able to overcome it. 10 minutes later, Yi Han leisurely finished the recitation and asked Han En-heen whether he had made any mistakes. Han En-heen angrily slammed the book onto the desk, but still had to admit that he had not made any errors. Nevertheless, she felt extremely puzzled by this extraordinary ability. Though unwilling, Han En-heen was forced to accept it, while the other students were astonished by Yi Han's remarkable memory and realized that he was far from ordinary as they had once thought. Even Teacher Vuong could not hide her surprise at Yi Han's outstanding performance. Lu Mang was overjoyed, repeatedly praising and thanking Yi Han for helping him escape the punishment of copying the lesson. Yi Han merely waved his hand modestly, considering it a small matter that also stemmed from a cause related to himself. Teacher Vuong applauded in praise and then asked Han En-heen whether she had any further opinions. If not, the class would continue as usual. Han En-heen gritted her teeth in anger, but still had to acknowledge Yi Han's ability. After that, she reluctantly sat down and informed the teacher that she had no further objections. Students continued to gossip, believing that Han En-heen had taken a grudge against Yi Han, while joking that not everyone dared to provoke the campus beauty as it could lead to trouble. As for Yi Han, he silently assessed that the initial step of his mission to become acquainted with Han En-heen had been successful. Bell rang signaling the end of the class, and Teacher Vuong announced the dismissal. The students gradually left their seats, and Lu Mang quickly approached to thank Yi Han and offered to treat him to a meal to express his gratitude. At the university cafeteria, upon seeing the dishes on the tray, Yi Han could not help but be surprised and asked whether this could truly be considered a delicious meal. While biting into a chicken drumstick, Lu Mang replied that 2 drumsticks and a basket of eggs were already very sumptuous, while also curiously asking about Yi Han's family background. Yi Han awkwardly agreed, secretly relieved for almost forgetting that his current identity was that of a student, making it perfectly normal to dine in the cafeteria. Just as they had sat down, a gentle voice sounded, asking whether the seat beside Yi-Han was already taken. Yi-Han turned and politely replied that the seat was still available. The person asking was Han Deem, a beautiful girl with a gentle smile, who asked whether she could sit at the same table. In an instant, Lu Mang quickly wiped the chair clean and enthusiastically invited her to sit down. Han looked at Lu Mang's reaction and could not help but laugh, realizing that his friend changed his attitude immediately upon seeing a beauty. Han Deem placed her food tray down and gently sat beside them, politely expressing her thanks. In the distance, many male students showed jealousy upon seeing Yi-Han having the opportunity to dine with the campus beauty, with some even regretting not acting faster. Lu Mang leaned close to Yi-Han and whispered that he was truly lucky to have the chance to dine with Han Deem right after enrolling, as she rarely appeared in the cafeteria. Yi-Han thought for a moment and realized that Han Deem's simple meal portion indicated that her family circumstances were not very well off, which was why she was also known as the commoner beauty. Without hesitation, Yi-Han picked up a chicken drumstick and placed it onto Han Deem's tray, advising her to eat more. He smiled and explained that good health was necessary for effective study, while also affirming that the drumstick had not yet been touched. Han Deem shyly declined, believing that it was part of the meal Yi-Han had purchased and that he should be the one to eat it. However, Yi-Han gently persuaded her that the meal had been treated by someone else so she need not feel embarrassed. Moreover, once the food was placed on the tray, it would be difficult to return. Han Deem blushed, turned away slightly, and softly agreed to accept it. This action made the surrounding male students even more jealous, believing that not everyone had the opportunity to receive such attention from the campus beauty. After finishing the meal, Han Deem cheerfully thanked Yi-Han for the chicken drumstick before leaving. After she had gone far away, Lu Mang curiously asked whether Yi-Han had developed feelings for Han Deem. He further explained that unlike Han En-heen's noble demeanor, Han Deem was approachable like the girl next door and therefore had many admirers. Yi-Han denied it, stating that he simply admired her beauty and determination, believing that with such looks she could easily have chosen a more comfortable life. He expressed his admiration for Han Deem's persistence in following her own path, not chasing luxury, and hoped that she would always uphold that ideal. Lu Mang nodded in agreement and mentioned that although many wealthy young men pursued her, Han Deem rejected them all. He also recounted that Han Deem consistently received scholarships, worked part-time as the school's diplomatic representative, and sent most of her income back to her family, keeping only a small portion for living expenses. After finishing the meal, Yi-Han stood up holding his tray and suggested that the two of them leave. Watching Han Deem's figure amidst the crowd, Yi-Han silently thought that if given the opportunity he would help her achieve a better life. Lu Mang also stood up and offered to take Yi-Han on a tour of the campus, since there were no classes in the afternoon. However, Yi-Han declined and asked Lu Mang about the place Han En-heen usually visited when she had no classes, as his mission was to protect her. Lu Mang laughed teasingly, suggesting that Yi-Han was clearly paying attention to the campus beauty Han En-heen. Two walked side by side as Lu Mang mentioned that Han En-heen often went to the library, so they could try their luck there. Elsewhere, Han Deem was being blocked by a group of male students who teased her and invited her to go with them while making material promises. The surrounding students, though indignant, did not dare to intervene and could only criticize the group from the martial arts club for frequently harassing Han Deem. Seeing this situation, Yi-Han did not hesitate to step forward to observe and intervene. Lu Mang hurriedly followed, trying to stop him and advising Yi-Han not to act impulsively. He explained that the martial arts club was very influential, especially Chin Hung, one of the 3 top experts of the school, and therefore it would be better to seek help from teachers instead of confronting them directly. However, Yi-Han firmly shook off Lu Mang's hand, believing that if they waited for the teachers the group would have already left, and instructed Lu Mang to step aside if he was afraid. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Mang regained his courage and affirmed that he was not afraid and was willing to face them alongside Yi-Han. Han Deem fearfully pleaded with the group to make way as she needed to go to work and was afraid of being late. Luke Ka provoked her, lightly patting his own cheek and challenging her to resist, displaying an arrogant attitude. Han immediately stepped forward and delivered a powerful blow to that man in response to the provocation. The underlings were shocked to see Luke Ka knocked to the ground and hurriedly shouted out in alarm. Yi-Han calmly stood before them and coldly stated that that man had brought the consequences upon himself by initiating the provocation. The students behind them whispered among themselves, both worried for Yi-Han for offending the martial arts club and secretly admiring his courageous action. The underlings quickly helped Luke Ka to his feet and anxiously inquired about his condition. Luke Ka clutched his head angrily and ordered his underlings to charge forward and attack Yihan in retaliation. Upon hearing the order, the group immediately rushed forward with fierce expressions, targeting Yihan. They shouted in unison, determined to teach him a lesson for daring to challenge the martial arts club. Deepha frowned and shouted irritably, truly a bunch of useless fools. He delivered a powerful strike that sent the 3 male students flying. Get out of my sight. They were thrown backward, completely unable to resist. This guy is too strong, we cannot confront him. Luke Ka gritted his teeth in anger. With so many people they still could not defeat a single brat. He pointed at him with a trembling voice and asked, "Who exactly are you? I have been at Fuck Dan for so long and have never heard of you." He stood proudly with arms crossed and introduced himself. "I am Yihan, a friend of Han Deem. From now on anyone who dares to bully her will face my wrath." Luke Ka broke into a cold sweat and turned to flee but still shouted a threat. "If you have the guts then stay there and wait. I will call people. If you dare touch the Kendo Club you will not have peace." Lackeys also hurriedly ran after him, still turning back to threaten, "Just wait, the president will come to deal with you." She turned and said gratefully, "Classmate Yihan, thank you for helping me, but the Kendo Club is very difficult to deal with. You should avoid them for a while." Han replied calmly, "No need to worry, just a group of rabble not worth my concern." He approached Han Deem and suggested, "Classmate Ta, I feel we are very compatible. How about becoming sworn siblings? Do not misunderstand, I have no other intention." Lu Mang eagerly chimed in, "Classmate Ta, why hesitate? Yihan will definitely protect you, you have seen his skill." She lowered her head and said worriedly, "We have just met. I do not want to cause trouble for you. If something happens to you because of me, I will feel very guilty." Han Deem looked at him intently, recognizing the sincerity in Yihan's eyes without any ulterior motive, reminding her of her own brother. Gently reassured her, "Do not overthink, I can handle everything myself. I only want to accept you as my younger sister. Listen to your heart." She blushed and agreed, "Then I will call you Brother Yihan," inwardly feeling the warmth of being protected. Lu Mang winked and boasted, "Classmate Ta, I also helped you earlier. How about accepting me as another brother?" Yihan lightly knocked his head and scolded, "Do you think this is a buy one get one free promotion? Do not butt in." She laughed playfully and said, "Having Brother Yihan is enough. You two are really kind. I will always remember today." She said goodbye. "I have to go to my part-time job now, Brother Yihan. Classmate Lu Mang, see you later." The male students watching discussed, who would have thought Han Deem would accept him as an adoptive brother. "If I had known I would have rushed forward too. Keep dreaming, you would only become a punching bag. The Kendo Club will definitely not let this go. Yihan will likely face big trouble." He watched her departing figure and sighed with regret. "If only I were Han Deem's brother, how proud I would be." Yihan paid no mind and pulled Lu Mang away. "Stop rambling. Let us go to the library to find Han En-hee." Lu Mang suddenly said irritably, "You just accepted Han Deem as your sister, and now you are going to find Han En-hee. Yihan, you really are a bad boy." He put his hands in his pockets and retorted, "What bad boy? I have no intentions toward either of them." The scene shifted to the quiet space of Fuck Dan University Library. Lu Mang pointed and said, "There is Han En-hee, truly the campus beauty, just sitting and reading yet still so captivating." Han held a book on animal husbandry and asked, "Is Han En-hee always so solitary at school?" Lu Mang held a book on courting wealthy women and replied, "Usually yes, because she just arrived so she has no close friends." At this moment Wu Tiangsu approached with flowers and called out, "Han En-hee." The surrounding female students buzzed, "That is hot boy Wu Tiangsu. Today he is dressed so elegantly and even brought roses. Could he be confessing? It seems I have no chance. What does she have more than me? Just fairer, slimmer and a bit prettier. Boys truly only look at appearances." Chu Yuner frowned in confusion. What is Wu Tiangsu planning? Today is not Valentine's Day. Han En-hee certainly will not like a playboy like him. Yihan wondered, is that one of Han En-hee's suitors? What kind of person is he? If it is just normal pursuit then fine, but if it is excessive harassment then I must intervene. Lu Mang explained irritably, "Do not be fooled by his polite appearance. He has made many female students suffer, but because of his powerful background everything is covered up. He is truly despicable." Yihan replied, "Is that so? Let me use my special ability to check him." Tiangsu smiled and offered the flowers Han En-hee. "I personally selected this bouquet. I hope you will like it." She coldly said, "I have already said I do not like you. Please stop bothering me. You are wasting your time and disturbing my study." He continued to plead, please give me one chance. I have prepared a surprise at a luxurious hotel. Just once, if after that you still do not like me, I will not bother you again. During this, she hesitated slightly. Han En-heen stood up and looked at him coldly. Fine, I agree this time, but afterward do not bother me again. Wu Tiangsu happily stood up. Rest assured this time you will accept my feeling. Watching her, he revealed a sinister smile, inwardly plotting his vile plan. Yihan observed carefully and noticed something unusual. In his pocket was something suspicious. Clearly he harbored ill intent. He immediately stood up and followed, causing Lu Mang to ask in confusion, Yihan, where are you going? He gave a cold smile and replied, to teach him a lesson. Wu Tiangsu asked attentively, Han En-heen, what would you like to eat? I will have the chef prepare it immediately. She replied indifferently, anything is fine, I am not picky. Yihan suddenly stepped between them. Excuse me, let me pass for a moment. His hand accidentally brushed against Wu Tiangsu's trouser pocket. The liquid in the pocket spilled out, causing Wu Tiangsu to panic as his carefully prepared item was ruined. He angrily pointed at Yihan and scolded, are your eyes just for decoration? My expensive trousers are ruined. Yihan replied calmly, what you regret is probably not the trousers. He raised his hand stained with the liquid and asked mockingly, if trousers are torn they can be replaced. But what is this? Han En-heen behind him quickly covered her nose due to the unpleasant smell. She angrily questioned, Wu Tiangsu, what are you hiding in your pocket? He awkwardly explained, it is personal medicine. My health is not good, so I must carry it. Han raised an eyebrow and asked, is that so? He extended his hand toward him and asked directly, then what illness do you have and what is the name of this medicine? Wu Tiangsu angrily brushed his hand away, turned away and said irritably, it has nothing to do with you, this is my private matter. He turned back and smiled at Han En-heen, do not mind him, let us go. Han En-heen shook her head and refused, sorry I do not feel well, let us stop here today, clearly you have bad intentions. His plan ruined, he could not help but shout loudly, Han En-heen. Yihan stepped forward and smiled, she has already made it clear, why are you still standing there? His face darkened as he issued a threat, just you wait. Wu Tiangsu angrily turned and left. His heart filled with resentment, he swore to take revenge on Yihan and make Han En-heen regret it. Surrounding people discussed that bottle of medicine must have had a problem. Yihan was truly brave to expose him in front of everyone, but this matter would not end easily. After walking some distance, Yihan reminded, Han En-heen, Wu Tiangsu is not a good person, you should stay away from him. He turned and asked, I sensed that as well, but what was that purple liquid? Yihan leaned close and whispered, it was a very dangerous stimulant. After hearing this, she clenched her fists in anger. I did not expect him to be so despicable. Yihan shrugged and reminded, some people appear polite on the outside but are vile inside, you should be more cautious. Seeing him about to leave, she called out, why did you help me even though I spoke badly about you before? Han replied while walking, simply because I dislike despicable people like him. Watching his departing figure, Han En-heen thought to herself, this person is truly mysterious. In the classroom, students buzzed when Yihan appeared. He not only forced Wu Tiangsu to retreat but was also close with Han En-heen and had helped the common beauty escape trouble. One student whispered, he just arrived yet is already close to 2 campus beauties. He is certainly not simple. Others believed he was inviting trouble upon himself. Lu Mang laughed and said, Yihan, you are amazing. You quickly reconciled with Han En-heen. When will you teach me some secrets? Yihan immediately tapped the book lightly on his head. Focus on your studies. He added, I have no interest in Han En-heen. I only helped conveniently. Lu Mang rubbed his head and teased, then are you interested in Yue Meng? She was staring at you just now. During this, Yihan looked in that direction, Yue Meng. Noticing the girl turning to look, Yihan immediately used a book to cover his face and softly asked the person beside him who she was. Yue Meng leaned closer and whispered that Yue Meng was also one of the school beauties, lively in personality but with a very mysterious background, and that since his arrival he had already attracted 3 great beauties, making him suspect that Yihan was a rich young master specializing in courting hot girls. Yihan frowned and reminded him not to talk nonsense, saying that he already had a girlfriend. Yue Meng continued to observe attentively, and thinking about how he had accepted Han Deem as his younger sister and was close to Lai Han En-heen, she became even more interested in Yihan. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside as someone rushed into the library. Han Dui led the group, crossing his arms as he loudly asked who Yihan was. He stood with his legs spread imposingly, demanding that Yihan step forward at once. Yihan calmly stood up and replied that he was Yihan, asking what they wanted with him. Liu Mang anxiously reminded them that this was a library and trouble was not allowed. But Han Dui coldly declared that anyone who beat a member of the Taekwondo club should not expect peace. He arrogantly presented two choices: either follow him to the martial arts club for a duel or kneel and apologize in front of everyone. The lackeys behind him shouted threats, claiming that even kneeling might not guarantee forgiveness and advising Yi Han to be sensible. The surrounding students were indignant at the Taekwondo club's domineering behavior, but were also wary of the power and strength of its president, Qin Heng. Yue Meng sat watching with an amused smile, curious about what choice Yi Han would make. Yi Han closed his eyes, slightly furrowed his brows, then snorted coldly, showing disdain for the people before him. He put his hands into his pockets and stepped forward coldly, mocking the idea of coming to school just to cause trouble. Yi Han walked straight through Han Dui's group as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, he coldly warned that he would personally defeat Qin Heng so they would understand true strength. Liu Mang hurriedly ran after him cheering, affirming that his boss was invincible. Han Dui clenched his fists in anger, declaring that he would wait to see Yi Han defeated by their president. He shouted and led his subordinates away to prepare for the match. Students excitedly followed to watch, treating it as the hottest news of the day and betting that Yi Han would fail. Yue Meng stood up and murmured that if Yi Han dared to accept the challenge, he must certainly have strong backing. With eyes full of interest, she decided to follow and witness Yi Han's true strength. The scene shifted to the martial arts hall, with a lively crowd gathered outside. Everyone discussed enthusiastically about the match between the freshman and Qin Heng, both anticipating and doubting the outcome. They directed their gaze toward Qin Heng sitting at the head, while Luca approached to remind him to be cautious. Luca whispered that since Yi Han dared to challenge him, he surely possessed extraordinary strength. Qin Heng curled his lips in disdain, his eyes filled with confidence. He clenched his fists and declared that the martial arts club was the strongest and that he would cripple Yi Han right here. At that moment, Yi Han and Liu Mang stepped into the martial arts hall. As soon as he entered, Yi Han glanced around and mocked the attire of the martial arts club. Han Dui proudly introduced the scale and great influence of the martial arts club within the school. Yi Han smiled faintly and suggested that after today the martial arts club should be renamed the National Martial Arts Hall to honor Chinese martial arts. This statement shocked everyone, who regarded it as a major provocation and believed the match would be extremely dramatic. Yue Meng among the crowd covered her mouth in surprise at Yi Han's bold declaration. Qin Heng flew into a rage and shouted loudly at this provocation. He and his subordinates aggressively threatened to teach Yi Han an unforgettable lesson. Liu Mang anxiously reminded them that this was a one-on-one match and that group attacks were not allowed. Hearing this, Yi Han smiled approvingly at the idea and gave Liu Mang a thumbs up. He then turned to challenge the entire martial arts club to attack together, declaring that he would face them all alone. Liu Mang was astonished and advised him not to bring more trouble upon himself. He continued whispering to remind Yi Han that the opponents were all dangerous delinquents. Yi Han patted his shoulder reassuringly, telling him to rest easy. He raised a finger provocatively, asking whether they dared to attack him alone. Provoked, all the martial arts club members charged forward simultaneously to attack Yi Han. Yi Han's eyes flashed crimson as he disdainfully called them a bunch of trash and immediately took action. With wind-like speed, he rushed into the midst of the crowd with clenched fists. In the blink of an eye, Yi Han had defeated all his opponents. He shook his hands as his aura spread, mockingly stating that this battle was not even enough to warm him up. The club members lay scattered on the ground, horrified by Yi Han's overwhelming speed and strength. The surrounding students could not believe their eyes, admitting that Yi Han truly could defeat the entire martial arts club alone. Yue Meng stared intently at Yi Han, her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Liu Mang excitedly cheered, believing that once Qin Heng was defeated, renaming the martial arts club would become a reality. Qin Heng angrily stomped the ground, causing the floor to crack, asserting that he could not be compared to his subordinates. He erupted with a blue aura, introducing himself as the president of the martial arts club and an internationally recognized black belt master. Yi Han showed no fear, a red aura surrounding him as he challenged how many moves his opponent could withstand. Qin Heng gritted his teeth and rushed forward, launching a fierce kick. Subordinates cheered upon seeing the ultimate technique Heavenly Blade Clan Whirlwind Kick being unleashed, believing that Yi Han would be defeated. Yi Han smiled faintly and retaliated with a punch, carrying the might of Tiger Roar. The two streams of power collided violently, creating a loud explosion. Qin Heng was astonished to see his ultimate technique neutralized. Yi Han's power pierced through the defense and struck directly at his opponent. Impact sent Qin Hung crashing into the wall, causing him to spit blood and lose the ability to fight. The subordinates were stunned as their president was defeated with just a single blow. Qin Hung supported himself on the ground and coughed up blood, struggling to rise. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but his strength had already been exhausted. Yi Han stepped forward and called his name in a cold voice. He warned that Han Deem was his younger sister, and if he dared to bully her again, the consequences would be like the wall behind him. The punch left a clear imprint on the wall as an unmistakable warning. Qin Hung broke into a cold sweat and trembled as he replied that he understood. Yi Han leisurely departed, demanding that the martial arts club sign be removed and renamed the National Martial Arts Club. Suddenly, one of the members removed his uniform and stepped forward. This person knelt respectfully and begged Yi Han to accept him as a disciple to learn national martial arts. That action quickly spread as many other members followed suit. One by one, they removed their martial arts club uniforms. He knelt down to request joining the National Martial Arts Club and abandoning the Taekwondo Club. Bai Hung behind them was astonished, unable to understand what was happening. He became so furious that he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The students witnessing this scene could not help but marvel at Yi Han's power and influence, predicting that the martial arts club would be dissolved. Wei Meng among the crowd looked at Yi Han with great interest, admitting that he had completely captured her attention. Thinking this, she slipped through the crowd and moved forward. Wei Meng smiled brightly and waved, "Hello Yi Han, I am." Before she could finish, he brushed past. "What is it? I am not Tian Q recruiting disciples, please spare me." They still did not let go while Wei Meng hurriedly chased after him. "Master, wait for me, do not run." She stood frozen, completely ignored. Wei Meng stomped her foot in frustration. "Yi Han, just you wait." The two of them ran outside and panted. That group was far too enthusiastic. Lu Mang, drenched in sweat, looked up and said, "Yi Han, your kung fu is incredible. How are you so strong? Can you teach me a few moves? I also want to improve." Yi Han wiped his forehead and replied, "Want to become strong? It is simple. Every day do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, run 10 kilometers, and you will naturally improve." He stood up and laughed awkwardly. "Forget it with this physique. Even 10 push-ups leave me breathless." They were chatting happily. Zhai Hung walked over. "You are Yi Han, right?" He introduced himself and pointed to the two beside him. "I am Zhai Hung. This is Tu Kwang and Ma Van. We are in the same class and dormitory as you." One of them stepped forward and patted his shoulder in admiration. "We heard about what happened today. You are amazing, taking on the entire Tai Qian club alone." He winked. "The dorm has a master now. We must celebrate tonight, right Lao Tran?" Zhai Hung gave a thumbs up, "Absolutely." Thus the four of them left with arms over each other's shoulders. "Today is on me, eat and drink freely." Behind them Lu Mang called out, "Let me join too." The scene shifted to a bar with girls. Girls in short skirts swayed to the vibrant music. A remix played outside, everyone sang along. In the end you became someone else's, not because of love. In the private room, Zhai Hung's group raised their glasses. "Come on, drink." He lifted his glass in challenge. "Yi Han, your martial arts are great, but your alcohol tolerance surely cannot match mine. I have been drinking since childhood." The other two nodded. "That is right, Lao Tran can really drink. Be careful not to get knocked down." Yi Han, go all out. He cheerfully raised his glass to the music. "Come on, bottoms up." The whole group raised their glasses and drank. Yi Han tilted his head back and finished the beer in one gulp. Zhai Hung was no less impressive, emptying his glass in an instant. After an hour, an empty beer glass was slammed onto the table. He smiled and asked, "Shall we continue drinking?" Though already drunk, he still raised his hand. "Keep drinking." Until morning, Tu Kwang and Ma Van shook their heads. "We surrender. Yi Han drinks like water, truly admirable. From now on you are the dorm leader." Yi Han did not insist, stood up and said, "We are all brothers, no need for formalities, let us go. I will take care of Lao Tran." The two nodded in agreement. The three went outside. One of them glanced at the long-legged girls with longing. Unfortunately, Yi Han already had a girlfriend, so it was inconvenient to have fun. Inside, he took out his phone, remembering that he had left without a word. Chu Yuner must be angry, so he decided to call and soothe her. His gaze suddenly froze. "Chu Yuner, why is she here? Who is the man beside her? And he is holding roses." He immediately called Don and Chai. "What are you doing?" "I have a new assignment, so I cannot return yet." While observing, he heard her reply, "It is fine. Focus on your work. I am in a meeting. I have been busy lately, so I often work late. If you are tired, then rest. I will call you tomorrow." Frowned, replied briefly, and ended the call. "All right then, sleep well." He stared at the phone, his eyes heavy with emotion. Feng Bing saw her standing still and called, "Don Nha, let us go." She nodded and regained her composure. Yihan watched the car until it completely disappeared. His expression darkened, his hand clenched tightly. Don't Chai, what is going on? Why did you lie to me? He sat down, took a deep breath and recalled the scene of her getting into the car. She would not deceive him without reason, but who was that man? His brows furrowed tightly as he wondered why she was with that man so late at night. Yihan sighed as he picked up his beer, deciding to let it go. If something had happened, she would tell him. He drank sip by sip to drive away his thoughts. Perhaps being drunk was more comforting than staying sober. Just then, Yihan walked over and asked if anyone was sitting here. Yihan looked up and said that it was her. Yihan smiled and pointed to the side, saying that the other tables were full and only this seat was available. During this, he shifted aside and told her to sit, adding that if she drank with him, he would treat her. She sat down and replied that it was more enjoyable with someone new. Tilting her head, Yihan asked if something seemed to be weighing on his mind. Yihan lazily responded and continued drinking, telling her to just drink. Yihan took a sip and said that alcohol was meant to be savored, not used to make things harder for oneself. She looked at him and guessed that he wanted to get drunk, asking if he was troubled by matters of the heart. Yihan fell silent and then raised his glass, wondering if it was heartbreak. He looked at the glass and asked what that feeling was like. Yihan shook her head and said she had never experienced it. She gazed deeply into the bottom of her glass, saying that the person meant for her had perhaps not yet appeared. During this, Yihan laughed and wished that she would soon meet the right person. Yihan nodded in thanks. After that, the two quietly drank together. After a while, both became tipsy, leaning against each other and murmuring that the alcohol was already gone. He draped his arm over her shoulder and suggested going outside to find more. Two staggered away, determined that they would not return unless they were drunk tonight. 3 people nearby discussed among themselves that Yihan was truly skilled, having found a companion so quickly, and decided not to interfere in his affairs. They remarked that this only proved it was best not to ruin his enjoyment. The scene shifted to the next morning at a hotel. Inside the room, Yihan lay there wearing only his pants. He opened his eyes groggily and wondered where he was. Sitting up and rubbing his head, he looked around and realized it was a hotel, questioning why he was here and where the girl from last night had gone. When he pulled back the blanket, he saw a red stain on the sheet and wondered what it was. Memories gradually resurfaced, making him realize that perhaps he had done something the previous night. He tapped his forehead, blaming himself for acting so recklessly, especially with such a gentle girl. Truly, alcohol had caused trouble. Looking around, he noticed a piece of paper and wondered if she had left it behind. The note simply read that everything should be regarded as a dream. After reading it, he was stunned. With no information left behind, it seemed she intended to cut off all contact, making it merely a chance encounter. The scene shifted to Sunhai Airport. Yihan pulled her suitcase while looking at the sky, thinking that 5 years had passed and it was time to return, treating that incident as a dream. Back in the hotel lobby, Yihan asked the receptionist what the name of the girl in room 503 was. The staff member did not look up and apologize, saying that they did not provide guest information. Yihan awkwardly explained that he was not a stranger, as they had stayed together the previous night. After hearing this, she showed a look of disdain, questioning how he could stay together with someone and not know her name. She lowered her head to continue working, thinking that although he looked handsome, he was merely a playboy. Yihan grew impatient and took out money, saying that he would ask one last time what her name was. The small amount of money in his hand was quickly depleted. He accepted the money, her eyes lighting up as she replied that the guest in room 503 last night was Yihan, 28 years old, and hoped this information would be helpful to him. Having obtained what he needed, Yihan expressed his thanks and left. Knowing only a name solved nothing, Senza could hardly find her, not to mention if Chu Yuner were to learn of this matter. Steps halted when the name Chu Yuner appeared in his mind. Yihan was still troubled by last night. What exactly had she been hiding from him? After pondering for a while, he shook his head to dismiss the thought. It would be better to return to school and complete his mission first. He believed that if something had truly happened, Chu Yuner would eventually tell him. The scene shifted back to the campus of Fudan University. As soon as he entered the classroom, students were already buzzing that Yihan had single-handedly overwhelmed the Taekwondo club the previous night, and they also discovered that he was very handsome and were curious whether he already had a girlfriend. Several female students gazed at him with sparkling eyes, saying that he was close to Lai Han En-heen and that Yue Meng was also interested in him, making it difficult for others to intervene. Ignoring the gossip, he walked toward the girl and smiled in greeting to Han En-heen. He shifted aside to make room and said she had not yet had the chance to thank him for what happened yesterday, telling him to simply call her Han and he. He nodded with a faint smile, briefly wondering if she liked him, but since the mission was still unclear, Huo Feng would certainly not overlook it, so it was best to keep his distance. Resting her chin on her hand, she curiously asked about his impressive display at the Taekwondo club and the rumors of his closeness with Ham Deep. Yihan merely replied that they were just a few insignificant people. After a brief pause, he added that Ham Deep had a disadvantaged fate and without someone to protect her, she could easily be bullied, which was truly pitiful. Hearing this, Han Enheen stood up and remarked that she had not expected him to be so kind-hearted. After taking a few steps, she turned back and invited him to go out for a stroll and dinner that evening, saying that since she had just arrived and knew no one, she felt rather lonely. Seeing her about to leave, Yihan asked if she was not attending class. She smiled and said it was a self-study period and arranged to meet at the school gate that evening. He nodded in agreement but reminded himself that he had no intention of flirting. Everything was merely to complete his mission. The male students watching the scene felt regretful, unable to believe that Han Enheen had taken the initiative to invite Yihan, and if Wu Tiangsu found out, he would surely be furious after pursuing her for a month without such success. While he was still in a daze, she peeked in from the doorway and called him to come with Han Dean. Han walked over, causing her to blush as she asked if he needed something. He simply smiled and said it was nothing important. Han Deem handed him a small gift box, saying it was for him. He was slightly surprised and intended to refuse, but then hesitated. After a moment of thought, Yihan accepted it and asked why she was giving him a gift when today was not a special occasion. She shyly explained that after hearing about the incident at the Taekwondo club, she wanted to thank him and that the gift was handmade, hoping he would like it. Inside was a scarf. Yihan gently stroked the scarf and said that the weather was turning cold, making it very suitable, and thanked her. Seeing his satisfaction, Han Deem quickly said she still had to go to her part-time job and left first. Watching her departing figure, Yihan thought that a Fudan student working part-time at a restaurant seemed difficult, and perhaps he should find another job for Ta Ham Deem. In the evening, the streets were bustling and lively. As planned, he strolled with Han Enheen, who joked that walking for too long would be tiring and asked if he would give up halfway. Yihan laughed and replied that it was impossible. He boasted about his stamina, saying that even walking across the entire city of Sun Hai would not affect him. She laughed and remarked that he was overly confident and should be careful not to embarrass himself. After more than an hour, Yihan carried numerous bags and panted, asking to find a place to drink some water and rest. Han Enheen covered her mouth as she laughed, teasing the person who had claimed he could walk across the entire city yet was already exhausted. He sat down on the ground and complained that he had not expected her endurance to be so great, even more exhausting than fighting 10 experts. She crossed her arms and generously said she would spare him this time. She then pointed to a roadside restaurant and suggested they go in to rest and eat something. He looked at her radiant smile and nodded in agreement. Seeing her step inside first, he called out Han Enheen. Upon entering, her expression suddenly changed when she saw the situation inside. It seemed this was where Han Deem worked part-time and she was encountering trouble. In front of her was a drunken middle-aged man holding the girl's hand and inviting her to drink. His friend chimed in, saying that such a beautiful girl should not be working as a waitress, and that by following them she could be introduced to a job with a salary several times higher. She forced a smile and refused, stating that she did not drink alcohol and had no intention of changing jobs. After speaking, she withdrew her hand, saying she still had work to do and invited the guests to continue their meal. The man staggered backward and bumped into a table. He became annoyed that despite his concession, she refused to show respect. He pointed at Han Deem and shouted that she had dirtied his clothes and threatened that with just one word, the restaurant would be forced to close. Madame Wang hurriedly ran out and repeatedly apologized to mediate the situation. She forced a smile and said the girl was new and inexperienced, apologizing on her behalf and offering the meal for free. He pointed at Han Deem and demanded that she drink with them, otherwise he would make a call that would plunge the restaurant into trouble. Han Deem trembled and pointed to herself, asking for confirmation. The owner patted her shoulder and advised her to comply just this once, promising to double her salary because they were regular customers with extensive influence. Han Deem brushed away the owner's hand, her eyes reddening as she said she was only a waitress and did not serve alcohol, so she could not agree. The man ignored her, reaching out to force her, and threatening to make it difficult for her to earn a living. Suddenly a chopstick flew in and pierced his hand, causing blood to seep out. Clutched his hand and cried out in pain. His face turned pale as he shouted, "Who dared to do this?" Han stepped forward with cold eyes and said it was him. Upon seeing him, Han Dim burst into tears and called out Yihan. He approached and patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying that he was here and would handle everything. The man gritted his teeth and ordered his companions to rush forward and teach him a lesson. The others grabbed bottles and charged forward, shouting that they would make him pay, believing that he could not withstand them alone. Yihan merely snorted coldly, treating them as useless drunkards. He delivered several swift kicks, forcing them to retreat. In just a moment, 3 men had fallen to the ground crying in pain, while the man was horrified, not expecting him to be so powerful. Han looked straight at him and said that daring to force his sister to drink showed he greatly underestimated his own life. Seeing the tension escalate, Madame Wang hurriedly said it must be a misunderstanding and questioned why it had turned into a conflict. Yihan shouted back that those people were not good and that she had even forced his sister to drink, warning that if she continued to defend them, he would show no mercy. The owner trembled with anger but still restrained herself, admitting that he was indeed formidable. The man remained arrogant, stating that the Wu group stood behind him and that anyone who dared to touch him would pay the price. The owner immediately supported him, promising that if the police arrived she would testify that Yihan had attacked first. Upon hearing the mention of the Wu Group, one of the leading corporations in South China, Han Dim was stunned, while Yihan asked what kind of family it was. Han Enhin grasped his hand and advised him to stop, as the corporation was not easy to provoke. Hearing this, the man roared even more fiercely, declaring that he would not let the matter go. He demanded that Yihan kneel and apologize 3 times, otherwise he would ensure his ruin. Losing patience, he lightly kicked the man and told him to stop dreaming. The man fell heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his body and trembled, still cursing despite being beaten. Witnessing this scene, Handy hurriedly covered Yihan's mouth and softly reminded him that he was reacting a bit excessively. Madame Wang's face turned pale as she trembled and said that he knew Boss Zhang's identity, yet still dared to act, truly courting disaster. He staggered to his feet, took out his phone and threatened that he would not let Yihan off today and would call people to deal with him. The girl, with tears in her eyes, tightly grasped Yihan's hand and urgently urged him to leave because the fault was hers, and she could not let him face danger. Yihan turned to Han Dim with a reassuring gaze, declaring that he was not even afraid of young Master Wu Tiangsu, let alone a mere lackey of the Wu family. After speaking, Yihan lifted his phone with a calm smile and declared that if the other party liked calling for backup, he could do the same. Boss Zhang sneered disdainfully and mocked who Yihan intended to call, perhaps just a group of useless fools. Without paying attention, Yihan called Philip and asked him to make Jinlong Industrial Company in Sun Hai City go bankrupt overnight. The person on the other end happily agreed, affirming that for the sake of friendship this small matter was no problem, yet still asked whether there would be trouble since the Wu group stood behind it. Philip laughed confidently and said that confronting the Wu group directly would be somewhat difficult, but handling a subsidiary was as easy as turning over a hand and would only take 3 minutes. After ending the call, Yihan smiled meaningfully at Boss Zhang. Hearing such confident words, he laughed mockingly and believed that making his company go bankrupt with a single phone call was ridiculous. Han Enhin, standing nearby, pondered silently and felt that with Yihan's personality, the call just now was certainly not simple. Yihan stood calmly with arms crossed and smiled, saying that if they waited a little longer everything would become clear. Boss Zhang snorted, believing it was all meaningless intimidation. Only a few seconds later, his phone suddenly rang, causing him to ask in surprise who was calling. The 2 girls standing beside Yihan were also astonished, sensing that this call was far from ordinary. Yihan gestured to Boss Zhang and provocatively suggested that if there was nothing to fear, he should answer it. Boss Zhang picked up the phone while muttering, showing no fear and believing Yihan was merely trying to scare him. He irritably shouted into the phone, asking his subordinate why he was calling urgently while he was dining. Upon hearing that partners were withdrawing their investments en masse, his expression immediately changed in shock. The subordinate reported in panic that partners demanded to withdraw, suppliers also refused to deliver goods, and if the situation continued the company could not survive more than a day. Boss Zhang broke into a cold sweat and tremblingly asked about support from the Wu group, but the subordinate said they could not be reached because they were attending a banquet and had turned off their phones. Enraged, he threw the phone aside and roared furiously. He complained that he had devoted many years, yet was abandoned when trouble arose. Yihan sneered and said that he was merely a small pawn of the Wu group and should not delude himself about his own value. Realizing he had been abandoned, Boss Zhang was drenched in sweat and panicked to the point of being speechless. Yihan stood proudly and shouted, demanding that he kneel and admit his fault if he did not wish to lose everything. Boss Zhang hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy, crying that his entire family depended on this company for their livelihood. Han pointed toward Han Diem and said that the person he needed to apologize to was her, not him. Boss Zhang repeatedly slapped himself and tearfully apologized for forcing her to drink, begging for forgiveness, leaving Han Diem unsure how to respond. She turned and tugged Yihan's hand, urging him to look at the pitiful state of the man. Yihan smiled and told Han Yen that the decision to forgive or not was entirely up to her. Han Yen thought for a moment and gently replied that he should be forgiven since she was ultimately safe. Overjoyed, Boss Zhang repeatedly kowtowed with tears streaming down his face, thanking Han Yen incessantly. Han still spoke sternly, warning him to donate 100 million to establish a scholarship fund for disadvantaged children. Hearing that amount, Boss Zhang turned pale and trembled, as it was the company's entire profit for 3 years. Yihan coldly turned his back and said that if he did not accept, he could wait for the company to go bankrupt. Terrified, Boss Zhang hurriedly agreed to make the donation immediately. Yihan smiled meaningfully and demanded that news of the donation appear on the front page the following day. Afterward, he draped an arm around Han Diem and left together with everyone. Madame Wang witnessed the entire incident, terrified by Yihan's authority and worried that she had offended him. Yihan suddenly recalled something, remarking that the restaurant's feng shui seemed unfavorable and that it should be closed for renovations for a year. Boss Zhang hurriedly agreed, while Madame Wang was stunned upon hearing this, as if turned to stone. She collapsed to the ground, muttering in despair at that decision. After Yihan's group left, Madame Wang secretly called Wu Tiangsu, saying she had important news unrelated to the company. She revealed that she had seen Lai Han Enhin on the commercial street, the woman Wu Tiangsu was pursuing. On the commercial street, Yihan set down the heavy shopping bag, wiped his sweat, and let out a sigh of relief. Han Diem gratefully said that without Yihan, she might not have escaped the trouble today. Yihan rubbed her head and smiled, saying that he was her family, so protecting her was only natural. Han Diem lowered her head shyly, her cheeks gradually flushing red. Han Enhin happily held Han Diem's hand, praising her beauty and suggesting they go out together in the future. Han Diem blushed and stammered her agreement, but mentioned that she had to work part-time in the evenings and was only free in the afternoons. Han advised her with concern to temporarily stop her part-time job, promising to help her find a safer and more stable position. Hearing this, Han Diem smiled innocently and obediently agreed. Han Enhin smiled brightly and suggested that the three of them take a taxi back to the school since it was already late. As they prepared to cross the street, a convertible filled with vibrant roses attracted everyone's attention. Tiangsu sat in the car and waved at Han Enhin, acting suave as he said he had come to pick her up. Yihan looked at the scene and simply shook his head, thinking that this man truly could not give up his habit of showing off. Wu Tiangsu stepped forward holding a large bouquet, formally confessing his love and swearing that he would love only Han Enhin for the rest of his life. His followers cheered loudly, praising Wu Tiangsu for being handsome and wealthy and insisting that Han Enhin should accept him. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, many criticizing Wu Tiangsu's past and worrying about the young woman before them. Han Enhin crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, coldly asking what the purpose of displaying so many flowers was. Wu Tiangsu hurriedly flattered her, promising that if she liked, he would give her flowers every day and even build an entire rose garden for her. Before he could finish, Han Enhin abruptly knocked the bouquet to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. She coldly mocked that flowers from others were fragrant, while his were unpleasant, and bluntly rejected him. Wu Tiangsu stared in astonishment and asked what she meant. Yihan stepped forward to stand in front of Han Enhin, coldly telling him to leave immediately if he did not want to lose face. Wu Tiangsu angrily shouted, mocking Yihan's poor background and boasting about his own wealth. Han Enhin suddenly stepped forward and gently kissed Yihan on the cheek. The scene left Wu Tiangsu wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Han Enhin smiled and declared that Yihan was her boyfriend. Han felt bewildered, not understanding why he had been drawn into this situation. Wu Tiangsu pointed at Yihan and shouted that he could not believe a poor man like him could be Han Enhin's boyfriend. His followers aggressively threatened and belittled Yihan's appearance and background, even issuing intimidating warnings. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, both surprised and curious about how Yihan would handle this tense situation. Yihan turned to Han Enhin with a helpless gaze, asking if she was using him as a shield, and she innocently asked whether he disagreed. Han put an arm around her and smiled, saying that serving a beauty like her was his honor. He pointed toward Wu Tiangsu and provocatively remarked that if he continued to stand there, it could only mean he wanted to watch them become even more intimate. Wu Tiangsu took out a bank card and arrogantly offered Yihan 1 million yuan if he agreed to leave Han Enhin. If that amount of money is still not enough, then 5 million or even 10 million is not a problem. As long as you say the word, Wu Tiangsu will certainly comply. Do not doubt the financial strength of the Wu Corporation. Yihan coldly flicked the stack of cards away, lightly mocking, so in your eyes Zinran is only worth that much. The scattered cards on the ground left Wu Tiangsu stunned. Yihan calmly said, in my heart Zinran is priceless. That man gritted his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead, unwillingly threatening that with just one phone call he could have Yihan expelled from Fudan and forced to live a wandering life. Daring to oppose him would bring no good ending. Han Yan hurriedly pulled Yihan's hand to stop him, worried that Wu Tiangsu's immense influence would cause him harm. Seeing her yield, Wu Tiangsu laughed sinisterly, boasting about his power and demanding that Yihan leave immediately. Yihan paid no attention, only letting out a soft sigh, saying that he originally did not wish to engage in conflict as it would lower his status. He calmly took out his phone and called Duong Hai Ban for support, wanting to show the other party what true strength really was. Wu Tiangsu clutched his stomach and laughed mockingly, believing that Yihan was merely pretending and intended to call a group of beggars to help. His lackeys also joined in the ridicule, thinking that he had watched too many movies and that no matter whom he called, they would have to kneel before Wu Tiangsu. Before the words had even faded, a series of supercars suddenly appeared, astonishing everyone. The crowd buzzed with excitement as BMW, McLaren, and Bugatti arrived one after another, wondering whether Yihan had summoned them. Liu Xiao, Wang Xiao, and Li Xiao stepped out of their cars amid the admiration of the onlookers. Wu Tiangsu stepped forward in surprise to greet them, wondering why these young masters had appeared here. The three of them ignored him and simultaneously bowed to Yihan. Wu Tiangsu turned pale upon hearing Yihan's name, unable to believe that these people had been summoned by him. Yihan appeared helpless, saying that he had originally wanted to live an ordinary student life but was now forced to reveal his identity. Ban excitedly asked Yihan whether this grand appearance satisfied him. Lin Beimo sarcastically mocked Ban, believing that everyone had come for Yihan rather than for him. Ban retorted that he and Yihan were brothers, so he was still somewhat related. Ban stepped closer to Yihan and asked which person dared to cause trouble so he could teach him a lesson, and learned that it was the eldest young master of the Wu Corporation. Wu Tiangsu was so terrified that he could not utter a word, his entire body trembling. Upon hearing the name of the Wu Corporation, Ban felt that it sounded familiar. He recalled that Wu Tiangsu's father had once visited his home with gifts to request assistance with something. Ban angrily declared that he would ask his family to refuse cooperation and was ready to confront the Wu Corporation. Lin Beimo also stated that his family would cancel all cooperative projects with the Wu Corporation. The other young masters likewise declared that they would sever all business relations with the Wu Corporation. Wu Tiangsu was drenched in sweat, swallowing nervously. That man trembled as he pointed at Yihan and asked about his true identity. Han calmly replied that he was merely an ordinary student who knew a bit of medicine and martial arts. Upon hearing Yihan's name, Wu Tiangsu's lackeys were terrified and fled, realizing that he was the one who had defeated many major forces. Wu Tiangsu was furious when he saw his subordinates flee, but could do nothing. A cold voice sounded from behind, causing him to shudder. Han casually asked whether Wu Tiangsu still wished to continue competing in terms of wealth, power, or martial prowess. Overwhelmed, Wu Tiangsu trembled yet still tried to utter a weak challenge. That man hurriedly turned and fled, not forgetting to leave behind a threat. Han smiled and signaled to his subordinates, immediately stopping him and destroying Wu Tiangsu's car. The group rushed forward and smashed the luxury car, treating it as a warning to the one who dared to insult Yihan. Watching his beloved car being destroyed, Wu Tiangsu collapsed to the ground in pain and wept. Yihan paid no attention and coldly shouted for him to leave immediately. Wu Tiangsu fled in despair, still not forgetting to utter threats. Ban asked in dissatisfaction why Yihan had let him off so easily. Yihan calmly explained that they were only students and it was not worth taking excessively harsh action. Ban suddenly noticed Zinran and Han Yan standing quietly in a corner. He excitedly asked Yihan about the identities of these two beautiful girls. Han cheerfully introduced Han Yan as his adopted younger sister and Lai Xinren as his classmate. He also introduced Duong Hai Ban and Lin Beimo as his close brothers. Han Yan shyly bowed her head in greeting to the two of them. Xinren teased Yihan for hiding his identity so deeply. Yihan shrugged and replied that she had never asked, so he had not mentioned it. Xinren said goodbye and returned on her own, allowing Yihan to entertain his guests. Yihan reminded her to be careful on the way with a helpless smile. Afterwards, he asked Lin Beimo to secretly ensure Xinren's safe return to the university. Yan also spoke up to bid farewell, as it was already late. Yihan stopped her and proposed taking her to find a better job. He then turned to ask Hai Ban about the progress of establishing the company. Hai Ban stated that everything had been prepared, with only the company name remaining. Yihan pondered for a moment, proposed naming it Tianlong Group, which Hai Ban approved. Yihan invited Han Yan to work at the new company, assuring her that no one would dare to bully her. Han Yan emotionally bowed her head to thank the two of them. Hai Ban quickly introduced himself and curiously inquired about Han Yan, leaving her surprised. Han pulled Hai Ban away to stop him from continuing his barrage of questions. Hai Ban asked in confusion what Yihan wanted to discuss. Leaning against the wall, Yihan lit a cigarette and asked about the situation of Chu Yuner. Hai Ban recalled and said that recently, a man surnamed Feng had frequently appeared by her side. Hearing this, Yihan asked in a cold voice about the background of the Feng family. Hai Ban explained that this was a prestigious northern family with close ties to Chu Yuner's family. He placed his hand on Yihan's shoulder, showing concern. Hai Ban hesitantly expressed his fear that Chu Yuner might be influenced by family pressure. Yihan calmly replied that he believed in their feelings and would find her to resolve all the troubles. Hai Ban further explained that Chu Yuner's father was very conservative and could exert great pressure. Yihan smiled confidently, affirming that he would be able to persuade her family if she trusted him. He extinguished the cigarette and signaled everyone to leave. Yihan proposed treating those who had helped him today. Night fell over Fudan University, and a peaceful atmosphere enveloped the campus. Yihan and Han Yan strolled beneath the rows of trees, and she thanked him for helping her and finding her a job. Han smiled and reminded her that she did not need to thank him because he regarded her as a younger sister. Han Yan blushed and murmured that he was not her real brother, secretly feeling delighted. Not hearing clearly, Yihan asked again, and Han Yan hurriedly denied that it was nothing. Yihan, can you close your eyes? I have prepared a gift for you. Yihan asked curiously, there is even a gift. He slowly closed his eyes, his voice filled with anticipation. This time he wondered what kind of gift could be so mysterious. He only saw Han Dim gently rise onto her small toe. Then she suddenly placed a quick kiss on his cheek. Han raised his hand to cover his cheek, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammering for a long moment before speaking Han Yen Yu. Han Dim was also shy about her bold action. She hugged her head and hurriedly ran away, leaving Yihan still standing there in a daze. Yihan, goodbye, I am heading back first. Watching her flustered figure gradually disappear, Yihan chuckled and sighed. From Lai Han En-hin to Ta Han Yen, it felt as if he already had a girlfriend. Just as he was lost in thought, an object suddenly flew toward him. It turned out Yihan was standing in the area where everyone was gathered to play basketball. Unexpectedly, the ball suddenly shot straight toward him. People around him panicked and shouted, "Be careful." Although the ball came with great force, to him it was nothing to worry about. The entire court fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in shock. My God, he did not even turn his head yet still caught the ball. Such a powerful throw was easily blocked with just one hand. Huang Nin scratched his head, smiled awkwardly and asked, sorry classmate, could you throw the ball back to me? Yihan casually tossed the ball back. All right, catch it. The ball immediately followed a perfectly precise trajectory, as if programmed, flying straight into the distant hoop. Huang Nin was stunned. From such a distance he still scored. A nearby student suspected it was just luck. Even Captain Vuong would find it difficult to do that. Someone else immediately refuted. What luck? I think he is definitely a talent. It is just a pity we did not ask his name in time. Someone chimed in, I know, his name is Yihan. Yesterday he single-handedly defeated the entire martial arts team. I witnessed it myself. Duong Trang has always been the #1 basketball expert of Fudan University. It seems this time he has met a worthy opponent. Next morning at the office, Chu Yuner was sitting attentively reviewing documents. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Director Chu Yuner, are you free? Without looking up, Chu Yuner replied coldly, I do not have time, I am busy. But when she saw who entered, she immediately stood up, her eyes shining brightly. Yihan, Why are you here? I heard from Duonghai Ban that you were attending university. Yihan closed the door and smiled teasingly. I just wanted to give you a surprise. He stepped closer and gently lifted her chin. Have you missed me lately? Don Nhi buried her head in his chest but still pretended to be angry. Who would miss someone as annoying as you? You left so quickly last time. Am I that frightening? Han lowered his head and looked at her tenderly. My Chu Yuner is so adorable. How could she be frightening? After that, the two moved closer and shared a familiar intimate kiss. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Feng Bing entered holding a bouquet of flowers, stunned by the scene before him. Chu Yuner startled and stepped back, hiding behind Yihan as she angrily shouted, Why did you not knock before coming in? Feng Bing looked at the man standing beside her and frowned, asking directly, Don Nhi, who is this person? Yihan crossed his arms, his gaze cold as if declaring ownership. I am Chu Yuner's boyfriend. My name is Yihan. You are from the Feng family. I heard you have been following her lately. Feng Bing placed the bouquet on the table and calmly replied, Yihan, I know you are merely someone who got lucky. He spoke as if it were only natural. Moreover, it is not that I am pursuing Chu Yuner. She is still single at present. We grew up together, and I am formally proposing to her. During that, Don Nhi hurriedly turned to explain. Yihan, do not misunderstand, there is nothing between him and me. I only agreed to meet him a few times out of respect for my father. Yihan held her hand and gently reassured her. It is all right, I trust you. He slowly stepped forward, his voice turning low. Regarding this engagement, I will personally speak with Chu Yuner's father later. Immediately after, he waved his hand and shouted loudly, As for you, if you know what is good for you, leave now. Bing flared with anger. You tell me to leave. I am afraid you do not have that ability. Yihan calmly responded. Do not force me to make a move. Feng Bing angrily raised his hand, heat energy radiating from his palm. I want to see how strong you truly are. Without another word, he immediately unleashed the harmonizing origin palm. Yihan did not dodge at all, channeling all his strength into his fist, truly someone who does not know his own limits. With one punch, the three sovereigns' cannon fist instantly shattered all of the opponent's weak palm force. Feng Bing had no time to react before being struck in the chest, his eyes filled with shock. What? His entire body was blasted out the door and he crashed heavily onto the ground. Yihan crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, the corner of his lips curling confidently. Do you still want to continue? Feng Bing struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth yet still gritting his teeth unwillingly. I did not expect your kung fu to reach this level. Yihan, I admit you are a worthy opponent, but I have not lost. Yihan did not reply, his serious gaze silently evaluating. He endured one of my strikes without being severely injured. It seems Feng Bing is not an ordinary person. At that moment, Chu Yuner raised her hand to block in front of him and spoke to stop them. Enough. Feng Bing, do not fight Yihan anymore. Feng Bing was stunned, his eyes full of confusion. Don Nhi, why are you protecting him? Chu Yuner looked straight at him, each word clear as she drew a boundary. Feng Bing, I will say it once more today. The person I love has always been Yihan. Do not waste your time. There is no possibility between us. Feng Bing unwillingly questioned, but before this you agreed to give me a chance. She replied coldly, the chance I mentioned was only to resolve that absurd engagement with you, not to let you pursue me. You misunderstood. Don Nhi leaned into Yihan's embrace and firmly declared, in this lifetime I will only love one person, and that person is Yihan. Seeing this, Yihan became even more confident. Chu Yuner has already spoken so clearly. Why are you still standing here? Leave immediately. Although extremely angry, Feng Bing could do nothing. He pointed at Yihan and said through clenched teeth, this matter is not over, just wait. After he left, Chu Yuner softly sighed, her voice carrying a hint of guilt. Before this, I met Feng Bing only to resolve this matter peacefully. I did not want to drag you into trouble, but in the end it was unavoidable. Yihan understood her feelings and said in a low voice, I have investigated the Feng family. They are merely a business family with some influence. They cannot compare to Hyatt Third Duong. What are you still worried about? Chu Yuner lowered her head sadly. There is something you still do not know. Feng Bing's adoptive father is Thao Nguyen Vuong. I heard his power is extremely strong. In the north, very few people dare to offend him. Yihan was not too surprised by this name, Thao Nguyen Vuong. It seems I have heard of him before. It is said he is the overlord of a northern border region. Under his command are about 13 extremely formidable adopted sons, and Feng Bing is likely one of them. Chu Yuner suddenly grasped his hand tightly and pleaded, perhaps I should ask my father to step in and explain this matter. Yihan gently embraced her and comforted her. It is all right, Don Nhi, even if the sky falls I will hold it up. You do not need to worry, but perhaps we should find an opportunity to formally meet your father. Otherwise my status as his son-in-law will not be proper. Chu Yuner blushed shyly yet still pouted in reproach. You only realize that now. Yihan suddenly lifted her into his arms, his eyes flashing playfully. Don Nhi, we have not seen each other for many days. I missed you very much. Chu Yuner blushed in confusion. Yihan, what are you planning to do? He glanced outside awkwardly. This is the office. The door is still not closed. Yihan placed her on the desk and smiled mischievously. Then let us close it. After that, he raised his hand and used a bit of strength. The door immediately shut tightly. Chu Yuner softly spoke in a sweet voice. You be gentle. The scene shifted to Fuck Dan University, with crowds of people passing by. Yihan smiled faintly and muttered that he had finally settled Chu Yuner's matter. At that moment, Lu Mang ran over from afar, waving his hand while calling out loudly, Yihan, you have finally returned. He was panting, his voice urgent as if carrying important news. Duong Trang, the captain of the school basketball team, has publicly declared before the entire school that he wants to challenge you. Hearing that, Yihan scratched his head in confusion. Who is Duong Trang? Why does he want to challenge me? It seems there has never been any conflict between us. Lu Mang immediately explained, Duong Trang is one of the top 3 experts of the school. His strength is outstanding and his basketball skills are extremely excellent. He is known as the overlord of the court, but I also do not know why he wants to challenge you. He paused briefly and then affirmed with certainty. Since he has already announced it before the entire school, everyone knows, all are looking forward to the match between you and Duong Trang. You cannot refuse. Yihan laughed confidently. In my dictionary, the words refusal do not exist. He walked forward calmly and asked, where is Duong Trang now? Take me to see him. Lu Mang immediately turned and led the way. They are at the basketball court. Many people have already gathered there. Let us go. I will take you there. On the basketball court at this moment, Duong Trang stood proudly in the center of the crowd led by Vu. He closed his eyes, his posture as if calmly waiting for his opponent to appear. Surrounding students were buzzing with discussion. Rumors said that the school's basketball king Duong Trang wanted to challenge Yihan. No one knew what grudge existed between them, only that Yihan had recently revealed his basketball talent and was praised as a rising star, making it difficult for Duong Trang to accept, which was why he stepped forward to issue the challenge. Earlier, Yihan had already shaken the martial arts club, and today he would compete in basketball. Truly, there was an exciting show to watch. The sound of approaching footsteps grew clearer. Yihan walked over leisurely, his hands in his pockets, his gaze steady. You are Duong Trang, I heard you want to compete with me. Duong Trang opened his eyes and replied decisively, that's right, I heard your shooting ability surpasses mine, so I came to determine who is superior. Yihan did not hesitate. All right, how do you want to compete, one-on-one or in teams? Duong Trang frowned, disliking unnecessary complications. Forming teams is too troublesome. We will play one-on-one. Within 30 minutes, whoever scores more points wins. Yihan crossed his arms calmly. No problem, I am also free this afternoon. Playing basketball for leisure is quite interesting. Duong Trang snorted lightly. I hope you will not lose too miserably in front of me later. Surrounding spectators immediately became excited. Cheers erupted. A one-on-one match was the most thrilling. The atmosphere between the two was tense. Yihan was very skilled in fighting, but his basketball ability was still unknown, while Duong Trang's title as basketball king was certainly not undeserved. Lu Mang shouted loudly, Yihan, keep it up. Duong Trang tossed the ball over. You attack first, I will defend. Yihan raised his hand to catch it. All right. However, the moment it touched his hands, the ball unexpectedly slipped out of control. Flew off course and struck Lu Mang on the head, causing him to cry out in pain. Everyone stared blankly at the ball rolling on the ground. If Yihan could not even catch the ball, how could he compete? Could it be that he truly did not know how to play? Lu Mang held his bruised forehead and asked in confusion, Yihan, do you really not know how to play basketball? Then why did you act so confident? Yihan awkwardly bent down to pick up the ball. It was just an unexpected accident. Are you all right? Duong Trang looked at the scene with suspicion. He could not even receive my pass. Did I challenge the wrong person, or is he deliberately pretending? Immediately afterward, Yihan's expression turned serious as he began dribbling rhythmically. All right, here I come. Duong Trang spread his arms in vigilance. Let me see the extent of your ability. Yihan accelerated while skillfully maneuvering the ball, taking 3 steps before leaping up. The students became noisy again. Yihan is going in. His movements look quite good. It turns out the earlier slip was just a mistake. I wonder if Duong Trang can block it. Before he could even close in, Duong Trang suddenly swung his hand to knock the ball away, causing Yihan to freeze for a few seconds. The entire crowd seemed to gape in unison. Lu Mang could only force a bitter smile. This time we are done for. A moment later, voices of criticism arose, so close to the basket yet he could not even touch it. This level is far too weak. Anyone who bet on him is truly unlucky. Duong Trang bent down to pick up the ball. He said indifferently, I thought you had some ability. It turns out you have disappointed me. This match probably does not need to continue. But Yihan still quietly returned to his position, his voice unusually calm. I have not lost yet. He lowered his center of gravity, spreading his arms in preparation, continued. The more Duong Trang watched, the more disdainful he became, truly someone who does not know his own limits. As he spoke, he swiftly dashed past like the wind. I will make you lose so completely that you are convinced. The crowd immediately became excited as Duong Trang's exquisite dribbling skills appeared once more. He leaped high, preparing to dunk amid rising cheers. It seemed Yihan could not possibly stop him. At that very moment, Yihan also leaped powerfully, his voice filled with irritation. This guy is truly too much. He shot upward and swung his arm to fiercely block the shot. Duong Trang turned his head in astonishment and exclaimed, What? Spectators once again buzzed with discussion. Is it real or fake? Duong Trang's shot was actually blocked. Perhaps it was just luck. I do not believe he could block it, but judging from Yihan's jumping power, it did not seem like luck at all. Lu Mang became extremely excited. Yihan, I knew you could do it. Quickly show him your true strength. Although surprised, Duong Trang remained calm and stepped back into position. I did not expect you to have some ability. Just now I was careless. Next I will not let you score another point. Yihan spun the ball on his fingertip with complete ease. Duong Trang, do not speak so arrogantly, or you may embarrass yourself. Losing patience, Duong Trang shouted, Stop talking nonsense, begin. This time I will definitely make you lose. However, before he could react, Yihan had already swept past like the wind. You cannot stop me. He leaped high and executed a decisive dunk in response to the previous play. Duong Trang turned back, his face filled with shock. How can your speed be so fast? The crowd's gaze toward Yihan immediately changed. The previous score was too spectacular. Duong Trang had not even reacted before being countered. His earlier arrogance seemed to have brought him embarrassment. Lu Mang jumped up in excitement. Yihan, you are amazing. Yihan tossed the ball back, his eyes provocative. Well, do you still want to continue? Duong Trang caught the ball and replied through gritted teeth, of course. I do not believe I will lose. The match continued as Yihan repeatedly leaped to block. He scored another spectacular shot, causing the cheers to continue endlessly. In the next turn, he did not even look at the basket, simply spun and released the ball neatly, and it still went in with perfect accuracy. In the final turn, Yihan ran forward and said, This shot will clearly show you my true strength. He gathered all his strength and leaped as high as possible. Finally, he completed a powerful and precise dunk. Duong Trang looked at the scoreboard and collapsed in shock outside the three-point line. He did not expect such a level of skill. Even professional athletes would find it difficult to perform such movements with such ease. The spectators murmured in astonishment. Such difficult movements were rarely seen even in national competitions. Yihan was completely different from before today. Could it be that he had intentionally concealed his abilities earlier? Yihan held the ball and glanced down indifferently. Well, now that you have seen my strength, do you still want to continue? Duong Trang trembled as he raised his hand in surrender. I do not dare anymore, I admit defeat. You are truly too strong, scoring continuously without even getting tired. I cannot compare to you. Everyone immediately exclaimed in admiration. Duong Trang has been completely convinced by his defeat. The loss was far too obvious. Yihan is truly incredible. I already want to become his fan. He has not been at Feuden for long yet has already accomplished so many astonishing feats. Yihan laughed and patted Duong Trang on the shoulder. You also played quite well. Let us stop here today. When we are free, we can play together again. However, Duong Trang fled in panic. I will never play basketball with you again. Yihan scratched his head awkwardly when the phone in his pocket suddenly began to vibrate repeatedly. He had initially only intended to pass the time, yet he unexpectedly left a psychological shadow on Duong Trang. Hoping that he would not be devastated because of this, Yihan looked at the screen and saw the name Hai Ban appear. He immediately answered the call, his voice calm. Young master, why are you calling me? On the other end of the line, Hai Ban said seriously, Yihan, I received news that the Murong family intends to establish a business alliance in the south. You should return to take a look. Hearing this, Yihan said in a deep voice, I only know about the Northern Alliance. What is this Southern one? Hai Ban explained, similar to the Northern Business Alliance, the South wants to gather major corporations into a single bloc. The members are numerous and widely distributed. Although it has not been officially established, it has already attracted quite a few enterprises to join. Han's eyes became sharp and cold. The person behind this alliance is certainly not ordinary. Ban continued, the leader is named Qi Tian, the elder brother of Murong Quang. He has always focused on cultivation. After Tian Quang's death, he took control of the south. Han said decisively, I see, I will fly back to Than Chao immediately. As for Fudan, please keep an eye on it for me and protect Lai Han En Heen and Ta Han Yen. Ban reassured him, do not worry, just leave it to me. The Fudan library, Yihan scratched his head and said to Han En Heen, I have some matters to attend to and must leave the school for a while. She put down her book and looked at him calmly, if you want to go then go, why tell me? Yihan replied seriously, I am not joking. When I am not here, try not to leave the campus to avoid danger. He handed her a card, if Wu Tiangsu causes trouble again, call my brother Duong Hai Ban at this number, he will help. Han En-heen smiled as she accepted it, do not worry, last time you made Wu Tiangsu lose face so he dropped out. I heard he returned to Than Chao, no one here will bother me anymore. Hearing this, Yihan's eyes lit up, Wu Tiangsu really dropped out. He immediately became spirited, turning to leave, not expecting Wu Tiangsu to be so incompetent, which was also good. He would go first and reminded her to stay safe. Feeling relieved as if a heavy burden had been lifted, now he could head to Than Chao with peace of mind. Han En-heen rested her chin on her hand and silently watched his departing figure, wondering why her heart felt so empty when Yihan left. Scene returned to Than Chao, with towering skyscrapers standing side by side. Inside Yihan's villa, Tu Zich pushed the door open and politely said that he was a friend of Duong Thiu and had been asked by him to come for a meeting. He introduced himself proactively, saying that he could simply be called Tu Zich. Han patted his shoulder in a friendly manner and told him not to be so formal. Since they were friends, he could call him Yihan, then asked him to speak first about the Southern Business Alliance. Tu Zich smiled and agreed. He explained that the Southern Business Alliance was established by major forces in the South, and it would be officially inaugurated tomorrow night with all prestigious families in attendance. At this point, Tu Zich showed concern and mentioned that since Yihan had previously defeated Tian Quang, the Murong family would likely cause trouble. Yihan simply smiled and said there was no need to worry. Anyone who dared to touch him would only bring harm upon themselves, and that he would accompany them tomorrow. Tu Zich let out a light sigh of relief and agreed. He then asked whether, before attending the banquet, he would be interested in participating in a car race organized by the wealthy youths of the South, also serving as an opportunity to gather information. Han responded enthusiastically that such an interesting event could not be missed. That night at the mountain circuit, the crowd had already gathered in a lively atmosphere. Supercar tore through the night, accompanied by the piercing roar of its engine. As soon as Tu Zich stepped out, he heard thunderous cheers. From the other side came a shout asking why they had arrived so late, questioning whether they did not value time, telling them to leave if they were not racing, or suggesting they were afraid and had intentionally come late. Tu Zich replied curtly, telling them to stop talking. Each side would send one person to race a lap around the mountain, and whoever returned first would win. A mocking voice suggested that such an arrangement was too dull and proposed adding more excitement, as the crowd parted to allow a man to step forward. Yihan slightly frowned as he looked toward the source of the voice. When he saw the face clearly, he was somewhat surprised it was Wu Tiangsu. He thought to himself that he had not expected Wu Tiangsu to come here to show off after leaving Fudan, seemingly even leading a group. Tu Zich stepped forward and asked directly what kind of competition he wanted. Wu Tiangsu sneered and said it was very simple. They would still race around the mountain but in the opposite direction, and whoever returned first would win. He added that each person would wager 100 million, and the winner would take it all. Everyone was in an uproar because racing in the opposite direction on a dark mountain road was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could send them plunging into the abyss, making it nothing less than a gamble with their lives. Qin Vien sneered and mocked them for being cowards, telling them to go home and find their mothers. Yatin stepped forward and said she would race, as 100 million was insignificant. Wu Tiangsu arrogantly asked whether the others dared to participate. A member of Tu Zich's group volunteered to race in his place. Tu Zich shook his head firmly, stating that he would rather admit defeat than gamble with his brothers' lives. He declared that they would withdraw from this race and let the others play by themselves. The opposing side immediately hurled insults, saying this was not a place where one could simply withdraw, mocking them as cowards despite their numbers with no one daring to compete. Sound of steady footsteps echoed through the crowd. Yihan smiled and said that no one had claimed there was no participant, and that he would join. Wu Tiangsu looked at him in astonishment, his brows furrowing as he uttered Yihan. The crowd discussed in surprise that he would personally take part, but this race was extremely dangerous, and even professional drivers could not guarantee safety. Someone quickly advised him not to act impulsively, saying that with his status there was no need to be so competitive, and wondered what would happen if something went wrong. Yihan reassured them to be at ease, stating that since he had chosen to participate he was certain of victory, thinking to himself that with the yin-yang divine eyes even high speed could be handled. Wu Tiangsu shouted loudly, reminding him that he had been humiliated by Yihan last time, and that this time he would definitely make him pay. Yihan shook his finger and smiled faintly, saying that no matter how many times they competed, Wu Tiangsu would never defeat him. That man turned away in anger, and said just wait and see. Crafty glint flashed in his eyes. On this pitch-dark mountain road, driving in the opposite direction could easily cause an accident. Yihan asked if there was another car because he was not accustomed to using that racing car. The man from earlier said my car has been modified and is no worse than theirs. Yihan nodded in thanks and took the keys. Others mocked him, believing that their opponent had sent someone unfamiliar with racing cars, surely a novice who would soon be left far behind. Not long after the cars lined up at the starting line, Zhao Yan held the flag and shouted 3, 2, 1. She waved the flag forcefully and announced the start. A fleet of cars roared forward like lightning, the sound of engines echoing through the mountains. Above, a drone camera broadcast the entire race lot. At this moment Yihan was in the lead, closely followed by Yao Qing. Wu Tiangsu temporarily fell behind. Yao Qing drew close and said, "You are quite good, but compared to me you are still inferior." Yihan gave a cold smile as he turned the steering wheel, and replied not necessarily. He gently pressed the accelerator. The car nimbly hugged the upcoming curve. Yao Qing was astonished by the nearly right-angled drift. Tu Zich looked at the screen and exclaimed excitedly, never expecting Yihan to be so outstanding at racing as well. The crowd discussed that surpassing the elder sister was impressive, but he might not defeat Wu Tiangsu because his car was the most powerful. The engine screamed as the two cars clung closely together at the narrow curve. Through the windshield, Yihan realized that Wu Tiangsu was trying to overtake. He smiled faintly and thought that sooner or later he would surpass him. Wu Tiangsu narrowed his eyes and calculated the right moment. He slammed the accelerator and sped up with great arrogance. He uttered a threat, saying that if you wish to rush into danger, I will oblige. At the same time, Yihan's car suddenly slowed down, the tires screeching with harsh friction. He gave a cold smile and said, "I had already anticipated your trick." Yihan sharply turned the steering wheel and shifted into reverse in an instant. The car body slid precisely toward the rear of Wu Tiangsu's car. That man panicked upon seeing Yihan evade his scheme, realizing that causing a collision would not be easy. Wu Tiangsu frantically shouted for him to stop. His car crashed straight into the cliff, the sound of impact and explosion echoing. Everyone was stunned as Yihan spun his car 180 degrees on the spot, a dreamlike technique that even professional racers would find difficult, while Wu Tiangsu brought the consequences upon himself. Yihan stopped and teased that this race I have won again, while you will surely finish last. Without waiting for a response, he pressed the accelerator and sped off into the night, leaving him behind. Wu Tiangsu struggled to open the car door and staggered out. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yihan, just wait, this matter is not over." Cold moonlight blanketed the winding mountain road. Yihan accelerated, the gleaming car crossing the finish line with imposing grandeur. The crowd jumped and cheered as Han Xiao's car arrived first. The other cars were nowhere in sight, truly outstanding. Now they knew who was reckless and who was truly capable. Wu Tiangsu had brought the consequences upon himself. Wu Tiangsu's subordinates stared in astonishment, never expecting Yihan's driving skills to be so exceptional, even winning such a dangerous race. It was clear that the two were not on the same level. The remaining cars also accelerated through the final turn and crossed the finish line one after another. As soon as they stepped out of their cars, everyone sighed in admiration. This time his victory was only natural. When their skills were inferior, they could only accept it. The group kept their promise, each taking out a check worth 1 billion. A loss was a loss, we never go back on our word. Yihan narrowed his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. The money was earned so easily. Yao Qing stepped forward with an invitation. "Young man, your skills are truly impressive. Would you like to join our racing club?" He waved his hand modestly. "My skills are only average, I merely have slightly quicker reflexes, so I must decline joining the club." She laughed. If you are only average, then we are probably not even qualified to hold the steering wheel. But if you do not wish to join, I will not force you. Jing Yuan gave a thumbs up in admiration. Brother, you are truly a master. I sincerely admire you. If you ever need help, just say the word. A figure approached with an angry expression, his voice filled with fury. Yihan. Tiangsu roared, on the track you used tricks that nearly put me in danger. This race is invalid. You are not worthy of taking first place. Yihan calmly replied, everyone here saw it clearly. My car never touched yours, so where exactly did I endanger you? The crowd spoke up in unison. Wu Tiangsu, it was clearly your own doing, yet you still try to twist the truth. We all watched it live through the cameras. If you lose and dare not admit it, what kind of dignity is that? He was left speechless, his eyes filled with resentment. Very well, Yihan, you are truly ruthless. Knowing he could not turn the situation around, Wu Tiangsu turned and coldly said, let's go. Yihan stopped him. Wait, it seems you have forgotten something. Wu Tiangsu snorted coldly, it is only 1 billion, I do not care about it. Sooner or later I will take everything back. He gritted his teeth and threatened, I will remember this grudge. One day I will settle everything with you. Yihan instructed, Tu Zich, help me process the money from these checks and transfer it into the Tianlong Group account. The new company is in need of capital. Tu Zich nodded in agreement. Tu Zich added, right, do not forget the banquet tomorrow night. Next day, a luxurious banquet was held in a lively and bustling atmosphere. Tu Zich introduced as they walk, this place gathers the leading entrepreneurs of the South. If they act together, the entire market will tremble. If Tianlong Group receives their support, its future will be extremely favorable. Han nodded, more friends mean more opportunities. That is very reasonable. A beautiful and charming girl approached and gently called out, Yihan. He scratched his head in surprise. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? She placed her wine glass down and smiled as she introduced herself. I am Yue Meng, a student of Fudan University. You can consider me your senior. Yihan smiled and shook her hand. So you are senior Yue? It is a pleasure. Inwardly thinking that she was one of the famous campus belles with a mysterious background. Yue Meng smiled softly. You have already become very famous at school, and now you appear at such a grand banquet outside. It seems your identity is not simple. Yihan calmly replied, I merely came with a friend to broaden my horizons. But senior, appearing so charming like this, are you not afraid of attracting attention? She smiled and asked in return, am I truly that alluring? As she spoke, she stepped closer and wrapped her arms around his neck teasingly. Then would Junior like to try getting a little closer? Caught off guard, Yihan blushed and awkwardly swallowed. He quickly stepped back and waved his hands in embarrassment. Senior, please do not joke, I would not dare. Wei Meng laughed, I was only teasing you a little, and you already became flustered. Tu Zich leaned close and whispered, behind Yue Meng is the wealthy Zhang family. If you gain her support, the benefits will be immense. Yihan replied, do not talk nonsense, I only met her today. On the stage, a voice rang out, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for taking the time to attend today's banquet. Yue Meng softly said, the organizer of the banquet, Qi Tian, has appeared. Everyone discussed animatedly. Qi Tian is the new representative of the Murong family, having just arrived and already hosting such a grand banquet. His ambitions are clearly not small, and he is also young and handsome. Yihan pondered, his younger brother once failed at my hands. In the future he will certainly become an opponent. I must be on guard early. On the stage, Qi Tian spoke. The Southern business community has long lacked unity, but from today onward, with the establishment of the Southern Business Alliance, everything will change. He affirmed, I hope we can cooperate together to build a strong future. Everyone applauded in agreement. If the alliance operates as stated, then joining is worth considering, and with the Murong family backing it, there is even greater reassurance. Qi Tian concluded his speech, wishing everyone a pleasant evening. The music may now begin. A melodious tune filled the air as couples stepped onto the dance floor one after another. Yue Meng smiled and invited, Junior, would you care to dance with me? Yihan was slightly surprised but still extended his hand. It would be my honor. He said shyly, it is just that I am not very skilled at dancing. I hope Senior can guide me. She smiled gently, then hold my waist firmly. Many people are watching, we should not make any mistakes. Yang Haoshan, Yue Meng's father, stood observing with anger. He wanted his daughter to approach Qi Tian, yet she was being intimate with another man. At this moment a steady voice sounded, Uncle Zhang. Qi Tian smiled and asked, today is a joyful day. Why does your expression not look good? Who has caused you concern? He followed Zhang Haoshan's gaze and saw Yue Meng dancing with Yihan. Qi Tian frowned and asked, is that Yue Meng? Who is that man? Zhang Haoshan replied, I have not managed my daughter well, I hope you can understand. He assured, I will soon provide a satisfactory explanation. Qi Tian thought to himself, as long as there is cooperation from the Zhang family, who he marries is not important, but what belongs to him must not be touched by anyone. Yihan released his hand and softly said, Senior, it seems someone is looking for you. Yue Meng turned around, Father, are you looking for me? Zhang Heishan coldly replied, do you still remember that I am your father? He shouted angrily, you have not returned home for 2 years. If I had not forced you to come today, were you planning to avoid me for the rest of your life? Yue Meng was stunned and stammered, Father, He interrupted, later you will dine with Qi Tian to cultivate your relationship and discuss the marriage. He warned, stay away from the men outside. I know exactly what they are plotting. If you do not listen, you will only harm yourself. Yihan scratched his nose and thought to himself, I only met her today, yet I am already misunderstood as having ulterior motives. Yue Meng sighed, Father is still the same, always treating me as a tool for benefit, never asking whether I agree or not. Qi Tian stepped forward and said gently, Yue Meng, it has been a long time, let us go over there to talk. The matter of marriage can be discussed after you graduate. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect Qi Tian and the Zhang family's young lady to already have a marriage arrangement. The union of two great powers truly formed a perfect couple. Qi Tian extended his hand expectantly. Yue Meng hesitated before saying, Brother Qi Tian, I am sorry. This time I cannot continue to compromise. Frowned, what do you mean by that? She pressed her lips together and replied, I am sorry, I do not have any feelings for you. Yue Meng stated resolutely, there is no need to discuss this marriage any further. I already have someone I like. Zhang Heishan angrily shouted, Yue Meng, what are you saying? She choked up and replied, I am telling the truth, I do not want to marry him. In his fury, he raised his hand and slapped her in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Yue Meng to dare refuse the marriage, causing Zhang Heishan to lose face and placing Qi Tian in an awkward situation. He angrily shouted, I do not have a daughter like you. Leave this place immediately. Yihan quickly supported Yue Meng. Senior, are you all right? She shook her head and said she was fine. He smiled with relief, that is good. I no longer have anything to cling to there. Leaving will make me freer. Yihan nodded, then let me take you away from here. Zhang Heishan angrily grabbed Yihan. Have you bewitched my daughter? I will not spare you. Yihan coldly brushed his hand aside, step aside. He said sternly, reflect on your own actions. Are you still worthy of being a father? Yue Meng hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Father, please do not cause more trouble. Everything is completely unrelated to Yihan. Hearing that name, Qi Tian was momentarily stunned. Yihan. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You are the one who caused my younger brother Tian Quang to lose his life. How daring to kill a member of the Murong family and still appear before me. He smiled calmly, that is correct, Murong Tian Quang was personally defeated by me. I won fair and square on the arena. There is nothing I would not dare to face. Qi Tian roared in fury, very well, then today we will settle both new and old grudges. He immediately gave the order, Murong family guards, come and deal with him at once. The subordinates immediately appeared from all directions to surround him and responded to the command in unison. Surrounding people whispered among themselves, has Qi Tian gone mad, daring to act in such a crowded place? They once admired him but now found him too impulsive. If he were to take control of the Southern Business Alliance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luang Xin clicked his tongue, fearing that the young man Yihan would be in danger today. Nin Thien immediately shook his head, danger, do not joke. Yihan once destroyed the Blood Hand Hall. If Qi Tian wants to confront him, it is uncertain who would win. Yihan curled his lips, Murong Qi Tian, do you intend to rely on this group of useless people to deal with me? He shouted loudly, enough nonsense, Murong family guards heed my order. All of you attack together, secretly assessing that although Tian Quang was foolish, his strength was not bad. Since Yihan could defeat him today would be the perfect opportunity to test his power. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates immediately charged forward. Daring to touch a member of the Murong family means you will find it difficult to leave this hall today. Someone loudly echoed, the young master has given the order. Brothers do not need to hold back. Yihan swept his gaze with disdain. Merely a group of rabble, yet they dare to make a move against me. He gently waved his hand as power instantly erupted, executing Tiger Roar Fist. The entire group was blasted to the ground, crying out in pain, what terrifying strength, what technique is this? Qi Tian frowned in thought, Tiger Roar Fist belongs to the Xingyi Quan system. Could he be from the Xingyi sect? Yet he had never heard of such a figure within that sect. Yihan said calmly, an incompetent general will lead to a weakened army. Since your subordinates are like this, you yourself are likely no better. He continued to mock, with just you wanting to take my life, Sooner or later, you will have to go down and reunite with your younger brother. Chi Tian let out a cold laugh filled with confidence. Since you are so confident, then allow me to personally experience your ability. He gathered his strength, and the ground beneath his feet immediately sank inward. Both hands clenched and spiritual energy converging, he unleashed the 7 killing palm. Yihan smiled calmly as true energy surged, perfect timing. I also wish to see how much stronger you are than Tian Kuang. A radiant palm force was released with overwhelming might, dragon seal palm. The momentum of both sides collided, creating shockwaves that spread throughout the entire hall. Surrounding people had to retreat due to the immense pressure. This was truly a confrontation between two of the top young geniuses of Hua Nation. The outcome was difficult to predict. After a thunderous explosion, both Chi Tian and Yi Han were pushed backward. Yi Han sneered, "Murong Chi Tian, your strength is indeed slightly greater than Tian Kuang, but it is only to this extent." Chi Tian curled his lips. "Yi Han, I did not expect you to possess some ability." He clenched his fists as his aura erupted once more. "That was merely a warm-up. Next I will use my full strength." That moment, a steady voice rang out, "Enough, let us stop here." The person who appeared was Yan Lao. "Today is the founding day of the Southern Business Alliance. I hope the two of you will give face to old men like us and temporarily cease fighting." Everyone discussed in astonishment. Is that not Yan Lao? Unexpectedly he also appeared. He has long withdrawn from the business world and often travels everywhere. Chi Tian certainly does not have the ability to invite him. Perhaps he came on his own out of interest. Chi Tian immediately bowed respectfully. "Yan Lao is too polite. Since you have spoken, we shall stop here today." Yan slightly frowned as he observed Chi Tian was showing such respect. What exactly was the identity of this old man? Yan Lao walked with his cane, suddenly stopping and turning around. He approached and said with a gentle smile, "You are Yi Han. I have finally met you in person, truly extraordinary and barren." Yi Han clasped his hands politely. "May I ask if Yan Lao is looking for me for any matter?" Let out a kind laugh. "There is nothing important. I simply wish to meet you." Yan Lao seemed to recall something. "By the way, my granddaughter is named Enhan Tu Ham. Do you know her?" Yi Han was momentarily surprised upon hearing that familiar name. Image of the girl from that year after the drinking session, in a hazy memory, surfaced in his mind. Yan Lao nodded. "It seems you remember. My granddaughter is beautiful, is she not? I heard the two of you once drank together." Han awkwardly scratched his head. "Yes, her alcohol tolerance is very good," while secretly worrying that if the old man knew about the past, it would be quite embarrassing. He smiled kindly and patted Yi Han on the shoulder. "Do not be nervous. I only wish to meet you. I do not intend to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation." Yan Lao suddenly paused, as if pondering something. His eyes suddenly lit up. "You greatly resemble a certain person." Yi Han asked in surprise, "May I ask Yan Lao, whom do I resemble?" Yan Lao smiled meaningfully. "Merely an old acquaintance. Perhaps I have been overthinking." Waved his hand and turned to leave. "I have met the person I wish to see. There is no longer any meaning in staying here. This old man will take his leave first." In his heart, Yan Lao silently calculated that Yi Han greatly resembled that person, and it was necessary to have someone investigate his background thoroughly. Yi Han quietly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yan Lao did not pursue matters related to his granddaughter. The entire hall once again buzzed with discussion. Yan Lao spoke with Yi Han in an extremely cordial manner. Could it be that the two had a special relationship? If he were Yi Han's backing, then the situation between him and Chi Tian would become balanced. Many people had even begun to consider cooperating with his Thien-Long group. Chi Tian challenged in a cold voice, "Today you were fortunate to escape, but next time you may not be so lucky." Inwardly he was furious as the relationship between Yan Lao and Yi Han forced him to reconsider his plan. Hearing this, Yi Han merely shrugged in response. "Whose luck it is remains to be seen. Perhaps the next time we meet will be when you must pay the price." Yue Meng gently waved and called out, "Yi Han, let us leave this place. I do not want to stay here any longer." Suddenly he placed his hand on her shoulder and smiled mischievously. "Very well, senior, let us go." Immediately after, Yi Han lifted Yue Meng into his arms and laughed arrogantly. "Chi Tian, your grave is not even settled yet, and your fiancé already belongs to me." The entire hall was stunned. Chi Tian intended to step forward to save face, but Yan Lao's appearance threw him into confusion. Having his fiancée taken in front of everyone meant he would become the talk of the South. The price of his arrogance and ambition to dominate the business world had now struck him directly. Gritted his teeth in hatred, "Yi Han, I will remember today's humiliation and one day make you pay dearly." Zhang Haoshan pondered. He had not expected Yi Han to know Yan Lao. Yue Ming being with him was not a bad thing and might even help him connect with this elder. A moment later at the hotel entrance, Yihan gently set Yue Meng down. He explained, I am sorry, senior. I only said that earlier to provoke Qi Tian. I hope you do not mind. She smiled shyly. It is fine. I do not mind. Yue Meng gazed into the distance. Leaving my family so suddenly, I do not know where to go for now. Yihan patted her shoulder lightly. The world is vast and there will certainly be a place for you. Leaving those constraints is a good thing. At least you can live for yourself and no longer be confined. Yue Meng smiled. You are right. I have decided to return to Sun High City to start anew. She stepped closer and softly called, Junior. Yue Meng leaned close to his ear and whispered, do not forget what you said in front of everyone today. I am now your woman. Yihan blushed awkwardly. Senior, I was only joking. Yue Meng did not reply. She simply turned away happily. I am leaving now, Junior. See you next time. Yihan sighed helplessly, not knowing how to handle the situation, and could only let her be. Zich reminded him, this time you have drawn great attention from the business tycoons of the south, but you must beware of Qi Tian. He is not an easy opponent. Yihan reassured him, it is fine. Qi Tian may not be stronger than Tian Quang. If he dares to cause trouble, I will make him face the consequences. Moreover, this time I borrowed Yan Lao's prestige, and with his suspicious nature, he will not act rashly until he understands our relationship. Zich nodded. As long as you understand the situation, that is enough. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted their conversation. Yihan frowned. It was Duong Trang, the captain of the Fudan University basketball team. He wondered why he was calling. He answered, this is Yihan. What do you need? Duong Trang spoke hesitantly. Yihan, I heard you are in Zhejiang. I have something to ask for your help with. Is that all right? Yihan replied, I am indeed in Zhejiang. Just tell me what it is. Duong Trang explained, in a few days the Fudan basketball team will have a friendly match with Zhejiang University. This match concerns the honor of the school, and your skills are excellent, so I would like to invite you to participate to increase our chances of victory. Yihan tilted his head in thought, a basketball match. After a brief silence, he smiled, all right, my work here is also finished. Inform me of the time and I will come to Zhejiang University. Duong Trang was delighted. Wonderful, we will meet at Zhejiang University. 3 days later at the Zhejiang University gymnasium, the friendly match between the two schools was about to begin. We lost to them last time. This time we must win, everyone discussed excitedly. Someone said, do not worry, our team has an extremely strong newcomer named Ngo Jiat Fong. He earned the team's respect in just 1 year. With him we will surely win, another retorted. Fudan is a long-established strong team, and their key player Duong Trang is not weak. Duong Trang had been waiting early. Yihan, you finally arrived. He introduced, this is our coach, teacher Fuang Van Veen. The coach smiled and shook hands. Hello, I heard from Duong Trang that your skills are outstanding. Please assist the team later. Yihan replied politely, with Duong Trang it is enough. I only came to watch for fun. Female supporters section became lively. Look, Ngo Jiat Fong is warming up. He is both handsome and skilled, the perfect dream boyfriend. Yihan curiously looked toward the cheers. On the court, a young man was skillfully controlling the ball. Ngo Jiat Fong leaped and executed a powerful and precise slam dunk. Yihan frowned. He did not expect Zhejiang's team to have someone at the foundation establishment realm. His movement style carried the essence of Xingyi Quan, but he belonged to the Xingyi set. Duong Trang whispered, that is Zhejiang's trump card, Ngo Jiat Fong. I have watched him play. His speed and technique are extremely strong. That is why I invited you to maintain the balance. Yihan smiled. I understand. You all play first. If needed, I will step onto the court. Duong Trang nodded in agreement. Duong Trang and his teammates stepped onto the court. The match was about to begin. I am going to play now. Zich had just sat down when he marveled at the female supporters. This one has fair skin, that one has a beautiful figure. He said excitedly, such long legs. Yihan replied helplessly, you already have Tianqiu, calm down. It is not like you have never been in society. Zich laughed slyly. Female students are different from outsiders. Have you never heard of the charm of university life? Yihan pushed him aside. That is enough, be quiet and watch the match. Referee Lam Trong Tai stepped onto the court and blew the whistle to start the game. The ball was tossed up, and the two players immediately leaped to contest it. Ngo Jiat Fong quickly gained the advantage and tipped the ball to his team. He curled his lips, wanting to compete for the ball with me. You are far too inferior. Duong Trang had just landed and angrily gritted his teeth. How detestable. He shouted loudly, defend quickly. Do not let Ngo Jiat Fong break through. Teammates immediately closed in, determined to block his path and coordinate to steal the ball. Ngo Jiat Fong sneered, with just a few of you think you can stop me. He dribbled flexibly and easily slipped past the defense. The entire Fuck Dan team was astonished. His speed is too fast. We cannot react in time. Is this the true strength of Zhejiang's trump card? Go Jiat Fong leaped high and slammed the ball powerfully, scoring another 2 points. The female supporters cheered wildly. And Go Jiat Fong is amazing. We love you. Zhejiang will definitely win. Yihan pondered. The movement just now was Xingyi 7-star steps, a supreme technique of the Xingyi sect. The person behind Ngo Jiat Fong must be extraordinary. Ngo Jiat Fong mocked, your level is far too low. I alone am enough to defeat all of you. Duong Trang said sternly, the match has just begun, just wait and see. Ngo Jiat Fong laughed coldly, for me the match has long been over. He continued with another powerful slam dunk, scoring with overwhelming force. He stood beyond the 3-point line and shot accurately, adding 3 more points for his team. Ngo Jiat Fong calmly displayed his skill, continuously scoring with ease. The score was now 57 for Zhejiang and 32 for Fuck Dan. The referee announced the start of the third quarter. The entire Fuck Dan team focused all their efforts on defending against Ngo Jiat Fong. Duong Trang instructed, when Ngo Jiat Fong has the ball, everyone rush in to block him. We must stop him at all costs or we will certainly lose. The teammates nodded in unison. Ngo Jiat Fong confidently dribbled, facing ordinary people like you is far too easy. Fuck Dan players resolve. Ngo Jiat Fong, this time we will definitely stop you. This ball will not enter the hoop. He smiled faintly. You think this is enough to stop me? Ngo Jiat Fong gathered strength in his toes and leaped upward. Power erupted as he shouted, get out of my way. Fuck Dan players were suddenly pushed back, exclaiming in shock, he did not touch us, so why does it feel like a powerful force struck us? Ngo Jiat Fong charged forward with the ball and slammed it into the hoop with great force. You cannot stop me. A Fuck Dan player clutched his leg in pain. Damn it, my leg seems to be injured. Referee Lam Trong Tai blew the whistle, signaling a timeout because a Fuck Dan player was injured. Yihan stood up abruptly. He dared to use inner force to pressure ordinary people. Ngo Jiat Fong is truly excessive. Duong Trang gritted his teeth. Damn it, he must have used some trick, otherwise Bang Tu would not have fallen so heavily. Coach Van Veen pondered. Bang Tu's injury forces a substitution, but the score gap is too large. If this continues, we will hardly be able to turn the situation around. Put on his jersey, smiled confidently as he stepped forward, and said to let him enter the court to deal with Ngo Jiat Fong. The coach nodded helplessly, believing there was no better option at the moment, so he agreed to let him play. Duong Trang said with confidence that this match depended entirely on Yihan. Lam Trong Tai signaled with a wave of his hand, officially starting the match. Yihan quickly dribbled the ball and pressed toward the opponent's basket area. Ngo Jiat Fong showed a confident and arrogant expression, believing that no matter who was substituted in, his position could not be shaken. Jiat Fong extended his hand to block the ball, asserting that Yihan had been overly confident. But in the blink of an eye, Yihan skillfully slipped past and accelerated forward. Jiat Fong was stunned by his opponent's agile footwork, too astonished to speak. Yihan gently flicked his wrist, sending the ball cleanly into the basket amid everyone's amazement. He pointed forward confidently, declaring that the counterattack had officially begun. The Fudan University audience erupted, praising the beautiful score and placing their hopes of turning the tide on Yihan. Meanwhile, the Zhejiang University supporters remained confident, believing that the current score difference was still enough to secure victory. Jiat Fong frowned, realizing that Yihan was no ordinary player but someone with a martial arts foundation. That man showed interest and decided to seriously confront Yihan. Yihan winked and said that he had not originally intended to enter the court. He spoke sternly, criticizing the use of martial arts to overpower ordinary players as unfair. Hearing this, Jiat Fong became furious, clenching his fists in irritation. That man accelerated with the ball and contemptuously believed that Yihan was not qualified to lecture him. In an instant, that man executed agile footwork to pass Yihan and confidently advance. Zhejiang spectators cheered, convinced that victory was in Ngo Jiat Fong's hand. Van Veen hurriedly instructed his teammates to return to defense to block the opponent. Seeing the basket right before him, Jiat Fong confidently believed that these 2 points were already secured. Suddenly, a figure leaped up to block his path, leaving him astonished. Yihan executed a perfect block, shattering the opponent's scoring opportunity. The audience was utterly astonished as they witnessed Ngo Jiat Fong being spectacularly blocked for the first time. Watching the ball roll away, Yihan immediately shouted for his teammates to contest the rebound. Jiat Fong resentfully declared that he would not make the same mistake again, while Yihan confidently asserted that he would still win. Both of them simultaneously rushed toward the ball, inadvertently triggering an intense collision of internal energy. Unable to withstand the impact, the ball burst apart on the court. Jayat Fong was knocked to the ground, astonished to realize that Yihan's strength far surpassed his own. Yihan felt slightly embarrassed and admitted that he had forgotten it was just an ordinary ball. The audience discussed excitedly, concluding that if the ball had not burst, Yihan would have gained a clear advantage. Referee Lam Trong Tai blew the whistle to announce a temporary suspension of the match due to the damaged ball. Jayat Fong angrily questioned Yihan's background, suspecting that he belonged to some martial sect. Yihan calmly replied that he did not belong to any sect and was merely an ordinary student. Jayat Fong was left speechless by the humble yet subtly mocking response. After replacing the ball and completing the preparations, the referee announced the continuation of the match. Yihan quickly gained the advantage with a technically impressive dunk. Next, he executed a precise long-range shot to score 3 more points, infuriating Jayat Fong. He ended the offensive streak with a powerful and imposing dunk. The scoreboard reversed, and the Fudan spectators cheered as their team took the lead. The Zhejiang supporters were disappointed, as their team continuously lost points under Yihan's overwhelming performance. The Zhejiang teammates worriedly admitted that they could not stop Yihan if the situation continued. Jayat Fong shouted loudly to reassure his teammates, asserting that their team would not lose. That man demanded that his teammates funnel the ball to him so he could directly confront and suppress Yihan. The team members nodded in agreement with this plan. Huang Trang reminded Yihan to be careful because Jayat Fong's gaze was full of calculation. Yihan calmly replied that if the opponent resorted to tricks, the one who would suffer would be that man. The match resumed, and the ball was continuously passed to Jayat Fong according to the plan. Jayat Fong dribbled the ball forward to challenge Yihan's defense. Yihan smiled as he faced him, asserting that he would make his opponent taste defeat. Jayat Fong sneered, believing that Yihan had fallen into his trap. That man gathered his strength, stomped heavily on the floor, and leaped up with all his power. Jayat Fong executed a technique infused with powerful internal energy. Huang Trang cried out in alarm that this was a violation and urged Yihan to evade. Van Veen also anxiously stood up, fearing that Yihan would be injured. Jayat Fong tightened his grip on the ball, smiling smugly as he believed Yihan had no escape. Yihan calmly erected a protective barrier and executed the technique 2 principal's finger to counterattack. An invisible force erupted, instantly blocking Jayat Fong's attack. Immediately afterward, Jayat Fong was blasted backward in shock. That man panicked, unable to believe that his technique had failed so easily. Yihan coldly reminded him that martial arts were meant to protect others, not to bully them, and declared that the opponent had lost. The final whistle sounded, confirming the victory belonged to Fudan University. The Fudan teammates joyfully embraced Yihan, thanking him for helping the team achieve a remarkable comeback. Jayat Fong left in anger, warning that the forces behind him were immense and that the two would meet again. Huang Trang excitedly suggested that the whole team go celebrate at a KTV that evening. Yihan smiled and declined because he still had to return to Sun Hai, while also thinking about the mission to protect Lai Han En He. The next day in the city center, Yihan shared his plan to establish a business clubhouse. His companion asked in surprise why he wanted to establish a clubhouse when he did not lack money. Yihan explained that the goal was not to make money, but to build a network of relationships to deal with Qi Tian. Tu Zich enthusiastically supported the idea and was willing to assist. Yihan presented a large sum of money from his previous gambling winnings, granting Tu Zich full authority to manage the clubhouse. Tu Zich happily accepted, confident that he would successfully develop the clubhouse. At the same time, in Qi Tian's office, that man summoned his subordinates to assign a new mission. Ngu the Hung seriously inquired about the mission, while Ondao appeared curious. Qi Tian slowly exhaled smoke and stated that the target this time was Yihan. The two men were simultaneously astonished upon hearing the target's name. Qi Tian frowned and shouted loudly, asking if they had any issues with this mission. Ngu the Hung admitted that Yihan was currently very powerful and that confronting him would not be easy. He waved his hand, signaling that Yihan had Yan Lao backing him, someone we must never provoke. He curled his lips into a cold smile. If striking openly was difficult, could he not find another way to attack in secret? Qi Tian frowned. We can target the people around him. Is not Yihan's girlfriend running a company in Sun Hai City? Two exchanged awkward glances. This is truly difficult. Perhaps you should find another target instead. He tossed out a stack of documents, saying it was the provisional list of the Southern Business Alliance Management Board. As long as you cooperate, I will add your names and grant you 80% of the benefits from this opening. Dao widened his eyes, full authority over the opening. Murong young master, is that true? Tian smiled meaningfully. I have never made empty promises. He turned to the Hung. This is a rare opportunity. Perhaps we should consider it carefully. The Hung gritted his teeth and replied, fine, we will join. Chi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Only those who seize opportunities deserve to achieve great things. He reminded them coldly, but make it clear, if you fail, you will bear the consequences yourselves. Hung thumped his chest in assurance. Murong young master, rest assured, this will definitely succeed, just wait for good news from us. The next morning at Chu Yuner's office, he had just stepped in and happily called out, Don Nhi, I am back. But the sight before him was complete chaos. The stock price had plunged by more than 10 yuan. If this continues, how can we explain to the board of directors? Asked in astonishment, what is happening to Don Nhi's company? An employee was almost in tears. President Chu, the other side keeps dumping shares, how should we respond? Chu Yuner angrily shouted, however much they sell, we buy it all back. A colleague cautiously reminded her, President Chu, our funds are almost exhausted. She slammed the table in fury. Who exactly is secretly making a move against me? He hurried over. Don Nhi, what happened? Is there a problem with the company's stock? The moment she saw him, she seemed to find support and softly called Yi Han. She clung tightly to him. Someone is deliberately short-selling my company. If you had not come in time, I might not have held on. Hearing that, his eyes turned icy. Who dares to touch my woman like this? Tears streamed down her face. I do not know either, they started yesterday. He softened his voice to reassure her, do not worry, leave the company to me. I will make the one behind this pay the price. A mocking voice rang out, an outsider like you wants to handle the stock market. A tall man strode in, Chu Yuner, do not believe him. She frowned coldly, Feng Bing, why are you here? Put on a concerned look, hearing your company was in trouble. I used my connections to invite a renowned overseas stock expert to help. A blond man stepped forward, Melphite, with him here your company will surely overcome this crisis. The whole room buzzed. Is that the stock king Melphite? It is said that a single word from him can send a collapsing stock soaring. If he acts, the company is saved. Smiled confidently, Miss Chu Yuner, I have grasped the situation, at most 10 minutes and it will be resolved. She remained stern, Feng Bing, my company's matters do not require your concern. Chu Yuner held onto Yi Han's arm, he said he can solve it. Feng Bing sneered, professional matters should be handled by professionals, thinking that if he saved her company this time, he would at least leave an impression. Melphite spoke up, let me handle it, everyone just stand aside and watch. A female employee smiled flatteringly, truly worthy of the stock king. Chu Yuner looked at Yi Han in confusion and softly called, Yi Han they. He smiled calmly, this wave of attacks is not simple. It is likely the Southern Business Alliance behind it. Someone like Feng Bing cannot handle it, let them perform first. Melphite was brimming with confidence. Handling this kind of crisis is a trivial matter for me. Everyone watched intently, the selling pressure eased noticeably. The stock king truly lives up to his name, the company is saved. On Dao's side, the other party has invited an expert to fight back. We cannot keep suppressing the price. The Hung grew furious. Such a small matter and you still cannot finish it. Dao soothed him, brother Hung, calm down, they only have one person. I will call dozens more experts to join. I refuse to believe we cannot crush him. Melphite excitedly reported, it is done, your company is about to escape danger. Moreover, thanks to my operation, the stock price can even rise further. Feng Bing said smugly, Don't Nhi see that, only a real man can shield you. He cast a meaningful glance at Yi Han, unlike someone who only speaks sweet words yet cannot help at all. She replied calmly, Feng Bing, I thank you for your help, but that does not mean I will accept you. I will pay the fee according to market rates. He gave a faint smile and pointed at the screen. Don Nhi does not need to pay, look at the stock price again. Everyone was stunned, why is the price plunging again? Could it be that even Melphite is helpless? If this continues, the company is doomed. Feng Bing anxiously asked, Mr. Melphite, what is going on? Did you not say it was resolved? He stammered, suddenly many more forces joined the attack. I cannot control it anymore. Chu Yuner was flustered, even the stock king is powerless. Could it be that today the company will truly collapse because of me? He held her hand to comfort her, do not be afraid, I said I would handle it properly. Seeing their intimacy, Feng Bing was irritated. Yi Han, stop boasting, even Melphite lost, what can you do? He shrugged, if the stock king cannot handle it, then let the stock god take action. Yi Han made a call, Philip, are you in Sun Hai? Can you come help me with something? The voice on the other end replied immediately, send the location and I will come at once, as you say. Melphite was astonished. Michel Philip, the one known as the stock god, you just called him. He laughed. Do you think there is anyone else in this world with the same name as the stock god Philip? Bing mocked. You exaggerate. In the West, Philip only needs to move slightly and the market trembles. How could he appear instantly because of a call? Melphite echoed. As far as I know, Mr. Philip is attending an important conference. He cannot arrive so quickly. Everyone whispered, this guy boasts too much, not only useless but causing more trouble. How could the boss choose such a boyfriend? Just then the office door sounded. A man hurried in. Yihan, I hope I am not late. He stepped forward to greet him. You arrived at the perfect time. The entire room fell silent. It truly is the stock god Philip. So Yihan was not speaking idly. His network is astonishing. Bing ground his teeth. How is this possible? Yihan actually knows someone of this caliber. He's secretly worried. If Philip resolves it, then everything I did will merely become a stage for Yihan to shine. Philip smiled warmly. I postponed all my appointments to come here. Tell me what you need. There is no need for courtesy between us. Yihan explained, someone is short-selling my girlfriend's company. I want you to block this wave of attacks and trace the mastermind. Philip replied confidently, as long as it involves the stock market, it is trivial to me. 2 minutes is enough. He sighed softly. It seems I overestimated the opponent. It was settled in less than a minute. Philip added, the ones behind it are Onsiu Group and Ngu Thai International. By the way, I have acquired 60% of Onsiu's shares, meaning they are now in our hands. He smiled. Well done, Philip. I will remember this favor. And Philip waved it off, saying it was nothing. Philip asked further, so how do you plan to deal with Onsiu and Ngu Thai International? Clearly this was a prepared strike. He said in a deep voice, I had no grudge against them. It must all be Chi Tian pulling the strings. Anyone who dares touch someone I value must pay. At the same time at Chi Tian's home, Ondao anxiously said, Murong young master, because of helping you I lost my company. He curled his lips. Do not worry, I have investigated and Yihan and Yan Lao have no relation. Once he is dealt with, you will not only reclaim your company but also seize his girlfriend's business. Ondao asked, half believing, is that truly so? Chi Tian snorted coldly. With my status, why would I deceive you? Ondao hurriedly replied, of course I trust Murong young master. I will rely on you greatly in the future. Hung pondered, but Yihan has traced us. With his personality he will likely come to us. Better to strike first. Chi Tian shouted angrily. He is just a brat. If he dares to come, he will not leave in peace. As soon as the words ended, the door was kicked open. You dare threaten me with no return, Murong Chi Tian. Your arrogance is truly remarkable. All three were stunned. Yihan appeared so quickly that Wen Dao panicked, but Xixing reassured him that with young master Murong present, Yihan had only come to seek his own death. Chi Tian curled his lips, admitting that Yihan had exceeded his expectations, but without Yan Lao's backing, he was still merely a weakling to be dealt with at will. He laughed coldly. Who is stronger will be clear once we fight. Enraged, he immediately threw a punch and charged forward, unwilling to accept that a mere brat dared to act arrogantly before him. With fists clenched, Chi Tian's aura erupted violently as he roared and unleashed celestial constellation fists to finish his opponent. Han merely waved his hand and said disdainfully that such petty tricks could not take his life. Today the one in danger was Chi Tian. An invisible force pierced straight through the opponent's body. It was Xingyi killing fist. Chi Tian spat blood, unable to believe he had been defeated so miserably. Wen Dao and Xixing turned pale in terror, unable to believe Chi Tian had been defeated in an instant. Yihan glanced at the two and asked whether they still intended to resist. Both immediately knelt and begged for mercy, willing to offer their companies and pleaded for forgiveness as they still had families to support. Yihan spoke coldly, considering they were coerced he would spare them once, but warned them to behave themselves in the future. Everyone marveled at Yihan's strength, believing his rise was unstoppable and that he would eventually become the leader of the Chinese underworld. Shangyun Yunya sat smoking and mocked Chi Tian as useless, wasting so many resources yet still failing at Yihan's hand. Wen Dao hurriedly flattered him, saying that only young Master Shangyun personally taking action would be enough to deal with Yihan. He calmly stated that the Shangyun family could not conveniently reveal themselves, so they needed them to handle Yihan on their behalf. Wen Dao awkwardly replied that their power was weak, and even their company was about to be lost. They were completely no match for Yihan. Xixing agreed, recalling how Chi Tian had been defeated before their eyes, making them afraid to oppose him. During this, Shangyun Yunya's face darkened, as he mocked that they did not dare confront Yihan yet wanted to oppose the Shangyun family. The two hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy, pleading for young Master Shangyuan to show leniency as they truly lacked the strength to resist. He laughed and reassured them, affirming that he would not let them suffer losses. As long as they agreed to cooperate, the Shangyuan family would support them and grant wealth and glory, even power throughout Huazia. The two looked at each other with hesitation, helpless before this difficult choice. Shangyu and Yunya threatened that they could either become enemies and be destroyed, or act as representatives of the Shangyuan family and enjoy boundless glory. Shixing expressed his unwillingness to submit to Yi Han, believing this was an opportunity to turn the situation around. During this, Wen Dao also resolved to agree and join. Both respectfully declared their absolute loyalty to the Shangyuan family from this day forward. Shangyu and Yunya smiled in satisfaction and praised them as men who understood the time. He ordered that they could leave and that members of the ancient clan would guide their next steps. The two respectfully acknowledged and left with determined eyes. He clenched his fists, vowing to make Yihan pay for his previous arrogance. Chu Yunar's company, Yihan stated that they had acquired 60% of Wen Ko Group's shares, becoming the actual controller. Yihan understood the benefits, but worried about the lack of personnel to manage such a large corporation. Chu Yunar suggested that Yihan's adoptive younger sister at Fudan University could take on that role. Yihan quickly explained that their relationship was only that of adoptive siblings and hoped she would not misunderstand. Chu Yunar teased him, asking why he was so nervous. Yihan seriously affirmed that their relationship was completely pure, with no other involvement. Chu Yunar laughed and said she was only joking, while also appreciating Han Deem's abilities and proposing that she manage Wen Ko Group. Yihan trusted Han Deem's abilities, but worried she might find it difficult to adapt to the new environment. Chu Yunar teased him as a fool, suggesting recruiting more talents from Fudan University for support. Yihan agreed and decided to prepare to attend the university's recruitment fair to enlist manpower. A few days later, the recruitment fair at Fudan University became lively and bustling. Lu Mang held a loudspeaker, promoting that Tianlong Group was recruiting with attractive salaries. The students whispered in suspicion of the unfamiliar company, thinking it might be a scam, but some recognized Yihan. Luang Trang was surprised to see Yihan setting up a recruitment booth and asked about the situation. Yihan smiled and invited him to apply, introducing the comprehensive and attractive benefits. Duong Trang scratched his head, believing he was only suited for basketball and not for office work. He looked around and saw that members of the basketball club were also present. An idea came to him, and he excitedly suggested asking them to try applying. Duong Trang loudly called his friends to come and try the opportunity to work at Yihan's company. A group of female students gathered around Yihan, continuously asking questions about the company, salary, benefits, and even requesting his personal information. Despite the attention, Yihan maintained a polite demeanor, affirming that the recruitment information was completely genuine. Lu Mang tried to squeeze in to attract attention, but no one paid him any notice. His presence was completely ignored. The female students continued chatting animatedly about everyday topics, leaving Lu Mang aside. Amid the lively atmosphere, Yue Meng, a famous and beautiful female student with an elegant aura, appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Yihan immediately showed respect and invited her to consider joining the company. Yue Meng smiled and suggested that Yihan address her more intimately, stating that she was currently seeking employment. A well-dressed young man hurried over, appearing displeased upon learning that Yue Meng was looking for a job. That man confidently boasted that as long as she agreed, he could arrange a leisurely job for her at the Onsiu Group. That man even mocked that there was no need for her to work at a small company like Tianlong. Han turned to ask Yue Meng about the identity of this man. Yue Meng helplessly explained that he was a playboy young master who relied on his family background to harass her. During the mention of Onsiu Group, Yihan found it interesting, realizing that he himself was the largest shareholder. Dai Fu arrogantly proposed that as long as Yue Meng dated him, she would have a high-paying job. Yue Meng frankly refused, affirming that she wanted to find a job through her own abilities. She turned to Yihan to request an application form to fill in her information. Dai Fu immediately blocked her, showing clear displeasure. That man ridiculed Tianlong as a small company, warning that promises of high salaries were merely deceptive tricks. Lu Mang angrily refuted, affirming that the company possessed complete legal documentation and transparent information. Yihan signaled that there was no need to argue and focused on the recruitment. Dai Fu angrily declared that with just a word from him, no one except Yue Meng would be accepted today. The two sides confronted each other tensely, but Yihan remained calm and confidently responded that the one who would ultimately fail would be Dai Fu. Dai Fu sneered and challenged him to just wait and see. That man turned to the students and loudly promoted internship opportunities directly at the OnSiu group. The crowd buzzed with excitement as he continued boasting that OnSiu was a leading enterprise with attractive benefits. Dai Fu confidently asserted this, using the reputation of his father, the human resources director, as a guarantee. After that, he lowered his voice with hidden intent, stating that there was a condition for participation. The condition was that if they registered with OnSiu, they were absolutely not allowed to apply to that Tianlong company. Sinister scheme flashed through his mind, the corner of his lips curling with calculation. As long as he lured these students to his side, suppressed Yihan first, then found an excuse to drive them away, it would be settled. In no time, the hesitant students swarmed toward Dai Fu, jostling to raise their hands to register as if grasping a chance to change their fate. I came first, let me sign up first. Compared to Tianlong, joining OnSiu is certainly far better. I will register too, move aside, me as well. Lu Meng cried out in alarm, his voice full of worry. Everyone do not go, we are not inferior to OnSiu group at all. But his call was almost completely ignored. Lu Meng turned to Yihan with disappointment, as if already foreseeing the failure of the recruitment. Yihan, what should we do? If this continues, we will not recruit anyone today. Yue Meng looked at the chaotic scene with guilt, her voice gentle. Yihan, I am sorry, because of me that Dai Fu came to cause trouble and disturb you. He remained calm, his gaze icy as if he had already understood everything. It is fine, everyone rest assured, I will handle it. Judging from Dai Fu's smug expression, his father has likely abused his power many times. This matter needs a thorough investigation. Dai Fu burst into laughter and slowly walked up to Yihan with a victorious air. See, I said that today aside from Yue Meng you would not recruit anyone, and I always keep my word. Yue Meng could not contain her anger and bluntly scolded him. Dai Fu, you truly are shameless. He did not care, his eyes fixed on her with calculation. Yue Meng, as long as you agree to date me, I will stop interfering with the recruitment. What do you say? Otherwise I will come here every day to cause trouble for Yihan. As soon as he finished speaking, he could not hold back and coldly uttered a single word, get lost. The entire campus fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into uproar. My God, Yihan actually dared to strike Dai Fu. Is he not afraid of retaliation? Perhaps he has already been pushed to the brink. Dai Fu clutched his face, roaring in both pain and fury. Bastard, you dare touch me. He staggered to his feet, his voice full of threat. Yihan, let me tell you, you and your company are finished. My father knows every HR director in Sun High. With just one word from him you can forget about recruiting anyone. He merely gave a faint smile, his eyes mocking. Is that so? Your father is that powerful? If he is working inside a detention center, will he still have connections? Dai Fu froze, not understanding. What do you mean by that? He leisurely unlocked his phone. I mean that after I send this message, your father will soon be eating in detention. Dai Fu burst into laughter as if hearing a ridiculous joke. Who do you think you are? That one message can send my father to prison. He sneered, there must be something wrong with your head. I know a few people who run psychiatric hospitals. Do you need an introduction? Crowd buzzed again with discussion. One message can get Dai Fu's father arrested. Yihan is just a student, how could he have that ability? He must be speaking out of anger. He did not explain. After sending the message he calmly said, the message is sent, just wait and see. Chu Yuner has suspended the HR director of OnSiu Group for investigation due to serious abuse of power. Remember to tell him to thank his son. Dai Fu widened his eyes then sneered. You act convincingly, let us see how long you can keep acting. Do not run away later when you cannot endure it. Just as the tension peaked, Dai Fu's phone rang. He confidently put it on speaker. My father is calling, let everyone hear whether he is truly in trouble. He answered with confidence, hello, I am listening. But the furious and panicked voice on the other end left the crowd stunned. Useless brat, who did you provoke this time? You got me suspended for investigation, you disgraceful son. Dai Fu's face turned pale as he stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. All his arrogance collapsed in an instant. How could this be? He looked at him with pity. I suggest you go home and pack for your father, later bring it straight to the detention center. Dai Fu trembled as he asked in despair. Just one message suspended my father. Who exactly are you? He replied calmly, I am merely a small shareholder of OnSiu Group, holding about 60% of the shares. By the way, OnSiu is about to merge into Tianlong Group. The name OnSiu will no longer exist independently. From now on it will only be a subsidiary under Tianlong. What? The surrounding students discussed in shock. Yihan owns 60% of Onsiu. If Dai Fu's father was investigated because of one message, then it must be true. While we are still worrying about finding jobs, he is already a major boss. In the distance, Lu Mang lifted his chin proudly. Now have you seen clearly, the one who looked down on Yihan's thin long group. Wei Meng was also filled with admiration. My God, Yihan, so you are the largest shareholder of Onsiu. No wonder you were so confident. The truth completely shattered Dai Fu. He dropped to his knees before Yihan and begged, I am sorry, I was foolish and underestimated others, please spare me. He merely cast him a glance. The one you should apologize to is Yue Meng, see whether she accepts it. He immediately turned to Yue Meng, almost bowing to the ground. I was wrong, from now on I will never harass you again, please forgive me. Yue Meng looked at him coldly. Forgive you? Ask the girls you have hurt whether they agree. She said decisively, get out you scum. Dai Fu trembled as if his soul had left him. It is over, my life is finished. Before he could even stand, another wave of students surged toward Yihan. Everyone pushed forward to apply. I am top 3 in finance, please give me a chance. I am the champion of the Sun High City Strategy Competition. I won a Southeast Asia Modeling Award and I am good at communication. Can I be your secretary? The atmosphere became chaotic. He had to speak to maintain order. Everyone do not push, fill out the application form and submit it with your CV. Everyone will have a chance. Scene shifts to the office of Thin Long Group. Han Dim stepped forward to greet him, saying cheerfully, Yihan, what brings you here to see me? Yihan placed a file on the table. The Wen Ko group now belongs to him, and he wanted to entrust her with its management, asking if she was willing. Han Dim did not hesitate. As long as he trusted her with the responsibility, she would accomplish any task. Yihan nodded and handed over a dossier of outstanding students, saying that these were the profiles of Fuden's top students and that she should select a team to accompany her to Wen Ko. He accepted it with a serious gaze, assuring him that she would choose the most suitable talent. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded from the doorway, asking if he was interrupting their date, then correcting himself to say it was a meeting. Han Dim blushed and quickly refuted, saying he should not speak nonsense and that she and Yihan were only discussing work. Ban laughed loudly, then Yihan spoke sternly, telling him to state his business directly and stop joking. Ban immediately reported that the Thin Long Club was facing trouble involving the Xingyi sect and needed him to handle it. Yihan stood up with sharp eyes, agreeing to go at once and wondering if the Xingyi sect was related to Ngo Gi letter 1 Eadt Fong, whom he had met at the basketball tournament. Before leaving, Yihan looked at Han Dim with trust, saying he would go ahead and entrust everything to her, and she firmly replied that she would certainly do well. Afterward, he instructed Ban that during his absence, he should arrange proper protection for Han Dim and Lai Han En-hee. Ban nodded decisively, assuring him that everything would be taken care of. The scene shifted to the lobby of the Thin Long Club, where Lai Truong Fong and Ngo Gi letter 1 Eadt Fong were present. Du Zich sat opposite them and calmly said that he had already stated yesterday that the person they were looking for was not there, asking why they had come again, addressing Lai Truong Fong, the elder of the Xingyi sect. Gi letter 1 Eadt Fong gritted his teeth with hatred in his eyes, saying he had thoroughly investigated and that Yi was the one behind the club and that they should not think of deceiving him. Continued, stating that Yi had used underhanded methods to injure him during the basketball match and that he would definitely seek justice. His aura surged while Truong Fong remained cold and imposing, demanding that the person who injured his disciple be summoned immediately as he did not wish to waste time. Tu Zich remained calm, repeating that the person was not there and suggesting that if they did not wish to wait, they could leave, and he would inform them when Yi arrived. Gi letter 1 Eadt Fong sneered, saying they should not dream of driving them away. Tu Zich sighed, stating that if they refused to leave, he would have no choice but to escort them out by other means. He gave the order for everyone to escort them outside. The club staff immediately lined up with rising momentum, advising them to leave voluntarily to avoid unnecessary conflict. Gi letter 1 Eadt Fong laughed coldly, saying they did not know their own limits and that the difference in their strength was vast. As he prepared to act, Truong Fong gently raised his hand to stop him. Gi letter 1 Eadt Fong immediately halted and stepped back half a step, suggesting that since it had been a long time since his master had exercised, they could help him warm up. He bowed respectfully, acknowledging his master. Truong Fong clasped his hands behind his back and raised his chin proudly, declaring that they could all attack together, and that if they could force him to retreat even a single step, he would leave immediately. The challenge enraged the club members, who gritted their teeth and rushed forward, aiming only to restrain him without causing severe injury. However, in the blink of an eye, Truong Fong defeated them all and coldly uttered a single word, "Li." Tu Zich stood stunned with wide eyes, unable to believe what had happened. Gi letter 1EADT Fong looked at the scene with a mocking tone, saying that they should now understand the gap in strength. Truong Fong shook his head in boredom, remarking that it was truly dull and that his body had not even warmed up, then instructed Gi letter 1EADT Fong to handle the rest, to which he respectfully agreed. Gi letter 1EADT Fong stepped forward with a threatening voice, giving them 1 minute to hand over Yi, otherwise he would show no mercy. Despite being overpowered, Tu Zich remained resolute, insisting that no matter what they did, Yi was not there. Gi letter 1EADT Fong clenched his fists and advanced, declaring that he would grant Tu Zich's wish. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Tu Zich knew he could not hold out much longer and thought that he could only endure until Yihan arrived. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the doorway, causing the entire hall to fall silent, telling them to stop and warning that anyone who dared harm his brothers was inviting trouble. Tu Zich let out a sigh of relief, saying that Yihan had finally arrived. Gi letter 1EADT Fong abruptly turned around, his expression changing as he recognized him. The atmosphere in the clubhouse was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Before anyone could ask further, Yihan quickly stepped forward, his voice low but filled with concern. Tu Zich, are you all right? Luckily you arrived in time. On the other side, Truong Fong hurriedly rushed over to support Jiat Fong, his voice trembling with worry. Disciple, are you all right? Jiat Fong clutched his arm in pain, both angry and pointing at Yihan. Master, my arm is broken. His voice was filled with resentment. It was him, the one who injured me last time. Master, you must seek justice for me. Truong Fong frowned deeply, gripping his disciple's shoulder to reassure him. Rest assured. His voice lowered with killing intent. I will absolutely not let this matter pass so easily. Yihan coldly questioned, since you are Ngo Jiat Fong's master, you must know that he once used violence against ordinary people during a football match. Truong Fong replied with disdain, believing that incident was insignificant, while Yihan injuring his disciple was the true unforgivable crime. Yihan sighed in disappointment, clenching his fists, his gaze icy. A father who fails to teach his son is at fault. A master who fails to discipline his disciple is also at fault. Today I will teach you that lesson in his place. Truong Fong burst into mocking laughter, his eyes filled with contempt. You think you can teach me? He stepped forward, the aura of a martial arts master erupting, his voice threatening. I will give you a chance, kneel and apologize, and I will spare your life. Jiat Fong interjected, boasting with confidence, my master is an elder of the Xingyi sect. His strength has reached the peak. You cannot possibly be his opponent. He laughed smugly, convinced that Yihan would fail. Yihan curled his lips, his voice calm yet challenging. Then I would also like to see just how formidable an elder of the Xingyi sect is. Truong Fong roared, raising his hand to prepare an attack. Since you wish to try, this old man will grant your wish. He lunged forward as swiftly as a tiger pouncing on its prey. But Yihan was even faster, with only a gentle movement. The aura of Xingyi fist erupted powerfully from his body. With just one move, Truong Fong was blasted backward. The tiles beneath his feet cracked apart. Yihan spoke coldly that this was the true Xingyi fist. Jiat Fong stared in horror, unable to believe that his master had been defeated in a single move. Tu Zich was astonished and full of admiration, unable to help but voice his praise. Truong Fong braced himself and stood up, his eyes filled with both fear and caution, asking who Yihan really was. Yihan crossed his arms and tilted his head to look at Jiat Fong, asking whether his disciple had never mentioned his identity. Truong Fong turned to question his disciple, urgently about Yihan's identity. Jiat Fong trembled as he admitted that Yihan was the one who had defeated many experts and shocked the martial arts world. Yihan smiled calmly and confirmed, that's right, it is me. Truong Fong angrily slapped Jiat Fong, blaming him for provoking such a terrifying figure. Jiat Fong held his face and hurriedly defended himself, saying that he truly did not know Yihan's real identity. Truong Fong was so furious that he was left speechless. Yihan coldly interrupted, demanding that Truong Fong provide a satisfactory resolution. Truong Fong had no choice but to lower himself to apologize and request to take his disciple away to preserve a bit of dignity. Yihan gave a faint smile and rejected their intention to leave so easily. He could only ask Yihan how he wished to handle this matter. Yihan listed a series of damages, from medical expenses for the security guards to the rare items in the clubhouse. Zhu Feng panicked and quickly asked for the total amount of compensation required. Yihan calmly declared that the compensation would be a round figure of 3 billion. Zhu Feng stammered in shock upon hearing the enormous sum. Tu Zich stood to the side, silently thinking that this figure had clearly been greatly inflated. Jiat Feng protested in despair, believing that Yihan was deliberately coercing them. Yihan coldly affirmed, "Everything I have said is the truth. Do you have any objections?" Zhu Feng and Jiat Feng could only tremble and shake their heads in acceptance. 10 minutes later, the money transfer was completed. Zhu Feng angrily turned to reprimand his disciple. Looking at the money he had just received, Yihan remarked with satisfaction that it was indeed easy income. Tu Zich sighed with emotion, not expecting that the clubhouse's first major profit would be brought in by Yihan. Yihan proposed continuing the discussion on the development plan for the Thien Long clubhouse and utilizing resources from the On Siu group. The scene shifted to the living room of the On family residence. The head of the On family angrily threw documents onto the floor, dissatisfied that Yihan had handed management authority to a group of students. Hung expressed suspicion because the people from the ancient clan had not yet appeared as promised. On Dao worried that they might have been deceived. A cold voice rang out, warning them not to doubt the young master of the Shangyuan family. A man appeared, introducing himself as Hong Vo Liuang of the ancient clan, and stating that he had rendered the guards unconscious using goo poison. He smiled lightly, explaining that he did not want to attract too much attention, so he had used a special method. Dao was horrified to learn that his elite mercenaries had been easily defeated. The Hung recognized Vo Liuang as an expert from the ancient clan sent to provide assistance. Vo Liuang confirmed his identity and requested a report on the current situation. The Hung quickly recounted how Yihan had allowed his adoptive sister to take over the group, causing them to lose power. Vo Liuang revealed a sinister smile and decided to begin with Yihan's adoptive sister. He presented a plan and requested the two of them to cooperate. 2 days later at the Thien Long clubhouse, Ku Lao Tam praised the clubhouse's strong development potential. At that moment Yihan's phone rang. He answered and asked Duong Haiban what urgent matter had occurred. Haiban frantically reported that Han Yen had encountered trouble, leaving Yihan stunned. Yihan anxiously demanded to know the situation and the status of her protection. Haiban awkwardly stated that the situation was complicated and requested Yihan to return immediately. Yihan immediately decided to return to Sun Hai City. He informed Ku Lao Tam and handed over the responsibilities here. Ku Lao Tam agreed and urged him to depart quickly. Yihan left immediately without delay. In Sun Hai, he entered and urgently questioned Hai Ban about the situation. Before his eyes, Han Yen lay on the bed, her face flushed and her breathing weak, causing him great concern. Hai Ban awkwardly began to explain the incident. He recounted that after taking over the On Siu group, Han Yen had suddenly felt unwell and then become like this. Hai Ban blamed himself for not protecting her well. Yihan reassured him that the most important thing now was to find the cause. He asked Yue Meng about any unusual occurrences at the On Siu group. Yue Meng thought carefully to recall the details. She remembered that On Dao had once brought a middle-aged man to meet Han Yen during the lunch break. Han clenched his fists, deciding that after saving Han Yen, he would go to meet On Dao to clarify everything. Yue Meng worriedly asked whether Yihan could cure Han Yen. Yihan gently reassured everyone to be at ease. He would certainly be able to save her. Calmly reassured them, "With me here, Han Deem will definitely pull through." After speaking, he raised his hand to form seals. The yin-yang dharma eye opened. Instantly, a burst of light flared up. Inside Ta Han Deem's body, a goo worm was clearly writhing. Han clenched his teeth. "So it is a goo worm. Whoever dared to harm Han Deem, I will never let him go." Zhuang Enhak Muk and Duong Haiban were horrified upon hearing that. How could someone be so ruthless? "Yihan, can you save her?" Yihan replied seriously, "Rest assured, I will handle it. You two step outside first. I need space to treat her." The two answered in unison, their eyes filled with trust as they looked at Yihan. Everyone left. Yihan hesitated slightly and said, "Han Deem, I need to perform acupuncture, so you have to remove your clothes." He waited silently. It was his first time dealing with a goo worm. He had to be extremely cautious. Han Deem did not doubt him at all and immediately nodded in agreement. She sat up and softly asked if she needed to take everything off. Yihan quickly waved his hand, "Just the upper part, and expose your back." She obediently complied. She turned her face away and said shyly, "Deep Dai Ka, please turn around for me." Yihan blushed and turned his back, telling himself to stay calm and absolutely not look around. The voice pulled him back to reality. Deep Dai Ka, I am ready. Before his eyes were her smooth white shoulders and soft back, making him momentarily flustered. Handim softly asked if this was all right. Yihan raised his hand in a calming gesture. Stay still, this is fine. He gently reassured her, it might hurt a little, bear with it, though his mind was still slightly unsettled. Although worried, Handim still closed her eyes and whispered, just do it. He nodded, then I will begin. His hands formed seals, the needles moved, streams of warm spiritual energy flowed into her back. Outside, Truong Enhak Muk and Duong Hai Ban pressed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Two whispered, who knows what is happening inside, it sounds strange, this is embarrassing. Suddenly the door swung open, startling them. Yihan looked out with a cold expression. He asked in a deep voice, what are you two doing here sneaking around? Hai Ban hurriedly denied it, nothing at all, do you need any medicine? Yihan pushed him aside, go away, I am treating her. Truong Enhak Muk asked anxiously, how is Handim? Yihan pointed at her sleeping figure, she is fine, after a few days of rest she will recover. He instructed them, you two stay and take care of her, I will step out for a while. Enhak Muk asked, where are you going? Yihan turned his back and said coldly, to the Wen family, to settle matters. At this moment Hongvo Luong was calculating his plans, when Dao stood beside him flattering, believing Handim would not survive. During that he laughed smugly, how could Yihan possibly compete with me? But immediately afterward a sharp pain surged from his chest. His expression changed, not good, my goo worm. Wen Dao and Ngu the Hung hurried to support him, asking repeatedly what happened. He wiped the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. The goo worm inside Handim has been destroyed. Wen Dao was horrified. Could it be that Yihan has an expert helping him? And Ngu the Hung anxiously asked what they should do next. Hongvo Luong waved his hand, it is fine, I still have many goo worms, we can play slowly. Before he finished speaking, the door was kicked open and shattered. Yihan stepped in with a sword in hand, his aura overwhelming, saying coldly that he had no time to play. Everyone was terrified, he has arrived. Hongvo Luong shouted, with me here what is there to fear, you are courting death. Yihan raised his sword and pointed it straight ahead, you dared to harm Handim, today you will pay. Hongvo Luong laughed arrogantly, this place is already filled with goo worm traps, you will not escape. Yihan sneered, is that all not enough? Dharma Eye opened. When the Dharma Eye activated, countless goo worms became visible around them. Yihan said coldly, so it is this kind of thing, but before me it is useless. Hongvo Luong shouted, since you want to die I will send you off. Goo worms attacked. Following his command, the swarm of goo worms rushed forward to attack. Yihan unleashed his spiritual power, saying he had long seen through the arrangement, sword formation deployed. Sword energy swept across, the goo worms were shattered to pieces. Hongvo Luong panicked, how did you know? Yihan did not answer and charged forward like lightning. The blade flashed past, he clutched his throat and fell. With his last breath, he growled that the Goo clan would not let this go. Wen Dao and Ngu the Hung trembled, unable to believe he had been defeated so quickly. Yihan rotated his sword, his eyes icy cold, now it is your turn. The two hurriedly knelt down begging for mercy. Yihan asked coldly, who is behind you? Wen Dao quickly said it was Shangyuan Yun, who promised to help them if they dealt with Yihan. After hearing that, Yihan pondered, realizing the force behind this was not simple. Wen Dao hurriedly asked again, I have told you everything, can you spare us? Yihan smiled faintly, of course. The two were overjoyed, thinking they had been spared. But immediately afterward, Yihan swung his sword to end it, saying there was no chance. With a single slash the sword fell, they collapsed in regret. After resolving everything, Yihan turned away, his face cold as he prepared to face the consequences. Iban ran over and urgently asked what happened. Yihan said sternly, the one who harmed Handim belonged to the Gu clan, he has been dealt with. But he worried the Gu clan would retaliate, so he needed assistance. Iban patted his chest and agreed, whatever I can help with just say it. Yihan asked him to take Chu Yuner and Handim out of the city and protect them. At the same time he requested the purchase of rare medicinal herbs, the list would be sent later. Iban immediately left to carry it out. With everything arranged, Yihan smiled lightly and waited for the opponent to appear. In the main hall of the Gu clan, two people were discussing seriously. Clan leader Hong Wu Zai looked at the object in his hand, his voice lowering, we have lost contact with Vo Luong. Hong Vo Thien's expression changed. Even if they had not been in touch for long, he was still a member of the clan. He slammed the table and angrily declared they would definitely seek justice to uphold their reputation. Hong Wu Zai gently reminded that the ancestral teachings still remained, they could not leave the clan at will. After a period of contemplation, he decided that this time he would personally set out to capture the one who had harmed Vo Liuang and bring him back. Hong Vo Thien immediately responded without hesitation, agreed, let me go on this trip. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, Father, second uncle is going out, can you let me go with him? Hong Engi Thuong, graceful like a plum branch covered in early morning dew, gently approached. Hong Wu Zai spoke in a gentle, affectionate tone of reproach, Engi Thuong, your second uncle is going out on important business, why would you follow him? Girl held her father's hand and pleaded, since childhood I have lived within the ancient clan and have never gone outside, please allow me to follow second uncle to broaden my horizon. Hong Vo Thien added, elder brother, Engi Thuong is the #1 genius of the clan, it is time to let her go out and gain experience. Engi Thuong's eyes sparkled as she looked at her father, with second uncle by my side, nothing will certainly happen. Seeing his daughter's excitement, Hong Wu Zai sighed and reluctantly agreed, very well, but you must listen to your second uncle, and absolutely must not use the yin-yang harmony gu at will. Before he finished speaking, Engi Thuong happily ran off, I understand, I will certainly listen to second uncle. Hong Wu Zai helplessly instructed, Vo Thien, I entrust Engi Thuong to your care, you must protect her safety. Hong Vo Thien declared firmly, elder brother, rest assured, whoever killed Vo Liuang I will capture him. 2 days later, at Yi Han's villa, he was sitting and entertaining himself with a monster fighting game on the computer. Suddenly, a whistling sound rushed toward him. Yi Han turned his head and angrily shouted, are you courting death? He grabbed a fruit knife and threw it forcefully, pinning that object straight to the floor. Yi Han stood up, his gaze icy. The people of the ancient clan had finally appeared. Hong Engi Thuong gritted her teeth and said, second uncle, my goo insects reported that the murderer is inside, let us enter immediately. The door was kicked open. Hundreds of goo insects surged into the room following the familiar scent. Second uncle, the aura of Uncle Vo Liuang is on him, he is the murderer. Han had already been waiting, his icy gaze sweeping over them. Have you come to avenge Hong Vo Liuang? Hong Vo Thien angrily replied, that is correct, since you know our purpose, you had better obediently come with us. Han stood up with disdain, bringing only a little girl and you still want to capture me, truly a foolish dream. Insulted, Hong Engi Thuong trembled with anger. You dare look down on me, let us see my ability. Blood-patterned swarm goo appeared. Swarm of goo insects rushed forward, Yi Han said coldly, did you think I made no preparations during the past 2 days? He waved his hand, a faint mist spread throughout the room. Look at this, supreme invincible insect killing powder. The goo insects that inhaled it immediately fell like rain. Hong Engi Thuong exclaimed in shock, what is happening? She shouted loudly, what kind of powder did you use that can destroy my goo insects so quickly? Yi Han smiled, it is the super insect killing powder that I painstakingly refined. Calmly explained the refinement process from 81 types of spiritual herbs over 49 days, effective against all poisonous insects, leaving Engi Thuong speechless with anger. At this moment Hong Vo Thien stepped forward, enough, Engi Thuong. He pointed at Yi Han, brat, do not think that relying on a bit of powder will allow you to defeat us. Yi Han unceremoniously drew his sword, the goo insects have already been dealt with. As for the two of you, let me personally handle it. The cold blade pointed straight at them. Hong Vo Thien shouted loudly, truly arrogant, today you will know the might of the ancient clan, heavenly serpent goo emerged. Hong Engi Thuong also unleashed her move, little thief, pay with your life, heavenly silkworm goo, 1,000-thread calamity. Seeing the opponent's attack hastily, Yi Han mocked coldly, is that all you have? Sword in his hand spun rapidly, everything that rushed toward him was deflected. A heavenly serpent goo that nearly touched him was brushed aside. He shouted, get lost. Taking advantage of Yi Han's momentary distraction, the two simultaneously unleashed the poison god palm. Yi Han chuckled softly, very good, come. Stance was steady, brilliant golden spiritual energy erupted, forming a violently swirling formation beneath his feet, Taiji 8 trigrams formation. The explosive power sent both of them flying into the air, causing them to cry out in shock, so powerful. Yi Han pointed the sharp tip of his sword, his voice deep and cold, you have finished attacking, now it is my turn. Sword slashed straight toward Hong Engi Thuong with overwhelming momentum. Hong Vo Thien shouted in panic, Engi Thuong, quickly dodge. Engi Thuong turned pale, tightly closing her eyes and cried out no. When the sword was only a hand's breadth away from her, a dazzling beam of light flashed and deflected the blade. Immediately after, a spark from the ground shot straight into Yi Han's chest. Yi Han was pushed back, bracing himself as he stood up, wondering in shock what had just entered his body. Hongvo Thien hurriedly supported Engi Thuong and asked if she was all right. She replied that she was still fine. Engi Thuong choked with emotion. The yin-yang harmony goo within her body had automatically protected her when it sensed danger, but she did not understand why it had entered his body. Hongvo Thien's expression changed. This is not good. Yihan immediately asked, what is the yin-yang harmony goo? Engi Thuong blushed as she explained, it is a rare goo that the ancient clan cultivated for more than 10 years, especially for her and her future husband to increase their strength after forming a bond. Yihan almost choked. How did this situation suddenly take such a strange turn? Engi Thuong continued, the yin-yang harmony goo had lived within her body since childhood. Its life is bound to hers. She placed her hand on her chest and said softly, now that it has gone into your body, it means that our lives have been linked. Hearing this, Yihan awkwardly said, this was completely unexpected. I never intended for this to happen. Hongvo Thien angrily shouted, brat, stop talking nonsense. I will give you one chance. Follow us back to the ancient clan and marry Engi Thuong. Yihan immediately objected, that is not possible. I already have a lover. Engi Thuong blushed but remained resolute. You have no right to refuse. Within 3 days you must come to the ancient clan to perform the water blessing ritual. Otherwise both of us will be in danger. After speaking, she shyly turned away. Second uncle, let us return. Before leaving, Hongvo Thien pointed at Yihan and warned, it is best that you obey, otherwise the ancient clan will make you regret it. The two departed, leaving Yihan standing in the empty room, his mind in turmoil from the successive events. After a period of contemplation, he sighed. Engi Thuong did not seem to be lying. Perhaps he had to make a trip to the ancient clan. He took a deep breath to calm himself. This journey would certainly be full of turbulence and required thorough preparation. One day later at the ancient clan, Yihan looked at the majestic scene before him. He had finally arrived. This was the ancient clan. The disciple noticed the stranger and shouted loudly, who is that person? Yihan bowed politely. Please inform the clan leader that Yihan has come to pay his respects. Hong Man stepped forward. You are Yihan, the one who dared to come to our ancient clan. Everyone murmured, that is the one who killed Hongvo Luang, and also seized the yin-yang harmony goo of Miss Engi Thuong. Yihan smiled faintly. Why would I not dare to come? Could it be that this place is some dangerous forbidden ground? Hong Man stepped forward to challenge him. The ancient clan is not a place anyone can enter. If you wish to proceed, first fight me. Yihan laughed and agreed, since you wish to spar, I am ready, while remaining secretly vigilant. Hong Man clapped his hands and ordered, bring the cauldron here. 4 burly youths carried the heavy cauldron into the area. The cauldron was set down, the ground trembled and dust rose into the air. Hong Man pointed at the large cauldron and loudly announced the rules of the contest. This cauldron weighs 1,000 jin. We will see who can lift it. He volunteered to try first. His fellow clansmen surrounded him and cheered, Hong Man, you are the strongest. Show that outsider our power. He gathered all his strength and used both hands to lift the heavy cauldron. With a powerful roar, he truly lifted the cauldron above his head. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hong Man is truly too strong. The people around discussed excitedly. As expected of the #1 strongman of the clan, in terms of pure strength, few in the world could match him. After holding it long enough, Hong Man forcefully dropped the cauldron to the ground and provoked, Yihan, it is your turn now. Yihan calmly asked, can we change to another cauldron? Hong Man laughed arrogantly. What is wrong? Is it too heavy for you to lift? If so, you should admit defeat early. The crowd also mocked him, truly weak, and you still want to change the cauldron. Even a lighter one would not help. Hurry and leave this place. Yihan gently shook his head. It seems you have misunderstood my meaning. He shrugged. What I mean is that this one is too light. It offers no challenge. Bring a heavier one. His words left everyone stunned. Does he know what he is saying? This man must be crazy. Brother Hong Man, just indulge him and see how he embarrasses himself later. Hong Man nodded in agreement. Fine, you asked for it yourself. Do not blame me if you lose. He turned and ordered the heaviest cauldron in the clan to be brought. 4 people immediately responded and obeyed. Not long after, they carried the new cauldron back. Brother Hong Man, the cauldron has been brought. This time it required 8 people to carry it. The cauldron was twice the size of the previous one. Hong Man tapped the body of the cauldron and said challengingly, boy, this one weighs 3,000 jin. What do you think? Yihan observed it briefly and nodded. Not bad. This is barely acceptable. No one believed he could do it. The crowd whispered mockingly, this man is still putting on airs. If he can lift it with one hand, then I will truly admire him. Just wait for him to lose face. Yihan slowly crouched down and said in a deep voice, open your eyes and watch. If you want to compete in strength with me, today I will show you what true power is. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he shouted loudly up. The crowd exploded, unable to believe it. He lifted the 3,000 jin cauldron with only one hand. Is he human or a monster? Hong Man stood nearby with his eyes wide open. How is this possible? Even many elders of the clan would find it difficult to achieve this. Yihan gently released his hand. The heavy cauldron fell and created a deep pit in the ground. He asked solemnly, well, do I now have the qualifications to enter the academy? The man stammered in reply, yes, you are qualified. Master Hong leaned on his cane and stepped forward. Who is Yihan? Follow me inside. The clan leader and the elders are waiting in the council hall. Yihan replied softly, yes. Turned and followed, while behind him the discussions continued endlessly. This man is too strong. It seems Hong Tian Kai now has a rival. Even so, Tian Kai is still the #1 genius and will surely win. He and Miss Engi Thuong were originally a destined pair, yet Yihan has appeared. Yihan stepped into the council hall of the ancient clan. The elders were already seated. Beside the clan leader Hong Wu Zai was the great elder Tian Qiu. Yihan cupped his hands and bowed. Yihan greets the seniors of the ancient clan. Hong Wu Zai spoke. Yihan, you should already know the reason we invited you here. He replied, of course, it is related to the yin-yang harmony gu and the death of Hong Vo Liuang. Nodded slightly, that is correct. Our ancient clan is not unreasonable. Inviting you here today is to resolve these two matters. Suddenly a voice interrupted, clan leader, why is there any need for discussion? The second elder Hong Yu Kai stood up abruptly. This brat killed a member of the ancient clan and seized a treasure. He should be severely punished to warn the world. Hong Wu Zai spoke sternly. Has the second elder forgotten that if anything happens to Yihan, then Engi Thuong will also find it difficult to preserve her life? Or do you not wish for the girl to live? These words left Hong Yu Kai speechless. I spoke out of turn, please forgive me, clan leader. However, he still refused to yield. Even if we cannot take his life, he must be detained and punished according to clan law. Yihan spoke coldly, I came to resolve the issue, not to be treated as a criminal. Is this how the ancient clan treats its guests? Hong Yu Kai replied arrogantly, having stepped into the territory of the ancient clan, you have no right to negotiate. Hong Wu Zai slammed the table and shouted, second elder, do not overstep your bounds, I am the clan leader. He stood up and declared, with me here today, no one is allowed to touch Yihan. Engi Thuong's life is tied to his. I will absolutely not allow any mistake. Hong Yu Kai still questioned, could it be that the clan leader intends to shield an outsider? Amid the tense atmosphere, Tian Qiu's majestic voice resounded, enough. The entire council hall immediately fell into absolute silence. Yihan was secretly astonished. With just a light tap on the table, the aura had shaken the entire hall. Tian Qiu slowly stood up. There is no need for further argument. Let young friend Deep clearly explain these two matters. Yihan nodded, first regarding the death of Hong Vo Liuang. He acted under orders from another to use gu poison to harm an innocent friend of mine. My intervention was inevitable. Hong Yu Kai immediately refuted, nonsense. Although Vo Liuang left the clan many years ago, he is still a member of the ancient clan who could possibly command him. Han replied coldly word by word, Shangyuan Yun. The entire hall immediately became noisy. The Shangyuan family, is this true? Since when did Vo Liuang become involved with them? Hong Yu Kai felt secretly anxious. He did not expect Yihan to know the identity of the mastermind. The situation had become unfavorable. Tian Qiu pondered. In the past, Vo Liuang was expelled from the clan for violating clan rules due to his close ties with the Shangyuan family, yet he still did not repent. Yihan continued, as for the yin-yang harmony gu, I did not seize it by force. It entered my body on its own. This can be confirmed by Miss Engi Thuong. Hong Wu Zai confirmed, Engi Thuong has already recounted the matter. Everything is exactly as stated. Tian Qiu concluded, if that is the case, then young friend Deep is not at fault. However, since the yin-yang harmony gu is within you, you must take responsibility and marry Engi Thuong. Han firmly refused, that is impossible. I already have someone in my heart. Moreover, speaking of marriage after meeting Miss only once is far too abrupt. Hong Wu Zai hurriedly said, if you do not marry Engi Thuong, then you will not be able to receive the divine four blessings water. At that time both of you will be in mortal danger. Becoming the son-in-law of the ancient clan is not a bad thing. Hong Yu Kai mocked, the clan leader has seen that he is ungrateful. Our ancient clan has countless methods. We can certainly protect Engi Thuong without relying on him. This time Hong Wu Zai angrily shouted, be silent, it is not your place to interfere here. Hong Yu Kai was choked with anger. Tian Qiu spoke to mediate enough, such quarreling is unbecoming. looked at Yi Han and gently advised, young friend Deep, do not rush your decision. There are still 2 days. You may stay temporarily in the ancient village to consider further. Yi Han nodded, no problem, staying for 2 days is also good. Perhaps I can find a way to resolve the yin-yang harmony gu. Tian Qiu patted his shoulder with satisfaction. During these 2 days Engi Thuong will guide you around the ancient village. If there are no further opinions, the meeting is concluded. Suddenly the doors of the great hall were forcefully pushed open. Hong Tian Kai walked in, I have an opinion. Everyone in the room sighed softly. Tian Kai had finally arrived. He and Engi Thuong were childhood sweethearts. It was truly unfortunate that the situation had changed. Han silently evaluated, it seems someone else wants to cause trouble. A contest will likely be unavoidable. Tian Qiu asked sternly, Tian Kai, what opinion do you have? Speak. Tian Kai cupped his hands but his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Great Elder, Yi Han is not a member of the ancient clan. How can he be united with Engi Thuong? Clearly I am the most suitable person. Tian Qiu replied in a deep voice, the yin-yang harmony gu is already within Yi Han, therefore he has the qualification. Hong Tian Kai still wanted to speak further but was stopped by Tian Qiu waving his hand. You have no right to interfere in this matter. Step back. Hong Tian Kai refused to retreat. Great Elder, Engi Thuong's husband must possess the strength to protect her. I request to challenge Yi Han to verify his capability. The people around began to murmur. It seems Tian Kai is truly impatient. Under these circumstances his reaction is understandable. Tian Qiu looked toward Yi Han, hesitating slightly this matter. Hong Wuzai immediately shouted angrily, Hong Tian Kai, you have gone too far. Hong Yu Kai immediately stepped in, saying Tian Kai's words were somewhat reasonable. Hearing that, Hong Tian Kai grew even more arrogant, challenging Yi Han that if he was still a real man then he should fight to prove his ability. Yi Han turned around calmly and replied, since the opponent had taken the initiative to challenge, he had no reason to refuse. He looked straight at his opponent, accepted the match, and secretly thought he would use this opportunity to establish authority and avoid future trouble. The entire hall buzzed, everyone thinking Yi Han was reckless to accept, because the gap in strength between the two was obvious. Hong Wuzai anxiously tried to dissuade him, reminding that Tian Kai's power surpassed even Vo Thien. Yet Hong Yu Kai stepped forward to block him, saying that since Yi Han had agreed the clan leader should not interfere. The situation grew tense. Hong Wuzai turned to Tian Qiu to ask for his opinion. Tian Qiu decisively allowed the match to proceed, secretly wanting to test Yi Han's true strength. Hong Wuzai had no choice but to accept the decision, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Inside the main hall, Hong Tian Kai roared, declaring that only he was worthy of Engi Thuong. He clenched his fists, disdainfully claiming Yi Han relied only on luck. Yi Han curled his lips in a cold smile, confidently saying he alone could defeat many like his opponent. Hong Tian Kai immediately made his move, determined to prove the difference in strength. Light spread from his palm as he summoned the Azure Serpent Gu to increase his combat speed. He leaped forward like lightning. Yi Han calmly observed, realizing the opponent intended to decide victory with a single decisive move. The elders were astonished at the doubled power of the technique and worried for Yi Han. Hong Yu Kai sneered, certain that Yi Han would lose. Hong Wuzai was anxious, ready to intervene if the situation went out of control. In contrast, Tian Qiu watched closely, noticing Yi Han remained calm, seemingly still hiding strength. Indeed, Yi Han smiled confidently, saying that before absolute power all tricks were meaningless. He unleashed the great Vajra Palm, directly clashing with Hong Tian Kai's move. The two streams of internal force collided, creating a thunderous explosion. Shockwave spread, forcing everyone to retreat, all stunned by the equal strength of both sides. Before the dust settled, a scream rang out. Hong Tian Kai was sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, coughing blood and trembling from severe injuries. Everyone was shaken when Yi Han defeated the Gu clan genius despite being at a lower realm. Hong Wuzai smiled in satisfaction, growing even more confident in his future son-in-law. Hong Yu Kai angrily scolded Hong Tian Kai as useless. Yi Han turned calmly and declared that he had won. Hong Tian Kai staggered to his feet, eyes bloodshot, unwilling to accept defeat. Tian Qiu sternly ordered him to withdraw to avoid disgracing the Gu clan. Hong Tian Kai gritted his teeth in response and retreated. Tian Qiu loudly asked if anyone else had objections. Everyone unanimously expressed no opposition and followed the great elder's decision. Tian Qiu announced that Engi Thuong would guide Yi Han around the clan in the coming days. Yi Han clasped his hands in thanks. As the crowd dispersed, Hong Yu Kai gritted his teeth and cursed Yi Han. The next morning in a peaceful scene, the two young people walked together along the street. Ngai Thuong asked Yihan why he refused to marry her, whether she was not beautiful enough. Yihan gently shook his head, affirming that she was very beautiful. He explained that feelings could not rely solely on appearance. Moreover, his heart already belonged to someone else. Ngai Thuong reminded him that if he did not marry her, he might face danger from the yin-yang gu poison. Yihan admitted in a low voice that everyone feared death. He did as well. But he affirmed he could not marry someone he did not love out of fear. That would be irresponsible to both of them. Ngai Thuong understood, though regretful she respected Yihan's character even more. The two stopped before an ancient building. Behind it stood a range of majestic mountains. Yihan suddenly felt his mind tremble, his gaze gradually becoming distant. Seeing him clutch his chest in discomfort, Ngai Thuong anxiously supported him and asked what was wrong. Yihan tried to remain calm, saying he was fine. A strange sensation rose in his heart, as if something inside the stone tower was calling him. He activated the yin-yang dharma eye, his eyes turning red. Strange red rays emanated from the wall of the ancient tower. Yihan guessed that this energy was related to the Gu clan and might help resolve the Gu poison in his body. Seeing him standing still, Ngai Thuong asked what had happened. Yihan forced a smile, saying he was only observing. He curiously asked Ngai Thuong about the origin of the stone tower. Ngai Thuong explained that it was the sacred ground of the Gu clan, opened only during the annual ritual. Anyone who trespassed without permission would face severe punishment. Yihan nodded and suggested leaving, secretly thinking this place might be the key to solving his problem. Ngai Thuong happily pulled his hand, proposing to show him the Gu worm breeding area. Beneath the stone tower, a golden sphere floated, shining brilliantly. Yihan's residence, the small room was covered by the shadows of dense trees. Yihan sat in meditation, quietly circulating his internal force to cultivate. Voice sounded, mocking Hong Wuzai for favoring Yihan as a future son-in-law. Hong Yukai hid behind a tree, secretly plotting to frame him and seize the Gu poison. He quietly slipped in through the window, stepping slowly into the room. Yukai took out a vial of poison refined from many toxic insects. A single drop in water would be enough to bring someone down. He quickly poured the poison into the cup of water on the table, believing the plan was flawless. Inside the room, Yihan stretched, feeling the abundant spiritual energy, and then intended to drink water. He walked to the table, picked up the cup, and prepared to drink. Kai hid outside the window, smugly waiting for the result. Yihan suddenly noticed a mosquito in the cup and showed suspicion. He immediately poured the water out and decided to pour another cup. Water spilled directly onto Yukai's head as he hid outside. Yukai was stunned that his poisoning effort had been ruined. He panicked upon realizing the poison had splashed onto him and began to take effect. Fortunately, he carried an antidote and hurriedly used it. After taking the antidote, Yukai let out a breath of relief, narrowly escaping danger. He hid behind the tree trunk, gritting his teeth and cursing Yihan's luck. This time he had been fortunate, but the old man still had another move. Yukai sneered. Inside was the venom needle of the life-taking bee, its toxicity no less than the previous poison. This time it would surely not miss. He drew out a small tube, placed it to his lips, and gently blew. A needle shot out from the tube and flew straight ahead. The needle cut through the air toward Yihan, who was lifting a teapot at that moment, preparing to pour water. The teapot accidentally blocked the path of the poison needle. Yihan opened the lid to check and murmured that perhaps this teapot had also been targeted. The needle struck the teapot wall and rebounded, embedding itself into Yukai's shoulder and causing his face to turn pale with pain. Yukai hastily threw away the tube and continuously poured antidote into his mouth, trying to suppress the poison. Cursed inwardly, how exactly did Yihan live that he escaped danger every time? Perhaps his own luck was simply too poor. Unwilling to accept this, Yukai leaped from his hiding place and circled to the other side of the room, intending to try his luck once more. He sneered, "Yihan, if you can still avoid my poisonous mist this time, the old man will take your surname." Taking a deep breath, he brought the tube to his lips, preparing to launch the poison again. At that very moment, Yihan suddenly opened the window wide. The window struck his face and he muttered that the room was too stuffy and needed fresh air. Yukai lost his balance and tumbled off the cliff, crying out in pain and grievance that he was always the one suffering. Yihan looked around in surprise, wondering where the sound had come from, clearly seeing no one. At the foot of the mountain, Yukai rolled like a ball, sliding down from above without restraint. He struggled to his feet with a battered body, gritting his teeth and vowing that sooner or later Yihan would pay the price. Suddenly, Yukai heard someone cursing Yihan and became curious about what was happening. It turned out Tian Kai was venting his anger on a tree, muttering that he would definitely not let Yihan off. Kai calculated that the enemy of his enemy could become an ally. Tian Kai seemed usable. He stepped forward and pretended to be friendly. Tian Kai, what a coincidence, I also want to deal with Yi Han. Your words suit me well. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Tian Kai was startled and shouted which demon dared to intrude upon his territory. Kai hurriedly brushed off the dirt and anxiously said to wait a moment. He explained that it was him, the second elder, causing Tian Kai to freeze and ask if it was really true. He coughed awkwardly and said he had merely slipped while taking a walk. Tian Kai inwardly thought that no one would believe such words. Kai changed his tone. Let us set that aside. You also dislike Yi Han. I believe an outsider like him is unworthy of Nai Shang. The one suitable for her should be you. Tian Kai gritted his teeth and replied that thinking so was useless when the clan leader and the great elder both favored him. He continued to provoke. Those two were too conservative, clinging to old customs and believing that because Yi Han possessed the yin-yang harmony Gu, he was naturally Nai Shang's husband. Not only that, our Gu clan is so powerful, yet they stubbornly adhere to ancestral rules, forcing the entire clan to hide in the mountains, truly a waste. Tian Kai agreed, if I held power I would never allow an outsider to marry Nai Shang. I would also lead the Gu clan out to compete in the world. Kai praised him. Such thoughts align perfectly with mine. The clan leader and the great elder are the greatest obstacles. Suggested that the two of them join forces to replace them, secretly delighted that with Tian Kai's support the plan would be much easier. Tian Kai hesitated. Overthrowing them was no small matter. Kai tempted him. If I become clan leader you will be second only to one and above 10,000. Nai Shang will also belong to you, and Yi Han can be dealt with however you wish. The image of Nai Shang flashed through Tian Kai's mind, causing him to waver noticeably. Finally he nodded. Very well, I will follow you, second elder. Tell me what you need me to do. Kai put his arm around Tian Kai's shoulder and whispered as they carefully discussed their plan. Late at night, outside Yi Han's room, he stood beneath a tree quietly gazing down the mountain. Below were the clustered houses of the Gu clan, everywhere permeated with the powerful aura of Gu insects. Being so formidable, why did they still choose seclusion? Laughter sounded from afar. D-I letter 1EC7 PT-I letter 1EC3 UH letter 1EF. You seems quite interested. Seeing Tian Q appear, Yi Han immediately performed a respectful greeting. He waved his hand with a smile, saying there was no need for formalities, then asked about his impressions after taking a tour around the clan. Yi Han replied that the strength of the ancient clan was profound and unfathomable, inspiring admiration. He only did not understand why they had to remain hidden here. Tian Qiu sighed and explained that the story originated from the distant era of Zai Yu. At that time, Zai Yu and his 80 brothers relied on Gu insects to dominate the world. But several hundred years ago, a clan leader with great ambition used a secret technique to cause chaos. That upheaval caused severe losses to the ancient clan. The clan leader perished, and the successor destroyed the secret technique before leading the entire clan into seclusion. Since then, an ancestral rule was established forbidding them from leaving the mountains. Wu Zai and I have followed it only to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. Han nodded in understanding, not expecting the history of the ancient clan to be so ancient. Tian Qiu smiled. In my possession is a spirit Gu passed down for 1,000 years. I wonder if young friend is interested. Opening the box, Yi Han saw inside a strange chrysalis. He explained that it was the spirit seeker Gu. Once it recognized a master, it would break out of its cocoon, automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and possess many unpredictable abilities. Yi Han was astonished, thinking that if it could absorb spiritual energy on its own, it would be a great aid to his cultivation. Tian Qiu turned his back and walked away slowly, affirming that spirit Gu were inherently so mystical. Stroking his beard, he said that a spirit Gu was extremely difficult to make recognize a master. If Yi Han agreed to stay in the ancient clan and marry Engi Thuong, the entire clan would help him attempt to subdue it. In Tian Qiu's heart, he was convinced that Yi Han was an ancient qi cultivator and would surely find it hard to resist the attraction of the spirit Gu. Yi Han calmly asked whether the process of recognition was truly so difficult. Tian Qiu suddenly turned around and replied that no one had succeeded in 1,000 years. He had only found a method in ancient texts, and if Yi Han agreed, he would pass it on. Before he could finish speaking, both of them froze as the spirit seeker Gu suddenly transformed. Tian Qiu widened his eyes in shock. What was happening? He urgently asked what Yi Han had done, as he himself had tried many times without success. Yihan joked that perhaps it was because he was more handsome, while inwardly understanding that it was only because he had transmitted a trace of spiritual energy that it recognized him as its master. Tianqiu was overwhelmed with thoughts. 1,000-year spirit gu had so easily accepted someone. From the yin-yang harmony gu to this spirit gu, both had sought him out on their own, truly a rare prodigy. Yihan looked at him with a meaningful smile and asked about the ownership of the spirit gu. Tianqiu sighed and wiped away his tears. Since it had recognized you, it naturally belonged to you. He trembled as he left, saying that tomorrow morning they would discuss the marriage with Engi Thuong in the council hall, and advised him to think carefully. Yihan silently thought that Yukai targeting him last time seemed unusual. Tomorrow he must remain vigilant. At midnight in the forest, Yukai sneered, thinking Tian Kai was too easy to manipulate. Now he needed to contact the people of young Master Shangyuan to ensure the plan succeeded. He waved his hand and released a butterfly from the smoke, sending it to deliver the message. Butterfly glided through the forest, its agile body avoiding every branch and leaf. Suddenly a hand reached out and caught it without hesitation. A group of black-clad figures appeared. The leader loudly called out Yukai's name. Yukai clasped his hands and replied that it was indeed him, unaware that an esteemed expert had arrived. May he ask who the visitor was? The leader introduced himself as the third commander under young Master Shangyuan, sent by order to assist Elder Hong. Yukai stroked his chin and smiled. As long as the young master helps me seize the position of clan leader, I will present the Kai Yu Divine Gu with both hands. He looked around and said that this number of people might not be enough. The ancient clan was a long-standing great clan with far from ordinary strength. The commander laughed. Not enough, then take a look at this first. Beneath the ground a cold figure emerged, its skin pale white but its body unusually sturdy. Yukai was astonished. It was a corpse puppet. Could just this one be enough to contend against many experts of the ancient clan? The commander waved his hand and ordered, whether it is strong or weak will be clear after a test. Yinyi, step forward. Yukai immediately made his move. Let me see just how powerful this corpse puppet is. The two figures charged into combat, their moves unleashed in rapid succession as their momentum continued to rise. Two powerful forces collided, sweeping away everything around them and illuminating the entire area. The two quickly separated, and the cloud of dust gradually dispersed to both sides. Kai looked at his injured hand in horror. How could this be? The power of this corpse puppet far surpasses what I predicted using heavenly horn deduction. The commander finally spoke with pride. This corpse puppet was refined from the body of a powerhouse at the three flowers gathering at the Crown Realm. Its strength is naturally extraordinary. I still have 3 similar ones. Eliminating the mutants within the ancient clan will be an easy task. He said joyfully, excellent. With the strength of the third commander, our grand plan will surely succeed. The commander continued discussing. I have prepared every plan thoroughly. Tomorrow we only need to proceed according to the arrangements. Next morning at the council hall of the ancient clan, everyone had gathered very early. Tianqiu spoke first. Little friend Yi, after many days of consideration, have you agreed to marry Engi Thuong? Han replied sincerely, I am sorry, senior. I still cannot accept this matter. In his heart he thought of the clue about the yin-yang harmony gu related to the light sphere beneath the stone tower. Perhaps finding it would resolve the problem. A loud bang on the table startled everyone in the hall. Hong Wuzai sternly shouted, Yihan, are you tired of living? If you do not marry, then both you and Engi Thuong will find it difficult to escape danger. Engi Thuong sadly thought to herself, Yihan, would you rather face danger than stay by my side? Wuzai loudly warned, Engi Thuong is my only daughter. I will absolutely not allow her to be in danger. Today the two of you must marry. If you continue to refuse, do not blame me for being merciless. Taking advantage of the tense situation, Yukai stood up to offer his opinion, clan leader. Such words may be inappropriate. He appeared gentle, a guest is a guest. Yihan is already a guest of the ancient clan. If he is not willing, could we possibly force him? An elder said in surprise, how strange. The second elder was fiercely opposed to Yihan just the other day. Yet today he speaks in his defense. Tianqiu also felt suspicious. Could it be that he has been persuaded? Wuzai angrily questioned, Yukai, what exactly are you trying to say? Engi Thuong is the most suitable person to succeed as clan leader. If anything happens to her, who will bear this responsibility? Yukai hurriedly waved his hand to calm him. Clan leader, please calm down. This old man is also very concerned about Engi Thuong's safety. Therefore, after many days of consideration, I have finally found a plan that can be attempted. Wuzai stood with his hands on his hips and asked seriously, what plan? Let us hear it. Kai calmly replied, Our ancient clan has long inherited the divine Gu Sivu with mysterious power. We can hold a sacrificial ritual to commune with Sivu's divine power. Perhaps it can resolve the yin-yang harmony Gu. He silently calculated that the entrance to the sacred land beneath the stone tower could only be opened through a sacrificial ritual, and once everyone was drawn there, erasing all traces would be much easier. The elders discussed that the Kaiyu divine Gu was an invaluable treasure of the Gu clan and might truly be useful. However, since the time of Kai, no one had ever been acknowledged by it. Yet, in this urgent situation, it was the only option. Yihan secretly guessed that the Kaiyu divine Gu was likely the glowing mass he had seen beneath the stone tower yesterday. Although Hiu Tai's plan coincided with his own, this unexpected assistance made him wary as it surely concealed ulterior motive. Tian Qiu spoke and assessed that although this plan was full of challenges, it was still worth attempting. Wu Zai rubbed his forehead wearily and agreed, saying he would have people prepare the ritual immediately. The sacred land of the Gu clan, everyone had gathered in full, and a solemn atmosphere filled the air. Murmurs spread about whether today's ritual could connect with the Kaiyu divine Gu. Although the chance was slim, this was the final hope, so everyone was determined to proceed. Naishang anxiously whispered to Yi Han that if this method failed, what would become of them? Han reassured her that it would certainly succeed, and regardless of the outcome he would protect her. Inwardly, he recalled the life-preserving method recorded in the medical scripture. Tian Qiu solemnly began the ritual, praising the sacred spirit of the Gu clan and invoking the descent of the divine fire. Wu Zai carried the sacred torch into the center of the crowd and declared that the divine fire had appeared. The crowd discussed excitedly that this divine fire had been passed down for thousands of years alongside the Kaiyu divine Gu. Some believed it to be the legendary southern brightness flame. The divine fire burned crimson and radiated overwhelming power, signaling that the gate of the sacred land was about to open. Flames spread across the doorway, causing the stone tower gate to tremble gently. Yukai hid within the crowd and smiled, knowing that the moment the gate opened would also mark the beginning of his plan. The stone tower gate slowly opened, and brilliant light poured out from within. Everyone was astonished and hopeful that they would soon learn whether they could connect with the power of the Kaiyu divine Gu and save Naishang. Tian Kai suddenly rushed in, panic-stricken, reporting that a major incident had occurred. Tian Qiu hurriedly asked the cause upon seeing Tian Kai covered in injuries. Tian Kai knelt and reported that the refuge had been attacked. Many were injured and the situation was extremely serious. Tian Qiu was shocked, his body tensing as he loudly demanded to know who was behind it. Tian Kai hesitated, his expression shifting as he prepared to reveal the identity. Yihan immediately warned everyone that Tian Kai was acting suspiciously. Suddenly Tian Kai attacked Tian Qiu, causing everyone to panic. Tian Qiu endured the pain and counterattacked with surging fury. Tian Kai was knocked down, and the crowd panicked at his act of betrayal. Yihan and Naishang hurriedly checked Tian Qiu's injuries with worried expression. Tian Qiu said that he was still alive but severely injured, with only a fraction of his strength remaining. Wu Zai angrily grabbed Tian Kai and accused him of daring to assassinate the great elder in broad daylight. Tian Kai sneered, claiming he was merely purging those who hindered the development of the Gu clan. An arrogant voice sounded from within the crowd, praising Tian Kai's words. Yukai stepped forward and declared that only by eliminating Tian Qiu and Wu Zai could the Gu clan restore its former glory. Wu Zai angrily accused Yukai of orchestrating everything, yet remained confident that he alone was enough to deal with him. Tian Qiu calmly asked Yukai who else was involved in the scheme, besides the two of them. Yukai laughed smugly, admitting that the great elder had indeed seen through everything, then signaled for his accomplices to appear. A group of familiar clan members stepped forward one after another, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. Wu Zai was shocked to recognize that other elders had also joined the rebellion. The elders declared that under the current leadership the Gu clan had weakened, so they were forced to change in order to protect its future. Wu Zai angrily warned of past tragedies, but Tian Qiu asserted that once divided, they could no longer walk the same path. Yihan declared that he would not stand aside because this matter was directly related to him. Yukai mocked him and revealed that he had invited a special expert to deal with Yihan. A group of black-clad figures appeared, declaring that their master had been waiting for Yihan for a long time. Yihan sensed a sinister aura and asked the identity of the opponent. The man introduced himself as the third commander of the Shangyuan family's Wind Cloud Guard, sent to assist Yukai in seizing power. He revealed a ferocious expression and declared that he would eliminate Yihan. Yihan calmly replied that the opponent was not capable, while recognizing the old grudge with the Shangyuan family. The third commander ordered his subordinate Yin Yi to fight in order to test Yihan's strength. Yukai also ordered the capture of Wu Zai and Tian Qiu, alive, to seize leadership of the Gu clan. Wu Zai led the loyal members to rise up against the rebel faction. Both sides charged into battle, their momentum surging like tidal waves. Yin Yi unleashed a powerful strike that sent many people flying, his strength shocking everyone present. Wu Zai angrily counterattacked to protect his clansmen, determined not to retreat. The two experts clashed head-on, their energies colliding and causing the space to tremble. Despite his efforts, Wu Zai could not overpower Yin Yi's superior strength. The elders grew anxious seeing the clan leader at a disadvantage, fearing that the Gu clan's long-standing traditions would be destroyed. The third commander disdainfully remarked that the Gu clan leader was nothing special. He ordered the corpse puppet to attack, and Yin Yi immediately advanced. Wu Zai lay exhausted on the ground, seemingly unable to continue resisting. Yihan appeared in time and struck, sending Yin Yi flying. Corpse puppet was blasted hundreds of meters away, shocking everyone present. The third commander was astonished by Yihan's power, yet still maintained a challenging demeanor. Yihan declared that he could not only repel but also defeat his opponent, causing the man to shout angrily. The third commander continued to order Yin Yi to attack with full strength. Yihan unleashed a powerful sword technique, his momentum spreading throughout the space. Sharp sword strikes pierced through the corpse puppet's body, rendering it motionless. Yin Yi weakened and was finished by Yihan with a decisive kick. The crowd cheered Yihan's victory, hoping the Gu clan would be saved. Yukai panicked upon seeing Yin Yi defeated, unable to believe his eyes. Third commander grew furious, realizing that only the final measure remained. Yihan calmly reassured everyone that with him present, the Gu clan would not be in danger. However, immediately afterward, his face suddenly turned pale and his eyes contracted. Tian Qiu realized in horror that the 3-day deadline had arrived, and the power of the yin-yang harmony Gu was about to erupt. Hearing this, everyone despaired as their newly ignited hope was threatened with extinction. Yukai sneered, believing this was a heaven-sent opportunity that would allow him to achieve his goal easily. The great elder clenched his fists and decided to make a final desperate attempt. He loudly ordered Yi Han and Nai Shang to enter the stone tower to find the Kai Yu divine Gu and resolve the crisis. Kai hurriedly commanded his men to stop them, because if they entered the tower and found the divine Gu, his plan would fail. A greedy shout rang out, declaring that the Kai Yu divine Gu belonged to the Shangyuan family and no one was allowed to touch it. He immediately unleashed a supreme technique, forming a sealing net to prevent anyone from approaching. The third commander roared in fury as the situation spiraled beyond his control. Members of the ancient clan looked at each other with resolute eyes. The elder spoke like a vow of life and death. "We have no way out. When facing the enemy on the brink of destruction, courage will decide victory or defeat. Fight to the very end." The will to die spread. Everyone shouted in unison, "Eliminate the traitors. Fight until the last breath." The commander sneered with disdain, ordering his storm guard subordinates to attack immediately. Inside the tower, Yi Han and Engai Thuong looked outside, witnessing the brutal battle. Engai Thuong burst into tears, her voice trembling with sorrow. She choked as she called out to her father and the elders in despair. Engai Thuong continued to call out helplessly, worried for her loved ones fighting outside. Anne took a deep breath, reassuring her that crying was useless now. What mattered was quickly finding the Kai Yu divine Gu to save everyone. Engai Thuong wiped away her tears, regained her composure and agreed with Yi Han. She urged them to set off immediately to search. As they had just begun to move, Engai Thuong's body suddenly trembled violently, her breathing becoming rapid. She collapsed, realizing that the power of the yin-yang harmony Gu was losing control and affecting her mind. Engai Thuong tightly embraced Yi Han in a state of confusion and discomfort, forcing him to struggle to remain calm. Yi Han blushed, trying to restrain himself, realizing that if the situation was not handled in time it would become dangerous. He held her shoulders, gently comforting her and asking her to endure a little longer. Within the tower space, Engai Thuong struggled to stay conscious as the Gu power erupted, while Yi Han focused on suppressing the chaotic energy. After a period of effort, Yi Han withdrew his hands, his expression gradually relaxing. Engai Thuong breathed lightly, her face still flushed, but she had regained her calm and thanked Yi Han. Yi Han shook his head modestly, stating that he had only temporarily suppressed the Gu power with medical techniques. He emphasized that they needed to quickly find the Kai Yu divine Gu to completely resolve the problem. Ngai Thuong led Yihan deeper into the Grand Hall according to the ancient clan records about where the divine Gu was slumbering. Yihan nodded in agreement and entered with her. Upon entering, they discovered that the Grand Hall was empty, with no trace of the Kaiyu divine Gu. Ngai Thuong turned pale, realizing that the reason the ancient clan had not received a response for many years was because the divine Gu had disappeared. She fell into despair, blaming herself for being unable to save her loved one. Yihan recalled the red light he had once seen at the bottom of the tower and speculated that it still concealed a secret. He immediately activated the yin-yang Dharma Eye to inspect the structure below. The light from the Dharma Eye pierced through the stone floor, confirming the existence of a hidden space beneath. Ngai Thuong panicked when she saw Yihan preparing to break the tower floor to open a passage. The ground trembled slightly, a secret passage appeared. Yihan affirmed that the Kaiyu divine Gu was below. Ngai Thuong asked in astonishment whether that was truly the case. Yihan told her to hold him tightly so they could descend together. In the blink of an eye, he brought Ngai Thuong down into the deep dark space beneath the tower. She was astonished by the vast space illuminated by ancient pattern. Yihan smiled modestly, saying that it was probably just luck. Before them was a gigantic being emitting an ancient aura. Yihan asked if it was the Kaiyu divine Gu. Ngai Thuong admitted worriedly that it was her first time seeing it, and she did not know how to communicate. Yihan decided to try interacting, using the yin-yang harmony Gu. He stepped forward and circulated his cultivation technique to activate the connection. The Kaiyu divine Gu immediately emitted a deep resonant sound that startled Ngai Thuong. Both of them were stunned, unable to understand what was happening. A powerful beam of light shot out from the center of the divine Gu. They were astonished by the glowing object that had just appeared. Han realized that it was the yin-yang harmony Gu. He focused on carefully observing the transformation of energy. Han understood that the yin-yang harmony Gu was a part of the Kaiyu divine Gu. He explained to Ngai Thuong that the divine Gu was incomplete, which was why it had not responded to the ancient clan for so long. Ngai Thuong nodded, admiring Yihan's deduction. When the two parts merged, the divine Gu transformed into the image of the vermilion bird engulfed in flames and spoke to welcome the inheritor. Yihan was astonished by the true identity of the divine Gu and the meaning of the title inheritor. The vermilion bird stated that its power had been completed and that it was preparing to enter a deep slumber to recover. It requested Yihan to accept the inheritance without further explanation. Yihan was enveloped by a massive energy, his body trembling violently from the discomfort. Ngai Thuong anxiously ran over to ask about his condition. She tried to call Yihan back to consciousness. Vermilion Bird judged that the inheritance power was too great for Yihan's current realm. It suggested that Ngai Thuong use her bloodline to help balance the energy. Ngai Thuong agreed to help without hesitation. The Vermilion Bird transmitted the method through divine sense, bringing a warm and sacred feeling. It entrusted the future of the ancient clan to the two of them. Ngai Thuong closed her eyes to receive the method and realized that its execution was emotionally challenging. She confessed her deep feelings for Yihan in that fateful moment. Ngai Thuong believed that fate had bound the two of them together. Outside the tower, the commander continued to overwhelm the ancient clan elders with arrogance. That man mocked that his opponent's strength had been exhausted. Qiu still stood firm, vowing to protect the ancient clan until his last breath. Yukai sneered, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, the tower doors suddenly opened. Light burst forth. Yihan stepped out with a completely new aura and ordered everyone to stop. Ngai Thuong followed behind. The ancient clan members rejoiced upon seeing them return safely. Qiu emotionally asked whether they had found the Kaiyu divine Gu. Yihan smiled and confirmed that they had succeeded. Ngai Thuong proudly announced that the Kaiyu divine Gu had acknowledged Yihan as its master. Some ancient clan members were surprised and began to argue, while others affirmed that Yihan deserved recognition. The commander revealed a greedy smile, plotting to seize the divine Gu by defeating Yihan. Yihan responded coldly, asserting that this battle would have only one victor. The commander laughed loudly, summoning corpse ghosts and unleashing the poisonous yin-killing evil art. Chilling aura spread throughout the tower space. Qiu immediately warned everyone to retreat and reminded Yihan to be cautious of the evil energy. The evil energy surged straight toward Yihan like a violent current, signaling that a fierce battle was about to begin. The commander burst into delighted laughter. It was too late. Yihan had already been invaded by demonic chi. The members of the ancient clan turned pale with fear. It was over, truly over, impossible, Yihan. He laughed arrogantly. Yi Han, even with exceptional talent and rare fortune, you will still die by my hand. Daring to oppose the Shangyuan family leaves you only a dead end. Yi Han curled his lips slightly, his voice full of mockery. You are celebrating too early. The commander's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with horror. What is happening? Around Yi Han, Chu's eyes surged violently. He declared boldly, such trivial yin energy dares to challenge me. Chu's eyes Nam Mingli fire brims with vitality and is the natural nemesis of evil forces. He was struck as if by lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Why is the sinister poison ineffective against you? Even experts at the Three Flowers Crown cannot escape its tragic fate. Yi Han raised his sword. Nam Mingli fire condensed into a blazing pillar that distorted space. If you want to know, ask in the underworld. Nam Mingli fire sword slash. The commander panicked and hurriedly threatened Yi Han. Do not act recklessly. If you kill me, the Shangyuan family will never let you go. Yi Han's eyes were icy cold, his tone calm. I cannot coexist with the Shangyuan family. What is there for me to fear? End this. He screamed in despair and resentment. I refuse to accept this. As the commander fell, his subordinates descended into chaos like headless snakes, their faces drained of color and bodies trembling. Even the third commander could not escape Yi Han. Let alone us. I am still young. I do not want to perish. If we admit our mistakes, perhaps the great elder will show mercy. Yi Han turned around, his icy gaze freezing the atmosphere. Now it is your turn. Tian Kai and Yu Kai trembled as they pleaded. Yi Han, we were forced by the Shangyuan family. We never intended to fight for power. I was momentarily blinded. I never wanted to betray the ancient clan, I swear. Yi Han looked toward the great elder and said in a deep voice, Senior, what about these two? Tian Qiu spoke sternly, his eyes sharp and cold. Traitors cannot be forgiven. Xiao Yu, handle it. The two traitors wailed miserably, but could not escape their fate. No, please spare us. Yi Han waved his hand decisively. End it, no. After the battle, the sky gradually cleared. The entire ancient clan turned their gaze toward Yi Han, the one who had saved them from the brink of destruction. The great elder stepped forward. According to ancestral teachings, whoever is acknowledged by the Gu god Kaiyu shall become the holy son. Now Yi Han has not only been acknowledged but has also preserved our clan. His solemn voice echoed. From this moment on, Yi Han is the holy son of the ancient clan. At that instant, cheers shook the heavens and earth. Holy son, Yi Han, Yi Han. The next morning at the gates of the ancient clan, Yi Han stood facing the elders in an atmosphere both solemn and reluctant. The great elder stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze profound. He instructed, Yi Han, now that you are our holy son, the ancient clan will always be your steadfast support. If you encounter difficulties outside, send word back. Yi Han replied respectfully, many thanks, Senior, I will remember this. Nai Chang stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked wistfully, Yi Han, will you come back? He smiled gently, of course. I am the holy son, this is also my home, I will return often. Nai Chang lowered her head, her voice sorrowful. If it is only because of the title of holy son, then what about me? Yi Han placed his hand on her shoulder and said firmly, I am not an irresponsible man, I will not fail you, it is just that there will be a bit more trouble. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Han saw Chu Yuner waiting. As soon as he entered, he let out a sigh of relief. It is finally over. This trip was truly exhausting. He asked Ryu Nhai, when did you return? He replied playfully, I came back yesterday, and deliberately came here to wait for you. Yi Han said emotionally, is that so? Chu Yuner, I am truly touched. Chu Yuner pouted and complained, of course, you annoying man, you disappeared for days. Where did you wander off to? That hurts, let go. I really had urgent matters to handle. I did nothing suspicious. She held his hand with suspicion. Yi Han hurriedly explained while avoiding the topic of Nai Chang, I am telling the truth. If you do not believe me, ask Hai Bin. That time with Hong Nai Chang I fainted and knew nothing. It cannot be counted as my fault. After hearing this, Chu Yuner snorted softly, but her expression softened. She added, I will believe you for now. Tomorrow is my mother's birthday. Come home with me. Yi Han smiled brightly. Go home. That means meeting my future in-laws. Wonderful. She rolled her eyes affectionately and reminded him, Yi Han, you must behave properly tomorrow. He nodded confidently. Rest assured, I will make your parents satisfied. Next day, before Yi Han arrived, Feng Bing had already appeared at Chu Yuner's villa. Sitting on the chair was Chu Kaiguo, Chu Yuner's father. He spoke, Feng Bing, you are here. Feng Bing stepped in politely. Uncle, today is a joyful occasion. My father is not in good health, so he asked me to come and offer congratulations on his behalf. Chu Kaiguo nodded gratefully. Your father is truly thoughtful. Back then I was the one who wronged him. If it were not for that. Feng Bing quickly reassured him, the past is already gone. My father helped willingly. Please do not feel guilty. Has Chu Yuner returned yet? Ru walked out from inside with a gentle smile. She called yesterday to inform us. Today she will bring her boyfriend home. They should be arriving soon. Upon hearing the word boyfriend, Chu Kaiguo frowned with displeasure. What boyfriend? Young men outside are hard to trust. Beng Bing is far more reliable. Beng Bing pretended to be humble and added cleverly, please do not be angry, I have met Chu Yuner's boyfriend. His strength is decent and he treats her well. He is just a bit possessive. Last time I said a few words and he taught me a lesson. Chu Kaiguo slammed the table in anger. Outrageous, daring to lay a hand on you, rest assured. Today I will seek justice for you. Beng Bing pretended to dissuade him. Please let it go. After all, Yi Han is her boyfriend. If things become too tense, Chu Yuner may feel uncomfortable. Chu Kaiguo grew even more irritated. Anyone who wants to be my daughter's boyfriend must pass this test first, guards. Meanwhile, Feng Bing stood to the side with a calculating smile. As long as the uncle does not accept him, Chu Yuner will belong to me sooner or later. Grand gates of the Chu family villa stood imposing and majestic. As Yi Han and Chu Yuner stepped out of the car, they immediately sensed the tension. Feng Bing stood ahead waiting with an unreadable expression. She gently held his hand and said softly, Yi Han, we have arrived at my home. At that moment, Feng Bing stepped forward with a fake smile. Chu Yuner, Yi Han, you have arrived. Chu Yuner replied coldly, Feng Bing, why are you here? Did you come specifically to celebrate my mother's birthday? He frowned and mocked, I think you have ulterior motives rather than sincerity. The atmosphere became heavy. Yi Han spoke to ease the tension. Come on, since a guest has arrived, let us receive him properly. He looked at him and said, fine Yi Han, let us go inside. But just as Yi Han was about to step forward, Feng Bing raised his hand to block him. His gaze provocative, wait, Chu Yuner may enter. But if Yi Han wants to enter, he must first get past the bodyguards behind me. Chu Yuner became furious. Feng Bing, what do you mean this is my home? What right do you have to stop him? Pretended to be innocent. You misunderstand, this is Uncle Chu's idea. I even advised him not to make things too difficult, but he would not listen. There is nothing I can do. She angrily exposed him. Stop pretending. You must have instigated my father. He pulled Yi Han's hand. Ignore them. Let us go in with me here. I want to see who dares to stop us. Yi Han gently squeezed her hand, his voice calm and firm. Chu Yuner, wait. He smiled reassuringly. This is a test from my future father-in-law. How could I disappoint him? He added, if I cannot get past these bodyguards, how can he feel at ease and trusting you to me? His gaze became sharp. Rest assured, your man is not weak. Feng Bing stood nearby, pretending to be concerned while speaking mockingly. Yi Han, fists have no eyes, be careful, these bodyguards are all carefully selected. It would be best for you to learn a memorable lesson. Yi Han smiled faintly, there is no need for your concern. I will definitely earn her father's approval. Feng Bing snorted coldly, then let me see what you are capable of. Inside the house, Chu Kaiguo's voice rang out, boy, becoming my son-in-law is not that easy. The bodyguards immediately formed a neat formation with a stern and imposing presence. Yi Han observed and thought, their movements are disciplined and their bearing extraordinary. It seems my future father-in-law is no ordinary man. The spacious courtyard came into view. The bodyguards stood in a semicircle, ready to close in at any moment. Yi Han glanced at them and said calmly, to save time, come at me together. As soon as the words fell, the bodyguards were enraged. How arrogant, daring to challenge all of us at once. Today we will teach you proper manners. Yi Han shouted loudly, come. Group surged forward like crashing waves, yet Yi Han merely shifted slightly and dodged with ease. A swift kick sent one man stumbling backward. In just a few breaths, the sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed one after another. Bodyguards could not even touch the hem of his clothing. Someone exclaimed in shock, he is too strong, we are completely not on the same level. In less than a minute, all of them were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Yi Han gently dusted off his hands, stood calmly before Chu Yuner's parents, and declared that he had won. Feng Bing stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief at what had just happened. Could the elites under Chu Kaiguo really have been defeated so easily by Yi Han? After the display just now, the atmosphere at the entrance of the Chu family villa softened. Chu Kaiguo could not deny Yi Han's ability. He lowered his voice, but his surprise was evident. This kid is truly extraordinary, defeating all my men with ease. He really has skill. Although his words were stern, his expression still tried to remain tough to conceal the rising satisfaction within him. Kaiguo snorted lightly, pretending to be dismissive. It seems my daughter does have a good eye for people, barely acceptable. Huiru glanced at him, fully aware he was saving face. She smiled with satisfaction at Yi Han and said cheerfully, you are truly tough on the outside but soft inside. I quite like this young man. Later we must have a proper chat. Chu Yuner threw her arms around Yihan, her eyes sparkling with pride. Yihan, you are amazing. Let us see what my father can say now. I hope my future father-in-law will be satisfied. She smiled brightly, pulling his hand and urging, come on, let us go inside. Behind them, Feng Bing's face darkened. He gritted his teeth to suppress his anger while maintaining a calm facade. This time you may have shown some ability, but I will not let this go easily. Tonight I will make sure you lose face in front of everyone. Uiru quickly invited everyone, come, everyone, let us go inside. As they stepped into the grand hall, the dazzling crystal lights made the space even more luxurious. Chu Yuner immediately ran to hold her mother's arm, acting like a child who had been away for a long time. Mom, I missed you so much. Uiru gently patted her daughter's hand, her gaze shifting to Yihan standing behind. She looked him over from head to toe and asked, young man, what is your name? How many people are in your family? Caught off guard by the rapid questions, Yihan paused briefly but still replied politely, Auntie, my name is Yihan, you can just call me that. There are only 2 siblings in my family. Hearing this, Chu Yuner widened her eyes and placed her hands on her hips as if feeling neglected. Where is this? Is this not my home? And is that not my mother? She pretended to be aggrieved. Mom, why are you not paying attention to me? Am I still your biological daughter? Uiru burst into laughter and played along. I did not expect you to discover this secret. To be honest, you were picked up by me. Chu Yuner opened her mouth in exaggerated shock. I traveled all the way back to celebrate your birthday. Yet you treat me like this. I am so sad. Uiru waved her hand. If you are sad, then be sad over there. Do not disturb me while I talk to Yihan. Yihan stood between the mother and daughter, unsure whether to laugh or step aside. He softly said, Yun Nai, then I will go inside first. She quickly waved him off as if urging him to hurry before her mother took him away. Go on. As Yihan walked away, she smiled softly, secretly delighted. It seems her mother has already accepted him. As long as he performs a bit more tonight, perhaps her father will also agree. The party officially began, and everyone raised their glasses to offer birthday wishes. Uiru smiled gently and expressed her thanks softly. Feng Bing was the first to present a gift, holding an exquisite wooden box. Auntie, this is a gift I specially prepared for you. I hope you like it. He opened the box, proudly displaying a string of Buddhist prayer beads. This item is very expensive and has been consecrated by a high monk. The golden glow is the Buddha's light. Wearing it will bring peace. Uiru nodded with a smile. Thank you, Feng Bing. You are very thoughtful. It is the thought that counts, which made him even more pleased with himself. Chu Yuner lowered her head and whispered to Yihan, he is trying to win over my parents. He definitely has ulterior motives. You must not lose. Yihan softly replied, do not worry, I am already prepared. His gaze swept over the prayer beads on the table, his voice lowering, there is something wrong with these beads. Closed his eyes and activated the yin-yang insight eyes, silently chanting, yin-yang insight eyes open. Instantly, the internal structure became clear in Yihan's mind. Inside was actually an electrical lighting system. He curled his lips, not expecting that Feng Bing spent a large sum only to buy a fake. Sensing his gaze, Feng Bing turned and provoked him. Yihan, as Yun Nai's boyfriend, the gift you prepared must be better than mine. Yihan smiled gently in response. It is roughly just a little better. In the warm atmosphere, everyone watched as Yihan stepped forward. He opened the box to reveal a simple jade pendant that he held with great care. This is the gift I prepared for you, Auntie. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Bing curled his lips in disdain and glanced at the jade with mockery. This is what you call slightly better. It looks no different from something sold on the street. He laughed scornfully. Today is Auntie's birthday and you give such a cheap item. There is not a trace of sincerity. Are you looking down on her? Chu Yuner hurriedly spoke up to explain, Mom and Dad, it is not what you think. Yihan must have a reason for giving this. Yihan remained calm and turned to Uiru, speaking clearly, Auntie. Although this jade appears simple, a small formation is carved within it. Wearing it not only enhances health but can also protect your life in times of danger. Feng Bing laughed loudly as if hearing a ridiculous tale. This ordinary jade and you dare call it a magical artifact. Do you think we are easy to deceive? Yihan did not argue, he simply held the jade pendant before Uiru. If you do not believe me, Auntie, you can try it and see. Before she could touch it, Feng Bing rushed forward. Today I will expose you, break for me. He slammed the jade pendant onto the table with all his strength. The sharp sound rang out, but contrary to expectations, the jade remained intact without a single crack. The recoil force sent Feng Bing flying backward and crashing to the ground. Yihan chuckled softly, so, do you believe it now? Feng Bing's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and said, Yihan, do not be too smug. He tried to salvage the situation by raising the bead bracelet. So what if your jade pendant is a magical artifact compared to my consecrated Buddhist bead bracelet? It is far inferior. Han looked straight at him, his voice cold. I am afraid you will be disappointed. That bracelet is just a fake, at most worth only a few dozen yuan. Bing Bing sprang up, both angry and frightened. Yihan, do not talk nonsense. I spent a large sum to have an expert bless it. How could it be fake? Yihan did not argue. He picked up the bracelet. If you do not believe it, I will prove it. Bang Bing panicked. Yihan, what are you going to do? Put it down immediately. But Yihan had already exerted force and gave it a light squeeze. He raised it for everyone to see. Look closely. Bracelet shattered, revealing a plastic core and electric wires inside, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Bang Bing's face turned pale, his lips trembled in disbelief. How could this be? I spent so much money only to buy a fake, and it was exposed right in front of everyone. Chu Yuner crossed her arms and bluntly criticized, it is my mother's birthday and you brought a gift worse than street stall goods. Who are you trying to fool? Seeing the tense situation, Chu Kaiguo quickly spoke to ease the tension. All right, Yuner, Bang Bing was just careless and got deceived. It is not that serious, do not make a big deal out of it. Huiru also spoke gently, that is right, he had good intentions, do not blame him anymore. Bang Bing had no face to stay, he lowered his head, gave a perfunctory thanks and found an excuse to leave. Thank you uncle and aunt for your generosity. I will take my leave first as I have urgent matters. As soon as he left, he muttered resentfully, I have lost face to this extent. Staying would only bring more embarrassment. It is best to leave. After Yihan demonstrated his strength and exposed the truth, Chu Kaiguo's attitude changed noticeably. He looked at him differently. Yihan's composure made him impossible to underestimate, unable to withstand even a bit of pressure. The mentality is too weak. He continued, young man, you truly have ability. Yihan humbly lowered his head. It is just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Seeing his calm demeanor, Chu Kaiguo laughed. His gaze softened. All right, stop being modest since you rarely come here. Stay and play for a few more days. His tone became friendly. Tomorrow I will take you to meet the younger generation of Uncle Lei, Uncle Sun, and Uncle Zhang so you can get acquainted. Huiru smiled with satisfaction and urged her daughter, what are you still standing there for? Quickly thank your father. Chu Yuner was stunned for a moment then understood, her eyes lit up. Thank you Dad, I understand now. It seems you have gradually accepted Yihan. Atmosphere of the banquet became warm. Huiru gently picked up food and said, come on, eat. Yihan, try this dish, I made it myself. Yes, thank you aunt. The next morning, in the spacious garden behind the Chu family villa, a group of Chu Yuner's close friends gathered and chatted. Standing out among them was a tall and muscular young man. When he heard that Yihan had defeated Chu Kaiguo's bodyguards, Hung Tu immediately refused to believe it. This guy is Yuner's boyfriend. His limbs are not even as big as mine. I do not believe he is that capable. Dong Tu added at most he could beat a few people. Hung Tu became interested in testing Yihan's strength. Whether it is true or false, a quick match will reveal everything. Dong Tu quickly tried to stop him. Hung Tu, do not be rash. After all, he is Yuner's boyfriend. Causing trouble right after meeting would not be appropriate. My man had no intention of stopping them. It is fine. Hung Tu knows his limits. She also wanted to see Yihan's strength with her own eyes, and she was curious about what kind of person could win over Chu Yuner. Hung Tu stepped forward with a challenging tone. Hey you newcomer, I heard you are quite capable. Let us exchange a few moves. Yihan crossed his arms and calmly replied, there is no need, you are not my opponent. Those indifferent words felt like an invisible slap to Hung Tu's pride. Yihan thought to himself that these must be the close friends Yuner had mentioned. Veins bulged on Hung Tu's neck. His face flushed from wounded pride. Such big words. Let us see whether you have real strength or are only good at talking. Hung Tu charged forward to attack, but Yihan merely tilted his body slightly to dodge, his movements as light as the wind. Hung Tu shouted, your speed is indeed fast, but I do not believe you can keep dodging forever. Yihan's movements were clean, precise, and composed, astonishing Dong Tu and Lai Man. Yihan is truly agile. Hung Tu cannot even touch him. It looks like he is being toyed with. After many unsuccessful attacks, Hung Tu's expression gradually changed. He asked Dong Tu, do you still want to continue? Hung Tu gritted his teeth and turned his head to call his companion, Dong Tu, come at him with me. This guy dodges too well. I cannot handle him alone. My man pushed him forward. Dong Tu, you go in as well. He nodded and replied, all right. I do not believe that with both of us attacking together Yihan can still remain so calm. The two approached from opposite sides, their momentum surging as they tried to corner Yihan. Kid, this time let us see where you can run. You might as well surrender. After 5 minutes of continuous fighting, Hung Tu and Dong Tu were gasping for breath, sweat pouring down, yet they still could not touch Yihan. Hung Tu collapsed onto the ground and said in frustration, "Should we keep fighting? I give up. I am exhausted and still cannot even touch him. The gap is too huge." Lai Man could not hide her astonishment. Hung Tu and Dong Tu are among the rare experts in the group. Normally even 5 or 6 people would struggle to get close, yet the two of them working together still could not touch Yihan. What kind of person is he? While the atmosphere remained tense, Chu Yuner stepped out and asked Hung Tu, Dong Tu, "What are you two doing?" She crossed her arms and looked at her battered close friends, frowning as she scolded them. "Everything was peaceful, yet you insisted on coming out to challenge someone." Hung Tu and Dong Tu scratched their heads, embarrassed yet amused. "We were just testing our skills against your boyfriend, Kai Nha. He is too strong, look at the state we are in." Chu Yuner shot them a sharp glance. "Stop exaggerating. Do you think I do not know your personalities? You must have started the trouble." Dong Tu forced a laugh. Indeed, nothing could escape Chu Yuner's eye. Lai Man spoke up to smooth things over. "Chu Yuner, do not blame them. They meant no harm. They were just curious about how capable the person you praised really is." The two immediately became excited. "Kai Chu Yuner, let him show us a bit. We heard he can overwhelm hundreds alone. Let us broaden our horizons. We have been fighting for so long and still could not even touch the edge of his clothes." Chu Yuner also wanted everyone to see Yihan's strength. "In that case, since you are so sincere, I agree." She smiled confidently. "Yihan, show them a little so they know my judgment is not wrong." He nodded. "All right, I will give it a try." Yihan placed his hand on a large stone. He withdrew his hand and said softly, "It is done." Hung Tu and Dong Tu looked at each other in confusion. "It is done. We do not see any change at all." Lai Man also grew doubtful. "Yihan, you." Yihan did not explain and simply told her to try touching the stone. She nodded. "All right." Lai Man approached with half belief and half doubt. The moment she touched it, her whole body trembled. All three were horrified. "What is going on? This is truly unbelievable." Chu Yuner was full of pride as if showing off a treasure. "See, my boyfriend is amazing." Hung Tu and Dong Tu's eyes lit up, all arrogance gone, not only skilled but far beyond. "Brother Yi, we have known Kai Chu Yuner since childhood. Can you teach us a few moves, even though we know we cannot learn quickly?" Lai Man maintained her composure, crossing her arms as she interjected, both annoyed and amused. "Come on, we have not met for a long time, and you surround her boyfriend the moment you arrive. What kind of behavior is that?" He continued, "It is getting late. Let us go to Quan Viet Hotel to eat. After that we can head to the rooftop room to relax and chat." Chu Yuner smiled brightly and suggested, "All right, let me treat everyone. No one is allowed to compete. Today we must let this little rich lady host a proper meal." Quan Viet Hotel. After finishing their meal, the group went up to the rooftop room. Lai Man held the cue with a professional demeanor and made a precise shot. "Nice." Hung Tu scratched his head. "Kai Tiu Man's skills are still as incredible as ever. I admit defeat." She turned to Yihan, the corner of her lips slightly curved. "Do you want to give it a try?" But he waved his hand and shook his head. "No, I have never played before." After the meal, the 5 went up to the upper floor room. Lai Man did not allow Yihan to refuse. She handed him the cue and said, "This is easy. I will teach you." Dong Tu and Hung Tu stood outside cheering. "Yihan, give it a try. It is easy." Dong Tu laughed loudly. "You showed your skills earlier. Now it is Tiu Mankai's turn." No longer refusing, Yihan took the cue and replied with a smile, "All right, I will try." He took his stance, placed the cue on the table, aimed at the white ball and struck. With just one shot, all the balls on the table were cleared. A single shot from someone who claimed he had never played astonished everyone. "This is your first time clearing the table in one stroke," Dong Tu exclaimed in admiration. "Even 10 more years of practice might not match this." Yihan waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. "It truly is my first time. Why does no one believe me?" Though he thought to himself that with special assistance, he could succeed even with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Lai Man felt a bit embarrassed as well. "Let us just drop it." He turned to Chu Yuner and teased, "Where did you find such an amazing boyfriend? He excels at everything. I truly admire him." Chu Yuner linked arms with Yihan and smiled. "You flatter him too much." She looked at Yihan with affection. "He is not that extraordinary, just an ordinary person who is a bit outstanding." Suddenly, the door was kicked open as Liu Zhuan walked in with a group of people, grumbling that he had been bored lately and asking if anyone knew a place for some entertainment. A man with glasses stepped forward and pointed at Chu Yuner, speaking flatteringly, "Young Master Liu, what do you think of that lady?" Liu Zhuan held a cigarette and cast a lecherous gaze at Lai Man. "Not bad. She is exactly my type." He signaled to his group with confidence, saying there would be some fun tonight. Lai Man's group prepared to leave. She checked her phone and said it was getting late and they should head back and meet again tomorrow. Yi Han and Chu Yuner agreed, but as they passed Liu Zhuan at the door, he blocked their way, putting an arm around Lai Man and urging her to stay a while longer. Lai Man dodged away and firmly said no. It was late and they had to leave. Liu Zhuan grinned wickedly and reached toward her, saying the night was still young and offering to take her out for fun. Hung Tu rushed forward and struck his chest, causing him to stagger and shouted at him to get lost. He stood protectively in front of Lai Man and loudly warned that if he wanted fun, he should find it elsewhere and stop causing trouble. The bespectacled men rushed over to support Liu Zhuan after seeing him hit, asking if he was all right. He steadied himself and gestured that he was fine. Liu Zhuan looked at Hung Tu and Lai Man with a provocative tone, saying it was interesting that they dared to strike him here and that tonight would surely be entertaining. After speaking, he called for reinforcements to surround Yi Han's group. People in the hotel began whispering that Liu Zhuan was causing trouble again, likely over a woman, and that no one dared to confront him because of his powerful father. Those targeted by him were considered truly unlucky, as peace was unlikely once he set his sights on them. Hung Tu shouted angrily, asking if they planned to bully them with numbers. Liu Zhuan pointed at Lai Man and replied that he was being reasonable. He offered them a chance, saying that if she spent one night with him, the earlier incident would be forgotten. During this, Hung Tu raised a stick in fury and cursed him for his shamelessness. He swung the stick toward Liu Zhuan, declaring that he would deal with him first. Before the stick could land, someone intercepted it and held it firmly. Hung Tu struggled to pull it back but could not, astonished by the man's strength. Dong Tu rushed forward with a chair, saying he would help. With a single motion, the man knocked both of them to the ground and then stepped back coldly. Liu Zhuan laughed loudly, mocking them for overestimating themselves and boasting that Along was a master they could never touch. He ordered Along to seize the woman and take good care of her tonight, and Along acknowledged the command. Along advanced toward Lai Man, his towering figure forcing her to step back as he said the young master had given the order. Dong Tu and Hung Tu lay on the ground, anxiously shouting for Sister Man to run. Yi Han suddenly appeared in front of Along and launched a strike that forced him to dodge. Hit by Yi Han's blow, Along was sent flying and crashed into a table, shattering it. The surrounding crowd was shocked that Along had been knocked away, unable to believe that such a master had been overpowered. Yi Han asked Hung Tu and Dong Tu if they were all right, and they replied that they were fine and urged him to seek justice for them. Yi Han's expression darkened as he assured them that those men would not leave easily today. Lai Man worriedly asked Chu Yuner whether he could handle the situation and suggested calling for reinforcements, because some of them were very strong. Chu Yuner smiled and shook her head, saying there was no need and that she should just sit and watch. Along got up with blood at the corner of his mouth and angrily complained that Yi Han had attacked him by surprise and did not follow the rules. Yi Han crossed his arms and replied that rules did not apply to people like that. Judging from your attitude earlier, you must have harmed quite a few innocent girls. Today I will seek justice on their behalf. Liu Zhuan still laughed arrogantly, looking extremely self-satisfied, claiming that those women being noticed by him was their good fortune. He even threatened to cripple Yi Han, condemning him to a lifetime of suffering. After speaking, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to charge forward together. The men in black immediately rushed toward Yi Han, shouting fiercely, convinced that opposing young Master Liu would only lead to defeat. Yi Han stepped forward with a contemptuous gaze, viewing them as nothing more than weaklings. In just a moment, he rendered the men in black incapable of resistance, leaving them only able to cry out in panic. After dealing with them, Yi Han stood before Liu Zhuan and Along, seeing the people sprawled across the ground. Liu Zhuan was stunned, while Along admitted that Yi Han's strength far exceeded expectation. Yi Han looked at them coldly and said that now it was their turn. Liu Zhuan panicked and hid behind Along, drenched in sweat, urging him to protect him. Along immediately removed his shirt, showing off his muscular physique, declaring that he would stand in the way at all costs. Liu Zhuan still tried to appear calm, promising a great reward to Along if he completed the task. Yi Han slowly advanced, each step cracking the tiled floor, his voice filled with authority as he demanded that they move aside. Witnessing this scene, Along fled in terror, apologizing and declaring his withdrawal, leaving Liu Zhuan standing there in shock. Liu Zhuan angrily roared, threatening that Along would pay the price for fleeing. When he attempted to escape, Yi Han firmly grabbed his shoulder, coldly reminding him to worry about himself first. Despite his fear, Liu Zhuan still tried to threaten him, mentioning his father Liu Daoba's identity to intimidate him. Before he could finish speaking, Yihan struck and sent him to the ground, asserting that no force could save him now. Yihan taught him a proper lesson, striking while issuing warnings, causing Liu Zhuan to shift from arrogance to pleading for mercy. Passers-by who witnessed the scene were astonished and whispered among themselves, both admiring and worrying about the consequences Yihan might face. In the management office of the Jun Viet Hotel, a female employee anxiously reported that Liu Daoba's son had been beaten on the rooftop. Manager Qiu Tam was extremely alarmed upon hearing this and immediately asked who had caused the incident. The employee stated that it was an unfamiliar man who had never appeared before, making the situation even more serious. Qiu Tam immediately ordered all security personnel to gather on the rooftop and informed Liu Daoba. The employee quickly left to carry out the order. Qiu Tam remained behind, frowning as he muttered that Yihan had brought great trouble upon himself. On the rooftop, Yihan brushed off his hands after finishing and smiled in satisfaction. Dong Tu and Hung Tu stepped forward to praise him, while Hung Tu also expressed his delight at what had just happened. Lai Man advised everyone to stop and leave, since the matter was already sufficient. However, as they were about to leave, a group of security guards blocked the exit under orders to seal off the rooftop. Dong Tu and Hung Tu were surprised by the sudden situation, not understanding what was happening. Yihan vigilantly realized that the security team had come because of Liu Zhuan. Qiu Tam hurried over, pushing aside the guards to check Liu Zhuan's condition. Seeing Liu Zhuan unconscious, he pretended to be heartbroken, blaming himself for arriving too late. Yihan said indifferently that Liu Zhuan could no longer hear anything now. Qiu Tam anxiously asked about young Master Liu's condition. Yihan calmly replied that he had lost the ability to live freely as before. Qiu Tam angrily accused Yihan of daring to harm Liu Daoba's son. Yihan calmly asked about Qiu Tam's identity within the hotel. He pointed out that when Liu Zhuan caused trouble, the manager did not intervene, yet now he appeared to cast blame. Qiu Tam became furious, threatening to show Yihan his authority. He ordered the security guards to attack, hoping to resolve the matter quickly to avoid Liu Daoba's punishment. The security guards surrounded Yihan, loudly threatening him and demanding that he accept his fate. Yihan swiftly defeated them, then shouted for everyone to withdraw. Some of the guards recognized that Yihan possessed formidable martial prowess and could not help but feel astonished. Qiu Tam was terrified upon seeing all the guards defeated. As Yihan approached, he was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. Qiu Tam frantically begged for forgiveness, shifting all responsibility onto Liu Daoba. At that moment, Liu Daoba appeared with a group of bodyguards, exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing him, Qiu Tam felt as though he had found a glimmer of hope for survival. Surrounding people began whispering among themselves about the arrival of this powerful figure. Liu Daoba was extremely worried when he saw his son in such a miserable state. Qiu Tam immediately knelt down and recounted the entire incident. He pointed at Yihan's group, accusing them of being the culprits behind the event. Liu Daoba coldly questioned Qiu Tam about his responsibility to protect his son. Qiu Tam stammered in his defense but failed to convince him. Liu Daoba angrily punished Qiu Tam on the spot. Qiu Tam cried out in pain, unwilling to accept his fate. The crowd witnessing the scene was terrified, recognizing Liu Daoba's ruthlessness. Afterwards, Liu Daoba ordered his son to be taken for treatment. The bodyguards quickly escorted Liu Zhuan for emergency care and handled the scene. Liu Daoba walked up to Yihan and declared that he would settle the grievance. Yihan calmly responded, asking how he intended to resolve it. Liu Daoba threw a knife down in front of Yihan, acknowledging his strength. He suggested that Yihan end his own life to preserve dignity, while the others would be dealt with more leniently. Yihan crossed his arms and replied that such an offer should be reserved for Liu Daoba himself. He demanded that Liu Daoba admit his wrongdoing to preserve his dignity, otherwise he would have to face the consequences. The surrounding crowd was astonished by Yihan's boldness and continued to whisper among themselves. Liu Daoba became furious, believing that Yihan was excessively arrogant. The bodyguards also loudly threatened, ready to act upon command. Dong Tu and Hung Tu ran over, continuously praising Yihan's strength. Three of them walked away side by side, while Lai Man secretly admired Yihan. Liu Daoba admitted that he had underestimated his opponent after witnessing Yihan's strength. Yihan mocked him, challenging everyone to attack together to save time. Liu Daoba removed his coat, declaring that he would face him personally since his subordinates were not strong enough. He prepared himself, treating this as an opportunity to test his strength again after a long time. The crowd buzzed as they recounted Liu Daoba's glorious achievements from the past. Liu Deaba bent down to pick up the weapon, his eyes filled with killing intent. Holding the weapon, he asked Yihan what ending he wished to choose. Yihan sighed, lamenting that he only wanted a peaceful life, yet troublemakers always came seeking him. Liu Deaba immediately drew his blade, swung it, and charged straight forward, his voice still vicious despite his fading strength. "You brat still dare to speak loudly. I will send you on your way right now." As he spoke, he unleashed his ultimate move, Heavenly Blade Myriad Shadow. Subordinates behind him erupted in commotion at the sight of that move. It was Liu Deaba's famed secret art. They never expected to witness it with their own eyes today. Anyone caught within its range, no matter how tough, would struggle to remain intact. It seemed that the young man this time would find it hard to escape. Facing the incoming blade, Yihan remained standing still, the corner of his lips lifting slightly, merely an empty display. The moment he finished speaking, he dashed forward. Seeing Yihan facing him barehanded, Liu Deaba hesitated briefly. Could he truly intend to block my blade with his bare hands? The two blades slashed down at the same time. Liu Deaba sneered with confidence, "Brat, you are truly bringing disaster upon yourself." No one expected that Yihan would clamp both blades tightly with just 2 fingers, forcing them to halt in midair. Liu Deaba froze, blurting out 2 words in shock. How is this possible? The crowd witnessing the scene of bare hands stopping blades also began to chatter loudly. Liu Deaba's blade was stopped by bare hands. Such strength clearly surpassed him by more than a single level. Unbelievable, I must be dreaming. Dongzai and Xingzai stared wide-eyed. Xingzai covered his mouth and exclaimed that he knew Yihan was strong but never expected him to be this strong. Dongzai forced a bitter smile, thinking how he once wanted to test him, now realizing that their moves must have seemed like child's play in his eye. Liu Deaba ground his teeth in fury, roaring inwardly, "Damn it, how can he possess such terrifying strength? I cannot even pull back my own blade." Yihan seemed to read that thought and calmly said, "You want to withdraw your blade, let me give you a hand." The moment his words fell, the 2 blades shattered into countless fragments. The powerful recoil force sent Liu Deaba flying backward. Between Yihan's fingers still remained a shard of blade. He spoke slowly, "You call yourself Blade Tyrant, then ending by your own blade can be considered preserving a shred of dignity." Liu Deaba turned pale and hurriedly threatened, "Do not touch me. Zhao Hongshan stands behind me. If you act recklessly, he will not let you off." Hearing the name Zhao Hongshan, Yihan softly repeated the 3 words with a thoughtful look. He touched his forehead in contemplation. So Hao Guafu and Nu Fo who once harmed him also belonged to that faction. He had nearly forgotten this matter. Liu Deaba forced himself up and laughed loudly. Thinking Yihan had wavered, he continued, "Now you know fear. Zhao Hongshan is the #1 underground force here. You had better release me. If you anger him, not only you but those close to you will not find peace." After hearing that, Yihan flicked the shard of blade and embedded it into the opponent's neck, then replied coldly, "Fear, sorry, that word has never existed in my dictionary. This ends now." Even as Liu Deaba collapsed, he could not believe he had lost to a young man, muttering why the outcome had turned out this way. Seeing their master fall, the bodyguards panicked and fled, shouting as they ran, "It is over, retreat quickly. That brat is too terrifying. I do not want to be dragged down." Chu Yuner stepped forward from behind, grasped Yihan's hand, and said worriedly, "Just now I heard him mention Zhao Hongshan. This person is not simple, and we are on his territory. Perhaps we should return to Sun High City first for safety." "My man also spoke, Yihan, this happened because you helped us. We will not let you face this alone." Dongzai and Xingzai agreed, "Whatever happens we will bear it together. Even if Thien Tun is formidable, our families are not easy to bully." Yihan smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry, with my current strength, Zhao Hongshan is not enough to make me wary. Continue what you are doing. Do not let him affect you." Everyone talked and laughed, but Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that Hao Guafu and Nu Fo had already been dealt with by him. Zhao Hongshan, who had just come out of seclusion, would certainly not let it go. It would be better to settle everything once and for all. At Zhao Hongshan's headquarters, Taoist Nu Mei sat on a chair and asked in a deep voice, "I heard that Liu Deaba was dealt with by Yihan yesterday." A young man in a Taoist robe knelt and reported, "That is correct. It is said that Liu Deaba's son caused trouble with Yihan, which led to that outcome." Nu Mei closed his eyes and sighed, "I understand. I did not expect Yihan to come here. This matter seems not easy to handle." The young man kneeling on the ground continued anxiously, "My lord, Hao Guafu and Nu Fo also lost their lives because of him before. Now with Liu Deaba added, if we remain silent I fear people's hearts will waver." Nu Mei merely sighed softly and replied, "But at present there is no other good method." He stood up and added, Yihan is not an ordinary person. Relying on us alone it will be difficult to deal with him. We will wait until Thien Tun comes out of seclusion before making further plans. Suddenly a figure appeared directly inside the room. It was Zhao Hongshan. As soon as he stepped in he spoke, there is no need to wait, I have already come out of seclusion. Nu Mei and the young man immediately bowed in salute. Your subordinates pay respects to Lord Thien Tun. Zhao Hongshan's face flashed with anger, his hand clenched tightly. I already know about Hao Gua Fu and Nu Fo. This time I will definitely make Yihan pay the price. On the other side, after finishing their shopping, the group of Yihan, the three young men were carrying all kinds of large and small bags. Chu Yuner and Lai Man walked ahead. Yihan called out, your house is already full of things, why are you still buying more? Xingzai held a towering stack of boxes, sweat beading on his forehead as he said, Sister man, you bought so much just a few days ago. Dongzai also chimed in, with so many clothes how can you possibly wear them all? Two girls looked at each other and smiled. Chu Yuner replied, you men would not understand. For women, the most beautiful outfit is always the one about to be bought. Lai Man covered her mouth and laughed in agreement. The three men could only sigh and lament. Being a man is truly exhausting. Suddenly a figure appeared blocking their path. It was Nu Mei holding a fly whisk. He asked, may I ask if Yihan is here? And stepped forward to shield Dongzai and Xingzai and replied, I am Yihan, who are you? Nu Mei cupped his hands and introduced himself. I am Taoist Nu Mei under Zhao Hongshan. Today by order of Thien Tun I invite Mr. Deep to attend a banquet. I hope you will grant us face. Chu Yuner, Lai Man, Dongzai, and Xingzai all changed expression upon hearing this, so he was someone from Zhao Hongshan. Seeing Yihan step forward, Chu Yuner anxiously pulled his hand to stop him. Do not go, it is clearly a banquet with hidden intentions. It is very dangerous, do not fall into the trap. Hearing that, Nu Mei swung out a palm strike as a warning. Thien Tun only invites Mr. Deep. I hope you all do not interfere. Yihan immediately blocked that palm strike, stamped his foot in counterattack. His hands clasped behind his back as he said coldly, Nu Mei, they are my friends, you are overstepping. With just one stomp, the ground trembled, and Nu Mei was forced back several steps by the shock. Being knocked back, Nu Mei staggered, sweat dotting his forehead, inwardly horrified. At first he thought even if he was inferior the gap would not be too large, but that move just now showed how vast the difference between them truly was. Quickly regained his composure, cupped his hands, and said amiably, Mr. Deep, please forgive me, I was discourteous just now. Yihan waved his hand, his gaze icy, that is more like it. Chu Yuner was about to speak when he told Nu Mei, led the way. Turning back to look at Chu Yuner, Yihan softened his tone, do not worry, I will be fine. The grievances between me and Thien Tun will have to be resolved sooner or later. He stepped to Nu Mei's side and said, let us go. Nu Mei respectfully replied, please follow me, Mr. D. Seeing Yihan leave, Chu Yuner grew even more worried. No, I must return to find my father to ask for help. Dongzai also nodded, we will return and ask our families for support. We absolutely cannot let Yihan face this alone. In the courtyard of the small residence, Zhao Hongshan sat inside a pavilion. Nu Mei entered and reported, Lord Thien Tun, Yihan has arrived. He sat before the lavish banquet table and merely nodded slightly. Seeing the young man appear, he spoke in a probing tone, you are Yihan. Yihan replied calmly, that is correct, you are Zhao Hongshan. He gestured for him to sit, that is right, sit down. Yihan sat opposite the banquet table. Zhao Hongshan then told Nu Mei to withdraw. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach. Nu Mei lowered his head and replied, as you command. When only the two of them remained, Zhao Hongshan looked at Yihan and said, I have thoroughly investigated you. Since your appearance you have offended quite a few forces yet still stood firm, enough to show your capability. Yihan replied briefly, say what you have to say, I do not like beating around the bush. Zhao Hongshan raised his wine cup, then I will be direct. I want to invite you to join the Thien Tun Association. Yihan frowned, you mean you want me to enter the Thien Tun Association? Zhao Hongshan smiled, as long as you nod, you will immediately become vice president. Apart from me you will not have to obey anyone, all of Hoanam will be under your command. Yihan lifted his cup and said slowly, Hao Gua Fu and Nu Fo died at my hands. Not only do you not pursue the matter, you even grant such authority. Are you not afraid your subordinates will be dissatisfied? Zhao Hongshan laughed loudly, since ancient times the victor rules and the loser must accept it. Their defeat proves their incompetence. Moreover, I believe you have enough strength to silence anyone who refuses to submit. Well, is my sincerity sufficient? Yihan replied calmly, the president's sincerity is indeed great. Unfortunately, I do not accept. He stood up, hands behind his back, and said, from beginning to end only others follow me. Never have I followed anyone, forgive me. Zhao Hongshan slammed his hand heavily on the table. If not friends then enemies, and once you are my enemy there is only one ending. Han replied calmly, then I fear I will have to break that rule of yours. Zhao Hongshan angrily drew the Huang Quan blade from his waist. Seeing the other side turn hostile, Yihan also drew the dragon scale sword and prepared to fight. In the blink of an eye, the two of them charged into a fierce battle. Hearing the commotion from the pavilion courtyard, Nu Mei softly said, Lord Thien Tun and Yihan have begun fighting. Two disciples standing below also spoke up. One asked the inner sect Taoist priest who would be the winner. The other interjected that there was no need to ask. Of course the president would claim victory. Nu Mei clasped his hands behind his back with great confidence, affirming that the president would certainly win, because after this period of seclusion, the Heavenly Venerable had reached the peak of the Ren-Du realm, while Yihan was still one level behind and would find it difficult to contend. Returning to Zhao Hongshan and Yihan, the two had moved to the center of the lake, standing on the water facing each other, their eyes filled with killing intent directed at their opponent. The Heavenly Venerable raised his blade and pointed it straight at Yihan, his voice full of menace. If your strength only goes this far, then my next move will be the end of you. I will ask one last time, do you agree to join my Heavenly Venerable Association or not? Yihan raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed in response. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will still be no. As for taking my life, I am afraid you do not have the ability. Hearing this, Zhao Hongshan flew into a rage, swung his blade forward and shouted that since you seek a grim end, I will grant your wish. The blade formed a blazing red flame, the move named Yellow Spring Purgatory Slash. Yihan also unleashed his aura and shouted, excellent timing. He raised two fingers, a stream of golden energy shot out, executing the Nam Min Li Fire Sword. A heaven-shaking explosion resounded, causing the surface of the lake to tremble violently. After the explosion, thick white smoke rose from the lake, covering the entire area. In the distance, Nu Mei and his two fellow disciples heard the explosion and rejoiced. Nu Mei guessed that the battle had ended, and the other two echoed that the Heavenly Venerable must have won. Yihan was merely insignificant and could not possibly resist. Just as the words fell, a group of people in black suits appeared right in front of them. This sudden appearance startled all three of them in shock. Nu Mei still did not understand what was happening and loudly asked why so many people had suddenly appeared. One fellow disciple worriedly said that these people did not look friendly and suggested informing the Heavenly Venerable. Nu Mei waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. He did not believe that in South China anyone would dare to cause trouble for the Heavenly Venerable Association. From within the crowd, Chu Kaiguo stepped forward, followed by Chu Yuner and Lai Man. As he walked, he muttered that Yihan truly caused others to worry, even daring to provoke the Heavenly Venerable Association. How could he feel at ease in trusting Chu Yuner to him? Lai Man spoke up apologetically, saying that Yihan had offended the Heavenly Venerable Association because he was helping them, and if anyone was to be blamed, they should be. Hung Tu and Dong Tu also appeared. Hung Tu scratched his head and said that it was fine to scold them. They only hoped that Yihan would not be blamed. Dong Tu also smiled awkwardly and took all the faults upon himself. Chu Yuner stepped forward, held her father's arm and pleaded softly. Chu Kaiguo sighed helplessly at his daughter, rubbed his forehead and said that very well, he would take action once more, but this would be the last time. Hearing this, Chu Yuner happily thanked her father. Nu Mei held his horsetail whisk and stepped forward to block them, demanding that everyone stop because this was the territory of the Heavenly Venerable Association. Chu Kaiguo pointed straight at him and shouted that this was the territory of the Hua Nation, what was a mere Heavenly Venerable Association work. He crossed his arms and angrily warned that with just a single word from him, the Heavenly Venerable Association would no longer be able to develop peacefully in South China. These words left Nu Mei momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After calming himself, Nu Mei clasped his hands and asked about his identity, and Chu Kaiguo immediately introduced himself. Immediately afterward, Chu Kaiguo demanded that they bring out Yihan at once, otherwise they would have to bear the consequences. Passers-by who heard the name Chu Kaiguo began to whisper in surprise, not expecting Yihan to be connected to such an important figure. Nu Mei's expression changed, thinking that if Yihan had ties to Chu Kaiguo it would be troublesome, but he still tried to flatter him by saying that Yihan had come voluntarily, and that Chu Kaiguo alone was not enough to shake the Heavenly Venerable Association. Hearing this, Chu Kaiguo gritted his teeth in anger, and uttered only a single word filled with fury. Chu Yuner worriedly said that Yihan had been inside for too long, and if it dragged on she feared something might happen. Chu Kaiguo gently reassured his daughter, affirming that if they did not release him, he would personally bring Yihan out. After reassuring her, he gave the order, and the black-suited bodyguards immediately responded in unison. Nume also waved his hand to summon his people, declaring that the Heavenly Venerable Association was not easily intimidated. The two sides confronted each other, the atmosphere tense and filled with killing intent. At that moment, Yihan stepped out and asked what everyone was doing. Seeing him, Chu Yuner joyfully called his name, and Lai Man also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him safe. Nume pointed at Yihan in astonishment, unable to believe that he was completely unharmed. Yihan smiled in response, and asked why he thought that he should be injured. Nume looked around and said that he had clearly heard the intense sounds of battle inside. He immediately swung his horsetail whisk and rushed inside, worried that something had gone wrong with the Heavenly Venerable. Han stepped forward to Chu Kaiguo and apologized for making him come personally over such a small matter. Chu Kaiguo patted his shoulder and asked about Zhao Hongshan's situation. Yihan calmly said that he was merely recuperating from his injury. Everyone was astonished. Chu Kaiguo said with satisfaction that Yihan was very capable, then joked that they should soon discuss his marriage with Chu Yuner, leaving everyone stunned. Chu Yuner blushed with embarrassment and reproached her father for talking nonsense as she was still young. Chu Kaiguo laughed heartily and said that marrying early and having children early would allow the elders to hold their grandchildren, making Chu Yuner even more embarrassed as she hurriedly told her father to be quiet. On the other side, Zhao Hongshan stood silently in the courtyard with a contemplative expression. Nu Mei ran over to inquire about the situation and reported that Yihan had already left. Zhao Hongshan turned around and waved his hand, saying that he was fine and that there was no need to pay attention to Yihan for the time being. Nu Mei asked in surprise but Heavenly Venerable. Zhao Hongshan admitted that Yihan was very strong and could not be dealt with at present. They needed to wait for a suitable opportunity. Nu Mei respectfully acknowledged the order. Fear arose in his heart. Even the Heavenly Venerable was wary of Yihan. Could it be that the situation in South China was about to change? The scene shifted to Nam Hai on the clear blue beach. Tourists happily swam in the sea. Some exclaimed that this place was truly a vacation paradise. Yihan lay relaxing on a sun lounger wearing sunglasses, silently admiring the figure of a girl walking past. Suddenly Chu Yuner stood in front of him with her hands on her hips, reproaching that they had come to Nam Hai to inspect the Liu Jewelry Group, not to take a vacation. She pinched Yihan's cheek and reminded him that the Xianzheng Group had also sent people, possibly with the same objective, causing Yihan to cry out in pain. Yihan removed his sunglasses and stood up with a smile, saying that he was thinking of a way to negotiate, but Chu Yuner immediately exposed that he had just been looking at a beauty. Yihan hurriedly tried to explain, and at that moment he noticed a familiar figure and stared intently. He recognized that the two men standing nearby were Guo Yunxiao and Lu Nhu Long. Yihan thought to himself that Guo Yunxiao, the young master of Xianzheng, had also appeared here. His purpose was certainly not simple. Seeing Yihan distracted, Chu Yuner angrily called out, demanding that he pay attention to what she was saying. Yihan pointed toward the two men and said that he had discovered major competitors. Chu Yuner followed his gaze and recognized that Guo Yunxiao was also present. Yihan took her hand and pulled her along, saying that Guo Yunxiao never acted without reason, so they needed to go and observe the situation. As they approached, Yihan waved his hand in friendly greeting and said that it had been a long time since they last met, young Master Guo. Guo Yunxiao's expression changed as he asked in surprise why Yihan had appeared here, while Lu Nhu Long looked at Chu Yuner with fascination. Chu Yuner hid behind Yihan, and he smiled as he asked about the purpose of Guo Yunxiao's trip. Guo Yunxiao coldly turned his back and left, saying that his affairs had nothing to do with Yihan. Lu Nhu Long stopped him and asked whether Guo Yunxiao knew that beautiful girl and requested an introduction. Guo Yunxiao replied with sarcasm, secretly planning to use Lu Nhu Long to create conflict with Yihan. He leaned close to Lu Nhu Long and whispered his plan, making the latter extremely interested. Lu Nhu Long approached Chu Yuner with an indecent demeanor, presented a card, and offered a large sum of money for her to accompany him. Yihan and Chu Yuner were both stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. Lu Nhu Long thought the amount was still insufficient, and continued to boast that the money was enough to hire a third-rate celebrity. Yihan coldly warned that he was bringing trouble upon himself, but Lu Nhu Long still failed to realize the situation. Chu Yuner became furious, clenched her fists, and declared that she had never been so insulted and would not let it pass. He immediately took action, leaving Liu Nhu Long no time to react. The card fell to the ground as she shouted for him to get lost. Liu Rulong was slapped hard by Chu Yuner and tumbled onto the sand. He clutched his swollen cheek, staggered to his feet and roared in fury, "You woman, how dare you lay a hand on me?" He pointed straight at Chu Yuner and shouted, "Do you know who I am?" She put her hands on her hips and shot back, "I do not care who you are. If you dare insult me, you must face the consequences." Chu Yuner rushed forward again to teach Liu Rulong a lesson, striking while scolding, "A toad like you dares to dream of a swan." Overpowered, Liu Rulong could only cry out miserably, "You still dare to hit me? I will not let this go." But the more he spoke, the more fiercely he was beaten, and upon hearing his threats he quickly panicked and begged for mercy. Liu Yunxia, watching from the side, turned pale and hurriedly said that the two of them had gone too far. Yihan stepped forward to block him, cracking his knuckles and saying coldly, "Who he is does not matter. Besides, you were the one who incited him to cause trouble, were you not?" Liu Yunxia stepped back in panic. "Yihan, what are you trying to do? I warn you, this is Nanhai, the territory of the Heavenly Venerate Society, not a place where you can do as you please." Yihan slapped him without hesitation, causing Liu Yunxia to cry out in pain. He replied coldly, "Do not try to scare me with empty threats." Knocked down onto the sand, Liu Yunxia still shouted angrily, "You dare to hit me." Yihan looked at him lying on the ground and said indifferently, "The two of you sound exactly the same. Being taught a lesson is well deserved." After speaking, Yihan punished Liu Yunxia further, mocking that with such a petty mind he still wanted to reap benefits, and when he uttered threats, Yihan struck even harder until he could only beg for mercy. After finishing, Yihan and Chu Yuner looked at the two men, raised a finger in contempt and said, "That is enough." The two turned and left, leaving Liu Yunxia and Liu Rulong sprawled on the sand. Yihan wrapped an arm around Chu Yuner's waist and said the trouble was finally resolved. She smiled in response and left with him. Liu Rulong, aching all over, gritted his teeth, cursed, and swore to take revenge on the two of them. Liu Yunxia was no less miserable, advising Liu Rulong that if he wanted revenge, he should find a true expert, otherwise he would only bring disaster upon himself. Liu Rulong immediately called a fei, declaring that Nanhai was the territory of the Liu family, and ordering him to bring people to Deepwater Bay Beach to deal with the two who had attacked him. At this moment, Chu Yuner felt uneasy, gently holding Yihan's hand and saying she had a bad premonition. She suspected that the man was connected to the Liu family because of his arrogance and his relationship with Liu Yunxia. Yihan calmly replied that even if he belonged to the Liu family, there was nothing to worry about. Chu Yuner worried that this might affect Tianqiu's plan to acquire Liu jewelry. Yihan put an arm around her shoulders to reassure her, affirming that everything was under his control and that the brand would belong to them sooner or later. Suddenly, a group of young men blocked their path, teasing them and making vulgar remarks. They looked at Chu Yuner with crude eyes, making lewd comments and mocking Yihan for being weak. Yihan stepped forward to shield her, his gaze cold as he asked if they had been sent to cause trouble. Leader, a fei, arrogantly declared that Yihan had offended young Master Liu, then threatened that he must cripple himself and hand over Chu Yuner if he wanted peace. Yihan curled his lips and asked, "What if I refuse?" A fei immediately ordered his men to attack, instructing them to leave, Yihan unable to resist. The group shouted aggressively, hurling threats and taunts. As they charged forward, Yihan shouted loudly, his inner power erupting and blasting them all backward. The entire group fell in disarray, terrified by his overwhelming strength. A fei turned pale upon realizing Yihan was a martial artist, blaming Liu Rulong for not making it clear from the beginning. Yihan rubbed his hands, his gaze fixed on a fei, saying that now it was his turn. A fei stepped back and hastily mentioned that his boss was Gu Xianzu, the underground overlord of Nanhai. Before he could finish, he was sent flying by Yihan, who warned that no one could save him, no matter who they were. Yihan and Chu Yuner left, leaving a warning that if no one took responsibility before noon tomorrow, everyone involved would face the consequences. Group struggled to their feet, both angry and disdainful, believing Yihan was too arrogant to dare challenge Gu Xianzu. A fei wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling both fearful and furious, convinced that Yihan was truly reckless. Yihan turned back and added, "My name is Yihan." The group looked at each other in confusion, having never heard the name before, and even laughed mockingly. A fei suddenly shouted for everyone to be silent, leaving them all stunned. He trembled and bowed his head, pledging to fully convey Yihan's warning. Yihan nodded slightly, showing satisfaction. Subordinates surrounding him asked a fei why he feared the man who had just beaten them. A fei recounted a series of Yihan's astonishing feats, leaving everyone shocked. The group was amazed to realize that Yi Han was the famous figure in East China, and they had faced him unscathed. Fei immediately called to report the emergency to his superiors. In the office, Gu Xianzu was leisurely enjoying the view. Hearing the news from a Kwang, he paled and asked again if it was truly Yi Han. Kwang swallowed and said that no one would dare impersonate Yi Han, then asked how to handle it. Gu Xianzu set a serious expression, assessing that Yi Han was too powerful and had to seek help from the heavenly sect. A Kwang was elated, mentioning that Zhao Hongshan had just left the monastery, believing he could make Yi Han cautious. Gu Xianzu called for assistance, explaining the encounter with Yi Han and requesting instruction. After the call, he hung up and told a Kwang to bring a Fei immediately. A Kwang hurriedly asked whether the heavenly sect would help resolve the matter. Gu Xianzu slammed the table in anger, stating that the heavenly sect required obedience to Yi Han if they wanted to survive. A Kwang was astonished, mouth agape. He asked fearfully what they should do if even the heavenly sect could not deal with him. Gu Xianzu sighed, deciding to bring gifts to apologize and hope for Yi Han's mercy. A Kwang reminded him that a Fei had been implicated due to Liu Rulong, and they should not bear the full responsibility. Gu Xianzu coldly replied that the Liu family certainly could not stay out of this matter. Next day, at a luxurious seafood restaurant, Chu Yuner quietly asked Yi Han if those people would appear as the appointment time approached. Yi Han calmly enjoyed his meal, confident that they would come unless Gu Xianzu decided otherwise. Restaurant door opened, and a man and woman entered, the man loudly calling for the staff to arrange a good table and order all the specialties. The staff politely led them to their table. They passed by, Lam Vu Yen saw Yi Han's table and immediately wanted to sit at that scenic spot. The man happily complied, while Lam Vu Yen feigned shyness, making the scene absurd. They approached Yi Han's table, tapping and demanding the seat because his girlfriend had chosen it. Yi Han raised an eyebrow and asked if they wanted him to give up the table. The two arrogantly offered 10,000 yuan as a reservation fee and demanded that he leave immediately. Yi Han calmly wiped his mouth and then threw a napkin at him, coldly telling him to get lost. He clutched his nose in pain and yelled, asking if Yi Han knew who he was. Yi Han calmly asked in return who he was. Lam Vu Yen arrogantly introduced her boyfriend as the CEO of the largest jewelry company in Nanhai. He boasted further that his cousin was a key figure in the Dragon King society and threatened Yi Han. Yi Han remained calm, eating his meal, merely uttering words of disdain. Insulted, the man's face turned red with anger. Just then, Gu Xianzu appeared, asking for Yi Han's location and was directed toward the window. He immediately led his people swiftly to that spot. Seeing Gu Xianzu, the man rejoiced and called for his cousin, asking for help to teach the one who had insulted him a lesson. Before he could finish speaking, a Kwang raised his hand to stop him, stepped aside, saying that he had come today under the Dragon Head's orders to handle official matters, leaving him stunned and silent. A Chu pointed toward Gu Xianzu and continued boasting, "See that? The man standing beside my cousin is the chairman of the Dragon King Society, Gu Xianzu, a figure capable of turning the tide with a single word." Lam Vu Yen smiled shyly, so that was the renowned Gu Xianzu. It was her first time seeing him, maintaining a graceful appearance on the outside while calculating within. Although he was older, his power was immense. If she could build a connection with him, it would be wonderful. She wondered if he had noticed her. A Chu wondered why Gu Xianzu was looking for that country bumpkin, and Lam Vu Yen guessed randomly, perhaps he had angered him. But at that moment, Gu Xianzu and a Kwang bowed simultaneously. Gu Xianzu of the Dragon King Society respectfully greets young Master D. A Chu and Lam Vu Yen stared wide-eyed in complete shock. Yi Han leisurely wiped his mouth and calmly asked if he was Gu Xianzu of the Dragon King Society. Gu Xianzu hurriedly replied modestly that he did not dare, asking him to call him Old Gu, and apologized for the delayed reception of young Master Deep. He turned and signaled, saying that young Master Deep's table would be paid for by him. Han waved his hand in refusal, saying there was no need for such trouble. Then he pointed at A Chu and Lam Vu Yen, saying that two people had been buzzing like flies earlier and seemed to be acquainted with them. Gu Xianzu turned to ask if they were acquainted, and a Kwang turned pale, saying that was his cousin. Lam Vu Yen trembled and hid behind a Chu, whispering that the dragon head was looking their way and she had a bad feeling. Gu Xianzu clasped his hands and said that young Master Deep could rest assured he would clear away those flies immediately. He sternly told a Kwang that the trouble caused by his people must be handled by him, and that he must satisfy young Master Deep, to which a Kwang responded yes. He stepped forward, causing a Chu to tremble. "Cousin, I..." Suddenly a Kwang swung his hand and knocked him to the ground. "Cousin or not, shut your mouth. Lam Vu Yen cried out in shock. That was his cousin, how could he strike him? Kwang coldly said it was because they dared to offend young Master Deep. The two were disciplined so harshly that they did not dare complain. Anyone who dared offend young Master Deep had to face the consequences. Cousin, please stop. I know I was wrong. He had barely recovered from the earlier blows. After a while, Kwang returned and reported that the matter had been handled. Gu Xianzu respectfully said that the trouble had been resolved, and Yihan calmly asked if there was anything else. Gu Xianzu gritted his teeth and ordered that a Fei be brought here, and Kwang responded clearly. A Fei was dragged in with a swollen face, saying that he truly did not know it was young Master Deep. He explained that Liu Rulong had asked him to teach someone a lesson and that he had been deceived, nailing and trembling, saying he would never dare offend young Master Deep and begged for mercy. Gu Xianzu angrily shouted that he still had the nerve to beg for mercy, that he had made him lose all face, and even if young Master Deep forgave him, he would not let him off easily. Then he respectfully said that a Fei would be left to young Master Deep's judgment, and regardless of the decision he would have no objections, only hoping that his anger would subside. Han said there was no need to put on a show of righteousness in front of him. A Fei was not the mastermind, and seeing his sincerity, he would only deal with one of his arms. Gu Xianzu immediately agreed and thanked young Master Deep, telling Kwang to carry out the order, and Kwang responded with a trembling voice. He turned to a Fei and sternly told him to endure it. Kwang struck, rendering a Fei's right arm useless, and a scream echoed throughout the room. Yihan did not bother to look and asked if he was the only one who had come, where the Liu family members were, and Gu Xianzu replied in a deep voice that he had informed them beforehand, but did not know why they had not yet arrived. In his heart, he silently blamed the Liu family, wondering if they dared to keep young Master Deep waiting. Perhaps they were delayed by something, otherwise he would not have been dragged into this trouble. At that moment, the door burst open and Liu Guangzong entered leaning on a cane, greeting Yihan and saying that there was a reason for his late arrival. He spoke sternly, ordering that they be brought in. Two young men, tightly bound and in miserable condition, were escorted inside. Yihan frowned Liu Rulong Gyuyungse. A sweeping kick forced both of them to their knees. Liu Guangzong glanced over and remarked on the coincidence of Gu Xianzu being present as well. Gu Xianzu coldly replied that it was thanks to the Liu family. He told Yihan that he had already obtained forgiveness and that the rest was for the Liu family to handle. Liu Guangzong snorted softly, saying he knew how to handle it and would not trouble the dragon head, though bitterness filled his heart as Yihan, once a young man, had now become someone who could shake an entire region. Seeing Yihan seated in a position of authority, he sighed. Both were the same age as Rulong, yet one stood high above while the other knelt on the ground. The gap was immense. Yihan asked directly how Liu Guangzong intended to explain the situation. Liu Guangzong bowed and said he had investigated thoroughly. Everything was instigated by Gu Yongxiao, and Rulong did not know Yihan's identity and made a mistake. He had brought them to apologize and hoped for leniency out of respect for him. Rulong trembled and kowtowed, admitting his fault and begging Yihan to spare his life, promising to do anything as long as he survived. Yihan smiled faintly and said that Liu Guangzong was too polite. They had met before and he should show respect, but the one Rulong offended was Chu Yuner, and whether to forgive him would be her decision. He extended his hand toward Chu Yuner, who was sitting beside him, with a cold gaze. Two exchanged a silent understanding, recalling that she wanted Tianqiu to acquire Liu jewelry, and now the opportunity had arrived. She understood. Liu Guangzong quickly said that he had a precious set of top-grade jade jewelry and hoped to exchange it for Rulong's forgiveness. Chu Yuner sneered, saying that a mere set of jewelry was not enough for her to let it go. She had never suffered such humiliation since childhood, and he must pay the price. Liu Guangzong turned to seek help, asking young Master Deep for guidance. Yihan pretended to persuade her, saying that Liu Guangzong had helped them before and asking if she could show him some consideration. She shook her head, saying that not demanding a harsher price from Liu Rulong was already a sign of respect. Yihan continued, asking what it would take for her to forgive Liu Guangzong's grandson. Chu Yuner thought for a moment and mentioned that she had recently heard the Xiangjiang group wanted to acquire Liu jewelry. He proposed that instead Tianqiu jewelry should acquire it, asking for Liu Guangzong's opinion. Liu Guangzong was shocked and asked what she meant, stating that they had never announced any intention to sell to Xiangjiang. He pointed at Rulong, asking what Gu Yongxia was doing there then. The question left him speechless, and he could only say that he had come for a vacation. Chu Yuner smiled lightly and said he could say whatever he liked, but she only believed what she saw, leaving him embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he asked directly if young Master Deep and Miss Chu had come to Nanhai for the acquisition of Liu jewelry. Yihan stood up and said that since it had come to this, he would not hide it any longer. He stated clearly that Liu Guangzong had two choices. One was to let Liu jewelry merge into Tianqiu jewelry, and he would spare Liu Rulong. Upon hearing this, Rulong's face turned deathly pale. Yihan continued, the second was that if he refused, he would show no mercy to Rulong and would defeat Liu jewelry openly in the business world. He urged Liu Guangzong to make his decision. Liu Guangzong trembled slightly. Liu jewelry had declined and could not compete with Tianqiu, and opposing Yihan would bring unpredictable consequences. Seeing his hesitation, Chu Yuner added that they were not forcing a low price, offering 40 billion along with 10% shares, enough to ensure the Liu family's stability. With no other choice, he sighed and agreed, saying that business was like a battlefield and this time he had lost. The decision shocked the entire hall, as just a few words from Yi Han had caused the century-old Liu enterprise to change hands, truly terrifying. Yi Han nodded, saying that Liu Guangzong would understand in the future that this was the right decision, and as long as he remained in Nanhai, no one would dare touch the Liu family. Liu Guangzong bowed in gratitude, thanking young Master Deep, thinking to himself that following this young man might be a wise path. He added that Xianzhong had previously sent Guo Yongxiao to negotiate and asked how he should be dealt with. Yihan replied calmly that the decision was entirely up to Liu Guangzong. He was slightly shaken, realizing this was an opportunity to demonstrate his stand. After thinking it through, he turned and shouted for his men to take Guo Yongxiao to the sea entrance and let him find his own way back to Xianzhong. Guo Yongxiao cried out in panic, asking how he could return to Xianzhong on his own from Nanhai and pleading with Liu Guangzong not to joke. Liu Guangzong replied coldly that if he did not want to go on his own, he could let the water carry him. Take him away, a Quang immediately acknowledged the order. He dragged Guo Yongxiao outside, despite his continuous screams and curses. Yihan slightly curled his lips, it seems acceptable. Liu Guangzong secretly observed his expression, hearing him say it was good yet seeing his eyes not fully satisfied. He turned and continued, Liu Rulong has an impulsive temperament and cannot shoulder great responsibilities. Today, in the name of the Liu family head, I declare the removal of his inheritance rights and exile him to the countryside for farming. The verdict struck Liu Rulong like thunder. He burst into tears, crying that he did not want to return to raise pigs. Tears streamed down as he pleaded hoarsely, Grandpa, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Liu Guangzong shouted, what are you still standing there for? Drag him away immediately. Only then did Yihan nod in satisfaction. That will do, Chu Yuner. Matters in Nanhai are settled. We should return. Chu Yuner happily held his hand and softly replied, yes. The two turned and left the hall, leaving behind a crowd bowing in unison to send off young Master Yi. Gu Xianzu pondered deeply. Young Master Yi was about to leave. Perhaps this was the only opportunity in his lifetime and he had to seize it. He hurried forward to stop him. Yihan, please wait. Yihan glanced at him. Is there something you need? Unexpectedly, Gu Xianzu dropped to his knees. Young Master Yi, I am willing to follow you. Please allow me to serve under you. Yihan was slightly surprised. Why? Gu Xianzu replied respectfully, his voice trembling with emotion. What you demonstrated today convinces me that you will stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in China. I wish to follow behind you and witness that glorious era. Yihan narrowed his eyes. Your words are eloquent, but what reason do I have to accept you? Gu Xianzu kowtowed decisively. From now on, the underworld of Nanhai will follow the Yi family. Anyone from the Tianzun Association who dares to step here will not be tolerated by me. Yihan merely smiled, draped an arm around Chu Yuner and turned to leave. That is quite interesting. Gu Xianzu watched him go, his heart sinking had he failed. To his surprise, Yihan laughed and said, very well, I will entrust that position to you. Hearing this, he repeatedly kowtowed, many thanks, young Master Yi. Returning to Shanghai City, inside his villa, Yihan sighed softly, finally home. He stretched comfortably. Chu Yuner had gone to the company to handle work upon returning, leaving him free to relax for a while. Suddenly, Leng Wufei's voice sounded from behind. Yihan, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yihan turned in surprise. Mr. Leng, do you have urgent business with me? He nodded. Yes, the Southern Martial Alliance leader, Murong-He too, has emerged from seclusion. He handed over an invitation card. Murong-He too has widely issued invitations for an alliance gathering. This one is for you. Yihan thought to himself that members of the Murong family such as Murong Tian Du and Murong Tian Quang had both been defeated by him. This gathering would surely not be simple. King Wufei warned that Murong he too might not come with good intentions, and advised him to avoid it if possible. But Yihan shook his head. Avoiding it now would not mean avoiding it forever. Sooner or later he would have to face Murong he too, and retreating would only make martial artists across China look down on him. Leng Wufei clasped his hands in that case. Since you have decided, I will accompany you to the end, making Yihan feel touched. Brother Leng, you do not have to do this. King Wufei adjusted his collar with a firm gaze. There is no need for formality between us. Without you, I would still be lost in despair and unable to reunite with the one I love. Seeing that Leng Wufei was resolute, Yihan could only agree, very well. Then I will trouble Brother Leng to accompany me on a trip to Murong Mountain Villa. Leng Wufei turned and said he would go prepare a few necessary items, after which the two of them would set off together. Two parted temporarily. Yihan stood alone in silence with a thoughtful expression. He pondered about Murong he too, wondering what the old man was truly plotting. His phone suddenly rang from an unknown number. Yihan answered and asked who was calling and how they obtained his number. On the other end, a strange voice warned that Zhuge Futu, Zhuge's elder sister, had arrived in the south and reminded Yihan to be cautious. Yihan frowned and asked about the caller's identity and the reason for providing this information. The person replied that Yihan did not need to know who he was, and that they would naturally meet in the future. He continued, saying that Zhuge Futu was a strategist behind many northern forces, and if Yihan could win her over, he would gain a great advantage. Yihan thanked him in a deep voice, and the caller politely replied that he was merely repaying a debt, leaving a phone number for future contact if needed. The call ended abruptly. Yihan called back loudly but received no response. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Yihan found no clues and wondered who the caller truly was. In the capital, the man who had just made the call slowly put down his phone. Yan Lao's eyes were red. He choked as he called out Yihan's name, feeling a deep sense of guilt that had lingered for years. His disciple approached with concern and asked why he was shedding tears. Yan Lao immediately shouted, denying that he was crying and claiming that dust had gotten into his eyes. The disciple, confused, handed him a handkerchief and wondered how there could be dust in such a clean place. Yan Lao, annoyed, tapped his cane on the ground and insisted that if he said there was dust, then there was dust. Struck by the cane, the disciple held his head and complained softly but still complied with his master's words. 3 days later in Jiang City, at the entrance of Murong Mountain Villa, Yihan stood with his arms crossed, waiting, thinking that Leng Wufei had said to meet at the gate, yet he was still nowhere to be seen. From afar, Leng Wufei waved and loudly called out Yihan's name. He brought along 2 men and introduced them as the Chen brothers, renowned experts and his trustworthy close friends. Yihan politely clasped his hands in greeting, saying that Leng Wufei's friends were also his friends. Chen Tianxing and Chen Tiankong returned the greeting, expressing admiration for Yihan's achievements at such a young age. Leng Wufei led the way as the group entered together. They stepped into a vast courtyard where a grand banquet had been prepared with countless delicacies. Leng Wufei quietly introduced the experts present, revealing the grand scale and ambition of Murong he too. Though everyone appeared cheerful on the surface, each harbored their own hidden scheme. Suddenly, the entire hall stood up respectfully as Zhao Hongshan appeared, collectively greeting the heavenly venerable. Praises echoed endlessly. Zhao Hongshan calmly took his seat and responded with a courteous demeanor. He turned to ask Shi Jingyu about the progress of his iron shirt cultivation. Shi Jingyu raised his cup in reply, mentioning his achievements and the opponents who once made him wear it. He confidently stated that after a period of seclusion, his strength had increased significantly. Zhao Hongshan smiled faintly, proposing that they determine superiority at the Dragon Tiger ranking in a year and recalling formidable opponents from the past. Jingyu sighed with regret that he had not yet had the chance to defeat Jiang Yudeng and wash away his humiliation. Zhao Hongshan pointed toward Yihan, saying that the one who defeated Jiang Yudeng was right there. A scheme arose in his mind, regarding Yihan as a major threat that needed to be eliminated in the future. Shi Jingyu frowned in astonishment upon hearing this. He thought to himself that Zhao Hongshan was clearly trying to push him into conflict with Yihan. Suddenly, the sound of a table being slammed broke the atmosphere. Bloodhand Saber King stood up, expressing agreement with Zhao Hongshan's proposal. The crowd buzzed, some saying Yihan was too young to sit among the masters, while others speculated about his true strength. Leng Wufei angrily questioned Bloodhand Saber King about his provocative remarks. Blood Hand Saber King sneered, saying he simply felt that someone was unworthy of being present. Yihan responded coldly, asserting that his qualifications were not for others to decide, and in turn he looked down on his opponent. Insulted, Blood Hand Saber King drew his blade and angrily demanded to teach Yihan a lesson. Yihan curled his lips in challenge, showing no fear at all. Blood Hand Saber King charged forward with overwhelming momentum, determined to dominate his opponent. Yihan swiftly drew a dagger from his sleeve to meet the attack. He smiled confidently, ready to confront his foe. The two weapons clashed, sparks flying through the air. A loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire hall. Blood Hand Saber King was forced back, shocked by Yihan's power. Yihan landed lightly, and mocked that his opponent's blade technique was too weak. Blood Hand Saber King roared in anger, unwilling to accept such contempt. As he prepared to strike again, a calm and steady voice sounded to stop him. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone realized Murong He too had appeared with an overwhelming presence. He too stepped forward and asked Blood Hand Saber King to give him face and stop, as this was a gathering he had organized. Blood Hand Saber King sheathed his blade, showing respect for He too's words. He bowed slightly and said he had merely been joking with a young man. He too patted his shoulder and reminded him that jokes were acceptable but should not cross the line. He sternly declared that he did not want anyone to disrupt the gathering. Blood Hand Saber King nodded awkwardly in agreement. Tu turned to Yihan and asked to confirm his identity. He smiled meaningfully, praising the spirit and courage of a young man like Yihan. Those around them whispered about the relationship between He Tu and Yihan, recalling past events that made the atmosphere even more tense. Lang Wufei approached with concern to check on Yihan. Yihan reassured him that he was fine, while silently assessing He Tu's formidable strength. Standing in the hall, He Tu announced that the gathering had officially begun. Zhao Hongshan directly asked the purpose of the gathering, and many others echoed the request to know the reason. Some even joked that if there was no special matter, they might as well have a sparring match. He Tu reassured everyone, stating that today's gathering was for an important matter. He called his son forward, and a respectful response came from within the crowd. He too introduced him as Murong Jialong, who had just broken through the governing vessel. Murong Jialong respectfully clasped his hands and greeted the senior. The masters praised him endlessly, saying his talent was rare and his future exceedingly promising. Yihan quietly asked Lang Wufei with curiosity whether he too had too many sons. Lang Wufei explained that the Murong family had always produced many descendants to maintain and expand their bloodline. In truth, it was a method to select those with the best potential to preserve the family's strength. In that family, kinship is very faint. The strong are respected while the weak are not even valued as much as servants. He continued that Murong Jialong is the youngest son, possesses the most outstanding talent, and is especially valued by He Tu. Han smiled faintly, understanding why defeating the two sons earlier did not shake He Tu, because the true weakness had not yet been touched. At that moment, He Tu loudly announced that from today onward, all management authority of the Murong family would be handed over to Jialong. He also expressed his hope that everyone would support Murong Jialong in commanding the southern underworld, and as soon as his words ended, the entire estate erupted into an uproar like a disturbed beehive. People discussed heatedly, believing that their polite words were only out of respect for He Tu, as no one truly wished to submit to someone so young and inexperienced. Shi Jingyu voiced his opposition and declared he would leave, unwilling to get involved in a struggle for power. Just as he turned away, He Tu's voice dropped as he called out Shi Jingyu's name. Surging inner power spread outward, and He Tu coldly asked whether he truly intended to leave. Shi Jingyu also unleashed his aura, bluntly asking if He Tu intended to make a move against him. The crowd murmured, guessing that the two masters were about to clash, and many secretly supported Shi Jingyu. He Tu stepped forward and accepted Shi Jingyu's challenge. He declared that if Shi Jingyu could withstand a single move without defeat, he would be allowed to leave safely. Lang Wufei grew concerned, sensing that He Tu seemed ready to use force against everyone. Shen Tianxing and his companion whispered that they wanted to witness He Tu's true strength with their own eyes. Yihan reminded everyone to be cautious, as He Tu surely had powerful backing. Shi Jingyu prepared himself, determined to test his strength against the alliance leader. Everyone was astonished as Shi Jingyu simultaneously employed two supreme external techniques, causing his power to surge dramatically. He Tu calmly remarked that his opponent's martial arts had reached a high realm. However, he still considered it insufficient, and as soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. Shi Jingyu was blasted into the air, tearing open a large gap in the space. fell heavily to the ground and lay motionless. The surroundings instantly fell into silence, and everyone's expressions changed. The crowd was horrified by He2's overwhelming strength, realizing the vast gap between him and the other masters. He2 coldly asked if anyone else opposed his decision. The gathered elites lowered their heads in silence, unwilling yet too afraid to speak. Suddenly, He2 pointed at Bloodhand Saber King and demanded his opinion. Bloodhand Saber King's face turned pale as he stammered, unsure how to respond. He2 applied pressure, bluntly asking whether he also intended to oppose him. Bloodhand Saber King anxiously searched for a way out of the dangerous situation. Upon spotting Yihan, he seemed to find an escape route. He proposed that if everyone was to submit, Murong Jialong's strength must first be proven. He pointed at Yihan, suggesting that if Jialong could defeat Yihan, he would willingly submit. The crowd silently sighed at the sinister scheme, shifting the pressure onto Yihan. Leng Wufei was angry yet worried, asking Yihan how he intended to handle the situation. Yihan calmly replied that he could deal with it. The two offered a choice: if Yihan was willing to support Jialong, all past grievances would be erased. Yihan laughed in disdain and bluntly refused the offer. He declared that Murong Jialong was completely unworthy. The entire hall was shaken. Many believed that Yihan had pushed himself into danger. He too suppressed his anger and coldly remarked that Yihan was too reckless. He released a powerful pressure after being bluntly rejected. Leng Wufei warned that if he too went too far, the Murong family could become the target of all southern forces. He too laughed loudly, showing no fear of the threat. He immediately returned to a cold and murderous demeanor. Yihan calmly stated that it was not only them who wanted to overthrow the Murong family. He believed that many other forces were also willing to join hands against He2. His words enraged He2 to the extreme. Zhao Hongshan spoke up, saying that if one wanted others to submit, one must rely on personal strength. He secretly calculated that standing on Yihan's side was the safer choice. Unexpectedly, Murong Jialong took the initiative to challenge Yihan in order to prove himself. He wanted to stop him, but Jialong remained determined. Jialong confidently declared that only by defeating Yihan could he truly earn everyone's respect. Yihan mocked that with Jialong's strength, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single move. Enraged, Jialong unleashed a powerful ultimate technique with fierce momentum. He attacked aggressively, while Yihan remained standing calmly. The strike produced a thunderous explosion, and the swirling dust forced everyone to retreat. Believing he had won, Jialong proudly declared himself the #1 genius. From within the dust, Yihan's voice rang out, revealing that he was completely unharmed. Jialong was horrified to see Yihan still standing without a scratch. Yihan cracked his knuckles and declared that it was now his turn to counterattack. He delivered a simple punch that was as fast as lightning. Jialong was sent flying and slid across the ground. Collapsed as he too cried out in alarm. Two hurried over, while the crowd mocked Jialong's defeat. Yihan sneered and ridiculed that this was the genius he too wanted everyone to support. He too was furious, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Yihan. The powerful pressure he released caused the ground to tremble, revealing his intent to take action personally. Old Lin stepped forward to stop him, warning that he too should not confront all the southern forces. He too laughed arrogantly, asserting that no one could stop him. At that moment, a voice rang out, asking what would happen if more people joined the battle. He too recognized the newcomer as Zhao Hongshan and became extremely enraged. The crowd was thrilled to see Zhao Hongshan standing in opposition to He too. He too calmly looked at his old rival and admitted that they had finally stood on opposing sides. Zhao Hongshan bluntly stated that everything was forced by He too. He proposed setting aside all past grievances to jointly deal with He too, who was becoming increasingly dangerous. Yihan agreed to a temporary alliance, though he remained wary of Zhao Hongshan. Yihan's group and their allies simultaneously unleashed powerful auras to confront He too. Everyone was filled with determination, their resolute gazes ready for a great battle. The onlookers witnessing the tense scene turned pale and stepped back. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Quickly move away. This level of combat is not something we can interfere with. We can only hope Yihan and his group can win. He too suddenly made the first move, his body leaping forward as a blazing fireball condensed in his hand. Since you have decided to join forces against me, then prepare to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a barrage of attacks toward Yihan's group, while the others showed no fear and shouted in unison. Defeat He too, today will be the end of you, everyone charge. He too faced the entire group alone yet showed no sign of weakness. Every punch and kick from his opponents was effortlessly neutralized by him. The spectators were once again in an uproar. My heavens, he too is fighting 5 people alone and still holding his ground, even forcing them back. With such strength do Yahan and his group stand any chance of winning. He too suddenly revealed a sinister smile that made his face even more terrifying. Enough playing around. Let me show you the ultimate technique I comprehended during my seclusion. As soon as he spoke, he waved his hand, and dozens of flaming projectiles shot toward Yahan. Zhao Hongshan shouted that this was bad, the others echoed and called for a retreat. Yahan frowned and immediately signaled, block him together. A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth. Smoke and dust filled the air and obscured vision. Rocks scattered in all directions. Flames surged into the sky. The violent shockwave forced Yahan's group back. Some clutched their chests. Others fell to their knees. Everyone coughed up blood. Damn it, he is too strong. Seeing their struggle, he too laughed arrogantly. Being able to withstand my first move is already something you can be proud of. Without giving them a chance to breathe, he launched another attack, his right hand swelling into a gigantic size. Let us see how much you can withstand this second move. Demon subduing kick, yellow springs falling sky fist, frost palm. Facing the descending giant hand, Ta Zion, Hai Tian Tun, and Lao Lam had no choice but to go all out, continuously launching attacks to weaken its power. Collision of the two forces created a terrifying explosion. Immense pressure slammed down upon the already cracked ground. As the smoke gradually cleared, 4 faint figures emerged amidst the ruins. Yahan's group was all injured. He clutched his chest in sharp pain, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. He too is truly formidable. Hai Tian Tun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a frown, there is still one final move left. I fear we will not be able to withstand it. The surrounding crowd fell into panic. 5 people joining forces still could not defeat he too. His strength is enough to drive people to despair. Must they really bow their heads before him? He too glanced at the distant crowd and sneered, Hai Tian Tun Yahan, if the two of you are willing to acknowledge my son as your master now, I may spare your lives. As for the others, fend for yourselves. That arrogance made Zhao Hongshan grind his teeth in anger. Damn it, could it be? Suddenly Yahan stood up and interrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone help me hold he too off for a moment and create an opportunity for me. I have a way to deal with him. Lao Lam, Ta Zion, and Ngo Y were all stunned and forgot their pain, asking in unison, do you really have a way? Hai Tian Tun seemed to recall something and quickly asked, is it the fire technique you used last time? Yahan nodded, that is right, I believe even he too cannot ignore it. Lao Lam immediately agreed. Good Yahan, Zhao Hongshan clenched his teeth with determination, we trust you, let us risk it this time. He too asked disdainfully, have you finished discussing, or are those your last words? Yahan stepped forward to face him directly, responding with only a faint smile. We are merely thinking of a more fitting end for you. After speaking, he shouted loudly, anyone who does not wish to submit to he too, follow me and charge. Those who had been hesitating felt encouraged and rushed forward one after another. Since it has come to this, we will risk it. He too, I want to see just how strong you are. The southern region is not a place where you alone make the decision. He too was enraged, his gaze icy cold, his teeth clenched tightly. He calmly repelled each person blocking his path, his movements swift as lightning. You rabble, step aside. Everyone was sent flying and groaned in pain. He is truly too powerful. Suddenly Zhao Hongshan launched a surprise attack from behind, startling he too. He wrapped his arms tightly around him and shouted, now is the time, hold him down. Zhao Hongshan locked he too's back. Ta Zion and Ngo Y each grabbed one of his arms. Lao Lam also rushed forward and clung tightly to his legs, making it difficult for he too to move, yet he still sneered, do you think you can bind me with just this? As he spoke, he unleashed his power and blasted everyone away. They were thrown back and tumbled across the ground, yet lost. Seeing them scattered on the ground, he too brushed off his clothes and mocked, was that your final struggle, truly useless? Lao Lam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, he too, you are celebrating too soon. The true killing move belongs to Yahan. He too was startled and exclaimed, what? Before he could turn around, Yahan had already appeared behind him like a gust of wind. He poured all his strength into both hands and shouted, he too, prepare yourself. He too turned and counterattacked immediately, remaining calm despite the ambush. You want to defeat me, keep dreaming. A gigantic phoenix shadow appeared behind Yahan, spreading its wings to cover the sky. He shouted, vermilion bird spirit flame, manifest. The collision of the two forces created a shocking explosion. Dazzling light engulfed the two of them. The smoke obscured the outcome. No one could see clearly. Who won? Yahan must hold on. Yahan suddenly rushed out of the smoke, kneeling on one knee as he reported quickly, He too is injured, retreat now. Lao Lam immediately replied, understood. After speaking, Yihan along with Lao Lam, Ta Zion, and Ngo Wai quickly retreated according to the plan. Zhao Hongshan also used his movement technique to leave, not forgetting to say, he too, we will meet again another day. The surrounding crowd also dispersed, good, he is injured, retreat quickly, Yihan did well. Only he too remained roaring amid the ruins. Yihan, you have ruined my plan, I will not let this go. Elsewhere Yihan's group temporarily escaped. The four sat by a lake to rest. Ta Zion sighed, we finally escaped. He too is too terrifying, fortunately we had Yihan. Yihan remained vigilant, the danger is not over. This time he will surely see us as a thorn in his side, we must prepare countermeasures soon. Lao Lam nodded, you are right, we need to gather more manpower to guard against his counterattack. The ringing of a phone shattered the atmosphere. Yihan answered the call and asked Sun Bumi what had happened. After listening, his expression changed drastically. What? Something happened to the heavenly dragon guard. The group hurried back to the villa. As soon as he entered, Yihan asked, Brother Tun, what exactly happened? Sun Bumi lowered his head, we were ambushed by the Gu Master clan. Only I managed to escape, the others have been controlled. Yihan asked urgently, why would they target the heavenly dragon guard? Sun Bumi replied, there must be someone pulling the strings behind the scene. Yihan pondered, cold sweat forming on his forehead. If he too is seeking revenge, we must rescue the heavenly dragon guard immediately. Sun Bumi asked anxiously, what should we do now? The longer we delay, the more danger they are in. Yihan stroked his chin and said calmly, let me think it through. He analyzed, the enemy is prepared and hidden. Investigating on our own is difficult. What if a third force is involved? As if suddenly realizing something, Yihan said, I have an idea. He called Zhao Hongshan, do you want to cooperate once more? Zhao Hongshan replied coldly, our relationship is not that close, but Yihan persuaded him, he too is about to seek revenge, neither you nor I can withstand him alone. He added, once he deals with me, he will not spare you either. When lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold, you understand. Zhao Hongshan fell silent in thought. In the end he agreed, cooperation is only to deal with he too. Yihan accepted and asked him to gather information about the corpse-driving clan. After hanging up, Yihan said, now we wait for news from him. Lao Lam asked worriedly, what if Zhao Hongshan provides false information? Yihan shook his head, unless he wants to face he too alone, deceiving us now brings him no benefit. A moment later the phone rang again, Yihan answered. Zhao Hongshan reported that he had found a location nearby and sent a message. Upon receiving the information, Yihan signaled, let us go, we will meet the corpse-driving clan and the one behind them. Elsewhere Fudu leisurely enjoyed tea while Kong Duong stood by his side. Fudu asked softly, has the heavenly dragon guard been settled? Kong Duong replied that they had been struck by a secret technique and had not yet regained consciousness. Fudu sipped his tea, Yihan has lost his main force, one more scheme will be enough. Kong Duong asked, does Miss intend to deal with Yihan to avenge Zhuge? Fudu laughed loudly, revenge. Zhuge was merely a competitor within the family. His failure was due to his own incompetence. I am targeting Yihan to prove my own ability and build achievements for the path to becoming the family head. Kong Duong nodded in understanding, so that is the case. Suddenly Yihan's group appeared right in front of the two, interrupting their conversation. He coldly mocked that they were still far from being qualified to challenge him. Gong Yang was stunned and called out Yihan's name, while Fu Tu stood up in shock, unable to believe he had found this place despite the information being kept absolutely secret. Yihan calmly replied that everything was simple, because he had joined forces with Zhao Hongshan. Hearing this, Fu Tu frowned, realizing it was a collaboration with Zhao Hongshan, a clever move, admitting she had underestimated him. Yihan did not want to hear more nonsense and cut her off, asking who she was, why she targeted him, and where the Tian Long guards were. Fu Tu answered calmly that she was Zhuge Fu Tu, and as for the reason, he should first defeat Mr. Gong Yang before asking further. After speaking, she stepped back to let Gong Yang move forward, who sneered that Yihan had discovered their hideout yet brought only a few people, unsure whether to call him confident or arrogant. Despite standing in the enemy's stronghold with only 5 people, Yihan's group remained calm and fearless. Yihan responded coldly that dealing with rats hiding in holes like them required no more than this. Furious, Gong Yang waved his hand and ordered the formation of the soul-refining grand formation, as 5 streams of purple light appeared instantly. 5 masked figures in black quickly surrounded Yi Han and his companions, preparing to complete the soul-refining grand formation. Sun Bumi urgently warned that the formation could manipulate consciousness, and once trapped, escape would be extremely difficult, as the Tian Long guards had previously fallen victim to it. Old Lin grabbed Yi Han's shoulder, urging him to retreat before the formation was completed, but Yi Han calmly shook his head. He thought to himself that he wanted to see how powerful their soul-refining formation was compared to his life flame, recalling that his control over divine fire had greatly improved after battling He Tu. Gong Yang mocked him for overestimating himself, while Fu Tu sneered that she had thought he was exceptional, but he was merely reckless, and it was a pity Zhuge had died at his hand. Gong Yang raised his hand to form a purple energy sphere and launched an attack, shouting soul-refining heavenly veil. The purple sphere exploded into thick black smoke that rapidly enveloped Yi Han's group. Old Lin quickly covered his nose, raised a protective barrier, and signaled his companions to defend. However, the barrier failed to stop the smoke, and he exclaimed in shock at its ineffectiveness. Seeing their confusion, Gong Yang laughed triumphantly, saying that if they could break the formation of the corpse-driving clan, the clan would not have survived to this day. Yi Han frowned slightly and began gathering power in his palm, as flames flickered brilliantly. He raised his arm and the flames erupted fiercely, tearing apart the black smoke as he shouted, "Annihilate." Fu Tu cried out in shock, while Gong Yang panicked as his ultimate technique was easily broken. Without giving his opponent time to react, Yi Han launched another move, blazing spirit fire of the vermilion flame. The 5 black-clad figures surrounding him were instantly engulfed by flames, screaming in agony before collapsing. Witnessing this, Old Lin could not help but praise that Yi Han's control over flames had reached a terrifying level. Yi Han charged straight at Gong Yang and threw a punch that filled him with fear, declaring that it was now his turn to pay the price. Gong Yang refused to submit, his eyes flashing fiercely as he roared that Yi Han should not dream of killing him, activating soul-seizing divine pupil. Fu Tu exclaimed excitedly that this was an even more advanced control technique than the soul-refining formation, and if they controlled Yi Han, the situation would be reversed. Yi Han remained calm, his eyes glowing as he responded that challenging him in eye techniques was courting defeat, activating yin-yang mystic eyes. Gong Yang's eyes seemed struck by a heavy blow, and he clutched his face, screaming in pain. Yi Han immediately unleashed flames toward him, and Gong Yang roared in despair that he was unwilling to accept defeat. In the end, Gong Yang turned to ashes like his subordinates, and with no support left, Fu Tu prepared to counterattack, but Yi Han smiled coldly, saying only she remained. Fu Tu tried to stay calm, though fear was evident in her eyes, and she hurriedly urged Yi Han not to act hastily. She claimed that killing her would bring no benefit, and that with her intelligence and his strength, unifying the underworld would only be a matter of time. Old Lin also advised that Zhuge was renowned for strategic brilliance, and recruiting Fu Tu would bring great advantages, causing Yi Han to ponder. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Tu quickly added that she was proficient in formations and could help him deal with He Tu and train the Tian Long guards, while secretly thinking she had deceived him. Suddenly Yi Han's expression turned icy, his eyes sharp as blades. He struck Fu Tu with a powerful blow, sending her flying. The sudden change left Old Lin and Bumi stunned and speechless. Gravely injured, Fu Tu lay on the ground trembling and asked why. Yi Han calmly replied that she had used despicable methods against his brothers, and no amount of intelligence could earn his forgiveness. Fu Yi supported Yi Han's decision, saying it would strengthen the Tian Long guards' loyalty, and Sun Bumi agreed that if strategy alone could unify the underworld, Zhuge would have been invincible long ago. Yi Han picked up the formation manual Fu Tu had dropped and smiled, saying it would be very useful for training the Tian Long guards. Sun Bumi quickly warned that the formations were profound and dangerous, and improper use could cause injury or even death. Yi Han flipped through the pages as golden talismanic light appeared, calmly stating that he could comprehend it. Moments later, he closed the book and cheerfully announced he had mastered it. Everyone stared in shock. Old Lin asked what he meant, while Zai Chuan and Bumi could not believe Yi Han had grasped it so quickly. Yi Han did not respond and instead directly deployed the formation, telling them to watch closely as he activated it. A white light enveloped the group and lifted them into the air as Yi Han softly commanded, "Wind and clouds, bind." Zai Chuan marveled in amazement. Old Lin praised him highly, while Sun Bumi panicked and demanded to be brought down before finally acknowledging the formation's power. Han then returned everyone safely to the ground and dispelled the formation. Sun Byumi excitedly stated that with this formation, their chances against he too had greatly improved, and Old Lin agreed, urging immediate training for the Tian Long Guards. The group looked toward the high floors with determination as Yihan led, saying they would first rescue the Tian Long Guards. 3 days later in a forest, the Tian Long Guards were diligently practicing the formation. Yihan nodded in satisfaction, impressed that they had mastered it so well in just 3 days. Byumi was also pleased, noting that the Tian Long Guards were elites who learned quickly, while Old Lin reminded them that he too would arrive within a day and they must be ready. Suddenly Zhao Hongshan appeared before them, his body covered in injuries. Sun Byumi called out in shock, and Old Lin urgently asked what had happened. Yihan stepped forward to support him, anxiously asking who had injured him and what was going on. Zhao Hongshan collapsed, his eyes vacant as he trembled and said Murong he too had come for revenge. Hearing the name, Yihan's expression turned serious. Murong he too. At that moment, he too calmly stepped forward amid everyone's shock, surrounded by purple-black smoke, coldly declaring that last time he had been careless when joining forces with Zhao Hongshan. But now Zhao Hongshan was dead and Yihan had no one to rely on. Old Lin immediately stood in front of Yihan in a defensive stance, astonished that he too had arrived earlier than expected, while Byumi stood beside him in support. He too smiled sinisterly, cracking his knuckles menacingly and stating that war thrives on deception. And while he conquered the world, they were still inexperienced, and today they had only one path left: defeat.